For fame, they'd even exploit their 100-year-old great-grandfather? The livestream was flooded with curses because the elderly man insisted on bringing a pile of photos of the dead to see the newly unveiled fighter jets. No one knew what earth-shattering past was hidden behind the old man's cloudy eyes. He once forged swords for the nation amid a hail of bullets, and also remained anonymous for half a century. The security officer's hands trembled upon seeing the document classified as top secret. As the old man's true identity was gradually revealed, all the keyboard warriors who had insulted him knelt down to apologize. But the elderly man's greatest wish, in that moment when the fighter jet took off, was to make a move that moved 1.4 billion people to tears. One the twilight of heroes, great-grandpa, you're already so elderly, it's not safe for you to go out alone. How about I come along with you then? At the train station, security checkpoint, a remarkably attractive young woman, holding a camera, addressed the elderly man about to pass through security, speaking in a consultative tone. Her name is Bai Ye, a live streamer in the lifestyle section of Bilibili, sharing her daily life through broadcasts every day. The elderly man before them, weathered by time, was named Bai Ye. When she learned that Bai Ye planned to go to the train station leaning on his cane, Bai Ye grew deeply concerned for her great-grandfather's safety. She remembered that ever since she could recall, her great-grandfather had always struggled with mobility. Although walking isn't a problem, using a cane is still necessary. Bai Ye is a live streamer. To completely dissuade great-grandpa from traveling alone, Bai Ye decided to harness the power of her fans. She started a live stream and joined forces with her viewers to persuade him to change his mind. The streamer is right. Grandpa, you're getting older, how can you go out alone? And your legs aren't what they used to be. At your age, Grandpa, you really ought to think carefully. There's no way you should make your family worry like this. Amidst the barrage of comments in the livestream, Max stared into the distance with cloudy eyes. In fact, Bai Ye was a transmigrator. 100 years ago, he was reborn into this parallel world. Having lived 2 lives, coupled with his exceptional hands-on skills from his previous existence, he loved tinkering with various gadgets. With outstanding academic performance, he was sent abroad for studies on a government scholarship before turning 20. In the late 1940s, on the eve of the founding of the People's Republic, despite lucrative offers from abroad, Bai Ye remained resolute in his decision to return to the embrace of his homeland. Yet, just as he was about to set foot on his native soil, he was assassinated by spies at the airport. Despite the security personnel's utmost efforts to protect him, a bullet still pierced through his left leg. The country spared no effort in treating him, and although there was no life-threatening danger, fragments from the exploding bullet would remain forever in Bai Ye's body. However, even so, from that point on, Bai Ye still didn't retreat because of his injuries. Instead, he became even more dedicated to applying the knowledge he had acquired, assisting his country in developing a series of advanced military equipment. When it was time for national commendation, his leg ailment relapsed. Choosing not to become a burden to the nation, Bai Ye decided to disappear quietly and return to his hometown. Yesterday, Bai Ye suddenly received some news. The Dragon Nation tested the first 6th-generation fighter jet on the planet. It's time to fulfill my promise. His eyes gleaming with determination, he resolved to embark on the journey once again. The path of scientific research is never smooth. For decades, due to exceptionally harsh research conditions compounded by continuous illnesses, many of Bai Ye's comrades passed away early in life. He still remembers it to this day. One of his comrades, on his deathbed, held him tightly and punched him hard, saying, "Old Bai, if one day, our dragon kingdom truly rises, and by then, if you're still alive, remember to take my portrait and walk through the places where we once fought together, the place where I struggled." At this thought, Bai Ye's resolve grew even firmer. Even if this journey would take him through most of Dragon Country, even if his body were to be completely paralyzed, he absolutely must not fail. We must help our comrades fulfill their last wishes. Hey, streamer, don't rush. The old man probably has his own plans. I think Sister Chingching might as well buy another train ticket and secretly follow him. I never expected that watching Sister Chingching's livestream would also let me appreciate the breathtaking landscapes of our motherland. Chingching Jie is truly filial and caring. Nowadays, many young people neglect their elders. Just as the online discussion was heating up, suddenly, the security gate emitted a sharp, piercing alarm. A security officer holding a detector froze for a moment. "Apologies, but you might be carrying prohibited items and cannot pass security. Please come with us. You need to undergo a more detailed inspection." Hearing this, even the passers-by around were stunned. After traveling by train for so many years, who has ever seen such a scene? And Bai Ye didn't turn off the live stream either, so all the viewers in the live broadcast room witnessed this scene as well. No way? Contraband? The old man looked so kind, how could he possibly be carrying contraband? We're fans of Chingching. Since the old man is Chingching's great-grandfather, we should properly witness this. Chingching, don't rush to end the live stream. If there's any issue, we can all testify. Could it be that the train station's security equipment malfunctioned? The old man doesn't look like someone who'd carry contraband at all. Comfort from netizens. Although Bai Chingching felt somewhat flustered, she still tried her best to remain calm. From what she could recall, aside from a small bag, most of the other luggage had been packed by her. It's all winter clothes inside, completely impossible to contain any prohibited items. Prohibited items. At the moment the alarm sounded, Bai Ye froze for a split second before snapping back to attention. Comrade security officer, I believe the alarm was triggered by the shrapnel in my calf? As he spoke, Bai Ye gave a bitter smile. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, the security inspector, the livestream audience, and even Bai Qingqing froze in shock. A shrapnel? Though the old man seemed to have weathered many storms, who could have imagined that a piece of shrapnel would be lodged in such an ordinary elderly man? Could it be that Bai Ye had a mysterious past unknown to others? Apart from the audience's shock, Bai Qingqing also felt extremely puzzled. Since her childhood, aside from having difficulty walking, her great-grandfather hadn't shown anything particularly special. At most, during every holiday, there would always be some elderly men in military uniforms bringing gifts. But isn't all this perfectly normal? Who doesn't have relatives visiting during festivals and holidays? Exchanging gifts is a very common practice, isn't it? But military uniforms? It's totally normal to visit relatives during holidays. But if all the visitors wore military uniforms, then something was definitely amiss. Could it be that great-grandfather truly had an unknown past? Though Bai Ye said this, for safety reasons, the security officer still decided to conduct a full-body check on him. Thus, Bai Ye was taken to a separate room. After scanning the equipment, the screen clearly displayed the shrapnel in his calf. Apart from that, quick, look, what is that? When the security officer inspected Bai Ye's luggage, they discovered one small bag neatly stacked with piles of black and white photos. Black and white photos. Are these funeral portraits? Nowadays, portrait photos for the deceased are almost all in color. Black and white ones haven't been seen for many years. Why would normal people carry a portrait of the deceased when they go out? I bet these photos must have some special meaning, perhaps the reason the old man went out. At this moment, Bai Qingqing was still in shock, staring blankly at her great-grandfather. Never would have thought. Today's security check seemed to uncover the great-grandfather's long-hidden secret. 213 portraits, a promise with comrades. At this moment, it wasn't just Bai Qingqing. All the viewers in the entire livestream room, even the security officers, were profoundly shaken by these portraits. A security officer looked solemn. Sir, this is just out of personal curiosity, you don't have to answer if you'd rather not. The security inspector spoke in a low voice, his tone tinged with hesitation. Can you tell me, what's the deal with these memorial portraits? Though the portraits in the backpack weren't prohibited items, the inspector keenly sensed that Bai Ye seemed to be hiding an untold story. After all, why would an ordinary person carry memorial portraits with them? Moreover, the faces in these portraits not only varied in age but also differed greatly in expressions and attire. If this elderly man truly had special reasons, perhaps he could offer some assistance. Bai Ye pondered for a moment. After several dozen seconds, he finally spoke. Back when the Xinhang Group factory was first established, my comrades and I made a promise. When China truly becomes strong, if any of us are still alive by then, let's all visit the places where we worked together and see our homeland's new face. We agreed that if anyone were to sacrifice, the ones who survived must carry on with their portrait, to continue the promise. With a bitter smile, Bai Ye's face revealed a trace of helplessness. Now, our Dragon Nation's 6th-generation fighter jet has taken to the skies. It's time for me to fulfill the promise. You've been put in a difficult position with the security check, but even if you won't let me board the train, even if I have to hobble on crutches, I must fulfill their final wishes. After Bai Ye finished speaking, the live stream instantly fell silent. Among the viewers watching the live stream, there were quite a few well-informed individuals. I remember that Xinhang Group factory seems to be the predecessor of Xinfei. Does this mean the old man was once an aircraft engineer? Xinfei? Yesterday we officially announced the test flights of 3 6th-generation aircraft. It seems one of them was developed by Xinfei. The old man is amazing. Never expected he was once a researcher at Xinfei. Apart from netizens being shocked, even Bai Qingqing was momentarily stunned. Absolutely unexpected. My great-grandfather actually lived in the north for a period of time? Moreover, it seems he even participated in the development of some aircraft during the early days of the nation's founding? Wait, why have my parents never mentioned this to me? Could it be that even my parents knew nothing about my great-grandfather's past? And soon, netizens noticed another thing. Wait, listen closely, what did the old man just say? If he couldn't take the train, even if he had to rely on crutches, he would fulfill his comrades' last wishes? If he can't board the train, does the old man seriously plan to walk there? If understood correctly, Xinhang's location should be in Xincheng, northern Longhua, from Bai Ye's home to Xinchang. Yet it's a distance of over 2,000 kilometers. It spans nearly half of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Even by train, it takes at least 20 hours. Yet, at this very moment, to fulfill the promise to our comrades, a Centenarian, you actually plan to go there on foot? What's more, there's still a shrapnel fragment in his leg. At this moment, some viewers in the live stream finally caught on to what was happening. Why does this whole situation feel more and more absurd? It's currently the middle of winter. The national average temperature is below 0 degrees. Not to mention Xinjiang in the northern part of Long Country. Even the lake surface is frozen enough for ice skating. And what's even stranger is, the small package contains quite a few black and white memorial portraits. Apparently, Xinjiang wasn't the old man's only destination. If walking, wouldn't that mean traversing nearly half of Long Country? Even a normal person wouldn't be able to accomplish this. Not to mention someone like Bai Ye, a centenarian who has difficulty walking? Brothers, do you guys think there's a possibility that this might actually be a script? I also feel that nowadays, people on the internet would do anything for money. It's understandable to want sensational traffic, but using your own great-grandfather for this kind of thing isn't quite fair. Unfollowed. I thought the streamer was a devoted daughter, but turns out it was just a script. Stop talking nonsense. I'm a die-hard fan of Sister Qingqing. I watch every livestream. She's definitely not that kind of person. Although there were quite a few fans in the livestream room standing up for Bai Qingqing. But after all, the whole situation seems increasingly like commercially orchestrated manipulation. Bai Qingqing's fan count showed a slight downward trend. Faced with this situation, Bai Qingqing didn't rush to explain. Because the whole incident truly had nothing to do with her. Moreover, as Bai Ye's great-granddaughter, the story of her great-grandfather moved her deeply too. Even if it means being misunderstood by netizens because of this incident. Tens of thousands of followers, all wiped out to zero. She's determined to find a way to help her great-grandfather fulfill this wish. After all, if this matter is true, she couldn't possibly just stand by and watch Bai Ye walk all the way from here to Xinjiang. Old sir, we can see your determination. In that case, the security officer who had remained silent suddenly heard a rapid phone ringtone. After hanging up, a flash of astonishment instantly crossed the security inspector's face. Meanwhile, in Bai Qingqing's live stream room, the popularity not only didn't decrease but actually increased. However, it was almost entirely filled with the sound of netizens hurling abuse. Damn it, they actually used this topic for hype. Logically, if the anchor wasn't hyping it up, they wouldn't have remained completely silent until now, right? Proof positive they were exaggerating. Where are those who supported the streamer just now? Take a good look at your streamer's true colors. All they have is looks and nothing else. Are the streamer's fans only here for the face? Just average looks at best, but the character is downright terrible. How could anyone stoop to exploiting their great-grandfather for hype? The old man jumping on the hype train probably isn't a good guy either. That old geezer nearly moved me to tears just now. Then this gets exposed, goddammit, I seriously regret it. Facing a barrage of online insults, even Bai Qingqing couldn't help feeling a bit wronged. However, 10 minutes later, the door of the security inspection room was violently swung open. A man dressed in guard uniform rushed in with a solemn expression. First, he saluted Bai Ye. Then he handed a paper document to Bai Ye. Finally, hastily leaving amidst people's gazes. After the security officer carefully reviewed the document, his expression froze on the spot. His attitude towards Bai Ye took a complete 180-degree turn. Sorry for wasting your time. You are a special case. Since you have the pass, then as per regulations, you may board this train. The shift in attitude from before. The lively comments section in the live stream. Instant silence. 3. Is this really not a publicity stunt? Vote for me. What's going on? Who was that guy who just walked in? Why did he salute the old man and hand him a document? Didn't you hear the security guard? That document was nothing less than a pass. With this pass, the old man can breeze through security and won't miss his train because of this issue. But what exactly is this old man's status? If I saw correctly, that person was dressed like a bodyguard. The bizarre scene stirred up a commotion in the livestream chat. Netizens who had been hurling insults at Bai Qingqing suddenly realized. If a bodyguard had to intervene, it meant Bai Ye's status was far from ordinary. This centenarian's past likely held a hidden legend. As for the so-called publicity stunt, it was clearly nonsense. After all, if it were purely for publicity, how could station staff have been involved as well? Realizing this, a wave of intense regret washed over the netizens. However, before they could apologize to Bai Ye, the live stream abruptly cut off. This only deepened the regret as if a heavy stone had been violently lodged in their chests. Meanwhile, online discourse began to ferment. More and more people, even those who weren't previously fans of Bai Qingqing, began paying attention to the incident. However, to everyone's disappointment, for a full day afterward, Bai Qingqing did not go live again. Within the fan group, fans concerned about the matter even created a separate small group, dedicated solely to discussing the matter. Do you think the old man really set off? This isn't just hype. I'm 100% certain. The old man's background is definitely not ordinary. We were a bit harsh in our earlier comments. Maybe the streamers stopped broadcasting because they felt misunderstood and hurt? We were too hasty. If I ever get to see Sister Qingqing again, I'll personally apologize to her and her great-grandfather. Don't be too pessimistic. Didn't they resolve the security check issue? If this is real, the old man must have already set off. From the county town to Shenyang, that's thousands of kilometers. Even the train takes 20 hours. Ha! You just reminded me. Green trains have poor signal reception. Could Sister Ching have bought a ticket too? And then set off with Grandpa? This statement instantly ignited excitement among the previously disheartened netizens. Considering yesterday's developments, the possibility of this scenario can't be ignored. It was indeed very high. Before long, a notification suddenly popped up in the fan group: your favorite streamer has gone live. Netizens rushed into the live stream room. Sure enough, beside Bai Ye sat Bai Ye, a hunched figure clad in a heavy coat and leaning on a cane, his appearance immediately drawing attention. Yet at this very moment, Bai Ye's voice trembled with tears as she pleaded anxiously into the camera. Dear fans, please try to persuade my great-grandfather. The sudden plea left viewers in the live stream room stunned. What's going on? Sister Ching, don't panic, take it slow. Regarding yesterday's comments in the live stream, I apologize to the host. Please forgive me. Bai Ye's voice still trembled with tears, her eyes filled with helplessness. I was genuinely worried about Grandpa Zheng's health and wanted to take good care of him. To accompany him, I even bought a train ticket. But when we got off at the station, Grandpa Zheng told me he wanted to retrace his steps from back then, walking every inch of the way. She paused, a flicker of anxiety crossing her eyes. After boarding the train, Bai Ye gazed into Bai Ye's cloudy eyes, her mind filled with questions. She had often wanted to ask about Bai Ye's past. After all, she never imagined her great-grandfather had once been a researcher. Yet, noticing the deep weariness etched on Bai Ye's face, she immediately dismissed the thought. Let great-grandfather rest well during this 20-hour journey. At the same time, she resolved to do her utmost to care for him during this journey. Thus, several times when words were on the tip of her tongue, she held back. Having resolved to accompany her great-grandfather in fulfilling his wish, she had no intention of starting a live stream again. Yet, when she heard Grandpa Zheng say he planned to walk all the way from the station to their destination with just his cane, helplessness surged within her. She could only resolve once more to start streaming. The old man, leaning on his cane, moved slowly through the wind and snow, his hunched figure a solitary sight. This scene deeply moved the viewers in the live stream room. Deeply moved. Grandpa Zheng, wait for me. Seeing this, Bai Ye could only hold her phone and carefully follow behind Bai Ye. At the same time, she pulled an umbrella from her bag. Grandfather and granddaughter walked together through the biting wind and snow. The sheer impact of this scene left the hundreds of thousands of viewers in Bai Ye's livestream instantly speechless. Many netizens also noticed that the small bag containing the portrait was wrapped in thick white cloth. Only one portrait hung undisturbed on Bai Ye's chest, left uncovered. Bai Ye did this so his comrade in arms could still see the scenery along the journey. Old Wu, I'm taking you home. Let me show you how much Xinjiang has changed. At that moment, the number of viewers in Bai Ye's livestream had surpassed 300,000. Looks like the old man had this planned all along. No amount of persuasion could change his mind. Yeah, especially with this blizzard. I just checked Xinjiang's temperature, it's already dropped below -30 degrees Celsius. The grandfather and grandson walking together, it looks heartwarming, but thinking about them trekking through Shenyang's freezing winter. BRRR. I'm getting goosebumps all over. I looked it up online, but I can't find the exact location of Shenyang Aircraft Corporation. Do you think the old man and his grandson can make it there? That's a no-brainer. Xinfei is a state-level institution, of course it won't be marked on maps like ordinary landmarks. But since the old man used to work at Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, he probably knows the way. We outsiders shouldn't worry about it. After leaving the station, the two trudged through the snow for over an hour, yet they'd only covered about a kilometer. Fortunately, Bai Ye possessed both stamina and resilience, otherwise, she would have given up long ago. At first, Bai Ye had worried about Bai Ye's stamina, fearing he might falter, and had stepped forward to offer her arm. To her surprise, Bai Ye smiled and waved her off, signaling she needn't worry. During this hour-long journey, they walked slowly but steadily, stopping frequently to rest. Whenever they paused to rest, Bai Ye took the opportunity to share stories about Old Wu with Bai Ye. For what? The content you searched for doesn't exist? Old Wu was a child from a poor family. When mentioning the man in the portrait, Bai Ye's face softened with nostalgia. Back then, when he first met him, Old Wu was only 12 years old. He attended the same middle school as Bai Ye. His grades were outstanding. But because his family was too poor, he had to abandon his studies to ease the family's burden. Yet whenever he had free time, he would always seek out Bai Ye, borrowing his high school textbooks to pore over. Before going abroad to study, I once sought out Old Wu. I asked him why he was so dedicated to his studies. And with his talent, I believe if he had graduated high school, he might have secured a scholarship to study abroad too. Bai Ye sighed softly. But this is what he told me. My parents are dead. My only family left are grandpa and grandma. If I go to school, what will happen to them? I don't want them to leave me so soon. There was another reason for his dedication to studying. Old Wu's parents had been killed by the Sakura people. His heart was filled with hatred for those foreign invaders. If only the Dragon Nation could one day become powerful and develop its own fighter jets. Then no nation would never dare to underestimate Dragon Nation again. And Dragon Nation would never suffer such a catastrophe again. But what I never expected was, when the nation decided to establish the Shenyang Aircraft Corporation factory, the nation's finest engineers gathered in Shenyang. When everyone collectively swore to independently build a fighter jet. At the ceremony, I actually saw old Wu's figure. What Bai Ye never could have imagined was this. During his time studying abroad, old Wu had completely taught himself. He taught himself everything. However, as the development of the Zhan 5 fighter jet neared completion, old Wu was diagnosed with a terminal illness. On his deathbed, his left hand clutched a stack of research data while his right hand gripped my arm. To this day, his dying words remain etched in my mind. The Dragon Nation must have its own fighter jet. Dragon Nation, rise up. If old Wu knew now. Not only does our Dragon Nation possess its own fighter jet, we've even developed a 6th-generation fighter jet. Something not even the Eagle Nation could achieve. How overjoyed he would be in heaven. At this point, a faint smile flickered across Bai Ye's somber face. In his lifetime, old Wu never got to witness the J5 fighter jet take flight. He missed witnessing the Dragon Nation's very first fighter jet. Yet, what brought comfort was this. Old Wu's other wish had been fulfilled. The nation's 5th-generation fighter jets had been fully deployed to the military. In the not-too-distant future, 6th-generation fighters will surely soar through the skies of the Dragon Nation, becoming the most formidable force defending the motherland. Grandpa Zhang. After hearing Bai Ye recount old Wu's past, Bai Qingqing's fair face flushed slightly from the cold. Filled with reverence and solemnity, she reached out and gently touched old Wu's portrait. Whether it was an illusion or not. As she touched the portrait, Bai Qingqing suddenly felt something. The old man in the portrait seemed to be wearing a faint, almost imperceptible smile. It seems Grandpa Wu's spirit in heaven heard what you said, Great-Grandpa. He too is genuinely delighted and proud of our Dragon Nation today. Bai Qingqing's words were spoken softly, but they struck a chord deep within everyone's hearts. Indeed, the Blue Star was far from peaceful these days. Big Mao, Second Mao, and the squid in the eastern central region. Nations are growing restless and conflicts are becoming increasingly frequent. Yet only the regions surrounding the Dragon Nation enjoy peace and tranquility. If it weren't for scientists like Bai Ye and old Wu leading the way, Dragon Nation would certainly not be what it is today. Children in every region have access to education and all citizens live in a peaceful environment. At the very least, they needn't fear that when they step outside, being torn to shreds by a bomb falling from the sky. Even if other nations still covet the Dragon Nation's vast land and abundant resources. But with military technology advancing by leaps and bounds, these ambitions remain mere thoughts, buried deep within their hearts. They dare not turn them into action. All this is the result of the relentless efforts of our pioneering scientists. In the livestream chat, viewers flooded the screen with comments. Man, this is heartbreaking. He poured so much into it. Yet Grandpa Wu never got to see how powerful Dragon Nation is today. Damn invaders. The old man mentioned earlier that he was just over 20 when he left the country. By then, Grandpa Wu's parents had already passed away. So Grandpa Wu's parents must have died at the hands of the Japanese. Damn it, my anti-Japanese sentiments are flaring up again. But after dropping out of middle school, Grandpa Wu taught himself the entire high school curriculum. And in the end, he actually became an outstanding engineer, participating in the development of fighter jets. That's just incredible. You have to understand, textbooks only cover the most fundamental theories. Advanced concepts simply don't appear in textbooks. To become an outstanding engineer at Shenyang Aircraft Corporation through self-study alone? This is genius. Grandpa Wu couldn't continue his education because he had to care for his grandparents. What a pity. Strange. I just searched online. Why can't I find any information about Grandpa Wu? Usually, someone like him would have some records on Baidu Baiki. Maybe because Grandpa Wu had a terminal illness and never got to see the J5 take flight. Ha! Wait a minute. We seem to have overlooked something. The old man and Grandpa Wu both worked together on fighter jet development at the Shenyang Aircraft Corporation factory. So, did the old man also participate in the J5 fighter jet development project? No, maybe the old master's involvement with the J5 fighter jet was even greater than we imagined. Suddenly, the netizens' perspectives broadened. If Bai Ye's earlier account was true, based on the train station, Bai Ye couldn't board the train, yet he actually deployed security guards. A pass issued on the spot. Suppose you claim the old man was merely an ordinary aircraft engineer who only participated in the development of the J5 fighter jet, and had no deep involvement in the project. How could such a situation possibly arise? Is this the kind of treatment a low-level researcher could possibly receive? This is the kind of treatment reserved for big shots. So, once this thought emerged, Netizen speculations about Bai Ye's identity instantly shot up to a whole new level. Some quick-witted netizens even immediately opened Baidu search. Then in the Baidu search bar, typed in the keywords Bai Ye and Shinfei. After the keyword search, when the web pages appeared, some netizens' expressions froze in shock. Your search results do not exist? What the hell is going on? There's literally no information about the old man online? 5. The headmaster of the 7 military academies was once Bai Ye's student? Generally speaking, when Baidu fails to find search results, there are only two possibilities. First, the subject lacks sufficient prominence. For this situation, viewers in the livestream chat proposed an idea. That is, since the J5 fighter project is a state-level initiative, it must have required significant manpower investment. Based on a timeline estimation, the F5 fighter first appeared in the mid-1950s. At that time, Bai Ye was barely over 30 years old. 30 years old. And it's only been 5 or 6 years since he returned from abroad. Add to that the lingering effects of shrapnel in his leg. Even if the old man truly participated in the development of the first fighter jet, it's absolutely impossible for him to have been deeply involved. And if too many people were involved in the project, it's simply impossible to record every single contributor's name in the archives. Therefore, if Bai Ye was merely an ordinary researcher at the time, it would be perfectly reasonable for the files to be empty. However, this is only the opinion of a small portion of netizens. The majority of netizens have far more chilling theories. It's true that if someone's involvement wasn't significant, their records might not show up. But do you think that if Bai Ye hadn't made outstanding contributions, how would you explain the appearance of the security guard? Therefore, there's another possibility. That is, the Zhan 5 fighter jet project. Not only did Bai Ye participate in it, but also played a significant role in the research. As for why it can't be found online, that's simple enough. It involves Bai Ye's personal safety and confidentiality reasons. Therefore, all records related to the old man have been completely sealed. Only this could explain everything that had transpired. Regarding the two possibilities about Bai Ye, viewers in the livestream chat remained deadlocked. Both possibilities make sense. Yet neither had sufficient evidence to substantiate their claims. While the livestream audience debated Bai Ye's true identity, Bai Ye and Bai Qingqing's journey continued to unfold with great difficulty. After resting for half an hour at the restaurant, with Bai Qingqing's support, Bai Ye struggled to his feet. He continued walking toward their destination. Yet, amidst the blizzard, Bai Qingqing suddenly realized a problem. Regardless of Bai Ye's former identity or whether he had ever worked at Shinfei, times had changed. Half a century has now passed. And Shinfei, as one of the 3 major aerospace research institutions in the Dragon Nation today, its level of secrecy is undoubtedly extremely high. Grandpa Zhang, is it really okay for me to go there with my livestream? Bai Qingqing asked anxiously. After hearing the story about Old Wu, Bai Qingqing gained a clearer understanding of Grandpa Zhang's past. Moreover, Longgua's 6th-generation fighter had just completed its maiden flight. Moreover, with the 6th-generation fighter jet of the Dragon Nation having just completed its maiden flight, the eyes of the entire world were focused on Longhua. Though Bai Qingqing felt that the fans in her livestream room were genuinely kind, they'd even apologized for the earlier misunderstanding. Many even sent her small gifts to show their sincerity. But that place was, after all, a state-protected facility. Therefore, Bai Qingqing immediately realized, since Grandpa Zhang was determined to walk there, then, both in reason and in courtesy, she should turn off the livestream. Yeah, but it's been far too long. All those old folks who knew me back then must have retired by now. Bai Ye nodded. As a former researcher, he understood profoundly how crucial national secrets were. But in truth, the path Bai Ye had chosen was not the path leading to Shinfei. It led to a university. Before fulfilling Old Wu's final wish, Bai Ye wanted to visit that university first to see it for himself. My hometown is in Xinjiang. This road, if I recall correctly, there seems to be a university nearby. This is Xinjiang Military Engineering University? Surprise spread across the netizens' faces. It seemed this university was Bai Ye's destination. But hadn't the old man just told them himself to help Old Wu fulfill his dying wish? To take this portrait to Shenyang Aircraft Corporation? Then why pause at the gates of this university? Shenyang Military Engineering University once cultivated talent for our nation's military equipment sector. It's counted among the 7 military engineering universities. Look! The look of nostalgia on the old man's face. Could it be that he, too, had some connection to this university? Young comrades, is your university president named Ning Yongxin? Could you please ask him to come out? At the main gate, Bai Ye flashed a smile at the security booth. At the mention of that name, the cloudy eyes brightened noticeably. And you are? After Bai Ye gave his name, the security guard immediately dialed the principal's office. Before long, a gray-haired elder, striding steadily yet swiftly toward them. Without even an umbrella, his entire body was covered in silvery snowflakes. Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai? Is it really you? When the principal saw Bai Ye and the girl beside him holding the phone, his expression froze for a moment. Then it was quickly replaced by a warm smile and excitement. Xiaoning, I never imagined that after all these years, you'd become the principal of this university. I have a favor to ask of you. Even though the other party held the position of principal at one of the 7 military-industrial universities, the current president of Xinjiang Military Engineering University, Bai Ye still spoke to Ning Yongxin with a composed smile. All right. Professor Bai, allow me to assist you. Follow me. Led by President Ning, the three slowly made their way toward the president's office. Inside the president's office, Ning Yongxin's expression still couldn't contain his excitement, especially at the sight of old Wu's black and white portrait. It brought a hint of emotion to the principal's eyes. Even a touch of nostalgia. I originally planned to visit Shenyang Aircraft Corporation first. But then I thought about it, you're now the president of Shenyang Military University. So I decided to come see you instead. If old Wu knew his former student had achieved such heights, he'd be overjoyed. However, Bai Ye's words. However, Principal Ning's expression grew solemn. Don't say that. Professor Bai, my achievements today are inseparable from your guidance. It was your proposal back then that made the establishment of Xinjiang Military Engineering University possible. Without your guidance and that of old Wu, how could I have achieved what I have today? Upon hearing these words, Bai Qingqing, along with the entire livestream audience, exploded in an instant. What? Xinjiang Military University, one of the 7 military universities, was actually founded on the old man's suggestion? And Old Master Ning was actually once a student of Bai Ye and Old Master Wu? Upon hearing this news, hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream were all stunned. 6 white-skinned folks can't be relied on, we must cultivate our own talent. As one of the 7 military industrial giants, Xinjiang Military University enjoys immense prestige. As its president, Ning Yongxin boasts an equally illustrious career. As an alumnus who also graduated from Xinjiang Military University, Ning Yongxin has also made outstanding contributions to the military industry of the Dragon Nation. It is said that during the development of the 5th-generation fighter jet program, Ning Yongxin attended the conference as an advisor. He ultimately established the entire 5th-generation fighter development plan. He made an indelible contribution to the subsequent deployment of 5th-generation fighters within the Air Force. He made an indelible contribution. These achievements can still be clearly verified through a search on Baidu Baiki. Calling Ning Yongxin a pioneering hero of 5th-generation fighter development is by no means an exaggeration. Over a decade has passed. Today, the number of 5th-generation fighters has long surpassed 100. Due to advancing age, Ning Yongxin has stepped down from his frontline military role. He now serves as the interim president of Shenyang Military University. Such a renowned senior scientist has actually had such an experience? Once a student of the venerable Bai and Wu? Judging by the reverence in President Ning's gaze, the bond between these 3 men was undoubtedly far deeper than ordinary teacher-student ties. It's highly likely that Bai Ye and old Wu played an extremely important role in Principal Ning's formative years. Only such circumstances could explain Principal Ning's current state of mind. At that moment, in the livestream chat, Old Master Bai and Old Master Wu were actually Principal Ning's teachers? No way. As one of the prestigious 7 military universities, Xinjiang Military Engineering University carries immense prestige. To be invited as mentors by such an institution, Old Master Bai and Old Master Wu must be exceptionally distinguished figures. And didn't you hear? Principal Ning just said that Xinjiang Military University only came into existence because of a joint proposal by Old Master Bai and Old Master Wu. So basically, without their intervention, our country wouldn't even have the 7 military industrial universities today? I just looked up the records. Xinjiang Military Engineering University was founded in the early 1950s. That's over 60 years ago. This revelation only deepened netizens' curiosity about Bai Ye and old Wu's past. After all, in hindsight, the decisions made by Old Master Bai and old Wu were truly visionary. Since its founding, Xinjiang Military Engineering University has produced countless military engineering talents for the nation. And it is precisely because of these talents that our motherland enjoys peace and tranquility today. For someone capable of such feats during his tenure at Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, how could Old Master Bai have been merely an obscure, ordinary researcher? The reason Bai Ye's name is absent from Baidu Baiki is likely due to deeper reasons. Now, regarding Bai Ye's side, Yongxin, let's leave the small talk for now. I came here today to ask for your help with something. After the brief exchange, Bai Ye's expression instantly turned grave. Seeing this, Ning Yongxin hurriedly interjected. Master Bai, please don't mention it. It's only natural for a student to assist their teacher. What exactly do you need my help with? So Bai Ye silently recounted the promise he'd made with Old Wu and the others back then. And the matter of taking Old Wu's portrait to visit Shenyang Aircraft Corporation. I've been away from Shenyang Aircraft Corporation for nearly 60 years. All my comrades in arms from back then have passed away. It's been nearly 60 years since I left Shenyang Aircraft Corporation. All my comrades who worked alongside me back then have passed away. You're the only one who can reach them now. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Principal Ning nodded decisively. Truthfully, the moment he saw Old Wu's portrait, scenes from 60 years ago flooded his mind. Back then, as a student, he was only 16 or 17. The teacher standing at the front of the classroom was, at most, only 13 or 14 years older than them. Essentially, the age gap wasn't that significant. Plus, the university had just been established. So the students didn't hold their mentors in much reverence at all. The students admitted back then were all the pride of the nation, bearing the weighty responsibility of building the motherland's magnificent landscapes. Yet soon, the profound knowledge of mentors like Bai Ye and Old Wu utterly astonished the students with their profound knowledge, winning their complete admiration. Professor Bai, I've already contacted Shinfei. They'll send someone to pick you up shortly. But, as he spoke, Ning Yongxin glanced hesitantly at the girl beside Bai Ye. Using his cell phone on campus was no big deal. But Shinfei? A military research stronghold. Bringing a phone for live streaming wouldn't be appropriate. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye nodded slightly. As a former researcher, Bai Ye understood all too well the importance of state secrets. But before Bai Ye could speak, Bai Qingqing volunteered. Grandpa Zhang, please rest assured. If you go to Shenyang Aircraft Corporation later, I won't accompany you. I'll stay here until you return. Bai Ye felt a slight sense of relief. Oh, and Grandpa Zhang, could you tell me about the time you and Old Wu proposed building this university together? There was still some time before Shinfei's people arrived. Bai Qingqing also wanted to learn more about the university's past. And what kind of history Grandpa Zhang and Old Wu actually shared. Sure. Bai Ye didn't refuse. At the same time, a memory surfaced in my mind. In the early 1950s, after Bai Ye returned to China, he immediately threw himself into the development of fighter jets. Though this was an indigenous project, many key technologies remained unresolved. To advance the project, the nation invited a technical advisor from the Eagle Squadron, James Meade. It was said he had held a senior position at Lockheed Martin and played a leading role in the development of the F-series fighter jets. To retain him, the government promised a monthly salary of 20,000 Eagle coins. But James ultimately chose to abscond with the funds. Rather than relying on these white devils, we should cultivate our own talent. As a recent returnee from overseas studies, Bai Ye knew all too well the tactics of these white-skinned devils. They were treacherous and deceitful, reneging on their promises at the drop of a hat. Had it not been for the nation's urgent need for independent air power during its founding years, how could the nation have allowed a foreigner to participate in such critical research and development? Just then, Wu Minka leaned close to Bai Ye and whispered, Old Bai, the wars of years past and your own return to the country have taught us one thing: we can only ever trust our own people. We must establish a military university dedicated to cultivating our own scholars. Bai Ye still vividly recalled that moment, when Old Wu's youthful face had been etched with unwavering resolve and seething anger. It was the critical phase of developing the J-5 fighter jet engine. James' sudden embezzlement in flight, taking vast sums of research funds with him, was certainly cause for anxiety. But more crucially, the anti-Eagle Aid Gold War had erupted. If James returned to his homeland and leaked the core parameters of the J-5 fighter to the Eagle, the consequences would be unimaginable. 7 Old Wu, look, this is the university we proposed building. Upon learning of James' departure from the Dragon Nation, the relevant authorities were furious. But after calming down, they quickly approved Bai Ye and Wu Minka's proposal. After all, inviting foreign experts to participate in China's military equipment development. After all, inviting foreign experts to participate in our nation's military equipment development. This is tantamount to placing the lifeline of the nation's military in the hands of other countries. If relations between the two nations remained peaceful, that might be manageable. However, in international relations, nations might be calling each other brothers one moment. Once conflicts of interest arise, falling out is only natural. At that critical juncture, the nation was engaged in the crucial campaign to resist the Hawk and aid the Golden Land. On the battlefield, the warriors of the Dragon Nation appeared as if sent by the heavens. Even without advanced equipment, they still drove those white-skinned devils into retreat, step by step. Therefore, there was no doubt about it. Once James returned to his homeland, the specifications of the J-5 fighter jet would inevitably be exposed. Thus, with strong backing from relevant authorities, Xinjiang Military Engineering University was established. Meanwhile, Bai Ye and Wu Minka continued to shoulder the development of the J-5 fighter jet. At the same time, considering the scarcity of talent in the Dragon Nation at that time, In their spare time, the two also took on the role of mentors. This routine persisted until Wu Minka was diagnosed with cancer. That he had developed cancer, at which point he stepped down from his position as a university mentor. Hearing this, hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream went completely silent. So, Xinjiang Military University had actually experienced such a period? No way. Why, these records never appeared on Baidu Baiki? Moreover, this university was actually founded during the development of the J-5 fighter jet? The two elders, Bai Ye and Wu Minka, actually served as the university's first batch of instructors? At that time, their combined age was probably just over 60. Such young university instructors. And they were tasked with developing the J-5 fighter jet. At this thought, the gaze of the viewers in the livestream room toward Bai Ye were filled with even greater astonishment and awe. If earlier, some had harbored lingering doubts about Bai Ye's identity, now it seemed he might have merely participated in the J-5 fighter's development, without being deeply involved. However, when the history of establishing the military university was revealed, netizens suddenly understood. To have co-proposed with Old Wu that the nation immediately establish a military university, to cultivate its own military talent. Upon learning of this matter, the relevant authorities, they agreed immediately? If Bai Ye and his group hadn't possessed exceptionally outstanding abilities, how could their words have carried such weight? Remember, this was during the nation's founding period, and Bai Ye had only recently returned from abroad. At that moment, in the livestream chat, wait, were the old master and Mr. Wu really held in such high regard by the state back then? Just a casual remark and the university was built? Regardless, Old Wu joined the War 5 development team through self-study. Back then, the state likely knew his background. So valuing self-taught talent makes sense. But Old Bai, what gives him that privilege? If we look at the timeline, the anti-Eagle Aid gold period was only in the early 1950s, right? The old man had just returned to the country and was immediately given such important responsibilities? Did you notice how he showed no surprise when mentioning James's donation and flight? That suggests he likely anticipated this outcome. It's as if the old man never trusted those white devils. Plus, he had studied abroad. I seriously suspect the old man experienced something significant abroad. Otherwise, none of this makes sense. As the recollections deepened, the expressions of curiosity on the netizens' faces grew increasingly intense. Simultaneously, regarding that period of history in the early years of the nation's founding, they felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. After all, the Dragon Nation had only just been established back then, and everyone believed better days were ahead. The bright sun hung high in the sky, and the future seemed destined to grow ever brighter. Yet the white-skinned invaders never relinquished their intent to destroy us. Not only did they suppress us under various pretexts, they even forced the nation into war. They never gave the nation a chance to develop. Yet, it was precisely during that period, just a few short years later, the Dragon Nation's first fighter jet burst onto the scene. Coupled with its unstoppable performance in the war against the Eagle, the entire world was sent into an uproar. Yongxin, would you mind taking me for a walk around the university campus? After finishing his recollection, Bai Ye glanced at the photo of Old Wu in his hand. Before I knew it, half an hour had passed. I bet the folks at Xinfei are almost done. Old Wu, wanna see what the university we proposed building back then looks like today? At those words, Ning Yongxin's expression softened slightly. His lips parted slightly, about to refuse. After all, outside the room, the blizzard showed no sign of letting up. But after a moment's thought, he finally agreed. For safety's sake, Ning Yongxin didn't take the grandfather and grandson to visit the campus aerospace museum. Instead, they took a stroll through the nearby academic building. Classrooms were filled with students, yet not a single sound of lively reading echoed from within. The blackboard was densely covered with intricate scientific formulas, each number and symbol seeming to whisper profound knowledge. As the teacher at the front of the classroom wrote the final line of equations, the students below immediately pulled out their notebooks. Then they concentrated intently, copying down the board's contents word for word. This scene couldn't help but draw a satisfied smile from Bai Ye. Standing nearby, he silently raised Old Wu's portrait and murmured softly, "Old Wu, do you see this? This is what Xinjiang Military University looks like today. Every student sitting here is talent cultivated by our own Dragon Nation, the pillars of our future." Hearing Bai Ye's words, the livestream audience fell silent once more. Indeed, they vaguely recalled that Old Wu had been a scientist involved in the development of the J-5 fighter jet. After graduating from middle school, he dropped out. All the knowledge he gained in high school and university was accumulated bit by bit through self-study and an unyielding spirit. Yet today's students, regardless of their family circumstances, every student of school age could now enter the classroom with peace of mind and receive an education. The difficult times in Longwei over half a century ago have long become history. Now, a new era has dawned, and such hardship and despair will never return. If Old Wu could know all this and see the changes today, how overjoyed he would be. At that moment, Ning Yongxin received word and whispered to Bai Ye. Mr. Bai, Shinfei's people have come to pick you up. Let's head back. Bai Ye nodded slightly, suppressing the surge of emotion within him. Clutching old Wu's portrait tightly, his gaze unwavering, he silently turned and set off on the journey home with Ning Yongxin. Though the man was gone, legends of the old master lingered everywhere. As Bai Ye entered the room with laborious steps, a middle-aged man in military uniform immediately rose from his seat. He hurried forward to offer his support. Old Bai, you finally arrived. Live stream. The moment the middle-aged man's figure appeared on camera, the expressions on all the netizens' faces froze instantly. Several years ago, to ensure the Liaoning aircraft carrier possessed combat capability, the carrier-based aircraft project was immediately put on the agenda. At that time, the institution responsible for developing the carrier-based aircraft was Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, and the face appearing in the principal's office was one netizens knew all too well. Wait, am I seeing this right? He's personally here to greet old man Bai? Hey, I rarely follow military news. Can someone explain? Who is he? Why are you all so shocked? His name is Song Wei. Remember the news about the Z-15 carrier-based fighter landing on the Liaoning aircraft carrier? That's right. The Z-15 was Master Song's masterpiece. He was the chief designer for the Z-15 carrier-based fighter. Who would have thought Shenyang Aircraft would send Mr. Song himself to escort old man Bai? After all, Bai Ye's visit to Shenyang Aircraft Corporation this time was simply to bring his comrade's portrait, to walk through the place where he once worked, to let his comrades know that no nation would dare underestimate China anymore. But if it were to bring the old man there, any Shinfei representative could have handled it. A bodyguard, or a corporate secretary, or someone like that. But what left netizens utterly stunned was this. This time, to escort the old man there, Song Wei personally stepped in? Is the old man's influence getting a bit too out of hand? In the livestream chat, the comments section erupted once more with the clamorous discussions of netizens. Holy crap, the chief designer of the Zhan 15 carrier-based fighter personally invited the old man? Am I seeing this right? I can say for sure now. The old man's status is absolutely extraordinary. Even, look at Mr. Song's expression. The way he looks at Mr. Bai, it's full of respect. If I recall correctly, old Song is only in his 50s now. When he designed the J-15 carrier-based fighter, he was barely over 40. When old Master Bai was working at Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, old Master Song probably wasn't even born yet? So why does he show such profound respect toward him? Something's off, this is very off. I've thought of a possibility. Even though the old master no longer works at Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, legends about him still circulate there? At this very moment, the emotions of netizens soared to new heights. If we say that during his time at Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, and participated in the development of the J-5 fighter jet, if that were all, it would only mean the old man would undoubtedly enjoy exceptional treatment today. But individuals like him are simply too numerous. After all, following the J-5, Shinfei has successively developed numerous iterative models. Surely not every contributor could receive such treatment? As for Bai Ye's side, Song Wei's words left Bai Ye looking utterly stunned. Bai Ye knew Song Wei's background. After all, even though he'd left his job and returned home, due to his professional background, whenever the nation announced new scientific breakthroughs, Bai Ye would always sit before the television. A faint smile would appear on his face. Back then, when the nation officially announced the Liaoning aircraft carrier had acquired its own fighter jets, it had already acquired the capability to form an aircraft carrier strike group, and the capability to undertake distance sea missions. It was then that Bai Ye met this chief designer. But logically speaking, after being away from Shenyang Aircraft Corporation for so long, how could a junior colleague show me such an expression? Yes. At this very moment, even Bai Ye himself was stunned by Song Wei's attitude. You know me? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded. Mr. Bai, you might not be aware. Ever since you left Shenyang Aircraft Corporation to work elsewhere, to honor your contributions, we've even built a special historical memorial here. Moreover, inside the memorial hall, there are photographs and a statue dedicated to you. Every Shinfei employee must always remember your achievements and your journey back to our homeland. But what I never expected was that just now, old Ning called me. He said you were coming to visit Shenyang Aircraft Corporation. So I rushed over immediately. You must be over 100 years old now? Heaven has blessed you with such longevity. Hearing this, hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream were baffled. Based on Principal Ning's description, everyone assumed that at Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, Bai Ye had only participated in the construction of the J-5 fighter jet. After that, considering the old man's mobility issues, He likely returned to Shenyang University to take up a professorship. Until retirement and returning home. However, Song Wei's remarks completely shattered netizens' expectations. It turns out, after concluding his work at Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, the old man actually went to other places? Moreover, if a place like Shenyang Aircraft Corporation could dedicate an entire memorial hall to Bai Ye, inside there were exhibits about Bai Ye and even a statue. From any perspective, this far exceeds what anyone could comprehend. What immense contributions must the old man have made to deserve such an honor from Shenyang Aircraft Corporation? In truth, it's not just netizens. As Bai Ye's great-granddaughter, everything about her great-grandfather's youth remained a blank slate to her. After all, ever since she was born, great-grandfather Zhang had been by her side, rarely leaving her for even a moment. Ever since the journey to Xinjiang with her great-grandfather, the events that unfolded had been relentlessly shattering her worldview. It was as if she had suddenly realized her great-grandfather might be someone truly remarkable? So she plucked up her courage and asked, why are they building a memorial hall for Grandpa Zhang? Also, what happened when great-grandfather went abroad? So you're Mr. Bai's great-granddaughter? Hearing the girl speak, Song Wei glanced at Bai Qingqing with some surprise. Then he slowly began to speak. Do you know how the shrapnel ended up in your great-grandfather's leg? Bai Qingqing shook her head immediately upon hearing the question. She remembered asking her great-grandfather about it at the station, and he had said it was caused by an accident. What kind of accident? She asked, puzzled. It happened when old Bai was preparing to return to China. As he boarded the plane, a gunman at the airport suddenly opened fire. The moment the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the livestream exploded. 9. The erased files? Dragon Nation's High Command launches investigation into Bai Ye. No one could have imagined the shrapnel fragment, dismissed by netizens as an accident, had actually been tied to such a piece of history. In that era, to save their crumbling, decaying homeland, countless heroes left the Dragon Kingdom for other nations to learn the ways to save their nation. Since then, these individuals have returned one after another, ultimately becoming indispensable pillars in the nation's founding. They are truly the founding heroes of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, even they did not face significant obstacles during their return journey. So why, when it came to Bai Ye, to prevent Bai Ye from returning home, overseas powers resorted to tactics like to assassinate him? From any perspective whatsoever, it was utterly impossible. Therefore, when Song Wei revealed Bai Ye's experiences upon returning to the country gradually came to light, Bai Qingqing and the netizens' eyes were instantly filled with intense curiosity. If Bai Ye had merely been an overseas student back then, how could he have been so targeted by the Eagle Nation? Even his return to China would put his life in danger. Unless, during Eagle's time studying abroad, what did Bai Ye do that compelled Eagle to preserve his achievements? Otherwise, none of this makes any sense. In the livestream chat, not a single word appeared. Everyone was waiting for Old Song to speak. If I recall correctly, the memorial hall describes it like this. A flicker of reminiscence passed through Song Wei's eyes. During your studies abroad in Eagle Land, you achieved numerous significant scientific breakthroughs. Upon completing your studies, Eagle State did not want you to return home. They sought to arrange for you to work at the Eagle State Academy of Sciences. To retain you, they were willing to offer an extremely generous salary. But upon learning of the founding of our nation, you flatly rejected all of Eagle's offers. To ensure a safe return, you secretly contacted the homeland through channels. It was only due to pressure from the motherland that you were able to return safely. Song Wei added. Although they reluctantly reached an agreement with the Dragon Nation's authorities to release him, Eagle Nation refused to stand idly by and watch Bai Ye return to Dragon Nation. Thus, the moment Bai Ye was about to board the repatriation flight, the gunman stationed at New York City Airport under orders fired a shot at Bai Ye. The bullet exploded in his leg. Though on the plane, after continuous treatment by medical personnel, he ultimately survived. But the fragments left behind by the bullet's explosion remained permanently lodged within Bai Ye's body. At this point, the look in Song Wei's eyes as he gazed at Bai Ye was filled with awe. More detailed information about Bai Ye can be found at the Xinfei Memorial Hall. Meanwhile, Bai Qingqing, holding her phone, heard the chief aircraft designer recount Bai Ye's return to China in detail at the Memorial Hall. Detailed account of Bai Ye's return to China. Her expression instantly froze. She had believed that the shrapnel lodged in Grandpa Zhang's body was truly the result of an accident. After all, given Grandpa Zhang's age, he must have lived through that war. But she never could have imagined. It turned out that this shrapnel had actually been caused during Grandpa Zhang's time studying abroad. But just then, a question suddenly popped into Bai Qingqing's mind. Could it be that merely because of the scientific achievements Grandpa Zhang made during his studies abroad, that Eagle would stop at nothing to forcibly detain him? Even if it meant deploying assassins at the airport, they absolutely could not let Grandpa Zhang return home safely. So, what kind of breakthrough had Grandpa Zhang achieved? What could it be that made Eagle Lady resort to violence right in front of the Dragon Nation's special aircraft? This very question was also on the minds of viewers in the livestream chat. However, just as Bai Qingqing was about to press further, a sudden cough interrupted her. Ahem. Song Wei, who had been about to speak further, abruptly fell silent. The live chat exploded with comments. Wah! This is making me tear up. The older generation of scientists had it so tough. Not only did they endure terrible working conditions, but they even faced betrayal from foreign white guys. For our country to keep advancing military tech under these conditions and even develop a 6th-generation fighter jet on the side, how incredibly tough that must be. Salute to our great pioneering scientists. Without them, our lives would never be this peaceful. Without pioneers like Wu Lao and Bai Lao, our fate would be like our neighbors in the desert in Syria. Our nation's vast territory and abundant resources far surpass those of these countries. Without the older generation of scientists developing our nation's critical technologies, our fate would likely be even more dire than theirs. Meanwhile, in Longdu, due to Bai Ye's video going viral, even some high-ranking officials in the Dragon Nation had learned of these developments. However, they only heard about it in passing. After all, they had far too many pressing matters to attend to. Why waste energy on someone whose very identity remained uncertain? Yet in Longdu, there was one influential figure who developed a keen interest in Bai Ye's identity. His surname was Sun. He was one of the true core leaders of the Dragon Nation, having secured the position of Grand Elder years ago. By chance, when he saw Bai Ye's live stream footage, he inexplicably felt that Bai Ye's face seemed vaguely familiar. But strangely, he just couldn't place who he was. Bai Ye. Sun vaguely recalled that before he had ascended to this position, he had once seen this name on a list of scientific achievements. 30 years ago, to honor scientists who had contributed to the nation since its founding, the Dragon Capital's high-ranking officials had planned to hold an honorary merit conference. The list comprised 11 names. This meant the ceremony would feature a full complement of 11 distinguished scientists. Each of them had made indelible contributions to Longdu's military and scientific endeavors. But when the ceremony finally commenced, only 10 scientists stood on stage. One individual did not attend the ceremony. This couldn't possibly be such a coincidence, could it? Old Sun was startled by his own conjecture. The scientist who had originally been scheduled to attend the honorary merit conference had ultimately failed to attend the meeting. Afterward, that scientist's name could no longer be found on the list. But Old Sun had seen that list. Even after 30 years, he still remembered. That scientist's name was Bai Ye. So what was the reason? What caused Bai Ye's name to be erased? Old Sun's brow furrowed slightly. As an elder, he keenly sensed there must be hidden circumstances at play. Shaoli, come in for a moment. Go to the archives immediately. Then look up this person for me. 10 All the data was calculated by Old Wu with a pen. Regardless if the Centenarian featured in the livestream is indeed the scientist listed on that roster. Regardless of why he missed that honorary conference back then. We must find him today. Then, let him receive the honor he deserves as a distinguished scientist. However, an hour later, Shaoli, returning from the archives, brought news that startled him. My apologies, Professor Sunday. We couldn't find any information about White Knight in the archives. You mean the name itself is nowhere to be found? Old Sun frowned and asked. Though he was nearly 70 now, he still prided himself on his memory. He remembered that list from back then vividly. He was absolutely certain he hadn't misread it. No, that's not it. The archives do indeed contain the name Bai Ye. But the staff member hesitated for a long moment. The final result, however, struck Old Sun like a bolt from the blue. However, the file concerning Mr. Bai is completely blank. There are no records whatsoever. Boom! Old Sun froze in place. Generally speaking, if a name was recorded in the archives, it must belong to someone who made outstanding contributions to the nation's development, worthy of eternal remembrance by the nation. But, while there was a name, the file contents were blank? Could it be, for some special reason, his domestic research work history erased? Seeing this, Old Sun's emotions were hard to calm. Now, even he himself was uncertain whether his own memory had failed him. But thankfully, he mused, though there are no records of Bai Ye in the archives. But the older generation of scientists should remember him. After all, the president of Xinjiang Military University had recognized Bai Ye the moment he saw him. Moreover, the Shenyang Aircraft Corporation had even built a memorial specifically to honor Bai Ye's contributions. After all, the Xinfei base had even built a memorial hall specifically to honor Bai Ye's contributions. Such phenomena were truly beyond comprehension. Old Sun's mind was filled with questions. While it was not uncommon for scientists' identities to be classified in manhwa, their identities were typically disclosed after the completion of research missions. For instance, many participants in nuclear weapons projects are now widely recognized by the nation. Even that list from 30 years ago. As distinguished veterans, the names of Elder Qian and Elder Deng were prominently listed. However, Bai Ye's situation was entirely different. Sun still remembers, less than a year after the J-5 fighter took flight. Deep in the desert, a fiery mushroom cloud erupted into the sky. That moment utterly shattered all false illusions other nations harbored about the Dragon Nation, while securing its supreme dignity. The official elder announced at the time. From enriching uranium to successfully detonating an atomic bomb. The entire process took only 10 months. The entire Blue Star erupted in fervor. For you see, the first nation on Blue Star to master nuclear technology was the Eagle Nation. From the start of enrichment to the detonation of a single little boy, it utterly shattered the Cherry Blossom Devil's ambitions. It took them a full 6 years to achieve that. Yet the Dragon Nation achieved it in less than a year. Across the entire world. It's an impossible miracle. Strange, this is truly strange. Combined with Bai Ye's blank file. A sudden, inexplicable thought exploded in Elder Sun's mind. Could it be that the reason the Dragon Nation was able to was because Bai Ye had been involved? Because Bai Ye had been involved? No. That couldn't be possible. Meanwhile, old Bai, we should go now. Prompted by Song Wei, Bai Ye still clutched old Wu's portrait tightly in his arms. Finally, the time had come to fulfill their promise. Grandpa Zhang, I'll wait for you here. Watching Yi Chen's departing figure, Bai Qingqing's eyes held both reluctance. Yet she also sensed that the distance between herself and Grandpa Zhang was growing ever wider. Who could have imagined? She had only intended to help Grandpa Zhang fulfill his wish. Yet, she unexpectedly uncovered so much about Grandpa Zhang's past. In fact, this information might not even be known to her own parents. Bai Qingqing withdrew her gaze. Sitting in the room, the live stream remained active. Principal Ning, could you tell me more about Grandpa Zhang and old Wu's past? Sure. The next day, Bai Ye walked to Shenfei's trending topic holding the portrait. It shot straight to the top of the trending list. Nearly every netizen was deeply moved by the bond between Bai Ye and old Wu. Deeply moved. From the birth of the J-5 fighter jet to the present day. Nearly 70 years have passed. And old Wu never even got to see the day the fighter jet was completed. He passed away due to cancer. 70 years have passed. As both a colleague and comrade in arms to old Wu, Bai Ye never forgot the promise he made to old Wu. Upon learning that the 6th-generation fighter had been developed, he immediately set out from his hometown county. After disembarking the train, he walked dozens of kilometers to Shenyang Military Engineering University. Such a journey would be daunting for anyone, let alone a centenarian. Even a strong young man in his 20s or 30s might not have been able to accomplish such a feat. While online discussions about Bai Ye and old Wu were spreading like wildfire. Meanwhile, old Sun finally tracked down Bai Ye's information. However, he only uncovered a small fragment. Following his train of thought, old Sun first sent people to the Shenfei Memorial Hall. From the older generation of Shenfei employees, he learned that, back then, Bai Ye had joined the R&D team as a young, highly talented overseas returnee. Just like old Wu. Since nearly all the researchers involved in the project at that time were over 40 years old. At that time, both Bai Ye and Mr. Wu looked to be only in their 30s. Even if Bai Ye had just returned from abroad, so what? If you only grasp the theory without hands-on experience, what good is that? But not long after the James defection incident erupted, they and old Wu quickly became the backbone of the team. Not only did they complete the airframe design, but when the entire project stalled due to unsolvable engine technology challenges, it was Bai Ye who ultimately stepped forward. Drawing upon the technological capabilities available in the Dragon Nation at the time, he specifically designed an aircraft engine. Thus, the J-5 fighter finally possessed its heart. It could finally contribute its strength to defending the homeland. However, before the aircraft could be built, old Wu had already passed away. Yet no one could forget the contributions he had made. Back then, in pursuit of the most precise data, Mr. Wu refused to trust anything imported from abroad, including calculators. Therefore, for the vast majority of data, was not only calculated once using a calculator. He personally rechecked every single one using an abacus. 11 brilliant idea? Bai Ye must be hyping it up. And as it turned out, old Wu's caution was justified. A researcher accidentally added an extra zero before the decimal point while calculating data. This ultimately caused a critical data point to show a tenfold error. Fortunately, thanks to old Wu's calculations, a major accident caused by the data error was averted. It can be said that without old Wu's efforts, the J-5 fighter jet would never have been developed. Within just 5 years. Therefore, from every perspective, The contributions of Bai Ye and Old Wu are truly worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. Yet, ironically, in the archives today, Old Wu's file shows no issues whatsoever. Yet Bai Ye's file remains completely blank? Unless someone deliberately erased Bai Ye's contributions. As he pondered this, Old Sun grew increasingly convinced that Bai Ye was no ordinary man. Therefore, Old Sun immediately formed a special task force. They began a detailed investigation into Bai Ye's background. Meanwhile, on another front, as Bai Ye's livestream exploded in popularity online, some people could no longer sit idly by. Songhai City, Jotian Entertainment. Inside an office, a portly man sat with his legs crossed. His eyes gleamed as he scanned the trending topics about Bai Ye. Genius. This is absolutely genius. Why couldn't I have thought of such a marketing strategy? This man was named Li Donza, founder and chairman of Jotian Entertainment Media. 3 years ago, as a businessman, Li Dongjae had already keenly sensed the shifting market winds. These days, traffic reigns supreme. But precisely because of the pursuit of traffic, in recent years, Jotian Entertainment has gone to great lengths to cultivate internet celebrities. Making money? Nothing to be ashamed of. It's just some shady work, nothing illegal. Last year, Jotian Entertainment partnered with Alipay's Demo Academy. They put on quite the show together. Through under-the-table dealings, they allowed Jiang Pingping, a vocational school graduate, to advance directly to the finals of the Demo Academy Technology Competition despite ranking 10th. Directly into the finals of the Demo Academy Technology Competition. The entire internet erupted in heated discussion. Everyone assumed a prodigious young talent had emerged in China. Online forums were flooded with trending posts declaring full support for Jiang Pingping. But within days, the story took a dramatic turn. It turned out the so-called child prodigy was nothing but a label. Jiang Pingping's persona transformed completely from child prodigy to vocational school delinquent. But it was Jiang Pingping who lied. What does this have to do with Jotian Entertainment? And even if the truth came out, over these past few days, their company has already made a killing. Beyond the most notorious Jiang Pingping incident, Jotian Entertainment Media has been involved in numerous unethical practices. For instance, they not only cultivate their own streamers, but also secretly poached streamers from other platforms. As is widely known, some platforms restrict their streamers from being poached. They impose contractual restrictions and impose hefty penalty fees for switching platforms. But Li Dongjae embodies the classic freeloader mentality. He wants the talent but refuses to pay. So what should be done? Simple. At this point, Li Donza resorts to slander. If the target is a female streamer, that makes it even easier. All he needs to do is privately coordinate a consistent story with the female streamer, claiming the current boss frequently harasses her in private. The vast majority of female streamers maintain an innocent and naive persona. When fans see their favorite streamer tearfully recounting her ordeal on camera, they'll rush to take her side. To avoid further trouble, their bosses have no choice but to let them go unconditionally. This proves that when it comes to making money, then Li Dongjae and his 9 Days Entertainment can completely abandon all principles and dignity. At this moment, Li Dongjae also noticed. The hottest topic online lately was this old man named White Knight. This old man must have a mastermind guiding him behind the scenes. How could a mere old man come up with such a flawless publicity stunt? A hint of greed flickered in Li Dongza's eyes. Compared to this old man, all his previous publicity stunts seemed utterly weak. Patriotism, background, comrades in arms, scientific research. And now, the 6th-generation fighter jet has been unveiled. The old man suddenly stepping forward at this moment. His intentions were obvious. But the most significant thing is, a centenarian seizing the opportunity of the 6th-generation fighter jet's unveiling. Carrying his late wife's portrait, embarked on a walking tour. The drama is off the charts. If only I could control this publicity stunt. Forget everything else. I could probably rake in tens of millions in just a month. As he pondered this, Li Dongza also noticed. The old man in the footage also had a great-granddaughter. Her name was Bai Qingqing, and she was also a streamer. Li Dongza slapped his thigh in realization. This was it. He knew it. This old man alone could never have come up with such a perfect publicity stunt. It must have been his great-granddaughter's idea. Young people, after all. You can't handle this insane traffic. With that thought, Li Dongza immediately dialed a number. He chuckled into the receiver. Secretary Zhou, book me a flight to Shenyang immediately. Before departure, Li Dongza specifically had someone prepare $1 million contract. 1 million. Even by today's standards, that was a huge sum. Buying an apartment in Kaiyun City is absolutely no problem. Li Dongza thought to himself. Take this contract and find Bai Qingqing to buy up this gimmick. Bai Ye would still be the one appearing on camera. But since we've already pocketed $1 million, there's no way he'll get a cut from the middleman now. Besides, Li Dongzi wasn't that generous. He wouldn't just hand over 1,000,000 yuan for nothing. He was trying to take advantage of Bai Qingqing's lack of contract knowledge. After all, how much could a young person really know about business dealings? All he needs is a few supplementary clauses. He has plenty of ways. He could make sure Bai Ye's family didn't get a single penny. Of course, considering the old man might have some special status, Li Dongzi had prepared a backup plan. After all, based on his assessment, if he could really pull off this publicity stunt, the profits would easily run into the tens of millions. A mere million? If it came down to it, he'd just pay him according to the contract. Even if they did pay him, he'd still pocket 9 million, right? With this mindset, after securing the flight tickets, Li Dongzi immediately boarded the plane. He arrived in Xinjiang. This time, Li Dongzi carried 2 contracts. One was the scam contract, while nominally offering Bai Ye's family $1 million reward. But beyond transferring the gimmick and having the old man make an appearance, they would also have to complete a series of tasks. For instance, interacting with online viewers, live streaming product promotions. Li Dongzi realized that, regardless of the circumstances, Bai Ye was a centenarian after all. He definitely couldn't handle high-intensity live streaming. Then he could use that as grounds to declare her in breach of contract. Then he wouldn't have to pay that million. He could even use this as an opportunity to milk him dry for the rest of his life. What? Want to terminate the contract? No problem. 10 times the penalty fee. No matter what, he, Li Dongji, would come out ahead. But the moment his little scheme is exposed, Li Dongzi would say, that earlier contract was just a joke. The real deal was the second contract. 12 experience trumps youth vote for Kim. In contrast, the second contract was much simpler. No tricks involved, just shelling out $1 million to buy the gimmick outright. However, after getting off the plane, Li Dongzi's secretary approached him with a look of concern. Boss, regardless of whether Bai Ye is just hyping things up, what if the old man really has powerful connections behind him? Could our approach backfire? Before the secretary could finish the phrase backfiring on us, smack! He was smacked hard across the head by Li Dongji's chubby hand. You fool! Is this illegal? We're just using this chance to visit the old man and giving them a chance to make some money. Once the contract's signed, they can carry on with their usual routines. If he wants to take the portrait out, no problem. Just don't forget to stream it. We can even provide transportation for trips. That's way more comfortable than walking, right? Fulfilling his wish while casually earning $1 million, who wouldn't want that? Besides, even if the old man really was a scientist, he's retired now. Who says retired people can't livestream? Can't make money? The secretary beside him suddenly took a whack to the head, wincing in pain. But the boss's words made the secretary nod in agreement. The boss is absolutely right. Secretary Zhou grinned, not forgetting to butter up Li Dongzi. The boss is the boss. His ideas are far more numerous than ours ordinary folks, and his courage is far greater. No wonder he makes money. But deep down, the secretary was actually pretty excited too. After all, as the secretary, when the company makes money, he gets a cut too. If they could really pull off scamming that old man, the company would make 10 million. As a secretary, his commission would easily be tens of thousands. Secretary Zhou, have you located Bai Ye's current address? Found it. They're staying at a secluded guest house in Xinjiang. Upon hearing this, Li Dongzi nodded with satisfaction. Overall, Li Dongzi was quite satisfied with his secretary. He was efficient and conscientious. There was just one thing that wasn't quite right. He was a man. As the head honcho of a media company, Li Dongzi frequently had to attend social engagements. Whenever he saw other CEOs' secretaries dressed in black stockings, throwing themselves at them, Li Dongzi maintained a composed exterior, but inwardly he was filled with envy. Once this matter is settled, I'll find an opportunity to fire him. I should also find a beautiful secretary who suits my status. Secretary Zhou remained unaware of her boss's thoughts. At that very moment, he was still lost in the sweet dream of a 10,000% commission. After fulfilling old Wu's wish, Bai Ye didn't rush off to the next destination. Instead, he stayed temporarily at the guest house. After all, no matter how you looked at it, he was simply too old. Though his constitution remained robust, human lifespan ultimately had its limits. Even he himself didn't know how many years he had left. I hope it's before I die. I can help my comrades fulfill their wishes. Then, even in death, I'll have lived a worthwhile life. Bai Qingqing, standing nearby, immediately grew anxious and stepped forward to Bai Ye. Great-grandpa Zhang, please don't speak such unlucky words. In her eyes, her great-grandfather was still as spry as ever. Living to be 120 was absolutely within reach. Ever since accompanying him on this journey, Bai Qingqing had gained a deeper understanding of her great-grandfather. Much more deeply. And I'm growing ever more determined, no matter where the journey leads. I will always be by your side. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, A crisp knock sounded at the door. Grandpa Zhang, I'll get it. After the door opened, Li Donza and his secretary entered with a fruit basket and gifts, smiling broadly. Hello, sir. My name is Li Donza, from Shanghai. We flew all the way from Shanghai just to see you. And this must be Miss Bai? You're so young and beautiful. Upon seeing Bai Qingqing, Li Donza's smile grew even broader. Her looks were simply stunning. Li Donza suddenly had a feeling that the female streamers under his banner. What a bunch of trash. Then, another thought struck him. This time, besides signing a contract with the old man, he'd also signed Bai Qingqing on the spot and poach her to become a streamer for his own company. But before Li Donza could dwell on it further, he suddenly felt as though a piercing gaze was fixed on him. He immediately pulled his gaze away from Bai Qingqing and scanned his surroundings. Bai Ye sat on the edge of the bed. On the table beside him lay 12 neatly arranged portraits. Originally there had been 13, but old Wu's portrait had been permanently placed in Xinfei's Memorial Hall. Only 12 remained. Each portrait was covered with a white cloth, obscuring the faces. Bai Ye did this to prevent dust from settling on the portraits. After all, Bai Ye planned to travel on foot to each location, exposed to wind and sun, if not covered with cloth. These portraits would have been filthy beyond recognition long ago. Only when Bai Ye carried the portrait of a fallen comrade to a place where they had once worked together, only then would he remove the cloth covering it, to show him the prosperity of China today. How magnificent it is. Therefore, aside from Bai Ye himself, no one knows whose portrait will be next. Bai Ye's first impression of Li Donza was quite poor. Despite carrying gifts of condolence, his shifty, thieving eyes made him look anything but a respectable businessman. What made Bai Ye even more wary was that he had just noticed Li Donza's gaze toward his great-granddaughter seemed somewhat unnatural. As a centenarian, Bai Ye possessed exceptionally keen observational skills. Back when the state hired James as a technical advisor for the J-5 fighter jet at a high salary, Bai Ye had already sensed something fishy about the man. Unfortunately, the state, considering James's capabilities, ultimately ignored Bai Ye's warnings. The result? James' defection left every high-ranking official in the Dragon Nation seething with rage. Precisely because of this, when Bai Ye and Old Wu later jointly proposed establishing our own military engineering university to cultivate China's own defense industry talent, the government immediately granted its support. Because Bai Ye was right. Had they heeded Bai Ye's advice earlier, the J-5 fighter jet might have been developed years sooner. Though Bai Ye still didn't know the purpose of Li Donza's visit, he saw a strong sense of self-interest in Li Donza's eyes. Such individuals would resort to any means necessary to achieve their goals. Qingqing. Bai Ye suddenly called out to Bai Qingqing. Step outside for a moment. Grandpa Zhang? Though deeply puzzled by Grandpa Zhang's actions, Bai Qingqing obediently followed Bai Ye's instructions. She silently retreated from the room. 13 refused the wine offered? You'll get the punishment wine instead. At that moment, Li Donza was unaware. He had already landed on Bai Ye's blacklist. He smiled broadly at Bai Ye and said, Good day, sir. I've read all about your exploits online. To help a comrade fulfill his wish, you actually walked such a long distance on foot. Honestly, while I'm deeply moved, it also breaks my heart. At your age, what if something happened along the way? That's why I'm here today to discuss a partnership, though partnership isn't quite right. Mainly, I want to help you. Help me? Hearing this, Bai Ye's brow furrowed slightly. What do you mean? Seeing Bai Ye hadn't outright refused, a barely perceptible smile touched Li Donza's lips. From his backpack, Li Donza pulled out a contract. Well, sir. You see, it's the dead of winter now, and the weather is bitterly cold. Plus, after getting off the train, you'll still have to walk. I can't bear to see an elderly gentleman suffer. That's why I propose we collaborate. Li Donza proposed that by signing this $1 million contract, Bai Ye could still carry these portraits and fulfill his comrade's wishes. However, during the trek, he must log into their company's live streaming account via his phone, so netizens could witness this heroic feat. By doing so, he could receive $1 million annual signing fee. Old man, I see your great-granddaughter is also a fairly well-known streamer. You should know how lucrative the live streaming industry is these days. But even with your granddaughter's popularity, she probably only makes a few tens of thousands a year? Li Donza seized the moment to propose a second condition to Bai Ye. If the old man could persuade Bai Qingqing to leave her current streaming agency and switch to join Zhoutian Media right now, on the spot, a 10,000 yuan deposit would be paid immediately. Of course, as a master freeloader, Li Donza would never do anything that loses money just to make a splash. As the chairman of Zhoutian Media, Li Donza possesses an exceptionally keen eye for talent. Though Bai Qingqing's follower count is modest now, if she keeps streaming, she'd eventually become a top streamer with millions of followers. So, don't be fooled by the 10,000 yuan deposit he's demanding now. Once Bai Ye agreed to this on Bai Qingqing's behalf, then in the future, this contract, not only will it bleed Bai Ye dry, But even his great-granddaughter would become a tool for his profit. What? You mean, what if one day White Knight changed his mind and doesn't want to do it anymore? No problem. Pay compensation. According to the terms of the contract, if Bai Ye breaches the contract, he must pay 10 times the amount. Pay the penalty. 10 times a million? 10 million. Lee Dong-jae couldn't believe it. You old geezer. You think you can cough up 10 million in damages? So, Lee Dong-jae's plan was truly brilliant. As long as Bai Ye signed this contract, he'd never escape this life. After taking the contract, Bai Ye only glanced at it briefly. He immediately spotted the trickery within. Although fulfilling the contract's terms would net him $1 million signing fee. But that was only if he actually completed it. Yet the tasks listed were nearly impossible to accomplish. Even though Bai Ye was now over 100 years old, he still possessed enough discernment. Signing this contract. If the other party merely wanted to drain his blood, that would be one thing. But Lee Dong-jae actually wants to take Bai Qingqing too. She was his only great-granddaughter. Even if Bai Ye himself suffered losses, he absolutely couldn't let his great-granddaughter take this risk. Get out. If you don't leave now, I'll kick you out myself. Truthfully, as a scientist who'd spent half his life in research, Bai Ye disliked using forceful methods to drive people away. But Lee Dong-jae had crossed his line. Having crossed that line, Bai Ye naturally wouldn't give him any leeway. You. At that moment, Lee Dong-jae sensed the rage erupting from Bai Ye. He never imagined that this old man before him could so easily uncover the trap hidden in the contract. And he looked so kind and gentle. His earlier demeanor was like a predator poised to strike. That sheer intimidation. Even now, after Lee Dong-jae scrambled out of the room, he still felt his heart pounding in fear. Damn it! That old bastard. He really didn't know when to quit. After leaving the guest house, Lee Dong-jae glared at Bai Ye's room with venom in his eyes. As the big boss of a media company, when had he ever endured such treatment? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. No way. He absolutely couldn't swallow this humiliation. He would get revenge. Who cares if you had some glorious past? If his peers found out what happened to him today, where would he hang his old face in the future? You refuse the wine I offer. Want to drink the punishment wine? Fine. I'll turn your hero into a coward. At this moment, Lee Dong-jae's hatred for Bai Ye had reached its peak. But he had seen the live stream footage of Bai Ye. To be fair, although Bai Ye's true identity hadn't been exposed yet, Bai Du Bai Qi contained no information about Bai Ye whatsoever. But still, even the president of Xinjiang Military University addressed Bai Ye as professor. Plus, later on, Shenyang Aircraft Corporation specifically sent a chief aircraft designer to pick up the old man, though it wasn't explicitly stated. But after calming down, Lee Dong-jae realized, if they retaliated directly against the old man, once the old man's true identity was exposed, the Iron Fist would come down, and he'd be the one left holding the bag. What should he do then? Got it. Bai Qingqing. Yes. From their earlier conversation, Lee Dong-jae had already realized Bai Ye held his only great-granddaughter in high regard, especially after presenting this contract. Though the old man's eyes held a trace of disdain and disgust, he didn't harbor much ill will toward him after all. But when he proposed an additional condition, requiring Bai Qingqing to terminate her contract with her original live streaming agency and join Jiutian Media, the old man's attitude completely shifted. If I can't control you, how could I possibly control that girl? A sinister grin instantly spread across Lee Dong-jae's lips. Going after the old man directly was undoubtedly too risky. But what if he used online tactics? Spreading rumors about Bai Qingqing. Then Bai Ye would surely come looking for me, crying and begging on his knees, pleading for mercy for his great-granddaughter. Then, I'll produce this contract. Wouldn't everything fall into place then? As for how to ruin Bai Qingqing's reputation, that was incredibly simple. A young woman, and a stunningly beautiful one at that, spread rumors about how decadent her private life is, and her undeniable connection to the top-ranked Big Brother. These days, smearing someone's reputation? For Lee Dong-jae, it couldn't be easier. 14. The second portrait. Destination, Xinjiang City? Meanwhile, after Bai Ye kicked Lee Dong-jae out of the room, Bai Qingqing heard the commotion and immediately rushed back into the room. She looked worried as she asked Bai Ye, "Grandpa Zhang, just now, nothing happened, did it?" After all, judging by their reactions when they left, they were clearly seething with anger. So Bai Qingqing was genuinely worried, would they take their anger out on Bai Ye? After all, her great-grandfather was over 100 years old. Thus, upon hearing the commotion, Bai Qingqing rushed back immediately. "It's nothing." Bai Ye gave a faint smile upon seeing his great-granddaughter. The anger in his heart dissipated considerably. By the bedside, Bai Ye gazed at the remaining portraits wrapped in white cloth. He couldn't help but sigh. The promise to old Wu had finally been fulfilled. That portrait would remain forever in the Shinfei Memorial Hall. And now, it was time for him to set off for the next destination. What Bai Ye hadn't anticipated was, that afternoon, a group of special guests arrived at the guest house. News of Bai Ye's exploits was gaining momentum online. Even the mayor of Xinjiang had been alerted. He never imagined that within his jurisdiction, such a remarkable figure had appeared, though his true identity remained unknown. But since the old gentleman is within his jurisdiction, as the local official, he ought to do whatever he could within his power. Sir, are you preparing to depart for your next destination? May we ask where you're headed? So we can purchase your tickets in advance. Truthfully, the mayor hoped Bai Ye would fly his comrades home. After all, traveling by train. First, it's crowded. As the Lunar New Year approaches, everyone is rushing home for the holidays. The conditions in hard seat carriages are terrible. Hard sleeper compartments aren't much better. Bai Ye is already over 100 years old. Don't be fooled by appearances. But every trip is a real ordeal for his body. Airplanes, on the other hand, offer much more spacious accommodations. Second, efficiency. The mayor learned that Bai Ye had traveled by train from the border city of Kaiyun to Shenyang. The straight-line distance between the two cities exceeds 2,000 kilometers. This meant the old man had to endure a grueling 20-hour journey. But if he had flown instead, he could reach any destination nationwide in just a few hours. Therefore, the mayor consulted with relevant departments. Considering Bai Ye's influence, they decided to allocate a special portion of funds from the finance department to reimburse Bai Ye and his team for their travel expenses. This also served as an indirect expression of the Xinjiang authorities' commitment to serving the people. However, despite the mayor's goodwill, Bai Ye merely expressed his gratitude but declined the offer. After all, he was merely fulfilling a prior commitment. It had nothing to do with the mayor or the city officials. As the saying goes, one should not accept favors without merit. Besides, Bai Ye himself was not short of money. In fact, if Bai Ye had wanted to, when he retired back then, given his contributions, he could have demanded far greater rewards. But alas, Bai Ye had never been one to act for personal gain. Everything he had done for the nation before was solely for its strength. For the day when people could enjoy a better life. As he departed, the mayor's ears still echoed with Bai Ye's words. At that moment, he truly understood Bai Ye's unwavering resolve to pursue scientific research for the nation and its people. Yet his mind was also filled with doubt. That is to say, why in the records? Why in the records? After resting for a day at the guest house, the next day, Bai Ye set out. On the road, Bai Ye once again unfolded the white cloth covering a portrait. The man in this portrait seemed to be slightly older than old Wu. Yet he did not appear to be over 40. The most striking feature on the portrait was his hair. It was extremely sparse, almost giving the impression of baldness. Yet whenever Bai Ye ran her fingers over the portrait, he could always sense something faintly. Bai Ye's eyes grew slightly moist. Grandpa Zhang, where should we go next? Train station, ticket hall. Because Bai Ye insisted, Bai Qingqing also abandoned her plan to buy tickets online. Yet her face was filled with curiosity about this destination. Xinjiang Tibet Railway. Xinjiang Tibet? Bai Qingqing froze for a moment, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. After all, the journey from Xinjiang to Xinjiang spanned nearly half of Longhua. What puzzled her most was this: through Ning Yongxin's introduction, Bai Qingqing had recently learned that her great-grandfather had been a researcher. These portraits were the faces of her great-grandfather's former comrades in arms. But why would her great-grandfather choose to go to Xinjiang, Tibet? What scientific project had he been involved in on that mysterious land? Bai Qingqing couldn't fathom any of it. Still, she didn't dwell on it too much. She bought a ticket and boarded the train bound for Xinjiang in Tibet. After a grueling 48-hour journey, she finally reached her destination. The moment she arrived in Xinjiang, Tibet, Bai Qingqing finally opened her live stream again. It had become a habit ever since deciding to follow Grandpa Zhang and fulfilling his wish. She had embarked on this live streaming journey. During her time streaming in Shenyang, she had gained a large following. However, Bai Qingqing's original intention wasn't to use this opportunity to gain popularity. She hoped to learn more about Bai Ye's past through the live streams, to gain a sense of how the older generation of researchers had silently dedicated themselves and fought tirelessly for the nation. Of course, words alone weren't enough. Many people today claim they don't rely on traffic for income, yet they're actually raking in huge profits. Bai Qingqing was well aware of this, but she didn't care about such things. To emulate Grandpa Zhang, Bai Qingqing decided to donate all proceeds earned during the Xinjiang livestream. She didn't want to depend on this income, nor did she wish to betray her great-grandfather's principles for the sake of profit. As a descendant of scientists, Bai Qingqing understood the responsibility she carried. She absolutely could not disappoint Bai Ye's expectations. The moment Bai Ye stepped off the train, he clutched a portrait tightly to his chest. This portrait belonged to his old friend Chen Huizhu. Unlike old Wu, Chen Huizhu was someone Bai Ye had only met in Xinjiang in Tibet. Yet the two hit it off immediately, quickly forming a deep bond. After spending time together, Chen Huizu noticed Bai Ye was already in his 30s yet still unmarried. He joked, "Old Bai, you're getting on in years, how can you not settle down? How about I introduce you to a pretty girl?" Bai Ye merely smiled faintly at Chen Huizu's teasing. 15. The next portrait. A young face with white spots. In truth, Bai Ye knew full well that the mission he was about to undertake was of the highest secrecy, leaving him virtually no opportunity to contact his family. Chen Huizu's teasing was nothing more than light-hearted banter between friends. Even setting aside these factors, Bai Ye still had no intention of settling down. Although the Dragon Nation had successfully developed its own fighter jets, threats from other nations had not been completely eliminated. Back then, Bai Ye understood that his responsibilities extended far beyond that. After the completion of the J-5 fighter jets development, Bai Ye voluntarily requested to leave Shenyang Aircraft Corporation and transfer to Xinzhong City to undertake an even more challenging mission. Longwa needed not only a powerful air force but also nuclear weapons capable of safeguarding national security. This was not only the true symbol of national strength but also the foundation of national sovereignty and security. As a member of this great endeavor, Bai Ye must devote every effort to advancing it. Building a family, living an ordinary life, these aspects of everyday existence had completely slipped away from him. For the nation's future, for Longwei to stand unshaken at the center of Blue Star, Bai Ye willingly sacrifices everything personal for this cause. Reality gradually returned. "Let's go," Bai Ye murmured softly, then walked away without looking back. Clutching the portrait in his arms, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. Forward. Grandpa Zhang. Watching Bai Ye's resolute stride, Bai Qingqing instantly understood. Just as in Xinjiang, Grandpa Zhang still intended to set out from the station and walk all the way to their agreed-upon destination. But this time, Bai Qingqing made no attempt to dissuade him. She knew it was useless. No matter what she did, Grandpa Zhang would see it through to the end. The only thing she could do was silently accompany him, care for him, and walk this path together. In the live-stream chat, comments flooded in rapidly. "Just as I thought. I knew the old man would insist on walking over. Look, Sister Qingqing didn't say a word, she just followed him straight over. I bet it's because Sister Qingqing knows too. With Grandpa's stubborn personality, there's no way she could talk him out of it. Gotta say, Sister Qingqing is truly devoted. Last time in Xinjiang, she walked nearly 100 kilometers from the train station to the university. This time, I can't even imagine." "Huh? Wait a minute. Xinzhong City? The old man and the others are in Xinzhong City now? What's wrong with Xinzhong? Seriously, you're not discriminating against us Xinzhong people, are you? What did my great Xinjiang ever do to you? Everyone, don't misunderstand. What I mean is, the old man got off at Xinzhong City while still holding the portrait. So his destination this time is likely some research base in Xinzhong City. Right. The old man was a scientist. Xinzhong. Wait. If I recall correctly, wasn't this where we conducted nuclear tests decades ago? Boom. The live stream's comments section exploded instantly. When it comes to the most astonishing technological achievement that shocked the world decades ago in Dragon Nation, without a doubt, it was nuclear weapons. Even by today's standards, nuclear weapons remain the most powerful weapons in human history. However, back then, when the Eagle Nation assembled its research team to develop nuclear weapons, it took them a very long time to finally build the nuclear weapon. 6 years. Even with the full might of the Eagle Nation, it took a full 6 years. Yet what fills every Dragon Nation citizen with immense pride is, from project initiation to successful development, it took a mere 10 months. Not even a full year. Following this breakthrough, relevant archives were declassified. The identities of Qian and Deng were revealed. As the founding heroes who helped develop the nation's nuclear bomb, they held an unparalleled status in the hearts of the Dragon Nation's people. And now, Bai Ye, carrying the portrait, arrived at the second location. And it just so happens to be Xinzhong City? This led netizens to speculate, could Bai Ye have some connection to nuclear weapons? Compared to old Wu, the face in the portrait, though not significantly older, the hair was noticeably thinner, and the complexion appeared somewhat pale. As is widely known, scientists conducting nuclear tests are often exposed to higher levels of radiation. Hair loss and pallor. These are all symptoms of nuclear radiation exposure. It's just too similar. Netizens' suspicions grew increasingly firm. Bai Ye and the person in this portrait were highly likely involved in the 2 bombs, 1 satellite project. And if that were truly the case, at this thought, netizens felt a sudden chill run down their spines. No one could say for certain how much manpower and resources the nation had poured into developing nuclear weapons back then. But given that the nation accomplished this monumental feat in less than a year, it stands certain that the number of scientists and engineers involved in the 2 bombs, 1 satellite project must have been enormous. And for every single person who contributed to this monumental endeavor, had undoubtedly etched a monumental achievement into their professional histories. Even the most obscure of individuals. Perhaps they only handled a seemingly insignificant task, But the nation's roll of honor will undoubtedly reserve a place for them. The nation will never forget any hero who has contributed to its cause. Grandpa Zhang, can you tell me about Chen Huizhu? Bai Qingqing followed Bai Ye, her gaze unconsciously drawn to the portrait. She realized their current location, Xinzan City, was a place closely tied to nuclear weapons research. She kept a close eye on the live stream comments. Though she didn't know how long this live stream would last, she understood. If Grandpa Zhang and Chen Huizhu had truly participated in the 2 bombs, 1 satellite project, then the secrecy level of their current destination would undoubtedly be extremely high. Bai Qingqing had long been prepared to shut down the live stream. Her goal wasn't to attract attention or boost viewership, but to document this precious piece of history. For this wasn't merely a testament to Grandpa Zhang's contributions to the nation, it could also help more people realize why Longwei is so powerful today was precisely due to the efforts of the older generation of scientists. Walking down the street, gazing at the youthful face in the portrait, Bai Qingqing also wanted to know what the subject of this portrait was like back when he worked in Xinjiang in Tibet. What kind of past had she experienced? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye nodded, a flicker of reminiscence passing through his eyes. When I first met Chen Huizhu, he was just a young man in his 20s, more than a decade younger than I was at the time. He was highly capable, and his ancestors had held high positions in the imperial court, so his family background was exceptionally privileged. Before coming here, his daily life was attended to by servants. But after returning from studying abroad in Su Kingdom, he contacted the state, volunteering to join this project. 16. A pampered young master voluntarily dedicating himself to scientific research? Hearing Bai Ye's words, the live stream audience couldn't help but pause in surprise. High-ranking officials? Chen Huizhu's ancestors had such a background decades ago, though much had changed for the Chen family over the years. But the wealth accumulated by his ancestors must be substantial. In a sense, Chen Huizhu could be considered a young master. In that era, researchers generally lived in poor conditions. A pampered young master, yet upon returning from studying abroad, he proactively reached out to the state to participate in scientific research projects. Though Bai Ye hadn't yet provided detailed information about Chen Huizhu, he had already made a favorable first impression on netizens. Regardless of the era, the first impression wealthy individuals often give is one of pretentious, arrogant, and spoiled. They'd never lift a finger for anything their servants could handle. Nowadays, it's common to hear news like this. When attending university, they are dissatisfied with the shared dorm rooms assigned by the school. Instead, they chose to rent apartments off campus. And that's not all. They even brought their nannies along from home. The nanny handled all their daily needs, eating, sleeping, and everything in between. But Chen Huizhu wasn't like that. As a young master, after graduating from university, he could have lived a life of privilege, basking in his ancestors' glory and relying on the accumulated family fortune to live a life above others. Yet upon returning from abroad, he chose not to do so. Instead, he proactively reached out to the government, requesting to join a project team. In those days, due to material shortages, the living conditions for researchers were far from ideal. It was commonplace for 7 or 8 people to share a single dormitory room. Yet Chen Huizhu paid no heed to such hardships. Instead, he resolutely threw himself into the ranks of scientific research. Such dedication, even today, remains truly commendable. Bai Ye continued, back then, our assigned dormitory housed 12 people. Old Chen and I shared a bunk bed. Every night, after finishing our tasks, Old Chen and I would lie in our respective beds. We'd reminisce about the past, envision the future, and discuss what our country would become. But halfway through the project, we suddenly encountered a problem. The materials. Actually, at this point, though Bai Ye didn't spell it out, every netizen could probably guess. Back then, the research project Bai Ye and Chen Huizhu were involved in must have been related to nuclear weapons. Many netizens were well versed in that period of history. In truth, the nation's successful development of nuclear weapons wasn't solely due to the efforts of all scientists in the Dragon Nation. Shortly after announcing the nuclear weapons research program, the Soviet Union expressed its willingness to dispatch a specialized assistance team to the Dragon Nation. This included numerous nuclear technology experts and relevant materials. The Dragon Nation government expressed gratitude for this assistance and did not refuse their help. Although later tensions between the Dragon Nation and the Soviet Union led to the complete withdrawal of Soviet experts and materials. But it cannot be denied that the Soviet Union's support for the Dragon Nation's successful development of nuclear weapons was still very important. You know, even though we were in a honeymoon phase with the Soviet Union back then, they didn't actually support our nuclear weapons development. Bai Ye sighed softly. After all, the Soviet Union was too close to us. Although our countries shared a similar political structure, our territories were directly adjacent. Nuclear weapons, if used wisely, could allow the Soviet Union to leverage us against the Eagle Nation. But if relations soured, our nuclear arsenal could become a threat to them. Therefore, back then, when our country proposed developing our own nuclear weapons, the Soviet Union strongly opposed it. Strong opposition? Hearing this, the netizens' expressions instantly turned sour. Wait. If the Soviet Union had refused to allow the Dragon Nation to develop nuclear weapons, then, later on, why would Subwa suddenly dispatch technical experts and provide large quantities of nuclear weapons materials to Longwa? Doesn't this contradict Bai Ye's own words? And Bai Ye could clearly sense that his words would inevitably raise doubts among everyone. So he continued. Actually, the reason Su Nation abruptly changed its stance is because Chen Huizu stepped in. He leveraged his connections from his time studying in Su Kingdom. Plus, he privately offered those experts substantial financial incentives. Don't forget, though the Chen family has fallen on hard times, they still possess considerable wealth. And in those days, with money, you could make a lot of things happen. At this very moment, upon hearing this, countless viewers in the livestream instantly understood. So, it turns out Chen Huizu leveraged his family background. That's why those experts took the risk to come help us with the reconstruction. Is this what they call money power? Whoa. Seems like no matter the era, having money really does let you do whatever you want. Wait. If I recall correctly, Sugwa's system is similar to ours. If that's the case, shouldn't they have strict controls on money and such? That's true. But back then, our relations with Sugwa were still quite good. After all, everyone saw the eagle as the enemy back then. So maybe the Soviet government turned a blind eye. And that's how this whole thing blew over? Although later, relations between Longsu deteriorated. Once the Sioux state leadership realized what was happening, they immediately withdrew all their experts and materials. But it was precisely this brief window of time proved crucial for Longwa's ability to develop nuclear weapons. Therefore, upon hearing this, they were filled with immense respect for Chen Huizu. Such individuals are truly rare. Even by today's standards. The standard of living in the Dragon Nation has soared dramatically. The number of millionaires, even billionaires, has increased exponentially compared to the past. Yet these wealthy individuals all share one common trait. That is they're stingy. Forget about contributing their personal fortunes. Even when it comes to charity, they won't part with even 1/10,000th of their wealth. Donate to orphanages. For these billionaires, it's like cutting a piece of flesh from their own bodies. Compared to Chen Huizu, the vision of these wealthy individuals is simply too narrow. There's a saying that goes, with great power comes great responsibility. And today, those wealthy individuals past 50. They clearly possess greater capabilities, sitting on fortunes that could last several lifetimes. Yet they are unwilling to contribute it to help society. We're all wealthy individuals. Yet compared to Bai Ye's comrade in arms, the difference in character is simply too vast. 17 vanished? Could Chen Huizu have deserted? However, at this moment, many viewers were also curious about Chen Huizu. Wondered how much money he had paid to get those experts to come. After all, he risked punishment from the Sioux state. If it was just a few tens of thousands or 100,000 mere pocket change, it certainly wouldn't be enough to make them take such a huge risk. So, could it be the price Chen Huizu offered these people? An astronomical sum beyond their wildest dreams? Ever since the experts from Sioux state arrived with materials to assist our construction, Bai Ye continued. We've never had to worry about nuclear raw materials again, and the process of developing nuclear weapons has been exceptionally smooth. In less than 3 months, our team successfully documented the chain reaction process and experimental data. We were just one final step away from successfully developing nuclear weapons. But at this critical juncture, an unexpected incident occurred. At this point, Bai Ye's expression instantly grew somber. At that very moment, netizens also noticed the change in Bai Ye's facial expression. Simultaneously, considering the historical context of that period, netizens quickly guessed why Bai Ye's expression had grown so somber. I've said it before. Because of that experience during the Eagle Swan era, I have absolutely no trust in foreigners whatsoever. I refuse to live my life looking over my shoulder again. Only what we hold in our own hands truly belongs to our nation. He took a deep breath. The grandfather and grandson had been walking forward for nearly 2 hours. Though the climate in Xinjiang City was much milder than in Xinjiang, a chilling cold still made one shiver while walking. Bai Ye pulled a bottle of water from his bag and took a sip. Then he continued. Just as expected. When they saw the terrifying pace of our nuclear weapons development, the Soviet Union quickly reneged on their agreement. Plus, with the honeymoon period over, territorial disputes began to surface between us and the Soviets. So those 8 experts and materials were immediately recalled. But that wasn't the most worrying part. Although many of those 8 experts had been Chen Huizu's teachers during his studies abroad. But after the bilateral relationship deteriorated, Bai Ye surmised that once those experts returned home, their positions at the nuclear research base in Xinjiang City would inevitably be completely exposed. This was an extremely dangerous sign, because at that point, Although the nuclear weapons had not yet been fully developed, the completion level of various nuclear facilities had already reached an extremely high stage. And such facilities are equally vulnerable. Once the base's coordinates were exposed, the Soviet Union would likely dispatch bombers immediately and instantly level the base to the ground. This is the most dangerous situation we've encountered since undertaking this mission. Of course, at this moment, Chen Huizhu deeply regretted his decision. When higher-ups demanded we evacuate immediately. After relocating and establishing a new nuclear test base, he beat his chest in frustration every day. He kept saying, if only I hadn't done that. Not only has the nation's progress in nuclear weapons become completely transparent to the Soviet Union, and in just a few months, none of the researchers ever imagined. What exactly should we do next without nuclear materials? After all, no matter how rich the theory, it's just empty talk on paper. Without the materials, how could we possibly build a nuclear weapon? Then, one day, Chen Huizhu vanished. No one knew where he went. Hearing this, all the netizens couldn't help but hold their breath in anxiety for Bai Ye and the others. The details Bai Ye shared were nowhere to be found online, though they could roughly guess. After the Sioux state experts withdrew, the nation's nuclear weapons development program had once ground to a halt. But this situation lasted less than 2 months before being completely resolved. Therefore, relying solely on online materials, one cannot truly grasp how perilous the situation was back then. Yet through Bai Ye's narration, almost everyone felt as though they were personally immersed in that period of history. They felt deep resentment toward the treachery of the Sioux nation. At the same time, they felt immense regret for Chen Huizhu. Netizens expressed pity and sympathy. After all, Chen Huizhu's actions stemmed from good intentions. Without the experts and materials from the Soviet Union, the progress of nuclear weapons development would never have been so smooth. But who could have foreseen that relations between Dragon Nation and Sioux Nation would suddenly sour? And upon hearing, during the relocation of the research team from the base, Chen Huizhu suddenly vanished. Netizens' faces were instantly filled with confusion. Vanished? Could it be an accident? While no one could have predicted Suguo withdrawing its experts, he was the one who proposed it. Perhaps fearing blame, he left the team? Impossible. A hero who sacrificed his entire fortune for his country. How could he possibly flee out of fear of blame from higher-ups? Bai Ye continued. After discovering Chen Huizhu's disappearance, we immediately launched a search operation. A month later, he finally returned. And he brought back thrilling news. Traces of substantial uranium deposits had been discovered in the Gobi Desert near Xinzhang City. When he returned with this good news, it all clicked for us. It turned out the reason for his disappearance was he had been traveling across the country searching for uranium deposits. Upon hearing the news, smiles lit up all our faces. But at the same time, we felt a bit resentful toward him. After all, searching for uranium deposits was everyone's responsibility, not just one person's task. Yet Chen Huizhu actually set off alone to search for uranium deposits. What was even more puzzling was that he didn't inform us beforehand. This left us worried for a long time, and some even began to suspect whether Chen Huizhu had actually run away. But when we realized he had returned, he brought back not only news, but also a detailed map of uranium deposits around Xizang. All grievances and suspicions vanished instantly, replaced only by heartache. Because when he reappeared before us, he was no longer the bright, handsome young man we once knew. He should have been the kind of guy who could attract many beautiful girls. But after this return, if he hadn't called out my name precisely, I almost wouldn't have recognized him. His once thick, jet-black hair had thinned considerably, and white spots had appeared on his face. I could tell at a glance that Chen Huizhu had suffered severe radiation exposure. Over the past few months, in an attempt to make amends for his past mistakes, he had set out alone in search of uranium deposits. During this journey, he tragically encountered radiation and contracted an incurable disease. 18 tearjerker. Covered in white spots all because of nuclear radiation? Bai Ye's words brought tears to the eyes of many netizens. Even Bai Qingqing silently pulled a tissue from her pocket, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Upon hearing that Chen Huizhu had left alone, many netizens initially assumed Chen Huizhu must have fled. After all, whether intentional or not, Chen Huizhu had revealed the coordinates of the nuclear test site to Suguo. This forced the entire research team to evacuate urgently and search for a new suitable testing site. Such a mistake was almost impossible to overlook. Yet what no one anticipated was that they had all misunderstood Chen Huizhu. His departure was not an escape, but a solitary journey to find uranium deposits, a mission to free Longwa from its uranium shortage as soon as possible. Even when struck by illness during his journey, he resolutely returned to the team. He rushed back with the good news to share it with Bai Ye and the others. At this moment, netizens were instantly filled with emotion and profound respect, many of them moved to tears. Though the portrait of Chen Huizhu showed him as a young man, his deeds had long earned him the title of hero. At this moment, the live stream's viewership had surged to nearly 500,000. Keep in mind, even for major variety shows, reaching 50,000 concurrent viewers is no easy feat. This alone demonstrates just how immense Bai Ye's current reach has become. The comments section of the livestream had been completely flooded by emotionally charged netizens. Comments poured in from all sides. I owe this hero an apology. When I heard Chen Huizu had vanished, I genuinely thought he'd fled. Never imagined the truth was anything like this. Yeah. What moved me most was, he wasn't just doing it for himself, but so our country could have nuclear weapons. He worked tirelessly, traveling everywhere. Even sacrificing his own health. In the memorial photo, Chen Huizu's face is covered in white patches and he's lost a lot of hair. He was barely in his 20s back then. Now he looks like he aged 30 years. If he'd been healthy, he would have been such a bright, handsome young man. Who among the young doesn't cherish their appearance? But for the nation, he long ago cast aside his outward image, dedicating himself wholly to his mission. If someone like this isn't a hero, then who is? The camera cuts back to Bai Ye. Bai Ye took a deep breath and continued. After obtaining the detailed uranium deposit map, our entire project team was incredibly excited. Because nearly all the technical hurdles for nuclear weapons had been overcome with sufficient materials, we could finally succeed in building one. In the period that followed, our motivation soared to unprecedented heights. Yet at the same time, we decided to exclude Chen Huizu from further research. Bai Ye recalled that scene softly. I vaguely remember that when we received the directive from higher-ups, Chen Huizu appeared exceptionally dejected. But he understood that the state was doing this for his own good. You see, back then we worked with nuclear materials almost daily, clad in heavy protective suits. Without these protective measures, our bodies would be exposed to radiation for extended periods, posing serious risks to our lives. Chen Huizu's body had already suffered severe radiation damage, with his cells almost entirely mutated. The doctors told us that even if he stayed here for treatment, he couldn't fully recover at best, it could only prolong his life. Bai Ye's voice choked up slightly. For the first few days, Chen Huizu obeyed orders and stayed in the ward for treatment. But this situation didn't last long. Less than a month later, he suddenly appeared. He came to the base and insisted I assign him a duty. Bai Ye lowered his head, seemingly still recalling the scene. I couldn't refuse him, so I had to placate him and quickly summoned the team leader. Faced with the team leader's reprimands and persuasion, Chen Huizu, who I'd always known as mild-mannered and never defiant, actually got angry for the first time. My body is fine. I can move my arms and legs, he practically commanded. What right do you have to stop me from working? He continued, I personally located the uranium ore deposit. You have no right to deprive me of the chance to participate in this work. Bai Ye paused, his gaze growing distant. At that moment, I was truly stunned. I never imagined Chen Huizu would actually lose his temper with us just to keep participating in the project. He gave a wry smile. In our eyes, Chen Huizu had always been a gentle, obedient kid. I never imagined he could be so persistent. In the end, I saw stubbornness and determination in his eyes. So I told the team leader to let him join the work. Every day after work, I personally took him back to the hospital. I made sure he took his medicine and focused on his treatment. After Bai Ye finished speaking, every viewer in the livestream room froze in front of their screens. They truly hadn't expected it. Despite his condition worsening, Chen Huizu was determined to return to the base and participate in the work at all costs. Honestly, in today's society, many people would gladly lie flat for work, pursuing a comfortable life, wishing they could stay home all day and never go to work. After all, how comfortable is it to just lie in bed? Yet Chen Huizu, this young researcher, while searching for uranium deposits, he not only suffered radiation exposure but also fell gravely ill. By any measure, this should have been a time for him to receive care from the government and hospitals, allowing him to focus on recovery. Yet, despite his illness, he resolutely returned to the base, determined to continue contributing his strength to the nation. This resilience and dedication command profound respect. More importantly, Chen Huizu was not lacking in money. His family was wealthy, and his financial circumstances could easily have supported him in receiving treatment in comfort at a hospital. Yet despite this, he set aside personal comfort and indulgence. To return to his post, Chen Huizu even risked conflict with Bai Ye and his team leader. Though the audience never witnessed Chen Huizu's deeds firsthand, Bai Ye's account allowed them to deeply grasp the spirit of this great scientist. When they turned their gaze to Chen Huizu's portrait, their eyes brimmed with sincere admiration and reverence. It was precisely because of scientists like Chen Huizu that the technological advancement and progress of the Dragon Nation were propelled forward during that era. Compared to the dazzling movie stars and idols from talent shows, those scientists who quietly dedicated themselves to the nation's prosperity and the rejuvenation of the people, they are the most admirable and greatest heroes. No sooner had Bai Ye finished speaking, the livestream chat exploded with comments. 19 Li Dong Jay's livestream. Is he about to expose Bai Ye's dark secrets? Holy crap. Honestly, those spots on Chen Huizu's face look terrifying to me. If it were me, I'd probably want to stay in the hospital room resting all day. After all, he's practically terminal. With not much time left, enjoying life while his family has money is the most practical thing to do. But Chen Huizu's actions are truly unexpected. Upon seeing these comments and learning about Chen Huizu's past experiences, many viewers were suddenly left wondering. That is, Chen Huizu, is he really a young master? Because judging by his subsequent behavior, he didn't show the slightest trace of being a young master. After all, in today's society, the extravagant displays of wealth by the wealthy and privileged are often dazzling. They practically can't wait to flaunt every penny they have. They adopt an air of superiority, reveling in the admiration of those less fortunate. But after joining the research position, Chen Huizu showed absolutely no trace of being connected to the young master label. Even before his departure abroad, he still relied on servants to manage his daily needs. Yet upon his return to China, he seemed transformed overnight. And every deed he performed afterward brought tears to people's eyes. Perhaps it was precisely because he had studied abroad, witnessing a world utterly different from his homeland. Upon returning to his homeland, he experienced a stark contrast. This stark contrast ignited a profound sense of responsibility within him. I must do something for my country. In short, Chen Huizu's story completely shattered the preconceived notions about rich second-generation kids and spoiled young masters held by everyone in the livestream. It turns out not all wealthy individuals lead lives of decadence and extravagance. It turned out there were people like Chen Huizu who in the early years of the nation's founding, threw themselves wholeheartedly into building the country, contributing their share to strengthen its power. With uranium mines secured, nuclear weapons development accelerated dramatically. 2 months later, we finally tested our nation's first nuclear bomb at the test site. Fortunately, Chen Huizu lived to see that moment. As the nuclear blast erupted, he pointed at the mushroom cloud and smiled at me, saying, "Lao Bai. Look at that mushroom cloud. How dazzling it looks." Yes. In truth, it wasn't just the mushroom cloud that shone brightly, it was also the researchers like Chen Huizu, who willingly sacrificed everything for the nation's development. After that, we enjoyed a rare period of relaxation. Our daily lives leaned toward leisure and entertainment. After those days, old Chen and I often played cards together. But it was strange. After losing, this guy actually offered to write me an IOU. I teased him about it every time. "You big shot. When did you learn to write IOUs?" Whenever I teased him like that, he'd look really awkward. And sometimes when Chen Huizu went shopping, he'd even ask me to lend him money. Netizens just laughed it off. After all, Chen Huizu and Bai Ye were quite close. Like the CEOs of certain big corporations. Take Mr. Zhou from 270, for instance. He often has his secretary handle payments when shopping. Writing IOUs, borrowing money to buy things. To netizens, this is nothing more than proof of their close relationship. It doesn't really mean anything. Meanwhile, in Shanghai City, ever since Li Donza discovered Bai Ye's massive traffic was beyond his reach, he began scheming relentlessly for revenge. After all, he was the CEO of a media company. He knew exactly how to grab the audience's attention. To put it bluntly, if he wanted to make someone famous, even if that person was an utterly mediocre nobody, Li Donza has the means to make them gain hundreds of thousands of followers in a single day. Gain hundreds of thousands of followers. And if Li Dongjie wanted to destroy someone, even if that person is a mega influencer with tens of millions of followers, he could still plunge them into a media storm. Without exaggeration. In Shanghai City, any media company CEO can't compete with him when it comes to manipulating traffic. At this very moment, Li Donza had already started the livestream. Yes. In the past, Li Donza always relied on traffic manipulation to get his streamers to go live. But this time, to counter Bai Ye, he planned to take matters into his own hands. After launching the stream, Li Dongjie frantically urged his streamers to shower him with gifts, driving traffic to his stream. Within mere minutes, Li Donza's stream attracted tens of thousands of viewers. Once the numbers were sufficient, Li Donza immediately began his performance. "Hello, everyone. I'm Li Donza, CEO of Jotian Media. As you all know, there's a female streamer who's been trending online recently. Her name is Bai Qingqing. But her fame isn't due to her looks, it's because of her great-grandfather. That's right. The very same Bai Ye who carried his comrade's portrait and helped fulfill his final wishes." The moment Bai Ye's name was mentioned, the livestream chat exploded with activity. After all, Bai Ye's reputation is simply too high these days. And now paired with the beauty streamer Bai Qingqing's name. Even though they only streamed every few days, each session consistently drew hundreds of thousands of concurrent viewers. However, what intrigued viewers most was when the conversation turned to Bai Ye and Bai Qingqing, Li Donza's expression turns cold. As if he harbors significant resentment toward them? Actually, a while back, when I heard about old man Bai Ye's story, I was deeply moved. In this materialistic age, it's incredibly rare to find someone who remembers a promise made decades ago and walks dozens of kilometers just to fulfill it. As the head of a media company, I hold profound respect for individuals like old Master Bai Ye. So after learning their address, I paid them a visit. But it was precisely during that visit that I discovered the truth. It wasn't nearly as simple as I'd imagined. At this point, the live stream chat erupted with noise. After meeting the old man, I expressed my hope to invite his great-granddaughter to join our company as a streamer. That way, I could use the contract as a pretext to give them $1,000,000 yuan. Of course, I'm not saying I wanted to exploit the old man's popularity. Money? I've got plenty of that. With so many streamers under my name, those in the know understand. I just want to help Bai Ye and the others earn money even while traveling, so their livelihoods are secured. In fact, I've even thought it through. If Bai Qingqing agrees to join our company, I won't take a single cent of the revenue share. I'll donate it all to the state. At this point, Li Dong's brow furrowed slightly. Then his expression turned indignant. But what I never expected was that Bai Ye rejected me. And the reason he turned me down was that he thought $1,000,000 yuan wasn't enough. He had Bai Qingqing pull out her phone and flashed the back-end data right in front of me. He said that in just this short period, his great-granddaughter had easily earned hundreds of thousands through live streaming alone. $1 million? That's nothing. 20. The crowd was furious. People just get worse as they get older. In truth, everything Li Dongzi claimed during his livestream was pure fabrication. As the president of a media company, how could Li Dongzi not know? How much could a streamer with hundreds of thousands of followers actually earn from a single livestream? In reality, even top streamers with millions of followers, a single livestream might bring in a few tens of thousands at most. And that money doesn't all go to the streamer, at least half of it goes to the streamers' union. Li Dongzi knows this all too well. But these behind-the-scenes realities remain unknown to viewers, who have no way to verify them. Moreover, during his live streams, Li Dongzi deliberately emphasized his identity as the president of a media company. This was essentially telling netizens how much income Bai Qingqing could expect after each stream. He knew exactly what was going on. The reason Li Dongzi fabricated these false figures was to bring Bai Ye down from her pedestal. This way, netizens would no longer see Bai Ye as that tragic hero who, to fulfill a decades-old promise, carried his comrade's portrait and trekked hundreds of kilometers on foot. When people see Bai Ye getting off the train with his great-granddaughter, traveling across provinces and cities just to fulfill a promise made years ago, they instinctively assume Bai Ye is an otherworldly tragic figure, destined to act for the greater good. And if he's a hero, how could he possibly do these things for money? But what if? If Bai Ye were to ask for money, the heroic image in everyone's hearts would shatter instantly. Bai Ye would no longer be the hero in everyone's eyes. Instead, he'd become a despicable scoundrel who'd drag the corpse of a long-dead comrade through the mud just to make money with his great-granddaughter. Though in this day and age, negative fame is still fame. But remember this. The reason everyone pays attention to Bai Qingqing and Bai Ye is precisely because of the precious bond between him and his comrades and his various experiences of dedicating himself to scientific research since the founding of the nation. Once Bai Ye's hero persona crumbles, just imagine a centenarian once people realize he and his great-granddaughter are exploiting their relationship for profit. How many people would still follow him? And at that very moment, Li Dongji can launch his own plan. For instance, following Bai Ye's model, have the copywriters draft several scripts, then hire a few actors to adopt Bai Ye's persona. Of course, it wouldn't be a carbon copy. Since it's a script, the identity can naturally be flexibly adapted. An old veteran of the War of Resistance? Not out of the question. First, create some similar plot points. Then arrange for several corporate leaders to present him with gifts. Say things like, "You've made so many contributions to the nation. Without you, there would be no Dragon Nation today." In such situations, the veteran would hastily wave his hands. He'll insist he never thought that far back then. They only thought about driving every last Japanese soldier out of Longwa. It was to prevent our nation from being bullied by other countries. It was absolutely not about the money. Such a scene inevitably resonates deeply with audiences across the internet. Combined with Bai Ye's earlier dismissive attitude toward Li Dong's 1 million offer, the stark contrast makes people feel even more strongly that Bai Ye has changed. He's completely obsessed with money now. Of course, some might point out at this point, Bai Ye's credentials were personally verified by the president of Xinjiang Military Academy. He genuinely worked at Shenyang Aircraft Corporation. That's true. But Li Dong's words never claimed your entire background was fabricated, did they? It's just that all that happened decades ago. Perhaps, over the years, Bai Ye's family might have run into some financial difficulties. So they resorted to this method of chasing traffic to make money? After all, who can be certain that an older scientist like Bai Ye, after all this time, couldn't there be some ethical issues? Sometimes, when money is involved, people's hearts turn sour. Over the years, incidents like this have occurred in society. Have they really become any less frequent? At this moment, the live stream audience had already surpassed 300,000. Li Dongzi continued. To be perfectly honest, when Bai Ye said, "1 million, that's nothing. My granddaughter can earn hundreds of thousands in a single livestream," I was completely stunned. Because in my eyes, an old-school scientist like Bai Ye should be indifferent to fame and fortune, viewing money as dirt. Precisely because of this, I chose to fund him with 1 million through a contract. All he needed to do was meet a few minor conditions. That million was handed over willingly. Because I thought, if I just gave him a million outright, Bai Ye would surely see it as an insult. He wouldn't accept my goodwill. But it turns out I was wrong. He didn't accept it because he thought a million was too little. He wanted to make an outrageous demand and ask me for more money. After finishing his rant about Bai Ye, Li Donzi didn't forget to sling mud at Bai Qingqing. Immediately, Li Donzi's livestream exploded. Countless viewers began flooding the chat with comments. No way? Bai Ye is actually that kind of person? This? I never would have guessed. I always thought old man Bai Ye wouldn't do something like this. Sometimes when he walked by, I'd see him holding a portrait and quietly shedding tears. Could all that have been fake? Those were crocodile tears. Don't believe a word of it. Exactly. While Bai Ye was once a researcher after the founding of the nation, and we don't deny his past contributions to the country, but sorry. I don't think I'll be following him anymore. He doesn't deserve it. We treated him like a hero. And what did we get in return? He and his great-granddaughter treated us all like ATMs. This is bull. People change. These days, this kind of thing happens way too often. I thought Bai Qingqing was just a pretty, innocent streamer, but who knew she was so wild behind the scenes? It just goes to show birds of a feather flock together. If the old man in the family is like that, his great-granddaughter Bai Qingqing can't be much better. In many people's eyes, streamers go live for one reason, money. But when it comes to Bai Ye and Bai Qingqing, people are rallying to boycott them. The reason behind this is actually quite simple. Take, for example, a very famous cancer fighting streamer on AC station named Changzi Fighting Cancer. Leveraging the cancer fighting angle, his streams consistently draw massive audiences. Many viewers even tip, bookmark, and share his content, while he privately raises considerable funds, amassing massive traffic. However, things took a sudden turn. Some fans unexpectedly spotted Changzi and his girlfriend shopping for luxury goods at a mall. Instantly, Changzi found himself in the eye of a public relations storm, with even his original supporters unfollowing him en masse. The sentiment was clear: making money is acceptable, but you cannot exploit others' sympathy under the guise of fighting cancer. Now, back to Bai Ye. Without that glamorous facade, who would pay attention to a dying centenarian? 21 Passing through the village, there was a statue of Chen Huizhu? After watching Li Donzi's livestream, some people did start to doubt Bai Ye. Unlike other netizens, however, these individuals did not rush to post attacking comments but chose to remain on the sidelines. After all, Bai Ye's online popularity was simply too immense, and as the president of a media company, Li Donzi clearly understood all the tricks of the trade. Therefore, another possibility exists: Li Dongji's remarks might have been an attempt to slander Bai Ye. Perhaps he had indeed attempted to reach out to Bai Ye, only to be rejected by the elder. Hence, harboring resentment, he deliberately slandered Bai Ye during the livestream? The reason some people remained cautious was simple: while Li Dongji's words sounded plausible on the surface, it remains solely his account backed by absolutely no evidence. Empty words without proof. He can't even produce evidence. Why should anyone believe him? Amidst the escalating online storm, Bai Ye, the very center of this controversy, remained completely unaware of the situation. Hey everyone, my phone's about to die. So I might not be able to live stream with everyone. Facing the camera, Bai Qingqing apologized to her viewers with a look of regret. The low battery was only one reason for ending the livestream. More importantly, Grandpa Zhang said they were almost at their destination. After turning off the phone, the two walked a short distance further. A village suddenly came into view. At this sight, Bai Ye froze in place. He halted in his tracks, his eyes widening in astonishment. I remember 70 years ago, this place was still a wasteland. It could be said that back then, for the sake of scientific research, every blade of grass and tree within dozens of kilometers, Bai Ye knew every single one of them inside out. It could be said without exaggeration that, back then, when they were relocating their base, there shouldn't have been anyone here, right? Grandpa Zhang, why don't we rest here for a bit? Bai Qingqing suggested. Bai Ye nodded slightly upon hearing this. Upon entering the village, Bai Ye noticed that most of the residents were middle-aged people in their 40s and 50s, along with their children. In the center of the village stood an elementary school, old but not dilapidated. Just as the two were about to find a place to rest, suddenly, a child of about 10 years old ran over. His eyes sparkled with surprise as he stared at the portrait in Bai Ye's hand, seeming to recognize something. Grandpa, big sister. Where are you from? The child asked curiously, then fixed his gaze on the portrait in Bai Ye's hand. Ha! The people in this photo. I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. Hearing this, Bai Ye paused slightly. Little one, have you seen Chen Huizhu? He asked, stunned. That was impossible. Because Chen Huizhu had passed away 60 years ago. Moreover, after the nuclear weapons project was completed, Bai Ye and he immediately joined another project. It wasn't until 10 years later that Chen Huizu passed away due to illness. The child standing before him was, at most, only 10 years old. How could there possibly be any connection between them? It's true. There's even a statue of him at our school. The child insisted. Grandpa, I'll take you to see it. With that, the child took both of them by the hand and led them toward the school. Though the entire school was old and neglected, it was clear it was still well maintained, aged but not dilapidated. It was recess, and children were playing freely on the playground. As they passed the school plaza, a colossal statue suddenly loomed before Bai Ye. That face was all too familiar. Chen Huizu. This school actually had a statue of him? This sight left Bai Ye momentarily stunned, a wave of shock surging through him. Bai Qingqing looked at Bai Ye with equal confusion. Grandpa Zhang, you don't know what's going on either? I'm not entirely sure either. Bai Ye shook his head, his mind momentarily in disarray. Even as he strained to recall, he couldn't comprehend how Chen Huizu could possibly be connected to this village. Could it be that old Chen had some secret even he himself was unaware of? Young ones, take me to your principal. The child nodded and replied with a smile, sure. Upon meeting the principal, Bai Ye immediately inquired about the origins of the village and the school. The principal's account left him utterly stunned. 70 years ago, this land was barren and desolate. The villagers lived in dire poverty, struggling to meet even their most basic needs for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Then, a young man arrived. After learning of their plight, he used his own money, contacted the local government, and helped the villagers establish the small village and build a school. Later, the villagers erected this statue in the center of the school to honor him, the principal explained. Bai Ye's heart trembled upon hearing this. He finally understood Chen Huizu had quietly left years ago, and while searching for uranium deposits, he had stumbled upon this place. So he secretly donated his own money to this impoverished village and built the school. Bai Ye's gaze lingered on the school, his eyes brimming with deep affection and emotion. Recalling the past, Chen Huizu had passed away in his early 30s. He left behind only countless scientific achievements and regrets, no descendants, no wealth, no inheritance. Now, if this village and this school were truly funded by Chen Huizu, they undoubtedly represented his sole legacy. As a former comrade in arms, Bai Ye knew he couldn't stand idly by. He had to do something for Chen Huizu. A sudden impulse seized Bai Ye. He swiftly pulled several thousand yuan in cash from his small bag and handed it to the principal without hesitation. At the same time, Bai Qingqing learned the truth about the village and the school, and her heart was deeply moved. As a younger generation member, witnessing how much her late grandfather cherished this place, she too resolved to contribute something here. She opened her phone, logged into her live streaming backend, and checked her earnings from the past few days. Her recent live streams had brought in nearly 80,000 yuan. 80,000. In the past, it might have taken her a whole year to earn that much. But this time, Bai Qingqing didn't hesitate. She decided to donate the entire sum to this school, to this village. Over the past few days, Bai Qingqing had been deeply moved by the emotion radiating from Grandpa Zhang, and a quiet shift had taken place within her heart. She felt compelled to do something for this place. When she transferred the 80,000 yuan via her phone, the principal's expression froze instantly. Staring at the few thousand yuan in cash in his hand and the staggering 80,000 yuan transfer, he was momentarily dazed. As the principal, his first thought was, how could I possibly accept this money? He waved his hands urgently, his tone firm. No. Sir, our school doesn't need this money. The government allocates funds every year, and we have no shortage of money for school operations. We truly have no use for this money. But then he saw the determined look in Bai Ye and Bai Qingqing's eyes. In the end, the principal had no choice but to accept the money. 22. This village was Chen Huizu's legacy. During their conversation, the principal learned the old man's name was Bai Ye. Old man, let me walk you out. As Bai Ye prepared to leave, the principal clutched the money tightly in his hand, his eyes brimming with gratitude and tears. But Bai Ye merely smiled faintly at this gesture, then waved his hand dismissively. No need to trouble yourself. However, what Bai Ye hadn't anticipated was that, after walking forward for a short while, Bai Ye suddenly noticed that every single resident of the village, young and old alike, had gathered at the village entrance to wave him off. This scene moved Bai Ye deeply, filling his heart with warmth. Simultaneously, his thoughts drifted back 70 years. To the scene at the Qingchuan Satellite Launch Center after the successful nuclear weapons test. The jubilation and glory of that moment seemed to overlap with the scene before him now. How strikingly similar. But Bai Ye did not pause to greet the welcoming villagers. Instead, he hurried away. As he departed, Bai Ye still clutched Chen Huizu's portrait tightly. The principal's account had profoundly shaken Bai Ye. He never imagined that this entire village had been built with Chen Huizu's own money. Even the school was founded by his own hands. Behind the teaching building lay a spacious playground, though it couldn't compare to the expansive campuses in the city. The entire school grounds were still quite substantial. Moreover, the playground was fully equipped with all kinds of exercise facilities. This meant that the legacy Chen Huizu left behind back then hadn't faded with time. Instead, it continues to be carried forward and expanded upon. This means that today, all the children in the village can attend school here, receive an education, and grow up to become pillars of our nation. Old Chen. If you were still alive and saw this scene, you'd be overjoyed, wouldn't you? Bai Ye gazed up at the sky and couldn't help but sigh. After leaving the village, Bai Ye and Bai Qingqing continued their journey. Less than 10 kilometers remained to the base of the Qingchuan Satellite Launch Center. They hurried onward and finally reached the base gates 5 hours later. Compared to the Qingchuan base he had worked at years ago, the scene before him had undergone earth-shaking changes. It had grown larger and more advanced. Outside the base gates, several transparent glass guard posts had been erected. Guards clad in camouflage uniforms, steel rifles in hand, stood vigilant and resolute, guarding this mysterious restricted zone. Looking back, although Qingchuan base had strict security measures back then, even frontline researchers like them could barely make ends meet in that era. Although security personnel were assigned, their duties were limited to guarding a small perimeter. The guards stood watch outdoors, exposed to the elements. What remained vivid in Bai Ye's memory was a particular winter day. The biting cold cut through them. At the time, Bai Ye and other researchers were frantically calculating nuclear test data in the laboratory. Even indoors, the frigid air made them shiver uncontrollably. One could only imagine the harsh conditions endured by the guards stationed outside, relying solely on their camouflage uniforms to withstand the snowstorms and endure the bitter cold. Times really have changed. Bai Ye remarked. Now that we have these guard booths, the guards no longer need to brave the wind, rain, and bitter cold to stand their posts. They can safeguard the nation's nuclear secrets with greater peace of mind. As the two approached the base, a guard spotted them. Upon seeing them, the guard immediately heightened his vigilance. He gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze sharp. Comrades, this is a restricted research zone. You must leave immediately, or we will be forced to take action. But what the guard didn't expect was, upon hearing his warning, instead of leaving, they broke into a smile. Hello, young comrade. Could you kindly help me get in? I used to work here. A flicker of suspicion suddenly crossed the guard's face. But when his gaze fell upon the portrait in Bai Ye's hands, his entire expression froze in shock. As a guard tasked with protecting the nuclear base, he always passed by a wall of honor before each shift. On that wall hung numerous portraits. Scientists who had once worked at the Qingchuan satellite base. The guards held these scientists in the utmost reverence. Over time, they naturally memorized their faces. And among those photographs, was strikingly similar to the portrait Bai Ye held in his hands. Showed a striking resemblance? The guard's expression immediately changed. Since this old man was carrying this portrait, then perhaps everything he said earlier might actually be true. Comrade, I understand. Please wait a moment. During this time, Bai Ye and the other person waited outside the door. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man in formal attire, followed by a group of camera operators, approached Bai Ye. Recently, wars have erupted across Blue Star. The world faces a significant risk of entering Season S3. To reassure the public, major military developments have been frequently reported lately. The 6th-generation fighter jet, for instance, is a deliberate signal released by the authorities. Even the eagle-eyed Americans can't build a 6th-generation fighter jet, but our Dragon Nation has succeeded. Therefore, our nation's people can go about their daily lives with complete peace of mind. Scenarios like surprise attacks experienced by other nations are absolutely impossible in our country. Beyond the 6th-generation fighter, the government has specially invited a CCTV program to conduct exclusive reports across major research facilities. After Chengdu Aircraft Industry Group, the next destination is the Qingchuan Satellite Launch Center. Hosted by CCTV News' star anchor, Bing Bing. Just 10 minutes ago, a security guard suddenly rushed in. He announced that an elderly man and a young child had arrived outside. The elderly man held a portrait photo in his arms. He requested an introduction. The current commander of the Qingchuan Launch Center is Tan Xiu. Though in his 60s, he showed no signs of aging. He looked almost like a middle-aged man. After listening to the guard's account, Tan Xiu pondered for a moment before waving his hand. After all, the live broadcast was still ongoing. If anything went wrong during the broadcast, he, as the commander-in-chief, couldn't bear the responsibility. As for the introduction, that could wait until after the broadcast ended. However, Bing Bing beside him had caught the crucial detail. An old man and a young child? And the elder was holding a portrait in his arms? As a host for CCTV radio, Bing Bing usually kept up with trending topics online. And if we're talking about the hottest topic online lately, it's undoubtedly the Centenarian Bai Ye. And if the visitor truly is Bai Ye, then wouldn't that mean Bai Ye and the man in the portrait, both of them had once worked at this nuclear base? 23 Old Bai. Is it really you? As the live broadcast drew to a close, the CCTV production team naturally wouldn't miss the chance to interview Bai Ye. The live broadcast team was all set, eager to learn the story of this centenarian. So it was him. Seeing this, Tan Xiu's expression shifted to one of sudden realization and she nodded. Though he hadn't watched the broadcast, rumors about the Centenarian had indeed been circulating online. And even information about memorial portraits. Tan Xiu turned around and led the production crew toward the door. He wanted to personally welcome this special guest. Upon opening the door, Tan Xiu saw an elderly man standing straight at the entrance, holding a portrait in his arms. Standing straight at the doorway. Though his legs trembled slightly, his eyes burned with unwavering resolve. And when Bai Ye and the others, along with the portrait, appeared on the live broadcast of CCTV, the entire broadcast studio erupted in shock. Holy? No way, it really is old man Bai Ye? Earlier during Bing Bing's stream, I overheard Commander Tan talking to security about an old man holding a portrait. I had a feeling it might be Bai Ye. Honestly, his recognizability is off the charts. A portrait, a centenarian, walking on foot, put those three things together, and there's no one else it could be but the old man. Actually, it was practically a given that old Master Bai would be here. Remember when Sister Qingqing said her phone was about to die? The old man and we talked extensively about Chen Huizu's deeds. Wait, this is just too coincidental. I'd given up hope, but who knew the world could hold such a perfect coincidence? At this very moment, netizens were also bursting with excitement. After all, since learning Chen Huizu's true identity, everyone was almost certain that Bai Ye's purpose in coming to Xinzang City was to visit the Qingshuan Satellite Launch Center. He came here with Chen Huizu's portrait to pay his respects. However, since they were traveling on foot, they have no idea how long it would actually take Bai Ye to reach this place. Moreover, unforeseen incidents along the way could further delay him. As for the CCTV program crew's interview at the Qingshuan base, was limited to a mere 2 hours. To chance upon Bai Ye within those 2 hours, that was simply too difficult. Yet, Bai Ye has now appeared on camera. How could this not excite Bai Ye's fans? After spotting Bai Ye, Tan Xiu also made his way over. As the current commander of the Qingshuan Satellite Launch Center, Tan Xiu was all too familiar with the distinguished scientists on the Wall of Honor who had contributed to the 2 bombs, 1 satellite program. Indeed, on that very wall, Chen Huizu's name was clearly inscribed. Moreover, the faces of every person on that wall were all etched into Tan Xiu's memory. Yet, upon seeing Bai Ye, Tan Xiu first tried to find a trace of familiarity on Bai Ye's face. But ultimately, she failed. Every face on the Wall of Honor didn't match at all. Even though Bai Ye was already very old at this point, and the scientists featured on the wall were mostly in their 50s or 60s. But remember, even as people age over time, certain facial details remain unchanged forever. It was precisely through this that Tan Xiu could conclude that there was absolutely no photograph of Bai Ye on that Wall of Honor. But why? Bai Ye had stated during a previous livestream he had worked here before? You must understand. Every scientist who participated in the 2 bombs, 1 satellite program, their photos are all displayed on that Wall of Honor. There's absolutely no way he could be missing. And just as Tan Xiu was consumed by this dilemma, Li Dong's paid commenters seized the moment to speak up in the livestream chat. I told you so. This old guy's no good, full of tricks. All he cares about is making money and chasing views. And you actually believed him? Where's all that crowd that was attacking me in the chat earlier? Why isn't anyone saying anything now? Playing dead? Don't you think about it? If Bai Ye really was involved in the 2 bombs, 1 satellite program, how could Tan Xiu, as the current commander of Qingshuan base, not recognize him? Plus, everyone saw the honor wall. There's no photo of Bai Ye. Forget it, Bai Ye is completely disgraced now. And it aired on CCTV's livestream. Haha, this is hilarious. I bet the old man never imagined his carefully cultivated persona would be destroyed by CCTV. His great-granddaughter's livestream was just a minor blip. But CCTV? That's a legitimate official media outlet. Haha, he's totally crashed and burned. During the several-hour livestream, Li Dongzi spoke extensively about Bai Ye's shortcomings, attempting to bring him down from his pedestal. This did cause some netizens to start doubting Bai Ye. But a significant number of netizens still believed Bai Ye wasn't that kind of person. They questioned whether Li Dongji was simply eyeing the old man's popularity, deliberately smearing him. Otherwise, why all the talk without a shred of evidence? It's fair to say that after several hours of live streaming, it did have some impact on Bai Ye's reputation, but it wasn't significant. After all, without proof, who knows if you're just making things up? But right now, on the honor wall at the Clear Spring base, Bai Ye's name and likeness are nowhere to be seen. Moreover, Tan Xiu stated outright that in the archives, there's no trace of Bai Ye whatsoever. In an instant, public opinion shifted dramatically. More and more netizens began questioning Bai Ye's identity and motives. They grew increasingly convinced by Li Dongzi's account. Director Tan, could there be some misunderstanding here? Perhaps we could seek out the older generation and ask them directly? The missing file could be lost. But if it's a comrade in arms who served alongside him, I believe they could corroborate the old man's account. Bing Bing's words instantly struck a chord with Tan Xiao. And you know what? Such people do exist. He really did exist. His name is Qian Yongcheng, the son of Old Man Qian. He's already 80 years old this year. He had also spent a considerable amount of time at the Qingchuan base. Old Master Qian knew a great deal about that era. Even Tan Xiao, the commander-in-chief, might not know some of it. Nowadays, Qian Yongcheng has been retired for quite some time. Yet he still resides at the Qingchuan base. Like his father before him, he holds a deep connection to this land. Deep love. Quick, go fetch Old Man Qian. Soon. The guards promptly escorted Old Master Qian over. At this moment, Qian Yongcheng sat in his wheelchair. His physical condition was far from promising. Yet, the moment he saw Bai Ye, his eyes suddenly lit up. He even tried to push himself up with both hands on the armrests, attempting to stand. Bai. Elder Bai. Is it you? Is it really you? This single sentence instantly stunned everyone present. All eyes focused on Qian Yongcheng, the air itself seemed to freeze. 24 Public opinion reversal. Bai Ye donated 80,000 to the village? At this very moment, Tan Xiao, the current commander of the Clear Spring base. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head upon hearing Old Master Qian's words. Just now, how did Old Master Qian address Bai Ye? Old Bai? One must understand that in terms of seniority and standing. As the descendant of a two bombs, one satellite hero, Old Master Qian undoubtedly held a status at the present Qingchuan base indeed, throughout the entire scientific research community. Far surpassed Tan Xiao's. The honorific Lao is reserved as a term of respect only for scientists who have made monumental contributions to the nation. Especially for retired scientists with such distinguished achievements as Old Qian. Even when walking down the street and encountering former colleagues, they would at most address each other as Old Lu or Old Tan. Because there was no hierarchy among them, titles were equal, determined by peer status. Yet when Professor Qian mentioned Bai Ye, his first words were, "Professor Bai?" At that moment, Tan Xiao's mind nearly froze. Any lingering doubts about whether Bai Ye had ever worked at the Qingchuan base vanished completely. Mr. Qian's title had made everything crystal clear. Bai Ye not only had he truly worked here, but he was also a colleague and comrade in arms who fought side by side with Chen Huizu. Even during the development of nuclear weapons, Bai Ye's contributions likely far exceeded anyone's imagination. Otherwise, why would a figure as prominent as Old Master Qian address Bai Ye with such reverence as Old Master Bai? Upon hearing Qian Yongcheng's voice, Bai Ye froze momentarily. Then he looked up and saw Qian Yongcheng, who was trying to stand up from his wheelchair. His expression was filled with emotion. A gentle smile immediately spread across Bai Ye's face. Under the gaze of the crowd, Bai Ye approached Qian Yongcheng. "You must be Yongcheng? You look just like your father. The first time I saw you, you had just turned 18, such a vibrant, handsome young man. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. Even you've aged. Time really flies." A flicker of nostalgia passed through Bai Ye's eyes. At these words, everyone froze in shock once more. What? What the hell? Bai Ye had actually met Old Qian in his younger days? And, if memory serves, this Old Master Qian's father should be one of the two meritorious figures. Yet, in Bai Ye's address, he actually called him Old Qian? It seems it's not just Chen Huizu. Bai Ye actually shares an incredibly deep bond. Seems to share an incredibly deep bond? After hearing Bai Ye's words, memories gradually surfaced in his mind. 60 years ago, on his 18th birthday, to celebrate his university acceptance, his long-absent father invited a large group of people to celebrate with him. It was then that Qian Yongcheng met Bai Ye. Not long ago, classified files on Longhua's nuclear weapons development were declassified. Qian Yongcheng learned for the first time from the newspapers. All these years, the reason his father was rarely around. It turned out he had been following Bai Ye and the others to the frontier to develop nuclear weapons. His father was such a remarkable man. It was at that very moment that Qian Yongcheng made up his mind. After graduating from university, he would follow in his father's footsteps. He would work at the Qingchuan base and carry on his father's legacy. But what left a deep impression on Qian Yongcheng at that time was that, besides the uncles who were present, it seemed, his father and the others had also brought a photograph of someone else. The face in that photograph was covered in white spots. It looked quite frightening. "Dad, what's this photo?" Out of curiosity, 18-year-old Qian Yongcheng asked his father about the photograph. His father didn't answer. Instead, Bai Ye gently patted his head and said, "His name is Chen Huizu. Years ago, he was a comrade in arms who worked alongside us in the Gobi Desert to develop nuclear weapons. Today is your birthday, and you've been accepted into university. Your father invited us over to celebrate with you. But old Chen." At that moment, Chen Huizu's life was nearing its end. So, after a moment's discussion, they decided to bring Chen Huizu's photo along too. They decided to celebrate Guocheng's birthday together as a group. Even after all these years had passed, Chen Yongcheng himself was now over 80 years old. Yet the experience of that 18th birthday remains vividly etched in his memory to this day. Therefore, when the guard called him over, Chen Yongcheng hurried over in his wheelchair. The moment he saw Bai Ye, flooded back instantly. Inside the livestream, the once bustling comments section fell silent in an instant. The hired trolls employed by Li Dongzi also fell silent. Just moments ago, they had been stirring up trouble in the chat, questioning Bai Ye's identity. But with old Master Qian stepping forward, all doubts about Bai Ye vanished almost instantly. Now, without a doubt, what awaited them would be a barrage of accusations and abuse from countless netizens. To avoid having their own mothers cursed at, these trolls had no choice but to log off decisively. No matter how netizens tagged them, they dared not show their faces again. Yet even now, a handful of paid commenters stubbornly refused to back down. Hold on, don't get too cocky. Even if old Qian steps forward, it only proves Bai Ye worked here. But don't forget he did it for the money. This is just part of his publicity stunt. Exactly. Haven't you noticed? Since old Qian came forward, Bai Ye's traffic has skyrocketed. Even though he's not streaming now, when he does stream again, he'll definitely earn even more money. Many netizens weren't particularly angered by these paid commenters' remarks. Instead, they found these people pitiful and laughable. They're just bashing for the sake of bashing. But Bai Ye is just an elderly man. He's only trying to help his comrades fulfill their wishes. Why do these people harbor such intense malice toward him? Many viewers in the livestream couldn't understand it. Why are these paid trolls targeting Bai Ye at such extreme lengths? What on earth is their purpose? Just as Bai Ye and Shen Yongcheng were exchanging pleasantries, a security guard suddenly jogged over. He reported that a middle-aged man had just called, specifically to thank Bai Ye after watching the livestream. Thank me? Hearing this, Bai Ye furrowed his brow slightly, looking somewhat puzzled. It was all the villagers of Songjia village, along with the principal. They said you left in such a hurry earlier that they didn't get a chance to thank you properly. Upon learning you'd come to the base, they took the initiative to call. Thank you for your donations to the village and your great-granddaughter totaling 80,000 yuan. The news sent the livestream audience into an uproar. 25 Blackie, speak up. Playing the turtle now? In fact, ever since Bai Ye appeared on CCTV's livestream, many paid commenters quickly found their way here. And they started stirring up trouble for Bai Ye. While Bai Ye might genuinely be a scientist, after retiring, he gradually became corrupted by money. Moreover, in order to secure a better life for his great-granddaughter, Bai Ye devised a scheme to generate buzz and attract attention for his great-granddaughter. The reason he carries her portrait across the country wasn't about some decades-old promise at all. It was purely to grab the audience's attention. Just imagine a centenarian walking across the country carrying a portrait, coupled with tales of past events. How incredibly eye-catching this is. After these paid commenters' remarks surfaced, most netizens remained rational. After all, the internet is a mixed bag, and there are far too many disreputable paid commenters. Unless there's clear evidence, none of these paid commentator statements should be trusted. But with so many netizens in the Dragon Kingdom, there will always be one or two individuals who, stirred up by the trolls, begin to harbor doubts about Bai Ye. And just like that, the atmosphere in the livestream heats up. The points these people attack are nothing more than. The purpose of Bai Ye carrying the portrait is nothing more than using his great-granddaughter's livestreams to gain traffic, get fans to send gifts, and make money. And over the past few days, every single livestream has drawn hundreds of thousands of viewers. You must be raking it in, huh? You keep saying it's all about keeping a promise, not for profit. Then why accept all these gifts? Why haven't you donated any of it? So, these paid commenters, after seeing Bai's identity confirmed once again, they started attacking Bai Ye from another angle. Yet, what no one could have anticipated was a phone call from Songjia village. Swept away all the trolls' rhetoric. Vanished into thin air in an instant. Keep in mind, Bai Ye and his crew hadn't been streaming for hours, which meant that no matter what happened along the way, no one would have seen it. Therefore, there was absolutely no possibility of any staged hype. But even so, during this period, the two of them raised a whopping 80,000 yuan for a village and a school. They donated a full 80,000 yuan. 80,000. Even by today's standards, that's no small sum. Many people might not even earn that much in a year. Moreover, despite the trolls claiming that after Bai Ye joined, they could rake in at least hundreds of thousands per livestream. But everyone knows full well, this figure is absolutely inflated. In an unnoticed corner, Bai Ye and Bai Qingqing secretly made a donation. Had this donation been made during the livestream? There might have been a possibility. Bai Ye intended to craft a persona for himself, to prove he wasn't a greedy person. However, not a single netizen witnessed Bai Ye and Bai Qingqing's donation. Had it not been for that sudden phone call, they wouldn't even have known. It turned out that during the live stream interruption, such an incident had occurred. This realization reignited the netizens' fury. But when they tried to hunt down those paid commenters in the discussion section and confront them head-on, they discovered that the once active trolls had all vanished again. Like cockroaches, they'd scurried off to some hidden corner. Old Bai, so you've already been to Songjia village? Chen Yongcheng stared at Bai Ye in utter surprise. In truth, even old Chen had only learned about Songjia villages past a few years ago. It turned out that the unassuming village had been built with donations overseen by Chen Huizu. Since then, old Master Qian had ordered an annual donation to the village for its development. Moreover, every year the base would arrange for young researchers to teach at the village school, imparting scientific knowledge to the children. In Qian Yongqing's eyes, Chen Huizu had passed away during the development of ballistic missiles. Having no descendants, the village became his sole legacy. Upon learning of Songjia village's circumstances, Xingchuan base reached an agreement with the village chief. Should any issues arise, they could contact each other directly by phone. What a small world this is! Qian Yongcheng exclaimed. Mr. Bai, from your expression, it seems you were unaware of Songjia village's circumstances before? What a remarkable coincidence! The CCTV host Bing Bing beside him wore a blank expression. Songjia village? Was he referring to that small village we passed by? But from Bai Ye and old Qian's descriptions, this Songjia village seemed to have some connection to Chen Huizu? Songjia village was built with Chen Huizu's financial support during his search for uranium deposits. He personally covered all construction costs. Seeing everyone's curiosity about that past event, Bai Ye recounted the information he had heard from the old principal. When netizens learned that this village was built with the entire fortune of Chen Huizu's ancestors, their hearts were instantly filled with emotion. When netizens learned that Chen Huizu had poured his entire ancestral fortune into building this village, their hearts were instantly filled with emotion. After that, Chen Huizu continued his nationwide search for uranium deposits with virtually nothing to his name. As early as Bai Qingqing's livestream, through Bai Ye's own account, they had already learned that Chen Huizu's ancestors had held high government positions. Although the imperial court later collapsed, they left behind a vast fortune. By modern standards, Chen Huizu could easily be considered a rich kid. Yet upon witnessing the people here suffering in dire straits, he unhesitatingly distributed his entire fortune to build this village. If a wealthy person donated a few tens of thousands of yuan, it might be seen as a publicity stunt. After all, to them, tens of thousands of yuan is but a drop in the bucket. But what if the donation amounted to millions? People would hold him in profound respect. Because for ordinary families, $1 million is an astronomical sum that remains forever out of reach. In this world, celebrities and tycoons who can casually donate millions are few and far between. Yet Chen Huizu stands apart from all such individuals. Even for millionaire philanthropists, such donations represent only a fraction of their wealth. But Chen Huizu poured his entire fortune into building this village and school for its people. For some wealthy individuals, their donations are merely a sum of money that holds little significance to them. But Chen Huizu poured his entire fortune into building this village. It was only at this moment that the audience suddenly understood. Earlier, Bai Ye mentioned that during leisure time, people occasionally played mahjong. When Chen Huizu lost, he wouldn't pay immediately but would instead write an IOU. At the time, everyone assumed it was an unspoken understanding. But only now did it dawn on them. It turned out that after returning, Chen Huizu had already given away his entire fortune. Where could he possibly have any money left? 26 earth-shattering changes. The Dragon Nation now unprecedentedly powerful. I never imagined I'd end up here today. And unexpectedly uncovered old Chen's secret. Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh deeply. Then he gazed deeply at the portrait of Chen Huizu's face. In Bai Ye's eyes, besides nostalgia, there was even a hint of resentment. Had he not happened to pass through Songjia village and stop there to rest? And unexpectedly spotted Chen Huizu's statue at the school. This secret would likely remain unknown to him. Would have remained unknown to him for the rest of his life. Clearly, they were all comrades who fought together for the nation's scientific research. Why, then, did this secret? Until his body could no longer endure. Collapsed onto a hospital bed, had he never shared it with me? Even now, Bai Ye found himself wondering. What if, when Chen Huizu passed away, had told him about Songjia village while lying in that hospital bed? Then perhaps Bai Ye would also donate a sum of money to this place every year. At the very least, Chen Huizu could have found peace in the afterlife. Never mind, never mind. Enough of that. Bai Ye lifted his head, his cloudy eyes once again glistening. Today, by coming back here once more, my promise to Chen Huizu was fulfilled. Originally, I even considered bringing his portrait. To see what today's missiles and cannons look like. But now that I think about it, maybe it's better not to. If he were alone, it wouldn't matter. What Bai Ye hadn't anticipated, however. He happened to catch the live broadcast of CCTV News. But Chen Yongqing's heart stirred. Mr. Bai, regarding this wish. We can help you fulfill it. It's been so many years since you last visited. Back then, the reason our nuclear weapons program progressed so rapidly was all thanks to the formula you provided. Are you kidding me? After all, Chen Yongchang is old man Qian's son. He knew far more about the inner workings of that nuclear weapons development project than anyone else here. And to be blunt, during the nuclear weapons development period, Bai Ye's contributions were no less significant than his own father's. However, due to certain special circumstances, including Qian Yongchang, every scientist privy to the secrets back then were all ordered. They were absolutely forbidden to disclose any information about Bai Ye. Otherwise, once this order is lifted, Professor Qian might be the first to step forward to clear Bai Ye's name. Upon hearing Qian Yongchang's words, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. What? Old Master Qian actually permitted Bai Ye to bring Chen Huizu's portrait to view the artillery and missiles here? Even the invited production crew, including the host, could only broadcast from the outer perimeter of the base. As for the internal missile and satellite facilities, none of those scenes ever made it onto the broadcast. But then again, it makes sense. After all, Chen Yongchang now holds the highest position at Qingchuan base, while Tan Xiu holds the nominal title of base commander. But if old Qian gives the order, even Tan Xiu would have to comply. Moreover, this isn't actually against the rules. After all, Bai Ye is no outsider. Qian Yongchang can personally vouch for him. Bai Ye's work history at the Qingchuan Satellite Launch Center. They're all our own people. Visiting the base? What's the harm in that? Upon hearing Qian Yongchang's words, Bai Ye couldn't help but pause in surprise. You want to take me to the missile storage facility? That might not be the best idea. Although Bai Ye had indeed worked here before. But it had been so long since he'd left. To be honest, that was what Bai Ye had thought when he came. But if Bai Ye were to bring it up himself, that is simply impossible. As a scientist who once worked here, I know full well that national secrets outweigh everything else. Qian Yongchang merely smiled. Old Bai, the missiles we have deployed at the base now were all developed several years ago. Moreover, they've already been showcased in exercises and parades. There's no secret to them. Besides, you should know that the equipment we showcase in parades is often outdated. The real deal is still stored in the missile silos. How could we possibly bring ourselves to display them? After speaking, Chen Yongchang turned his gaze toward the CCTV program crew. He continued. Moreover, I didn't just invite old Bai to visit. I've also invited your CCTV production team to bring your live broadcast equipment. Come see it together. After hearing Qian Yongchang's words, the live stream audience erupted in chaos. What? We get to tour the base? Are you serious? This is getting way too wild. To be perfectly honest, since CCTV is doing a live interview at the Qingchuan base, so many viewers tuning in are genuinely interested in missiles, satellites, and nuclear weapons. While they've seen military parades and many have even attended the Zhuhai Air Show in person, and seen military equipment at exhibitions. However, these things are often seen only through a lens, or from a considerable distance. It's absolutely impossible to see them up close. Yet this time, old Qian actually took the initiative to invite them to tour the base. This was an opportunity they couldn't have asked for, though some netizens expressed concerns. After all, the Qingchuan base is the department responsible for developing ballistic missiles in China. If it were to be broadcast live on CCTV News, can we be certain there won't be any leaks? But soon, the words that followed from old Qian immediately elicited relieved laughter from the anxious netizens. True, the Qingchuan Launch Center primarily handles Dragon Nation's nuclear weapons and ballistic missile development. But with old Qian presiding over this facility for so many years, what secrets could possibly remain undisclosed? How could he not be aware? Don't underestimate him just because he's over 80 now. He knows exactly where the red lines of secrecy lie. Of course, the most crucial point is, the missiles displayed at the base certainly aren't Dragon Nation's latest models. They're almost all outdated models that appeared at air shows or military parades in previous years. Moreover, CCTV is an official state media outlet. If they can be shown, what could they possibly reveal? Shortly after, Chen Yongchang was wheeled out in a wheelchair. As for Bai Ye, Bai Qingqing, along with the CCTV program crew, were led by Tan Xiu to the launch area of the base. The moment he stepped onto this ground, Bai Ye was instantly hit by a wave of familiar energy. This was the very place where he and Chen Huizu had once fought so hard. Moreover, Bai Ye remembered clearly. Back in the day, the Qingchuan base's launch site was never this spacious. Back then, even the ground beneath their feet was gravel. Walking on it felt rough and uncomfortable. But now, the entire base's pathways were now paved with smooth, level ground, completely transformed. Seeing this scene, Bai Ye couldn't help but marvel once more. The Dragon Nation has truly become unprecedentedly powerful. 27 No matter how far, they shall be punished. What a powerful statement. After touring the launch site, Bai Ye suddenly noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Although this was a launch site, he didn't see any familiar launch silos. Instead, numerous 8-wheeled timber trucks were parked along the road, each covered with a layer of thick, dark fabric. Old Bai, times have changed. Qian Yongcheng remarked with a smile. Nowadays, the vast majority of ballistic missiles no longer launch from silos, they're deployed via missile launch vehicles. Missile launch vehicles? At this, Bai Ye's eyes lit up. Years ago, Bai Ye had actually contemplated this method of deployment using constant movement to reduce the risk of detection and attack during launch. However, back then, such an idea was nothing short of a pipe dream. After all, in that era, even automobiles were rare. How could such high-tech launch vehicles exist? Old Bai, today's Dragon Nation is utterly different from what it was decades ago. Qian Yongcheng's words brimmed with pride. Now, the ballistic missiles produced at our base would send shivers down the spine of even the eagle. His pride was unmistakable, and this was no exaggeration. After all, Dragon Nation's military strength now ranks second globally, trailing only the Eagle Nation. And don't underestimate this second place. While there remains a gap in overall military capabilities compared to the Eagle Nation, let's be blunt. Dragon Nation's military might, whether in warships, missiles, fighter jets, or other military hardware, has reached a level that shocks the world. Forget the Eagle. Even if several nations formed a coalition to attack Dragon Nation, as long as the battle unfolds in the surrounding waters, with Dragon Nation's current military might and advanced technology, it can repel enemies thousands of miles away. Even if the Eagle's carrier strike groups are formidable and numerous, what difference would it make? Without effective means of attack, an aircraft carrier is nothing more than a floating tin can. No matter how many ships or carriers you have, what difference would it make? Old Bai, take a look at this. Led by Qian Yongcheng, Bai Ye and his group approached a missile launcher vehicle. When they saw the missile model mounted on it, every face froze in stunned awe. The missile mounted on this launcher was none other than the so-called carrier killer, the DF-21D anti-ship ballistic missile. Only one missile of this type was needed. A single hit would unleash enough destructive force to obliterate an aircraft carrier's flight deck. It would completely eliminate the carrier's ability to launch or land aircraft. For an aircraft carrier, losing its flight deck meant it was nothing more than a hulk of scrap metal, utterly devoid of combat capability. The reason carrier strike groups command such formidable prestige worldwide isn't due to the carrier's sheer tonnage or combat strength, but because it functions as a mobile military airfield. By launching and recovering aircraft from the carrier, it can effortlessly seize air superiority over smaller nations and deliver devastating strikes against their territories. But deploy these missiles in coastal cities. Once satellite positioning pinpoints an enemy carrier's location, launch a single missile. It can instantly render the Eagle's carrier combat inoperative, scrapping it on the spot. It's worth noting that Dragon Nation's satellite systems are entirely domestically developed, and all of this originates from the Qingchuan Satellite Launch Center. Dragon Nation's aerospace technology has long reached world-leading standards. To put it bluntly, even the hawkish nation ranked number one militarily in the world. In terms of space exploration, they've been steadily overtaken by the Dragon Nation. Old Bai. Today, even the Eagle Nation absolutely lacks the capability to land and fight on our Chinese soil. The scientific dreams of your generation have been fully realized today. Those who dare to violate our borders shall be punished, no matter how far they are. With that, Qian Yongcheng led the group to the next location. In truth, as a junior colleague of Bai Ye, old Qian was also eager to witness the scientific achievements of the older generation, like Bai Ye. Upon witnessing the base's current research achievements, what expression would he wear? Under the guidance of old Qian, Bai Ye and the others spent a considerable amount of time touring the launch site. Even Bai Ye himself witnessed, since leaving the Qingchuan base, the entire development journey of ballistic missiles here. Not only anti-ship ballistic missiles like the DF-21D, even hypersonic missiles had already been deployed to the troops. At that very moment, Bai Ye suddenly realized. The CCTV production team. Although Qian Yongcheng probably wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. But still, this CCTV live broadcast was being watched by netizens nationwide. And they were at Qingchuan base, such a sensitive location. Qian Yongcheng may have verbally assured that no secrets would be leaked. Bringing CCTV to tour the launch site is no big deal. But just now, they spent a considerable amount of time inspecting the missile launcher for the carrier killer. Are you sure there's no problem? Hearing this, old Qian smiled. Rest assured, Mr. Bai. The DF-21D anti-ship ballistic missile we just showed you is already a product of 12 years ago. In fact, over these past 12 years, the carrier killer has long been upgraded. And naturally, the DF-21D now has its own more advanced successor. Compared to the DF-21D, its successor not only boasts greater destructive power and extended range, it even features an additional 2-stage guidance capability. Even if satellite positioning fails, it can still achieve precision strikes by changing course mid-flight. Hearing Qian Yongcheng say this, Bai Ye finally felt completely at ease. Mr. Bai, it's been quite a while. Why don't we grab a bite at the cafeteria together? Old Chen glanced at the time and suggested. After all, the CCTV live broadcast had started in the morning. And it was already past 1 o'clock. Though researchers like them, it was perfectly normal for them to skip meals. Skipping meals at regular times was perfectly normal. But considering Bai Ye is over 100 years old now, continuing to wander like this would surely take a toll on his body. Soon after, Old Xian led the group to a corner of the cafeteria. Researchers carrying their meals kept glancing up at Bai Ye, Chen Yongchang, and the others, though they knew CCTV was broadcasting live today. But seeing Old Master Qian and Chief Director Tan seated on either side of a Centenarian, their faces instantly betrayed utter astonishment. Mr. Qian, Commander Tan, what kind of status did these two hold at the Qingchuan base? Every major and minor decision at the base, even the next key projects to be undertaken, everything was decided by these two. And yet, here they were, willingly seated beside a plainly dressed old man? And they're treating him with such warmth and respect? Witnessing this scene, the researchers couldn't help but wonder about Bai Ye's true identity. Who exactly was this elderly man clutching a portrait? How could he make these two heavyweights sit beside him with such reverence? Could it be? Could this old man be a former distinguished scientist of the base? But why had they never seen him on the Wall of Honor? 28. The great powers tremble at the very mention of the North Wind. Back to Bai Ye. Seated on a stool, Bai Ye kept turning his head, glancing around curiously. Ever since retiring from his research post, he had settled in the county town, scarcely leaving it for half his life. He learned about the changes and developments in these places mostly through television news. However, television coverage was always highly selective, impossible to capture every single change. Only now, sitting in the cafeteria of the Qingchuan base, did he truly grasp the extent of it. Compared to years past, the space was not only more spacious but also much brighter. The cafeteria floor was clean and tidy, with tables and chairs arranged neatly and orderly. He recalled the past when, due to manpower shortages, even the large cafeteria that could accommodate hundreds of people was quite rudimentary. Especially decades ago, Bai Ye and Chen Huizu often came to the cafeteria after work to queue for their meals. By the time they returned to their seats, a thin layer of dust would always settle on their freshly served meals. After all, the base was close to the Gobi Desert, where sandstorms were common, and cleaning staff were stretched thin. Back then, the cafeteria floor was often rough, and you could feel a layer of sand beneath your feet. While eating, Bai Ye could even feel tiny grains of sand entering his throat along with his food, eventually being swallowed into his stomach. Looking back on those days, despite the harsh conditions, everyone persevered with their research work. Today, however, the cafeteria has been completely transformed. The menu offers richer, more delicious dishes, and the environment is clean and tidy. Sanitation staff maintain constant cleaning, keeping the cafeteria spotless and fresh. It's safe to say that the living standards of researchers have undergone a revolutionary transformation compared to back then. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's improved 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. If we had worked in such a research environment back then, Bai Ye can confidently say, hypersonic missiles might have been developed long ago. After all, despite the harsh conditions back then, everyone worked together to overcome so many scientific challenges. Now, with accumulated technological advancements and continuously improving living standards, how could they possibly fail to develop more advanced missiles? That's just nonsense. Therefore, when Bai Ye saw the Qingchuan base today, where even the mess hall had become so clean, spacious, and tidy, he felt both deeply gratified and filled with immense pride. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a flood of emotions. 20 years ago, eagle-winged pilots had provoked incidents near our territorial waters. At that time, pilot Wang De did not hesitate to take his fighter jet on a mission to drive them away. Yet who could have foreseen that during the mission, Wang De's fighter jet accidentally scraped the wing against the enemy aircraft's fuselage. This ultimately led to the fighter jet crashing, and Wang De himself was posthumously recognized as a martyr. Though Bai Ye had witnessed this scene through television news. But whenever he recalled it, he still felt an overwhelming rage. Back then, the Dragon Nation was still far too weak. Faced with the eagle's provocation, we could only resort to this method to express our protest. But what other choice did we have? Were we really supposed to go to war with the eagle over this? Emotionally, nearly every Dragon Nation citizen was filled with rage and impulsiveness. Even back when the bombing of the Southern Alliance occurred, many took to the streets to petition. The eagle has dared to bully us, shouldn't we teach them a lesson? But when reason prevails, more people feel heartbroken and helpless. No matter how much they yearn to use this opportunity to teach the eagle a lesson and avenge the martyrs who sacrificed their lives for the nation. They also knew that at that time, the Dragon Nation was far too weak. Though it had developed its own fighter jets and missiles, the gap with the Eagle Nation remained vast. Acting rashly could easily undo years of strategic restraint and preparation. Yet time marches on. 20 years later, the Dragon Nation's military technology had undergone earth-shaking transformations. Had they possessed today's capabilities back then, would the Eagle Doggies dare to run rampant across Dragon Nation's territory with such impunity? To put it simply, just one of today's 6th-generation fighters. With its superior situational awareness and command capabilities over drone swarms, it could obliterate their carrier strike group completely, leaving not a single piece intact. After finishing their meal, Chen Yongchang led Bai Ye to the square. Today, Xingchuan Base would hold a military parade. Though it was only a small-scale parade, such a spectacle was extremely rare even at a major research center like Xingchuan Base. More significantly, this parade was arranged only because Bai Ye had suddenly arrived carrying Chen Huizu's portrait. It was a last-minute decision made by the two leaders, Tan Xiao and Chen Yongchang. They unanimously agreed that if old Bai were to leave his portrait behind and let him return like this, they would be filled with regret. They were determined to let old Bai truly witness the technological prowess of the Dragon Nation today. Only when he departed with a satisfied smile would it be acceptable. Led by Elder Qian, Bai Ye took his seat on the podium, flanked by Tan Xiao and other prominent figures from the base. As for Bai Qingqing and the CCTV program crew, they took seats slightly further back. 10 minutes later, the military parade commenced. Despite being a last-minute decision, the scale was nothing short of grand. The Qingchuan Satellite Launch Center was merely a key research base in northwestern Dragon Nation, specializing in nuclear energy, satellites, and missiles. It also housed a Northwest military unit whose security protocols rivaled those of a full-fledged theater command. Military equipment from other theater commands was equally well represented at Qingchuan Base. Seated on the reviewing stand, Bai Ye watched as soldiers holding steel rifles formed a perfectly aligned formation, marching slowly across the center of the square. Following them were flatbed trucks loaded with missiles. Though concealed by heavy black tarps, the missiles' exact appearance remained hidden, yet their model numbers were clearly marked on the plaques beneath. Old Bai, look! Old Xian pointed to one of the vehicles. This vehicle carries the Northwind 41 long-range ballistic missile, featuring a skip-glide trajectory design. Guided by our satellites, it can even execute a two-stage trajectory change. He paused briefly before continuing. This missile's maximum terminal velocity can even exceed Mach 25. As the missile convoy slowly passed by, Old Qian kept explaining. He proudly showcased the technological achievements of the Dragon Nation in recent years to Bai Ye, detailing the missile types and development histories carried by each vehicle. Many of the missiles on these timber-covered vehicles had only been officially unveiled in recent years, effectively serving as Dragon Nation's secret weapon on the global stage. Countries around the world, especially the Eagle Nation, trembled at the mere mention of the Northwind 41. Old Qian knew full well that today's parade wasn't just for Bai Ye and his great-granddaughter, it was also being broadcast live by the CCTV television crew. Even so, Old Qian harbored no worries that this parade would compromise the base's secrets. 29 These are all obsolete weapons. The real deal hasn't even been deployed yet. As Old Qian had stated earlier, this parade, although it showcased some of Dragon Nation's ballistic missiles up close, more advanced models were also featured in the parade. They were covered with thick black cloth. Only their model numbers were indicated via nameplates. Therefore, any leakage of classified information was fundamentally impossible. Even the arrival of the CCTV production crew this time. As a key figure at the Qingchuan Satellite Launch Center, Old Qian also intended to send a signal to the outside world. That is, seize this opportunity to showcase the true might of Dragon Nation in ballistic missile technology. Behold! The DF-21D, the so-called carrier killer. We can display it to you without reservation. No need to hide it at all. What does this signify? It means that the carrier killer you've been so afraid of, over time, in today's Dragon Nation, faced with a series of even more advanced anti-ship ballistic missiles, it has long since become obsolete. So, here it is for you to see. No problem. As for the more advanced models, through this military parade and CCTV's live broadcast, we're telling you, our Dragon Nation has this stuff. And since this is an upgraded, iteratively improved variant, its performance metrics across the board will undoubtedly far surpass those of the carrier killer DF-21D. As for how much stronger? Sorry, we can't disclose that. All we can say is we have this thing. How much stronger exactly? Well, that's for you to imagine. Spread your wings. Think big. As I said before, if they're showing it to you, it means it's already on the verge of being phased out. And just how powerful are those new missiles and weapons? If other nations aren't afraid, they're welcome to test them. We'll show you what happens when we strike back. Xian Guocheng thought to himself as the parade ground nearby began its movements. The first to pass by were Dragon Nation's active duty forces, followed by newly developed ballistic missiles. Next came the drones and the armed robotic dog formations. After all, while Qingchuan Base wasn't a military district, it was still a research facility handling state secrets. Therefore, unmanned equipment like drones and robotic dogs are naturally equipped as well. Old Bai rarely made the trip, and he brought the portrait of a fallen comrade with him. Therefore, Old Qian felt, this time, he absolutely couldn't let Old Bai leave with regrets. He must be allowed to see it properly. How mighty the Dragon Nation stands today. Row upon row of drones took flight first, filling the sky in mere moments. These drones seemed to have souls of their own. First they formed the character dragon, then transformed into nation, followed by rise, and finally assembled into arise. Together, they spelled out the 4 characters, Dragon Nation Rises. Witnessing this spectacle, Bai Ye was utterly stunned. He never imagined. In today's Dragon Nation, drone technology had reached such astonishing heights. Beyond the drones, the next spectacle equally captured Bai Ye's attention: a pack of armed robotic dogs. These compact steel warriors could nimbly dodge obstacles ahead. Their movements flowed like water, devoid of any mechanical stiffness, as if each action had been meticulously calculated and optimized. And when encountering obstacles they couldn't dodge, these robotic dogs could lift their front limbs, leap into the air, and effortlessly clear the barriers. Bai Ye was utterly stunned. Were these truly actions a robot could perform? Some of the most agile maneuvers were beyond the capabilities of even ordinary humans. A surge of excitement and satisfaction spread through Bai Ye's heart, filling him with immense pride. This profound sense of accomplishment made him keenly aware that Dragon Nation's technology had long since reached new heights. It had been many years since Bai Ye had participated in scientific research. Though he occasionally followed the latest technological developments through news reports, these accounts were always partial and brief, failing to fully showcase the true capabilities of Dragon Nation's technology. It wasn't until today, witnessing these drones and robotic dogs firsthand, that he truly grasped the magnitude of this technological leap. As a scientist who had once participated in fighter jet development, Bai Ye had unique insights into the design and performance of these drones. Although he had never witnessed their actual operation before, watching these compact, agile drones perform flight demonstrations sparked a bold idea in his mind. What if these drones could carry ammunition and their motors were slightly upgraded to extend their range? Then couldn't they evolve into unmanned bombers? While the destructive power of these small drones would be limited by their size. If the technology matured, building large unmanned bombers shouldn't be too difficult. Moreover, even if these drones were detected and shot down, the losses would be minimal. According to Qian Shoucheng, each drone costs around 1 million yuan. Given Dragon Nation's production efficiency, manufacturing tens of millions of drones would be almost effortless. At that point, when these drones carry munitions, appear over the skies of other nations, the leaders of those nations would be horrified to discover, despite their strenuous efforts to destroy every single one, a peculiar phenomenon emerges. Why, the more they shoot, the number of drones. Not only did they not decrease, but actually increased? The rate of destruction couldn't keep up with the speed at which the Dragon Country Masters were churning out new drones. This is completely messed up. Seeing the stunned expression on Bai Ye's face, Qian Suocheng smiled and began explaining to Bai Ye. Old Bai, these drones were specially ordered from Dejiang. Dejiang is a company dedicated to developing drones. It's one of our own Manhwa enterprises. And the vast majority of drones worldwide are supplied by Dejiang. In other words, our Dragon Nation's technological products have spread across the nation and around the world. Even the Eagle Nation, despite orders prohibiting the military from purchasing any Dajian drone model. To maintain formidable combat capabilities, the military disregards the ban, secretly procuring them and modifying them into military variants. Of course, since our base primarily handles research and development, military demand isn't high. Therefore, the drones showcased in this parade are at best third-rate goods. They can't possibly compare to the most advanced military drones. But even so, Qian Suocheng continued. With a flight altitude of 3,000 meters, a range of dozens of kilometers, and a payload capacity of 10 kilograms, these drones, once organized into swarms, can still establish overwhelming dominance over the airspace of certain small to medium-sized nations. What? Upon hearing Qian Suocheng's words, Bai Ye was once again struck by profound shock. Even third-rate drones are this powerful. They could wipe out some small and medium-sized countries. Then, what about top-tier drones? How powerful would they be? 30 in these fields, the Dragon Nation has long stood at the pinnacle of the world. Old Bai. The Qingchuan base today has lived up to your expectations from back then. Qian Suocheng declared with pride, his eyes sparkling. Moreover, our nation's technology in every single field has already reached the forefront of the world. Especially in ballistic missiles and drones, these two technologies have propelled our nation to the pinnacle of global excellence. Even the Eagle Nation can only watch our backs from afar. Bai Ye listened quietly, his gaze growing profound as Qian Suocheng's words echoed in his ears. At the pinnacle of the world. Bai Ye murmured softly, a complex mix of emotions surging within him. In that moment, his eyes grew moist as memories surged like a tidal wave. He began recalling those years, that era of relentless toil. Why, even with a bullet wound in his leg, had he chosen without hesitation to throw himself into the development of fighter jets? When he learned that foreign technicians had defected with stolen technology, why did he insist on establishing a military university to cultivate the nation's own scientific talent? It was because he had just returned to his homeland. Still brimming with passion and a sense of duty, he carried the dream of technological rejuvenation on his shoulders. Not only was he the founder of this university, but he also took on the responsibility of mentor, personally guiding the first cohort of students. Nurturing the nation's future. After the successful development of the J-5 fighter jet, Bai Ye left himself scarcely any time to catch his breath. The very next day, he set off for Xinzhang City, leading his team into the development of nuclear weapons busy yet fulfilling. Looking back on it all, Bai Ye's heart swelled with emotion. Every minute, every second behind all the effort and struggle lay a profound original aspiration. The Dragon Nation back then was simply too weak. Memories of that era flooded his mind, how the invaders had encroached step by step, plunging the entire nation into dire straits. Back then, the Dragon Nation's people and soldiers, armed with iron will and indomitable spirit, had built an impregnable great wall with their flesh and blood, ultimately driving the invaders out. Bai Ye knew this strength was priceless. Yet he also understood that victory in that war had been achieved at the cost of countless sacrifices and suffering. He understood that scientific and technological advancement was the fundamental driving force behind a nation's progress, the cornerstone of territorial security and national strength. Though the People's Liberation Army had demonstrated the most resilient character, he understood that greater technological prowess could have drastically reduced casualties in that war. After all, even the soldiers in the army were children of the motherland. How could the nation ever willingly trade flesh and blood for victory? All these hardships and sacrifices stemmed from the fact that the Dragon Nation was not yet strong enough at that time. But now, things have changed. The dynamics of offense and defense have shifted. Though, in certain aspects, Dragon Nation's technology still lags behind the world's best. But the gap is closing rapidly. And most importantly, in a significant number of fields, has already overtaken the Eagle Nation. If given another chance, and let them launch an offensive again, would those same people from back then dare to do it again? Absolutely not. It's not because they know they're wrong, but because they knew. Once they launch another attack, they would face an incredibly fierce counterattack. And under this counterattack, their military forces would be utterly annihilated. And since they dare to try again, fine. After all, you surrendered so easily back then. That was far too lenient. For all the reparations that rightfully belong to you, due to various factors, back then, the Dragon Nation did not demand them. But you must understand, demanding reparations is the right of the victor. The reason it was waived was because the Chinese people are too kind. Do not mistake our benevolence for something you are entitled to. But if the events of that era were to resurface once more, don't blame us for settling both old and new grievances at once. We'll keep the islands, not the people. Nuclear weapons will turn you into acquaintances on the spot. And just as Bai Ye's lips curved into a smile, a dazzling banner seemed to appear in his mind. CCTV live broadcast. Netizen comments flooded the discussion section. Wah! Look at the look in old Master Bai's eyes. Tears welling up at the corners, that's pure excitement. I don't know why, but even though I know the old man is happy right now, I can't help but feel a pang of heartache. What Mr. Qian said just now was so profound. The Qingchuan base today has not only lived up to the expectations of Mr. Bai's generation, but has far exceeded all imagination. Our nation's weaponry now leads the world by a wide margin. We'll never fall behind again. Because we've learned one truth: lagging behind means getting beaten. That painful history is too bitter to repeat. We absolutely cannot return to those days. I've read the records. Though our soldiers fought invaders with great bravery, the casualty ratio was terrifying. It might take 5 or 6 of our men to take down a single enemy. It wasn't that our soldiers lacked courage, it was that our weapons and equipment were woefully inadequate. In fact, much of our weaponry wasn't even manufactured domestically. We wielded machetes, piling up casualties to seize weapons from the enemy. It was literally trading flesh and blood for the enemy's weapons. How could the casualties not be massive? But what choice did we have? With inferior weapons and equipment, and facing internal strife and external threats, how could we possibly find time to research and develop advanced weapons? Even we in this new era can feel the bitterness of those days. Imagine how it must have been for someone like Old Man Bai who lived through it. I imagine he went straight to work at Shenyang Aircraft Corporation after returning to China, likely driven by this very mindset. That's why, when Old Man Bai saw the rapid development of the Dragon Nation today, he felt such profound relief and excitement. Holy crap! I never expected to see the Beifeng 51 at this parade. Too bad it's covered in black cloth, can't see a thing. I thought this thing was still just a project folder, with development not even started yet. Who knew, it's actually been built. Covering it with black cloth is perfectly normal. After all, this parade was decided last minute just for Old Man Bai's visit. And the location is the very base where ballistic missiles are developed. Don't forget what Old Man Qian said about the parade's purpose. One part is to show Grandpa Bai the nation's strength. The other part is to send a message to certain countries through those 1450s. That signal is, beyond the weapons showcased in previous years, our national team hasn't stopped. We're still relentlessly developing even more advanced weaponry and equipment. Meanwhile, in Longdu, the Elders' Council. After extensive investigations, Elder Sun finally uncovered some new information about Bai Ye. 31 Finally, clues about Bai Ye's past have surfaced? Ever since learning the name Bai Ye online, Elder Sun had been relentlessly searching for related information. He was absolutely certain his memory could not be wrong. He clearly remembered that the name Bai Ye had indeed appeared on that list of meritorious service. However, during his recent investigations, Old Sun discovered something startling. While certain archives did indeed record Bai Ye's name, the subsequent sections detailing his exploits were all blank. This discovery plunged Old Sun into deep contemplation. Could it be that Bai Ye was not a renowned scientist in the scientific community at that time? It was only later, after numerous researchers unanimously recommended him, that they gradually realized Bai Ye had participated in many scientific projects. During the development process, it became apparent that without Bai Ye's involvement, these projects would likely have stalled. Thus, after review and approval by the Grand Elder at the time, Bai Ye's name was finally inscribed on that list of meritorious contributions. Sun Lao had his reasons for thinking this way. Because if Bai Ye had truly been renowned at the time, even if he had only led a small research team, his name and achievements would not have been entirely undocumented. Only those talents temporarily recruited from the grassroots ranks could possibly leave behind just a name, with no records whatsoever. Starting with Bai Ye is likely a dead end. Old Sun's heart sank. After all, they had combed through every relevant document. Beyond his name, they found absolutely no information about Bai Ye. However, just as Old Sun felt stumped, a sudden flash of insight struck him. A new approach came to mind. The memorial photo. Since Bai Ye always carries that portrait of his fallen comrade, it proves Bai Ye has a profound connection with the person in the portrait. Old Sun realized that perhaps he didn't need to look for a breakthrough from Bai Ye himself. Instead, he should start with the people around him. With this realization, Sun immediately began investigating two key figures in Bai Ye's circle: Wu Minka and Chen Huizu. After multiple rounds of investigation and cross-referencing, a name suddenly emerged before his eyes. Chen Su. The information he uncovered sparked Old Sun's keen interest in Chen Su. He had returned from studying abroad and, together with Wu Minka, proposed establishing a military engineering university. Notably, the very next day after leaving Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, Chen Su arrived at the Xinjiang Institute. He participated in the development of nuclear weapons. Yet the most remarkable coincidence was that Chen Su and Chen Huizu happened to share the same dormitory. After the ballistic missile project concluded, Chen Su vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. This is just too coincidental. Old Sun set down his documents, eyes wide with astonishment. A young returnee from overseas studies was invited to join Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, tasked with developing the J-5 fighter jet. Then, he and Wu Minka jointly proposed establishing a military-industrial university. If that weren't enough to catch his attention. Then, after leaving Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, Chen Su swiftly headed to Xinzheng City to join the nuclear weapons development project, sharing a dormitory with Chen Huizu. All of this seemed too coincidental. What further convinced Old Sun that Chen Su and Bai Ye shared some connection was the name Chen Su itself. It suddenly occurred to him. Bai Ye signifies the moment dawn breaks, while Chen Su literally resonates perfectly with Bai Ye. Sun Lao's train of thought gradually crystallized. He was almost certain. The Chen Su listed in Wu Minka and Chen Huizu's files was actually Bai Ye's alias. Bai Ye and Chen Su were one and the same person. Sun Lao then continued reviewing the nuclear weapons files. As a member of the core leadership of the Dragon Nation, Old Sun possessed access to deeper layers of classified information. As he scanned the documents, his scalp prickled when he reached the section concerning Chen Su. The files revealed that Chen Su had joined the nuclear weapons development team on the very day the project was initiated. Yet, just one day later, he had already written down the equation for nuclear fission reactions in the laboratory and listed all the required reaction materials. It was through Chen Su's notes that the RD team discovered the biggest obstacle in Longwa's nuclear weapons development was actually a shortage of materials. Subsequently, Chen Huizu invited scientists from the Su Kingdom to bring nuclear reaction materials to the base, accelerating the research and development efforts. It could be said that Chen Su's contribution to the birth of nuclear weapons far surpassed even the two most celebrated figures, Professor Qian and Professor Deng. Old Sun was deeply shaken. Truth be told, without the reaction equations provided by Chen Su, Longwa might have eventually developed nuclear weapons on its own. But without these critical breakthroughs, accomplishing all this in less than a year would have been utterly impossible. After reviewing these documents, Sun was utterly stunned. He had never imagined that Bai Ye had made such an outstanding contribution to the birth of Longwa's nuclear weapons. In fact, without him, the Dragon Nation's nuclear weapons program would have been delayed by at least 5 years, perhaps even longer, before seeing the light of day. At this very moment, Old Sun hesitated. Should he grant Bai Ye official recognition? Should he allow Bai Ye, after decades of seclusion, return to the public eye? Have the state organize another medal ceremony for him? Yet, whenever such thoughts crossed his mind, the blank file on Bai Ye inevitably surfaces in his mind. The state couldn't possibly be unaware of Bai Ye's contributions. And it certainly couldn't be unaware that Morning Sunrise and Bai Ye were fundamentally the same person. This could be seen from the older generation of scientists. Qian Suocheng, the son of old Qian. Clearly, Qian Suocheng was aware of part of Bai Ye's past. Yet when confronted with the live cameras of CCTV, Qian Suocheng held back, never speaking up for Bai Ye. Professor Sun also expressed concern. If the state deliberately concealed Bai Ye's past, could there be other reasons? And if Bai Ye's contributions were ever made public, could it lead to unforeseen complications? With these thoughts weighing on him, Old Sun could only temporarily postpone the award ceremony. However, although Old Sun had uncovered the connection between morning sunrise and white night, he remained unaware. If Bai Ye's past deeds were fully exposed, even awarding him a national medal, it would still be nowhere near enough. Meanwhile, at the Qingchuan Satellite Launch Center Plaza, the military parade had concluded. Accompanied by Qian Suocheng and Tan Xiu, Bai Ye entered a building. This was where the young scholars worked. In truth, old Qian had deliberately invited Bai Ye to tour the laboratories, guiding him through the facilities to witness firsthand the working environment of Qingchuan Base's young researchers today. At the same time, old Qian hoped to use this opportunity for Bai Ye to share some stories with these young researchers, specifically his experiences developing ballistic missiles at Qingchuan Base back in the day. 32 can't handle this little difficulty? You'd be better off leaving now. Bai Ye followed Qian Suocheng into a research building. Qian's purpose, as mentioned earlier, was clear. Most of today's young scholars have grown up in a pampered environment. After graduating from university, they are often assigned to bases in their respective fields to participate in research internships. They've never experienced the hardships of life. But the arrival of this white knight provides the perfect opportunity to tell these young people what kind of environment their generation worked in. No research equipment, no materials. Even calculations had to be done by hand. Yet even in such conditions, they still managed to produce batch after batch of advanced weapons and equipment. Though as research scholars at the base, their primary purpose was to fortify the Dragon Nation's nuclear shield. But old Qian believed, beyond scientific research, the inspiration of spiritual role models was equally vital. While reflecting on past hardships and cherishing present blessings, they could also learn from their predecessors' spirit of fearless endurance and relentless pursuit of results. Typically, it was either old Qian or Tan Xiu who would invite an expert to share their insights. But now, with Bai Ye as a living example, a centenarian distinguished for his scientific contributions, if he were to share his story, wouldn't that carry far greater persuasive power? Inside the conference room, upon hearing Tan Xiu's command, nearly all the young scholars immediately set aside their work. Then, one by one, they took their seats. The large conference room, with nearly 1,000 seats in total. At this moment, every single one was occupied. Even when some of the older scholars heard that Bai Ye had arrived, they too paused their work. They stood outside the door, listening intently to Bai Ye's presentation. Below the stage, the young scholars saw that even the venerable Qian Suocheng had come here. One by one, they wore expressions of immense excitement. This was none other than Master Qian, the descendant of that distinguished figure who had personally participated in the design of Longhua's new generation of ballistic missiles. At the present Qingchuan base, he was practically in retirement. Yet now, this legendary figure has unexpectedly appeared in the conference room to recount that chapter of history from years past. Standing at the lectern, Qian Suocheng gazed at the young faces before him. First, he gave a slight smile. Then he approached Bai Ye and introduced him. I apologize for taking up your time. Today, I'd like to introduce a distinguished figure. Upon hearing Qian Suocheng's words, the young scholars present all wore blank expressions. Ha! Had they heard correctly? After all, Qian Suocheng, old Master Qian, was now the most influential figure at their Qingchuan base. Moreover, he had even been nominated for membership in the Long Nation Academy of Sciences. If it weren't for his advanced age, he might have actually been elected as a national academician. But at this moment, old Qian unexpectedly announced he would introduce them to a heavyweight figure? Amidst the stunned silence, Qian Suocheng remained unhurried. Began introducing Bai Ye. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce this heavyweight figure. The one standing right before you. His name is Bai Ye. He also worked as a researcher at our base for a period of time. Now, he is over 100 years old. Upon hearing Qian Suocheng's words, the scholars below the stage erupted in a wave of astonished murmurs. No way. Over 100 years old? The elderly gentleman standing beside old Qian had actually surpassed the age of 100? And he even worked at the Qingchuan base for a period of time? The scholars in the audience, though their time at the base was brief, some had been assigned here right after graduating college. Their tenure at the base hadn't even reached a year. But every day on the way to the cafeteria, they would pass by a wall of honor. This wall commemorates countless individuals who dedicated their lives to scientific research. Yet, Even as they searched their memories over and over, they couldn't find a single face that matched the old man standing before them. And what's even stranger is, this old man. Why was he still clutching a portrait in his arms? Seeing the confusion flash in the young people's eyes, Chen Suocheng proceeded to share the story of Bai Ye. Carrying his great-granddaughter, he trekked over mountains and rivers. After getting off the train, he walked all the way from the station to the base, all to bring his comrade in arms back here. Upon hearing this account, the young people's faces instantly froze in stunned silence. Not over 100 years old. They actually made it to the base? Do you have any idea how far it is from the station to the base? At a normal pace, it would take at least 7 or 8 hours. Absolutely impossible to walk that far. Let alone many young scholars. Suddenly, he saw Bai Ye's legs seemed to be curled up. His legs were still giving out. Hiking nearly 100 kilometers. Even an ordinary person might not be able to do that. Yet this centenarian managed it? And all just to bring the portrait of his fallen comrade. Return here? At this thought, the image of a great centenarian, a towering image of a great centenarian, instantly took shape. After introducing Bai Ye, Chen Suocheng also turned to look at Bai Ye. Professor Bai, I'm truly sorry to trouble you. Since you're here, I thought we might as well take a stroll through the research building. Besides, many of these young people are fresh university graduates assigned here. As you know, our work involves either nuclear facilities or wind tunnels. Both carry significant risks. Even with protective gear, it doesn't mean there's absolutely no risk. Young scholars are human too, though they carry hearts dedicated to research for the nation and its people. But when they learn that the work they're doing could potentially harm their health, even the most resolute determination would falter under such circumstances. Professor Bai, Professor Chen has actually experienced something similar. Please share old Chen's story with these young researchers. We researchers, isn't every one of us riddled with ailments? Since we chose this path, we must see it through to the end. If we're constantly worrying about our own safety, what's the point of doing this work? You might as well quit while you still can. At this point, Chen Suocheng's tone grew stern. These were his true feelings. Though backing down at the last moment might not have been these kids' true intention. But this path they chose it themselves. The path of scientific research is never smooth sailing. One must always be fully prepared. Upon hearing Chen Suocheng's words, Bai Ye immediately thought of Chen Huizhu. Whenever he thought about it, in just a few short months, the once young and handsome man's face was now covered in terrifying white patches. Not even a few strands of hair remained. Bai Ye's eyes began to redden. 33 The path is one I chose myself. Since I chose it, I must see it through. After composing himself, Bai Ye stepped to the front of the classroom, facing the young students. He placed the portrait on the lectern. Then, he looked out at the crowd before him. Their faces bore traces of youthfulness, yet radiated a palpable vitality. Symbolized the future of scientific research in the Dragon Nation. Whenever he saw these youthful faces, Bai Ye always felt a wave of satisfaction. At that moment, the young people below the podium all turned their gaze toward Bai Ye. Their eyes held traces of guilt and regret. Ever since being assigned here after graduating from university, when they heard they might be assigned to positions involving nuclear radiation, though their hearts were clearly filled with ambition, yet out of concern for their lives and safety, they often sought transfers within a month. Yet this was not their true desire. It was merely cowardice and timidity that ultimately overpowered their patriotic spirit. After transferring to a new position, they face a completely different and relatively safer job. But deep down, they seethed with resentment. Why were they so useless? Wasn't it just radiation risk? Couldn't it just be something that might affect their health? After all, upon graduation, they had resolved to dedicate themselves to the nation. Why, then, did they fail at the crucial moment? Chen Suocheng invited Bai Ye to give a lecture. Was to ignite that inner resolve and determination within them. When they encounter challenges in their research, they must possess the unwavering will to battle their inner doubts. Before submitting their applications, they should think it through carefully. Could they truly not persevere? If they couldn't even manage that much, how dare they call themselves researchers at the Clear Spring base? They don't deserve it. They absolutely don't deserve it. After a moment, Bai Ye finally spoke up. Earlier, I heard from Suocheng. Many of you, upon learning you might be assigned to positions involving radiation exposure, you backed down? In fact, quite a few even requested reassignment. His voice was quiet, but when those below heard it, their faces flushed with shame as they slowly lowered their heads. After all, they knew that as scientific researchers, should put personal safety aside. Especially those scholars working here. They dealt with nuclear materials almost daily. But this path was one they had chosen themselves. No one forced them, did they? They should have fully considered these possibilities beforehand. They know deep down that what they're doing is wrong. Yet they couldn't help themselves. Their instincts always led them to think of their own lives. Below the stage, nearly everyone kept their heads bowed, awaiting the impending rebuke. But minutes passed. Bai Ye did not reprimand them. And when they finally lifted their heads, any trace of disappointment. On the contrary, at this very moment, Bai Ye gave them the impression of being incredibly easygoing. There was no blame or scolding. Instead, he wore a face full of encouragement. Then, Bai Ye finally spoke. Truthfully, I understand how you feel. Because back in the day, Chen Huizu also went through this age just like you. Moreover, you come from all corners of the country. Naturally, your family backgrounds vary greatly. Some may come from affluent homes, while others from struggling ones. But none of you could compare to Chen Huizu. The man in this portrait, his ancestors held high office. He was a true second-generation wealthy heir. 70 years ago, he was also incredibly handsome. Just like you all are today. At these words, the scholars below the stage were visibly startled. Indeed, coming from different regions, their family backgrounds varied greatly. Those scholars from more affluent backgrounds might have acted impulsively at the time. But as time passed, they came to realize that life here was incredibly fulfilling. After all, they're young masters, second-generation wealthy. Their resilience to setbacks is naturally much lower than others. But what did Bai Ye just say? Chen Huizu's family background was actually better than everyone present here. His family background was even better? And Chen Huizu was quite handsome in his youth? This, from the portrait. You'd never guess it from this portrait. His face was covered in white patches and he was balding. In fact, they'd never seen him like this before. Such a gaunt face. And didn't Bai Ye just mention earlier? The subject of this portrait is a rich kid? But if he truly came from a wealthy family, how could he be so emaciated? Bai Ye paid no heed to the murmurs among the crowd. Instead, he continued speaking. After Chen Huizu returned from studying abroad in Su country, he immediately came back to his homeland. Despite his family's objections, he resolutely joined the nuclear weapons development program. But back when I returned to the country, I encountered some obstacles. Bai Ye only touched upon the matter of these obstacles briefly. He did not elaborate in detail. That chapter of history was one Bai Ye himself preferred not to revisit. After that, Bai Ye continued. After returning, I went to Shenyang Aircraft Corporation. I participated in the manufacturing of fighter jets. Within 2 years, after completing the mission, I accepted the nation's invitation. I came to Qingshuan base to participate in the nuclear weapons research and development project. And it was during this time that I met Chen Huizu. At this point, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. After completing the fighter jet project, Bai Ye did not volunteer to participate in the nuclear weapons development program. Rather, he was directly invited by the state? You must understand. At that time, the nation's nuclear weapons program was still in its infancy. Even the number of scientific researchers possessing nuclear physics expertise were extremely scarce. And Bai Ye? He was merely a fighter jet engineer. What qualifications did he possess? How could the nation itself need to personally invite him to participate in nuclear weapons development? At that moment, it wasn't just the scholars present who were stunned. Even the viewers watching the livestream were utterly stunned. All they knew was that after leaving Xinfei, Bai Ye had gone to the Qingshuan base and joined the nuclear weapons project. But what they didn't know was, Bai Ye had actually been personally invited by the national team? The chief designer of the J-5 fighter jet had been invited to join the nuclear program? Despite the confusion and shock filling their hearts, the viewers in the livestream remained silent. Instead, they continued listening to Bai Ye's explanation. Bai Ye said, "At the time, Chen Huizu and I were bunkmates. Besides loving to tell stories about his younger days, this guy had another habit: playing cards. Nowadays, when people hear about card games, many people might think it's not a good habit. But back then, it was our only form of entertainment. 34 The Wall of Honor. This is the real Chen Huizu." At this point, Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Truthfully, playing cards doesn't mean they weren't fully dedicated to their work. After all, even though they were researchers, they were still human beings. Work was important, but no matter how crucial the task, entertainment must be woven in as a necessary break. And due to the nature of developing nuclear weapons, the Qingshuan base was highly classified. From that point on, ordinary leisure activities became completely off limits to us. So we could only pass the time playing cards. But this guy, whether he won or lost at cards, always found excuses to give us money. When he lost, he'd claim it was a concession to us. But when he won, he'd take our money. But before long, he'd spend even more money. He'd go to the commissary and buy tons of supplies. Then he'd distribute them to each and every one of us. So even though we lost money, the one who ended up losing out was Chen Huizu. We often teased Chen Huizu, saying he had absolutely no concept of money. After every card game, we'd tally up the amounts. And guess what? Over just a few months, this guy had somehow spent over 1,000,000 yuan without even realizing it. Later, one day, Sugwa saw how rapidly our nuclear weapons program was progressing. So he withdrew all the supporting experts and materials. After that, Chen Huizhu vanished. No one knew where he'd gone. It wasn't until months later that he finally returned. But when he did return, while we were happy to see him, we also felt heartbroken for him. After those months, his once handsome features were gone. His face was dotted with white patches and his hair had fallen out completely. Although he had located uranium deposits for our nation, it was precisely because his body was frequently exposed to nuclear radiation. Had caused his body to deteriorate in such an alarming way. When we found him, he was clad only in a thin layer of clothing. It was a winter night. When we found him, he was still shivering in the cold wind. After he returned to our big family, we soon noticed. Beyond his physical condition, other aspects of Chen Huizhu had also changed from before. For instance, he wasn't as generous with money anymore. Even when he lost at cards, Chen Huizhu would ask us for IOUs. He claimed he couldn't come up with the money right away and would owe us for the time being. Sometimes, when he didn't have enough money for daily necessities, Chen Huizhu would even ask me for money. Just a few hours ago, when I passed through Songzhou village, it turned out that while searching for uranium deposits, Chen Huizhu had unexpectedly encountered people who lacked adequate food, clothing, and shelter. To give them a better life, Chen Huizhu emptied his entire household savings. He built an entire village. I only learned of this myself a few hours ago. Hearing this, the young scholars in the audience froze in stunned silence. They had just heard about Chen Huizhu's deeds in the previous narration. The portrait of Chen Huizhu showed him to be roughly the same age as many present. He wasn't much older. His family background was even far better off than many present. Or far better than most of those present. Take the present day, for instance. Even affluent families might not even be able to spend hundreds of thousands in a single year. Yet Chen Huizhu alone spends hundreds of thousands of yuan just on his comrades in arms. Amounted to hundreds of thousands. And that was hundreds of thousands of yuan 70 years ago. Its value back then far exceeded what it would be today. What stung them most deeply was when Chen Huizhu realized, without nuclear materials, Dragon Nation could never develop nuclear weapons. He actually set out alone, scouring the entire nation in search of uranium deposits. And it was precisely during this period that Chen Huizhu's body began to undergo strange changes. The white patches on his body also began to appear around that time. Of course, these are not the only moving deeds of Chen Huizhu. Beyond these, Chen Huizhu devoted his entire fortune to supporting impoverished residents in the surrounding areas. He even built a village for them? He built a school? Upon hearing this, the audience present didn't find it absurd at all. Instead, Chen Huizhu's image instantly soared in everyone's eyes. Looking around today, who could possibly have such boldness to pour one's entire fortune into ensuring a group of strangers live a better life? Chen Huizhu did it. And he did it while searching for uranium deposits for the Dragon Nation's nuclear program. He even sacrificed his own health, enduring prolonged exposure to nuclear radiation. Compared to Chen Huizhu, these people undoubtedly enjoy vastly superior living conditions. With protective gear, they hardly need to worry anymore. Excessive radiation causing bodily mutations. Compared to the older generation, they were truly blessed. But why, when even the older generation could accomplish such things? Why do these young people hesitate and retreat, prioritizing their physical well-being over their duty? At this thought, the scholars present couldn't help but turn their gaze once more to the portrait on the podium. The more they looked, the more familiar the face in the portrait seemed. His name was Chen Huizhu. Wait a minute. Chen Huizhu? Suddenly, an image of an honor wall flashed through the minds of many scholars. Whenever newcomers were assigned here, their first task isn't to dive straight into research work. Instead, they stood before this wall of honor, observing the faces of distinguished achievements displayed upon it. Perhaps not every face shone as brightly as those credited with the 2 bombs. But the vast majority of them sacrificed their lives. They sacrificed their lives for this cause. Therefore, every single one of them are intimately familiar with every face on this wall. Every single name included. And at that very moment, the name Chen Huizhu suddenly, it immediately came to mind. If I recall correctly, on the wall of honor, there is indeed such a name. But on that wall, Chen Huizhu's face seemed different from the portrait? Rather, quite handsome. Suddenly, many in the audience began murmuring. Could we go see the wall of honor now? Hearing this, Bai Ye nodded in agreement. Come to think of it, he'd been at the base for quite some time. He hadn't actually visited that wall of honor. I've heard that on the wall of honor. It bore the face of Chen Huizhu. Bai Ye couldn't recall what Chen Huizhu looked like. What Chen Huizhu actually looked like. Let's go. Led by Tan Xiao. As they passed through the cafeteria, a wall covered in black and white photographs suddenly appeared before Bai Ye's eyes. And the youthful face in the upper left corner. Once again. 35. Who could have imagined? These two photos actually belonged to the same person. At the scene, many researchers followed Tan Xiao and Bai Ye to the Wall of Honor. Moved by Bai Ye's words, they had gathered spontaneously before this Wall of Honor. Though every face and name on it were all incredibly familiar to these researchers, names they knew by heart. But judging by this portrait, they truly had no recollection. But upon seeing this wall once more, that young black and white photograph on the left instantly captured everyone's attention. Many researchers suddenly let out gasps of astonishment at that very moment. So the Chen Huizu mentioned by Old Master Bai was actually him. At that very moment, their faces lit up with realization. In truth, when Bai Ye mentioned the name Chen Huizu, many felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. It seemed that on the Wall of Honor, there really was a predecessor with that name. However, when their gaze fell upon the portrait, they discovered, no matter how they looked at it, it didn't match their memories at all. Neither the face nor the overall appearance. Not a single detail matched. After all, on the Wall of Honor, even though they're all black and white photos, Chen Huizu was younger and more handsome than the vast majority of those on the wall. Now look at this memorial portrait. White patches, hair loss. How could this possibly compare to the sunny, handsome image in the photo? No matter how you look at it, this couldn't possibly be the same person. The moment the two images finally aligned. At this very moment, whether it's the live event or in the live stream chat, everyone was moved to tears. Wah! This time, I'm truly moved by Mr. Chen's dedication. Honestly, you couldn't tell much from the memorial photo. Seeing the white patches alone was unsettling enough, let alone the hair loss. So when Old Man Bai mentioned that Chen Huizu used to be quite handsome, I couldn't help but wonder if he was exaggerating a bit. After all, he was a comrade in arms. People often idealize those they cherish, embellishing their image. But seeing this Wall of Honor, seeing what old Chen looked like before radiation exposure, I realized Grandpa wasn't exaggerating at all. He really was incredibly handsome. What immense courage that must have taken. Just look at Chen Huizu's photo. I doubt many of today's young heartthrobs or male actors could match his looks. And to ask someone like that to risk disfigurement for a mission, how many people would agree to that? Considering what the old man mentioned earlier, that Chen Huizu was exposed to radiation while searching for uranium deposits, my heart aches even more. He could have had such a bright future ahead of him. Yet he succumbed to illness just 10 years later. Honestly, if you knew your life was about to end, how many people would make the exact same choice as Chen Huizu? The live stream audience was once again deeply moved by Chen Huizu's story. The young scholars present listened with rapt attention. In that moment, the faces on the Wall of Honor and the portrait in Bai Ye's arms, these two individuals seemed to merge completely into one. In that instant, a flame ignited within each of their hearts. After all, even now, many of them had been assigned to nuclear-related positions. Every day, research required wearing thick protective suits. And even with protective gear, it was impossible to completely block radiation exposure. It can only minimize the risk of exposure. Therefore, after hearing Bai Ye's account, a small number of young scholars were only slightly shaken but did not completely abandon their requests to transfer positions. But, ever since Chen Huizu, two starkly contrasting figures had been introduced to them, these thoughts vanished in an instant. They no longer agonized over the risk of nuclear radiation exposure. Instead, they took Chen Huizu as their role model. For the sake of the nation and its people, to fortify the Dragon Nation's nuclear shield, they would sacrifice everything, including their very lives. Meanwhile, Li Dong's online army had been lurking in the livestream for quite some time. Of course, this was absolutely not because they had gone quiet. After all, with such massive traffic, as the head of a media company, Li Dongza would never let this go easily. However, the online sentiment was overwhelmingly unfavorable toward him. Moreover, just now, during the CCTV program, it was even revealed outright that when the livestream ended, Bai Ye and his great-granddaughter had donated a whopping 80,000 yuan to a nearby village. A full 80,000 yuan. This was a devastating blow to Li Dongza. The carefully constructed persona of Bai Ye that he had painstakingly built up was utterly demolished. Because so much of what he had said before simply didn't hold water. Once netizens come to their senses, they'll realize. Except for those top-tier streamers, who can earn hundreds of thousands in just a day or two. Not to mention, while Bai Qingqing has hundreds of thousands of followers. But a significant portion of those followers only joined in the last day or two. Before that, Bai Qingqing's actual follower count was only in the tens of thousands. These figures can be easily verified with a quick online search. For a streamer with just tens of thousands of followers, daily earnings is at most a few hundred yuan. That's equivalent to a white-collar salary in a second-tier city. It can support a household, but if you say she earns tens of thousands a day, that's just bull, isn't it? But, under these circumstances, Bai Ye and the others actually handed over 80,000 yuan directly to the village. Even if a single live streaming camera had caught it, Li Donzi could still find a way to fight back. But the problem is, there wasn't. If not for the CCTV broadcast and the call from Songjia village's chief, who would have known about this? Therefore, this directly ruled out the possibility of Bai Ye and Bai Qingqing orchestrating this publicity stunt. No matter how capable you are personally, you couldn't possibly have bribed CCTV too. Li Donzi couldn't help but feel. Not only had he failed to ruin Bai Ye's reputation, but had inexplicably boosted his value instead. How could he possibly bear this? But just then, a devious idea suddenly popped into Li Donzi's mind. The Medal of Merit. That's it. Since Bai Ye kept insisting he had served as the chief designer for the J-5 fighter jet, proposed establishing Shenzhen Military Engineering University, and even that the reason for coming to Qingchuan base, to participate in nuclear weapons development, was because he received an invitation from the state? Then all those contributions you made before, surely the state wouldn't just offer verbal praise? Surely they must have awarded you a Medal of Merit, to formally recognize your achievements? But now, Li Donzi pondered. You two arrived in such a hurry. And those medals, they can't exactly be carried around everywhere. So, as long as he asks. If he asks to see the Medals of Merit, and if Bai Ye couldn't produce them again, then the initiative would shift back to us, wouldn't it? 36-old Qian grew impatient. Who said old Bai doesn't have any medals? Actually, there was another reason behind Li Donzi's thinking. That is, he simply didn't believe it. Bai Ye had a state-awarded Medal of Merit. After all, Bai Ye's name couldn't even be found online. You're telling me the state awarded him a research medal? That's ridiculous, isn't it? Though, a heavyweight like old man Qian specifically came to stand up for Bai Ye. There's another possibility. Bai Ye did indeed participate in nuclear weapons research back then. Moreover, considering his age, Bai Ye is 100 years old, making him significantly older than even Professor Qian. This implies Bai Ye is effectively Senior Qian's senior. Since he is a senior figure, addressing him as old Bai is only proper. Surely that's not too much to ask? At this thought, a smile spread across Li Donzi's lips. How clever of him. He'd come up with a countermeasure so quickly. So, soon enough. In the livestream chat, the paid commenters started speaking up again. Since Bai Ye claims he's the chief designer of the Zhan 5 and was invited by the state to participate in nuclear engineering projects, he must have a scientific research medal, right? Or if not a medal, surely he has some kind of official documentation? What? He can't produce it? How could he not produce something so valuable? Could Bai Ye's credentials be fake? It could be said that the reason Li Donzi launched his counterattack against Bai Ye so swiftly was because he genuinely believed Bai Ye absolutely couldn't produce those medals. Because these were all official certifications. But Bai Ye? He couldn't even be found on Baidu Baiki. How could he possibly have official endorsement? Therefore, as long as Bai Ye stammers and hesitates, he can still be brought down from his pedestal. But soon, something Li Donzi could never have imagined happened. When a paid commenter in the livestream suggested to see Bai Ye's medals, the interest of many netizens was instantly piqued. Huh? Yeah. If the old man is that accomplished, the country wouldn't just give him a verbal commendation. They'd definitely award him a medal. Old man Bai, hurry up and show us. Speaking of which, we've never seen a scientific research medal like this before. Today's the perfect chance to broaden our horizons. Could it be Bai Ye is actually just an obscure researcher? His whole identity was fake? And he can't even produce the medal? Hey, I remember you from upstairs. You're that damn troll for old man Bai. I thought you'd vanished earlier, but here you are again? Everyone, DM that troll right now. Bash him to death. I hate people like that the most. Soon, under the fierce onslaught of netizens, vanished without a trace. But the entire livestream's atmosphere was instantly electrified. After all, the scientists' Medal of Merit. They had genuinely never seen one before. They had only seen medals for third-class and second-class meritorious service. So, how would the nation honor the contributions of an outstanding scientist? What kind of recognition would it bestow? Everyone is incredibly curious. Almost everyone believed it. Given Bai Ye's extensive resume, how could he possibly not have a single medal? Standing beside Bai Ye, as the star anchor of the CCTV production team, Bingbing also noticed that many viewers in the livestream were not what they seemed. They claimed to want to see Bai Ye's Medal of Honor, but many were just stirring up the atmosphere. To put it bluntly, they were hoping to see Bai Ye make a fool of himself. To prove Bai Ye was lying. Such tactics made Bingbing feel utterly disgusted. She was a media professional herself. She knew all too well the smear tactics employed by certain self-media outlets. This was clearly a smear campaign against Bai Ye orchestrated by certain groups. But the online sentiment had already been stirred up. If we ignore these people's words, it would deal a heavy blow to the old man's reputation as well. So, Bingbing thought for a moment. She rephrased the comments from the livestream. To Bai Ye. Mr. Bai, I just took a look at the chat. I noticed many people are curious about whether you have a research medal. I'm not sure if you brought it with you. If you did, would you mind showing it to the viewers? This statement alone demonstrated Bingbing's high emotional intelligence. She didn't let the tone of some paid commenters in the livestream affect Bai Ye. She simply stated that people were curious. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye shook his head. To be honest, back when the honorary merit conference was held, he had even declined the invitation. All I wanted was to step down from my position and return home, to live a quiet life alongside the younger generation. Had I attended that ceremony back then? Forget military medals. Even national-level medals. I could have stacked them high. Just imagine even those grand-scale medals. He turned down. How could there possibly be any other medals? After hearing Bai Ye couldn't produce any medals, the trolls in the livestream chat grew even more brazen. We told you so, you're just a show-off, Bai Ye. At best, you've just participated in those projects. As for holding any important positions? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. After all, when I asked you about your research medals earlier, you couldn't even produce one? Moreover, these trolls specifically mentioned Bai Ye's statement was none. Not didn't bring it. So, is it because he wasn't qualified and never received the research medal in the first place? Or did Bai Ye refuse it, so it wasn't awarded? That leaves a lot of room for interpretation. For the trolls, skewing public opinion toward Bai Ye as unqualified is incredibly easy. It's a piece of cake. However, when Bai Ye's public reputation took a nosedive, Xian Suocheng could no longer sit idly by. As the son of old Xian, Bai Ye's contributions back in the Qingchuan base, he knew them inside out. He didn't just learn about Bai Ye's past from his father's accounts. Even after arriving at the Qingchuan base, he had witnessed Bai Ye's exceptional contributions to China's first generation of ballistic missiles. He witnessed it firsthand. And yet, you internet trolls dare to dismiss the achievements of a distinguished scientist like this? At this very moment, Xian Suocheng was genuinely furious on Bai Ye's behalf. Hold on. Actually, Professor Bai isn't without scientific medals. He has them, he just personally declined these honors. But how could the nation ever forget Professor Bai's contributions? After old Bai left the base, the state preserved the medals rightfully his at Qingchuan base. They remain in the Hall of Merit. If you're interested, I can take you to see them right now. Old Xian's tone carried anger. Though these online trolls weren't targeting him personally. He knew full well the contributions Bai Ye had made to nuclear weapons development. He knew it all too well. How could he stand by and watch a distinguished scientist be slandered by netizens ignorant of the truth? 37 Bai Ye is the third two-bomb hero? When netizens heard that Bai Ye didn't have a military merit medal, not that he didn't have any, but that he had refused them, online discourse erupted once more. After all, there's no proof to back up the claims. You refused the medal, that's what you said yourself. There's no proof, and besides, those researchers from back then are all getting old. Many have even passed away. With no living witnesses to contradict you, you can say whatever you want. Thus, spurred on by the troll army, the comments section erupted once more with a wave of condemnation targeting Bai Ye. But then, old Xian's furious words silenced the entire livestream instantly. At that moment, every pair of eyes stared blankly at the big screen. It felt as though through the screen, one could hear the collective heartbeats of every viewer. This, although Bai Ye had refused those medals of merit. But then, old man Xian declared. After Bai Ye declined them, these medals did not simply disappear. Instead, they were left behind at the Clear Spring base? And they were even placed in the Hall of Merit? Just how immense was Bai Ye's contribution? Even if an individual declined them, the medals still had to stay at the base? But precisely because of this, netizens' curiosity was once again piqued. No sooner said than done. Fortunately, the Hall of Merit is no secretive place. It only houses the honors and medals of those who made significant contributions to nuclear weapons development. Anyone from the Qingchuan base is welcome to visit anytime. Therefore, opening it to CCTV was no problem. As the camera followed inside the memorial hall, almost everyone was utterly stunned by the sight before them. Within this memorial hall, they saw many familiar names. Among them was the father of the late Mr. Qian, the recipient of the nation's highest honor. His photograph was prominently displayed in the center. As for the surrounding walls, they were completely filled with yellow and white medals. Everywhere else, amidst these photos of meritorious service and medals, familiar faces and names grew more numerous. As time passed, they gradually covered most of the memorial hall. But soon, netizens noticed a problem. Although the figures within this memorial hall possessed numerous medals, they couldn't find Bai Ye's name or photo anywhere. Not to mention his medals of merit. Could it be that old Chen made a mistake? Or had the Qingchuan base misplaced Bai Ye's medals? As everyone pondered this, old Chen finally stopped at one display case. Through the thick glass, he pointed to one of the gold medals and said, "This two bombs pioneer gold medal was awarded to old Bai by the state." Upon hearing this, many visitors took a closer look. But then they noticed, although a name was inscribed on this medal of honor, but that name was not Bai Ye. It belonged to someone else. A name called Chen Su. Ah, this. In an instant, the entire comment section erupted once more. Even the CCTV production crew who had followed along, upon witnessing this scene, felt a bit of a mix-up. I mean, we all know. Old Master Bai's name is Bai Ye. And because they'd watched the livestream, I'd even done my homework beforehand. I knew the old man lived in Kaiyun City, and that he had lived there for decades. But if this medal of honor truly belonged to Bai Ye, then how could the name be wrong? It clearly said Bai Ye. How did it suddenly become Chen Su? Mr. Qian, could this be your mistake? And you must understand, this gold medal is engraved with the words father of the two bombs. And as everyone knows, there are only two individuals recognized as the two bombs pioneers, and their household names. There has never been one named Chen Su. But this is Qingchuan base. The medals in the memorial hall are undoubtedly genuine. A national-level research institution wouldn't display a fake, would it? And right now, the name Chen Su doesn't match any of the two bomb pioneers they know. How could that be possible? Suo Chang. Bai Ye shot Qian Suoching a helpless glance. In truth, he was fully aware of the circumstances surrounding the destruction of his own files and his forced anonymity. Bai Ye was fully aware of all this. At the time, the state had done it to protect him. That was the reason for it all. And now, it was Qian Suocheng who had brought it all to light. Yet, at this moment, Bai Ye felt a surge of emotion. After all these years, that Qingchuan base still held something that belonged to him? Old Bai, old son just called me. He said he's aware of your situation now. And he knows that Morning Sunrise is the name you used back when you were here. He told me the nation will never allow its heroes to remain hidden forever. Back then, due to your insistence and other circumstances, the nation had no choice but to conceal your affairs. But now, as you can see, our dragon nation has grown immensely powerful. It's time to reveal some of your story to the public. At that moment, the live stream audience fell completely silent. Everyone was stunned. Not just the viewers in the live stream, but even Bai Qingqing. Even Bing Bing and the others from the CCTV production team were utterly dumbfounded. In everyone's understanding, the quota for the two bombs Meritorious Service Award was limited to 2 individuals. That was common knowledge. But the result? At the Memorial Hall in Qingchuan Base, another 2 bombs Meritorious Service recipient appeared. This is the 3rd one. Most crucially, this merit was confirmed by Old Qian. It actually belongs to Bai Ye? Many netizens instantly began reminiscing. What on earth could be the reason? Why did the nation place such high value on those 2 meritorious individuals? Because without their involvement, the entire nuclear weapons and ballistic missile program would have faced immense difficulties and nearly ground to a halt. It was precisely to honor their contributions that such a title was bestowed upon them. Yet, White Knight was actually the 3rd person? So, does this mean the credit that originally belonged to those 2? A portion of it should actually belong to Bai Ye? At this very moment, the livestream chat exploded with chaos. What we learned earlier. Only 2 individuals received the 2 bombs merit medal, that's common knowledge. Now you're telling me there's a 3rd? And that 3rd person is none other than Old Man Bai? How incredible must one be to earn this medal? And remember, those 2 received the Dragon Country medal shortly after getting this one. So if Old Master Bai's identity is revealed, wouldn't he at least get a Dragon Country medal too? Wait. Can someone explain this to me? Why was the old man's name listed as Chen Su here before? Why did it later change to Bai Ye? You're asking me? Who the hell should I ask? We just found out about this ourselves. 38 Li Dongza panicked. Was he about to get caught up in this? When Old Qian displayed the medals originally belonging to Bai Ye, netizens who had already supported Bai Ye were now overcome with excitement. They began shouting at the paid trolls in the livestream chat. Just a moment ago, weren't you claiming Bai Ye's identity was fake? That he couldn't produce his scientific merit medal? Although Old Master Qian did indeed refuse. But what you didn't expect was, the Memorial Hall at Qingchuan Base specifically reserved 1 gold medal for Old Master Bai. A gold medal in his honor. And most crucially, the value of this gold medal is truly immense. It's even on par with the contributions of the 2 bomb pioneers. What more can you possibly say now? Still barking in the comments section? Right up until this very moment. Lee Dong-jae and his hired trolls. Only now are they starting to panic. Sitting in front of the computer screen, feeling like my entire body had stopped breathing, not daring to even draw a breath. Gone was the arrogance of moments ago. What a joke. Now, the gold medal displayed at the Qingchuan base. Even though it bore the name Chen Su. But as old Qian just mentioned, Chen Su is merely Bai Ye's pseudonym. Due to certain special circumstances, Bai Ye's true identity cannot be revealed. Therefore, this is why the name Chen Shu was used. This medal was applied for on Bai Ye's behalf. So why now? Is old Qian voluntarily making this public? It's because, not long ago, old Qian received a call from higher-ups. Moreover, the higher-ups also requested. Back then, the reason Bai Ye was made to use an alias. To conduct research at the Qingchuan base. The fundamental reason was to protect him. In other words, the honors bestowed upon the two bomb pioneers. Part of that should even be credited to Bai Ye. This isn't just some old-school scientist. He's practically a national treasure. A titan in his field. If Bai Ye were to make a comeback and take up a position at the Dragon Academy of Sciences, he'd undoubtedly earn the title of academician. An academician of Longhua. Who would dare to trash him online like that? Meanwhile, those keyboard warriors whose emotions had been stirred up by the paid trolls had also completely shut down. Originally, they too had entered the fray with the intention of trolling, playing both sides, seeking attention and online traffic. But when they saw another medal displayed alongside those of Qian Shuesan and other nuclear pioneers in the memorial hall, they were utterly dumbfounded. This can't be a joke, right? Bai Ye actually has a medal? And it's the two bombs pioneer medal, the highest honor in the nuclear weapons field? Now they were truly panicking. Facing a big shot of this caliber, how could they possibly keep digging? If they kept it up, it wouldn't be long before they'd be heading straight to the police station. But clearly, Lee Dongza was the most panicked of them all. After all, online, whether it's paid commenters or trolls, they're all talk and no action. Paid trolls do their job for money, while agitators, few of them can stir up much of a storm. But Lee Dong-jae's situation is different. As the CEO of a self-media company, to capitalize on Bai Ye's wave of traffic, he even mobilized his company's resources. That's taking things way too far. In the past, using such tactics had indeed eliminated numerous competitors. After devouring their traffic, he'd made a killing. His rivals, without exception, all went bankrupt and closed down. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. Therefore, when confronting Bai Ye this time, Lee Dongza was brimming with confidence. So many competitors have fallen, how could he possibly fail to take down this old geezer? Yet, even now, Lee Dongza was utterly dumbfounded. He'd hit a brick wall and countered a true heavyweight. Hiring online trolls to attack and smear a scientist decorated with the Meritorious Service Medal. What kind of behavior is this? If the other party chose to overlook it, things might still be manageable. But if the authorities got involved, having his company revoked would be the best case scenario. In the worst case scenario, he'd be spending the rest of his life behind bars. Back to the scene. When Bing Bing saw the gleaming gold medal beneath a glass display case, she too froze in place, utterly stunned. As Bai Ye's great-granddaughter, Bai Qingqing, gazing at the medal at that very moment, first bewildered, then filled with an indescribable sense of pride. I never imagined that my great-grandfather was actually standing on the same side as those two. As Bai Ye's great-granddaughter, she felt immense pride. Mr. Bai, as Mr. Sun mentioned earlier on the phone, he mentioned that you worked here under a pseudonym yet never sought fame or fortune. Given your contributions, you should have been awarded the title of academician. After thorough discussion among the elders, it's highly likely that a formal recognition ceremony will be held for you very soon, and confer upon you the title of honorary academician of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Seeing Qian Suochang's indignant expression, Bai Ye couldn't help but smile wryly. I've never cared about such titles. What I truly desire is nothing more than a powerful motherland. And that my past experiences will never be repeated by any overseas student, that is all. Now that my goal has been achieved, empty titles are but fleeting things. Now, I only wish to bring my old colleagues, my comrades in arms, to see the very posts where they once fought, to fulfill the promise we made back then. That is enough. After Bai Ye finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent once more. All the old man desired was a strong motherland, and that his past would never be repeated by any future emigrant. And once his mission was complete, Bai Ye felt no undue attachment. Given his contributions, he could have enjoyed the exact same treatment as those two. Yet in the end, Bai Ye chose to relinquish it all. Instead, he returned to his homeland and lived in quiet seclusion. Truth be told, those who can retire after achieving success, voluntarily relinquishing fame and glory, are truly few and far between. Only those with a truly grand vision could achieve such a feat. Clearly, Bai Ye was one of them. After Bai Ye finished speaking, he brushed off his clothes. Then he stood up. Subsequently, Bai Ye placed Chen Huizu's portrait within this memorial hall. Henceforth, this portrait would become an integral part of the clear spring base. It stood in stark contrast to the handsome, dashing face of Chen Huizu on the wall of honor. The white patches on the portrait were the marks left behind by Chen Huizu's dedication to his country. After completing these tasks, Bai Ye finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had fulfilled a small part of his promise to his comrades. And now, he must continue on his journey. 39 Bai Ye had once taken a photo with Old Run. Suo Chang, thank you for your hospitality today. It's time for us to depart. After leaving the memorial hall, Bai Ye immediately bid farewell to Tan Xiao and Qian Suocheng. After all, his purpose in coming this time was to show Chen Huizu the changes in the motherland. Now that his wish had been fulfilled, it was time to move on to the next destination. After all, Bai Ye was over 100 years old. Though his constitution remained fairly robust, how much longer could he possibly live? He himself doesn't know. Old Bai, would you like to stay a few more days? Rest properly before you go? Seeing Bai Ye about to depart, Qian Suocheng and Tan Xiao immediately tried to persuade him to stay. After all, Bai Ye had left behind so many achievements at the base back then. Moreover, judging by Old Sun's tone, it seemed he intended to restore Bai Ye's reputation. Using his current name, they would hold a posthumous recognition ceremony for him. Therefore, security measures must be thoroughly prepared. And at his age now, what if something unexpected happens along the way? Wouldn't they regret it for the rest of their lives? There was no way around it. Bai Ye simply couldn't withstand the relentless persuasion of Old Qian and the others. With no other choice, he reluctantly agreed to stay one more night. During this time, Tan Xiao personally issued an order. Tomorrow, when Bai Ye departs, her driver and security detail, to escort Bai Ye to the airport. She specifically instructed them. They must board the plane with Bai Ye and remain with him until the next destination. They must protect Bai Ye and her grandson at all costs. But in the face of Bai Ye's strong objections, they ultimately had to compromise. Just escorting him to the station would suffice. Don't you trust the security in our dragon nation? Nothing will go wrong. After the agreement was reached, Qian Suocheng promptly relayed Bai Ye's situation. Back to elder son. Senior son, I believe we should restore the honor Bai Ye deserves. Considering his contributions to the Qingxuan base alone, Bai Ye should at least be awarded the title of academician, right? Beyond that, there was also the matter of improving Bai Ye's living conditions. Though the term improve might not be entirely accurate here. After all, from appearances, Qian Shoucheng was also a discoverer. Since his retirement, Bai Ye's family has never been short of money. However, the expenses incurred in Songjia village absolutely cannot be borne by Bai Ye. Therefore, Qian Suocheng was also contemplating seek an opportunity to return this money in full. To compensate Bai Ye, the donation to Songjia village would be covered by the Qingxuan base. Additionally, Old Master Qian hoped that higher authorities would officially intervene to persuade Bai Ye. Under no circumstances should he travel such a long distance again. Xinzang City is still manageable. Even in winter, due to the time difference. Even at 9 o'clock at night, there's still light on the road. Walking dozens of kilometers on foot? A few short hours won't be enough. Bai Ye and the others would inevitably have to walk at night. Plus, it's the dead of winter, bitterly cold. What if they freeze to death along the way? Meanwhile, in Longdu, after receiving Qian Suocheng's call, Old Master's son wholeheartedly agreed with his proposal. In fact, these ideas perfectly aligned with his own thoughts. Moreover, at this very moment, Old Master's son was in an exceptionally joyful mood. For he had finally learned the codename Bai Ye had used back then. And with this knowledge, the investigation would proceed with relative ease. Not long after, Secretary Li suddenly called him again. However, the content of this call caused Old Sun's brow to furrow deeply. Mr. Sun, I continued investigating based on the name Qinshu. But after that, the trail went cold again. The trail had gone cold again? Old Master's son couldn't help but look stunned. Could it be that Qinshu was merely a codename Bai Ye used during his work at Xinfei and the Qingxuan base? Did he change his identity again after moving elsewhere? For a moment, Old Sun felt a wave of headache wash over him. Originally, Old Sun had thought that once he found the name Qinshu, investigating Bai Ye would become much easier. After all, even if you used a code name, you couldn't keep changing it indefinitely, right? It would surely be used consistently. But what Sun Lao hadn't anticipated was this. The name Qinshu was only used in 2 places. It was never used again? So, could it be possible that, after Bai Ye completed his research at Xinfei and the Qingxuan base, he simply retired on the spot? Initially, Old Sun did suspect this possibility. After all, whether it was the first fighter jet, nuclear weapons, or ballistic missiles, either one of these achievements alone would have been enough to earn Bai Ye the title of academician. Given the depth of respect Qian Cheng held for Bai Ye, This was entirely plausible. But when Old Sun revisited Bai Ye's memorial photos, he sensed something amiss. If Bai Ye had only left traces in these two places, then why are there a full 13 portraits? If we follow this line of reasoning, wouldn't that mean Bai Ye had been in 13 locations, 13 research institutions across the Dragon Nation? He left traces in all of them? Senior Sun, although there's been no further news about Chen Su and Bai Ye. However, during our investigation, we uncovered some documents. All of this material was declassified after the successful development of nuclear weapons. I'll send it to you immediately for review. A few minutes later, the secretary placed a worn document on Sun Lao's desk. After all, Sun Lao's standing in the Dragon Nation was exceptionally high at this point. If he wished, he could access classified documents from any agency. He rarely exercised this authority. But since learning that Bai Ye was likely the name omitted from the list of honorary meritorious service recipients, Old Sun could no longer contain his emotions, vowing to clear Bai Ye's name. Upon opening the file, Old Sun discovered it contained a letter and a photograph. When the letter was opened, the signature on it instantly sent a shockwave through Old Sun. This letter. It's actually a letter written by Master Run himself to Bai Ye? Since it was written in Master Run's own hand, no pseudonym was used. Instead, it directly used the name Bai Ye. Comrade Bai Ye, we are deeply grateful for your contributions to the nuclear weapons program. After this matter concludes, the authorities had intended to grant you a period of rest. However, the international situation remains grim. We may need you to return to the Jiangnan shipyard once more. To maximize your security, I will dispatch bodyguards to provide close protection. After reading the entire letter, Old Man Sun was utterly dumbfounded. Wait, this letter was actually handwritten by Old Man Run himself, addressed to Bai Ye? In the entire nation, how many scientists could possibly receive a letter personally penned by Old Man Run? How many are there in total? Who would have thought? Bai Ye, he's actually one of them? File 40, now declassified. The Dragon Nation is now fully capable of protecting Bai Ye. And what shocked Old Sun even more? This letter directly explains why all records concerning Bai Ye were completely erased. Even from his former workplace, the name Bai Ye had been replaced with aliases. The reason was to protect Bai Ye's safety. So what exactly is this danger that requires the state to protect Bai Ye like this? Moreover, it was none other than Elder Run who personally intervened. A dedicated team of bodyguards has been assigned to Bai Ye. You must understand, bodyguards are only granted to those of the highest rank. This means that at that time, was already deemed fully deserving of bodyguard protection in Old Man Run's eyes. So, after Bai Ye retired, does he still enjoy such privileges? As an official level elder, Elder Sun was well versed in such matters. As long as one remained in office, bodyguards were mandatory. But once one leaves that position, no bodyguards would be assigned. Of course, protective measures must still be taken. But it's absolutely nowhere near as stringent as when it's part of their official duties. But Old Sun felt, if his memory served him correctly, it seemed he had spotted a bodyguard-clad figure specifically running over at the train station. And just like that, Bai Ye's pass issue was resolved? Which meant, even after leaving his post, Bai Ye still enjoyed the privilege of security escort. At this realization, Old Sun's heartbeat suddenly quickened. His gaze immediately shifted to the side of the letter. There lay a photograph. The photograph was placed together with the letter. Old Sun picked up the photograph. After just one glance, his entire being, I was stunned on the spot. Because the photo wasn't of someone else. It was a photo of Bai Ye and Old Run together. Moreover, the two stood side by side, each wearing a smile on their face. This. For a moment, Old Sun was utterly stunned. He never imagined Bai Ye had actually taken such an intimate photo with this top-tier powerhouse of the Dragon Nation. Had such an intimate photo together? Moreover, judging solely from this photo alone, their personal relationship seemed exceptionally close. Judging by this photo, Bai Ye was still very young at the time. Only in his 30s. Which means this photo was taken after Longwei completed its nuclear weapons program, featuring Bai Ye and the venerable Run Lao. At that time, the Dragon Nation was at a critical juncture. The vetting process for qualifications was incredibly strict. And don't even mention that era. Even by today's standards. If you didn't have connections or make significant contributions, how could you possibly get an audience with the top brass? And these connections and contributions? They can't be just sprinkled around. They must have national-level influence. Only then do you earn that privilege. Judging by this group photo, it was clear that Old Man Run had already accepted Bai Ye as one of his own. So, Old Sun began to scrutinize the group photo closely. The more he studied it, the more he sensed the entire affair was far from simple. His initial glance had been superficial, so he had missed many details. But after scrutinizing it closely, he finally noticed In the photograph, Old Man Run's right arm was actually draped over Bai Ye's shoulder. This meant Old Man Run had actively sought out Bai Ye for the photo? No. If Bai Ye had approached Master Run to request the photo, Old Man Sun could understand that too. After all, as the recipient of the third two bombs, one satellite medal of honor. If Bai Ye had initiated the request, then Master Run might very well have agreed to the photo under certain conditions. However, if it had been Old Man Run who initiated the request, then the nature of the situation would change entirely. It would signify that in Old Man Run's mind, he had fully accepted Bai Ye as someone worthy of his trust. You must understand, in the past, those Master Run trusted were the veteran warriors and commanders of the older generation. Not a single scientist had ever received such an honor. Not even someone like Old Chien, though he had personally received an audience with Old Man Run. But judging from the photographs, their relationship clearly lacked the intimacy seen between Bai Ye and Professor Bai. Professor Sun dared not dwell on the thought any longer. Instead, he silently tucked away the letter and photographs. Away carefully. Just moments ago, Old Sun received another piece of news. Above had already convened a meeting to discuss whether to grant Bai Ye reinstate Bai Ye's honorary title. This decision followed intense debate. Many high-ranking officials argued that, since Bai Ye's name had been expunged and his records cleared, this signifies that back then, the state intended to protect Bai Ye through this measure. Now, if the authorities were to rashly take sides, wouldn't that show a lack of respect for the decisions made back then? However, including Elder Sun, they all concur with this perspective. That is, back then, the reason the state had Bai Ye go into hiding, and even resorted to multiple aliases to conceal his involvement in the research. Ultimately, it was all for one purpose: to protect Bai Ye. After all, in that era, the pace of Dragon Nation's development was simply too rapid, and the Eagle's tactics were notorious on the international stage. Once Bai's reputation became widely known, who knows what extreme measures the Eagle might resort to? What dangers might they pose to Bai Ye? Therefore, Elder Sun believes the reason the state acts this way lies precisely here. But all this must be viewed in the context of national circumstances. True, decades ago, compared to the Eagle Nation, it was indeed somewhat weaker. And it's true that news spread of many scientists being assassinated by the Eagle. But times have changed. The times have changed. In terms of technological strength alone, the Dragon Nation and the Eagle Nation are now neck and neck. Moreover, protective measures for high-level talent have undergone complete renewal. We rarely hear of national-level scientific researchers dying in various accidents. Therefore, even if Bai Ye's contributions were fully disclosed, the nation's current security capabilities, it would be more than sufficient to safeguard the entire Bai Ye family. Moreover, beyond these considerations, Old Sun also suspects Bai Ye's contributions to scientific research may well extend far beyond what is currently known. Perhaps there are even more undiscovered secrets. After all, in the letter from Elder Run earlier, Old Sun had noticed. Originally, the higher-ups had hoped to grant Bai Ye some time to rest. But then, Bai Ye was immediately dispatched to the Jiangnan shipyard. The date on the envelope was precisely from the 1960s. Even if I'm not particularly knowledgeable about scientific research, he should at least be aware of the nation's major technological milestones, shouldn't he? In the 1960s, the Dragon Nation unveiled a new piece of equipment that would make the Eagle Lady squirm with anxiety. That was nuclear submarines. And the very first nuclear submarine was born at the Jiangnan shipyard. All these developments inevitably led Old Sun to draw a certain conclusion. 41 Old Chien was dumbfounded. Wait, what else needs investigating? After developing nuclear weapons, Bai Ye went to the Jiangnan shipyard again? And then he managed to pull off the nuclear submarine project? Old Sun suddenly realized. Come to think of it, back then when the Dragon Nation's nuclear submarine project burst onto the scene, the uproar it caused in the international community was no less than that of nuclear weapons. Moreover, there wasn't much time between the two events. In fact, within just a few short months, China gave birth to its first nuclear-powered submarine, the Jiaolong. And it was precisely after this event that the Dragon Nation regained its permanent seat at the United Nations General Assembly. It must be noted that prior to this, although the Dragon Nation should have been a member of the World United Assembly, that seat had always been occupied by the other side. Whenever the government approached Eagle San to strongly demand to restore Longwa's seat, Eagle Chan would always come up with various excuses to block it. It was a blatant message. The reason the World United Assembly brought your Dragon Nation into the fold to play alone is because you were too weak back then. We wanted a puppet, an agent. And back then, the Dragon Nation fit the bill perfectly. But now you're not playing ball. You've completely strayed from our original intentions. Therefore, we cannot approve your request to rejoin. Yet, after the Dragon Nation successively resolved matters concerning nuclear weapons and nuclear submarines, when applying to the United Nations General Assembly, the attitude of our neighbor Eagle-chan immediately changed. No longer outright opposition, but now tinged with hesitation. But what deserves the most mention are those other smaller nations. They firmly and decisively stood by the Dragon Nation's side. To reclaim its position in the World United Assembly, the obstacles were swept away. Whenever Old Sun recalled that period of history, a surge of intense pride welling up from within. And now, through this letter from Old Man Run and Bai Ye, Old Sun keenly discerned that the nuclear submarines of the Dragon Nation back then were able to emerge so swiftly, might actually have Bai Ye's involvement? How could this not shock Old Sun? Moreover, beyond this matter alone, Old Sun also suspected, before Bai Ye left his post, he likely made numerous other contributions. Academician? That's too small. That's too narrow a perspective. Bai Ye's contributions are likely far greater than what the title of academician alone could encompass. Perhaps even higher. After all, according to the records, Bai Ye still has decades left before retirement. And the scope of Bai Ye's achievements has undoubtedly only scratched the surface. Once all the details of Bai Ye's affairs are fully investigated, perhaps the findings might astonish them all. Just as Elder Sun was preparing to bring this matter up for discussion with the other elders, Xian Suocheng's call suddenly came through. After the call connected, Xian Suocheng's voice came through. Elder Sun, Elder Bai has already departed the base and set out on his journey again. I believe that with our nation's current security capabilities, we can fully protect Elder Bai. Shouldn't we consider appropriately revoking the order from back then? Though Elder Bai claims not to care about such matters, we must not dishearten our heroes. I propose conferring upon Elder Bai the title of Honorary Academician of the Dragon Science Academy. By this point, Xian Suocheng's voice had grown visibly more passionate. In truth, as a national-level research institution in Longwei, has a strict quota for appointing academicians each year. It's not enough to have achieved significant scientific breakthroughs. That alone doesn't guarantee entry. It requires navigating a series of rigorous approval processes. If you get stuck at any stage, even if you're a Nobel laureate, it won't be a smooth ride to becoming an academician. Take the simplest example. Nobel laureate Tu Youyou. He was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine for discovering artemisinin. But if Tu Youyou were in China, she wouldn't actually be an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. For certain reasons, Tu Youyou is merely a scientist at a local institution. Of course, Tu Youyou was not selected as an academician. This was due to other reasons. But if it were Bai Ye, it would be a matter of qualifications. Because Bai Ye's age was simply too advanced. According to the Lonka Academy's criteria for evaluating academicians and submitting nomination lists, the age limit is strictly set at 75 years old. Exceeding this age disqualifies one from eligibility. Don't be fooled by the phrase "in principle." Everyone understands that principles are not meant to be broken. This single criterion alone disqualifies Bai Ye from being selected as an academician. However, if it were an honorary academician position, this restriction no longer applies. Regardless of age, one could enter the Academy of Sciences under the title of honorary academician. Enter the Dragon Academy. Xian Suocheng's reasoning was this: qualifications and regulations. This was indeed unavoidable. Even as the descendant of Qian Shuesan, the father of China's nuclear weapons program, couldn't alter the regulations. But as for honorary academicians, he would certainly fight for Bai Ye to secure it. Moreover, getting Bai Ye into the Dragon Academy. If Elder Sun were to intervene personally, it would be a done deal. Old Sun holds immense influence among the highest echelons of the government. So, as long as Old Sun gives the go-ahead, this matter will be settled. No matter what, Xian Suocheng felt, he absolutely must secure this qualification for Bai Ye. Failure to do so would truly break the hearts of the older generation of scientists. After hearing Xian Suocheng's words, Old Sun couldn't help but smile. Old Xian, I'm already aware of Bai Ye's situation. I've been investigating this matter all along. Rest assured, Bai Ye will definitely receive a proper resolution in the end. We won't let the old meritorious scientists down. After speaking, a hint of resignation crept into Old Sun's voice. But Old Xian, you mustn't rush this matter too much. After all, the investigation into Bai Ye's case isn't complete yet, is it? Originally, I intended to wait until Bai Ye's case was fully investigated before proceeding. But since you're so eager, fine, let the Dragon Academy provisionally confer upon Bai Ye the title of honorary academician. Upon hearing Sun Lao's words, Xian Suocheng was once again dumbfounded. Wait? Not fully investigated? Senior Sun, hasn't everything concerning Bai Ye already been investigated? Why investigate again? Based on what his father and he himself had witnessed, after Bai Ye left the Qingchuan base, he vanished without a trace. Shortly thereafter, my father also left his post. Moreover, it was enforced by higher-ups. Therefore, Qian Suocheng instinctively assumed Bai Ye was likely also compelled by the authorities to return home for rest. After all, he had made such tremendous contributions to the Dragon Nation. It was time for him to step back and enjoy life. Not to mention Bai Ye's legs still had issues. Yet old son's words left Qian Suocheng somewhat perplexed. With such detailed information already uncovered about Bai Ye's past, what else could possibly need investigating? 42 Overseas private message. Want all of Bai Ye's files? What? Old Qian, about Bai Ye's story. You don't know everything either? When he heard the voice on the other end of the line, Qian Yongqing's voice abruptly cut off. After the atmosphere gradually settled, old son's expression grew increasingly grave. Originally, he had assumed Qian Yongqing knew everything about Bai Ye. So when no further leads emerged, he planned to use Qian Yongqing to learn about Bai Ye. But what he hadn't anticipated was the clues were actually with Qian Yongqing. They suddenly vanished too? What had Bai Ye experienced after leaving the Clear Spring base? Old Qian didn't know either. But soon, old Sun also caught on. After all, the Qingchuan base, much like Xinfei, it was merely a temporary stopover for Bai Ye. For instance, the events that unfolded for Bai Ye at the Clear Spring base. The elders at Xinfei weren't entirely clear on those details either. Therefore, when Bai Ye headed to the Jiangnan shipyard, it might be a similar situation? Only the veterans at the Jiangnan shipyard would know exactly what work Bai Ye did there. Never mind. Old Qian, since you don't know, let's just drop it. I've got some things to attend to, so I'll hang up now. However, just as old Sun was about to hang up, a more resolute voice came from the other end of the line. Mr. Sun, can you satisfy my curiosity? Do you know what work old Bai took on after leaving the Qingchuan base? Though this matter was beyond old Qian's purview. But ever since he had seen Bai Ye again with his own eyes, Qian Yongqing had grown increasingly curious about Bai Ye's past. Jiangnan shipyard, based on the information we've gathered so far. After leaving the Qingchuan base back then, his next stop was the Jiangnan shipyard. The call ended abruptly at that point. Yet, at that moment, Qian Yongqing still sat motionless in his chair, clutching the receiver. His eyes were vacant. Wait. Jiangnan shipyard? No. After finally helping complete the ballistic missile project, old Bai didn't retire like his father did. Instead, he went to work at the Jiangnan shipyard? Old Bai, does he also have expertise in ships and naval vessels? As a scientist, Bai Ye's breadth of knowledge is simply too vast. Then there's old Sun. He didn't hang up on old Qian just to decline the invitation. He genuinely had urgent matters to attend to. Besides discussing with the other elders how to clear Bai Ye's name and restore his honor, there was another matter. Recently, numerous inappropriate comments about Bai Ye and Bai Qingqing have been circulating online. Even in live streams, numerous paid commentators were actively smearing Bai Ye. Elder Sun has observed all these developments. Moreover, while investigating Bai Ye's background, he has also uncovered the truth about Li Donza and his Nine Heavens Entertainment Media Company. Into the spotlight. Mr. Sun has always despised such individuals. After uncovering the truth, he was itching to have Little Li report it to the Bureau immediately. To shut down Nine Heavens Media. Then throw all the responsible parties in jail. But everything requires due process. What charges could be used to arrest Li Donza? This became a problem for old Sun. Some might argue that Li Donza slandered Bai Ye. But hasn't Bai Ye already been endorsed by the bigwigs at the Research Institute? Proving his past employment at those institutions? If that's the case, then this could be used as grounds to launch an arrest operation. Indeed, with old man Sun's influence, it could certainly be done. But don't forget, all previous files concerning Bai Ye have been revoked and sealed. This is all to protect Bai Ye from falling into the hands of other nations. And it is precisely this approach that has led to, although eyewitness accounts could verify Bai Ye's identity, there remains no concrete evidence. Of course, some might argue, what about that gold medal stored at the Clear Spring Base Memorial Hall? Couldn't that serve as material evidence? Unfortunately, no. Because that medal was first refused by Bai Ye. It was only later placed in the Memorial Hall. Secondly, the name on the medal isn't Bai Ye's either. It was the alias he used during his time at the Qingchuan base. If the medal clearly bore the name Bai Ye, old Sun wouldn't have hesitated. He could have immediately mobilized personnel to seize Li Donza's company, then arrest him and put him on trial. That would have been the end of it. But legal matters can't be rushed. Arresting someone requires both witness testimony and physical evidence. All must be complete. Old man Sun is still waiting. He's waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He believed that since Li Donza was so shameless and had made up his mind to take action against Bai Ye, he was bound to slip up. Perhaps next time, he could ensure Li Donza never rises again. A villa in the metropolis. These past few days, Li Donza's mood had been utterly miserable. He never would have imagined Bai Ye actually possessed a state-awarded medal. Although Bai Ye himself refused to accept the medal. This medal was now stored in the memorial hall at the Clear Spring base. Of course, if it were up to his usual character, it wasn't Bai Ye's name engraved on the medal, he would have made a huge fuss over this alone. For instance, he could claim it was nothing more than a publicity stunt. Medals can be forged. And with no one left to prove it, who could verify it? This Chen Su. Is he really Bai Ye himself? In the past, Li Dongjae would absolutely have done something like this. But now, he's genuinely scared. This old man, he's not someone like me, an ordinary person, can handle. To be honest, Li Dongjae was starting to lose his nerve. He'd seen it during the CCTV live broadcast. Online sentiment toward him had plummeted to rock bottom. What did this mean? It meant he was probably already on the national team's radar. So these past few days, he'd be wise to take a break and lie low for a while. Once the storm passes, no one will dare hire paid trolls to attack Bai Ye again. Otherwise, old grudges and new conflicts will pile up. He might actually end up behind bars. Yet, intentions and reality often clash. Originally, Li Donza intended to let the matter rest and never trouble Bai Ye again. But one day, when he opened the back end, he suddenly discovered a private message. And the IP location of this message? It was from Eagle Sauce? Eagle's people? As the head of a media company, Li Donza knew full well certain online trolls active on the internet. Their IP locations were often overseas. At this moment, though, Li Donza intended to abandon Bai Ye's traffic, to lie low for a while. But when he opened his private messages and read the contents sent chills down his spine. Send me Bai Ye's exact address and details. Once it's done, we'll wire you 100 million. If you come to Eagle Town, we'll provide you with full protection services. 43 just said there was no evidence, and now it's practically walking right up to me? What the hell is this? After reading the private message, Li Dongjae's eyes widened in disbelief. His eyes brimmed with indescribable shock. He became increasingly certain that this private message definitely originated from overseas. But at the same time, Li Dongjae found himself growing even more curious. Why would the sender of this private message so interested in Bai Ye? This old man. He's been retired for years now, hasn't he? He hadn't participated in any scientific research for decades. Though Li Donza was reluctant to admit it. Deep down, he harbored resentment and jealousy toward Bai Ye. He still fantasized. How wonderful it would be if this overwhelming attention could be showered upon him instead. But looking at the reality, the content of this private message did indeed spark intense curiosity within Li Dongjae. So he tentatively sent a reply. Can you tell me who you are? Why should I trust you? Also, what do you intend to do with Bai Ye's information? Yet the other party offered no response. They simply insisted he follow their instructions. In fact, to dispel Li Dongjae's doubts, after Li Donza sent over his personal account details, barely 2 minutes passed. Li Donza heard a series of phone notifications. Your account ending in 0314 has received a deposit of 100,000 yuan. Holy crap! This is actually real? After receiving the 100,000 yuan transfer, Li Donza, who had been skeptical, was now completely convinced. After careful consideration, Li Donza finally agreed to the other party's terms. He would share some information about Bai Ye with the other party. After all, Li Dongjae had long aspired to become a runrun. But after much deliberation, he realized he was a stranger in this unfamiliar place. Although he had enough money to get by. If he went over, wouldn't he essentially be starting from scratch? Yet now, he had received the other party's assurance. As long as he could become an inside man and feed him intelligence about Bai Ye, then I'll receive a 100 million yuan reward. Not only that, but he, Li Dongjae, wouldn't have to live in constant fear anymore. After all, online, the public opinion against him was about to explode. Many people are itching to see him behind bars. And if he could make it to the Eagle, then he'd never have to worry about the risk of getting locked up again. Of course, beyond all that, a dangerous thought suddenly popped into Li Donza's mind. The reason his company's reputation had plummeted. It all came down to Bai Ye. Therefore, he harbored deep resentment toward Bai Ye. But what could he do? Bai Ye's status was simply too unique. He had powerful government officials backing him. And not just any backer or retired scientist. How could a mere small company like his possibly take on such a force? But he was about to flee to the Eagle Nation. Therefore, before his departure, Li Donza desperately wanted to get back at Bai Ye. The thought he'd nearly forgotten resurfaced once more. Yes, that's how dark it is. This Chen Su might not even be Bai Ye at all. That old man is utterly corrupt. He paid off CCTV in Xiansuocheng. He made them give false testimony for Bai Ye. You've all been deceived by Bai Ye. Think it, do it. So Li Donza immediately began making moves. though his claims lacked any evidence to back them up. It was pure slander for the sake of slander. But Lee Dongza couldn't care less. Over the past few days, under the relentless assault of online trolls, his company's stock value had plummeted significantly compared to before. It was even nearing the point of operating at a loss. At this rate, bankruptcy seemed inevitable. But the thought of soon escaping to the United States and embark on a whole new life, it all seemed insignificant. After all, he was doing this purely for revenge. As for the public opinion, personal attacks, and all that, none of that mattered to him. He'll be buying a ticket to the Eagle country soon. Visa, passport all sorted. Ready to take off at any moment. As for you wanting to catch me? Go ahead. By then, I'll be long gone. Soon, the internet was flooded once again with relentless attacks smearing Bai Ye's reputation. Seriously, you guys aren't actually buying this, are you? Shen Su and Bai Ye are the same person? That's just ridiculous. Think about it. Bai Ye is an old man. Giving him a fake name at the Qingchuan base makes zero sense. After all, the other two nuclear bomb pioneers aren't using aliases, right? Why should Bai Ye be the only one? Use your brain. Bai Ye might not be as simple as we think. There are clear signs of commercial manipulation around him. Some say CCTV or even bigwigs at Qingchuan base are backing Bai Ye. These days, what can't money buy? Here, I'll put up $1 million. Whoever calls me dad gets the cash. Just say it, will you or won't you? Don't you find all this too coincidental? Bai Qingqing's phone just died, and then she runs into the CCTV crew at Qingchuan base. Seamless live stream. That's solid proof Bai Ye is faking it, right? There's hardly any news about Bai Ye online now. Probably because the higher-ups have caught on to his shenanigans and shut down his livestream channel. It wouldn't be surprising if they even locked him up. Meanwhile, Long Du, Old Sun, had also noticed the flood of negative news about Bai Ye online. Seeing this, Old Sun's expression grew grave once more. Fine, they dare to smear Bai Ye's reputation, huh? Then let's settle both old and new grievances at once. You claim Bai Ye's identity is fake. Bribed his way into connections, right? Fine. Since the names of CCTV and Qingchuan base aren't big enough, then let the official account release the news personally, bestowing upon Bai Ye the title of Honorary Academician of the Lonka Academy. A veteran scientist of distinguished merit. He absolutely cannot be slandered by you petty scoundrels. In truth, despite Lee Dongza having faced no consequences whatsoever these past few days, he hasn't faced any punishment. But in reality, both his residence and company have been under close official surveillance. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they're under surveillance. All of this is aimed at finding evidence. As long as it could prove that Lee Dongjae was deliberately smearing and spreading rumors about Bai Ye, then, at the old man's command, immediately take down Lee Dongza with thunderous force. During the surveillance process, Old Man's son unexpectedly discovered Lee Dongza had actually contacted overseas IP addresses. He even planned to spread information about Bai Ye abroad. After spreading lies and smearing her reputation, he planned to flee? Flee to the Eagle Nation? What a clever little scheme he's cooking up. Originally, Old Sun was at a loss, unsure what charges to pin on Lee Dongza. But who could have imagined? Only a few days have passed. And now Lee Dongza has practically handed over the evidence himself? 44 The mayor was stunned. Who was Bai Ye? After setting out on his journey again, Bai Ye naturally paid little attention to outside matters. Even when the guards escorted Bai Ye to the station, these guards still intended to accompany Bai Ye boarding the train, to escort him to the next destination. But Bai Ye firmly refused them. Do you think I'm incapable? True, I am 100 years old now. But I'm still in pretty good shape. I don't need your company at all. Besides, having Qingqing look after me along the way is more than enough. The Dragon Kingdom is now perfectly safe. I no longer require the protection of my guards. Originally, the guards were adamant about accompanying Bai Ye. But as they spoke, they saw the unwavering resolve in Bai Ye's eyes. They ultimately relented. After all, back at the Clear Spring base, when accepting Old Xian's orders, it had been clearly stated. Their sole mission was to escort Bai Ye to the station, nothing more. Originally, Old Xian's plan was this. Compared to trains, airplanes far surpass them in both speed and comfort. Far surpass trains in both speed and comfort. But Bai Ye was simply too stubborn. He even insisted. If they insisted on taking him to the airport, he'd rather set off alone. Slip away quietly, without any escort. Seeing the old man was utterly stubborn in the end, Old Xian had no choice but to compromise. And now, these guards wished to escort Bai Ye all the way to Xing Island. This was purely a matter of the guards' personal feelings. Though Bai Ye had insisted verbally that Longwo was perfectly safe, and that he was in excellent health and needed no protection. But even as security personnel for the Clear Spring base, upon learning of Bai Ye's exploits, they felt compelled to protect him. Not let him suffer even a scratch. In the end, however, Bai Ye boarded the train alone. After disembarking the train, Bai Ye's current location was precisely the city where the Jiangnan shipyard was located. Qingdao. As before, although the Jiangnan shipyard's location less secluded than the Qingchuan base, Bai Ye still chose to travel on foot. A few days prior, Qingdao had just experienced a snowfall. Though the snow had ceased, walking along the path, Bai Ye nearly slipped and fell. Fortunately, Bai Qingqing, who was nearby, noticed. She promptly helped Bai Ye back to his feet. "Grandpa Zhang, let's take a vehicle instead. It's too dangerous." After several incidents, Bai Qingqing couldn't help but try to persuade Bai Ye again. But Bai Ye remained utterly adamant. Bai Qingqing fell silent. It was hard to imagine what kind of willpower could possibly keep Grandpa Zhang going like this? Driven by an unwavering conviction within his heart. After walking over 10 kilometers, they finally reached the city center. It must be said, the bustling grandeur of a metropolis was truly beyond comparison to Kaiyun City. Towering skyscrapers stood densely packed together. Seeing this scene, Bai Ye couldn't help but pull out a portrait from his backpack. He held the portrait directly facing the towering buildings. The man's eyes in the portrait seemed to hold the ferocity of a lion and tiger. Compared to the previous two portraits, it now carried a distinctly grim and menacing aura. He no longer resembled a researcher at all. Instead, he resembled a warrior. Bai Ye knew full well that many people didn't understand. Why did he insist on walking all the way to the place where he once worked? Couldn't he just take a car to reach his destination? In fact, it would be faster and more convenient. But only Bai Ye himself understood. Taking his comrades back was indeed his goal. But more crucially, Bai Ye hoped that by walking, to let his comrades more vividly experience the changes in our motherland's landscapes. Only by walking slowly could they grasp the stark contrast between the past and the present. This feeling was impossible to achieve by car. "Zhao Chen, did you see that? Your hometown has been completely transformed. Look at these towering skyscrapers. If only you could have seen how our motherland would become when you passed away. How deeply satisfied you would be." Yes, the man in the portrait was named Zhao Chen, a native of Qingdao. 60 years ago, when Bai Ye arrived at the Jiangnan shipyard, Zhao Chen was still a soldier clutching his steel rifle. At this point, some might wonder, why would Bai Ye, a scientist, why would he bring out a soldier's portrait? Was there something amiss here? Actually, no. Although Zhao Chen was not a researcher, he too made contributions to the cause of science. In fact, he sacrificed his life for it. Bai Ye still remembers it to this day. The year he sacrificed his life, Zhao Chen was only 25. The prime of his life. This trip to Xing Island, Bai Ye actually had two purposes. The first, of course, was to bring Zhao Chen's portrait to the Jiangnan shipyard. As for the second, since Zhao Chen's hometown was right here, therefore, Bai Ye also planned to take his portrait to visit his family home. But Bai Ye wasn't sure. After all these years, was Zhao Chen's home still standing? Had the address long since changed? Meanwhile, at the Qingdao office building, inside the office, the mayor was reviewing documents. Suddenly, a phone call came in. A look of displeasure crossed the mayor's face. After all, under normal circumstances, no one would ever call his cell phone for urgent matters. Instead, calls would first go to his landline, then be relayed by his secretary. But when he picked up the phone and heard the caller's voice, the mayor's expression changed instantly. Because the caller was none other than old master's son? Son? Elder's son? Why are you suddenly calling? The mayor shuddered violently, then immediately sprang to his feet. Are you kidding me? What is old man's son standing in the Dragon Kingdom? Even if he contacted me by phone. And he's not even here in person. But when dealing with a big shot, you still need to show basic respect. You must stand while taking his call. Bai Ye is currently in your city, correct? Bai Ye? No. Who is Bai Ye? The mayor's face instantly clouded with confusion. After all, he'd been busy reviewing documents lately. And as a public official, work was always the top priority. So he genuinely knew nothing about Bai Ye. But now, even old son had called. As mayor, could he possibly say, "I've never heard of this person"? If he actually said that, his career would likely be over. Right. Bai Ye is on our Xing Island. I'll send someone to investigate immediately. I'll get back to you shortly. Though his mind was still buzzing, the mayor provisionally agreed to handle the matter. With his secretary's capabilities, checking up on one person was a piece of cake. So, after summoning the secretary, the mayor immediately began questioning. Who is Bai Ye? Why has he come to Xing Island? And most crucially, where is he now? Within 5 minutes, all available information on Bai Ye was promptly presented before the mayor. 45 lockdown? Security alert? What gives this tiny Xing Island such treatment? Mayor, according to the information we've gathered, Bai Ye has been trending heavily online recently. He was once a distinguished scientist of the older generation, carrying the portrait of his fallen comrade while trekking through many places. High-level officials are paying close attention to him. And right now, he's right here in our Qingdao city. After hearing the secretary's report, the mayor's expression changed instantly. Who would have thought Bai Ye had such a powerful background? And the higher-ups were paying close attention to him. Now he began to feel fortunate. Thank goodness he'd been quick-witted enough to look into Bai Ye's background after hanging up the phone. If he'd claimed ignorance about someone under such close scrutiny from higher-ups, he'd probably be fired tomorrow. But at this moment, the mayor was also in a state of deep conflict. Given how much Old Sun valued Bai Ye, should he do something? Like inviting Bai Ye here? Based on previous precedent, if Bai Ye were to come to Qing Island, it was also for the portrait. Couldn't resources be mobilized to spare the old man such exhaustion? Arrange dedicated transportation wherever he needs to go? But then, upon second thought, the mayor felt this might be somewhat inappropriate. After all, even with high-level attention focused on him, Bai Ye still chose to walk. That suggests this might be Bai Ye's own decision. If even the higher-ups couldn't sway him, how could a mere mayor like himself possibly make the call? How could he possibly make the call? Thus, the mayor swiftly shifted his approach. If he couldn't bring Bai Ye here, then perhaps he should go pay his respects in person? Prepare the official vehicle. Where is Bai Ye? Take me there immediately. As he walked, the mayor dialed a number. Hello? Elder son, I've thoroughly investigated the matter you requested. Bai Ye is on Qing Island. I'm heading there now. Do you have any instructions? On the other end of the line. Upon hearing that Bai Ye was indeed on Qing Island, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Remember, Bai Ye's status is no ordinary matter. Once you arrive, you must treat him with the utmost respect. If you show him the slightest disrespect, I'll hold you personally responsible. Hearing Old Sun's stern warning, the mayor couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Bai Ye's status is no ordinary matter? And if he were to show disrespect, he'd be held accountable? In fact, when he became mayor of Qingdao, he had even been received by Elder Sun. In his memory, Old Man Sun was the kind of person who was warm and approachable. The sort who wouldn't get angry unless someone made a major mistake. Yet, on the other end of the line, the mayor distinctly sensed an unusual shift in Old Man Sun's emotional state. This couldn't help but make the mayor curious. Just how extraordinary was Bai Ye's identity? That even Old Sun held him in such high regard? Old Master Bai He was the chief designer of the J-5 fighter jet. After that, he even participated in the nuclear weapons development program. This information sent a jolt of shock through the mayor. Chief designer of the J-5 fighter jet? It was the first fighter jet developed in Dragon Nation. Though its performance is outdated now, back in its day, it held epoch-making significance for Dragon Nation. It signaled that Dragon Nation could finally establish its own air force. Beyond that, Bai Ye actually participated in the nuclear weapons program? From fighter jets to nuclear weapons. While both are military equipment, the technological complexity between the two is worlds apart. And yet, Bai Ye somehow managed to be involved in both projects? That's no small feat. If Bai Ye is truly as formidable as Old Sun claims, such a prominent figure visiting Qing Island, then I should personally go pay my respects. It's only right. Though Elder Bai has contributed so much to our nation, he's lived in obscurity all these years. He declined to attend the honorary conference back then, never receiving the recognition he deserved from the nation. Heroes should not be forgotten. Bai Ye's contributions deserve to be known by all. We are preparing to confer upon Bai Ye the title of Honorary Academician of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Therefore, you must remember to find Bai Ye. And then, treat him with the utmost respect. After listening to Old Sun's words, the mayor not only found nothing amiss. Instead, his face broke into a broad smile. As a mayor, he felt truly honored to host such a distinguished scientific luminary. If word got out, what a face-saving moment. Moreover, if he could host Bai Ye well, who knows? His career path might become smooth sailing, soaring to new heights. Now, this mayor is already in his 50s. Under normal circumstances, he'd be retiring in a few years. There was simply no chance for promotion. But this time, Bai Ye's arrival has reignited his hope for advancement. If he handles the task entrusted by Old Sun properly, he might even get the chance to work at the provincial department before retirement. Meanwhile, on the other side, following the meeting in thorough deliberation, the assembly unanimously resolved to confer upon Bai Ye the title of Honorary Academician. But where should the ceremony be held? This posed a dilemma. Some elders believe the conferral ceremony should be solemn. Since it is an honorary academician, it must naturally be held at the Dragon Academy. But considering Bai Ye's actual circumstances, a centenarian like Bai Ye may not be particularly concerned. On the contrary, he likely values his promise to his comrades far more. Therefore, in the end, Elder Sun decided to take the materials and documents to Xing Island. At his level of seniority, with his busy schedule and numerous responsibilities, he could easily have assigned this task to his secretary. But Mr. Sun felt sending a secretary would be far too informal. It would completely fail to demonstrate the nation's respect for the older generation and their contributions to scientific research. Ultimately, he resolved to go personally. What Sun Lao hadn't anticipated was that, as one of the highest-ranking officials in the Dragon Nation, personally traveling to Xing Island to confer the title of honorary academician upon Bai Ye. Once word got out, what kind of shockwaves would it send? With all preparations complete, Elder Sun departed immediately. In addition to his entourage, he specifically notified the CCTV program team about this matter. Coincidentally, after the live broadcast from Qingchuan base concluded, the CCTV filming had temporarily concluded. With no other commitments, the production team readily agreed when informed, and received Sun Lao's directive that they might need to head to Xing Island, to Jiangnan shipyard to interview Bai Ye. The entire production team was thrilled. Back when they were at the Qingchuan base, Bai Ye's deeds had deeply moved the entire production team, especially Chen Huizu, who disregarded his own health. His journey across the nation searching for uranium deposits. In today's world, it's simply too moving. Who would have thought that just a few days later, they'd actually gotten another chance to interview Bai Ye? Moreover, to welcome the arrival of Elder Sun and CCTV. Some areas even had police tape set up. This scene left many Qingdao residents utterly dumbfounded. Right? Although Qingdao isn't far from the Magic City, Qingdao's development lags far behind the metropolis. Barricades, security tape. Is this the kind of treatment their little Xing Island deserves? 46 CCTV live broadcast, direct coverage of the backbone of the Dragon Nation. Traveling by special aircraft, Old Sun quickly arrived at Qingdao City Airport. A dedicated driver then escorted him to Bai Ye's temporary residence on Xing Island. As he drew closer to Bai Ye, an unexpected sense of tension began to creep over Old Man Sun. Despite his high rank and authority, the person he was about to meet was a distinguished scientific giant of extraordinary merit. Moreover, in terms of age, even someone like Sun Lao was now his junior. Sun Lao felt nervous inside. He worried that after meeting, if Bai Ye were to ask certain questions, he wouldn't be able to answer. How terribly awkward that would be. And just as they were heading to Bai Ye's residence, Old Sun suddenly remembered something. His expression immediately turned serious. Oh, right. Have you resolved the matter concerning Li Donza? Previously, they'd been unable to find evidence, which is why those spreading rumors and smearing Bai Ye had been allowed to run free. But now, not only had evidence been found, but we've also uncovered that Li Donza colluded with foreign entities, spreading information about Bai Ye. It's fortunate Bai Ye isn't back in his hometown. Moreover, Elder Sun has already investigated. Although Bai Ye has retired, certain matters concerning him, certain high-ranking officials in Kaiyun City are aware of them. To prevent any mishaps, some security personnel often patrol in plain clothes, patrolling near Bai Ye's residence to safeguard his security. And if those overseas forces were to actually obtain Bai Ye's residence through Li Donza, then who knows what threats they might pose to Bai Ye. This explains why Bai Ye went into hiding all along. Back then, the Dragon Nation was too weak. It couldn't effectively guarantee the safety of its scientific pioneers. Out of desperation, they resorted to this desperate measure. But so many years have passed. Protecting the lives of every scientific pioneer is their fundamental duty. Therefore, even if Bai Ye's identity is revealed, even if foreign forces harbored malicious intent toward Bai Ye, under the close protection of the security detail, they simply couldn't accomplish anything. Don't forget, it's not just about Li Dongjie. There are also those online trolls who slander Bai Ye's reputation. They mustn't be spared either. Compared to Li Dongwook, paid trolls are likely just hired hands doing their job, but spreading false information about Bai Ye online. Regardless, this constitutes an infringement of Bai Ye's personal reputation. Under our country's laws, charging them with defamation is a sure thing. Moreover, Bai Ye's status is no ordinary one. Even if it's still defamation, the punishment can be imposed at the maximum level. Carrying the documents, Old Sun headed toward Bai Ye's room. He knew that after today, the entire Dragon Nation would be utterly stunned. Meanwhile, inside Bai Ye's room, besides Bai Ye and Bai Qingqing, there was another person. His name was Zhou Qin, none other than the mayor of Qingdao City. At this moment, Zhou Qin had shed his mayoral demeanor. Standing beside Bai Ye, he wore a smile on his face. He even occasionally served Bai Ye tea and water, though Bai Ye repeatedly waved him off, indicating it wasn't necessary. But his sincerity was impossible to refuse. After pouring Bai Ye another cup of tea, Zhou Qin couldn't help but recall the moment he first saw Bai Ye. When he first saw Bai Ye, he was wearing a cotton outfit. There were even some stains visible on his clothes. Yet, having known Bai Ye's identity all along, the first emotion that surged within him was utter disbelief. He couldn't believe that the man before him was the same person described by Old Sun. The scientific giant who contributed to nuclear weapons and fighter jets was actually such an ordinary-looking old man. Moreover, as he walked, Mayor Zhou also noticed that Bai Ye walked extremely slowly. This indicated that his legs were problematic. Yet, an elderly man with mobility issues would actually choose to walk dozens of kilometers on foot to fulfill a promise made to his comrades? Even with Bai Qingqing by his side to care for him, it still seemed almost impossible to him. Upon meeting Bai Ye, Mayor Zhou immediately revealed his identity and purpose. He informed Bai Ye that he was the mayor of Qingdao City. Upon hearing Zhou Qin's introduction, Bai Ye's face broke into a smile. But he didn't want to be disturbed, so he quickly issued a request for them to leave. But just then, Zhou Qin interjected. He had heard of Bai Ye's deeds. Moreover, he had heard that the subject of the third portrait was from Qingdao Island. And as the mayor of Qingdao City, finding someone's home address? Isn't that a piece of cake? So Zhou Qin proposed. Old man, don't be so eager to send me away. Surely you didn't come here just to fulfill a promise? If you could provide some information about Zhao Chen, perhaps I could help you find their current address. Or even meet his descendants. Hearing Zhou Qin say this, Bai Ye naturally had no reason to rush him out. After all, this was precisely what Bai Ye had been thinking. Finding Zhao Chen's residence on his own? That was nearly impossible. Even if she remembered his original address. But so many years had passed since Zhao Chen's sacrifice. Who knows if his family's location has changed? Demolition and compensation money. It's all too common in this era. Besides Mayor Zhou, CCTV media also rushed to the scene immediately. And the reporter assigned to this interview was none other than Bing Bing. According to protocol, hosts are rotated after completing one assignment. After all, anchors are human too. It's unreasonable to expect one person to handle every single assignment. But when higher-ups suggested switching hosts, Bing Bing actually hoped she could be the one to interview Bai Ye this time. After all, her previous meeting and conversation with the old gentleman had left Bing Bing with profound reflections. Moreover, she felt she had gained a deeper understanding of that period of history. If given the chance, she yearned to have another heartfelt conversation with the venerable Bai Ye. Before long, Bai Ye's temporary residence was surrounded by soldiers armed with assault rifles. They surrounded the place completely. The expressions on these soldiers' faces were resolute. They knew they were protecting the backbone of the Dragon Nation. Thus, they carried out their mission with even greater dedication. Soon, the CCTV production team launched the live broadcast. The title of this broadcast was straightforward and uncompromising. Direct hit, the backbone of the Dragon Nation White Knight. Though it consisted of only a few words, the moment the broadcast began, millions of netizens flooded in instantly. The comments section was instantly flooded. Flooded the comments section in an instant. Holy crap! Old man Bai Ye is back. Is this going to be a special live stream dedicated to the old man? The backbone of the Dragon Nation? Whoa, that title is brutally straightforward. How many scientists in the entire country could be called the backbone of the nation? But when it comes to the old man, I'm truly impressed. 47 The entire internet is shocked. Grandpa's son appears? However, though it was through the CCTV headline, netizens quickly realized this was the authorities stepping in to endorse Bai Ye, beginning the process of officially recognizing Bai Ye's status. Decades ago, Bai Ye truly made indelible contributions to our nation's scientific research and development. Yet, just recently, numerous defamatory posts about Bai Ye suddenly surfaced online. Once it became clear that the authenticity of these posts could not be refuted, they began carefully plotting to attack Bai Ye's character. They painted Bai Ye as someone who, for money, would drag his former comrades through the mud. Though recently, posts about Bai online have almost vanished from the internet. And most of those paid troll accounts have been banned. Yet even today, many still harbored deep resentment. The posts may have been deleted, but if old man Bai were to learn of this matter, he would surely be heartbroken and deeply saddened. After all, he could never have imagined that the country he devoted himself to would produce such people who would stop at nothing to smear him online. Yet, the live interview broadcast by CCTV today has caused many netizens to breathe a huge sigh of relief. At the same time, many speculations began to surface. What do you think? Since the government officially recognized Grandpa Bai's status, could they hold some kind of ceremony? I recall that every year when the Chinese Academy of Sciences selects new academicians, they hold a ceremony? I wonder if they'll arrange one for Grandpa Bai too. Hard to say. My great-grandfather once worked at the Lanka Academy. He told me their standards for academician selection are extremely strict. Even with sufficient contributions, if you exceed the age limit, you still won't be elected. No way? Grandpa Bai made his contributions decades ago. Back then, he was probably only in his 30s or 40s. How could he possibly be too old? The Dragon Academy's path has narrowed. Can't they broaden their horizons a bit? So that's why the authorities are considering posthumously conferring honorary academician status on Grandpa Bai? This bypasses the regular academician selection process while still granting him recognition? I just feel it's a bit off. With Grandpa Bai's contributions, he's more than qualified to be a full academician. Why must they prefix it with honorary? Rules are rules. The authorities must have agonized over this for a long time. I still hope the authorities will grant Grandpa Bai the genuine academician title without the honorary prefix. I want him to receive the fairest treatment possible. Overall, the livestream atmosphere remained fiercely heated. But some netizens began voicing their dissatisfaction on behalf of Bai Ye. They felt the title honorary academician was utterly unworthy of Bai Ye. With the Military Merit Medal of the third father of China's nuclear weapons program, Bai Ye clearly deserved better. Of course, some rejoice while others grieve. Netizens following Bai Ye felt relieved. But at the same time, Li Dongzi was utterly terrified by a group of people who suddenly appeared. Completely terrified. When the live stream about Bai Ye began, Li Dongji received word. He was ordered to record the entire livestream process, then transmit it overseas. And they offered a reward of 10 million. And not in dragon coins, but eagle coins. Given the current exchange rate, 1 eagle coin can be exchanged for 7 dragon coins. 10 million eagle coins equates to 70 million dragon coins. And this money wouldn't even cost Li Dongji much effort. All he has to do is press the screen recording button on his phone. Send it out, and that's it. As he lay on the sofa, lost in his sweet daydream. Bang bang bang. A series of knocks instantly put Li Dongzi on high alert. As the CEO of a self-media company, Li Dongzi owned a detached villa in Shanghai. Outside the villa, dedicated security personnel handled protection duties. Whenever visitors arrived, the guards would immediately notify him. But this sudden knocking sent a chill down Li Dongzi's spine. Who on earth could be knocking? Could it be? Had the online hiring of paid commenters for the Black and White Night incident been exposed? Had the authorities sent someone to his door? As the knocking outside grew increasingly insistent, Li Dongzi steeled himself. He flung the door open. Then, he saw fully armed security guards, pointing their guns directly at him. Li Dongji, right? We need you to come with us. Stay calm and don't make any sudden moves. Faced with this overwhelming force, Li Dongzi instantly lost control of his bladder. The operation to apprehend Li Dongzi proceeded methodically. Online, netizens were buzzing about the CCTV live broadcast. At that very moment, Old Man Sun holding various documents. After calming himself, he slowly made his way toward Bai Ye. Beside Bai Ye, the mayor, upon seeing Elder Sun arrive in person, his entire body froze in place. Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun? No. Why did you come personally? Though few words were spoken at this very moment, the mayor's emotions were about to explode. What kind of international joke is this? What kind of international joke is this? He's practically at the very top of the official hierarchy. Elder Sun is already one of the highest-ranking elders. He's the kind of man whose every command, and the entire Dragon Nation would tremble violently. Yet the outcome? Today, a mere city mayor. What on earth qualifies him? Actually get to see Old Master Sun in person? At the same time, the mayor glanced sideways at Bai Ye. Though he'd learned some details about Bai Ye from his secretary, he still sensed something was amiss. If Bai Ye's situation were truly as simple as the secretary had described, how could it be that even a figure as prominent as Elder Sun would personally come here? That's just too strange. Upon hearing this, Old Sun gave a faint smile. Originally, I intended to send my secretary, but I couldn't trust him to handle it. Based on the current materials, we unanimously agree that Old Master Bai is more than qualified to become an honorary academician. In fact, his contributions may extend far beyond this. Even now, the higher-ups are still debating whether to make an exception and grant Old Master Bai Ye the full title of academician, or even higher honors. But breaking the rules is complicated. It cannot be achieved overnight. Upon hearing this, everyone present were instantly stunned. It seems the nation has been keeping a close eye on Bai Ye all along. Even though those events had occurred over 60 years ago, the state had still decided to posthumously award Bai Ye the honors he deserved back then. However, this time, even Old Man Sun himself has personally stepped in? Isn't this display a bit over the top? 48 are textbooks about to be rewritten? Due to the massive presence of CCTV news. Despite the cordoned-off perimeter outside, it still drew a large crowd of onlookers. Many were ordinary people, but upon seeing the elderly Mr. Sun, they recognized him at first glance. Of course. Even if you never watched the news. The name Old Man Sun was always on the radio, right? A name familiar to all ears, yet now he's here to verify Bai Ye's identity. He even chartered a private jet all the way from Londu? Truthfully, even if it's just to clear Bai Ye's name. Sending Bai Ye to Londu to attend a medal ceremony or something like that. Everyone would have accepted that. However, it's simply unimaginable for ordinary people. For Elder Sun, one of the highest-ranking officials in the Dragon Nation, he actually made a personal trip for Bai Ye? This. Even in their wildest dreams, they couldn't have imagined this. Just as the onlookers were deeply shaken by Elder Sun's arrival. At the same time, Bai Ye also fixed his gaze upon Elder Sun. Though Bai Ye didn't know Elder Sun personally, he had heard his name in the news. This was a true elder who served the people. Therefore, Bai Ye held a favorable impression of him. At that moment, Elder Sun wasted no further time. After approaching Bai Ye, he addressed him directly in front of the cameras. He addressed the audience directly. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe by now, everyone has heard about the deeds of Elder Bai. You all know that decades ago, Elder Bai and his comrades in arms made tremendous contributions to our nation's scientific research endeavors. Yes. After thorough investigation, Mr. Bai's contributions have been verified. However, before proceeding, I must announce something else here. With that, Old Sun produced a letter. The moment the words Mr. Run appeared on the envelope, everyone present changed their expressions once more. Master Run? This is actually a letter written by Master Run himself to Bai Ye? And besides the letter itself, attached to it is actually a photograph of Bai Ye and Master Run together. In truth, many present had never seen Master Run. Over 40 years ago, Master Run passed away due to illness. Yet through the deeds of their predecessors, everyone understood all too well just how significant Master Run truly was to the Dragon Nation. It can be said without exaggeration. Although most who had personally known Master Run have since passed away, even among those still living, they are all very old. Their status remains exceptionally high without exception. At the very least, they are all marshal-level commanders. Yet today, beyond the generals familiar to Old Run, among those who had interacted with Old Man Run, there was unexpectedly another figure distinguished for scientific contributions. Bai Ye, was he actually one of the individuals who had personally interacted with Old Run? Upon learning this news, many people present felt even greater reverence toward Bai Ye. Not just anyone could have a photo taken with Old Man Run. And without exception, every person who had a photo with Master Run enjoyed an extremely high status in the Dragon Nation. Though Bai Ye currently holds no official title, this intimate photo with Elder Run undoubtedly serves as yet another definitive validation. The nation's recognition of Bai Ye. Its value speaks for itself. Beyond these developments, according to CCTV, everyone learned another piece of news. The subject of the third portrait in Bai Ye's possession. His name is Zhao Chen. His hometown was Xing Island. Online records indicate Zhao Chen was once a security guard at the Jiangnan shipyard. In plain terms, he was a soldier on the payroll with no formal education whatsoever. Yet this was precisely the situation left the audience somewhat perplexed. The two portraits Bai Ye had carried earlier, without exception, they were all scientists. Yet this third individual suddenly turned out to be a soldier? What on earth was going on? Putting two and two together, many people came to a conclusion. In truth, Bai Ye might have simply intended to send Zhao Chen home. It wasn't like before, where he had once worked here. But Old Sun's words clearly contradicted their assumptions. So Bai Ye had actually worked here before? And he was involved in the research of the first generation of nuclear submarines in the Dragon Nation? But then, upon further reflection, many Dragon Nation netizens began to sense something amiss. After all, in the textbooks, there was no trace of Bai Ye's involvement in the history of nuclear submarine construction. But if the situation described by Old Sun is accurate, doesn't that imply the entire history in the textbooks would need to be rewritten? After announcing the news, Mr. Sun continued. However, despite the government's tremendous efforts, most of the archives concerning Old Master Bai Ye remain blank. We still cannot uncover the full picture of that era. Decades ago, our Dragon Nation experienced a period of rapid technological advancement. It remains unclear whether these developments were connected to Mr. Bai Ye. At this point, Old Sun also mentioned. In truth, with Bai Ye present, Old Sun had long since arranged for Mayor Zhou to personally inquire with him, which would be more convenient. Yet no matter how Mayor Zhou probed, Bai Ye remains silent about that past. Mr. Bai Ye. Today, CCTV News is broadcasting live, and viewers across the nation are watching. Mr. Bai Ye. Today, CCTV News is broadcasting live, and viewers across the nation are watching. We hope to clear your name. The contributions you made should not be buried. Of course, during the period when Bai Ye remained silent. In an effort to find a breakthrough with Bai Ye, Mayor Zhou persistently tried to break down Bai Ye's psychological defenses. I longed to hear that story directly from Bai Ye's own lips. But no matter what, Bai Ye never spoke. This left Mayor Zhou in a very difficult position. This was a task arranged by Elder Sun, and now he couldn't even complete it? Though Elder Sun might understand, this wasn't his fault. It was Bai Ye's own decision. Still, Zhou Qin felt deeply frustrated. After all, he hadn't managed to complete the task assigned by higher-ups. And to prevent the scientific hero from silently weeping in the shadows, the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials, led by Old Sun, did not let the matter rest. Since Bai Ye refused to speak of it, then they would simply investigate thoroughly. They visited senior scientists across the nation who knew Bai Ye. Someone would recognize Bai Ye. After making this decision, Elder Sun also handed over some materials, along with a gleaming silver medal. He also instructed Mayor Zhou to ensure Bai Ye's daily needs were met without fail. He must not be neglected in any way. Considering the reasons behind Bai Ye's erased records, and Li Dong's disclosure of certain information about Bai Ye to foreign entities, even if Bai Ye denies it, Old Sun must still assign several personal bodyguards to Bai Ye. At all costs. The lives of Bai Ye and the other must be protected at all costs. 49 Li Dongjie was terrified. He might end up eating peanuts. Alright, I have matters to attend to. I'll be heading back to Longdu first. After all the materials and medals were presented to Bai Ye, Old Master Sun finally let out a relieved smile and returned to the Dragon Kingdom with peace of mind. Before departing, he dismissed the others and spoke privately with Bai Ye for a while. During their conversation, Old Sun grew increasingly convinced Bai Ye's extraordinary nature. Moreover, he sensed that the secrets surrounding Bai Ye had by no means been fully uncovered. Before departing, Old Master Sun glanced back at the portrait in Bai Ye's arms. Yet, that single glance instantly triggered a sense of familiarity within him. His name is Zhao Chen, right? Sun Lao was certain this was the first time he'd ever heard that name. But that youthful, resolute face. Why did it feel so familiar? Meanwhile, after Old Sun left, Bai Ye and Zhou Qin chatted for a while longer. During their conversation, Zhou Qin followed Bai Ye's instructions. He immediately dispatched people to investigate whether any of Zhao Chen's family members were nearby. Persistence paid off. After over an hour of searching, Zhao Chen's family was finally located. However, just as Zhou Qin was excitedly preparing to take Bai Ye to visit Zhao Chen's home with his portrait, he was told, "What? You mean Zhao Chen's family doesn't want to be disturbed? And also, Zhao Chen was just an ordinary martyr with no connection to old Bai?" Upon hearing the investigation's findings, everyone present, including Mayor Zhou, were all stunned. Why was Mayor Zhou so certain that the family must be connected to Zhao Chen? This was because the report relayed by his secretary clearly stated that in his home, there was also a portrait of the deceased. Moreover, the face in the portrait, almost identical. Could they be twins? Or could it just be a striking resemblance? Considering the population of over 1 billion in the Dragon Nation, with such a vast population base, a few lookalikes emerging isn't entirely surprising. But when the secretary inquired with the family about the true identity of the person in the portrait, they explicitly stated the man in the portrait was named Zhao Chen, his father. Upon receiving this result, Mayor Zhou finally confirmed this was undoubtedly Zhao Chen's home. After all, it couldn't be possible that they looked identical and shared the exact same name. But that family insisted Zhao Chen was just an ordinary soldier? He died in the line of duty, and it has nothing to do with Bai Ye? What on earth is going on? Could Bai Ye have lost his mind? After much deliberation, Mayor Zhou still decided to contact Zhao Chen's family again, regardless of whether Bai Ye truly had a connection to Zhao Chen. Since Bai Ye is holding Zhao Chen's portrait, as a younger generation member, he ought to step forward to find out the reason. If he avoids meeting them, that would be highly suspicious. After the message was relayed, half an hour later, the figure of a middle-aged man gradually emerged. On the other side, Old Sun had already boarded his private jet. Yet his thoughts lingered on the mastermind behind the online smear campaign against Bai Ye. Li Dongzi. Has the issue with Li Dongzi been resolved after all this time? If it hasn't been resolved yet, then he would have to deal with that group of people under him. Upon hearing this, the secretary immediately nodded. Yes, we've located Li Dongjie's residence. He's been apprehended and is currently being interrogated in the room. Keep the interrogation brief, the evidence is solid. Just ask him why he slandered old Bai. Find out who ordered him to do it. Charge him as quickly as possible. Remember to impose a harsher sentence. Under no circumstances should it be lenient. Old Man Sun emphasized as he gave his final instructions. In truth, someone of Old Man Sun's stature rarely gets involved in interrogation matters. Setting aside whether it was proper or not, After all, that falls under the jurisdiction of the judicial branch. But this time, Lee Dongza not only slandered and spread rumors about Bai Ye, he even leaked Bai Ye's information to foreign entities. Had it not been intercepted by surveillance personnel mid-transmission, he dared not imagine what misfortune might have befallen Bai Ye. Whenever this thought crossed his mind, Old Sun felt a chill run down his spine. If Bai Ye suffered any harm because of Lee Dongza's actions, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. It was utterly despicable. Therefore, Old Sun made a special request. This was not merely a symbolic expression of anger towards such foreign-related personnel. It also demonstrated his deep concern and regard for Bai Ye. Under no circumstances should any criminal who slanders heroes or endangers their lives go unpunished. Seeing Old Sun close his eyes to rest, the secretary picked up the phone. He sent a message inquiring about the progress of Lee Dongza's arrest. Though Elder Sun had only mentioned it in passing as his secretary, he understood perfectly well just how seriously Old Man Sun took this matter. Hello? Yeah, we've got him now. He's in the interrogation room now. Magic City, Security Bureau. Inside the office, Director Taejong Deok personally answered his secretary's call. He promptly provided the latest update on Lee Dongza's situation. The current interrogation results indicate that Lee Dongza has admitted to having someone post those defamatory messages online. His goal was to smear and spread rumors about Bai Ye. This would allow his affiliated streamers to seize the opportunity and divert Bai Ye's traffic to his own advantage. But beyond these actions, other matters, including colluding with external parties and the unauthorized disclosure of personal information regarding scientific achievements. Whenever these matters were brought up during interrogation, Lee Dongjae remained utterly silent. He just sat in the chair, not uttering a single word. You won't talk? Then take a good look at this. After all, this is the Magic City Security Bureau, responsible for security across the entire metropolis. As a legitimate agency, without concrete evidence, they couldn't resort to violent methods. But this approach makes interrogations painfully slow. If they refuse to talk and you lack evidence, you can't just lock someone up forever, can you? Fortunately, since we've decided to arrest Lee Dongjae, everything he's done has factual basis. Not talking, huh? Take a look at this. With a sharp click, the staff retrieved the surveillance footage and online activity logs and laid them before Lee Dongjae. Lee Dongjae's eyes completely lost their spark. He had thought he had deleted all those records. He'd even deactivated his accounts. But he never imagined the authorities had already prepared for this. Retrieving the chat logs was child's play. With irrefutable evidence now in hand, denial is futile. Enough. Across the entire Dragon Nation, no one has the guts to match yours. Hiring trolls to smear us and spread lies about our scientific achievements that we could overlook. But colluding with outsiders? Selling the old man's personal information? Lee Dongza, you won't have enough lives to pay for this. Hearing this, Lee Dongza instantly turned pale with fear. He'd thought he might just serve a few years and be done with it. After a few years, he'd be out and back on top again. But now, hearing these words from the man before him, he might just end up getting shot? 50 You don't know you're wrong. You know you're going to die. When I realized I'd not only broken the law, and even faced the possibility of getting shot, Lee Dongza's face instantly drained of color. And remember, Lee Dongza was dragged here. And dragged here against his will. Upon entering, he had clearly seen the large characters outside the door. State Security Bureau. Moreover, from the interrogation just now, Lee Dongza learned the authorities had actually intended to arrest him all along. But why hadn't they acted sooner? Because they lacked evidence. Then, at precisely this moment, a foreign agent approached him. This allowed the State Security Bureau agents monitoring him finally seize the opportunity. They seized the moment to take him down. Since it was the Security Bureau, Lee Dongza also realized that his little scheme could never escape the notice of the interrogators before him. So he immediately dropped to his knees, beginning to kowtow repeatedly. I was wrong. I was wrong. Actually, my intentions were good. At first, I only wanted to help old Master Bai improve his life. And I never truly intended to leak Mr. Bai's information. I saw someone from overseas contacting me, so I deliberately told him that. I planned to report it afterward. That counts as meritorious service, right? Lee Dongza's eyes darted around as he knelt on the ground. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Staring at the ground, Lee Dongza looked utterly defeated. Even at death's door, he was still trying to justify himself. The interrogators present couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Ha! You claim your motives were pure? You never intended to leak Bai Ye's information? Then how do you explain this? A sharp slap echoed through the room. An interrogator immediately slammed Lee Dongza's bank statement. Slammed it down right in front of him. If you had no intention of cutting corners, then what's the story with the balance in your account? If you truly intended to report this for credit, after receiving the money, you should have reported it immediately. Not pocketed it for yourself all this time. Beyond these points, the interrogator brought up an even more crucial point. You're still trying to justify yourself, claiming you did it for Bai Ye, right? Fine. But how do you explain all these online trolls? Every single post up there is nothing but smear campaigns and lies about Bai Ye. If you truly cared about Bai Ye, how could you let paid commenters write this stuff? Faced with each and every one of these incidents, a hint of regret flickered in Lee Dong's eyes. He truly hadn't foreseen any of this. Who could have known that his momentary greed? Not only was the company facing bankruptcy, but he himself might even get a bullet in the head. After all, the state's tolerance for such practices is extremely low. Lee Dongza was almost certain that his actions would absolutely lead to dire consequences. What? Can't explain it now? Let me tell you this. Even if you could explain, it wouldn't matter. Because it was Old Master's son who ordered your arrest. And that was after the evidence was solid. It's bad enough you dared to slander and spread rumors about Old Master Bai Ye. But to actually try to wriggle out of it by leaking Mr. Bai's personal information? Let me be clear. For this kind of behavior, you're looking at a minimum of life imprisonment. If it stirs public outrage, a peanut's worth of mercy might just satisfy your needs. As for your company, don't even think about your assets. They'll all be confiscated. Moreover, our investigation reveals your company's rapid expansion seems to have involved no shortage of tax evasion. Confiscation is truly no injustice to you. Hearing the interrogator's stern, matter-of-fact words, Lee Dongza was utterly devastated at that very moment. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Let me see old Bai. I'll apologize to him personally. I beg you. This time, the interrogator didn't even bother to look at Lee Dongza. Instead, he glanced at him coldly and said, "You don't know you're wrong, you know you're about to die. Guards, lock him up in the detention center first. His verdict will be handed down within days." The director of the security bureau personally gave the order, and a group of fully armed personnel immediately escorted him to the vehicle. Days later, Lee Dongza was detained on suspicion of defaming and spreading rumors about scientific achievements and colluding with foreign elements to transmit classified information. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. All political rights were revoked, and his property was confiscated. In the courtroom, upon hearing the judge announce his sentence, the light completely faded from Lee Dongjae's eyes. This time, it was truly over. He would likely never see the world outside prison walls again in his lifetime. Of course, the scope of this national operation, the scope of its impact naturally extended far beyond Lee Dongjae. But Lee Dongza was the mastermind, the one responsible for brokering deals. The mastermind behind the black and white knight rumors. But the other paid commenters weren't spared either. Each received their own punishment. Even the lightest penalty was a fine of 1,000 yuan, plus 3 days in detention. As for the more severe cases, fines exceeding 10,000 yuan and a month in detention center go without saying. It wasn't until now. This storm of punishment against the White Knight troll army that spread slander and rumors has finally subsided. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xing Island. After Elder's son departed, Bai Ye also inquired with Mayor Zhou the current address of Zhao Chen's family. Upon receiving the information, Bai Ye prepared to continue his journey. Before departure, Bai Ye noticed the several security guards arranged for him by Elder's son. He immediately waved his hand. "No need. I don't require bodyguards. Send them all back." Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Mayor Zhou's face instantly betrayed a look of hesitation. For these guards weren't arranged by him. They had been assigned through Old Man Sun's request. Assigned directly by higher-ups through official orders. Therefore, absent other compelling factors, even as mayor, he couldn't simply dismiss him. Yet just before departing, Old Man Sun had specifically stated that he must obey Bai Ye in all matters. Now that Bai Ye had made a request, should he comply or not? "Mr. Bai, these bodyguards are yours by right. They are here solely for your protection." Additionally, Mayor Zhou stated, the area was now packed with onlookers. And if Bai Ye were to depart shortly, with so many people here, what if Bai Ye gets trampled or pushed over? As the mayor of Qingdao City, he'd be in big trouble. Therefore, Zhou Qin also urged, these security guards should stay behind, just in case to protect their safety when it matters most. All these years, I've lived alongside my family. Nothing untoward has ever happened. Today's Dragon Nation is extremely safe. I don't need bodyguards to protect me. But when he heard Bai Ye's next words, Zhou Qin's expression froze instantly. 51 refusing to accept honors that never belonged to their family. Mayor Zhou hesitated for a moment. Bai Ye was right. Today, the Dragon Nation enjoys an era of peace and prosperity. Compared to other nations, Dragon Nation truly stands as the safest country. Without a doubt. While Bai Ye's words seem to imply he doesn't need bodyguards' protection, Yet in reality, it signifies his complete trust in the nation. He believes that today's dragon nation would never betray his trust. Mayor Joe hesitated for a long time. Ultimately, he decided to have those guards return for a moment's rest. Meanwhile, Bai Ye approached the crowd. He smiled and greeted them. Upon seeing Bai Ye up close, rushed forward eagerly, eager to draw near to Bai Ye. They sought to speak with him and shake his hand. Though the people were extremely enthusiastic, they all knew their limits. They didn't get too close. After all, Bai Ye was well over 100 years old now. His age is no longer young. In fact, he could easily be the father of many of the elders present. If he were to accidentally bump into someone and fall, wouldn't that be dangerous? Therefore, though there were no overly strict protective measures, the crowd around Bai Ye eventually settled within a certain perimeter. It's about time I should be going. I've lingered here far too long. Bai Ye prepared to follow the information provided by Mayor Zhou, to go directly to Zhao Chen's home and see his family. But just then, a middle-aged man's figure slowly pushed his way through the crowd. Bai Ye recognized the man at a glance. In fact, when Mayor Zhou had just told him Zhao Chen's family's current contact information, Bai Ye knew this middle-aged man. Named Xiao Bo. 60 years old, he was Zhao Chen's son. Judging by his expression, Xiao Bo appeared hesitant and puzzled. In fact, ever since Mayor Zhou sent people to make contact with Zhao Chen's family, Xiao Bo and his family members immediately wore expressions of deep confusion. One thing was certain. That was, Xiao Bo's father had indeed died during a mission. He died in the line of duty. After that, the state recognized Zhao Chen's achievements and recorded his honors. Despite the military circumstances, Xiao Bo rarely got to see his father. But whenever he looked at his father's photo, Xiao Bo could always sense a hint of pride within it. For he was the descendant of a martyr. Moreover, due to Zhao Chen's sacrifice in the line of duty, the state had awarded their family a plaque honoring them as a family of meritorious service. To this day, that plaque still hung above their front door. From time to time, when villagers passed by, they would show expressions of respect. Yet this very person, who held such profound respect for his father, why did he refuse Bai Ye's kindness? Using not wanting to be disturbed as an excuse to keep Bai Ye from visiting? And now, Xiao Bo's sudden appearance, doesn't this contradict their family's previous claims? Isn't this contradictory? Upon hearing this news, netizens' faces instantly lit up with puzzled expressions. Such contradictory behavior must hide some secret. So this time, what could possibly be the reason behind Xiao Bo suddenly choosing to make an appearance? As Xiao Bo slowly approached Bai Ye, Mayor Zhou, standing beside Bai Ye, frowned. He cast a curious glance at Xiao Bo. Then, leaning close to Bai Ye's ear, he whispered softly, "Old Bai, there's definitely something peculiar about Xiao Bo's family. When we sent someone to make contact earlier, they clearly stated they didn't want to be disturbed. Now I have no idea why he chose to come alone." However, Zhou Qin's intention was purely to alert Bai Ye. He had no ulterior motives. After all, no matter how you look at it, Xiao Bo was still Zhao Chen's offspring. Though his behavior was somewhat unusual, Bai Ye still held holding his father's portrait. So Xiao Bo probably wouldn't do anything too outlandish? Soon, under the tense gazes of Mayor Zhou and the others, Xiao Bo approached Bai Ye. However, when they saw, a look of profound respect instantly appeared on Xiao Bo's face. Mayor Zhou and the others' worries vanished instantly. "Mr. Bai, I've heard all about your situation. It's true I'm Zhao Chen's son. But, could there be some misunderstanding here?" Misunderstanding? Could there be a misunderstanding? Mayor Zhou and the others looked puzzled once more. However, they did not interrupt Xiao Bo, instead continuing to listen quietly. "When my father died back then, I remember this is what the authorities told me. During a special military operation, Comrade Zhao Chen accidentally fell into the water and drowned. It was precisely because of this that the authorities posthumously recognized my father as a martyr. Since then, I have held him in the highest regard. Because of my father's passing, our family sometimes received special consideration. But this is how I see it. If the honor truly belongs to my father, I will fight for it. But if it doesn't, our family won't accept it. Having seen your news coverage, I understand you are a master deeply dedicated to science. But I can state with certainty, my father absolutely could not have participated in any scientific research project. Therefore, I believe you must have mistaken someone else. This portrait you hold, perhaps it's just someone who bears a striking resemblance to my father?" Xiao Bo's words carried intense emotional turmoil. When he saw the familiar face in the portrait, Xiao Bo's expression turned puzzled. But as he recalled his father's work, the confusion on his face instantly transformed into resolve. His father was clearly a warrior. And Bai Ye was a scientist. There was absolutely no possible professional connection between the two. Therefore, Bai Ye must have made a mistake. This honor didn't belong to his father. He couldn't just accept it without a word. Xiao Bo's words rang out with conviction. Everyone present heard them. Everyone looked utterly shocked. What? Zhao Chen, he was once a soldier in the military? And he died during a special military operation? So that means, since it was a special military operation, it absolutely couldn't have been a scientific research mission. So, could it be? Could it be that old man Bai really misremembered? The Zhao Chen he mentioned and Zhao Bo's father is actually not the same person? It wasn't just the netizens. Even Mayor Zhou at the scene was instantly dumbfounded. A soldier and a scientist? Under normal circumstances, there's absolutely no way they'd ever intersect. So the reason Zhao Bo's family refused back then was actually because they didn't want to accept honors that didn't belong to their family? That much is understandable. However, at this moment, Mayor Zhou turned his head and glanced at Bai Ye, only to find that at this very moment, Bai Ye's face still bore an unwavering resolve, which meant, even when the son of the deceased in the portrait denied it himself, Bai Ye remained absolutely certain. This portrait was indeed Zhao Chun himself? 52. Could it be that old Master Bai's memory is faulty? At this very moment, even the viewers in the livestream chat were filled with curiosity. Since Bai Ye chose to leave Qingshuan base and immediately headed to Xing Island, such certainty. This must mean that Bai Ye and the subject of this portrait must share an exceptionally special bond. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a decisive choice. But as Zhao Chen's son, Zhao Bo's words cannot be entirely dismissed. So what exactly is going on here? After hearing Zhao Bo's words, at first he was slightly taken aback. But she quickly regained her composure. She didn't interrupt Zhao Bo's speech any further. In truth, Bai Ye and Zhao Chen weren't as close as the previous two. Due to their respective statuses, Bai Ye's knowledge of Zhao Chen's past wasn't particularly clear to Bai Ye. Bai Ye listened quietly to Zhao Bo's words. Perhaps through his words, she could indirectly learn about Zhao Chen's experiences before he came to Xing Island. Zhao Chen's experiences before he arrived on Xing Island? Seeing that Bai Ye hadn't continued speaking, Zhao Bo took a deep breath. Then, he recounted in detail the experiences concerning his father that remained in his memory. In meticulous detail. My father enlisted in the army at 20. He married my mother at 22. The following year, I was born. Because he was in the military, I rarely saw my father after I was born. But every year on my birthday, he would show up without fail. And he would bring a birthday gift he had prepared long in advance. This continued until I turned 7. After my birthday celebration, my father told me he was being sent on a mission far away. He feared he might not return for a long time. I was too young to understand, so after he finished speaking, I burst into tears. I clung to his chest, begging him not to go. Please don't laugh at me, I was just a child back then. And this remains the most vivid memory I have of my father. I've forgotten many other things. If it were now, I would certainly respect my father's decision. After father said goodbye, he never returned. A year later, mother told me he had died in a special military operation, becoming a martyr. And I never had a father again. After hearing these words, netizens couldn't help but feel empathy. Zhao Bo's childhood experiences. To be perfectly honest, children of military personnel have it incredibly tough. They rarely get to see their fathers throughout the entire year. What's even more heartbreaking is that the last time Zhao Bo saw his father was on his 7th birthday. The next time he heard news about his father was when Zhao Chen was killed in action. However, from Zhao Bo's account, netizens have pieced together quite a clear picture. With remarkable clarity. In other words, before Zhao Bo turned 7, Zhao Chen was still stationed with the military near Xing Island. After the age of 7, he was transferred to a distant location. Then, he died in the line of duty. This directly contradicts Bai Ye's account. Because, according to Bai Ye's account, Zhao Chen appears to have had a stint at the Jiangnan shipyard. As the facility responsible for constructing Dragon Nation's large-scale naval vessels, is a facility housing classified information where no one can enter or exit at will. If the man in this portrait is the same person as Zhao Bo's father, then a serious contradiction would arise. The Zhao Chen mentioned by Bai Ye perished during his time at the Jiangnan shipyard. Yet Zhao Bo's father, Zhao Chen, left Xing Island. He died in the line of duty somewhere else. The timing and location don't match up. Upon connecting these dots, many netizens immediately began sending bullet comments in the livestream. I feel like Zhao Bo's explanation is already quite clear. If his father is the same person as the Zhao Chen mentioned by I feel like Zhao Bo's explanation is already quite clear. If his father is the same person as the Zhao Chen mentioned by Old Master Bai, then how do you explain the conflict between the two? It just doesn't add up at all. I think if it were just Zhao Chen's friend speaking, the credibility might not be very high. But it's his son who stepped forward to tell us this. So, could it be that Old Master Bai really made a mistake? Maybe he genuinely misremembered? But regarding Zhao Chen's past, what Old Master Bai said does align with what his son said. Like they're common points. Zhao Chen was a soldier? If it was a mistake, that's just too coincidental. I think there might be something fishy going on here. And haven't you noticed? If Old Man Bai could fabricate his entire past identity, then isn't it possible that the information Zhao Bo received about his father is also fake? That's getting way too far-fetched. He's the son of Martyr Zhao, a family member. What reason would the authorities have to tell his son a lie about his father's death? That doesn't make sense. In an instant, the internet erupted with heated discussions. Among them, many netizens began to doubt. Could it be that Bai Ye's memory was faulty? As for Mayor Zhou, after hearing Zhao Bo's account, was momentarily at a loss for words. He glanced at Zhao Bo first, then turned to look at Bai Ye. With both sides holding firm to their positions, he found himself caught in the middle. He didn't know what to say. First, there was Bai Ye. According to Old Sun, Bai Ye was an honorary academician of the older generation of scientific research meritorious personnel. Honorary academician of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. It was practically a done deal. But now, this huge blunder has occurred. Could this not tarnish Bai Ye's reputation to some extent? Though Bai Ye might not care about such things. But before leaving, Elder Sun specifically entrusted us to take good care of Bai Ye. And if Bai Ye were to lose face in public like this now, then when the higher-ups come down on him later, he'll definitely be in for a world of trouble. Then, why not just announce it outright? Could it be that the old man's memory was correct and Zhao Bo had mistaken it? Then force him to take Bai Ye back to his own home? That wouldn't make sense either. After all, given the current situation, as Zhao Chen's son, Zhao Bo's account clearly held more weight. Moreover, when he traced the owner of Bai Ye's portrait, and discovered it bore an almost identical resemblance to Zhao Bo's father, his face went completely blank. Their family was a distinguished lineage of meritorious service. If he rashly took sides, public opinion would inevitably accuse him. They'd say he disrespected the meritorious family, acting like a mayor. What on earth should I do? At this very moment, Zhou Qin truly felt being mayor was no easy task. He couldn't afford to offend either side. But in comparison, Mayor Zhou had no choice but to have Bai Ye temporarily abandon this idea. It's not that he made a mistake. Rather, it was a matter of setting it aside for now. Once the attention subsided, then proceed according to the old man's plan. A delaying tactic can sometimes be quite effective. 53 That's why they say Mayor Zhou is a true mayor. Once this thought occurred to him, Zhou Qin hesitantly approached Bai Ye and began to persuade him. Old Bai, Zhao Bo is still Zhao Chen's son. His memories of his father shouldn't be wrong. Of course, I'm not doubting you. But, could there be a possibility? Could it be you made a mistake? Mayor Zhou spoke with utmost caution. After all, he was questioning a veteran scientific pioneer who had just been officially recognized for his contributions. Though his tone and attitude were impeccably polite. But if Bai Ye were to lose his temper, and word reached higher-ups, he might well find himself in hot water. Yet, given the current situation, no matter what, he had to find a way to break through this impasse. At the very least, he needed to temporarily resolve the matter and wait for the heat to die down. Then see if there was any misunderstanding? After hearing Mayor Zhou's words to Bai Ye, many netizens suddenly understood what was happening. Indeed, even if the old man had an excellent memory, after all these years have passed, and at his advanced age, memory lapses were bound to occur. However, Zhao Bo's situation was entirely different. After all, he is Zhao Chen's son. And to put it bluntly, he's only in his 50s or 60s this year. While his memory has declined somewhat. As his son, he couldn't possibly misremember his own father's affairs, could he? After hearing Mayor Zhou's words, Bai Ye remained silent for a moment. In truth, when Bai Ye heard Zhao Bo recount Zhao Chen's past experiences, his face had also betrayed a look of surprise. Because this differed significantly from Bai Ye's own recollections. But that didn't mean Bai Ye's memory was wrong. This was because, at the time of Zhao Chen's sacrifice, Bai Ye, along with every member of the nuclear submarine project team, were all present. In fact, to put it bluntly, Zhao Chen's martyrdom was even somewhat connected to Bai Ye. The reason Bai Ye brought Zhao Chen's portrait all the way to Xing Island for the third stop wasn't merely to bring him along for a simple visit to today's Xing Island. A significant part of the reason, Bai Ye intended to apologize to Zhao Chen's descendants. Zhao Chen's death back then was an accident. It was connected to Bai Ye. Although the authorities never officially confirmed Bai Ye's responsibility. But over the years, Zhao Chen's death had weighed heavily on Bai Ye. At that moment, inside the livestream, the crowd watched Mayor Zhou's conflicted expression. They too felt a wave of emotion. In fact, when they saw Zhou Qin emerge, his face etched with caution as he spoke to Bai Ye, many viewers couldn't help but feel nervous for Zhou Qin. After all, putting themselves in his shoes. If you were in Zhou Qin's shoes, I'd probably be so embarrassed my toes would curl into a 3-bedroom apartment. Faced with two conflicting accounts, Trying to craft a response that satisfies everyone is simply too difficult. After all, both have connections to Zhao Chen. One is father and son. On the other hand, it's quite possible that the other party is a comrade in arms who once served alongside you back in the day. Regardless of which side you take, the truth is something else entirely. Mayor Zhou Qin's tenure may truly be coming to an end. Therefore, after Mayor Zhou Qin finished speaking, many netizens toward Mayor Zhou. Beyond sympathy, the overwhelming majority expressed understanding. Moreover, they strongly approved of Mayor Zhou's approach. After all, this incident might genuinely be due to Bai Ye's faulty memory. Mayor Zhou's attitude was also commendable. He gave Bai Ye ample face. Had he rashly sided with Bai Ye? After all, Zhao Bo is the descendant of a meritorious official. Moreover, he now belongs to the weaker side. After all, people often sympathize with the underdog. Of course, there was another possibility. That Zhao Chen's situation might involve hidden circumstances. So does Zhou Qin's approach necessarily offend Bai Ye? Not necessarily. Because from past incidents, netizens already know Bai Ye's character. As a scientific giant, Bai Ye would absolutely never to make things difficult for the mayor. At most, he might have muttered something afterward. Sorry, I must have misremembered, something like that. No wonder Zhou Qin is the mayor. This approach to handling matters is truly worth learning from. At that moment, in the livestream chat, netizens were actively sharing their opinions. Let's be honest, I don't see anything wrong with Mayor Zhou's approach. In that position, he really was caught between a rock and a hard place. If it were me, my scalp would be on fire right now. You're bound to offend one of them, how do you even handle that? But I don't think the old man's memory is necessarily at fault. After all, given the precedent, weren't there other hidden truths behind many of the things old man Bai did at the Qingchuan base? Exactly. And back then, when the authorities notified Zhao Bo's family about his father's death, their wording was deliberately vague. They never explicitly stated the cause of death. Instead, they just threw out a generic reason: died while performing official duties. My father was a firefighter. When he passed away, every detail including the cause and exact time was clearly documented in his records. But Zhao Chen's story really does raise suspicions. But no matter how much netizens speculate, it remains their own speculation. After all, everyone's circumstances are different. Perhaps Zhao Chen's death back then was genuinely due to some official duty? The reason even his own son wasn't told. Perhaps because he was too young? Feared he couldn't handle it? His mother might know the truth more clearly? Meanwhile, after Mayor Zhou finished speaking, Bai Ye immediately fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Mayor Zhou couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing Bai Ye's expression, he didn't question him, but remained silent? Perhaps the old man realized his memory was faulty? Yet admitting it in front of so many people would be awkward. So he was momentarily speechless. Trying to save face? As mayor, Zhou Qin had seen far too many such incidents in his daily life. Whether in official circles or elsewhere. He was, after all, a provincial-level leader. If he admitted it was his fault in front of his subordinates, then in his own political circles, on the surface, his subordinates might not show any unusual reactions. But every time they see you, they'd probably be laughing inside. They'll be thinking, so you finally met your match, huh? Therefore, Zhou Qin knew all too well Bai Ye's state of mind at this very moment. It's about time. Why don't we leave first? Let old Master Bai get some rest? We can discuss the rest this afternoon? CCTV, responsible for the live broadcast, also understood Zhou Qin's implied meaning. Understood. They agreed while they began packing up the broadcast equipment. If this continued, it could seriously damage Bai Ye's reputation. This could turn into a major incident. Wait. But just then, Bai Ye, who had remained silent all along, finally spoke up. 54 scientists from Eagle Sauce idolize Bai Ye? Bai Ye's sudden outburst instantly captured everyone's attention. Netizens, including Zhou Qin and Zhao Bo, were all watching Bai Ye's expression. Yet at this very moment, from Bai Ye's expression, they detected no awkwardness or embarrassment. On the contrary, in Bai Ye's eyes at this moment, was an unprecedented resolve. Witnessing this scene, the viewers who had been about to leave the livestream immediately flooded back into the livestream. It seemed the old man had something to say. However, regarding what Bai Ye intended to say, everyone was also extremely curious. Meanwhile, in the Magic City, a student from Eagle Nation was gathering materials for his thesis. Is this how they study at Dragon Nation University? Writing a thesis is such a hassle. While searching for references and gathering materials, he couldn't help but complain about how difficult Dragon Country's thesis requirements were. After all, back in Eagle Land, papers were a breeze. You didn't even have to take it seriously. Just slap something together online, pad the word count. Of course, the most important thing was to maintain a good relationship with my advisor. Then slip some cash to the higher-ups. Your thesis would get approved in no time. All this comes straight from Senior's experiences. But when he tried to follow the American process, only to discover this approach just doesn't work. Plus, the similarity rate is way too high. His advisor has already sent it back for rewriting. The white student grumbled while opening the website. He was ready to surf the web for a while. At that moment, the international student's grandfather came over out of habit to check on his grandson's work. Of course, some might wonder, given the American way, isn't it that after reaching adulthood, they go their separate ways from their parents and start their own lives? But this time, things were different. This international student's grandfather has a rather unique background. Moreover, he had settled in China long ago. Before leaving Eagle Land, he was a researcher at one of Eagle Land's research institutions. He oversaw several major projects. Though according to Eagle Country tradition, elders largely adopt a hands-off approach to raising children. They generally didn't interfere with what you did as a child. This differs greatly from Dragon Country. But because of the old man's former work, it's only natural they hope their grandson would pursue a career in science. But it seems things haven't turned out the way he hoped. His grandson was simply disappointing. Although he secured a scholarship to study abroad, he couldn't even get his thesis approved. Yet, at that very moment, as the grandfather of the white-skinned international student saw Bai Ye through the computer screen, he froze in shock. He's Bai Ye? Upon hearing this, the eagle-eyed exchange student suddenly froze. Huh? No way. If I remember correctly, his grandfather should be the type who cared about nothing but research. And even when he went online, he mostly browsed the latest scientific breakthroughs. But unexpectedly, when he happened to come across a live stream about Bai Ye, his own grandfather recognized him instantly. But then again, this white-skinned guy also thought about it. If memory serves, the elderly man on camera seemed to have been a researcher himself, and he even had experience studying abroad. Before joining the research institute, he taught at an American university. Could there be any connection between the two? That's too far-fetched, impossible. The fair-skinned international student shook his head vigorously as he pondered this. After studying in the Dragon Kingdom for a year under his grandfather's influence, he felt like he was practically half Chinese. The proverbs just kept flowing. If that were the case, it would be no coincidence without a story? But how could such a coincidence exist in this world? Still, he asked out of habit, "Do you know Bai Ye?" At this, his grandfather nodded. "Bai Ye? Of course I know him. But I learned about him from the school archives." This old eagle-eyed fellow was named Harrison. Back in the 80s, he had served as a professor at Eagle Swan University. But not for long. Due to his outstanding research capabilities, he was invited to join a research company. Several more years passed. Harrison suddenly resigned. He returned home and lived a very leisurely life. 3 years ago, Harrison suddenly conceived the idea of settling in the Dragon Kingdom. Since he had previously achieved significant scientific breakthroughs at Eagle Sauce, he qualified as a foreign talent recruitment. He easily obtained a green card for the Dragon Nation. He settled here permanently. 2 years later, his grandson came to Dragon Nation as an exchange student. He decided to let him stay here temporarily. The reason Harrison resigned so abruptly and cease all scientific research work, and instead chose to retire completely and live a leisurely life, was because during his tenure at the university, he had accidentally glimpsed portions of Bai Ye's file. The experiences Bai Ye had during his studies in the Eagle Country around the 1940s had profoundly shaken Harrison. He couldn't fathom it. That a young scholar from the Dragon Nation during his university years could produce such astonishing work. However, after taking up a position at a research institute, he unexpectedly uncovered more information about White Knight. In another file, Harrison discovered, after recognizing Bai Ye's genius-level research capabilities, began to harbor ulterior motives. Ultimately, when they realized that no means could keep Bai Ye, they resorted to an extremely drastic method to keep Bai Ye. The persecution of Bai Ye by the then authorities of Eagle Country left Harrison at the time utterly outraged. As a pure scientist, he felt profoundly dissatisfied with Bai Ye's plight. What kind of people am I working for? Ultimately, out of respect for Bai Ye and his outrage at the persecution she faced under the Eagle Swan administration at the time, Harrison resolutely abandoned his position at the research institute. Little did Harrison ever imagine. All these years later, after arriving in the Dragon Nation, he unexpectedly caught a glimpse of this young Dragon Nation legend again on live television. He unexpectedly saw this young Dragon Nation legend again. The moment Bai Ye appeared on the screen, Harrison was so overcome with emotion he could barely speak. He never imagined he'd actually see Bai Ye with his own eyes. At the time, when I was serving as a professor at Berkeley University, upon seeing Bai Ye's file, I immediately revered Bai Ye as my idol. though I was a perfectly respectable university professor. Idolizing a former exchange student from years past. Sounds pretty ridiculous. But given the groundbreaking achievements Bai Ye made back then, calling Bai Ye an idol is absolutely justified. Back in the 1980s, Harrison was the youngest professor at Berwick University. He was only 30 years old. And now, after all these years, Harrison is actually only in his 70s. Counting from the 1940s when Bai Ye left Eagle Town. To have lived this long, Bai Ye must be over 100 years old. Xing Island lies just a short distance from the Magic City. Harrison immediately told his grandson excitedly to book him a train ticket right away. He must go to Xing Island himself to see Bai Ye. To see the idol who lived on in Eagle's archives. 55 The entire web is shocked. Zhao Chen's martyrdom had another cause? When Mayor Zhou noticed the expression on Bai Ye's face, he immediately sensed. Does the old man have something to say? And that resolute look in his eyes seemed like he'd made a huge decision? But what kind of resolve could the old man possibly muster at this moment? One thought became clear. Suddenly surfaced in Zhou Qin's mind. It suddenly dawned on him. The old man must have heard Zhao Chen's son speak and realized his memory was flawed. So he intends to publicly apologize in front of everyone? Because it was in front of so many people. Although Bai Ye had once been a scientist in the Dragon Nation, he had participated in the development of fighter jets, nuclear weapons, and ballistic missiles. Just hours ago, Old Master Sun from Longdu had personally cleared his name. The CCTV production team had even traveled all the way from Longdu. But no matter what, Bai Ye is still just one person. Since he's human, when he made a mistake in front of so many people, he must feel a bit uneasy inside. Should he really admit in front of everyone? Admit publicly that his memory had failed him? In that moment, their inner emotions must have gone through a painful struggle. If it were Zhou Qin himself, he'd probably think it's best to just let it go. If it could be no need to speak up voluntarily. How humiliating that would be. But judging by Bai Ye's expression at that moment, Zhou Qin suddenly felt the gap between himself and Bai Ye. Even knowing his memory was flawed, she stood before the camera with unwavering resolve, intending to publicly admit his mistake. This attitude was truly something he could learn from for the rest of his life. However, Zhou Qin reconsidered, and felt this approach might be somewhat inappropriate. After all, just before leaving, Old Master Sun had specifically instructed him to take good care of Bai Ye. But now, if he allowed the Old Master to step forward and make a public apology, wouldn't that betray the expectations Old Master Sun had placed in him? Moreover, the reason he had thought earlier to suppress this matter as quickly as possible was precisely to wait until the heat died down before fulfilling Bai Ye's promise. Now, with so many people watching, wouldn't his entire plan go down the drain? No. I must step forward and stop Old Master Bai from making a public apology. But at this moment, Bai Ye wasn't actually thinking about apologizing, because his memory was flawless. It was just that when Zhao Chen died in the line of duty, it was due to a scientific research accident. And regarding news of scientific accidents, the authorities were extremely cautious. Under normal circumstances, they would never publicly acknowledge the failure of certain scientific experiments. And in that era, to secure greater influence for the Dragon Nation within the international community, and gain greater influence in the international community, therefore, the nation had no choice but to deliberately conceal the truth behind Zhao Chen's death in the line of duty. His death was merely framed as a casualty resulting from a military operation. No other possibilities were considered. All these years have passed. This matter weighed heavily on Bai Ye's heart, becoming a constant source of anguish. Though Bai Ye couldn't say the official decision was wrong. After all, in those days, the nation's development hadn't yet reached its current level. There had even been a period of famine. Had they announced that an accident occurred during nuclear submarine research, had resulted in an accident causing the test to fail, with a major incident leading to loss of life, it was highly likely the government would face immense pressure. Therefore, at that time, all participants involved in the nuclear submarine project, including Bai Ye, signed confidentiality agreements. But after signing, Bai Ye regretted it. Signing that agreement meant that Zhao Chen's contributions to the nuclear submarine project would never be made public. Although the state had bestowed ample honors upon Zhao Chen, his descendants were granted martyrs' benefits, and even bestowed the honor of a family of meritorious service upon them. Yet, all these years later, when Bai Ye witnessed the prosperity and might of the Dragon Nation today, a nation unmatched across the entire Blue Star, Bai Ye's perspective shifted completely. The events that unfolded around Zhao Chen back then, it was time for the truth to be revealed. At the same time, this was Bai Ye's way of seeking redemption from Zhao Chen's descendants. Had it not been for his momentary lapse in judgment, that fateful incident, the one that ultimately led to Zhao Chen's sacrifice, would never have occurred. Mr. Bai, I think we should wrap up today's live stream here. As soon as the idea formed, Zhou Qin gave a subtle nod with his eyes. The staff from the CCTV production team immediately caught on. They hurriedly began packing up the live broadcast equipment. They planned to head back to Longdu first. But at that very moment, Bai Ye, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly spoke up. Bai Ye addressed Zhao Bo. Actually, you don't know. The claim that Zhao Chen sacrificed his life while participating in a special military operation was actually the unified official narrative the state presented to the outside world at the time. The truth is quite different. And ultimately, perhaps I bear some responsibility for Zhao Chen's sacrifice. At these words, everyone present froze in shock. The CCTV production crew, who had been preparing to pack up their equipment, immediately halted their movements. Even Mayor Zhou froze solid in place. Wait, what just happened? What had Bai Ye just said? Though Bai Ye's words were brief, the information contained within seemed overwhelmingly vast. The unclear circumstances surrounding Zhao Chen's sacrifice. Was it actually due to deliberate concealment by the authorities? Zhao Chen's sacrifice had another reason entirely. And this reason is somehow connected to Bai Ye? Any one of these revelations would have left everyone present utterly stunned. And now all of it was being revealed at once? First, the events Bai Ye had mentioned. They directly contradicted Zhao Bo's account. According to Bai Ye's account, since he had come to Xing Island now, he must have worked at the Jiangnan shipyard back then. And he was responsible for projects related to nuclear submarines. However, Zhao Bo stated that, after his 7th birthday, his father left Xing Island. He followed the military to other locations. It wasn't until later that news of his death in the line of duty came through. That must have all happened outside Xing Island. Bai Ye and Zhao Bo. One claimed Zhao Chen died on Xing Island. The other claimed it was due to a military operation. The accounts are contradictory, it makes no sense at all. And another thing. If Zhao Chen died in the line of duty, not some act of treason like defecting to the enemy, then why would the state conceal the truth about his death? After all, information about many martyrs can be found online. While the details may not be complete, the specific cause of death in a line of duty death cannot be concealed online. Some details are bound to surface. But what about Zhao Chen's sacrifice? Not only was it concealed from his family, but even the state itself. They even fabricated the reason for his death? 56 Guilty White Knight. Is he going to apologize for what happened back then? Beyond all this, what shocked netizens the most was, Bai Ye stated that Zhao Chen's sacrifice was partly his own fault? In other words, Zhao Chen's death was connected to Bai Ye? If we follow this line of reasoning, then this time, when Bai Ye came to Xing Island, besides bringing Zhao Chen's portrait and visiting the Jiangnan shipyard and his current home, there's another purpose. To apologize to his son? At this very moment. Inside the live stream. Holy crap, this is way too much to process. I'm still reeling. Yeah. What on earth caused Zhao Chen's death in the line of duty? And the reason for his death was even concealed by the state. So it seems old man Bai's memory wasn't faulty after all. Could it be that Zhao Bo obtained information after the government had already concealed it? But that doesn't make sense either. If it was purely about scientific research, there'd be no need for such secrecy. Besides, Zhao Chen wasn't even a scientist. He was just an ordinary soldier. Perhaps he worked in security for a research facility? We saw plenty of such personnel at the Qingchuan base. But that doesn't necessarily require concealing his identity, does it? Exactly. If they were concealing even that much, do you think the state would have sent CCTV to broadcast live from Qingchuan base? To showcase our advanced weaponry? One thing I still don't get. With old man Bai's formidable research capabilities, why would he claim Zhao Chen's death was connected to him? Is he just taking the blame, or is there actually something to it? Meanwhile, online, as news about Bai Ye flooded every corner of the internet. Meanwhile, in Longdu, upon returning, Old Sun immediately went live again. He began to pay close attention. Before departing, Old Sun paid particular attention to the face in that portrait. He couldn't shake the feeling that the face in that portrait looked strangely familiar. Years ago, Old Master Sun had undergone training on Xing Island for a period. But too much time had passed. Sun felt he must have seen Zhao Chen before. But where exactly? This was something Old Master Sun couldn't quite recall. However, when Bai Ye revealed that the state had concealed the truth about Zhao Chen's death in the line of duty, Old Sun immediately dispatched personnel to begin investigating relevant materials, particularly regarding the 1960s and 1970s internal documents from the Jiangnan shipyard. The scene shifts back to the crime scene. After Bai Ye finished speaking, the scene fell silent once more. At this very moment, as the son of Zhao Chen, Zhao Bo's emotions grew exceptionally complex. What? Was there more to the story behind his father's death in the line of duty? The state had not revealed the full truth. But old man Bai Ye was the one who truly knew what had caused his father's death. As these thoughts surfaced, another idea suddenly flashed through Zhao Bo's mind. That was the hope that Bai Ye would continue. Reveal the truth behind his father's death. As the son of a martyr, he had a duty to know the truth. At the same time, Zhao Bo's emotions grew increasingly agitated. Originally, the reason he didn't want Bai Ye to disturb his family was because he had always regarded his father as an ordinary soldier. In Zhao Bo's understanding, special military operations were supposed to involve going to the battlefield and killing enemies, right? Therefore, Zhao Bo had always believed his father had actually died in combat, though that too was worthy of respect. But when he learned that his father had once been a comrade in arms of Bai Ye, his first thought was, Bai Ye must have misremembered. From childhood, Zhao Bo had been instilled with this belief by his mother. Never claim honors that don't belong to you. Since his father had no history of dealing with research institutions in his memory, then accepting Bai Ye was out of the question. But at this very moment, after learning some inside information from Bai Ye, Zhao Bo's perspective began to shift gradually. As for Bai Ye being connected to his father's death, or that his father's death might even be Bai Ye's doing, Zhao Bo didn't dwell on these thoughts. After all, judging by Bai Ye's words and actions, the old man's conduct had been remarkably upright. Perhaps this matter was likely the result of some misunderstanding? The place where Zhao Chen and I first met was precisely the Jiangnan shipyard. Back then, he served as my bodyguard, stationed by my side. His duty was to ensure my safety. Though outwardly he was my bodyguard, during our time at Jiangnan shipyard, our relationship grew quite close. And in terms of age, he was actually a bit younger than me. By then, over a decade had passed since Bai Ye returned to the country. By then, Bai Ye was already in his 40s. Zhao Chen, however, was younger. In his early 30s. Every day after completing our research tasks, I would take time to discuss with him what the research tasks were for the day, what goals we had achieved, and what work lay ahead for tomorrow. At the same time, Zhao Chen would share with me what was happening at home. He told me he had a wife and child at home. When he was informed by higher-ups that he would be transferred from the military to the Jiangnan shipyard to serve as a security guard, his child was about to turn 7. Fortunately, he had ample time to depart after his son's birthday. At this point, Bai Ye couldn't help but glance at Zhao Bo. This was the 7-year-old child Zhao Chen had spoken of. All these years later, seeing Zhao Chen's descendants, he's grown so much. In Zhao Bo, Bai Ye seemed to see the image of Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, serving as his bodyguard, staying by his side. As Bai Ye spoke these words, the scene abruptly shifted to Zhao Bo. Zhao Bo's face had been filled with surprise and curiosity. But upon hearing that his father had once spoken of him to Bai Ye, those long-forgotten memories surged back into his mind. It felt as though his father, after all these years, had reappeared before him. So familiar. Even though he was about to depart for his new role as a bodyguard. Yet before leaving, he still made time to return home to celebrate my 7th birthday. Thinking of this, Zhao Bo couldn't help but be deeply moved by his father's actions. Bai Ye continued. After Zhao Chen finished speaking, I was somewhat surprised. At the same time, I was also very curious. Because according to policy, if the military wants to transfer positions, the first step is for the individual to apply voluntarily. Then, after a series of screenings, the transfer can finally be approved. In other words, coming to the Jiangnan shipyard was Zhao Chen's own choice. I asked him, if he stayed in the military, though time would still be scarce, he'd at least have chances to see his child. But if he joined a research institute, seeing his child would become incredibly difficult. Don't you regret it? But Zhao Chen's answer left me speechless. 57 for the sake of his childhood dream. He willingly became a guard. After saying this, Bai Ye paused briefly. Meanwhile, netizens began to wonder. What exactly did Zhao Chen say at that moment? That it had silenced Bai Ye. Then, Bai Ye continued. This is what he told me. He said, Comrade Bai Ye, you might not know this. Actually, ever since I was a child, I've been particularly fond of delving into things, of researching science. My lifelong dream was to become a scientist. But for 2 reasons, I abandoned my dream. First, the hardships our nation endured 20 years ago. I felt that becoming a soldier to defend our homeland was what our nation needed most urgently. Beyond that, there was another reason: my natural aptitude was simply too dull. Though I was fascinated by scientific principles, no matter how hard I tried, I simply couldn't grasp the lessons when teachers explained them in class. From that moment on, I realized I simply wasn't cut out for academics. Given that, I figured I might as well become a soldier. Who else but me to defend our homeland? As for the second point, it stems purely from my deep admiration for scientists like you. I heard that you came from the Qingchuan base to assist with the reconstruction efforts. And to be entrusted with your protection, I feel profoundly honored. Though this decision feels unfair to my wife and children, I believe that if they knew the truth, they would support me too. These words deeply moved the entire online community. Deeply moved. In truth, even before Bai Ye began his account, many people had already sensed it. That is, the reason Zhao Chen was transferred from his original position to the Jiangnan shipyard was due to orders from above. After all, Bai Ye is too important, and from the Qingchuan base to the Jiangnan shipyard, the state would inevitably strengthen Bai Ye's security measures. Although his identity must remain concealed as a precaution. No matter how much security is added for Bai Ye, this is seen as entirely justified by everyone, as this was an order from higher-ups. As a soldier, Zhao Chen must obey unconditionally. Even if, after this, he might not see his wife and son again. He might never see his wife and son again. The superior's decision must be followed. However, after Bai Ye finished speaking, netizens finally realized that Zhao Chen's departure was actually his own initiative. As for the reason, Zhao Chen had harbored a lifelong dream of becoming a scientist. But this career isn't suited for everyone. Science, in particular, encompasses an overwhelmingly vast expanse of knowledge. No matter how hard some people try, they simply cannot master every single concept. Among the viewers, many had just gone through the college entrance exams. These high school students, about to embark on university life, can't help but reminisce about their 3 years of high school. Even the most outstanding students, despite studying relentlessly, their final college entrance exam results always carry some degree of regret. Even top students are no exception. How much more so for average students who already struggle with memory and learning ability? Can you really say they weren't diligent or hardworking? Of course, it cannot be denied that there are indeed some students who simply have no interest in studying and ultimately choose to give up. But the majority of average students can barely scrape into a second-tier university. This represents the absolute limit of their potential. Since there's no other way, they might as well choose another path. That is, enlisting in the military. However, while netizens expressed understanding for Zhao Chen, another group of netizens were shocked by one reason Zhao Chen volunteered to transfer to the Jiangnan shipyard was partly because he admired Bai Ye in the live stream chat. Holy crap! So that's the backstory behind Zhao Chen's transfer. Hearing old man Bai Ye's words finally made me realize we've all been misunderstanding this whole time. So the tension between Zhao Bo and old man Bai Ye stems from this. But suddenly, I feel a newfound respect for martyr Zhao Chen. True. After all, when we were kids, who wasn't fascinated by the strange and wonderful things happening around us? And seeing all that new tech gear on TV? Like me, I really wanted to become a scientist. But reality was harsh. Once I hit middle school, I realized I just wasn't cut out for academics. That's when I figured becoming a scientist was completely out of reach for me. Since it didn't matter anymore, why not just let loose? Why not treat myself better? Why drown myself in endless homework? Yeah. That guy upstairs really hit the nail on the head. But who would have thought that even though Zhao Chen, the martyr, didn't do well in school as a kid, he never completely gave up on his dream. When he became a soldier and later got the chance to be the old man's bodyguard, he made a resolute decision. That wasn't a decision to be taken lightly. You have to understand, the Jiangnan shipyard is a national-level naval facility with extremely high security protocols. Unless a project is declassified, personnel are restricted to the shipyard grounds, no exceptions. In other words, once Zhao Chen made that choice, he wouldn't have the chance to reunite with his wife and son for decades to come. Just thinking about it, it's heartbreaking. Not to mention that in the end, martyr Zhao Chen paid for it with his life. But here's the question: just now, old Master Bai Ye mentioned that martyr Zhao Chen's death in the line of duty was somehow connected to him? This couldn't be true, could it? There must be some misunderstanding involved, right? Netizens flooded the screen with comments. The audience members weren't idle either. Instead, they were whispering and murmuring among themselves. The camera cut to Zhao Bo. After hearing Bai Ye's words in full, his face betrayed utter shock. At the same time, Zhao Bo became deeply curious about the reason behind his father's death in the line of duty. He was also filled with considerable curiosity. Although Bai Ye had stated that Zhao Chen's death in the line of duty, he bore some responsibility for it. But based solely on that statement, Zhao Bo clearly couldn't harbor resentment toward Bai Ye. Given Bai Ye's character, it was more likely an accident that had taken his father's life. Right. Zhao Bo suddenly recalled. Bai Ye mentioned his father worked at the Jiangnan shipyard. And his position was Bai Ye's bodyguard? And given Bai Ye's status back then, even with the nation's strict information blockade on Bai Ye, other nations would have gleaned some insights to varying degrees. After all, no era is ever short of walking $500,000 assets. 58 Did Bai Ye never worry this might lead to leaks? Upon this realization, Zhao Bo couldn't help but form a bold conjecture about the cause of his father's death. A bold conjecture about the cause of his father's martyrdom. As a bodyguard, he must have fought against criminal forces. He had seen some of Bai Ye's live streams before. Zhao Bo had watched them too. He knew that when Bai Ye returned to China, he had been attacked by spies at the airport. The shrapnel lodged in Bai Ye's leg were the result of that very attack. If there had been one attack, there would surely be many more to come. Thus, an idea was born. While Bai Ye was at the Jiangnan shipyard, a foreign power launched another assassination attempt against Bai Ye. As her bodyguard, her father stepped forward to protect Bai Ye. He stepped forward. Did he ultimately sacrifice his life in the line of duty? Could this be possible? Zhao Bo felt it was entirely possible. In fact, the likelihood was far from small. This would perfectly explain why Bai Ye felt so guilty about his father's death. Why he kept insisting he wanted to go to their home to apologize in person. But if that truly was the reason, should he blame Bai Ye? Honestly, Zhao Bo felt, if that were truly the case, not only should he not blame Bai Ye, instead, he should feel even more proud of his father's actions. He takes immense pride in having such a father. Bai Ye continued. After that, Zhao Chen began serving as my bodyguard. During this period, except for the laboratory, whenever we were in the factory buildings, Zhao Chen carried a gun and never left my side. Because of what happened when I returned to the country over a decade ago, I developed a habit. No matter where I went, I would always scan my surroundings carefully, scanning for any lurking snipers. But ever since Zhao Chen became my bodyguard, I no longer felt that need. Because I trust Zhao Chen. Under his protection, I am absolutely safe. Bai Yesan took a deep breath before continuing. During this period, certain incidents did occur. After all, you should know, the Jiangnan shipyard holds a very high status in our country. But the situation there differs from Qingchuan Base. Qingchuan Base is located in Xinzhong City. The area was originally sparsely populated. Plus, the security presence is quite robust. So during my time at Qingchuan Base, I never once experienced any attacks or assassination attempts. However, after arriving at the Jiangnan shipyard, security risks suddenly multiplied. But every time I stepped out of the laboratory doors, Zhao Chen would meticulously inspect the surrounding environment. He systematically eliminated every potential threat. After finishing a day's work in the cafeteria, Zhao Chen would always come up to me with a smile, asking me what tasks I'd completed that day. How was the progress on the nuclear submarine? It sounded a bit like an enemy trying to pry out our country's technological secrets, didn't it? But I know Zhao Chen would never do such a thing. First off, he simply wouldn't have that kind of motive. And even if, by some remote chance, Zhao Chen were to betray us and revealed these secrets to foreigners, I know these profound matters are beyond Zhao Chen's comprehension. When Bai Ye spoke these words, many spectators in the audience immediately broke into knowing smiles. In fact, when Bai Ye mentioned Jiangnan shipyard, everyone had also formed a similar suspicion that Zhao Chen's death in the line of duty might be connected to an assassination attempt from abroad. Even the most stringent security measures, there would always be moments of oversight. Yet, as Bai Ye continued his account, everyone's impression of Zhao Chen began to deepen. You must understand that due to his experiences upon returning to the country, Bai Ye had become extremely sensitive to assassination attempts and similar threats. Thus, she developed the habit of carefully observing her surroundings before stepping out. But when Bai Ye revealed, ever since Zhao Chen began working as her bodyguard, Bai Ye had completely abandoned this habit. Hearing this, netizens couldn't help but look at Zhao Chen, began to feel profound respect for Zhao Chen. To achieve this level of dedication, this proves that Zhao Chen is an extremely responsible person. This also dispelled many netizens' doubts. Their doubts about his character when he decisively abandoned his wife and children to transfer to the Jiangnan shipyard. About his character. It wasn't until later when Bai Ye mentioned, during his time at the Jiangnan shipyard, although hidden dangers arose midway, thanks to Zhao Chen's diligence and responsibility, these hidden dangers were systematically identified and resolved. Doubt once again surfaced on the netizens' faces. Since no further assassination attempts occurred, then why did Zhao Chen ultimately lose his life in the line of duty? Of course, beyond these points, regarding certain other details in Bai Ye's account, many netizens also found them rather peculiar. After all, as a researcher, his daily work should be confidential, even as Bai Ye's security detail, and responsible for security duties daily. It's unlikely he'd discuss today's work details with Zhao Chen, and share the details of today's work with Zhao Chen. Wouldn't that pose a risk of leaking classified information? After all, even from a later observer's perspective, we know Zhao Chen isn't that kind of person. Even now, he remains officially recognized. Officially recognized as such. But back then, Bai Ye didn't have omniscient perspective. How could he have felt so at ease sharing the secrets of his research with Zhao Chen? If it was merely to satisfy Zhao Chen's passion for science, a passion stifled by his lack of talent, forcing him into military service instead. Did Bai Ye never consider the possibility of leaks? However, netizens' questions were soon answered. After hearing Bai Ye's explanation, many netizens expressed their admiration. Were suddenly overcome with a wave of helpless laughter. It turned out Bai Ye wasn't worried about Zhao Chen defecting or leaking secrets. Was because Zhao Chen couldn't understand the work content at all? But the other reason Bai Ye mentioned was far more convincing. And another thing, if Zhao Chen truly harbored any thoughts of betrayal, he could simply eliminate me. Why bother leaking these secrets? Besides, most of this information was shared with him by me voluntarily. Hearing this, netizens finally understood. Indeed, if foreign powers learned. Dragon Nation developed its fighter jets and nuclear weapons with White Knight's assistance. And is now involved in the nuclear submarine project. Nuclear submarines? The Eagle Nation and the Soviet Union had already built them long ago. Why would they care about your dragon country? So if you really want to spy on them, it would be more reasonable to target Bai Ye himself. In this scenario, whether Bai Ye shares with Zhao Chen, the significance wouldn't be as great. However, whenever netizens recall this, another reason Bai Ye wasn't worried about Zhao Chen leaking secrets was, given his educational background, even if he were told the content, he wouldn't understand a thing. Netizens instantly burst into laughter. While this statement is true, saying it so bluntly, that's way too blunt. 59 people are dead, but rules are alive. Meanwhile, after Elder Sun returned to Longdu aboard his private jet, he immediately began investigating every major incident that occurred at the Jiangnan shipyard after the nuclear weapon was manufactured. And through this investigation, he finally uncovered some information about Bai Ye. Similarly, this time in the files, Bai Ye's name did not appear. But drawing on prior experience, Old Sun swiftly zeroed in on another name. Fortunately, this new name was accompanied by a photograph. Unsurprisingly, this photograph belonged to Bai Ye. Beside the name and photo, his contributions during his time at the Jiangnan shipyard were laid out in full detail. Seeing this, Old Sun couldn't help but feel his heart race. Indeed, it was no wonder that back then, the Dragon Nation had been able to achieve the miniaturization of nuclear reactors in such a short time. Miniaturize nuclear reactors and install them on nuclear submarines. All of this was thanks to Bai Ye. After leaving the Clear Spring base, Bai Ye's scientific research journey did not cease. At this thought, Old Sun abruptly rose from his seat. His face flushed with overwhelming excitement. Bai Ye, he truly is one of the architects of the nuclear submarine? Though prior to this, including Old Sun himself, many had already guessed as much. But speculation is one thing. You still needed concrete evidence to prove it. Without proof, though everyone already trusted Bai Ye deeply, it still lacks persuasive power. Only evidence holds true persuasive power. And now, these historical records and evidence lay before them with unmistakable clarity. At this thought, a faint smile touched the corner of Old Sun's lips. Truthfully, before departing, Old Sun had been feeling indignant on Bai Yeming's behalf. After all, even though it was announced live on CCTV, and awarded Bai Ye the title of Honorary Academician of the Dragon Academy, and even specially conferred upon Bai Ye the title of Honorary Academician of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. But in truth, Old Man Sun wasn't entirely pleased. Because this was a reluctant move. In Old Man Sun's view, forget about nuclear weapons or ballistic missiles. Even if you were to take all the contributions made to fighter jets and attribute them to Bai Ye, then earning a legitimate academician title, it would be more than deserved. Yet, due to age restrictions, they deliberately blocked Bai Ye from the official academician roster. He couldn't care less how Bai Ye felt about it. But Old Sun felt it keenly. Bai Ye was deeply aggrieved. After dedicating so much effort to the nation's scientific research, perhaps Bai Ye himself didn't care. But the nation, ultimately constrained by regulations, could only bestow upon him the title of Honorary Academician. How will others view the nation? Would they feel disappointed in the nation? He made such immense contributions to nuclear weapons and missiles. Yet your regulations has effectively barred Bai Ye from the door? What will others think? But Old Sun had no choice. After all, it's a rule established since the founding of the Dragon Academy. How could it be changed so easily? These rules seemed incredibly rigid. Yet when first proposed, they garnered the approval of the older generation. Because Dragon Nation's scientific endeavors must inevitably advance forward. Positions must eventually be passed on to the new generation of scientists. If someone were appointed to the position of academician solely based on seniority, wouldn't that be terribly unfair to the younger academicians? Therefore, back then, the Long Academy of Sciences established this very rule. Once the age limit is exceeded, then under no circumstances can one obtain the official title of academician. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. When these documents from the Jiangnan shipyard appeared before elder son, and the concrete evidence of Bai Ye's contributions to the nuclear submarine program was confirmed, old son also felt, since rules are rigid, let these documents become the waves that break through the rules. The number of seats for academicians at the Dragon Academy are limited each year, and they are only obtained to be obtained. I believe, no matter what, Professor Bai deserves the title of academician. Honorary academician is nowhere near enough. Given his contributions, he more than deserves full academician status. As for the quota issue, it's precisely because the spots are limited. Moreover, we should give young people more opportunities. Is that why this rule was established? Easy enough. In that case, then add one more spot. Make an exception for Bai Ye. Wouldn't that settle it? Of course, since it's setting a precedent. So elder son feels, if he were to push for this matter, he'd surely face considerable resistance. Even if he personally took the lead, opposition within the Dragon Academy might not be few in number. But old son was simply too determined to secure a proper status for Bai Ye. In fact, if he could uncover more of Bai Ye's past deeds, perhaps old son might even consider submit Bai Ye's name as a candidate for this year's National Medal of Honor. In truth, old son had several motives for doing this. Several other purposes. First, he wants Bai Ye's remaining years as comfortable as possible. Although Bai Ye's family is not short of money now, but Bai Ye is now over 100 years old. A centenarian. How many more years could he possibly live? Therefore, old son still hopes to give Bai Ye's family some more consideration. At the very least, while Bai Ye is still alive, he could feel the warmth of the nation. Even if he were to pass away in the end, his descendants would still be able to enjoy the nation's protection. As a former scientific giant of the Dragon Nation, old son believed Bai Ye possessed this qualification. As for the second reason, had the Dragon Nation's recent technological advancements been achieved, was due to the groundwork Bai Ye laid years ago. That would be truly remarkable. The entire Dragon Nation, indeed, the entire world, would be shaken to its core. And Bai Ye, from an ordinary, obscure old man, transformed overnight into the most revered figure in all of Dragon Nation. Moreover, as a high-ranking official of the Dragon Nation, old master's son also has descendants. His youngest grandson is currently excelling academically at school. Moreover, his dream is to become a scientist. Old son decided to make Bai Ye his grandson's idol. By legitimizing Bai Ye, he could also gain official recognition. He wants his grandson to learn as much as possible from Bai Ye. This would undoubtedly be of great benefit to him. Considering all these factors, that's why old son was so deeply invested in Bai Ye's affairs. After gathering all the necessary documents from the Jiangnan shipyard, Mr. Sun immediately headed to the conference room. The high-level meeting commenced. Once the meeting commenced, old man Sun presented the materials. He began his presentation before everyone present. Everyone, after thorough investigation, we have confirmed. Comrade Bai Ye, beyond his previous achievements, he has also spearheaded and completed the miniaturization of a controlled nuclear reactor. Considering his prior contributions, we merely awarded him the title of honorary academician. Isn't this utterly unfair to him? 60 Though without a formal title, he may still receive special treatment. At this point, old son continued. You must understand, Bai Lao's contributions are on par with those of top scientists like Chen Lao and Huang Lao. Yet every single one of those top scientists has been awarded the title of academician. Yet now, all we can offer old Bai is the title of honorary academician. While it may sound like an honor, we all understand perfectly well what that word honor truly signifies in this context. After old son finished speaking, the other high-ranking officials present immediately began discussing among themselves. However, regarding Bai Ye, the opinions among the executives were far from unanimous. Of course, this wasn't about harboring prejudice against Bai Ye alone. Rather, everyone was considering the matter from different perspectives. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair rose from his chair and spoke up. Old son, there are objections to your proposal. Quite right. Old Bai made tremendous contributions to our nation back in the day. And looking at those contributions today, absolutely qualify him for the title of academician. I have no objections to that. But shouldn't we also consider the old man's own wishes? Moreover, I recall that honorary merit conference vividly. When I was chosen to present medals to those meritorious individuals, I remember it clearly from the audience. Bai Ye, he voluntarily relinquished that qualification. That means it was his own choice. Now, we're completely disregarding his own thoughts. Isn't that a bit disrespectful to him? At this point, the white-haired elder glanced at elder son. Though their statuses were roughly equal, he was still slightly older than elder son. Thus, his words carried a weight of earnestness. Old son, No matter what, we must respect the individual's wishes. Of course, beyond that, there's another reason. That is, every academician on the Dragon Academy's roster, without exception, all have age restrictions. This is to stimulate the enthusiasm of young scientists. If it were all senior scientists, what motivation would our young core members have left? As for your suggestion to increase the number of academician positions, that is also inadvisable. After all, as China's most prestigious official research institution, the Dragon Academy must strictly control the number of academicians. If we rashly increase the number of academicians, once the numbers swell, gradually, these distinguished figures will no longer command the same respect. Moreover, without rules, there can be no order. Breaking with established conventions is no easy feat. Of course, I'm not saying we can't make concessions. But at the very least, given the contributions demonstrated by Mr. Bai thus far, while they've greatly aided national development, they still don't warrant convening a meeting to rewrite those regulations. Of course, if Bai Ye has made other outstanding contributions beyond these, then I might be willing to concede a step. After the elder spoke, many other high-ranking officials present. They all nodded in agreement. Indeed. After all, the Dragon Academy is the nation's most prestigious research institution. Every academician within its ranks has made contributions of national significance. Add to that their scarcity and the extremely stringent selection criteria. That's precisely why it commands such profound respect from the public. This is what motivates young scientists to strive with determination. But once the number increases, the prestige of the academician title plummets dramatically. Eventually, matters concerning scientific research may no longer capture the public's attention. Of course, Old Sun's point holds merit. Given Bai Ye's contributions, he has long been qualified to become an academician. In fact, even appointing Bai Ye as the dean, in terms of merit, it would be perfectly justified. But without rules, there can be no order. The nation's scientific endeavors must always look forward. Beyond these considerations, Bai Ye's subsequent career history? Many high-ranking officials were not entirely clear on that, including the one who just spoke up, claiming to have participated decades ago. That high-ranking official who just stepped forward to present the award. The high-ranking official who took the stage to present awards. As for what specific work Bai Ye actually did, they remain unclear. Before the facts are fully uncovered, rashly altering the rules, and appoint Bai as an academician. How will the authorities explain this to the public then? Wouldn't certain principled individuals suspect foul play? That Bai Ye used official privilege to become an academician beyond the stipulated tenure? These are the urgent matters the higher-ups must consider. After hearing the other high-ranking officials' remarks, Old Sun couldn't help but wear an expression of helplessness. Indeed. Actually, that senior official earlier wasn't necessarily targeting Bai Ye. Upon reflection, Bai Ye possessed sufficient qualifications and an impressive resume. If only Bai Ye were younger. Even if he were just 30 years younger. At 70 years old. By the rules, he'd likely be granted the title of academician outright. Why all the secrecy? Just as Old Sun was feeling sorry for Bai Ye, the elder who had spoken earlier suddenly softened his stance slightly. But, Old Sun, you do have a point. This is how it is. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. As I said before, rules are one aspect. But there's another crucial reason. That is, regarding Bai Ye's background. We still know far too little. If Old Bai has made further contributions beyond what we know, then to hell with the rules. I say we make an exception and let Old Bai truly join the Dragon Academy. Upon hearing this, Old Sun's mood began to brighten slightly. Beyond this, the elderly man mentioned something else that delighted him even more. But I suspect, barring any surprises, Professor Bai must have contributed other scientific achievements to our nation? The truth hasn't been uncovered yet. But we can elevate his status now to match that of a full academician. What do you think? After the elderly man finished speaking, the other high-ranking officials present couldn't help but nod in agreement one after another. Even Elder Sun expressed his approval of the proposal. In truth, the title of honorary academician is truly nothing more than a title carrying no substantive effect. Put simply, it's a token of appreciation given to individuals with outstanding contributions. While it doesn't grant membership in the Dragon Academy, it at least connects them to a nationally recognized research institution. However, there's no difference in benefits. It's purely a title. Beyond that, they receive none of the perks or allowances granted to full academicians. Yet the elder's proposal was for Bai Ye to receive the perks of a full academician under the title of honorary academician, and receive genuine full academician level benefits. Not only would he receive stipends, but also access to national-level medical care and housing. Moreover, beyond housing, the state would assign dedicated security personnel to ensure his safety at all times. The state's treatment of academicians is truly exceptional. 61 When Bai Ye felt lost, was it Zhao Chen who encouraged him? In the end, elder son approved this proposal. The meeting concluded, and the decision was issued. Elder son immediately had preparations made for the official announcement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xing Island. In front of a large crowd, Bai Ye shared stories about Zhao Chen's son. About many details concerning his father during their time at the Jiangnan shipyard. Throughout Bai Ye's narration, Zhao Bo's expression grew increasingly solemn. His eyes held a mix of admiration and respect for his father. Though his father had left him and his mother when he was 7. But from Bai Ye's account, one could sense how deeply his father had struggled to let go. For if one harbors no affection for home, he would have avoided discussing the topic altogether. It would be utterly impossible to discuss matters concerning his wife and child with even the closest colleagues or comrades in arms. But during this period, Zhao Bo also recalled the circumstances surrounding his father's death in the line of duty. Although Bai Ye had mentioned that Zhao Chen's death was somewhat connected to him, Bai Ye's visit this time also carried the intention of apologizing to his family to some extent. But to be perfectly honest, Zhao Bo never harbored any resentment toward Bai Ye from start to finish. Instead, only one thought had constantly filled his heart. Father, what exactly caused his death in the line of duty? Why did Bai Ye say he couldn't escape blame for his father's death? You want to know how your father died in the line of duty? Upon hearing Zhao Bo's inquiry, Bai Ye sighed and said, this all goes back to when we were developing the miniature nuclear reactor. Since it involves a lot of technical jargon, I'll try to explain what happened back then in simple terms. At this point, Bai Ye paused, as if pondering where to begin. After a moment, he continued. You should all be aware, back then, our country was secretly developing a nuclear submarine program. And with the experience gained from developing nuclear weapons, Old Run believed that under my leadership, we could certainly achieve the miniaturization of nuclear fission reactors. That's why I came to the Jiangnan shipyard. So, fundamentally speaking, during that period, my primary responsibility at the Jiangnan shipyard was overseeing the construction of a compact nuclear reactor. Don't underestimate the significance of our nation having developed nuclear weapons. This signifies that we have achieved a certain level of nuclear energy utilization. But this energy was still uncontrollable. Therefore, at that time, including myself and Professor Qian, were all exploring whether there was a way to control this nuclear reaction. Whether there was a way to harness and control this nuclear reaction. Because nuclear energy possesses uniquely advantageous conditions. It can release terrifying amounts of energy per unit volume. Therefore, we reasoned that once nuclear energy could be harnessed rationally, it would greatly benefit our nation's development. After further research, we finally succeeded in confining the fission reaction within a controlled range. The controlled nuclear reactor was born. And our nation has finally entered the era of nuclear power generation. With the experience gained earlier, handling subsequent matters became much easier. You'll definitely feel that way. But the reality is, while the reactors we developed earlier could convert nuclear energy into other forms of energy, but their physical size was simply too large. A single reactor required at least hundreds of square meters of floor space. But submarines simply don't have that kind of space available. So I began researching how to confine nuclear reactions within an extremely small space. How to control it while minimizing energy loss. How to enable a submarine to maintain submerged operations for over a decade without requiring additional energy inputs. Building things larger is actually quite simple. After all, the larger the device, the more precision instruments needed for operation can be crammed inside. But shrinking the reactor's volume? That's where the real difficulty lies. Even with Bai Ye's knowledge base, made no progress in half a year. Though occasional flashes of inspiration did occur. A prototype miniature nuclear reactor was constructed. But the energy output was far too weak. It couldn't even sustain power for a single minute. At that time, all of us were utterly disheartened. We thought this project was utterly impossible. While eating in the cafeteria, Zhao Chen noticed my unusual expression and asked what was wrong. I told him everything about the difficulties I'd faced during this period. He smiled and said, Professor Bai, I don't understand any of what you're talking about. But I've heard bits and pieces about your past. You're a talent who studied abroad. Even the eagle-eyed ones were willing to go to great lengths to keep you there. That means even the eagle-eyed Americans recognize your talent. And now, the eagle-eyed ones have even built nuclear submarines, solving that so-called miniaturization technology. I believe you're stronger than them. Under your leadership, what took others 6 years to barely achieve nuclear weapons you built in less than half a year. You should have confidence. Difficulties are inevitable, but I think you should give it one more push. With your capabilities, you can definitely overcome these challenges. After saying all this, Zhao Chen sighed helplessly once more. He lamented that he was just a rough-and-tumble guy, though he was genuinely interested in science. But he lacked the natural talent. Even when he listened intently in class, he just couldn't grasp it. Otherwise, he said, I would have joined the project team myself. We could have pooled our wisdom and worked together to solve this problem. Hearing Zhao Chen's words of encouragement, I froze for a moment. Who would have thought that after all these years of research, I'd be encouraged by a soldier protecting me? At that moment, a surge of defiance welled up inside me. If Zhao Chen could grasp this principle, why couldn't I? We were just one final step away from the nuclear submarine. Solve the reactor miniaturization problem, and our country could finally build a nuclear submarine. And as the expert invited to the shipyard to oversee the nuclear reactor section after making no progress for so long, I was actually considering giving up? It was Zhao Chen's words that inspired me. They reignited my resolve. I will install that nuclear reactor on your submarine. 62 An ill omen. Upon hearing this, everyone present, as well as the live stream audience, was profoundly shaken by Zhao Chen's optimism and encouragement. Deeply shaken. Who would have thought that an ordinary soldier rooted in Qingdao Island could utter such inspiring words? And it was precisely these words that reaffirmed Bai Ye's resolve? In a way. Without Zhao Chen's words, perhaps, the Dragon Nation's nuclear submarine wouldn't have acquired such a powerful core so swiftly. What remains vivid in many viewers' memories is, in textbooks, the birth of the nuclear submarine stands as another milestone in the Dragon Nation's naval history. According to currently declassified archives, from the start of development to the final launch of the first nuclear submarine, the total time spent was 1 year. In truth, the challenge of miniaturizing nuclear reactors was not unique to Bai Ye and his team. Foreign shipbuilding companies, during the development of nuclear submarines, they all encountered this same challenge. However, leveraging their first-mover advantage, they gained decades of head start over the Dragon Nation NRD. Thus, they managed to beat Longwei to the punch. They succeeded in building a compact nuclear reactor. Even so, the first nuclear submarine of Blue Star was named the Nautilus, was developed and built by Eagle Nation, taking 2 years and 7 months. Yet, judging solely from Dragon Nation's declassified archives, China's first nuclear submarine, the Type 901 attack submarine, from the start of planning to its successful launch and sea trials, took a mere 1 year. And according to Bai Ye's account, at least half of that year, the nuclear reactor team led by Bai were completely at a loss regarding how to achieve reactor miniaturization. And Zhao Chen's deeds, which meant, after Zhao Chen and Bai Ye's conversation concluded, less than half a year later, Bai Ye and his team had completely solved the problem of miniaturizing nuclear reactors? They actually built a nuclear submarine? Bai Ye continued. After hearing Zhao Chen's words, my resolve was strengthened once more. I resolved to solve the problem of miniaturizing the nuclear reactor. A few days later, as I happened to pass by the boiler room, the rising steam gave me a powerful inspiration. At that time, miniaturizing the nuclear reactor presented several major challenges. Despite the reduced size, the energy release rate within the reactor remained unchanged. When energy is released, it generates extremely high temperatures within a unit volume. Nuclear submarines, however, are manned vessels. Exposing human bodies to such extreme heat is extremely dangerous. Therefore, we must solve the problem of high-temperature cooling. That rising steam made me think, perhaps we could enhance the reactor's cooling efficiency through a gas circulation system? As our thinking deepened, more and more difficult problems were solved. And so, the first prototype of a nuclear reactor was finally built by us. Hearing this, many netizens' faces lit up with excitement. Originally, when they heard the research on small nuclear reactors had reached an impasse, everyone felt deeply disheartened. After all, from their omniscient perspective, they knew China would inevitably build nuclear submarines in the future. But from the perspective they were immersed in that of the scientists led by Bai Ye, when the project stalled, a sense of disappointment naturally arose. Yet, when everyone looked up with expressions of surprise, and looked up at Bai Ye, thinking that since the nuclear reactor issue had been resolved, the nuclear submarine should finally be settled. But when their gazes fell upon Bai Ye, they discovered that Bai Ye's expression suddenly darkened. Combined with the apology Bai Ye had offered to Zhao Bo earlier, this instantly sparked an extremely ominous thought among netizens. Could it be? Could Zhao Chen's unexpected death related to the nuclear submarine? Bai Ye continued. When the compact nuclear reactor was developed, we were all thrilled. We believed that with this technology, our nation's nuclear submarines would finally be born. But it turned out our thinking was still too naive. Following that, another accident occurred, a severe one. It was precisely this incident that ultimately led to Zhao Chen's death in the line of duty. I deeply regret it. I had the chance to prevent all this, to save Zhao Chen's life. But I was negligent. And I never imagined his resolve would be so unwavering at that moment. At this point, Bai Ye paused. He glanced at Zhao Bo. The other spectators, too, now wore expressions of varying emotions, though they had all guessed this possibility from Bai Ye's expression. Hearing it directly from Bai Ye's own mouth, their hearts grew heavier with sorrow. However, upon noticing Bai Ye's expression, they suddenly realized. If Zhao Chen had died in the line of duty, the one who would be most devastated by this news was undoubtedly Bai Ye. Yet netizens grew increasingly curious. What exactly had transpired? What could possibly be weighing so heavily on Bai Ye's mind even now, causing him to remain so deeply troubled by Zhao Chen's death? After the nuclear reactor was built, we celebrated for days. We all believed that with the reactor, the nuclear submarine should be almost complete. Once it passed the final sea trials, we could announce that the Dragon Nation had its own nuclear submarine. After thorough discussion, we finally set the date for sea trials. It would take place exactly 1 week later, at 10 o'clock sharp in the morning. By unanimous recommendation, I submitted the sea trial application to the authorities. As expected, the state approved the sea trial request. But 3 days before the trial, I suddenly sensed something was amiss. Theoretically, with a nuclear reactor on board, sea trials should pose no issues. But it suddenly occurred to me, conducting sea trials in just 1 week's time. Wasn't that too risky? Too aggressive? Moreover, we all subjectively felt that the sea trials wouldn't encounter any problems. But we haven't checked the details at all. What if there's a structural flaw in the nuclear submarine? Or if it's incompatible with the reactor? In such confined spaces, sudden pressure surges could occur inside the reactor. What on earth would we do then? Remember, this is a sea trial. And back then, technology wasn't nearly as advanced. For ships, aircraft, and the like, everything relied on human effort. When it comes to safety inspections, you can never be too thorough. So, after thinking it through, I immediately reported it to higher-ups. I hope to postpone this sea trial. Let's complete our inspections first, then proceed with testing. 63 safety hazards uncovered at the cost of lives. At this point, Bai Ye paused. He glanced at Zhao Bo. At that moment, some spectators at the scene also made a connection. It seemed highly likely that Zhao Chen had died in the line of duty during this sea trial. However, judging solely from what Bai Ye had just mentioned, it seemed to have nothing to do with Bai Ye himself. As the person in charge of the nuclear reactor section for the nuclear submarine project, upon discovering a potential major safety hazard in the nuclear submarine, Bai Ye's actions were commendable. He directly reported the matter to his superiors, hoping to delay the test schedule. Despite this, the research team led by Bai Ye had already submitted a sea trial application and received approval for the sea trials. With only a day or two left before the sea trials were set to begin, upon discovering safety hazards, Bai Ye's approach was not to stubbornly push ahead with the tests. Instead, he applied to his superiors to halt the sea trials. Once the safety hazards were completely eliminated, a new date for testing would be selected. It can be said that Bai Ye's approach was entirely justified. In fact, many research teams today, in pursuit of their own achievements, fail to uphold this principle. Following this, Zhao Chen's death in the line of duty may have stemmed from other causes. For instance, after comprehensive consideration, ultimately rejected Bai Ye's application? This ultimately led to Zhao Chen's death? But upon reflecting on this, many netizens suddenly sensed something amiss. Given Zhao Chen's role as Bai Ye's personal security detail, even during sea trials, it was simply impossible for Zhao Chen to be assigned to it. Moreover, during the nuclear submarine's maiden sea trial, only Zhao Chen was sacrificed in the end? That just doesn't make any sense. Though many of them didn't even know what a nuclear submarine looked like. But at least one thing was crystal clear to them. That is, you, Zhao Chen, don't even know what a nuclear reactor is. How could you possibly handle all those random buttons on the control panel in the submarine's cockpit? The moment this thought crossed their minds, countless netizens immediately flooded the livestream chat with comments, voicing their doubts. Wait, could this really be the government's fault? Did rejecting Bai Ye's request to halt sea trials ultimately lead to Zhao Chen's death? I don't think the authorities were involved back then. If that were the case, it would be their fault. Old Bai had absolutely no reason to take the blame himself. Then something's not right. Based on this scenario, the sea trials must have been conducted prematurely. And after discovering the hidden risks, the project team opposed proceeding with the trials immediately. But if the authorities had agreed to halt the trials, how exactly did this accident happen? Amidst the online discussions, at this moment, the one feeling the deepest sorrow and despair was undoubtedly Zhao Bo. After hearing Bai Ye's explanation, Zhao Bo finally grasped the reason his father had sacrificed himself. But at the same time, his inner doubts mirrored those of the viewers in the live stream room exactly. It could only be said that, based on Bai Ye's account, one could infer the general circumstances of his father's sacrifice. But what was the true story? That would have to be revealed by Bai Ye himself. Bai Ye continued. I know that as I say this, many viewers are thinking, Zhao Chen must have sacrificed himself because of this incident. Since our project team proposed halting the sea trials, the authorities must have rejected our proposal, ultimately leading to Zhao Chen's death. You all must be thinking that, right? However, what I must tell you now is, the truth is not as it seems. The authorities actually approved our request to halt sea trials. After that, we placed the submarine in storage. We planned to conduct sea trials once all potential hazards were eliminated. After that, Zhao Chen kept pressing me. Didn't you say the nuclear submarine was already built? Why haven't we tested it yet? His tone was extremely agitated. He was even more agitated than any of us on the project team. When I asked him why, he said, it's Dragon Nation's first nuclear submarine. It holds epic-making significance for our country. As a Dragon Nation citizen, he yearned to witness our nuclear submarine's maiden voyage as soon as possible. And he also said, these past months have been incredibly grueling for us researchers. If we could conduct the tests sooner, this project could finally come to a close. Then we could rest for a while before starting the next project. He was genuinely concerned about our health. After that, Zhao Chen frequently inquired about the progress of the submarine safety inspections. Sometimes, he'd casually ask me what the nuclear submarine's control panel looked like. Like, how exactly do you start it up? At the time, I didn't think much of it and told him everything. If only I'd known Zhao Chen's true intentions back then. I absolutely wouldn't have shared so much with him. By the time Bai Ye reached this point in his account, the mood in the room had grown incredibly somber. Since the authorities had already agreed to postpone the sea trial application. Then, before the safety hazards were thoroughly investigated, the tests would definitely not proceed. But at this very moment, Zhao Chen suddenly broke character. He asked Bai Ye, what does the interior of a nuclear submarine look like? How exactly does one operate the submarine from the control room? Upon hearing these questions, netizens suddenly realized. Could this be what Bai Ye mentioned? The reason behind Zhao Chen's sacrifice? Bai Ye continued. Actually, before this happened, I had already shared a lot of information with Zhao Chen about the progress of the nuclear submarine project. So when he asked how to operate the submarine, I didn't think twice. I told him everything. Identifying potential safety hazards takes considerable time. During this period, the submarine remained docked along the coast. Although the hatch was open, there were daily patrols. Yet, despite such strict supervision, one late night, I got up to get a drink. I accidentally discovered Zhao Chen was gone. And on the table lay a letter. After reading its contents, my heart sank instantly. When I reached the harbor, a large crowd had already gathered. The submarine, which should have been docked at the port awaiting inspection, had been moved ashore. Excessive pressure in the engine room finally revealed the hidden danger. But Zhao Chen had left us forever. At this point, Bai Ye's eyes began to well up. The hidden dangers of the nuclear submarine have finally been exposed. Yet all this came at the cost of Zhao Chen's life. 64 before his sacrifice, his emotions must have been incredibly complex. At that moment, everyone present bowed their heads. Some even began to sob quietly. To be honest, though we're just ordinary people. And not particularly knowledgeable about scientific research. But that doesn't diminish. When national-level scientific breakthroughs are developed, people's moods are often incredibly excited and thrilled. And if, in certain fields, the nation achieves a major breakthrough, yet the final outcome remains just out of reach, people's moods are often filled with anticipation, hoping that the day the results materialize. They hope it will come sooner rather than later. But thoughts are just thoughts. Suppose, and I mean suppose. Achieving a scientific breakthrough requires sacrificing one's life. How many people would choose to give up their lives? The answer is at least 99%. Faced with such a dilemma, most would hesitate and back down. Yet Zhao Chen belongs to that remaining 1%. To identify the nuclear submarine's issues as soon as possible, Zhao Chen sought guidance from Bai Ye. The techniques for operating a nuclear submarine. Even without prior knowledge of the subject, he memorized everything by rote. Finally, he secretly took the submarine out. He conducted a sea trial all by himself. Ultimately, he paid with his life, exposing the underlying flaws. To put it bluntly, although Zhao Chen ultimately sacrificed himself, his actions were worthy of the title of hero. No wonder Bai Ye always told Zhao Bo. Zhao Chen's sacrifice was partly his responsibility. Because if Bai Ye had detected the underlying issues earlier, and refrained from addressing those sensitive matters, perhaps this scene would never have unfolded. At this very moment, viewers in the livestream chat were flooding the screen with comments. Wah! I'm crying my eyes out. I never imagined martyr Zhao Chen would sacrifice himself over something like this. Honestly, even though I got my driver's license years ago, I still don't understand cars. And yet, martyr Zhao Chen only received a rough introduction to nuclear submarines from old Bai and then went out to conduct sea trials all by himself? Honestly, I think there might be an element of coincidence here. After all, they managed to identify the problem during just one sea trial. But there's no denying it in my heart, Zhao Chen truly deserves the title of martyr. Now I finally understand why old Bai said he felt partly responsible for martyr Zhao Chen's sacrifice. Though it was just a casual exchange between friends, the speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. To be perfectly honest, I don't think the responsibility for martyr Zhao Chen's sacrifice should fall on old man Bai. After all, who could have imagined that a high school graduate joining the military would learn how to operate a nuclear submarine? I know Comrade Bai would never lie. But whenever I recall this incident, it feels utterly surreal. Now I understand why the authorities classified martyr Zhao Chen's death as a special military operation. Back then, our nation's standing in the international community wasn't strong, and our resources were severely limited. If news of the nuclear submarine's failed sea trials had leaked, other countries would have seized upon it as a laughingstock. It would have dealt a massive blow to our nation's international reputation. Not only that, but I suspect the public back then would have preferred the nation focus its energy on improving people's livelihoods. If news of the scientific failure had leaked, it's hard to say whether it might have stirred up emotions among those with ulterior motives. Of course, at this very moment, the one suffering the most was Zhao Bo. As Zhao Chen's son, he finally understood the true reason behind his father's sacrifice. Moreover, after hearing Bai Ye's account of his father's time at the shipyard, he could imagine the turmoil. Just how conflicted Zhao Chen's emotions must have been. As Zhao Chen's son, he could empathize completely. Because at that time, the Dragon Nation's nuclear submarines had already entered their final development phase. Once all potential hazards were identified and sea trials concluded, Dragon Nation could announce to the world that it possessed its very own nuclear submarine. As a guard assigned to Bai Ye at the Jiangnan shipyard, once the research mission is completed, Zhao Chen will have fulfilled his own duty. His duty to protect Bai Ye. Once the embargo on related information is lifted in due course, Zhao Chen will still be able to return home and reunite with his wife and child. But if this sea trial fails, then the worst-case scenario would be that he would go down with the submarine, sink to the bottom of the Yellow River together, never to see his loved ones again. Don't mistake his resolute departure from home on his 7th birthday. But Zhao Bo understood. During his time at the Jiangnan shipyard, when his father stayed by Bai Ye's side to protect her, he must have been thinking of me every single moment. When he learned his protective duty was nearly complete, and he could finally return home to reunite with his wife and child, Zhao Chen's heart must have been filled with boundless excitement and anticipation. Yet, in the end, that night, Zhao Chen chose to sacrifice his own life to eliminate the latent hazards within the submarine. In truth, ever since receiving the news of his father's death, Zhao Bo felt not only deep respect for his father, a hint of resentment. And this resentment, especially after his mother passed away, had swelled to its fullest extent. However, over the decades that followed, he kept trying to see things from his father's perspective after he left. As time passed, Zhao Bo found himself understanding his father more and more. He realized that during his time away, his father's heart must have been filled with concern for him and his mother. Yet it wasn't until now that Zhao Bo truly grasped the immense difficulty his father had faced. He grasped the complex emotions his father must have carried. What kind of complex and conflicting emotions he must have been grappling with. As he steered the submarine toward the deep waters from the conning tower, his heart was no less filled with longing than his own. Perhaps even more so. Bai Ye continued. After this matter concluded, because the issue had been thoroughly investigated, in just half a month, a completely renewed Type 901 attack nuclear submarine was truly brought into being. We immediately conducted sea trials, and the results were extremely satisfying. The trials were a resounding success. But as we all basked in the joy of victory, the image of Zhao Chen's smiling face inevitably came to mind. We couldn't help but think how delighted he would have been to witness this moment. Still, I believe he can now rest in peace, because a significant portion of the credit for our nuclear submarine being completed so swiftly belongs to Zhao Chen. 65 Manhwa has never lacked examples of individuals sacrificing themselves for the nation. Before Zhao Chen chose to sacrifice himself, he had already started a family and even had children of his own. Under normal circumstances, although one may enlist in the military and spend most of the year stationed at the military base, but you still get one chance to go home each year. Though brief, it's at least something to look forward to. Therefore, for military personnel from such families, the military avoids assigning them to missions too far from home unless absolutely necessary. Humanitarian considerations still prevail. After all, who wouldn't want to be closer to their wife and children? And back then, when selecting bodyguards for Bai Ye, the authorities had done exactly that. In fact, had Zhao Chen not volunteered himself, the military would never have assigned him to the Jiangnan shipyard to carry out the mission of protecting Bai Ye. However, during that period, due to the robust security measures in the Dragon Nation, few attacks targeting Bai Ye or the research project were detected. Under normal circumstances, once the project concludes, Zhao Chen would certainly be able to return to his unit without incident. Then he would reunite with his wife and child. But ultimately, in the final 6 months before the nuclear submarine's launch, Zhao Chen, in order to accelerate the project, he deliberately exposed the submarine's flaws. This act signified Zhao Chen, for the sake of advancing the nation's military and scientific capabilities, was willing to sacrifice everything, even if it meant never seeing his wife and children again, even sacrificing his life. He would not hesitate. At this very moment, the audience finally understood why Bai Ye kept blaming himself, telling them he had wronged Zhao Chen. It turned out that if Bai Ye had been more vigilant back then, and hadn't shared these specialized details with Zhao Chen, then Zhao Chen might not have sacrificed himself, though this might have delayed the nuclear submarine's development for some time. But judging by the circumstances back then, if they had followed the standard protocol for troubleshooting, the issue would eventually be traced to the engine room. The problem would have been resolved, and the nuclear submarine would still have been built. Yet Zhao Chen's actions were truly moving. Throughout the history of Dragon Nation, there has never been a shortage of examples where individuals sacrifice their personal interests for the sake of the nation. After hearing Bai Ye's words, the crowd present and the viewers in the livestream chat fell silent once more. They truly hadn't imagined it. During the development of the nuclear submarine, so many events had actually unfolded. At that moment, as Zhao Chen's son, Zhao Bo stood frozen in place. He never could have imagined this. Originally, he had thought his father was merely a martyr. Though martyrs certainly deserve respect, they sacrificed their lives for the nation while carrying out their duties. But to be perfectly honest, over the past few decades, far too many martyrs had fallen in the line of duty. Zhao Bo felt nothing but pride for his father. That's all. But if you connect his father to the nuclear submarine, then the situation changes entirely. As the son of Zhao Chen, an immense sense of honor surged from the depths of his heart. He had always believed his father was just an ordinary martyr. But never did he imagine his father had actually participated in the nuclear submarine project, and had even served as Bai Ye's bodyguard? Most importantly, the reason the nuclear submarine was completed so far ahead of schedule was thanks to my father's sacrifice. Whenever he thought of this, he felt immense pride and honor. At that moment, Bai Ye continued speaking. After Zhao Chen left that letter and sacrificed himself, we immediately threw ourselves into the improvement and development of the nuclear submarine, though Zhao Chen was merely a security guard. You must understand, at the Jiangnan shipyard as a shipbuilding facility, only research personnel held positions of real authority. As for guards, to put it bluntly, they're much like security guards today, often just summoned at will, holding little status whatsoever. Although Zhao Chen followed me closely, sharing my daily schedule, even meals, this was the reality for most guards. After the incident, we all speculated, how would the authorities define this event? Would they clear Zhao Chen's name? After all, it was his sacrifice that allowed us to pinpoint the problem so quickly. So we hope the authorities will record Zhao Chen in the nuclear submarine development archives. That was Zhao Chen's lifelong dream. Even though he joined the military right after high school because of his grades, he always had a deep passion for scientific research. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked me so many questions all the time. If his name is included in the archives, it would fulfill Zhao Chen's lifelong dream. But when the final investigation report was released, upon seeing the section regarding Zhao Chen's death in the line of duty, it was only briefly noted. Comrade Zhao Chen tragically drowned after falling into water during a special military operation. Comrade Zhao Chen is hereby posthumously recognized as a martyr. I was utterly furious. Because this was far too perfunctory. In our eyes, Zhao Chen was one of the heroes of the nuclear submarine. How could his sacrifice be dismissed with a mere special military operation? So I immediately appealed to higher authorities, hoping they would revoke the decision and restore Zhao Chen's honor. But at that time, the authorities rejected my request and provided their reasoning. First, on one hand, Zhao Chen had gone out at night without authorization and secretly entered the nuclear submarine. This constituted a serious violation of discipline. Although his ultimate sacrifice exposed the project's flaws prematurely, such conduct is not something to be encouraged. If Zhao Chen were to be formally reprimanded in his personnel file over this incident, it could have a profoundly negative impact on others in the future. That's the first point. As for the second point, at the time, many people in the country opposed the nuclear submarine project. After all, the nation was going through a difficult period at the time. The people's standard of living was not very good. And if news of casualties from a nuclear submarine accident were to surface, it could spark unrest. To maintain stability, the failure of this experiment was concealed. The credit that should have belonged to Zhao Chen was actually concealed for these reasons. But how could I possibly accept this? I wanted to step forward immediately and challenge the higher-up stance. The higher-ups, led by Elder Run, fully understood my feelings. Ultimately, they decided to wait a while, until the nuclear submarine truly succeeds in its trials. Then they would restore the honors rightfully belonging to Zhao Chen. 66 Shuluo, get me a ticket to Qingdao. After that, until the nuclear submarine is truly unveiled. To prevent myself from forgetting Zhao Chen. That's why I've kept his final letter all this time. Even after all these years, I couldn't bear to throw it away. To this day, I still carry that letter with me. When Bai Ye reached this point in his story, the mood in the room grew heavy once more. After all, in everyone's eyes, Zhao Chen was no scientist, but merely an obscure, ordinary soldier, serving as Bai Ye's bodyguard. Yet judging by this very incident, Zhao Chen's actions fully deserve the title of hero. Moreover, his name should rightfully be inscribed. His name should be inscribed upon the submarine's Medal of Honor. Yet, at the same time, netizens have noted. Ultimately, the authorities did not directly acknowledge Zhao Chen's contributions in an official announcement. Instead, the incident was characterized as dying in the line of duty during a special military operation. Their faces all showed expressions of helplessness yet understanding. The frustration lay in the fact that even after all these years, it was only after Bai Ye appeared here did people learn that martyr Zhao Chen had actually done these things. Compared to the official promises made back then, the honors due to Zhao Chen came a little too late. However, regarding the government's actions, many netizens expressed understanding. After all, that era was indeed a rather dark period in the history of the Dragon Nation. Whether domestically or internationally, the pressure on the government was immense. And if news of the first failed nuclear submarine test were to become public, it would deal a devastating blow to the nation's prestige. But it was precisely at this moment netizens heard Bai Ye mention that letter left behind when Zhao Chen slipped out of the dorm that night had remained in Bai Ye's possession all these years. Curiosity instantly flashed across their faces. Since Bai Ye carried it with him, could they, as spectators, get a glimpse of that letter? To see what thoughts were in Zhao Chen's mind, the hero. What thoughts were truly in his mind? Had he left any final words for his wife and child, whom he would never see again? Meanwhile, after the meeting concluded and the resolution was passed, Old Sun immediately had an official statement released. It publicly stated that Bai Ye still held the title of Honorary Academician of the Dragon Science Academy. However, on top of that, Bai Ye was specially granted the treatment reserved for full academicians. Upon the announcement of this news, the entire Dragon Nation erupted in uproar. Dragon Nation, Edu City. When Zhao Chen's related information was made public by Bai Ye. Moreover, Bai Ye himself, building upon his previous status as an honorary academician, he was additionally granted full academician-level privileges. General Hospital of the Edu Military Region. On the hospital bed, after the relevant footage flashed across the television screen, an elderly man with snow-white hair suddenly had his cloudy eyes brighten. "Xiao Mao, quickly, help me up." The old man urgently called out to those nearby, asking them to help him up. Seeing this, Xiao Mao and the other caregivers immediately gathered around. They then helped the old man sit down on the bed. The old man's surname was Su. He was also a key figure in the Dragon Nation's nuclear submarine project back in the day. However, after so many years had passed, and frail with illness, he had been recuperating in the hospital since his retirement. He had been recuperating in the hospital. The incident involving the nuclear submarine back then had also weighed heavily on his mind for a long time. He also held a vivid memory of Zhao Chen when official orders were issued. For various reasons, Zhao Chen's death in the line of duty could only be classified as a sacrifice resulting from special military operations. In truth, Old Su's mood was also deeply somber. But unlike Bai Ye, he kept this matter buried deep within his heart. He did not voice it openly like Bai Ye had. Yet the longer this went on, the more Old Su realized. Keeping it bottled up like this was only making his health deteriorate. In the end, he could only lie in the hospital recuperating. And today, when he saw Bai Ye and Zhao Chen's photos again on TV, and saw Bai Ye and Zhao Chen's photos again, the memories of the past inevitably surfaced in his mind. This instantly sparked an idea within him. Once the thought took root, Old Su struggled to get out of bed. Upon witnessing this scene, including Xiao Mao, all the caregivers looked at Old Su with anxious expressions and asked, "Old Su, what are you doing? You're elderly now and in poor health. Where are you trying to go? Let us help you." However, in the face of Xiao Mao and the others' pleas and attempts to support him, Old Su decisively pushed away every outstretched hand. "Go buy me a train ticket immediately. I'm going to Xing Island. I need to see Bai Ye and Zhao Chen. To see my old friends." Upon seeing the unwavering resolve in Old Su's expression, all the attending nurses were stunned into silence. After all, the current Old Su, back when he was in charge of the nuclear submarine project, he was already in his 40s. And now, in truth, Old Su's age wasn't much younger than Bai Ye's. It's just that on TV these days, Bai Ye may be older, but his body remains robust. But look at Old Su now. From outward appearances, he's completely incapacitated. In this condition, he still intends to go to Xing Island? And by train, no less? Although there is a high-speed rail line connecting Edo and Xing Island. There is a high-speed rail line. It still takes at least 5 or 6 hours to reach the destination. Such a long distance. Old Su, can he really handle such a grueling journey? Yet, faced with the caregiver's concern, Old Su suddenly grew impatient. Back when the nuclear submarine project was completed, due to health reasons, he retired immediately. He went to Edo Hospital. From that day onward, he never saw Bai Ye again. Now, after finally learning Bai Ye's whereabouts from the television. Moreover, it seemed Bai Ye was still fulfilling a promise made to his comrades in arms. Traveling all over the country? At the very least, Old Su is at the Jiangnan shipyard. He was Bai Ye's comrade in arms too. Moreover, their statuses are on equal footing. He oversees the main structural design of nuclear submarines, while Bai Ye focused on miniaturizing the nuclear reactor. It's been so many years since we last met. If only he could seize this chance to catch another glimpse of Bai Ye. To catch up and reminisce about the old days with Zhao Chen. Then even if he were to die right now, it would be worth it. Upon seeing Elder Su's unwavering expression, the attendants were momentarily at a loss for words. Deep down, they were filled with astonishment and awe at the profound bond between Old Su, Bai Ye, and Zhao Chen. After all these years apart, simply because he'd heard news of Bai Ye, Old Su was willing to disregard his health and travel to Xing Island to see Bai Ye? Then, 60 years ago. How profound must the bond between Old Su and Bai Ye have been back then? 67. Could this price be too heavy? Meanwhile, Bai Ye remained unaware. Old Su, who was in the Liaoyang branch of Edu City Hospital, had already boarded the train bound for Xing Island. Who knows what expression Bai Ye would wear when he finally met Old Su? And at this very moment, the audience unanimously declared. They all wanted to see the letter left behind by Zhao Chen. So Bai Ye slowly pulled the letter from his bosom. This final letter was written by Zhao Chen that very night, before leaving the dormitory that night. Upon finding the letter, Bai Ye did not keep it for himself. Instead, he submitted it to the authorities. However, upon reviewing its contents, they also noticed the profound affection. The profound affection he held for Bai Ye. Ultimately, they did not retain the letter but instead returned it to Bai Ye, allowing him to keep it himself. However, after retrieving the letter once more, Bai Ye had once considered returning it to Zhao Chen's wife. After all, they were truly pitiful. Not only had Zhao Chen passed away, but afterward, they remained utterly unaware of how he had sacrificed his life. Yet in the end, Bai Ye reconsidered and abandoned the idea. After all, besides the content about his wife and child, there was also a section concerning the work at the Jiangnan shipyard. If Bai Ye were to return this letter, it could easily lead to misunderstandings. Moreover, the authorities had stated they would consider exonerating Zhao Chen, allowing him to receive the honors rightfully his. Yet in the end, the authorities never cleared Zhao Chen's name. As time passed, Bai Ye forgot to return this letter to Zhao Chen's family. Instead, he kept it with him. When Bai Ye opened the letter, the live stream audience erupted in discussion. I wonder what martyr Zhao Chen was thinking in that moment when he sat in the driver's seat. Honestly, I really admire martyr Zhao Chen. After all, he never even attended university. As a college student majoring in naval architecture, many of the parameters and content in that letter were beyond our comprehension. Imagine how much more challenging it must have been for martyr Zhao Chen, who never completed his studies. For us students, we can understand and memorize things because we know the concepts. But after learning from old man Bai, Zhao Chen couldn't rely on professional knowledge. He had to resort to rote memorization. What incredible perseverance. If it were me, I'd have broken down long ago. I wouldn't even have the mental capacity for it. If I were in Zhao Chen's position, I'd probably focus all my attention on protecting the target. How could I possibly have the spare time to study how to operate a nuclear submarine? If it were me, I'd think, I'm just a bodyguard. Nuclear submarines have nothing to do with me. I just need to do my job. But martyr Zhao Chen's actions have truly moved me to the core. Even though martyr Zhao Chen essentially chose to sacrifice himself, whether it was voluntary or not, facing death must have filled him with fear. Yes, especially in the confined space of a submarine. As the surroundings gradually darkened and the internal pressure and temperature kept rising, his emotions must have been on the verge of collapse. Yet it was that sheer determination to see China's nuclear submarine project succeed that kept martyr Zhao Chen going. Ultimately, old Bai and the team pinpointed the cause. That's likely why the nuclear submarine's success was announced so much earlier than expected. The more you say that, the more I want to read martyr Zhao Chen's final letter. Netizens' speculations ran wild, each with their own theories. Some suggested the letter was Zhao Chen's tribute to the time he spent with Bai Ye. Others felt that after being separated from his wife and child for so long, and that in his final moments, Zhao Chen must have been tormented by guilt over whether his actions had wronged his wife and child. Of course, some also believed Zhao Chen might have expressed regret in the letter. He had thought that by staying by Bai Ye's side, he could witness the Dragon Nation's nuclear submarine being built with his own eyes. But now that he was gone, he would likely never have that chance again. But regardless of what the letter contained, one thing everyone was absolutely certain of. That is, regarding his actions. Zhao Chen absolutely had no regrets whatsoever. He strode toward the nuclear submarine's location with unwavering resolve. Just as netizens and viewers were pondering this, Bai Ye suddenly opened the letter. Zhao Bo watched this unfold. He desperately wanted to step closer, to stand beside Bai Ye, to read the letter together. But he still lacked the courage. However, just as Zhao Bo was wrestling with his hesitation, Bai Ye began reading the letter instead. Old Bai, by the time you read this letter, I may no longer be here. I know how much effort you've poured into building that nuclear submarine. As your bodyguard, seeing your frown every day in the cafeteria has been agonizing for me too. Though I'm no scientist, my education stopped at high school. I too lived through that era as a child. And I learned one truth: lagging behind means getting beaten. Therefore, it's not just you who desperately want to build that nuclear submarine. I feel the same way. I hope that once we possess a nuclear submarine, our nation will never again suffer humiliation at the hands of other countries. I thought working alongside you would let me witness this moment firsthand. But I feel that after today, I might not get that chance. I've often heard you mention how difficult it is to troubleshoot the nuclear submarine's issues. After all this time, there's still no progress, and you're even considering delaying sea trials. So I wondered, could I use my own life to see if I could pinpoint the problem? Because that would be the simplest, fastest way to find the root cause. I'm just an ordinary soldier, a mere guard. My death is insignificant. As long as it helps our motherland acquire nuclear submarines sooner. What harm is there in sacrificing one life? When Bai Ye read this far, the entire audience present, along with the viewers in the livestream room, were instantly stunned. What? What on earth was written in Zhao Chen's letter? He said he was just an ordinary soldier. To help Dragon Nation build its nuclear submarine sooner. Sacrificing him was a worthwhile endeavor? This, while everyone hopes our nation grows ever stronger. But if it requires sacrificing individual lives as the price, wouldn't that price be too heavy to bear? 68 Look, even in his portrait, he wears a look of contentment. Upon hearing this, not only the audience present, even Zhao Bo and Mayor Zhou, were left with blank expressions on their faces. But they didn't speak. Instead, they continued listening as Bai Ye read the letter aloud. Bai Ye continued. Grandfather Bai, I know you're probably cursing me here. Calling me foolish, telling me I shouldn't have acted on impulse. If I were standing before you now, you'd certainly scold me. Say sacrifice is foolish. With just a few more days, you could have pinpointed the cause. But I know this is your way of comforting me. My only regret is that once I leave, I may never see my wife and children again. When I think that if I don't return, my child might become an orphan forever. Every time I resolve to leave, this thought makes me hesitate. As a husband and father, how could I possibly abandon my family? But when I remember I'm doing this for my country, for scientific progress, my resolve hardens once more. And I believe that if my sacrifice helps accelerate the development of nuclear submarines, once they learn the truth, my wife and children will be happy and proud of my decision. Well, I've written enough. It's time for me to go. Should I meet an unfortunate end, old Bai, would you do me the honor of taking my photograph? To experience the splendor of the new China? The letter ended abruptly here. After Bai Ye finished reading the contents of the letter, the entire venue fell utterly silent. Nearly everyone present had bowed their heads slightly. Their expressions were indistinguishable. As for the live stream, millions of viewers were all weeping uncontrollably. Even those who were relatively strong-willed couldn't help but secretly wipe away the tears at the corners of their eyes. At that moment, as Zhao Chen's son, Zhao Bo knelt on the ground, clutching the letter, weeping with heart-wrenching anguish. Throughout this, Bai Ye made no other move. He only gently patted Zhao Bo's back and whispered softly, "Truthfully, I owe you an apology. This letter should have been returned to you decades ago. Only now has it truly returned to its rightful owners." As he spoke these words, Bai Ye's face betrayed both self-reproach and profound sorrow. After all, although this letter was left on the table by Zhao Chen before his departure, and left it on the table voluntarily, it did not explicitly state that it should be delivered to his family. But deep down, Bai Ye still hoped to return this letter to its rightful owner. It was merely because the authorities planned to wait a while to clear Zhao Chen's name. The matter was temporarily shelved. Later on, the authorities never did restore Zhao Chen's reputation. As time passed, Bai Ye also forgot about the matter. Nor did he actively seek out Zhao Chen's family. Yet Zhao Chen's plea in that letter alone remained vivid in Bai Ye's memory for decades. Recently, when news of the 6th-generation fighter jet from the Dragon Nation surfaced, Bai Ye finally felt the moment had arrived to fulfill the promise made with his comrade in arms. He embarked on a journey across the nation. Thus, Zhao Chen's deeds came to light. That is why Bai Ye feels so deeply sorry toward Zhao Chen's son. Had he not disclosed the nuclear submarine information to Zhao Chen back then? And after receiving this letter? If only he had asked someone earlier to find out where Zhao Chen's family lived. Then Zhao Bo wouldn't still be unaware to this day. Still unaware of the reason his father died in the line of duty. At that moment, Zhao Bo was still lying on Bai Ye's lap. After hearing Bai Ye's apology, he did not blame her. Instead, he wiped away a tear and shook his head. Though Bai Ye's actions had certainly wronged his family, Zhao Bo harbored not a shred of blame toward Bai Ye. In fact, he felt deeply grateful to Bai Ye. Had Bai Ye not appeared on Xing Island this time, and the mayor hadn't sent someone to find his family, he might never have known until his dying day that his father was such a remarkable man. As a soldier, aside from having once served as Bai Ye's bodyguard. And what's more, it was for the sake of scientific research. He sacrificed his life for it. Whenever this thought crossed his mind, Zhao Bo felt a surge of pride. Perhaps he inherited his father's interest in science. Zhao Bo also paid close attention to national scientific research news in his daily life. But due to his poor academic performance and weak learning abilities, he was unable to pursue this path. Thus, when he learned that the Dragon Nation's nuclear submarine had been developed so rapidly, he felt immense pride and honor. This sense of pride far surpassed the feeling he had felt back then, when the official came to tell him that his father had died in a military operation. It was far more profound than before. At that moment, Zhao Bo's emotions gradually settled. He glanced at the portrait of Zhao Chen in Bai Ye's hand. He immediately reached out and touched the portrait. Then he turned to Bai Ye and asked, "Mr. Bai, besides this letter, could you let me take father's portrait home too?" Although there was already a portrait of his father at home, and there was no difference between it and the one Bai Ye held. There was no discernible difference. In Zhao Bo's eyes, however, this represented two entirely different identities at the time of his father's death. Publicly, his father had died in a non-existent special military operation. But the portrait in Bai Ye's hands signified that his father had actually sacrificed himself for the nation's nuclear submarine. At this very moment, inside the CCTV live studio, upon hearing Zhao Chen's letter, viewers were deeply moved. I thought martyr Zhao Chen would focus heavily on his family and feelings of reluctance in his letter. But unexpectedly, he only touched on those things briefly. The overwhelming majority of his message was about his mindset. He wanted to contribute to the nation's nuclear submarines. What, seriously, I'm crying my eyes out. It turns out there really are people who can put themselves aside and place their love for country and family first. But I think if martyr Zhao Chen knew, his sacrifice wasn't in vain. Professor Bai and the team quickly pinpointed the issue because of it, and within just half a year, the nuclear submarine was declared a successful development. If martyr Zhao knew this, he'd be so comforted. Absolutely. Haven't you noticed? In that portrait, martyr Zhao seems to be smiling with satisfaction too. Now that you mention it, it does look that way. 69 netizens shocked. Elders who actually arrived at the scene in person? Right in front of everyone. Zhao Bo also took the portrait of his father in military uniform. The portrait of his father in military uniform. Though both were portraits of his father, he would place this particular portrait in his home. Every day, he would go into his room to talk to his father. Meanwhile, Bai Ye also delivered documents and records proving Zhao Chen's military achievements, and submitted them to Mayor Zhou. Upon noticing this scene, Zhou Qin's expression immediately turned solemn. After slowly accepting the documents, he immediately instructed his secretary to organize all these documents, then personally deliver them to Longdu. Although technology is so advanced nowadays, and reviewing documents could be done remotely via electronic files sent through computers. At this moment, however, Mayor Zhou felt this was to restore the honor of a martyr who sacrificed his life for the nuclear submarine program. Yes, for convenience, he could have instructed his secretary to scan these paper documents into digital files and submit them to the authorities. But ultimately, Mayor Zhou felt that doing so was simply too disrespectful. Therefore, he made a last-minute decision to have his secretary personally deliver it to Longdu. As he watched the secretary depart for the airport with the letter, Mayor Zhou's emotions surged with overwhelming intensity. After all, he was delivering the records of a distinguished hero to the authorities. This achievement was no small matter. If it caught the attention of the authorities and cleared Zhao Chen's name, who knows? His own position might just get a little closer to the top. Mayor Zhou had heard that the governor was getting on in years and nearing retirement. The authorities were about to finalize the selection for the next governor. But right at this critical juncture, he submitted Zhao Chen's credentials. Then perhaps he could be promoted to governor through exceptional circumstances. Mayor Zhou believed this idea was far from a pipe dream, for he believed he possessed the capability. He was confident he could handle the position of governor. The only thing he lacked was an opportunity. After returning the portrait and letter to Zhao Chen's son, Bai Ye addressed the audience. Actually, ever since the nuclear submarine was successfully developed, the authorities assigned me another bodyguard for my protection. But since Zhao Chen died in the line of duty, and he had previously served as my personal bodyguard, ever since Zhao Chen left, I made up my mind. Whenever the authorities tried to assign me a bodyguard for protection, I firmly refused. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, the audience suddenly had an epiphany. Oh. No wonder when Elder Sun requested to assign 2 more personal bodyguards to protect Bai Ye's safety. After Elder Sun departed, Bai Ye immediately dismissed the 2 guards. He had declined the government's offer. Everyone had assumed this was simply Bai Ye's personal preference. He didn't want anyone following him constantly along the way, except for his great-granddaughter. However, when Bai Ye personally revealed the reason, netizens finally understood. It turned out that the reason Bai Ye refused protection from other guards was because Zhao Chen's departure had dealt him such a devastating blow. Soon after, Zhao Bo arrived with the portrait and letters, and returned to his own home. Originally, Bai Ye had wanted to go with him to see Zhao Chen's home, to see what their home looked like now. Moreover, before departing, Zhao Bo also invited Bai Ye to come over to his place for a visit. But then he reconsidered. Bai Ye ultimately abandoned the idea. Old Zhao, I guess I brought you home today. After all these years, you finally met your son. This should be a time for family reunion. I won't disturb you any longer. That was why Bai Ye declined Zhao Bo's invitation. Bai Ye still hoped to give them, as a family, a chance to be alone together. As an outsider, what business did he have meddling? After watching Zhao Bo leave, Bai Ye also prepared to leave. He planned to take his great-granddaughter to visit the Jiangnan shipyard today. He'd heard they were designing and building new warships there. Even after all these years, Bai Ye still held a profound interest in the technological advancements of the Dragon Nation. Remained profoundly captivated by the nation's technological advancements. Upon seeing Bai Ye ready to move, the onlookers immediately parted to make way for him. As for Mayor Zhou, upon seeing Bai Ye move, immediately stepped forward to assist him. However, at that very moment, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd. Then, the crowd gradually dispersed. 2 young guards, supporting a white-haired elder, slowly making their way toward Bai Ye. At the same time, an aged voice called out, "Bai Ye! So you've returned to Xing Island? We haven't seen each other since we parted 60 years ago, have we?" Upon hearing the call directed at Bai Ye, the crowd's murmurs suddenly grew louder. Whether present at the scene or watching the live stream, at this very moment, all eyes were fixed on the group that had appeared, faces frozen in utter astonishment. No. Strictly speaking, the true protagonist was the elderly man being supported in the center. The moment the old man's face and voice appeared, a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. Is that Elder Su? Old Su? The chief designer of Dragon Nation's first nuclear submarine? How did he suddenly end up here? Yes. The reason a path suddenly opened before Bai Ye was because the onlookers had noticed. At some point, Old Su had actually appeared at the scene. And in everyone's understanding, as one of the founding fathers of Longhua's nuclear submarines, hadn't been seen in public for years due to health reasons. Online rumors about Old Man Su have been escalating. Some claimed he had passed away years ago. Others claim that due to his advanced age, he is currently recuperating at a major hospital. But one thing is certain. As the chief designer of Dragon Nation's first nuclear submarine, Old Su's standing in today's naval engineering field is unparalleled. He is an idol and a master craftsman in the hearts of countless people. Yet what no one could have anticipated. This venerable scientific giant, now advanced in years and faded from public view, now bent over with age, supported by several attendants, he personally came to the scene to see Bai Ye. At the same time, upon hearing the familiar call, Bai Ye also fixed his gaze and immediately recognized that unmistakably familiar figure. Old Su. Looking at this comrade in arms and colleague, also over 100 years old, Bai Ye's eyes welled up with tears. 70 Could it be that Bai Ye had a hidden past? At this very moment, whether it was at the scene or in the livestream chat, when Old Su, supported by others, personally arrived at the scene. Witnessing this scene, everyone wore expressions of utter shock. Judging by Old Su's current condition, his body had deteriorated beyond recognition. He even required the support of security guards and caregivers just to walk. Yet despite this, he personally came to the scene to meet this old friend he hadn't seen in over 60 years. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone's respect for Bai Ye grew ever more profound. Simultaneously, their curiosity about Bai Ye's past grew ever more profound. After all, who didn't know the stature of Elder Su? Yet, even someone of Old Su's stature, in such a frail and deteriorating physical state, still came here undaunted by hardship. To suggest there was no deep bond of comradeship between them? Netizens would never believe that. Moreover, through old Su's expression, one could still discern a trace of respect lingering in old Su's eyes toward Bai Ye. And this is precisely what left netizens slightly stunned. From Bai Ye's earlier explanation, everyone had already guessed. Although neither Zhao Chen nor Bai Ye's names appeared in the nuclear submarine's records, it was highly likely the situation mirrored that at the Qingchuan base. Bai Ye had accepted a special assignment from Old Man Run. He adopted an alias and joined the nuclear submarine project. His primary responsibility was figuring out how to harness the energy released by nuclear fission. He was tasked with building a compact nuclear reactor to power the submarine. However, when Elder Su appeared, this development immediately sparked another possibility among netizens. Could it be that, beyond the reactor itself, could Bai Ye have been involved in other nuclear submarine projects? Even the overall compartmentalization of the nuclear submarine itself? Otherwise, given old Su's standing, how could he possibly have shown Bai Ye such an expression? Despite his frail, aging body, upon hearing news of Bai Ye, he came to see him in person? He made his way through the path cleared by the crowd. With no obstacles in his way, supported by several people, he arrived before Bai Ye. But by now, tears welled up in old Su's eyes. He struggled to extend both hands, then clasped them tightly around Bai Ye's. He choked out. "It's been so many years since we last met. Including you, Xiao Zhao. Back when he served as your bodyguard, he not only protected your safety but also worked for our shipyard. He uncovered numerous threats. But after Zhao died in the line of duty, you never accepted another bodyguard assigned to you by the higher-ups. Including, later I heard you refused the medal. Returning to your hometown, you also declined the higher-ups' kindness and didn't move into the residence the state had allocated for you. Instead, you returned to your hometown." At this point, old Su paused briefly. Then he continued. "I understood at the time. Comrade Zhao's sacrifice had hit you particularly hard. By refusing bodyguard protection, you were trying to avoid reliving the events of that night. But we comrades who worked on the project together were worried about your safety. We feared that after returning, you might fall victim to foreign forces. The Dragon Nation's technology cannot do without you." When old Su approached Bai Ye, he grasped Bai Ye's hands, tears streaming down his face as he reminisced about the past. Every moment from their days at the Jiangnan shipyard. After the scene unfolded, the entire livestream room instantly exploded. The number of viewers in the CCTV livestream soared from millions to tens of millions. That's a full 10 million people online simultaneously. This level of traffic, even if they handed it over to the toilet channel, it would be utterly impossible to achieve. As old Su spoke, viewers in the livestream chat went wild, furiously tapping their keyboards. Holy, am I seeing things? Who the hell is that? Who just showed up? Old Master Su. He's the chief designer of China's first-generation nuclear submarines. The architect who laid the foundation for China's nuclear submarine framework. Even now, our nuclear submarines still follow the original design architecture he created. I thought we hadn't heard from old Master Su in so many years because he had passed away. I never imagined he was still alive. Judging by the situation, he must be recuperating in some major hospital. But after learning about old man Bai's news, old Su actually dragged his heavy body here to catch up with old Bai? Is the bond among these older generation scientists truly this profound? Old Bai too, at over 100 years old, he insists on carrying portraits and walking from place to fulfill past promises. And now even old Su is doing the same? But while people marveled at this, netizens still expressed deep understanding. Remained quite understanding. After all, back then, the birth of the nuclear submarine was the result of nearly everyone's efforts. Moreover, without the nuclear reactor design provided by Bai Ye, it's unlikely the nuclear submarine would have been built at all. After all, if it were merely a conventionally powered design, how could it possibly be called a nuclear submarine? However, as old Su continued his discussion, netizens suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait, what did old Su just say? Without the bodyguard, old Bai might have been in mortal danger? Are you kidding me? Admittedly, with Bai Ye's assistance, solving the nuclear reactor issue did provide tremendous assistance to the nuclear submarine program. But across the entire Blue Star, nuclear submarines weren't exactly unheard of. Nuclear reactors? That thing had actually been tinkered with by Sugua and Eagle long ages ago. If developing this technology alone, then why would they be targeted for assassination? Then wouldn't the US and the Soviet Union be in grave danger? And North Korea later on too. Who doesn't know North Korea's a mess? Yet out of nowhere, they suddenly pulled nuclear weapons out of thin air. But we never hear about their nuclear experts being assassinated by other countries. So why is old Shushi so worried? Once he loses his bodyguard's protection, White Knight could become a target for other nations. And then assassinated? While the audience and netizens were all speculating, no one noticed. Amidst the crowd, an old man suddenly appeared. He had a Caucasian appearance. His name was Harrison. Not long ago, through his grandson studying abroad in the Dragon Kingdom, had accidentally learned of Bai Ye's whereabouts. During his tenure teaching at Bilik University, he had seen Bai Ye's file. Later, after joining a certain research institute, he had occasionally heard legends about Bai Ye. This naturally piqued Harrison's keen interest in Bai Ye. 71 A scientist from Eagle Land turned out to be a die-hard fan of Bai. No, strictly speaking, Harris didn't merely develop a strong interest in White Knight. It was deep, profound admiration. For decades, he had even regarded Bai Ye as his idol. But honestly, being idolized by people from other countries isn't necessarily a good thing. After all, a significant portion of those white-skinned eagle-eyed individuals harbor hostile attitudes toward the Dragon Nation, and their fickleness is all too common. Take their stance toward the 4V province, for instance. The vast majority of Hawks hope the 4V region remains exactly as it is forever. But to avoid angering the Dragon Nation's leadership, they put on a show of supporting the Dragon Nation. Yet behind the scenes, they absolutely refuse to endorse any of Dragon Nation's decisions regarding 4V. If this is how they treat 4V, so imagine how the eagle-eyed higher-ups would treat outstanding scientists from other nations. What manner of attitude would they adopt then? Not long ago, a deeply shocking incident occurred on Blue Star. A nuclear physicist from Italy was shot 8 times in the back. Following forensic examination, it was ruled a suicide. On the surface alone, this could never be concluded as suicide. Yet that was the verdict. What does this imply? It means, once the eagle dog takes notice, in any country other than the eagle dog itself, anyone who has made significant contributions, or who might threaten the eagle's dominance, then, sorry. The eagle's intelligence agencies will absolutely record this person in their little notebooks. Given the chance, they'll arrange a convincing fake accident. And if a Dragon Nation scientist, after returning home, continues to attract significant attention from foreign high-level officials, and if some scientists back home still idolize him, then the level of danger is self-evident. Harrison stood at the scene, silently observing Bai Ye. At that moment, Bai Ye suddenly noticed a pale-skinned, white-haired face. The moment he saw Harrison, Bai Ye's face instantly clouded with confusion. Who the hell is this guy? Why is he focusing his attention on me? Decades ago, Bai Ye had narrowly escaped an assassination attempt by Eagle Sauce at the airport. So when this scene unfolded, Bai Ye instinctively tensed up slightly. However, as Bai Ye reflected, the Dragon Nation today was completely different from the past. With the Dragon Nation's security measures, any assassination attempt by the Eagle Gang could never succeed. Realizing this, Bai Ye's body finally relaxed slightly. Grandpa Zhang? Beside Bai Ye, Bai Qingqing also noticed Grandpa Zhang's movement. She immediately glanced over in astonishment. The surrounding crowd heard Bai Qingqing's words. Then, following Bai Ye's gaze, and looked toward Harrison's side. When Harrison saw that everyone was staring at him, he felt a bit awkward for a moment. Though Bai Ye was his idol when he first learned of the name Bai Ye had long since returned to his homeland decades ago. So, he knew Bai Ye. But Bai Ye didn't know him. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Harrison immediately, slowly approached Bai Ye. Then he began introducing himself. Esteemed Mr. Bai, greetings. I come from Eagle Nation and am also a scientist. My name is Harrison. I have a deep passion for Dragon Nation culture. I've also heard that Dragon Nation has excellent protective measures for scientific talent. That's why I settled here long ago. Beyond these basic details, Harrison even told Bai Ye he had unexpectedly come across Bai Ye's records in the archives of Bilik University. Moreover, beyond choosing to acquire Dragon Nation citizenship, Harrison had another reason for coming to Dragon Nation. He held an immense admiration for Bai Ye. He wanted to meet this idol in person. Upon hearing Harrison's words, the people around him, as well as the viewers in the livestream, suddenly understood. So that's what it was all about. Upon hearing the name Harrison, some viewers who followed international affairs couldn't help but take a deep breath. Harrison? That nuclear physicist Harrison? Who would have thought he'd come to the Dragon Kingdom? And he had already acquired Chinese citizenship long ago. The fundamental reason behind all this is actually because, during his university days, Harrison happened to come across Bai Ye's file. Because of what he did back in college, he developed an immense admiration for Bai Ye. Upon hearing Harrison's account, everyone couldn't help but express their astonishment. Who would have thought that a nuclear physicist from the Eagle Nation had inexplicably become a devoted fanboy of Bai Ye? This. Why were people so shocked by Harrison's appearance and his decision to join the Dragon Nation? The truth is, decades ago, the Eagle Nation had grandly announced a list of researchers working on controlled nuclear fusion, the tokamak device. Of course, the reason they made such a big deal about it was because they were confident they could solve the problem of controlled nuclear fusion in a short time. And Harrison was one of the scientists listed on that roster. However, after the announcement went public, the Eagle Wings side soon fell silent. All these years later, no one knows the status of that so-called controlled nuclear fusion research. What progress has been made on the Eagle side? At least on the Dragon Nation side, breakthrough news still surfaces from time to time. Controlled nuclear fusion could be achieved within 50 years. Since there's been no word whatsoever from the Eagle Nation, it's likely the project is facing significant setbacks. It wouldn't be surprising if they'd even scrapped it altogether. Yet, when everyone saw Harrison once on that list, had actually settled in the Dragon Nation, they were all stunned for a moment. Wow, it seems the brain drain in the Eagle Nation is pretty severe. But as a leading nuclear physicist in the Eagle Nation, Harrison had actually held White Knight in the highest regard for decades? Wait. If it's about Bai Ye's files, that must have happened during Bai Ye's time studying abroad, right? Back then, Bai Ye was just an ordinary college student. An ordinary college student. And, moreover, an Asian. What on earth could he possibly have done to be recorded in the archives of Bilik University? Harrison knew it too. The people around him were both speculating and curious about him. After all, though he was quite old and considered a public figure, he was still a foreigner. And what Eagle had done to Bai Ye in the past, he had heard about them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come all the way to the Dragon Kingdom. Isn't it just to speak up for Bai Ye? Thus, under the gaze of the crowd, Harrison pretended not to notice. He slowly approached Bai Ye. 72 revealing Bai Ye's study abroad past, netizens were shocked. Having confirmed Harrison's identity, though many years had passed, netizens quickly dug up details. During his time at Eagle, Harrison, as a scientist, was also a man of great integrity. According to publicly available records, research shows that during his time at Burleigh University, Harrison treated international students from the Dragon Kingdom. He was exceptionally supportive. Therefore, upon uncovering these details, netizens began to lower their guard toward Harrison. If that still wasn't enough to prove Harrison had no ill intent, then, in front of so many people, Harrison declared he had obtained citizenship of the Dragon Kingdom, and that he could now be considered a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. He announced it so publicly. It couldn't possibly be false. If he can obtain Dragon Nation citizenship, then Harrison's background and character must be beyond reproach. You must understand that Dragon Nation imposes extremely stringent qualification reviews on foreign nationals seeking citizenship, with extremely stringent eligibility reviews. If they hadn't passed, there's no way they'd have rashly approved his naturalization application. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Harrison finally approached Bai Ye and Elder Su. At that moment, Old Su felt a bit awkward. He had originally intended to meet Bai Ye and catch up with him. But now, a foreigner had suddenly appeared. So, Old Su took a step back for the moment. With the support of his guards, he silently stepped aside. As Harrison approached silently, Bai Ye's expression remained utterly unreadable. After a moment, a look of puzzlement flickered in his cloudy eyes. "I'm sorry. I truly have no recollection of you. And you say you once saw my name in the archives at Burleigh University?" Bai Ye felt utterly perplexed. Because the university where he had studied abroad in Eagletown was not Burleigh University. True, during his university years, he had achieved some accomplishments. But why did even Burleigh University had records on him? This left Bai Ye utterly perplexed. So, frowning, and asked curiously, "I remember that Bilik University wasn't my alma mater when I studied abroad. Why is my name in the records room?" Bai Ye was also desperate to know what was going on. Upon hearing Harrison and Bai Ye's exchange, the entire audience was once again thrown into an uproar. This, something's seriously wrong. Old Master Bai didn't study at Burleigh University. Why would Burleigh's archives have his records? This is wrong, this is so wrong. Normally, only after completing your studies at a university would your records be entered into the student database. I'm a college student myself. Take our school as an example. Our enrollment records only exist once you're admitted. It's impossible for another school to have the name of a student who never enrolled there. Then, could it be a mistake? Maybe Old Man Bai actually studied at Bilik University before, but he just forgot? Impossible. Don't forget, Old Man Bai remembers every single colleague he did research with back then. How could he possibly forget the university he studied at? It just doesn't make sense. Mr. Bai Ye, there's something you might not be aware of. Upon hearing Bai Ye's inquiry, Harrison had anticipated this. A smile spread across his deeply wrinkled face. Your remarkable achievements during your studies at Hazin University. They've long been celebrated across every university in Eagle Nation. However, back then, other universities held your story up as a positive example to inspire us. It was actually some of Eagle's research institutions that tended to disparage you more often. Then Harrison began recounting his own experiences. From a young age, Harrison had been fascinated by the natural sciences. His academic performance was outstanding, and during university, nuclear-related majors were extremely popular. So Harrison chose this field as well. Originally, after graduating from university, Harrison was full of ambition. He aimed to secure a position at a research institute immediately. However, due to his lack of experience, he could only remain at Berkeley University to serve as a university professor. During this period, aside from teaching and writing papers, Harrison never conducted any substantive research. After all, he had worked so hard to get into university, and he had studied nuclear physics, only to be forced into teaching at the university. Thus, throughout his tenure at the university, Harrison's mood was extremely low. He even began to regret. Why had he chosen this major in the first place? He had originally entered with the ambition to make Eagle great again. But now, the country won't take him because of his lack of experience. Where could he even go to fight this? After teaching for a while, he stumbled upon White Knight's files in the archives. When he saw, during his university years, a Chinese student named Bai Ye had actually written out the nuclear reaction equation in class. He had written out the nuclear reaction equation in full detail. Moreover, in the laboratory, he even assembled a miniature nuclear reaction device with his bare hands. Of course, such a device was more theoretical than practical. It consumed more energy than it produced. Therefore, it could never be implemented in reality. But precisely because of this, all universities in Eagle Nation were profoundly astonished by White Knight's scientific capabilities. Nevertheless, when numerous universities and research institutions began extending offers to Bai Ye responded with unwavering resolve. He is a citizen of the Dragon Nation. As a citizen of the Dragon Nation, he could never agree to any foreign demands. He would return to his homeland and dedicate his efforts to advancing the nation's scientific endeavors. This is what overseas students should be doing. So, because of this incident, Eagle's attitude toward Bai Ye gradually began to shift. If I can't have it, I'll destroy it. When I saw the records documenting Mr. Bai's deeds in the archives, I was profoundly shaken. Harrison took a deep breath after speaking, as if to ease the emotions surging within him at that very moment. Meanwhile, both the audience present and the viewers in the livestream chat were utterly stunned by Harrison's words. Wait a minute. What did Harrison just say? During his studies abroad, Bai Ye was in class. He wrote out the nuclear fission equation in full detail? And after class, in the lab, Bai Ye actually used materials to hand-assemble a device to verify nuclear reactions? Though Harrison also mentioned, this was merely a device to verify the equation's feasibility. The input energy exceeded the output, and it wasn't fully controllable, compared to the nuclear reactors used in power plants today. But he built a nuclear device by hand during college? This. Back then, old man Bai was just too awesome. 73 during his university days, Bai Ye could already hand-build nuclear devices? Scene. When Harrison approached Bai Ye, seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, he began recounting what he'd learned about Bai Ye, and what he learned about Bai Ye. And regarding White Knight Eagle's experiences during his study abroad period, they were gradually laid bare before all the spectators, were laid bare before the entire audience. And when they heard that as early as his university days, they had already written nuclear reaction equations directly into notebooks. Moreover, in the laboratory, with the right materials, he could assemble a miniature nuclear reactor. Upon learning this situation, the entire scene, or rather, the CCTV broadcast studio, erupted in an uproar. Everyone present, face to face, stared wide-eyed at each other, complete strangers. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, netizens from all corners of the country erupted in heated discussion. Holy crap! What did I just hear? Old man Bai could write nuclear reaction equations back when he was studying abroad in college? This is kinda scary. If I remember correctly, old man Bai went to study in the Eagle country back in the 30s or 40s. And the first nuclear weapon detonation happened 5 years later. Which means, old man Bai knew nuclear reaction equations before even going to study in the US? Hold up, just curious, where did all these theories come from? Why didn't I think of this? A significant number of netizens were stunned to learn Bai Ye had mastered nuclear-related knowledge so early on, even before the first nuclear weapon was ever used in combat. During his university years, Bai Ye had already written the equations down on paper. However, a small number of netizens were so stunned that their minds couldn't process it. They frantically began asking those around them or other netizens what on earth was going on. So, some highly eager to share netizens immediately took to live streams. You're an idiot. Think carefully. When Mr. Bai studied abroad, he was a college student. And a college student with yellow skin at that. Back then, nuclear-related knowledge was something only the absolute top scientists. Are you kidding? Think about it. When Old Man Bai studied abroad, he was just a college student. And a yellow-skinned college student at that. Back then, nuclear-related knowledge was something only the absolute top scientists could fully grasp. This is the kind of knowledge that only the most renowned scientists possess, like the famous physicist Einstein or the father of nuclear weapons, Oppenheimer. All this knowledge was held by the top scientists abroad. Just imagine many professors today might not even grasp these theories. Even graduate students specializing in nuclear physics likely wouldn't access the core of nuclear reaction equations until they reached a certain level. Yet Old Man Bai wrote about these things when he was just starting university. And think about this carefully. Old Bai was a Chinese student studying abroad. Back then, nuclear technology held immense potential for development. Plus, our relations with the US weren't exactly friendly. Even as international students, do you really think university professors would just walk up and teach them nuclear theory? They probably didn't even know it themselves. After reading these netizens' explanations, the bewildered netizens suddenly snapped out of their confusion. It actually makes sense. Never mind that era. Even today, the idea. If you're a Chinese person going to study in the US, you're bound to face all kinds of discrimination. I've heard that at some universities. There's even outright exclusion. Some courses deliberately keep white students in the classroom. And students from China or other countries are deemed unworthy of learning this knowledge. This is the case today. Let alone during the 1940s. The world was still engulfed in a major war. Even the eagle itself was caught up in it. How could they possibly? To the White Knight faction? Therefore, Harrison's words can only be explained by one thing. That is, those nuclear reaction equations. Bai Ye didn't learn them under the guidance of university professors. He mastered this knowledge entirely through self-study. If all these speculations prove true, then everyone could understand exactly why Harrison would say that after graduating from university, the major research institutes in the Eagle Nation all extended olive branches to Bai Ye. Even when they learned of Bai Ye's intention to return to China, they spared no expense. Despite having already reached an agreement with the Dragon Nation's government, they still arranged gunmen at the airport. As Bai Ye was about to board the plane, they opened fire on Bai Ye. It can only be said that Bai Ye was incredibly fortunate to survive. The bullet didn't hit a vital spot, it exploded in his leg. Otherwise, it's likely that the Dragon Nation would have needed at least several more decades. Would have been delayed by at least several decades. It can be said that Harrison's appearance made all the viewers watching the livestream recognize Bai Ye once again. If Harrison's account of Bai Ye's overseas studies is entirely accurate, then Old Master Bai wouldn't just possess the qualifications of a Dragon Academy of Sciences academician. He might very well rank among Long Nation's most elite scientists. A leading authority in nuclear-related scientific fields. Whoa! Harrison's claims seem downright terrifying. Yeah. If it was just writing down nuclear reaction equations on paper, I might still think, maybe Old Man Bai happened to see them in some textbooks, jotted them down and then wrote them up. But if Old Man Bai could actually use various radioactive materials in a lab to hand-assemble a miniature nuclear reactor, that would prove his genius beyond doubt. Back then, nuclear weapons were probably still in development. Yet Old Man Bai had already mastered the techniques for building miniature nuclear devices? He couldn't have been even 20 years old at the time. And it was only at this moment that netizens finally came to their senses. Back then, after Bai Ye returned to China, after leading the nation in developing the J-5 fighter jet, he immediately threw himself into work at the Qingchuan base. Alongside Qian and others, he conducted research on nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles. From the initial stages to the moment the first mushroom cloud erupted over the Gobi Desert, the entire process took less than a year. In the entire history of Blue Star, is nothing short of a miracle. Even today, before Harrison recounted the events of the White Knight, people still find it hard to grasp the experiences of the Dragon Nation during its nuclear weapons development. Why would a nation, in less than a year, to develop nuclear weapons? But if we factor in Bai Ye's experiences during his studies abroad, then this whole affair makes perfect sense. 74 top Eagle Sword nuclear expert wants to be Bai Ye's student? In Harrison's narration, the audience could sense the profound respect for Bai Ye in Harrison's words. Although Harrison hails from Eagle Nation, due to the recent actions of the Eagle Nation's government, this has led nearly all Dragon Country citizens harbored no goodwill toward white people from any nation. And this feeling of aversion when Harrison unexpectedly appeared before Bai was undeniably present. Yet, as time passed, Dragon Nation netizens gradually began to realize Harrison, this guy, seemed to be pretty decent. Though his homeland is in the Eagle Nation, he doesn't possess the typical white skin superiority complex. He doesn't have that high and mighty attitude toward Chinese people. Instead, his words carried an air of profound humility and modesty, especially in front of Bai Ye. He's practically like a child being taught a lesson. Though in terms of age, Harrison was already in his 70s or 80s. But that didn't change the fact that, in Bai Ye's presence, this nuclear physicist from the Eagle Nation, he conversed with Bai Ye as a junior colleague. After that, Bai Ye had a proper chat with old Su. They also reminisced about the past concerning Zhao Chen. However, during this time, although he was left out in the cold, Harrison remained standing nearby. He did not leave immediately. After the reminiscences concluded, old Su, supported by several people, and prepared to return. By then, several hours had already passed. When Bai Ye turned back, he was astonished to discover Harrison was still standing in the same spot, staring silently at him. Witnessing this scene, Bai Ye felt deeply curious. After all, he hadn't shared much of a relationship with Harrison. Moreover, if he had merely reviewed his files in the archives and seen his own records, Bai Ye didn't believe that such things alone could make Harrison wait for him this long. So, Bai Ye ultimately approached Harrison once more. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "Is there something else you need?" When Bai Ye asked this, the puzzled gazes of the others immediately turned toward Harrison. Seeing this, Harrison's face twisted with inner conflict. Finally, as if a weight had been lifted, he immediately knelt before Bai Ye. Then, in halting Chinese, he said, "Master Bai, my purpose in coming here today, besides seeing my idol in person, is to fulfill another goal. I wish to become your student." Hearing Harrison kneel on the ground and express his earnest desire, hoping to become his student, Bai Ye's entire expression froze in an instant. And it wasn't just Bai Ye. Even the live audience watching the broadcast, even the production team at CCTV's live studio, including Bai Ye's great-granddaughter, Bai Qingqing, were instantly dumbfounded upon hearing Harrison's words. Wait. A man in his 70s or 80s, equally frail and aged, kneeling before Bai Ye, and then, begging Bai Ye to take him as a disciple? This situation. Is this not a bit too fantastical? Moreover, just in terms of status alone, back in the day, before leaving Eagle Chong, Harrison's standing in the Eagle's nuclear physics community was nothing short of legendary. Nowadays, though it may not be equivalent to being an academician at the Dragon Academy, but becoming a candidate is absolutely no problem. Not to mention, back when Eagle-san made that high-profile announcement to assemble a research team to vigorously advance research on controlled nuclear fusion, and Harrison's name was prominently listed. This signifies the American nuclear physics community has shown significant recognition for Harrison's academic achievements. And now, this white scientist, recognized by the Eagle's nuclear physics community, has actually knelt before Bai Ye, begging Bai Ye to take him as a student. Setting aside whether Bai Ye's current knowledge level, whether it's appropriate for Bai Ye to take Harrison as a student. But suppose Bai actually agreed to Harrison's request. Wouldn't that be slapping Eagle-chan right in the face? It would be like telling the Eagle, "Look, your officially certified nuclear physicist not only defected to the Dragon Nation, but has also chosen to become Bai Ye's student, willingly taking on the role of a disciple." Smack! 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 If the Eagle's official authorities find out about this, they'd probably be fuming mad. Bai Ye gazed quietly at Harrison. His expression was sincere, not like he was lying. But all these years had passed. She had stepped back from the front lines of research. Perhaps, from an academic standpoint, he might not even match Harrison's depth of knowledge. And most importantly, Bai Ye only has experience as an undergraduate advisor at Longwei University. He'd never taught foreign students before. Moreover, this foreign student is also quite advanced in age. Yet, when Bai Ye waved his hand to decline, Harrison persisted. "To become your student has been my lifelong dream." Since Harrison had gone to such lengths, and Bai Ye had a favorable impression of Harrison, after much deliberation, Bai Ye agreed to Harrison's request. He agreed to formally take him on as his student. However, before doing so, Bai Ye imposed one condition. Wasn't Harrison skilled in academic research on nuclear physics? Well, that's perfect. In recent years, Bai Ye had frequently seen news reports about the progress of the Artificial Sun Project in the Dragon Nation. The Artificial Sun Project, in essence, was research into controlled nuclear fusion devices. Over time, the operational duration of the Artificial Sun has been extended to 1,500 seconds. That's a full 25 minutes. However, due to the disproportionate energy input and output, it currently lacks practical application value. However, based on Bai Ye's long-held intuition, the day when controllable nuclear fusion is truly put to practical use is no longer a distant prospect. To accelerate progress on the Artificial Sun Project, Bai Ye has proposed that Harrison be added to this project team. To join this project team, to assist the Dragon Nation in researching controlled nuclear fusion artificial sun devices. If you agree to this, then I'll agree to your request. Upon hearing Bai Ye's concession, Harrison's wrinkled face lit up with delight. Truth be told, living in Longwei all these years had left Harrison feeling stifled. Moreover, the longer he stayed in the Dragon Kingdom, the more he felt just how utterly backward his homeland truly was. So long ago, Harrison had set his sights on finding a research institute in the Dragon Kingdom and get a research position there. But alas, as a foreigner, without trust, who would extend an invitation to him? And to make matters worse, he was listed on the publicly available roster of experts maintained by the Eagle Nation. This left him with a bitter taste in his mouth. He wasn't in cahoots with those people. But now, Bai Ye's proposal sent Harrison's heart racing with excitement. 75 Would those white folks really think that far ahead? In truth, ever since first arriving in the Dragon Nation, Harrison had already harbored this very thought. Back in Eagle Land, Harrison had learned from the files about the various persecutory measures the Eagle State later prepared for Bai Ye. He had completely abandoned all hope in his homeland. Such a nation was not worthy of his lifelong dedication. Those high-ranking officials and capitalists in power would stop at nothing to secure their interests. In their eyes, all science and military affairs are nothing but pawns in the game of profit, tools for raking in money. And from Bai Ye's files, Harrison also sensed the purpose of scientific advancement is to ensure humanity's future happiness. It was absolutely not for the profit of certain power holders. Thus, he seized an opportunity. He came to China and chose to settle here. After living there for some time, Harrison also sensed the scientific ethos in the Dragon Kingdom was utterly different from that of the Eagle Nation. Here, scientists dedicated themselves entirely to advancing humanity's future and seeking its welfare. Even when researching military technology, it was solely to acquire the strength necessary for self-defense. How could it possibly be like the Eagle Nation? All day long, they're obsessed with maintaining their supremacy over Blue Star. Then they sail their aircraft carriers across the globe. They'd invade other nations, pillaging and plundering. Thus, from that moment onward, Harrison had already decided to pursue nuclear physics research at certain scientific institutions in the Dragon Nation. But unfortunately, despite successfully obtaining Dragon Nation citizenship, his foreign status meant Harrison never gained recognition from research institutions. Even though he personally guaranteed it, swore on it, and even allowing daily body searches, the final outcome was still a polite refusal. And now, what Harrison never could have imagined, that he could enter the research institute as a foreigner, to contribute to the scientific endeavors of the Dragon Nation. This had unexpectedly become the condition Bai Ye had agreed to. Whenever he thought of this, Harrison felt immense joy. He never imagined that his modest request had simultaneously fulfilled two of his deepest desires. Meanwhile, when Harrison approached Bai Ye, their conversation, broadcast live through CCTV's studio feed, whether at the scene or in the livestream room, everything went absolutely wild. Holy, did I see that right? Harrison actually wants to be old man Bai's student. This. He's not joking, is he? Can someone explain what's up with this white guy? Why are you all acting so respectful toward this American? I don't know Harrison's background or what he's done before. But don't forget, he's a white guy. There's a complete bloodline divide between him and our Dragon Nation. True, if he were just some ordinary white guy, I'd understand your feelings. But Harrison's case is different. Let me put it this way, he's a respected Eagle Flag scientist. Why say that? If I recall correctly, when the Eagle Banner folks were preparing to research the tokamak device, Harrison was on the officially announced list, right? That's a scientist recognized by the Eagle Banner government. Aren't you worried he's still working for them? That's true. But you might not know what happened next. Later, that project fizzled out. And shortly after the Eagle Buttons announced their artificial sun initiative, rumors spread that Harrison voiced strong dissatisfaction with the Eagle Button scientific community. Then he left decisively. You might not know this, but among all the white folks, Harrison was actually quite supportive of our Dragon Nation students. Back when he taught at Berlick University, many Dragon Nation students who returned home would tell those heading to Berlick for further studies, if you get the chance, definitely choose Harrison as your advisor. Because he seemed to hold Dragon Nation students in particularly high regard. So that's how it is. But I'm still worried. After all, he has Eagle Chow blood running through his veins. What if all this is just a facade? What if it's all part of an official Eagle Chow directive ordering him to infiltrate our ranks and gather intelligence? What then? The Eagle's way of thinking. I don't think we should overthink this. Their official decisions are often pretty dumb. They couldn't possibly come up with such a complex plan. Among the comments, two perspectives emerged. One viewpoint is that Bai Ye's approach was too rash. How could he agree to such a condition? And then agree to his terms? Moreover, this condition involves sending Harrison to China's official nuclear physics institution to conduct research on controlled nuclear fusion. After all, on Blue Star today, Dragon Nation's progress in controlled nuclear fusion research has been nothing short of astonishing. And just recently, they've managed to extend the duration of controlled fusion reactions to 1,500 seconds. That's nearly half an hour. Even the Eagle Nation couldn't possibly achieve such a feat. So, what if Harrison is actually an Eagle Nation spy? And uses this opportunity to obtain the core technology of the artificial sun? Wouldn't that give the Eagle Nation a chance to overtake the Dragon Nation? Better safe than sorry. We absolutely cannot agree to Harrison's demands. But some netizens expressed a different viewpoint. Namely, that the Eagle's white folks are notoriously dumb. They often prioritize immediate gains over long-term strategy. They'd never make long-term plans for the sake of a single scheme. When it comes to strategy, the Dragon Nation truly holds the upper hand. Though Bai Ye has been away from frontline research for so long, his judgment of people remains impeccable. If Harrison truly had any issues, would have spotted it immediately. And since Bai Ye himself isn't worried, then why should ordinary people like them fret over it? Of course, the most crucial point is, Harrison's standing in the Eagle Nation's nuclear physics community is truly immense. Moreover, it's said that his grandson is now studying abroad in the Dragon Kingdom, and he's majoring in physics as well. If we could seize this opportunity to recruit talent from the Eagle Nation and put them to work for the Dragon Nation, then the Dragon Nation's technological foundation would undoubtedly surpass the Eagle Nation once again. Moreover, this would undoubtedly deliver a resounding slap. A resounding slap in the face. For so many years, it's always been Eagle Chow sailing their aircraft carriers, strolling right up to the waters near the Dragon Nation. In response, the nation has acted with utmost restraint and refrained from taking any additional actions. However, if Harrison's involvement in the Dragon Nation's artificial sun project were to come to the attention of the Eagle, one can only imagine how furious their high-ranking officials would be. Utterly furious. 76 The stubborn Harrison intends to pay his respects to Bai Ye Xing? At this very moment, within the livestream chat, netizens holding two distinct viewpoints were also frantically voicing their opinions in the comments section. However, the majority of viewers ultimately chose to support the proposal. Still held the majority. After all, given the scrutiny of national security agencies, before the final decision is made, they would certainly dig up Harrison's entire background. Therefore, there was no need to worry that Bai Ye might misjudge the situation, ultimately preventing a scenario where China's own artificial sun technology being stolen by the Eagle Nation. In short, as an ordinary citizen, just rest assured and put your mind at ease. Then follow the official decisions, that's all you need to do. Meanwhile, inside the livestream room, as netizens' discussions continued unabated, including Elder Sun, numerous high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation who had been monitoring Bai Ye. Upon hearing this news, they immediately began discussing the feasibility of this matter. Thus, an emergency meeting was convened once again. Compared to netizens in the Dragon Kingdom voicing opinions in the comments section, as genuine high-level officials, the elders' actions were undoubtedly far more cautious. After all, if anything went wrong, it wouldn't be something easily resolved. Moreover, given the current progress of the artificial sun project, it may take another 50 years. The feat of achieving controlled nuclear fusion with energy output exceeding input could be realized. Within our lifetime, we could truly enter the nuclear fusion era. Therefore, some elders also feel there is absolutely no need to include Harrison in the project team. However, some elders led by Elder Sun believed Bai Ye has a keen eye for talent. Moreover, as a scientist hailing from the Eagle Nation, a thorough background check had already been conducted upon his entry. Moreover, since Harrison settled in the Dragon Nation, no major incidents had occurred. On the contrary, his reputation in the surrounding community was excellent. Some nearby residents even expressed deep gratitude toward Harrison. He freely teaches local children basic physics concepts using age-appropriate methods. To teach physics concepts in a child-friendly way, he has earned the praise and affection of the surrounding community. I know all about these things. At the meeting, an elderly man with graying hair sighed helplessly. But Eagle is pressing us relentlessly today. No amount of caution is excessive. Moreover, even without Harrison's involvement, based on current progress, controlled nuclear fusion technology will become a reality within 50 years. And if we agree to Harrison's terms now, we risk potential technology leaks. Is this worth it? As the two opposing viewpoints reached an impasse, finally, the Grand Elder seated at the center suddenly snapped his tightly closed eyes open. He silently exhaled a long breath. Then he addressed the assembled high-ranking officials at the meeting. We owe Comrade Bai Ye far too much. Although I was not involved in the events of that time, it is clear now that old Master Bai has genuinely dedicated himself to the development of our nation. Moreover, his vision has always been exceptional. We cannot continue to shortchange him. I believe we should trust his decision. The moment the Grand Elder finished speaking, the other elders present exchanged astonished glances. Then, in each other's eyes, a look of utter astonishment. The Grand Elder? Who would have thought that this time? Even the Grand Elder had personally attended the meeting. And he even made the decision on the spot, permitting Harrison, as an exception, to serve as a foreign expert, to assist the nation in controlled nuclear fusion research? But since even the Grand Elder had spoken, the other elders present at the meeting could only silently nod in agreement, no longer harboring doubts. Thus, with the final unanimous resolution secured, the official announcement was swiftly made public. Harrison was permitted to participate in the tokamak-controlled nuclear fusion project research. To participate in the tokamak-controlled nuclear fusion research project, however, as a precaution, Harrison must undergo rigorous screening whenever entering or exiting the project team. Furthermore, every communication will undergo special review by designated personnel. Should any classified information be transmitted overseas, his eligibility to participate in the project will be immediately revoked. Furthermore, due to legal violations, he will be arrested and imprisoned. Upon the announcement being made, Harrison received the news immediately. He found it utterly unbelievable. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that his lifelong wish had actually come true. Of course, joining the project team afterward, and the possibility of being closely monitored by the Dragon Nation, Harrison didn't find it particularly troubling. After all, no matter how you looked at it, the blood flowing through his veins wasn't that of the Dragon Nation. Therefore, as a foreigner with citizenship, it was perfectly normal for local authorities not to trust him. Even after residing here for many years, certain scrutiny was inevitable. But once this matter is settled, then I would officially become a student of Bai. For decades, Harrison had been a devoted admirer of Bai Ye. And now his dream is finally coming true. No matter the cost, he would bear it. So, in front of the cameras and the live audience, Harrison immediately declared. He vowed to dedicate himself wholeheartedly, to utilize his knowledge to assist the Dragon Nation, to build the tokamak device as quickly as possible. Of course, during this period, Harrison even hoped that all viewers and netizens would bear witness to his commitment. He'd heard that in the Dragon Kingdom, apprenticeship ceremonies were once held. So he decided to follow suit, hoping to stage one himself. Upon seeing Harrison's stubborn expression, for a moment, Bai Ye felt utterly dumbfounded. Ugh, he'd lived this long. Never imagined I'd encounter such a stubborn foreigner? Actually, this whole apprenticeship ceremony thing hasn't been practiced in the Dragon Kingdom for ages. Only in some martial arts novels. Such scenarios only appear in martial arts novels. At present, Bai Ye was already over 100 years old. Even though he'd weathered countless storms, facing Harrison, who was over 70 or 80 years old, and now in his 70s or 80s, who was now in his 70s or 80s, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel a slight awkwardness. Of course, aside from Bai Ye being utterly bewildered by Harrison's stubbornness, the reactions on the faces of other spectators and netizens were equally peculiar. After all, the master-disciple relationship was perfectly normal in the Dragon Nation. Moreover, rituals like formal apprenticeship had been absent in the Dragon Kingdom for countless years. Such traditions had been virtually abandoned. Who could have imagined it happening with a foreigner? And it was witnessed? 77 Don't hit someone where it hurts. The authorities are being ruthless. When Harrison, in front of the entire nation's audience, attempted to kneel and perform the traditional bow of respect to Bai Ye Xing, the CCTV broadcast studio erupted instantly. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? A nuclear physicist from the US actually bowing to Bai Ye? Did I just witness that? This is surreal. Everyone knows American scientists act all high and mighty. And supposedly at international science conferences, when our country's scientists attend, they get treated with that arrogant, condescending attitude? Who would have thought Harrison would be so humble before Old Master Bai? I used to doubt Harrison's admiration for Old Master Bai, thought it might be fake, just teasing or mockery. But seeing this scene now, it finally clicks. Harrison was telling the truth all along. No, man. How many years has our Dragon Nation abandoned the tradition of apprenticeship rituals? As far as I know, only some crosstalk troops might still perform that. But for you, a foreign scientist, to bring this up, I'm genuinely speechless. It's not entirely incomprehensible. After all, Harrison is a foreigner. He's not deeply familiar with our Dragon Nation's traditional culture and might not realize some customs have fallen out of practice. That's perfectly normal. But Harrison seems to have a pretty good reputation internationally. So when he does something like this, I don't feel the slightest bit annoyed. More than no offense, I even find this foreigner kinda endearing. Plus, I'm genuinely thrilled and excited for our nation's controlled nuclear fusion project. Honestly, if I were on the project team, I'd be over the moon. We didn't lift a finger, and suddenly a foreign nuclear physicist drops out of the sky to support our work. Sure, it's icing on the cake, but if it speeds up our controlled nuclear fusion research and development, I wouldn't mind a repeat performance at all. Netizens were flooding the screen with comments. Meanwhile, the live audience wasn't sitting idle either. Some mischievous souls felt that the scene unfolding before them could very well become a legendary tale in the future. After all, even though the Dragon Nation has become highly developed and wields influence on the international stage rivaling that of the Eagle Nation, yet within its own borders, there exists a certain group of people born in the Dragon Nation, yet they somehow believe other countries are superior. Everything about the Dragon Nation is deemed inferior. And right now, if someone were to snap photos of Harrison and Bai Ye and post them online, those foreign-obsessed people would shut up immediately. See? This is what you call the grass is always greener on the other side. Even scientists from the Eagle Nation have come to our Dragon Nation to do aid work because they admire Bai Ye. What excuse do you have left for not loving your country? Soon, the official announcement that Harrison had been approved to join the Artificial Sun project team went public. Upon hearing this news, viewers in the livestream chat erupted in excitement once more. After bidding farewell to Bai Ye, Harrison immediately, accompanied by official personnel, to the project team's research institute in the Magic City. Following a thorough qualification review, confirming Harrison posed no issues whatsoever, he was immediately appointed as the foreign technical advisor. It must be noted that although the Dragon Nation's Artificial Sun project has made remarkable progress in the Blue Star domain thus far, has made remarkably rapid progress in the Blue Star domain, but with an expert like Harrison assisting, the efficiency gains would likely be even more dramatic. Moreover, the position of foreign technical advisor. This role would grant Harrison a position of considerable stature. At the very least, it's a mid-level management position. Upon learning this news, netizens were instantly filled with joy. Some even felt that Harrison's defection might accelerate Dragon Nation's development of controlled nuclear fusion by a full 20%, originally projected to take 50 years before deployment. But with Harrison joining the team, in just 40 years, every household in Dragon Nation could harness fusion-generated energy. Of course, beyond these developments, the government immediately issued another announcement. And once this announcement was released, many netizens who saw it instantly felt, our government is being way too mean? As the saying goes, you don't bite the hand that feeds you, right? Now that the eagle has finally calmed down for a moment, and now you go and release news of Harrison defecting, and released him to the eagles so quickly? A scientist specifically singled out by the eagle-eyed has turned around and joined a research mission in the Dragon Nation? What kind of face do the eagles have left in the eyes of other nations on Blue Star? What face do they have left? Meanwhile, Eagle Nation, Pentagon. Remember earlier, before Lee Dong-jae was arrested, he was contacted online by a 1450. He paid a hefty sum to obtain Bai Ye's address and contact information? Yes. That 1450 was actually an intelligence operative from the Hexagon building. Not long ago, they happened to learn about Bai Ye's situation. After reviewing the files, a significant number of older generation hawkish officials immediately sensed an indescribable sense of threat. Back in the day, the things Bai Ye did at school were simply too sensational. And over the years, legends about Bai Ye have persisted within Eagle's scientific community. In fact, with every new administration, they would dig up Bai Ye's past to criticize him. They declared that if they ever encountered another Chinese scientist with such extraordinary talent, and he cannot be harnessed for the Eagle's cause, they must be crushed in the cradle. The eagle is truly terrified. Let Bai Ye return to the Dragon Kingdom, who would have thought? In just a few short decades, the Dragon Nation has risen from a state of extreme backwardness to a level where it could now stand shoulder to shoulder with the Eagle Nation. After the Pentagon obtained Bai Ye's address and contact information from Lee Dong-jae, obtained Bai Ye's address and contact information, these officials immediately sprang into action. They began posting bounties on various websites. Ideally, they wanted to make it look like an accident and eliminate Bai Ye. But what puzzled them deeply was, when these tasks were assigned to the 1450s, every single one of them flatly refused. Even though the Hexagon building offered rewards exceeding 1 million Eagle coins for each successful mission, over 1 million Eagle coins as a reward, not a single person accepted. Upon learning of this situation, Eagle Chicken was furious. The subject was merely a centenarian. How could not a single one of you take the job? Could it be that everyone was moved by Bai Ye's past? Faced with a bounty of millions, are you all suddenly too noble for the job? Refusing to lift a finger? 78 Sorry, you eagle eyes have no right to meddle in our affairs. No choice. Even though those 1450s seem reluctant to act, because Bai Ye's fame in the Dragon Nation is simply too immense. But setting that aside, with the official reinstatement of Bai Ye's identity, plus granting Bai Ye treatment equivalent to that of an academician at the Dragon Academy, now in Bai Ye's hometown of Kaiyun City, near his residence, an increasing number of security personnel patrolling the vicinity. Should any suspicious activity be detected, they will intervene immediately. They would nip any covetous individuals in the bud, even without such formidable protective measures. On one hand, Bai Ye is not currently in Kaiyun City. He remains on Xing Island, still on the path to fulfill his promise to his comrades. He's not even there. How could they possibly act? As for the other aspect, in the eyes of every Dragon Nation citizen, his status is simply too exalted. Even those money-grubbing 1450s, whenever they recalled all the technological achievements Bai Ye had contributed to the Dragon Nation, they completely abandoned such thoughts. If they dare lay a finger on such scientific achievements, what would set them apart from scum? Thus, without exception, regarding the plan to assassinate Bai Ye again, Eagle's side could only temporarily abandon it. Yet even now, though Bai Ye had reached the age of 100, Eagle still harbored immense apprehension toward him. After all, the Blue Star is far from peaceful these days. Nations worldwide are accelerating the development of new military hardware. It resembled a full-blown arms race. Bai Ye was still alive. Apart from his impaired mobility, his constitution remains remarkably robust. If Bai Ye were to be reactivated by the Dragon Nation's government and deployed to develop military equipment, could this lead to a scenario where the Eagle's hegemony could be completely overtaken by the Dragon Nation? In future power struggles, the Eagle would no longer hold a seat at the table. Jefferson, any new developments regarding Bai? Any new moves from the Dragon Nation? Pentagon, military advisor Miles. He frowned as he watched the hawk-nosed man sitting at the desk organizing documents. The man's name was Jefferson. Ever since the name White Knight resurfaced and became active again in the Dragon Nation, the Hexagon building had specifically assigned Jefferson to monitor Bai Ye's every move through live broadcasts. To monitor Bai Ye's every move. At this moment, the hawk-nosed man's expression darkened considerably. Because just moments ago, he had received a bombshell piece of news. A bombshell piece of news. Reporting, Mr. Miles. During the Dragon Nation livestream just now, Harrison, who once led the controlled nuclear fusion project team, has now fully sided with Dragon Nation. And, Jefferson's voice stuttered with rage. After stammering for a while, he couldn't get the rest of the sentence out. Upon hearing this, Miles instantly grew frantic. Harrison? That top nuclear physicist? When did he defect to Dragon Nation? Weren't we supposed to keep a close eye on him? No. When did this happen? How come I haven't received any information about this at all? Although the controlled nuclear fusion project hadn't seen any major breakthroughs in years. But Harrison is a top-tier nuclear physicist in the Eagle Nation. Access to Eagle's facilities requires strict oversight. It's not like you can just walk out whenever you want. It depends entirely on whether higher-ups approve your departure. The result? Miles hadn't even been informed. Then he heard Harrison had already left Eagle Squad? But that wasn't what devastated Miles the most. Reporting, sir. Besides Harrison defecting to the Dragon Nation, there's another matter. You'd better come see for yourself. Jefferson immediately pulled up the replay of the earlier livestream. He pulled it up and invited Miles to sit down and watch together. When he saw the footage, Harrison kneeling before Bai Ye in accordance with Dragon Nation's traditional etiquette, and performed the ritual of bowing to Bai Ye, becoming Bai Ye's disciple. Not only that, but he was also exceptionally invited by the Dragon Nation's government to participate in the Dragon Nation's Artificial Sun project. Moreover, he was appointed to a mid-level executive position. Upon hearing this news, Miles felt his head was about to explode. This is actually happening. Miles clenched his fists in rage. This was truly a disgrace. Truthfully, the brain drain from his own country. Miles didn't particularly care about that. After all, once people leave. But with the Eagle's intelligence capabilities, they can easily track down where you've ended up. And if you've gone to Japan or South Korea, then with the Eagle's influence, they could easily issue an order and force those two vassal states to repatriate Harrison back. Once repatriated, all the preferential treatment previously extended to Harrison would vanish. Not only would they cease to exist, his personal freedom would be severely restricted. He will be under strict surveillance and supervision every day. He would be compelled to obey superior orders unconditionally, conducting research related to nuclear physics. Should a similar situation arise again, he might be discovered on the street, shot dozens of times in the back, declared a suicide. But these relatively favorable outcomes never materialized. And the country where Harrison's trail was discovered was none other than the Dragon Nation. Even if you were Blue Star, any country in the world, the eagle is supremely confident. With its influence, they can force any nation to hand over the person unconditionally. But if it's the Dragon Nation, given the tense standoff between the two sides, voluntarily handing over the person is simply impossible. Report this immediately to the Supreme Leader. Dragon Nation must be notified. Harrison must be repatriated. The message was relayed through the ranks. The then chief, Temupu. Upon learning of this development, he was struck with thunderous fury. He felt utterly humiliated as the leader of the Eagle Nation. How could his nation's scientific talent be leaking away to Longwa? He immediately called the Chinese government. He explained that Harrison was originally from the Eagle Nation. He had left the Eagle Nation without any prior notification. By law, he should be repatriated immediately. But, regarding the Eagle Nation's unreasonable demands, how could the Dragon Nation's authorities possibly accommodate such demands? After exchanging polite formalities, the Dragon Nation authorities stated Harrison's paperwork was in perfect order. Moreover, he had obtained Dragon Nation citizenship many years ago. Now, Harrison is a bona fide citizen of the Dragon Nation. No matter how long your reach may be, Eagle, how could you possibly extend it onto Dragon Nation's soil? Not to mention, Harrison now bears the mission of assisting Dragon Nation in developing controlled nuclear fusion. With such a crucial responsibility, how could you possibly deport him back with just a single order? Upon hearing the Dragon Nation's firm stance, the newly appointed leader felt an unprecedented surge of rage and helplessness. 79 Eagle was stunned. The announcement went out, and not a single voice of support emerged. Eagle Chief Temupu. From the last presidential election to smoothly assuming the presidency, it had been roughly a month. And even now, Trump still remembers. Back before the presidential election, to secure this position, he went through so much. He even survived an assassination attempt. Had I not been incredibly lucky that time, I doubt I'd be sitting here leading the Eagle Squad today. Moreover, since taking this seat, Trump has consistently pursued one guiding principle. That is, make the Eagle great again. And if public opinion shifts, not only would he likely lose his seat, he might even face reckoning afterward. At that point, he'd be finished. Now, as he realizes, with Harrison joining the Dragon Nation project team, and assisting Dragon Nation in developing a controllable nuclear fusion device, even Bai Ye, who once led Longwei to achieve breakthroughs in technology, has suddenly reappeared in the public eye of the Dragon Nation. It must be said, Temupu was truly panicking. Once again, he sensed that his position was becoming increasingly precarious. I must do something. Thus, after careful deliberation, Temupu immediately decided. Attempting to resolve matters through assassination or similar means was clearly unrealistic. After all, the security measures in the Dragon Kingdom were far too stringent. There was simply no opportunity to act. Therefore, the only option left was to resolve this matter through public opinion. Chief Headquarters Office. Temupu summoned his deputy, Jones. He instructed him to issue a public announcement, hoping to uphold the principles of fairness and freedom. Since Harrison was originally from the Eagle Nation, he ought to return to his homeland. Your actions, Dragon Nation, constitute a violation of rights. You have no right to do this. Of course, when issuing this announcement, Temupu was well aware. Prior to this, he had personally spoken with the Dragon Nation's official representatives over the phone, and raised this very issue. The Dragon Nation's response was an outright refusal. They didn't even give me, the Eagle's chief, any face. But this time, things were different. Because official communications between governments are essentially private channels. But once it escalates to an international announcement, it can mobilize public opinion in other countries. Long before assuming this premiership, Trump had already served a term as president. He knows the Dragon Nation inside out. Although the Dragon Nation's national strength continues to grow, they have one Achilles heel. That is, they are extremely concerned about saving face. When international pressure reaches a certain intensity, they will naturally back down. And that moment will become the opportunity for the Eagle to strike back. This time, Trump intends to leverage the power of public opinion. Soon, at Trump's request, the Eagle Nation issued a public statement, which was also broadcast. The gist was that the Dragon Nation had forcibly detained Eagle Nation scientist Harrison, forcibly demanding he work for the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences. This violated his personal rights. China must release Harrison and repatriate him immediately. The lengthy statement brims with accusations and grievances against the Dragon Nation. Upon seeing this news, citizens of other nations, contrary to what the Hawks imagined, these nations not only refused to side with the Hawks, instead, they pulled up their stools and began reading with relish. In the past, these nations would have been branded traitors to the Hawks, would have immediately thrown caution to the wind and rushed to serve as pawns. But today, the Dragon Nation's military might has long surpassed that of the Eagle Nation. In fact, when the Eagle Nation finds itself in a state of decline, in certain technological fields, has even surpassed the Eagle Nation. In the international arena, the Dragon Nation's responses have grown increasingly forceful. When the two giants of Blue Star clash, for these smaller players, if they rashly pick sides, misfortune might just rain down on their heads. They certainly don't want a few fried eggs landing on their turf. As for the official statement from the Eagle Nation, the Dragon Nation's government remains silent. Everything proceeded as usual. However, since Harrison had previously sought Bai Ye as his master, and had voluntarily agreed to join the project team, and pledged to help the Dragon Nation accelerate the development of controlled nuclear fusion, these events were witnessed by tens of millions of netizens nationwide. There was even video evidence to prove it. Therefore, when the unreliable source released its announcement that falsely accused Longwei of restricting Harrison's personal freedom, forcibly adding him to the research team to assist in controlled nuclear fusion research, this is pure nonsense. Some online comment sections instantly flooded with furious netizens from Dragon Nation. Even the comments section below the US Embassy, the very culprit behind this, was overrun by furious Chinese netizens. TSK TSK TSK, you white pigs or something else. You sure are good at twisting the truth. Didn't you see the live stream back then? It was so fiery. If you'd watched even a moment, you wouldn't have issued such a ridiculous statement. Let's be honest, when Harrison sought guidance from old man Bai, you could genuinely sense that this white-haired elder was different from other white folks. He's a white scientist worthy of respect. The Eagle Chow side must be furious. After all, he was once an officially recognized scientist by Eagle Chow, yet now he's working for our Dragon Nation. It's no wonder their mindset has completely collapsed. Hilarious. Look, this announcement's been out for over half an hour. Yet internationally, not a ripple. Even those countries willing to be Eagle Sans lackeys aren't sticking up for them. Ha ha ha, they've probably had enough of being bled dry by the eagle-wielding side. They know what they're like. So now they're just keeping quiet and not speaking up for their master. Of course, there's another possibility: our country has grown even stronger. Those American lackeys wouldn't dare openly oppose us anymore. Amidst discussions with other netizens, more and more netizens were once again deeply reminded that the Dragon Nation has truly become formidable. If this had happened a few years ago, an announcement like this from the Eagle Nation, it would have undoubtedly sparked widespread condemnation from other nations, and they would have launched fierce condemnations against the Dragon Nation. But today, from the moment that ridiculous announcement was made until now, half an hour has passed. Not a single reaction in international public opinion, let alone any nations siding with the Hawks, joining their masters in condemning the Dragon Nation. Not a single one in sight. They're all quietly pulling up their little stools, then quietly taking their seats on the sidelines, watching the two superpowers battle it out. This scene only serves to confirm that today's Dragon Nation is no longer the Dragon Nation of 80 years ago. No one could think of any reason to explain this situation. 80. The fourth portrait. Ultimately, as time passed, the Eagle's propaganda offensive against the Dragon Nation faded into obscurity. At this moment, as the head of the organization, Tmo, his expression had grown stiff as a board. Though even before taking office, he had already sensed that the Eagle might not be up to the task. Faced with the relentless advancement of the Dragon Nation, at any moment, he might lose his position as the dominant power on Blue Star. But this was merely theoretical. At least up until now. Many nations still regard the Eagle as the dominant power on Blue Star. Still regard the Eagle as the dominant power on Blue Star. In certain nations, Eagle's military bases are scattered everywhere. This fact alone speaks volumes. However, after the announcement was made, no other nation besides their own stepped forward to voice support, openly condemning the Dragon Nation for detaining the Eagle Nation's nuclear physicist. Upon witnessing this situation, this is when you really feel it. The Eagle has fallen. Meanwhile, Xing Island, bringing Zhao Chen back to the place where they once worked together. Even the memorial portrait and letters were returned to his family. After that, Bai Ye also prepared to depart, to begin his next journey. When he saw Bai Ye still intending to take the train and then hike to the next destination, Mayor Zhou suddenly grew anxious. After all, Bai Ye was no longer just a 100-year-old man. Moreover, his status had completely changed. He was no longer some obscure, ordinary centenarian. He now held the title of honorary academician of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Moreover, he effectively enjoyed all the benefits and privileges of a full academician. A figure of this stature. And expect him to walk on foot to fulfill his promise to his comrades? That's ridiculous. Thus, Mayor Zhou immediately addressed Bai Ye. He would personally arrange a dedicated vehicle for Bai Ye. All expenses along the way would be covered by the Qingdao government. Not a single penny would be required from Bai Ye or his companion. After all, through Harrison's account, Mayor Joe was well aware that the United States harbors relentless ambitions to undermine us. Moreover, decades ago, they suffered persecution at the hands of the eagle-winged nation. Even now, the vast majority of Dragon Nation citizens are well aware of Bai Ye's experiences. Their sentiment toward Bai should be one of respect. They absolutely refuse to become eagle's pawns. But better safe than sorry. If an accident were to occur, he'd be unable to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Nevertheless, upon hearing Mayor Joe's proposal, Bai Ye slowly shook his head. After all, the places he was about to visit weren't just one or two. Although, if the government were to cover the costs, it could indeed alleviate some of the financial burden. After all, while Bai Ye wasn't short on money, he wasn't exactly rolling in wealth either. But traveling such a long distance, it's estimated that over 100,000 yuan will definitely be spent. And while these expenses are nominally covered by government funds, but doesn't it ultimately come from the taxes paid by ordinary citizens? This money comes from the people of the Dragon Nation. Using such funds, Bai Ye simply couldn't feel at ease. So Bai Ye said no more. Instead, in front of everyone, he opened the small package. And so, the fourth portrait was suddenly revealed before everyone's eyes. Upon seeing the face in this portrait, immediately felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. It seemed as though they had seen it somewhere before. But where exactly? The fourth portrait Bai Ye brought out. It was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. His name was Li Zhengde. Of course, if you were to mention this name alone, many might not recognize it. But when you mention a company name, the connection becomes clear. Lungsan International. That's right. That's the very same Lungsan International that aims to create the first computer chip for the Dragon Nation. And Li Zhengde is the founder of Lungsan International. Ever since the 1960s, when the computer industry took off on Blue Star, the first integrated circuit was manufactured. Originally massive in size, began to shrink dramatically in size. Moreover, after computational speed increased dramatically. Upon learning of this development, Li Zhengde keenly sensed the future of the computer industry would inevitably flourish with diverse innovations. It would undoubtedly spark a new wave of revolutionary change. Therefore, to ensure the computer industry of Dragon Nation could ride this wave, he personally funded the establishment of this company. The company's purpose was to develop chips to bring Dragon Nation's computers up to the advanced standards of Blue Star. Li Zhengde's vision was indeed commendable. But in the end, Lungsan International never succeeded in manufacturing the chip. In fact, just a few years ago, Lungsan International was embroiled in a scandal and became a trending topic on social media. They took chips originally produced by Aryang, crossed out the original name, and replaced them with Lungsan International branding. In this way, Lungsan International legitimized itself. It had independently developed China's first domestic chip. At that moment, Lungsan International was elevated to godlike status. Nearly every citizen of Dragon Nation believed that under Lungsan International's leadership, China's chip technology would undoubtedly reach the world's top tier. But, not long after, the scandal broke. This undoubtedly dealt a crushing blow to all Dragon Country citizens. Lungsan International's reputation plummeted as a result. Many individuals were even sent to prison as a result. As the founder of Lungsan International, Li Zhengde naturally bore the brunt of the criticism. Had he not founded this company in the first place, how could Manhwa have suffered such consequences over this incident back then, and find itself caught in a whirlwind of international condemnation? It could be said that at that time, the Dragon Nation couldn't hold their heads up in public, because the moment their Chinese identity was revealed, foreigners from other nations would brand them with the accusation of plagiarism. Mayor Zhou proposed that the Qingdao government could fund to arrange a dedicated vehicle for Bai Ye and his companion, and help Bai Ye fulfill his wish. But Bai Ye declined the offer. Seeing this, Mayor Zhou felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Despite his awkward expression, Zhou Qin did not leave. Instead, he remained by Bai Ye's side. After all, Bai Ye was currently within his jurisdiction. If he let Bai Ye depart like this, any mishap along the way. On one hand, Mayor Zhou himself was unwilling to see such an outcome. On the other hand, if this matter were discovered by elder son or higher-ups in the government, then I'd definitely be in big trouble. At this moment, Bai Ye could sense the turmoil in Mayor Zhou's heart. He understood that under these circumstances, Mayor Zhou would never allow him to depart immediately. Thus, he could only agree for now. They would stay at the guest house for a few days. Seeing that Bai Ye and the other had temporarily settled into the guest house, Mayor Zhou's mood finally eased slightly. 81 departing quietly in the night. After Bai Ye and Bai Qingqing were assigned to the guest house, the surrounding onlookers, along with the staff from the CCTV live broadcast room, began to disperse one by one. After all, from the moment Bai Ye arrived on Xing Island until now, an entire day had passed. Night had fallen, and the day's work was done. After the two checked into the guest house, Zhou Qin immediately contacted nearby authorities, ordering them to dispatch a security detail to protect Bai Ye without delay. After all, Bai Ye was over 100 years old now. And Bai Qingqing was his great-granddaughter. Now just over 20 years old and a woman to boot. Taking care of Bai Ye would inevitably present many inconveniences. However, although he had secretly arranged for the guards, Zhou Qin still remembered Bai Ye's earlier words. Ever since the incident with Zhao Chen concluded, Bai Ye had become extremely resistant. The bodyguard remained by his side. Because every time he saw them, he couldn't help but be reminded of Zhao Chen. Therefore, the bodyguard Zhou Qin had arranged this time were merely stationed outside the guest house to provide covert protection. Bai Ye wasn't even made aware of their presence. During the night, Zhou Qin tossed and turned, unable to sleep at all. His mind kept racing, wondering how he could possibly get Bai Ye to agree. For the journey ahead, the authorities would step in to escort them forward. However, things did not go as planned. That night, while everyone was fast asleep, Bai Ye secretly slipped away with Bai Qingqing. Bai Ye understood Zhou Qin's goodwill. He had refused the protection and the special escort during the day. That night, Mayor Zhou would certainly have placed security guards around them to ensure his safety. Therefore, that night, Bai Ye remained constantly vigilant of her surroundings. Seizing a moment, he slowly slipped away. Though Bai Ye's legs were not fully functional, he used his wits to avoid detection by the guards. That was a piece of cake. The next day arrived. Early in the morning, Mayor Zhou arrived with his entourage to visit Bai Ye. However, when accompanied by the guards and arrived at Bai Ye's door, Mayor Zhou gently knocked on Bai Ye's door. Then he began to wait patiently. Ever since Bai Ye arrived on Xing Island, nearly every citizen on Xing Island had been in a state of great excitement. And today, to welcome Bai Ye's arrival, Mayor Zhou even organized a special lecture at a university. He planned to invite Bai Ye to speak on stage, to share that chapter of history with today's university students. After all, these students are the future backbone of the nation. The future of development will ultimately rest in the hands of these young people. If they could gain some inspiration from Bai Ye's speech, it would be immensely beneficial for them. However, after Mayor Zhou knocked on the door and waited for some time, he immediately sensed something was amiss. Because several minutes had passed, and still, no one had come to open the door? You see, although Mayor Zhou's knocking wasn't loud, it was definitely loud enough for whoever was inside to hear. Besides, it was already 9 in the morning. Judging by the old man's appearance, it's impossible that he's still resting at 9 in the morning, right? He should have been up long ago. Why was there absolutely no response after such a long time? At that very moment, in Mayor Zhou's mind, a deeply troubling thought suddenly surfaced. After all, Bai Ye was already very old. Over 100 years old. Accidents could happen at any moment. Could it be that something happened to Bai Ye last night and was rushed to the hospital? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Mayor Zhou immediately summoned his security detail. Did any of you see the old man and his great-granddaughter leaving the guest house last night? Upon hearing this, the guards shook their heads in unison. Reporting for duty, we detected no anomalies during yesterday's patrol. Nothing unusual? So the old man is still at the guest house? But why is there no response when we knock on the door? Never mind. Mayor Zhou immediately instructed the hotel staff to come open the door. Upon arriving at the front desk, the staff informed the mayor that early yesterday morning they had seen Bai Ye and his great-granddaughter. The two of them, one old, one young, had departed with their luggage. Boom! Upon hearing this news, Mayor Zhou felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him out of the blue. No! Old Master Bai, they just left like that? Entering the room, the scene inside left him utterly dumbfounded. The entire room had been clean, spotless. Moreover, on a table, a small note was placed. It read as follows. Mayor, thank you for your kindness. But I must depart now. My time is running out, and I must let my comrades feel my sincerity. I must fulfill my promise. After reading the note, Mayor Zhou froze in place. No! Bai Ye, he actually set off again? Had he arrived too late? With that thought, Mayor Zhou hesitated no longer. Instead, he immediately dialed Old Man Sun's number. Since he had accepted Old Man Sun's mission, he had to inform Old Man Sun. Meanwhile, long due. Inside the office, Old Sun was deep in thought about Bai Ye. Just then, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. Upon hearing Zhou Qin report that Bai Ye had left the guest house during the night, he had already left the guest house. He had already headed to his next destination. Old Sun immediately frowned. Mr. Sun, this is my failure. I take full responsibility. Last night, I even had the guards patrol near the guest house to protect Elder Bai's safety. But due to a momentary lapse, I failed to notice that Mr. Bai had already departed during the night. He began his self-criticism. Then, Zhou Qin immediately addressed Old Man Sun. Mr. Sun, I believe our top priority now is to locate Mr. Bai. After all, his great-granddaughter is still quite young, and she's a girl. If they encounter any problems along the way, they won't be able to handle it. It's simply too dangerous. By this point, anxiety had crept into Zhou Qin's tone. While his own future played a part in his concern. But the primary reason was his concern for Bai Ye's safety. After all, if Bai Ye were to meet with an accident on the journey, it would be a tremendous loss for the Dragon Nation. Imagine if people discovered Bai Ye, who had skyrocketed to fame just days ago and had his name officially cleared by the authorities, had met with an accident on the road. What would the entire nation think? Wouldn't they feel resentful? Mayor Zhou must factor these possibilities into his calculations. Of course, the most crucial point is, beyond the aforementioned points, Mayor Zhou holds Bai Ye himself with the utmost respect. 82 We must provide some compensation for Bai Ye's descendants. Following this, Elder Sun continued. Now that I understand the situation, I will dispatch people to locate Bai Ye. Though he spoke with apparent calmness. But at this moment, Old Sun felt a wave of headaches. After all, Bai Ye's current standing in the Dragon Nation was exceptionally unique. Moreover, from Harrison and the previously arrested Li Dongzi, even now, there were still many within the Eagle Nation who sought to take action against Bai Ye. And although Elder Sun deeply trusts the patriotic sentiments of the Dragon Nation's people today, and their patriotic sentiments, but scum can be found anywhere. Who could say whether some lurking threat might set its sights on Bai Ye? What if, while Bai Ye is walking down the street, and he happens to encounter an accident? What then? Could the two of them handle it? But amidst the headache, Old Sun was still pondering another matter. That was how to handle Bai Qingqing. Ever since Bai Ye's sudden rise to fame, Old Sun had also ordered a thorough investigation into Bai Ye's current residence, and conducted a thorough investigation. It was discovered that in Bai Ye's household now, it could be said there were no other relatives. Upon learning this news, Old Man Sun felt both profoundly saddened, yet deeply comforted. The sorrow stemmed from the fact that the venerable Mr. Bai, who had once dedicated his life to the nation's scientific research endeavors, yet today, only one relative remained in the household. This couldn't help but make Old Sun feel a twinge of heartache. Yet at the same time, he felt profound comfort. At least Bai Ye still has his great-granddaughter, Bai Qingqing. Thus, upon learning this news, Old Sun immediately began considering whether to offer Bai Qingqing some form of compensation. If she were to work within the system, she could be prioritized for cultivation. But if she wasn't within the system, then provide some financial compensation and focus on nurturing her descendants. However, based on the current situation, Bai Qingqing seemed to have just graduated from college and didn't have a formal job. Instead, she worked as an online host for a media organization. That makes things rather difficult. Could it be that the authorities plan to send someone to that media company and order them to funnel all resources toward Bai Qingqing? That seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? As Old Sun pondered how to locate Bai Ye and provide Bai Qingqing with some compensation. 2 days later, in Kaiyun City. This time, when Bai Ye set out, he no longer wanted his great-granddaughter to accompany him. After all, she was still far too young. Moreover, having her by his side, truth be told, a girl in her early 20s, it was about time she started looking for a boyfriend. If she were to fall behind because of following me, wouldn't that mean the Bai family would be completely wiped out? Though given his own age, it seemed rather unlikely. Bai Ye still hoped to see Bai Qingqing find a boyfriend and bring home a great-grandchild for her. Upon hearing Bai Ye's request, Bai Qingqing was naturally very opposed. After all, during her college years, thanks to her good looks, Bai Qingqing had received quite a few love letters. But after talking with them, she realized these men were only attracted to her looks. This led Bai Qingqing to develop a resistant attitude toward many men. With a resistant attitude. But this time, Bai Ye's stance was unwavering. He stated that although he was over 100 years old, her body was still robust and doesn't need anyone's care. In the end, Bai Qingqing could only return home. She then found a job. Occasionally, she would stream live to earn some extra income. After starting work, Bai Qingqing realized, although the base salary at her company wasn't very high, the benefits package was actually quite good. Social insurance, housing fund, and even a housing subsidy. However, these benefits only kick in after you're officially hired. Right now, Bai Qingqing had been employed for less than 2 days. She's barely an intern. Of course, Bai Qingqing hasn't revealed her true identity to the company's boss. After all, Bai Qingqing still preferred to rely on her own efforts, rather than leverage her online fame to secure opportunities for herself. And if the company owner had known she was Bai Ye's great-granddaughter, it was highly likely he would skip the internship period altogether, and even guarantee her a monthly salary of 10 to 20,000 yuan. She'd be promoted straight to executive level. However, while these are the positive aspects of the company, there are also some downsides. For instance, during daytime work hours, she was frequently harassed by colleagues nearby. They send her harassing text messages from time to time, or they'd ask for her contact information. The worst part is, this colleague is actually Bai Qingqing's superior. If I push him too far, who knows what might happen one day. She might find herself being singled out for unfair treatment. And that's one of the most uncomfortable aspects of the workplace. When your superior holds the reins, working at the company is bound to be incredibly frustrating. Of course, if that's the case, Bai Qingqing could simply quit this job. With her current following, if she were to go live, any single session could draw hundreds of thousands of viewers. Just from live streaming tips alone, she could rake in thousands or even tens of thousands in a single day. But as mentioned before, Bai Qingqing didn't want to profit from this popularity. Instead, she prefers to keep her feet firmly on the ground. Her internship salary wasn't high, so she relies on live streaming to earn extra income. Bai Qingqing planned to. Once she gets her permanent position and her salary increases, then she could shut down the live streaming completely. That day, after finishing her work, Bai Qingqing handed over the reports and materials in her hands to her senior colleague. Upon receiving the materials, this colleague gave Bai Qingqing a strange look. "Qingqing, you should know how I feel about you. Why not give it some thought? Besides, I'm highly valued by the boss. If you join me, you'll definitely have a bright future ahead. And I hear you have a great-grandfather, right? Trust me, if you join me, I'll take good care of your great-grandfather too. Think it over. But if you don't." Over the past 2 days, Bai Qingqing had lost count of how many times she'd heard this. The sound of this colleague's harassment. Every time it happened, Bai Qingqing felt her teeth grind in frustration. But there was nothing she could do. She already knew what kind of person her great-grandfather was. As his great-granddaughter, Bai Qingqing felt she should. She ought to keep her feet firmly on the ground and work diligently. Relying solely on live streaming, wouldn't that disappoint Grandpa Zhang and the others? Therefore, no matter what, she must persevere with this job. As for her superior colleague, just endure it for now, and this matter will pass. Besides, we live in a society governed by the rule of law. She refused to believe it. If I refuse, would she dare to confront me openly? Aren't they afraid of breaking the law? 83 What? She's actually Bai Ye's great-granddaughter? Just as Bai Qingqing was seething with indignation, suddenly, the office door creaked open. A middle-aged man in a suit slowly walked in. Upon seeing this man, the senior colleague's face instantly betrayed a look of utter bewilderment. It must be noted that although Kaiyun City is not a particularly developed city in Longhua, the company's operations spanned the entire nation. And the Kaiyun City branch was precisely a subsidiary under the headquarters. The middle-aged man who entered the office was the manager of this branch office. In truth, as company employees, it's perfectly normal to see the manager suddenly appear. After all, while the manager's position is relatively high, he was, at most, the manager of a branch office, essentially just another worker. Therefore, he must come to the office regularly. However, the offices of managers and higher-level executives are in a completely different location from the employee offices. They're separated by an entire building. Moreover, as far as he knew, from the day he joined the company until now, his knowledge of this manager had been limited to hearsay. He'd never actually seen him in person. That's why the manager's sudden appearance was utterly shocking. "Manager Liu, how did you end up here?" This colleague began to wonder if he had made some mistake at work recently. That's why the manager had come over to give them a talking to? But then he thought about it. The colleague immediately felt relieved. His recent performance had been solid. Even the numbers on the reports had improved. So it definitely wasn't work-related that the manager came to see me. On the other side, Manager Liu shot the colleague a cold stare. He thought to himself, this guy really has no sense of the situation. With such a big shot right beside him, and he still couldn't recognize him? But at the same time, Manager Liu's temper was about to explode. Trembling, he glanced at Bai Qingqing first. Then he hurriedly averted his gaze. The branch he managed had been visited by such a big shot. And what was even more damning was that regarding this matter, as the manager, he knew absolutely nothing about it? I'm not here to see you this time. After a cold snort, Manager Liu immediately shot a fawning glance at the person beside him. Standing beside Manager Liu was the vice mayor of Kaiyun City. He had come regarding Bai Qingqing's matter. Ever since Old Sun decided to do something for Bai Ye's descendants, the higher-ups quickly discovered. After leaving Xing Island, Bai Qingqing did not continue traveling with Bai Ye. Instead, she returned to Kaiyun City and joined a company. However, when it was discovered that an employee at this company had engaged in behavior suspected of harassing Bai Qingqing, Kaiyun City took this matter extremely seriously. The deputy mayor personally intervened to handle the matter. You have some nerve. How dare you harbor improper intentions toward the great-granddaughter of old Master Bai Ye? Manager Lu said coldly. He also revealed the identity of the person beside him without batting an eye. Upon hearing this, his face instantly drained of color. No. Bai Qingqing is actually Bai Ye's great-granddaughter? He had no idea about this at all. Now, throughout the entire Dragon Nation, who didn't know Bai Ye's name? While his live streams only reach tens of millions of viewers. But CCTV has repeatedly aired the program on television. Even if they haven't seen it yet, surely they've heard the name? And now, he actually has. He's harboring improper intentions? If he'd known Bai Qingqing's true identity beforehand, even if you gave him 100 guts, he absolutely would never have done such a thing. Clang! Upon learning Bai Qingqing's true identity, this colleague immediately collapsed to the ground. His eyes went completely blank. It's over. How could I have blurted out something like this? Though for now, it was merely a thought, and hadn't actually taken any action. But regardless, the authorities had already taken a stance. Even if he hadn't actually done anything wrong, the company will likely try to salvage its reputation. It's unlikely he'll be able to stay at the company. I expect that first thing tomorrow morning, the very first letter I'll receive will be a passive resignation letter from Manager Lu. Meanwhile, when Bai Qingqing saw Manager Lu and the solemn-faced deputy mayor beside him, her face also showed a look of utter bewilderment. After all, since returning to Kaiyun City, she had paid little attention to online matters. Even during her nightly livestreams, she remained largely unaware where Grandpa Zhang had gone next. Faced with the netizens' inquiries, she was even a bit at a loss. Time slipped by day after day. Before she knew it, 3 days had passed. Despite the authorities deploying numerous personnel to investigate, they still hadn't found any trace of Bai Ye. Upon learning this, Old Man Sun found it highly peculiar. Although this search wasn't conducted with great fanfare, it still involved some frontline soldiers. On the roads of major provinces and cities, they've combed every inch. Yet they still couldn't find any trace of Bai Ye. Faced with this situation, Old Sun couldn't help but start worrying. Could Bai Ye still hold out after all these days? Has he already met with misfortune? But in reality, at this very moment, Bai Ye was strolling leisurely along a country lane. In fact, due to his impaired mobility, he must tread with extra caution on muddy stretches. It wasn't that Bai Ye deliberately chose these paths. Rather, it was because on Bai Ye's map, the former site of the Dragon Corps International Group, was precisely along these roads. Moreover, the map Bai Ye held wasn't just some random map bought at a supermarket. After all, we're already in the information age. Maps, relics of a bygone era, are practically impossible to purchase anymore. Everyone uses mobile navigation to locate their destinations. Actually, Bai Ye does have a phone. And initially, he had planned to use the phone's navigation feature to reach the former site of Longxin International. But after traveling a certain distance, Bai Ye suddenly realized the route displayed on the online map was completely different from the actual path. So he had no choice. Bai Ye had no choice but to rely on his memory and redraw the route himself. Fortunately, he had traversed that stretch of road before. Moreover, on country roads, often you wouldn't see a single house for hundreds of meters. Finding Bai Ye would be even more impossible. Another week passed. Old Sun still hadn't received any news about Bai Ye. At this point, both Old Sun and Bai Qingqing both wore anxious expressions. 84 trembling with fear. I nearly became a criminal in the Dragon Nation. Over the course of this week, through official channels, Bai Qingqing had also fully uncovered the recent developments concerning Grandpa Zhang. When she learned that there had been no news of Grandfather Zhang for several days, an equally anxious expression appeared on Bai Qingqing's face. She immediately pulled out her phone and dialed Grandpa Zhang's number. Back then, Grandpa Zhang's phone was actually the one she had bought for him. After all, Bai Ye was over 100 years old. At his age, accidents could happen easily. And with the phone's location tracking feature, if anything happened to Grandpa Zhang, as his great-granddaughter, she could be notified immediately. Then she could rush over to help. But when she pulled out her phone and tried to locate Grandpa Zhang through the GPS, she panicked upon discovering at some point Bai Ye had turned off his location tracking. This meant she couldn't use the GPS to find Grandpa Zhang. What worried Bai Qingqing even more was, over the past few days, she had called Grandpa Zhang countless times. Not a single one had been answered. This only deepened Bai Qingqing's growing unease. Dark thoughts began to take root in her mind. Grandpa Zhang, could something terrible have happened to him? Just as Bai Qingqing, Old Sun, and the others were anxiously awaiting news of Bai Ye. On the other side, in a county town, on the streets, Bai Ye, who had vanished for over a week, suddenly appeared here. During this time, Bai Ye had walked countless country lanes. Moreover, to avoid further inconveniencing the authorities, whenever thirsty, he drank from mountain springs. When hungry, he would casually stop at a supermarket to buy something to stave off hunger. Moreover, without his great-granddaughter to look after him, Bai Ye, focused on making progress, simply ignored his appearance. After over a week, Bai Ye's face was covered in grimy dirt. Even his graying hair had turned black. Even with Bai Ye's current fame, when he arrived at the supermarket looking like this. When he arrived at the supermarket clerk saw Bai Ye. Didn't recognize him at all. In fact, many people mistook Bai Ye for a beggar. They would occasionally toss a coin or two, tossing them right in front of Bai Ye. But there were also some kind-hearted shopkeepers. When Bai Ye came to the supermarket to buy things, seeing his disheveled clothes and unkempt appearance, they kindly waved him off. No matter what Bai Ye picked up, they'd wave him through. They let Bai Ye take it directly, without even charging him. However, even though the shopkeeper had said this, Bai Ye still placed the money on the counter. As a former researcher, Bai Ye didn't dwell on such small favors. He simply knew that paying for purchases was the right thing to do. It was only natural. Besides, he wasn't short on cash. It was simply because he was in a hurry. So he kept things simple. When the supermarket owner saw Bai Ye insist on paying, he felt utterly helpless and had no choice but to accept it. But even after Bai Ye left, the supermarket owner still didn't realize? It turns out that the elderly man who just paid was none other than the very same person. The very same Bai Ye whose name had been circulating wildly online. He now holds the title of honorary academician at the Lunka Academy. It was during this very journey Bai Ye finally arrived in Zhenghua City. In truth, over the years, the address of Dragon Corps International had changed multiple times. But back then, when he and Li Zhenda first met, with a sweeping gesture of his hand, he established the location for Lungsan International Group. Right here in Zhenghua City. Upon arriving in Zhenghua City, Bai Ye first randomly picked a hotel. He took a shower and washed his clothes. However, when Bai Ye arrived at the hotel, a minor incident nearly occurred. He was filthy, having gone nearly a week without a bath. Therefore, upon seeing Bai Ye, the hotel owner nearly mistook him for a beggar and tried to kick him out. Fortunately, the owner eventually let Bai Ye enter the hotel. He booked a room and settled in. After Bai Ye finished bathing and changed his clothes, his entire demeanor instantly transformed. When the innkeeper saw Bai Ye again, his face instantly revealed a look of utter shock. No way. The beggar who had just asked to stay at his hotel. It was none other than Bai Ye, who had recently gone viral online. The posthumously honored honorary academician of the Dragon Academy? The hotel owner's face twisted with a mix of tension, yet exhilarated. At the same time, there was a hint of lingering fear. After all, just moments before Bai Ye arrived at the hotel, when he hoped to check in, he had nearly turned Bai Ye away at the door. I nearly turned him away at the door. Thankfully, I ultimately didn't do that. Otherwise, if he later found out that person was actually Bai Ye, he would have regretted it to death. And now, the hotel owner felt incredibly fortunate too. Zhenghua City wasn't exactly a major metropolis. Tourists are few and far between, and the hotel is usually nearly empty. But if the fact that Bai Ye had once stayed at this hotel were to become public knowledge, then business at his hotel might suddenly be flooded with customers, even if they have no actual need for lodging. Thanks to Bai Ye's fame, many people would want to stay here. At that moment, Bai Ye also noticed the hotel owner's face lit up with wild excitement. But he had no idea what the owner was thinking at that moment. He assumed the man had encountered something joyful. I'm Bai Ye. Thank you for letting me use the bathroom. I'm sorry for the trouble. How much is it? I'll pay you now. Zhenghua City wasn't exactly a big place. Hourly rooms at hotels only cost a dozen or so yuan per hour. That's already incredibly cheap. But the environment? Not so great. You could only say it was passable. When Bai Ye pulled out money to pay for himself, the hotel owner's expression froze in shock. But then he thought to himself, how could he possibly accept money from Bai Ye? He instinctively waved his hands hurriedly. Mr. Bai, how could I possibly accept your money? It's my honor to have you stay at my hotel. I should be the one paying you. The hotel owner's forehead broke out in a sweat. And that was no exaggeration. In fact, had he known Bai Ye's identity earlier, and if he'd only booked a room to take a shower and change clothes, he might have invited Bai Ye straight to his own home to shower. After all, a room costing just over 10 yuan an hour. How much better could the service possibly be? Even the hot water was intermittent. And it's still the dead of winter. Without steady hot water, what if old man Bai catches a chill while bathing? If he falls ill, wouldn't he become a criminal in the eyes of the Dragon Nation? 85 What? News about Bai Ye? After Bai Ye paid, he quietly left the hotel. At that moment, the hotel owner suddenly remembered something. He immediately grabbed his phone. He dialed the police emergency number. When the call connected, the owner spoke with an excited expression. He recounted his recent experience directly to the officer. "Officer, I've got some news for you. Just now, Old Master Bai Ye came to our hotel. Didn't the authorities announce they were searching for Old Master Bai Ye? He's right here in the vicinity." At this point, many might be wondering, wasn't the government supposed to be protecting Bai Ye's safety? So they were being so cautious about searching for Bai Ye, not letting slip a single word? Why, at this very moment, did the hotel owner spot Bai Ye? Did they immediately think to contact the police? Here's the truth. For an entire week, the authorities had found no trace of Bai Ye. Therefore, to ensure they could contact Bai Ye immediately, they had the police issue notices to all major hotels across the country, stating that if anyone spotted Bai Ye, they must report it to the authorities immediately. Some might ask, what if the hotel owner called the police and found Bai Ye? Couldn't some owner have ulterior motives toward Bai Ye? That's impossible. Because in China, running a hotel requires a full set of licenses. And the owner must be a Dragon Country national. If they are Chinese nationals, how could they possibly harm Bai Ye? Therefore, the government's approach is also a show of confidence in the general populace of the Dragon Nation. Upon receiving the hotel owner's emergency call, the Zhonghua City Police Department did not dare delay. They immediately escalated the matter directly to the municipal government building. The mayor of Zhonghua City was named Lin Chen, a middle-aged man in his 50s. Upon receiving the news from the police station, he froze in place for a moment. But soon after, his heart was completely filled with joy. Old Master Bai Ye found? And he's right here in our city? Good, good. Before hanging up the phone, Mayor Lin specifically instructed the police department to have the hotel owner keep an eye on which direction Bai Ye was heading. In fact, if possible, have the hotel owner discreetly follow Bai Ye to see where he was headed. After all, it had taken considerable effort to track Bai Ye down. They absolutely couldn't afford to lose track of him again. As for the innkeeper, if he truly manages to follow the trail and find Bai Ye again, then the hotel's losses would be compensated in full. After hanging up the phone, Mayor Lin wasted no time. He immediately reported the news to the authorities. Once the authorities learned of the situation, they're instantly settled. You see, the entire nation of Longwo was now focused on Bai Ye. Everyone hoped to locate Bai Ye's current whereabouts. But now, Bai Ye has been found. Moreover, given that he sought out a nearby hotel to bathe, it's reasonable to assume this time, Bai Ye's destination is most likely in Zhonghua City. But at this point, the authorities were puzzled too. Zhonghua City isn't exactly a major provincial capital. Moreover, some factories had been abandoned over a decade ago. What exactly is Bai Ye planning to do in Zhonghua City this time? Which comrades' promise is he about to fulfill? After tossing and turning, official personnel swiftly relayed the situation to Long Du. Old Sun received the news. Upon realizing Bai Ye was safe and sound in Zhonghua City, even having taken a bath, Old Master's son breathed a deep sigh of relief. From previous interactions, Old Man's son knew Bai Ye disliked grand, ostentatious displays. Therefore, this time, Old Master's son instructed that Lin Chen should personally receive Bai Ye alone. After hanging up the phone, the expression on Old Sun's face immediately softened. During this period, Old Sun had also been reviewing the archives from the Zhongnan shipyard, nuclear submarine manufacturing archives. He had indeed learned that the reason the nuclear submarine could be launched in such a short time back then was precisely because was largely due to Zhao Chen's dedication. And all these years later, although Zhao Chen was merely a guard, and his grasp of scientific knowledge was practically non-existent, but through the archived records of that incident and Bai Ye's oral account, Old Sun could confidently conclude that Zhao Chen's actions could indeed restore his honor. No, it should be said that his reputation was enhanced. Henceforth, Zhao Chen would remain a martyr who sacrificed his life for the nation. Only, his legacy would evolve from the initial ambiguity to later being recognized as one who sacrificed himself for the Dragon Nation's nuclear submarine program. As the investigation deepens, more and more details about Bai Ye was unearthed. As more information surfaced, Old Sun's expression grew increasingly grave. If we continue to delve deeper into these archival records, then fully restoring Bai Ye's status as an academician of the Dragon Academy, it wouldn't merely be a matter of benefits. It would inevitably be resolved. As for the age restrictions for academicians, in light of Bai Ye's contributions, it's no big deal at all. Next time, when we restore Bai Ye's reputation, we can absolutely bestow upon him the title of Academician of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Besides old son, Bai Qingqing was also deeply concerned about Bai Ye. In fact, she hadn't heard from Bai Ye in over a week. Bai Qingqing's expression had grown noticeably haggard. If not for the dedicated personnel assigned to protect Bai Qingqing's safety in Kaiyun City, she might have abandoned her work altogether and searched the entire country for Bai Ye. Whenever Bai Qingqing thought about it, her great-grandfather was left without her care. And if she chose to walk to her destination after getting off the train, her pace would likely slow considerably. A journey that should take just a day or two might stretch into over a week. Of course, Bai Qingqing's greatest concern at this moment was still Bai Ye's safety. After all, Bai Ye is over 100 years old now. If an accident were to occur, even a minor bump, for a centenarian, such threats could prove fatal. After Bai Qingqing waited like this for over 10 days, finally, old Master Sun's side sent someone to contact Bai Qingqing. They informed her that Bai Ye's location had been found in Zhenghua City. According to the hotel owner who had seen Bai Ye, although when he had last seen Bai Ye, he was covered in grime and his face was blackened. After taking a shower and paying to leave, Bai Ye's mental state was still quite good. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing's mood instantly relaxed. She promptly took leave from work and immediately booked a flight to Zhenghua City. Although Grandpa Zhang had been reluctant to let her continue accompanying him and had sent her back. But so many days had passed. Bai Qingqing realized that being apart, she was still too worried about Grandpa Zhang's safety. She realized she absolutely had to be by his side to care for him. 86 Who the hell are you? Delete that photo of Mr. Bai. Meanwhile, in Zhenghua City, Bai Ye also made his way toward the ruins of an abandoned factory, slowly making his way over. Little did Bai Ye know at that moment, a squad of police officers was silently following behind him. They were discreetly protecting Bai Ye's safety. Though they maintained a distance of over 100 meters, they never let Bai Ye slip from their sight. Should any danger arise, the police force could respond immediately, then deploy officers to secure Bai Ye. As Bai Ye continued moving forward slowly, a camera suddenly focused on Bai Ye. The man holding the camera was a content creator from a self-media platform called Eagle Sauce. He boasts millions of followers across the entire internet. His name is Bai Ye. In recent years, as a foreign internet celebrity, gained a massive following across the internet. He gained a massive following across the internet. Of course, this alone doesn't fully capture Bai Ye's standing among netizens in China. After all, no matter how you look at it, Bai Ye may be in China. He is still a white person. From every angle, the people of Longwa have always distrusted the eagle-eyed white folks. But since a few years ago, Bai Ye returned to the Eagle Nation and used that time to expose some of the issues plaguing the Eagle Nation. Exposed to the Chinese people, people finally realized that although Bai Ye is a foreigner, he harbored profound affection for the Dragon Nation. Moreover, those videos from that period also allowed Chinese netizens to see what a real Eagle Chan is like. Because of this incident, Bai Ye's fan base in China exploded. Within just a few weeks, he skyrocketed to become a mega influencer with millions of followers across the entire internet. However, it was precisely because of Bai Ye's videos documenting Eagle Lady's street life caused the American government to seethe with hatred toward Bai Ye. They'd love nothing more than to wait until Bai Ye returns and then immediately send someone to take him out. Under immense pressure, another year or two passed. Bai Ye gradually faded from netizens' view. He didn't leave China, but chose to settle in Zhenghua City. Quietly enjoying life, he occasionally uploaded photos to the platform, sharing them with his online community. Today, Bai Ye prepared his camera as usual, ready to document life. But what he didn't expect was, when he pulled out his camera, on the street, he actually saw a white-haired old man. Shuffling along with unsteady steps, he walked slowly and alone down the street. Moreover, Bai Ye had a small bag slung over his waist. The zipper of the small bag was open. Through the bag, one could faintly make out some black and white photographs inside. As an American, Bai Ye had spent several years in China, so he recognized them at a glance. These black and white photos must be memorial portraits. But why would a centenarian carry memorial photos? Why would a centenarian appear alone on the streets of Zhenghua City? For a moment, Bai Ye couldn't help himself. He hurriedly pulled out his camera and began filming Bai Ye. But just then, Bai Ye suddenly seemed to sense something. Following the direction of the lens, he shot a fierce glare right at Bai Ye. Startled by Bai Ye's sudden reaction, he accidentally pressed the shutter button. Click. A photograph was captured in that instant. In this photograph, although Bai Ye's eyes were filled with wariness, a glimmer of unwavering resolve shone through his aged features, as if declaring Bai Ye's resolve. No matter what, he would fulfill the promise he made to his comrades. Upon spotting Bai Ye with his camera, he gradually slowed his pace. Then he walked over toward Bai Ye. Seeing Bai Ye approach, Wei Jiawei felt a sudden surge of nervousness. Though his act of pulling out the camera held no ill intent, he hadn't asked for permission. He had simply taken the photo. So at that moment, seeing Bai Ye approach, Wei Jiawei's first reaction was, apologize to Bai Ye. Sir, I'm terribly sorry. I saw you walking alone on the road just now, moving slowly and with great difficulty. So I instinctively took this photo. I'm Wei Jiawei, you probably don't know me. I'm an influencer on a social media platform. I truly meant no harm. After listening to Wei Jiawei's animated explanation, Bai Ye's expression finally softened slightly. As Wei Jiawei apologized to Bai Ye, at that very moment, a dedicated vehicle approached the scene. It pulled up slowly at the scene. This was an official vehicle from the Jianghua city government. The person arriving was none other than the mayor of Jianghua City, Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen arrived rather late, he witnessed the entire scene. A foreigner, holding a camera, was photographing Bai Ye. Having received orders from elder son, Lin Chen was now on high alert. In his eyes, foreigners were often untrustworthy. And that earlier act of taking photos was highly likely intended to send signals to some foreign organization. Sending signals. Therefore, after getting out of the car, Lin Chen immediately ordered officers to surround Wei Jiawei. Foreign friend, I am Lin Chen, mayor of Jianghua City. You were secretly taking photos of Mr. Bai just now, correct? Where were you planning to upload them? Are you plotting something against Mr. Bai Ye? Confess everything. I'm giving you 1 minute to delete every single photo you just took. Upon hearing this barrage of demands from Lin Chen, Wei Jiawei's face instantly turned blank with confusion. And deeply aggrieved. He was just a small-time content creator. And he hadn't posted anything online in ages. Today, he finally took out his camera and saw an elderly man walking alone on the street, carrying a portrait of someone. Out of curiosity, I couldn't resist taking a photo. But I never imagined. This simple act of mine actually caught the attention of the mayor of Jianghua City? Wait. Though Wei Jiawei was aware, he might have violated the old man's portrait rights. But if the old man didn't want it, he could just delete it, couldn't he? But why did the mayor himself have to get involved? Had he broken some unwritten rule? But Wei Jiawei quickly realized. The mayor's words were likely not directed at him at all. It was because the old man standing before him, his identity was exceptionally unique. After all, it was highly unusual for the mayor of Jianghua City to appear here in a special vehicle. Beyond providing covert protection for this elderly gentleman, Wei Jiawei couldn't fathom any other plausible explanation for this situation. 87 Such a humble-looking elder, yet so commanding of respect. However, all those thoughts just now were merely fleeting speculations in Wei Jiawei's mind. They flashed by in an instant before vanishing. This couldn't be possible, could it? At least judging by appearances. The old man before him, though advanced in years, but he looked no different from any other ordinary elderly person. In any way? So he probably doesn't have any special status, right? Thus, Wei Jiawei replied with genuine puzzlement. Sir, perhaps you're not quite aware. I'm a content creator on the Kuaishou platform. I turned on the camera purely out of interest. I had no malicious intent whatsoever. In fact, to truly prove his innocence, he even volunteered to open his creator dashboard and showed it to Lin Chen. But Lin Chen waved him off and coldly stated, that won't work either. This gentleman's status is rather special. I know you have some fame online, but no means no. There's absolutely no room for compromise. Hearing these words, Wei Jiawei's earlier suspicions seemed to be confirmed instantly. This old man, his identity is rather special? No way. How could that be possible? You probably don't know yet. This old gentleman is an honorary academician of our Lanka Academy. And he enjoys the same privileges as a full academician. You secretly filmed an academician, don't you realize how wrong that is? Upon hearing Lin Chen say this, Wei Jiawei's expression became even more bewildered. What? An honorary academician of the Dragon Academy? And he even enjoys the same privileges as a full academician? Although Wei Jiawei isn't a Dragon Nation citizen, he's lived in Longwood for so many years. He occasionally follows the news. He naturally understood. Honorary academician is actually more akin to an exceptional honor. Compared to a full academician, it's still a notch below. And I've seen real academicians on TV quite a few times. Especially in recent years, CCTV interviews with academicians frequently appear on television. In those scenes, the faces of those elderly scholars, many of them look younger than Bai Ye. But what truly baffled Wei Jiawei was, the man before him, with his snow-white hair and a face far more weathered than some academicians, was not an academician yet enjoyed the same privileges as one? In Wei Jiawei's mind, you either held the honor or you were simply an academician. How come the title is reversed, yet the benefits are those of a full-time position? Moreover, Bai Ye, this honorary academician, he looks absolutely no different from any ordinary elderly person. Honestly, aside from him just snapping photos with his camera and Bai Ye catching on instantly, where could one possibly tell that Bai Ye's status was anything out of the ordinary? Seeing Wei Jiawei's face still clouded with confusion, Lin Shen sighed helplessly. It seemed this foreigner hadn't been keeping up with the news lately. So he simply laid out the materials and placed them in front of Wei Jiawei. Clearly written on it was the official treatment of Bai Ye, along with Bai Ye's news reports of trekking on foot with his injured leg, and the news of him trekking across various locations with his injured leg. As these documents appeared before Wei Jiawei's eyes, after flipping through several pages, Wei Jiawei grew increasingly stunned. Every single document bore an official seal. Therefore, all this information about Bai Ye were all true. Could it be that he had truly misread the situation? The old man before him, is he truly an honorary academician of the Dragon Research Institute? Moreover, it's highly likely. Be posthumously recognized as a full academician? The moment this realization hit him, Wei Jiawei felt his heartbeat quicken. After all, as an American citizen, had been indoctrinated since childhood with the belief that they, the white-skinned eagle worshippers, were the most superior race. Countries like the Dragon Nation could never compare to the Eagle Nation. But judging from the contents of this document, 60 or 70 years ago, under his leadership, in less than a year, they developed nuclear weapons? Moreover, he led his team. They subsequently developed the J-5 fighter jet and nuclear submarines. Could it be that new chapters of Bai Ye's past might be uncovered this time? All at once. Upon contemplating these feats, Wei Jiawei found himself was suddenly filled with profound respect. If everything in the records about Bai Ye is true, then he should be a scientist worthy of the world's utmost respect, regardless of whether other nations assisted along the way. But to lead a nation in developing nuclear weapons within a single year, to develop nuclear weapons, this feat alone, when placed in the annals of global history, is nothing short of a miracle. Moreover, when Wei Jiawei finished watching Bai Ye carry the portraits of his fallen comrades, walked across the entire nation and on his way to the place where he once worked, admiring the landscapes of the Dragon Nation today. After witnessing these deeds, Wei Jiawei was once again so deeply moved that his scalp tingled. A centenarian, not just in the United States, in any country in the world, should be enjoying family life, living happily with their children and grandchildren. Yet, at this age, Bai Ye resolutely set out on a journey to fulfill a promise made decades ago with his comrades. Such actions truly inspire admiration. It fills one with profound sorrow. After pondering this, every time Wei Jiawei looked at Bai Ye, his eyes brimmed with profound admiration and reverence. At this very moment, Wei Jiawei also realized his earlier actions had indeed been rather poor. After all, no matter how you looked at it, Bai Ye was a major figure in the Dragon Nation, and secretly filming him like that certainly cast him in a poor light. After a moment's thought, Wei Jiawei addressed Bai Ye. Mr. Bai Ye, I apologize. I took your photo without permission earlier. It wasn't intentional. But after learning about your achievements, I wanted to keep a photo of you as a memento. Because I feel you are the first truly admirable person I've encountered in all my years living in the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing Wei Jiawei's explanation, Bai Ye saw sincerity in his expression, just like the look he'd seen on Harrison's face back on Xing Island. So he nodded in agreement. He smiled and agreed. After all, not every eagle-wielding lad carried ill will. Since he'd put it that way, let him stay. Upon seeing Bai Ye's consent, Wei Jiawei felt incredibly excited. After all these years living in the Dragon Country, Wei Jiawei had grown to admire everything about the Dragon Country. Moreover, he grew increasingly disenchanted with his homeland. Especially in recent years, Wei Jiawei learned that the eagle had actually banned TikTok. This has pushed Wei Jiawei's distaste for the Eagle Nation to its absolute peak. 88 Eagle-chan netizens shocked. China actually has heroes like this? TikTok is a self-media app that recently emerged in the US. It's essentially the overseas branch of the Kuaishou platform. For this very reason, Wei Jiawei occasionally keeps tabs on news about this overseas version of Kuaishou. However, recently, Kuaishou has grown increasingly popular in China, and more people are sharing their lives on it. Its overseas counterpart, TikTok, has gradually drawn the attention of the American authorities. Originally, with the introduction of TikTok, young eagle wings finally found a platform to share their lives. However, the content on the platform has caused significant offense to the authorities. They have demanded that Kuaishou, you must unconditionally sell TikTok to the US. Otherwise, this product will definitely be taken down. Upon hearing this news, the young eagle fans were instantly furious. Wait. We're just using a social media app like everyone else. And you ban us at the drop of a hat? What's the difference between that and robbery? So a huge number of eagle-winged citizens started protesting on this app. But what good does protesting do now? Because TikTok exposed too many secrets about the eagle-eyed crowd, forcing the authorities to take action. Upon learning of this, Bai Ye, and he's furious with the eagle flag. And seizing this opportunity, Bai Ye also thought to himself, the eagle truly harbors an antagonistic attitude toward everything about the Dragon Nation. It's not that the Dragon Nation is bad, but rather that it's too powerful. So much so that as the dominant power on Blue Star, the eagle fears being surpassed by the Dragon Nation. To maintain its hegemonic status, it resorts to information silos to prevent its own people from learning the truth about the Dragon Nation. The emergence of TikTok has allowed Eagle Chow's citizens to see what the real Dragon Nation is like. But could the Eagle's government ever accept this? Absolutely not. At this moment, Bai Ye suddenly realized, as the deadline for TikTok's ban draws near, some foreign netizens began seeking alternatives to TikTok. Recently, an app called RedNote suddenly surged to the top of foreign trending lists. Foreign netizens seem to have discovered a new world. They've flooded into RedNote in droves. They've made it their second home after TikTok. And so, at this very moment, Bai Ye couldn't help but have another thought. That is, perhaps he could post this photo. Post this photo on RedNote? RedNote is no longer just a wildly popular app in China. Even many foreign netizens have joined. And they're loving it. Bai Ye felt that, as a foreigner residing in China, feels a responsibility to introduce a scientist who has dedicated himself to China, to his fellow countrymen back home. No time to waste. After all, Bai Ye has been navigating the Dragon Kingdom for years. He knows his way around all kinds of self-media channels like the back of his hand. And most importantly, he had already set up an account on RedNote early on. And he's already amassed over 100,000 followers there. While it can't compare to the follower count on the Kuaishou platform, it still counts as a fairly well-known foreign self-media account. So Bai Ye didn't hesitate. He immediately posted this photo online. He even added a caption. For a promise. This centenarian from the Dragon Kingdom carried the banner of science with his life. Carrying his comrade's portrait, he embarked on his journey. Then, he used AI to polish the copy. Thus, Bai Ye's story appeared succinctly beneath the headline. After the content was published, it quickly garnered numerous likes and shares from netizens. Comments began pouring in below the post. What's more, beyond netizens from China, many familiar foreign faces were among those giving likes. And the overwhelming majority of likes came from American netizens. Their replies were uniformly praising Bai Ye. After all, the photo Bai Ye took of Bai Ye, truly outstanding. A centenarian, dressed simply, walking step by step through the streets of China. And in the shoulder bag, one could faintly see some black and white photographs. As Bai Ye walked along, besides carefully maintaining his balance, but also constantly watch over them, making absolutely sure these portraits didn't fall out of the shoulder bag. The sheer impact of these images was overwhelming. Anyone witnessing this scene would be profoundly shaken. Of course, beyond the photographs themselves, what truly leaves one speechless is Bai Ye's story. As a scientist who once helped Longwa develop nuclear weapons and the J-5 fighter jet, and an honorary academician of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, with such stature and status, at the age of 100, he personally carried the portraits of his fallen comrades on his journey to the very place where they once worked together. The reason Bai Ye could do this was solely because of a promise he made to his comrades decades ago. He was determined to fulfill his word. Simply to fulfill that promise, Bai Ye walked dozens of kilometers on foot. From the train station, he journeyed far and wide, without an escort by his side. He even refused official assistance. All that remained before our eyes was a lonely, desolate silhouette, the image of a hero. But you must understand, such heroes only appear on the silver screen. Moreover, in Eagle's foreign propaganda, such heroes typically emerge when the world is on the brink of catastrophe, emerging from some corner of the Eagle Nation. This kind of hero only appears in their Eagle-branded narratives. Yet now, such a hero has unexpectedly been seen in the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing this scene, foreign netizens who happened to stumble upon this couldn't help but recall the recent official announcement from the Eagle Lady, stating that in just a few weeks, TikTok would no longer be accessible on mobile devices. Through TikTok, they also learned from other channels to discover the real China. It's vastly different from the Dragon Kingdom they've been officially promoting. And now, through the RedNote, they witnessed yet another hero from the Dragon Kingdom with their own eyes. This left these foreign netizens admire Bai while simultaneously feeling a surge of resentment. It seems the reason their own authorities banned the TikTok sharing channel was entirely because their previous slanders against the Dragon Nation had been exposed by the truth. So in a fit of shame and anger, they decided to ban it. Now, without TikTok, they can still use other channels to see the true China, to see a scientist who once devoted himself silently to the Dragon Kingdom. You could say the eagle can ban TikTok, but you can't stop us from learning through other channels. To understand what the real Dragon Nation is like. 89 President of Hazan University in shock, Bai Ye is still alive? Eagle sauce. Pentagon. At this moment, the officials of Eagle Nation were feeling utterly disheartened. Recently, with Bai Ye's sudden rise to fame in the Dragon Nation, many eagle-wing scientists from the old era had their fears of Bai Ye reignited. Some might find this description exaggerated. After all, Bai's time in the Eagle Nation was brief. At most, it was just those few years as a student. Moreover, due to official negotiations between the Eagle Nation and the Dragon Nation, which led to Bai Ye returning home early. So logically speaking, Bai Ye, merely a graduate student, couldn't have posed much of a threat to those scientists. But only these American scientists themselves knew deep down. Though Bai Ye was merely a student back then, in that era, there were few scientists who truly mastered nuclear principles. And Bai Ye, having only been enrolled in university for a short time, had already independently written down the equations for nuclear reactions in the laboratory. Moreover, he utilized radioactive materials. In the lab, he literally built a small nuclear reactor with his bare hands. This incident caused an immediate sensation throughout the entire Eagle Nation. Numerous American research institutions competed to extend offers to Bai Ye, hoping that after graduating from university, to join their universities as faculty or continue his scientific research. All terms and conditions were offered on the most favorable terms. They even offered to arrange a private villa for Bai Ye. That wouldn't be out of the question. As fellow college students of Bai Ye's age, they were all native-born eagle worshippers. All white-skinned. And when they learned the college student causing such a sensation nationwide was actually a white-skinned student from China, they harbored intense resentment toward Bai Ye. This resentment persisted until Bai Ye finally returned home safely. Did it gradually fade away? Because of Bai Ye's incident, a significant portion of the fair-skinned students completely changed their attitude. They began to study diligently. After all, they were the noble white-skinned race. How could they be surpassed in the realm of science by a yellow-skinned person? They refused to accept it. All these years had passed. Though Bai Ye had returned to his homeland, the white-skinned students who were once his peers continue pursuing scientific research, ultimately becoming renowned scientists in the Eagle Nation. All these years later, they have long since forgotten the shadow Bai Ye once cast over them. Completely forgotten. However, as news of Bai Ye's exploits suddenly went viral on Red Note, Bai's exploits suddenly went viral. This group of veteran eagle-eyed scientists couldn't sit still. What? Bai Ye, he's still alive? This. A wave of dread washed over them. After all, though they were renowned in the scientific fields of Eagle Nation indeed, across the entire Blue Star. And even across the entire Blue Star. But what if, back then, Bai Ye hadn't chosen to return to China? Then, had Bai Ye chosen to remain in Eagle Sauce, all the fame that should have been theirs would have been ruthlessly stripped away. And instead, it would have been held by Bai Ye. However, not all of the older generation of Eagle scientists harbor hostility and fear toward Bai Ye. There are also some upright Eagle scientists who were genuinely delighted that Bai Ye was still alive. Among them, even certain prestigious American universities. For instance, Bai Ye's alma mater, Hajin University. It is the most renowned university in the Eagle Nation, indeed the entire world. Having stood for over a century, Hajin University is now celebrating its centennial anniversary. To mark this grand occasion, Hajin University plans to invite many distinguished alumni come back to school to give lectures. Let them share their stories too. After all these years away from our alma mater, what contributions have they made to Blue Star's scientific endeavors? What contributions have they made? Among the candidates on this list, Professor Davis, president of Hazin University, though appearing as a 60-year-old white gentleman, he too was drawn to TikTok. He frequently posts updates on the platform. Moreover, owing to his position as president of Hazin University, he boasts over 100,000 followers. However, due to the ban imposed by the official Eagle agency led by Temu Pu, they won't be able to log into TikTok to share updates in just a few days. So, out of boredom, Davis happened to notice Red Note, which has gradually gained popularity among young Eagle-wielding users as TikTok nears its ban. So, going with the flow, Davis casually downloaded the app and registered an account. Then, while scrolling through it, he stumbled upon a photo of a centenarian. Though the face in the photo was deeply aged, The name labeled beneath the photo. Davis was suddenly jolted awake. Bai Ye? Could it be? Could it be that Bai Ye, the Chinese student who once studied at Hazine University? The moment this thought flashed through his mind, Davis's excitement began to surge. After all, back when Bai Ye made such a sensation, he himself hadn't even been born yet. But the influence of Bai Ye didn't begin to fade. It had only gradually faded. To put it bluntly, for a considerable period of time, Hazine University proudly introduced Bai Ye as one of its distinguished alumni. However, due to strong official opposition later on, first, Bai Ye's return to China dashed the Eagles' hopes of retaining him. Completely dashed. Secondly, it was because, back then at the airport, the attempt to assassinate Bai Ye with snipers, that was just too sensitive. Remember, the Eagles' official stance has always been one of peace and justice. Not just externally, but internally as well. They, the Eagle, are the very embodiment of justice. Yet when, in an attempt to prevent Bai Ye from returning home, and their scheme to arrange an assassination attempt at the airport is exposed, then the credibility of the Eagle's official stance in the eyes of the people, wouldn't it plummet overnight? So when the Eagle Chow authorities discovered that Hazine University had honored Bai Ye as an honorary alumnus and featured him in their publicity campaigns, the then Prime Minister immediately called, demanding that Hazine University immediately remove Bai Ye's name. Otherwise, they would send special personnel to take over the university. Under intense official pressure. Thus, the then president of Hazine University had no choice but to comply, striking Bai Ye's name from the list. And now, when Davis became president and saw Bai Ye again, after confirming he was still alive, an idea instantly formed in Davis's mind. An idea instantly formed. Coincidentally, to celebrate Hazine University's centennial anniversary, Davis had also planned to invite a group of distinguished alumni back to campus for the commemorative event. And now, if he could get Bai Ye to come here, it would undoubtedly create a massive sensation. A massive sensation. No wonder he agreed so decisively. There's definitely something fishy going on. I must find a way to invite Bai Ye. This year marks Hazine University's centennial celebration. No alumnus is more fitting than Bai Ye. As the then serving president of Hazine University, Davis also placed great importance on this centennial celebration. In fact, he personally reviewed every name on the alumni invitation list. He personally reviewed every single name. After careful deliberation, he finally narrowed down the final list. However, upon learning of Bai Ye's situation, Davis realized, if he could invite Bai Ye to join, then the others on the list wouldn't matter if they didn't come. But when Davis shared his thoughts to his secretary, a look of difficulty immediately appeared on the secretary's face. Mr. Davis, I understand your perspective. But you must understand. Currently, the official stance of our Eagle agency toward Bai Ye is extremely unfavorable. Moreover, even if you personally invite Bai Ye to the school anniversary celebration, given his advanced age, he might not necessarily attend. Of course, the secretary also mentioned the most crucial point. The Eagle's official stance is fundamentally hostile toward Bai Ye. How could they possibly approve an invitation for Bai Ye to enter the country? It was utterly impossible. Upon hearing this, Davis felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him. Nevertheless, with a heavy heart, and relayed his thoughts to his superiors. He mentioned that Hazine University is the flagship among all universities in Eagle Town. And if during the centennial celebration, and they could invite Bai Ye to attend, it would be an immense honor. He also hoped that the unpredictable leader would set aside his prejudices toward the Dragon Nation and approve his request. Science knows no borders. After speaking, Davis bowed his head. He waited quietly for the supreme leader's response. After all, as the president of Hazine University, how could Davis not know? In the eyes of politicians, interests outweigh everything. That was precisely why he had spoken so bluntly, hoping the chief would give him a decisive answer outright. To put an end to this notion once and for all. The desire to invite Bai Ye to attend the university's anniversary celebration. Yet what Davis hadn't anticipated was, after he finished speaking, the headmaster, unexpectedly, actually agreed with his idea of inviting Bai Ye. Expressed strong approval. Why not? You absolutely must extend the invitation to Bai Ye. You absolutely must bring him to our Eagle Squad. Hearing these words directly from Special's mouth, for a moment, Davis was nearly overcome with excitement. Who would have thought the unpredictable leader would be so easygoing? He hadn't even had to say much. The man agreed outright? It seemed this chief's policies were quite favorable. However, Davis was disappointed. The reason President Tay Meipu agreed to Davis's request wasn't because he genuinely wanted Bai Ye to attend the school celebration. Rather, he hoped to use this opportunity Lure Bai Ye to Eagle Town. Once he was lured over, whether he could return to the Dragon Kingdom would no longer be up to him. Moreover, an honorary academician of the Dragon Academy. He could even serve as a trump card when negotiating terms with the Dragon Nation later. Tearfully's mind was already spinning with schemes. Once Bai Ye agreed to attend the school anniversary celebration, then the personnel waiting at the airport would swarm him. Using various charges, they would place Bai Ye under house arrest. Then he'd be placed somewhere. Because Davis had no idea what Tearfully was thinking. He still thought Tearfully had changed his ways. So he eagerly began preparing to invite Bai Ye to Eagle Town for the school anniversary celebrations. Through Red Note's files, Davis quickly learned Bai Ye was currently in Jianghua City. Upon learning this news, Davis immediately extended an invitation to Bai Ye in his capacity as the president of Hajin University. Issued an invitation to Bai Ye. Meanwhile, Dragon Nation, Dragon Capital. Due to Bai Ye's safety being under constant scrutiny by the Dragon Nation's high command. Therefore, as soon as Davis's message reached the Dragon Nation, it was immediately brought to the attention of Elder Sun and others. At that moment, inside the conference room, the elders unanimously agreed. This was the Eagle's treacherous banquet. Its purpose was to keep Bai Ye permanently in Eagle Land. In the best-case scenario, as a hostage. But if one considered the worst-case scenario, Bai Ye could even face mortal danger. Therefore, within mere minutes, the elders attending the meeting immediately reached a conclusion. Bai Ye absolutely must not attend the school anniversary celebration. When Davis received the official response, he quickly grasped the reason behind Longwa's stance. After all, Bai Ye's current status in the Dragon Nation was exceptionally unique. Although he still held the title of honorary academician of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. But to put it bluntly, even with the title of academician bestowed upon him, in Davis's view, awarding Bai Ye a medal wouldn't be the least bit surprising. Therefore, the official rejection of his request to have Bai Ye attend the school anniversary celebration. This actually made perfect sense to Davis. It demonstrated that the protective measures taken by the Dragon Nation for Bai Ye are exceptionally thorough. At the same time, Davis felt deeply remorseful. How could he have been so careless? How could that unreliable leader have agreed to his request so easily? Turns out he had his own hidden agenda. He planned to arrest him the instant White Knight set foot on Eagle Land. And then arrest him. Using the Eagle's intelligence apparatus, they'd pin any charge on Bai Ye. Then Bai Ye would be trapped for sure. Moreover, considering Bai Ye's advanced age of over 100 years, during his house arrest, they might not even need to resort to any special measures. Bai Ye could well find himself in mortal danger. How foolish of me. For a moment, Davis was overcome with self-reproach. He bitterly regretted his carelessness. But at that very moment, Davis was also preoccupied with the school anniversary celebrations. If he couldn't secure Bai Ye's attendance now, then this centennial celebration of Haji University would undoubtedly be a tremendous disappointment. Just as Davis was feeling utterly frustrated, suddenly his assistant approached him and whispered a single sentence to him. President Davis, why not hold Hajin University's centennial celebration in Longwa instead? Ha! Upon hearing his secretary's suggestion, Davis's expression immediately brightened considerably. This is a brilliant idea. Moreover, if Davis remembered correctly, there was also a university in Jianghua City. Jianghua University. Although Jianghua City isn't a major province or municipality in Longwa, Jianghua University is still a key university in Longwa. Moreover, after consulting records, Davis also happened to discover Jinghua University also appears to be approaching its 50th anniversary celebration. Thus, when all these coincidences presented themselves before him, an unconventional idea immediately took root in Davis's mind. 91 Davis's bold decision. Times have changed. As the president of Hajin University, Davis clearly wasn't the petty, narrow-minded stereotype of an American hawk. On the contrary, he was a man of great integrity. At this moment, when he realized his invitation to Bai Ye had been rejected, Davis naturally felt profound disappointment. This time, for Hajin University's centennial celebration, if Bai Ye cannot attend, it would be a tremendous regret. Though Davis had only seen Bai Ye's deeds through records about Bai Ye's exploits, but he could say without hesitation, in the school archives, Bai Ye was once described as a genius on par with Einstein and Tesla. Though his brilliance was fleeting, after Bai Ye left the university and returned to the Dragon Kingdom, international news about Bai Ye gradually dwindled. He even vanished from the scene entirely. But Davis had no doubt. If the eagle-eyed higher-ups could let go of their obsession with the world and truly embrace the principle that science knows no borders, then perhaps, back then, Bai Ye could have continued his scientific research in the Eagle Nation. And with time, he would have inevitably become a scientist on par with Einstein and Tesla. Such a genius. If he could attend Hajin University's anniversary celebration, it wouldn't be Bai Ye's honor. It would be Hajin University's good fortune. After all, Bai Ye once studied at their university. As it happens, Manhwa University is also approaching its anniversary. The timing is perfect. Why not hold both universities' celebrations simultaneously? The moment this idea flashed through his mind, Davis couldn't suppress the excitement on his face. Of course, Davis was well aware of one crucial fact. That was, their Hajin University consistently ranked first in the global university rankings. And Zhenghua University, while it could be considered a key university in the Dragon Nation, but China has so many key universities. Zhenghua University doesn't rank among the very top tier. In global university rankings, it occupies a position toward the lower end of the middle tier. So Davis immediately thought of? For top-tier institutions like their own Hajin University, if they were to hold a joint anniversary celebration with a mid-tier global university, wouldn't that lead to the presidents of other schools look down on him? To put it bluntly, could this mean Hajin University would no longer be the sacred place in the hearts of countless outstanding students? But when Davis thought of White Knight again, such worries vanished instantly. After all, Hajin University was a century-old institution. Its faculty is renowned worldwide. How could a single joint anniversary celebration ruin their reputation? In any case, no matter what, this time, Davis will definitely come to Longwei himself to meet Bai Ye. Once Davis, in his capacity as president of Hajin University, the entire Eagle Nation was plunged into profound shock. The entire Eagle Nation was plunged into profound shock. No way. Your Hajin University in Eagle Town, indeed across the entire Blue Star's educational sphere. What standing does it hold? Don't you have any sense of its stature? Let me put it this way. This time, Davis announced, Hajin University will co-host its anniversary celebration with Zhenghua University to jointly host the university anniversary celebration. Almost everyone in the world knows Hajin University. But when it comes to Zhenghua University? What the heck is that? Except maybe in China. Many foreigners hearing this university's name, they assume it's some fly-by-night university from China. And what shocks American netizens the most is that Harbin Institute of Technology as an American university. You're actually going to hold your anniversary celebration in the Dragon Kingdom? To begin with, holding a joint anniversary celebration with some obscure Dragon Country university. To hold a joint anniversary celebration, that alone is already incredibly embarrassing. It tarnishes Hajin University's reputation. But upon further reflection, imagine if the president of Zhenghua University brought their faculty and students to Eagle Town for their anniversary celebration. It wouldn't be entirely incomprehensible. After all, Hajin University's faculty strength is renowned for being exceptionally strong. You can't expect the dominant party to come to your little corner to hold their school anniversary celebration, can you? But the outcome? Davis's decision. It left the vast majority of hawkish netizens. Left them utterly speechless. However, in response to questions from netizens, Davis also shared his thoughts. Lately, China's advanced technologies keep emerging. Not just the latest 6th-generation fighter jets. Even before that, there are drones, robotic dogs, and the Southern Heavenly Gate Project series of aerospace equipment whose development status remains unknown. In recent years, Dragon Nation's technological advancement has been nothing short of explosive. Yet in comparison, as the long-standing dominant power on Blue Star, the Eagle Nation has consistently failed to produce any advanced technology in recent years. Even its most formidable 5th-generation fighter, the F-2 Wildbird, is already a relic from 2 or 3 decades ago. At best, it can only be compared to China's J-20 fighter jet. But if it ever faces China's 6th-generation fighter jet, it would likely be crushed into dust in an instant. So, using this as an excuse, Davis decided to come clean. This time, under the guise of organizing the school anniversary celebration. To seek knowledge from the Dragon Nation. To see if he could exchange some advanced scientific and technological knowledge. Originally, when Davis announced to hold the anniversary celebration for Hajin University in the Dragon Kingdom, the Eagle's top brass vehemently opposed it. They even froze Davis's privileges outright. After all, Hajin University stands as the most powerful institution of higher learning not only within Eagle Nation but across the entire Blue Star. As its president, Davis wielded immense authority. To curb Davis's influence, the Eagle Swan authorities held an emergency meeting. They directly restricted Davis's privileges. However, after Davis's persuasive and eloquent arguments, the Eagle Agency's top brass, after urgent deliberation, they promptly agreed to Davis's proposal. Oh, so your so-called school anniversary celebration is actually an exchange of scientific expertise with universities and the Dragon Nation? Then there's no problem at all. Lately, Eagle Nation's scientific and technological progress has indeed slowed somewhat. Many Eagle land leaders are deeply concerned. If the Dragon Nation keeps advancing like this, their position as the dominant power on Blue Star could genuinely be in jeopardy. And if Davis truly returns from the Dragon Kingdom with new insights this time, it might just extend the Eagle Nation's national fortune for another few decades. When the hawkish leadership, led by Trump, approved Davis's request, Davis immediately contacted the president of Tsinghua University and provincial and municipal officials to explain his intentions, to explain his vision. He announced that for their university's centennial celebration was to be held jointly with your Tsinghua University. Upon learning this news, the leadership of Tsinghua City and the president of Tsinghua University were overjoyed, because top universities in Longwa are just too competitive, and Tsinghua University happened to be in a rather mediocre position. If they were to co-host a joint anniversary celebration with Haji University this time, it will generate tremendous publicity for this year's admissions. Will be huge. 92 factory buildings demolished 30 years ago. Of course, the leaders of Tsinghua City had another reason for their excitement. That is, this time, Davis, as president of Hazin University, had come to Tsinghua City to co-host a joint university anniversary celebration. So, seizing this opportunity, I can also deepen my understanding of this top-tier American university, and deepen our understanding of this top-tier American institution. This will enhance the university's educational quality and boost Tsinghua City's reputation. It will be of great help. What? Bai Ye? Indeed, it cannot be denied, because Bai Ye is still in Tsinghua City. Therefore, many netizens will undoubtedly focus their attention here. But this attention is only temporary. Once Bai Ye departs, the netizens who have been following this place will naturally shift their attention elsewhere. If we want to seize this opportunity to boost Tsinghua City's visibility, then you'll need to step up your game and work harder. We absolutely must ensure this joint school anniversary celebration must be executed flawlessly. Soon, the leadership in Tsinghua City also conveyed their intentions directly to Davis. Consequently, Davis promptly arranged his itinerary. He was heading to the Dragon Nation. As for the students at Hazin University, upon learning of this matter, they naturally expressed dissatisfaction. After all, the eagle-winged entity fundamentally harbors hostile sentiments toward the Dragon Nation, especially under the official indoctrination of the Eagle Nation. Many Eagle students even regard Dragon Country students as imaginary enemies. And now, the centennial celebration of Hazin University. Instead of holding it at your own university, instead, you're heading to the Dragon Kingdom? What on earth is going on here? But at this very moment, Davis hadn't given it a second thought. His sole purpose was to see Bai Ye. Nothing more. As for the students, with technology so advanced these days, just screen share the livestream. Wouldn't that solve everything perfectly? Just as the leaders of Tsinghua City had already reached an agreement with the president of Haji University, agreed to co-host the university anniversary celebration. Meanwhile, Bai Ye, of course, knew nothing of these developments. At this very moment, Bai Ye was holding Li Jingda's portrait, lost in thought. At that very moment, Gui Jerue and Lin Chen had been following behind him all along. However, just minutes earlier, Lin Chen suddenly received a call. It came from the official building in Tsinghua City. The news was that the prestigious Haji University wished to co-host a joint anniversary celebration with Tsinghua University. In the coming days, Haji University's President Davis would personally visit Tsinghua University. Upon hearing this news, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This was excellent news. If they could seize this opportunity, then the reputation of Tsinghua University could very well spread across the entire world. After all, not just any university can boast connections to Harvard University. But before Lin Chen could savor his excitement for long, he immediately thought of Hajin University's actions. Could it have something to do with Bai Ye? After all, Bai Ye was currently in Tsinghua City. And now, the president of your Eagle University is actually planning to come to Tsinghua City? In Lin Chen's view, this was simply too much of a coincidence. It couldn't help but make Lin Chen start to suspect whether Davis was doing this. Wasn't it because he was after Bai Ye? Thus, amidst his excitement, Lin Chen silently took note of the incident. He had intended to tell Bai Ye immediately, but when he saw Bai Ye pick up the portrait and wear that nostalgic expression on her face, he immediately abandoned the idea. He thought to himself, better to wait a while and find another chance to tell Bai Ye later. Just then, Lin Chen suddenly noticed that Bai Ye was staring at the portrait for an uncomfortably long time. So Lin Chen immediately approached Bai Ye. He inquired, "Mr. Bai, is something troubling you? If you have any questions, feel free to share them with me. If there's anywhere unfamiliar, I can take you there." After all, Lin Chen was also the mayor of Zhenghua City. Although Bai Ye preferred walking over riding in a car. But as mayor, he knew every street within his jurisdiction like the back of his hand. Every single road is etched into his memory. That was only to be expected. Hearing this, Bai Ye couldn't help but turn to look at Lin Chen. He inquired, "Where exactly is the Longcore Group's factory located?" In fact, back when Li Zhengde founded Lungsan International, Bai Ye had been invited to attend. He naturally knew the exact location within Zhenghua City. Along the way, Bai Ye followed his memory, following the trail all the way. However, due to the passage of time. Moreover, Zhenghua City's pace of development was simply too rapid. Many roads had been completely transformed, to the point where the mental map Bai Ye had once sketched out in his mind had become somewhat outdated. Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but pause in surprise. Lungsan Group's factory? If he remembered correctly, that factory should have been abandoned ages ago, when Lungsan International officially announced that it had independently developed and produced the first domestically made chip. Lungsan International also relocated its corporate address from Zhenghua City to another province. As for the original factory, it was naturally abandoned. However, when Lungsan International's chips were later exposed as counterfeit, the company was completely finished. Even the new factory was on the verge of collapse. Needless to say, the original factory established in Zhenghua City was no exception. Fortunately, Lin Chen proved to be a diligent and responsible mayor. After pondering for a moment, he immediately addressed Bai Ye. "Mr. Bai, that factory was demolished over 30 years ago. All the important documents and equipment were taken away. Only a few empty buildings remain. Moreover, no one has set foot inside for many years. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ye nodded. "I knew it. No wonder I couldn't find it following my old memories. The changes here are truly immense. And since it was demolished 30 years ago, no wonder I couldn't find it. Thank you so much." Upon hearing Bai Ye's gratitude, Lin Chen was suddenly overcome with a sense of awe and trepidation. Although in Zhenghua City, the mayor's position could be considered the top leader, the man standing before him was a scientific giant from a bygone era. To actually receive a personal thank you from such a figure, this left Lin Chen feeling both exhilarated and overwhelmed. He hurriedly replied to Bai Ye, "No problem, no problem. I'm truly delighted to have been of assistance. Besides, the Longcore International factory site isn't far from our Zhenghua University. If you're interested, Mr. Bai, please come visit our Zhenghua University and offer your guidance. Oh, and recently, the president of Haji University invited our Zhenghua University to co-host a joint anniversary celebration. We sincerely hope you can attend and grace us with your presence. 93 Who knows if old Master Bai Ye will come?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ye merely smiled faintly. Then, following the direction indicated by Lin Chen, carrying his small bag, he walked slowly step by step. Seeing this, Lin Chen and the others could only sigh helplessly. They waved to the chauffeur, signaling him to return first. Mayor Lin knew full well that Bai Ye would never ride in a special vehicle. Therefore, Lin Chen made his decision. He would follow Bai Ye and walk over together. "Mayor Lin, may I go take a look?" At that moment, Wei Jerue, looking tense, casually asked. After all, he had happened to see Bai Ye. After learning what had happened to Bai Ye, Wei Jerue developed a keen interest in Bai Ye. Moreover, this interest did not stem from his role as a content creator, but rather purely from Bai Ye's past achievements, and the profound emotion of remembering a promise made to comrades decades later. Though Wei Jerue was a foreigner, after these past few minutes, he too was profoundly moved by Bai Ye's actions. If he could accompany old Master Bai on this visit, even if he turned off the camera and silently observed from the sidelines, it would be worth it. Of course. Upon hearing Wei Jerue's request, Lin Chen smiled and nodded in agreement. After all, Wei Jerue had recently gone viral across several platforms, and as an American, he was on China's side. For such a kind-hearted foreign friend, Lin Chen would never refuse a reasonable request. Several hours earlier, when Davis made his decision to hold this year's Hazin University anniversary celebration, would be held in Longwa. And moreover, it would be jointly hosted with Zhenghua University. Upon receiving official approval, Davis immediately purchased his plane tickets. At this moment, Davis was still en route to Longwa. After a grueling journey of over 10 hours, upon landing at the airport, Davis received a warm welcome from several high-ranking officials of Zhenghua City. Riding in a special vehicle, he soon arrived near Zhenghua University. As he passed an abandoned building, Through the car window, the historical traces within caught Davis's attention, prompting him to glance at it several times. "What kind of building is this?" Davis asked curiously. Hearing this, the staff member from Jianghua City responsible for hosting Davis replied somewhat awkwardly. "This building was once the factory of the Dragon Corps International Group. It's been abandoned for many years. Back when Lungsan International was making waves in the Dragon Nation, the city officials of Jianghua even touted Longcorps International as a proud achievement of their administration. They heavily promoted it. However, after the Lungsan fraud scandal broke, the authorities swiftly retracted all related announcements. And so, this once thriving factory complex gradually faded from public view and was forgotten." At this juncture, Davis, serving as president of Hazin University, raised questions about this abandoned structure. The high-ranking officials of Jianghua City naturally had no reason to refuse to answer. But the matter was hardly something to be proud of. In fact, as the staff provided their explanation, kept glancing warily at Davis, fearing that once he learned of it, he'd instantly conclude their Dragon Nation was prone to fabrication, and cancel the entire trip, and head straight back home. After all, that incident had become a laughingstock worldwide. It had finally stopped being brought up. Now, Davis was actually asking about it? Oh, so that's how it is. What brought relief to the staff, however? Davis's reaction was surprisingly calm. He didn't say anything about recalling the Lungsan International scandal, and then turned around and went home. The drive from the airport to Jianghua University. The entire drive took only a few hours. Davis arrived quite quickly. The university anniversary celebration would officially commence in the afternoon. But before that, Davis remembered why he had chosen Longwa as the venue for the celebration. Once the celebrations concluded, he would inquire about any trace of Bai Ye. He absolutely had to meet Bai Ye face to face and see him. As the afternoon arrived, the school anniversary celebrations officially commenced. After all, it was a joint celebration with Hazin University. Therefore, it wasn't just Jianghua University. Even the entire Jianghua city government placed great importance on it. Not only were television reporters invited to cover the event live, but also, hovering above the anniversary parade grounds, dozens of drones hovering overhead, ready to capture every moment. During this time, Davis, the president of Hazin University, engaged in conversation with the president of Jianghua University. He also looked toward the podium. After all, Davis had come specifically to host the university anniversary celebration. Thus, accompanying him were several renowned mentors and professors. Among them were even renowned scientists at the forefront of contemporary research. Pharmacology, pathology. Professors from the College of Science and Engineering were also present. One by one, they took the podium, sharing their learning experiences with the students below. As for the students below the stage, at this very moment, they listened with rapt attention. Their hearts were filled with immense excitement. After all, although Jianghua University is also a key university, the resources allocated to them by the state were limited. This time, a professor from Hazin University had personally taken the stage, sharing his expertise with them. As students of Jianghua University, they all felt incredibly excited and proud. Who would have thought their own university could achieve such a moment? As the professors and mentors on stage delved deeper into their lectures, many students realized that Hazin University truly lived up to its reputation as a world-class institution. Their bilingual presentations flowed seamlessly. Instead, it was remarkably fluent. It was a pleasure to listen to. While the professors were lecturing on stage, President Davis seized the moment to ask, "Principal Ma, you must have heard of the name Bai Ye." Hearing this, Principal Ma immediately broke into a broad smile. "Of course I have. Old Master Bai is incredibly popular in our Dragon Nation these days. Moreover, not long ago, he was awarded the title of honorary academician by the Long Academy of Sciences. He now enjoys the full privileges of a full academician. I've also heard recently that Mr. Bai Ye seems to have arrived in our Jianghua city. I've also heard our city's mayor personally went to receive Mr. Bai Ye." At the same time, Principal Ma expressed his nervousness. Today marks the joint anniversary celebration of Hazin University and Jianghua University. If we get incredibly lucky today, and if Old Master Bai Ye were to grace us with his presence in person, that would truly be an honor beyond measure. Upon hearing this, Davis nodded in agreement. 94 Bai Ye, one of Hazin University's most outstanding graduates? Yes. How wonderful it would be if Old Master Bai Ye could come. Davis spoke these words in Chinese. His eyes brimmed with profound emotion. Beside him, Principal Ma noticed the emotion in Davis's eyes. He immediately asked, his expression one of astonishment. "Principal Davis, from the tone of your words, could it be you know Bai Ye too?" From the tone in Davis's voice, Principal Ma could discern it. When Bai Ye's name was mentioned, a clear flicker of respect and pride crossed Davis's eyes. Thus, Principal Ma immediately voiced his doubts. According to records, Davis, as the president of Hazine University, he was 60 years old. However, according to the official records, Bai Ye's age was already over 100 years old. Moreover, Bai Ye had already returned from studying abroad over 70 years ago. Returned from studying abroad. At that time, Davis hadn't even been born yet. After that, there was no record of Bai Ye ever leaving his homeland. Therefore, when Davis spoke with such sincere earnestness, mentioned Bai Ye in such a manner, Principal Ma was utterly astonished. Between Bai Ye and Davis, shouldn't there be some connection? But why? Is this situation happening now? Hearing this, Davis also smiled. He replied, Principal Ma, there's something you might not know. Back when Bai Ye was studying abroad in Eagle Town, the university he attended was none other than our very own Hazine University. And to this day, he remains one of our university's most outstanding graduates. So that's how it is. Ha? Wait, what did you just say? Upon hearing Davis's response, Principal Ma instinctively nodded. Then he responded. But then, upon second thought, Principal Ma immediately sensed something was off. Wait. Bai Ye he actually went abroad to study back then. He went to Harvard University? This can't be possible. You must know the reputation of Hazine University. It's been around since the university's founding. And for many years after that, Hazine University has enjoyed the reputation as Blue Star's premier institution of higher learning. Moreover, gaining admission to Hazine University is based entirely on one's own merit. It's not something you can buy your way into. Nearly every graduate of Hazine University go on to become leaders in their respective fields. Yet over 70 years ago, the university where Bai Ye studied abroad during his time in Eagle Land was none other than Hazine University? What an incredible coincidence! And what left Principal Ma utterly dumbfounded was, as one of the world's most prestigious institutions, Hazine University has produced countless top-tier talents. Names like Bill Marcus, Von Foss. These titans of finance and medical science. Every single one of them had studied at Hazine University at some point. However, upon hearing Davis's words, Principal Ma finally snapped back to reality. It turned out that back in the day at Hazine University, Bai Ye's standing was actually on par with those top-tier graduates. Were truly on par with those top graduates. One of the most outstanding graduates? Well, if that's the case, forget about the government granting Bai Ye special treatment as an academician. Even if they were to make an exception and directly elevate Bai Ye to the title of academician, that would be perfectly justified. At that moment, Davis paid no heed to Principal Ma's astonishment. Instead, he kept his gaze fixed on the lectern. Though the professors continued lecturing on stage, Davis's thoughts had drifted off to who knows where. If Bai Ye could truly come here this time, it would save him a great deal of trouble. He wouldn't have to go to the leaders of Jianghua City afterward to inquire about Bai Ye's whereabouts. He could see Bai Ye right here. Just a moment longer and Davis would be calling the mayor of Jianghua City to find out exactly what's going on with Bai Ye. Whether he's willing to attend this school anniversary celebration. A few minutes later, Davis also reached for his phone. Over 10 minutes had already passed since the celebration began. Davis couldn't wait any longer, he was itching to make the call. But just then, suddenly, the security guard at Jianghua University announced something was happening. Upon hearing the words "something's up," though Davis didn't know what had happened, he followed the direction indicated. He looked over. At the main gate, the previously calm crowd of visitors suddenly erupted into chaos. Amidst the crowd, a faint passageway could be discerned. Within that path, an extremely aged elder. He was being supported by two people beside him, slowly making his way inside step by step. Beside the old man were the leaders of Jianghua City, clearing the way. Though the distance was still considerable. But Bai Ye's photo was still familiar to Davis. And it was on the red note. Bai Ye's close-up photo. It was almost identical to the elderly man who had appeared at the doorway. And when this scene unfolded, Davis immediately confirmed it. Bai Ye has arrived at Jianghua University. He's here for the university anniversary celebration. Without a moment's hesitation, he paid no attention to anything else but immediately ran toward the school gate. A few minutes later, Davis arrived at the entrance. And there he saw Bai Ye. "Mr. Bai Ye, hello." Hearing the voice, Bai Ye lifted his head. Looking at Davis, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. "Hello. May I ask who you are?" Davis promptly introduced himself. "My name is Davis. I am the current president of Hazine University. You are an outstanding graduate of Hazine University. Upon hearing the news that you were still alive, I came here on my own initiative, wanting to see you. Just like Harrison before him. Davis spoke with an expression of profound admiration toward Bai Ye. Moreover, he showed not the slightest trace of the airs one might expect from the president of Hazin University. After all, as the university president, universities, beyond imparting knowledge to students, including faculty and the president, without exception, bear significant responsibilities in scientific research. To put it bluntly, in certain scientific fields, have made profound contributions. Just because Bai Ye was once a graduate of Haji University, and lorded over him simply because he was the university president. On the contrary, at this moment, Davis, just like Harrison, acted like a devoted fanboy of Bai Ye. After hearing Davis's explanation, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel enlightened. Back then, Hazin University had actually left him with a favorable impression. Even later, when he faced obstacles returning to his homeland, it was a mentor from the university who helped him establish contact with his homeland. His smooth return to China back then was undoubtedly aided by Hazin University. 95 Davis must have his reasons for doing this, right? Following this, Bai Ye and Davis began to communicate, though Bai Ye had never met Davis before. In fact, since returning to China, Bai Ye had scarcely paid any attention. Any developments at Hazin University. But this did not diminish the fervor of their exchange. During this time, Davis had also directly informed Bai Ye. It was precisely because of Bai Ye. That's why Davis specifically chose to hold Hazin University's centennial celebration in the Dragon Nation, to be co-hosted with Zhenghua University. After the conversation concluded, Davis finally understood why Bai Ye had appeared here. It turned out it wasn't because Bai Ye knew that a joint university anniversary celebration was being held here, but because of a promise made to another comrade in arms. The place where he used to work is right around here. Upon hearing this, Davis's face immediately betrayed a hint of disappointment. After all, Bai Ye hadn't come to attend the school reunion this time. It was purely a coincidence. But then he thought about it. Whether Bai Ye had arrived here by chance or not, as long as he was here, wasn't that enough? His purpose was achieved. Oh, right. Mr. Bai. Since you're here today, why not consider taking the stage to share a few words? And share some of your insights with the students here? Moreover, beyond these points, Davis also mentioned, although Li Zhengde may no longer be with us, he still has family. Perhaps, when his family sees this, they might reach out to you on their own? Since this is about fulfilling a promise made to a comrade in arms, you can't just forget about his family. Upon hearing Davis say this, Bai Ye couldn't help but nod in agreement. He felt Davis's words made perfect sense. Then, surrounded by the city's high-ranking officials, he slowly made his way into the school. At that very moment, within the live stream feed, although the live stream primarily focused on the podium and the speeches of several professors from Haji University, however, since a drone was handling the filming, the camera remained fluid. Occasionally, it would cut to Davis conversing with the president of Zhenghua University. Coincidentally, it was through their conversation that netizens learned Bai Ye was actually a graduate of Haji University. Moreover, the reason Davis chose to partner with Zhenghua University this time, to host a joint centennial celebration, the reason behind it was not because he saw potential in Zhenghua University's teaching capabilities, but simply because he learned of Bai Ye's whereabouts in Zhenghua City. So, upon learning all this, many netizens were utterly baffled. After all, Haji University is undeniably the strongest institution on Blue Star. Moreover, since its founding, Hajin University has stood at the pinnacle of Blue Star's educational world. Only the most outstanding students have a chance to receive an admission letter from Haji University. Moreover, nearly every graduate of Haji University go on to achieve extraordinary accomplishments. Achieved extraordinary accomplishments. Yet the outcome? This top-tier prestigious university, upon learning of Bai Ye's situation, they acted decisively. The president immediately flew all the way from the Eagle State straight to Zhenghua City. In other words, President Davis's sole purpose was simply to meet Bai Ye. And that so-called joint school anniversary celebration was merely an excuse? Once this layer of meaning clicked into place, many netizens suddenly felt their brain capacity was starting to run short. Bai Ye's influence is just too immense. It's been decades since they graduated from Haji University. Yet Bai Ye's influence in Eagle Town is still this terrifying? Even the then president of Haji University personally traveled to the Dragon Kingdom because of Bai Ye? This feels downright surreal. In the livestream, besides the Dragon Nation netizens, since this livestream was organized for the joint university anniversary celebration with Hazin University, it was only then activated. Therefore, among the viewers, besides those from the Dragon Kingdom, there were also many viewers from other countries. Moreover, Haji University itself is known for its inclusive and open-minded culture. Consequently, Davis did not impose any viewing restrictions. Anyone could enter and watch. In the livestream, alongside Chinese text, English subtitles will also be displayed alongside the Chinese text. This allows foreign viewers to follow along effortlessly. As the undisputed leader on Blue Star today, this livestream attracted a significant number of viewers from the Eagle Nation. Many viewers hailed from the Eagle Nation. When they heard that Hazan University's centennial celebration would not be held on the university's campus, many Eagle Sauce netizens found it utterly surreal. A university's anniversary celebration isn't held on its own campus. Instead, they're off somewhere else? What's so special about this Jianghua University anyway? Because lately, the official Eagle Squad has been pulling off a series of shady moves. A cross-world social app like TikTok, after sparking a wave of enthusiasm and affection among Eagle Nation netizens, it's also broken down a wall between the Eagle Nation and the Dragon Nation. Through the sharing among TikTok users, many native Eagle Sauce citizens have come to understand a different side of Dragon Country. They've been expressing their admiration. How can the Dragon Nation be so passionate about peace? And they're so ambitious, the Dragon Nation's government, for the nation's development and to ensure its people live well. They've made tremendous efforts. Yet the outcome, according to the Eagle Nation's official narrative, Dragon Nation has been utterly demonized into a completely different entity. When they saw TikTok was beyond their control. Instead, it shattered the wall erected for the American public. The Eagle Swan authorities were utterly furious. They publicly announced they would completely ban the TikTok app in the near future. This instantly ignited a wave of outrage among American netizens. For this very reason, many netizens felt much of the information they had previously received about the Dragon Nation were likely false information deliberately spread by the authorities. Take Jianghua University, for instance. If they could get President Davis to travel all the way here personally, it must possess some unique qualities. However, when they flooded into Red Note and shared their doubts with the local Chinese netizens above, they learned that Jianghua University was merely an ordinary key university within China's borders. In fact, among dozens of key universities, Jianghua University's ranking wasn't particularly high. At best, it was considered mid-tier. These foreign netizens were instantly perplexed. Wait. If Jianghua University falls short of Hazan University in every aspect, then why would President Davis choose to co-host the anniversary celebration with Jianghua University? 96 Beyond the hand-cranked nuclear reactor, did Bai Ye have other feats? However, soon enough, these foreign netizens also learned from off-camera sources. It turned out that President Davis chose Jianghua University as the venue was not because the university possessed any commendable qualities. It was purely because of a student named Bai Ye, a former exchange student from the Dragon Nation, had compelled a figure of President Hajin's stature to travel thousands of miles to relocate the university anniversary celebration, simply for one person? Upon learning of this situation, many eagle-eyed netizens immediately felt utterly baffled. Wait, who the hell is Bai Ye? What gives you such clout? He merely studied at Harvard University decades ago. Over the course of a century, how many students has Haji University produced? Every single one of them was outstanding. The renowned pharmacology expert, Feng Fuzi, had it not been for his assistance, the epidemic 4 years ago would have decimated the population of today's Eagle Nation. And Feng Fuzi was merely a very ordinary graduate. He was Caucasian, an eagle-wielding man. Even an outstanding expert like Feng Fuzi couldn't get such preferential treatment. Yet a netizen from the Dragon Nation, who got Davis to value him so highly? Young eagle wings do have their fiery spirit, and guns are something they carry on them at all times. Though the Red Note and TikTok incidents have caused many Eagle Flag netizens' views on the Dragon Nation somewhat altered their views on the Dragon Nation. But deep down, their white supremacist mindset still harbors deep-seated contempt for other races. So, the entire livestream chat, the comments section instantly erupted. What? So this is why Davis chose to hold the university anniversary in Longwa? I can't wrap my head around it. Why would Davis pick Longwa as the venue just because of one Longwa student? If it were Longdu University or Harbin Military Engineering University, I could understand. After all, those two universities are highly renowned and top-ranked in China. But the result, it's actually Jianghua University, a name nobody's ever heard of? This is laughable. It's not because Jianghua University is particularly prestigious. Davis did this solely because of a foreign student named Bai Ye. Bai Ye? I've seen that name on Red Note before. There was even a photo attached. If I recall correctly, the blogger who posted it was named Gui Jeraway. I remember him. The Eagle Chicken authorities banned him. He's clearly one of their own, yet he went to live in Dragon Country. And he specifically speaks up for Dragon Country. But lately, my view of the Dragon Country has changed a lot. Maybe it's not as terrifying as the government makes it out to be. Maybe life there could be happy and fulfilling? But I still can't wrap my head around it. Hajin University has so many outstanding graduates. Why should one Dragon Country person get all this special treatment? They're yellow-skinned, they should be trampled under our feet. Because Davis and the president of Jianghua University didn't speak for very long. And they didn't touch on Bai Ye's past experiences. Therefore, many eagle-eyed netizens, upon learning that the centennial celebration would be held in Jianghua City, were overwhelmingly perplexed. If it's because of outstanding alumni, then why not consider inviting someone like Feng Fuzi? And business titans like Bill Gates, hailed as the modern-day Iron Man, as an alumnus of Hajin University? Wouldn't that be more prestigious than Bai Ye? And just as foreign netizens were discussing Bai Ye and Davis's situation, and were actively discussing the matter, many netizens from the Dragon Kingdom noticed the discussions among American netizens. Thus, they too immediately entered this battlefield and began trading barbs with the white folks. However, during the heated exchanges, considering Bai Ye's past actions and the need for discretion, their words were heavily veiled and guarded. They didn't fully vent their frustrations. This inadvertently gave eagle-eyed netizens an opening to strike back. This left many netizens from the Dragon Kingdom clenching their fists in frustration. Damn it! If only the authorities weren't trying to protect Bai Ye and prevent Eagle Chan from focusing attention on Bai Ye, they would have already exposed all the groundbreaking work Bai Ye accomplished at Hajin University. I told them straight up. Before turning 20, he penned nuclear reaction equations in the laboratory. Then, when materials were available, without any help from a mentor, he built a miniature nuclear reactor right there on the spot with his bare hands. Which of these feats could any student from your Hajin University possibly achieve? I'm only withholding this information to protect Bai Ye. Do you really think I have nothing to say to you? Don't laugh yourselves silly, you're just fooling yourselves. But just as netizens in the Dragon Kingdom clenched their fists and were frustrated at not being able to explain Bai Ye's heroic deeds to overseas netizens, many netizens suddenly realized another layer. No. Whether it was Harrison or Davis, they had both mentioned. They caused quite a stir in the Eagle Nation. It even caused quite a stir in the Eagle Nation's scientific community. Moreover, much of the White Knight data, even after decades, not only did it not vanish from the archives, instead, it was meticulously documented. So, many netizens in the Dragon Kingdom immediately sensed something. That is, could it be possible? Whether it was Harrison or Davis, their accounts of Bai Ye's feat were not described in detail. In the lab, he wrote nuclear reaction equations and hand-cranking a miniature nuclear reactor. Though it sounds utterly insane, it was enough to prove Bai Ye's terrifying scientific potential. But, to put it bluntly, in news reports from just a few years ago, it was indeed reported. There were also some students achieved similar feats, like building a small nuclear reactor at home, for instance. The only difference from back then is that, during Bai's time studying abroad, nuclear-related science was classified as state secrets in all nations possessing it. It was impossible to teach such knowledge to foreign students. So Bai Ye must have figured it out through his own innate talent. As for the news from a few years ago, that student, however, likely accessed information online. Combined with their hands-on skills, they managed to successfully build a nuclear reactor. Upon realizing this connection, Chinese netizens immediately had a thought. That is, could it be that, besides hand-building a nuclear reactor, Bai Ye, during his time at Hajin University, had he left behind other remarkable feats? 97 eagle-eye netizens were devastated. Davis had utterly humiliated them. Just as netizens from both countries were trading insults. Suddenly, on screen, Davis and the president of Jianghua University. Both men abruptly stood up. Then, heading toward the university gates, slowly walking toward the school gates. The camera followed their movement. Immediately after, netizens witnessed a shocking scene. A crowd seemed to have gathered at the entrance. Though it was hard to make out clearly, among them stood an elderly figure, hunched over. Yet to many netizens in the Dragon Kingdom, it felt strangely familiar. Bai Ye? Isn't that Bai Ye? When Bai Ye suddenly appeared at the entrance of Jianghua University. Then, surrounded by the crowd and greeted by Davis, the president of Jianghua University. And Davis, the president of Jianghua University. Slowly making his way toward the anniversary celebration grounds. In the livestream chat, countless netizens from the Dragon Nation instantly wore expressions of utter shock. Wait. Why is Bai Ye here? Hadn't he already departed for his next destination? To fulfill the promise he made to his former comrades? Why is he here? Although netizens were thrilled by Bai Ye's sudden appearance at the school anniversary event. Extremely excited. Lately, Bai Ye's presence online has been scarce. In fact, every time netizens flood Bai Qingqing's live stream room, they suddenly realize. Although Bai Qingqing is still streaming, but the frequency has clearly dropped significantly, and her streams are now concentrated in the evenings. Moreover, the content of her streams has little to do with Bai Ye anymore. In fact, it seemed as though she was deliberately avoiding any association. Bai Qingqing's streams rarely even mentioned Bai Ye's name anymore. What's more, the real problem is, whenever viewers asked Bai Qingqing, "Where is Bai Ye now? Why has Bai Qingqing's livestream returned to its previous state?" It seemed as though she had come home. So during the livestream, Bai Qingqing briefly explained to her viewers. As for where Bai Ye is now, even Bai Qingqing had no idea. Therefore, upon learning this news, the netizens' moods were extremely low. Bai Ye is already over 100 years old. And the reason why, after getting off the train earlier, he was able to walk dozens of kilometers to the place where he had made an appointment with his comrades. On one hand, it was because Bai Ye had a strong determination deep within him. It spurred him on to fulfill the promise. On the other hand, it was because of Bai Qingqing's care. Moreover, in the perception of netizens, the effect of that resolve pales in comparison to the impact of Bai Qingqing staying by Bai Ye's side. After all, no matter how strong your willpower may be, physical limitations remain an inescapable reality. No one can transcend the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Therefore, upon learning from Bai Qingqing, Bai Ye set out alone to his next destination. Many netizens were deeply concerned for Bai Ye's safety. But since Bai Ye wasn't live streaming, it was impossible to catch another glimpse of him unless by sheer coincidence. Days passed without any news of Bai Ye. This has led many to worry whether Bai Ye might have met with an accident. Yet now, as Bai Ye personally appears at Jianghua University's anniversary celebration, the shock this brought to netizens. This moment was no less astonishing than when the government officially cleared Bai Ye's name and granted him the exceptional honor of academician-level treatment. But the shock for netizens in the Dragon Nation didn't end there. What unfolded next left every netizen, whether they were from the Dragon Nation or the Eagle Nation's audience, utterly dumbfounded. On screen, after introducing himself to Bai Ye and exchanging brief words, President Davis of Hazin University actually bowed to Bai Ye himself. Moreover, after expressing his respect, Davis actually stepped forward personally, then assisted Bai Ye, slowly making their way toward the podium. It must be noted that although Bai Ye was quite advanced in age, having surpassed the age of 100, Principal Davis himself was no spring chicken either. He was well into his 60s, past the age of 60. His body was also in the process of aging. Yet this isn't what truly horrified netizens. What truly baffled netizens was, Davis, as the president of one of the world's most prestigious universities today, is one of the most esteemed figures in the field of education. Yet when confronted by Bai Ye, he actually bowed? Moreover, he personally escorted Bai Ye to the podium. Davis's position represented the entire Hazin University. What on earth did Bai Ye do back then, that it warrants such reverence from the current president of Hazin University? To show such profound respect. Meanwhile, in the international livestream room, the eagle-wielding netizens who had been passionately trading barbs with the Dragon Nation's netizens were all dumbfounded at that very moment. After all, many of them had previously held strong disdain for Davis. He was clearly an American, and he represented the face of Hazin University. Yet, on the 100th anniversary celebration, on such an important day, you didn't hold it at Hazin University. Instead, you went to the Dragon Kingdom to hold a joint celebration with some mediocre university? How utterly damaging to their Caucasian reputation. But what they didn't expect was, Davis held the joint celebration in Longwa. And that was merely the beginning. What truly made them lose their composure was, beyond that, Davis actually showed such respect toward an elderly Dragon Nation citizen. Such profound respect? And he actually bowed to him? Wait. Do you even know who you are? The president of a world-renowned university. Personally going to assist a yellow-skinned man? And one who's practically on his deathbed, old and barely hanging on? Thus, in the minds of many hawkish young radicals, Davis has become nothing short of a traitor. The president of Harvard University, the lofty American education expert. A figurehead for the Hawks. Yet here he is, guiding an elderly Asian man? Bowing and assisting him with utmost sincerity? You've utterly disgraced the American reputation, Davis. I think Davis doesn't deserve to be the president of Hazin University. No wonder Hazin University's been going downhill lately. I was planning to apply to Hazin University this year. But with this scandal at the anniversary celebration? Forget it. I'm out. You can't say that. Hazine University's admission standards are extremely high. It's not like you can just get in if you want to. What did you say? Give me your address. Watch your step from now on. Mind your own business. Inside Eagle's livestream. Because of Davis's act of supporting Bai Ye, many Eagle Sauce viewers exploded in the livestream. 98 The entire internet is shot. Did Lee Zhengde once deeply influence Bai Ye? Meanwhile, in the international livestream, as Eagle Swan viewers began arguing in the livestream over Davis's act of supporting Bai Ye, Chinese netizens also caught wind of the news and flooded into the livestream, watching this dogfight unfold. At this moment, the Eagle Flag livestream divided into two distinct camps. One side comprised Eagle Flag netizens who, influenced by Red Note, showed greater tolerance toward Dragon Nation compared to others. The other side comprised netizens deeply poisoned by official Eagle Sauce propaganda, and still harbored significant prejudice against Manhwa. A dispute over Davis's actions erupted between these two groups. While watching the two sides engage in a war of words, Dragon Nation netizens, however, kept their distance, unwilling to get involved. But privately, they were still cheering on those hawkish netizens speaking up for the Dragon Nation. Cheering them on. No matter where you come from, as long as you maintain friendly relations with the Dragon Kingdom, it welcomes you. Livestream broadcast. With Davis and the others supporting him, Bai Ye finally made his way to the podium. Before millions watching the livestream, he bowed deeply to Bai Ye once more. Then Davis also picked up the microphone. He addressed the livestream camera and declared, "I am Davis, president of Hazine University. You may not have understood my actions earlier. Nor did you believe that Mr. Bai Ye was once a student at Hazine University. But as the president, I can state with absolute certainty, Mr. Bai Ye is an outstanding graduate of our university. Moreover, I have brought documentation of Mr. Bai Ye's time as a student at Hazine University. I will have someone transmit these records to the livestream and display them on the on-site screens, so everyone can see for themselves." At this point, Davis let out a deep sigh of relief. He had originally come to Manhwa specifically to meet Bai Ye. That's why he'd specifically brought copies of Bai Ye's enrollment documents from back then. But he hadn't harbored much hope, to be honest. After all, Bai Ye now held a rather prominent position in the Dragon Kingdom. The authorities were paying close attention to him. Therefore, it was uncertain whether he would attend this school anniversary celebration. Davis was merely using this as an excuse to come to the Dragon Kingdom. Then he could inquire with the authorities about Bai Ye's current whereabouts. He intends to pay a personal visit afterward. But what Davis never could have imagined was this. During the anniversary celebrations, Bai Ye actually appeared in person at Jianghua University. Davis felt incredibly fortunate. He had brought all these materials with him. As Davis delivered his carefully rehearsed lines before the cameras, Bai Ye's identity as a Hazine University graduate was practically confirmed on the spot. After all, Davis held the title of president of Hazine University, and Hazine University was renowned worldwide. Even as its president, Davis couldn't possibly disregard the university's reputation. He certainly wouldn't fabricate lies for Bai Ye. It's even less likely he'd go so far as to fabricate fake credentials for Bai Ye. Therefore, upon considering this, it became almost 100% certain. The university Bai Ye attended while studying abroad was Hazine University. At this realization, many netizens' faces instantly lit up with excited smiles. Even though Bai Ye had only casually mentioned it before, during his time studying abroad, had been at Hazine University. But without proof, he hadn't felt particularly confident. But now, the president of Hazine University himself had personally stepped forward to verify Bai Ye's identity. How could this possibly be false? This development made netizens feel even more at ease. After delivering this statement, Davis casually took a seat beside Bai Ye. As for those who had accompanied him, Mayor Lin and Gui Jierue took their seats at the back with perfect understanding. After all, as the mayor of Jianghua City, Lin Chen's relationship with Bai Ye could possibly match the closeness between Bai Ye and Davis? After all, Bai Ye was technically Davis's alumnus. As for Gui Jierue, it was precisely because of his unique status as an internet celebrity. That's why he was here. But naturally, there's no way he'd be allowed to get any closer to Bai Ye. Bai Ye paid no attention to the expressions of those around him. After taking a deep breath, Bai Ye once again took the portrait from his embrace. Then he spoke slowly. "Yes. When I went abroad to study, my alma mater was indeed Hazine University. During my time studying there, because of my skin color and nationality, many white students looked down on me and even bullied me. However, I met a mentor there, a fellow student also from the Dragon Kingdom. With their support, I gradually built my confidence. Ultimately, it was through that mentor's assistance I was able to successfully contact my country. The eagle finally allowed me to return home. And that classmate from the Dragon Kingdom is the face in the portrait I hold close to my heart. His name was Lee Zhengde. During my studies at Hazine University, Li Zhengde left a profound impression on me. Because of his skin color, he faced discrimination from many white classmates, just like me. Yet he remained remarkably optimistic. And under his influence, I gradually stopped caring about the taunts from other white classmates, maintaining a calm and composed mindset at all times. Though we studied different majors, my bond with Li Zhengde grew exceptionally strong. Back then, Li Zhengde once quietly told me, "I have a strong feeling that integrated circuits will have tremendous opportunities in the future. I must study this field diligently so that when I return to my country, I can contribute to its development with the knowledge I've gained." Back then, even large-scale computers hadn't fully emerged. Today, you'd call the heart of a computer a CPU or a chip. But back then, there were no such fancy terms. Due to immature technology, computers were often built enormous. Yet I always had a premonition. Perhaps Li Zhengde was right. Integrated circuits might just lead computers into an entirely new realm. Upon hearing this, the interest of Longwa netizens was instantly piqued. So, the face on Bai Ye's memorial portrait. Li Zhengde, he was actually Bai Ye's classmate during his studies at Hazine University? And he was studying computer-related fields? But at that very moment, netizens suddenly realized Li Zhengde's identity. The founder of Longsun International. In other words, the purpose behind Li Zhengde's founding of this company. It's all to build China's own computer chips. What netizens never anticipated, however, Li Zhengde's vision. It turns out that even back when he was studying abroad, he had already developed a preliminary prototype? 99 with one sentence, he shifted the eagle's focus to chips. But it was precisely at this moment netizens also became quite curious. Because back then, Longsun International was founded by Li Zhengde. And its purpose was indeed to develop and manufacture computer chips. All of this was perfectly fine. But then, later on, the Longsun International chip scandal suddenly erupted. The hard-earned reputation was completely ruined. Even Li Zhengde himself became the target of public criticism. And according to what Bai Ye said, back when he was studying at Hazine University, Bai Ye had heard Li Zhengde mention something about integrated circuits? Then why, since Li Zhengde returned to China and founded his company all this time, has the chip industry in the Dragon Nation failed to develop even the slightest bit? And then such a massive scandal erupted later? Seeing the netizens' curiosity, beside Bai Ye, Davis suddenly spoke up. Regarding Li Zhengde, I've also seen his records in the archives. He was an exceptionally talented student, possessing profound aptitude in computer science. In fact, when it comes to computers, Li Zhengde's talent was in no way inferior to Bai Ye's. After Davis finished speaking, the entire venue fell instantly silent. Even the several high-ranking officials from Jianghua City present were all stunned into silence. Wait. Li Zhengde, founder of Longsun International. He had actually received such high praise from his professors during his time at Hazine University? Received such an impressive evaluation from his professors? Even if we were to assess solely within the realm of computer science, Li Zhengde's talent might even rival Bai Ye's? This is getting a bit exaggerated. After all, just how extraordinary is Bai Ye's talent? Including the official authorities of Jianghua City and the viewers in the livestream chat. All of them have witnessed it firsthand. After returning to the country, in just a few short years, he helped develop the J-5 fighter jet. Moreover, during this period, he casually founded a university. Today, this university ranks among the 7 military industrial giants. Later, when Bai Ye was assigned to the Qingchuan Satellite Launch Center, in less than a year, a mushroom cloud rose from the depths of the desert. According to previous records, all of this was made possible by Bai Ye's contributions. It was only through his contributions that the nation achieved such a glorious milestone. And now, as stated by President Davis, back in the days at Hazine University, Li Zhengde, founder of Longsun International, his talent in computer science was in no way inferior to Bai Ye's? That's a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? Of course, the officials of Jianghua City, along with the students present, and the online viewers watching the livestream, were skeptical about this. It wasn't that they doubted Davis, but rather because, in the minds of the people, Li Zhengde is nothing short of a criminal. Setting aside the fact that after Li Zhengde stepped down as chairman of Longsun International, the chip fraud scandal erupted within just a few years. Even during Li Zhengde's tenure, progress in the computer chip sector was essentially non-existent. In fact, after serving as chairman for several years, Li Zhengde was imprisoned for violating the law. He ultimately died in prison. Many netizens have heard whispers of these events. As leaders of Jianghua City, Lin Chan and his colleagues were naturally far more aware of these matters. In everyone's eyes, Li Zhengde's image was far from glorious or noble. But why did Bai Ye bring Li Zhengde's portrait here? And even Davis was also full of positive praise for Li Zhenda? Lin Chen and the others were filled with confusion. The students present at the scene, as well as the viewers in the livestream chat, were also feeling extremely uneasy. Even Davis and Bai Ye spoke so highly of Davis. Could it be? Could it be that Li Zhenda was wrongly accused all those years ago? Could Li Zhenda have been an unsung hero all along? At this moment, the viewers stopped sending comments in the livestream. Instead, they continued listening to Bai Ye and Davis's account. Davis paused to gather his thoughts. Then he continued. The records in the archives about Li Zhenda, while not as extensive or memorable as Bai Ye's, but back in his school days, he also caused quite a stir. The reason we say Li Zhenda's talent in computing was no less than Bai Ye's. It's because, back then, after the instructor finished teaching a computer science class, Li Zhenda immediately explained the importance of integrated circuits to the instructor. Though it wasn't taken seriously at the time, it was precisely that instructor who later recalled Li Zhenda's words. That's why our country began intensively researching integrated circuit technology, ultimately paving the way for the birth of the chip. At this point, the expressions on everyone's faces shifted instantly. I always thought computer chips were the brainchild of some foreign computer genius. Might have been the brainchild of some foreign computer genius. Then suddenly had a flash of inspiration and focused entirely on integrated circuits and chips. But what no one could have predicted was the reason why Eagle Chan and computer geniuses worldwide shifted their focus to integrated circuits was simply because of a single remark Li Zhenda made in class. It reminded the professor. So this inadvertently propelled the course of history? Whoa! As they pondered, everyone couldn't help but look at the portrait in Bai Ye's hands. They stared at the face of the middle-aged man. Many netizens immediately snapped back to reality. Li Zhenda, as mentioned by Davis. Though outstanding, that was ultimately an experience gained while studying abroad. After returning to China, Li Zhenda did establish a chip company, vowing to help the Dragon Nation develop its own chips. Yet as chairman, gradually forgot his original aspirations. Ultimately, he ended up on a path of crime and lawbreaking. It must be said that while Li Zhenda possessed remarkable talent, he ultimately failed to contribute to his motherland. In the end, Li Zhenda remains a historical villain. Upon reflecting on this, many netizens from the Dragon Nation sighed helplessly. Davis remarked that Li Zhenda's single statement served as a wake-up call for the computer industry leaders in the Eagle Nation, indirectly accelerating the transition from integrated circuits to chips. But your genius failed to help the motherland produce its own chips. To this day, chips remain an insurmountable mountain for the Dragon Nation. But just as netizens were feeling disappointed in Li Zhenda once more, they happened to catch Bai Ye's expression. Seemed profoundly sorrowful, as if lost in deep thought. This scene inevitably sparked further speculation among Longhua netizens. Could it be that Li Zhenda's story? Was it actually hiding something else? 100 You call this science without borders? However, just as the students and viewers in the livestream were about to continue listening to Davis about Li Zhenda's story, Davis abruptly stopped speaking. Then he slowly rose from his seat. My apologies. Seeing Li Zhenda's photo just now, I ended up saying too much without realizing it. Actually, I came here today for another purpose. After chatting with the viewers in the livestream for so long, Davis suddenly realized he seemed to have gotten his priorities all mixed up. After all, organizing the joint school anniversary celebration, that was secondary. His true purpose was to see Bai Ye with his own eyes, and to speak with him, hoping he would agree to one thing. Seeing Davis approach him with such solemnity, Bai Ye asked curiously, Principal Davis, please get straight to the point. Seeing this, Davis continued addressing Bai Ye. Mr. Bai Ye, you were once a student at our Hazin University. Although, due to your status as a student from the Dragon Nation, many students at the university treated you with hostility. However, regarding your return to your homeland, our Hazin University provided you with the utmost support possible. We never imagined the authorities would act that way. At this point, Davis clenched his fists in frustration. Though Davis was a white American, he couldn't stand the way the authorities handled things. The righteous Davis naturally found them deeply objectionable. Especially when he learned that back when Bai Ye returned to the country, he nearly got assassinated by snipers lying in wait at the airport. He was furious. Mr. Bai Ye, I personally hold you in the highest regard and admiration. This time, I've come hoping you might grant me a request. Seeing Davis approach him with such a sincere expression, Bai Ye furrowed his brow. But he didn't rush to agree. Speak. Provided it is not an unreasonable request, I can agree to it. Davis immediately spoke up. Well, it's like this. You are also an outstanding graduate of our Hazin University. I'd like to invite you to become an honorary professor at our university. Of course, this doesn't require you to do anything. It's purely an honorary title. You'll just be lending your name, no need to come to Hazin University. You can stay right here in Longhua. It's a small request, I hope you'll agree. Actually, Davis had originally intended to invite Bai Ye to visit Haji University. However, after being summoned to Platinum Palace for a conversation with the Supreme Leader, from the Supreme Leader's expression, Davis sensed, though many years had passed, and Bai had completely stepped down from his frontline research position, but within the Eagle Agency, there were still many who wanted Bai Ye dead. So, upon learning of this situation, Davis immediately abandoned his plan to invite Bai Ye to tour Haji University. Instead, he settled for the next best option. He merely requested Bai Ye to become an honorary professor at Haji University. That would suffice. Moreover, this request was hardly unreasonable. Davis believed Bai Ye had no reason to refuse. Yet, after Davis finished speaking, he expected to see Bai Ye nod slightly in agreement. But in the end, what Davis saw was Bai Ye slowly shaking his head. Sorry, but I am Chinese after all. How could I possibly become a professor at your Eagle University? Besides, I'm already a professor. If it's just a title without teaching or making a substantive contribution, then what's the point of me being a professor? Forget it. Seeing Bai Ye's refusal, Davis immediately grew anxious. Mr. Bai, science knows no borders. Many students today have forgotten what you accomplished during your university days. And if more students could learn about your past, it might inspire them to strive for excellence. And it could help cultivate more talent for science. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye nodded at first. But then he shook his head decisively. Science truly knows no borders. But politics does. When the day comes that your American government stops using underhanded tactics to target our Chinese enterprises and students abroad, perhaps I might consider these matters. But for now, it's off the table. Bai Ye once again declined Davis's invitation. Bai Ye's words also made many Chinese netizens immediately felt Bai Ye's integrity. This was an invitation from the president of Haji University. An invitation for Bai Ye to become an honorary professor at Haji University. How many people dream of such an opportunity? Consider this, among the countless academicians at the Dragon Academy today, not a single one has received such an honor. And those selected as professors at Haji University, without exception, they are almost all Nobel Prize laureates. Though Bai Ye has never received this award, if he were to accept Davis's invitation, it would mean Bai Ye would stand shoulder to shoulder with those Nobel laureates, on equal footing with those Nobel laureates. Yet, faced with this situation, Bai Ye, he actually refused outright? In this situation, many netizens not only refrained from questioning Bai Ye, but instead felt even greater respect for Bai Ye's actions. Bai Ye was absolutely right. While science may have no borders, politics does. Back when the Dragon Nation's space sector was underdeveloped, it once sought to learn from other nations. And what did the Eagle say back then? The International Space Station. Astronauts from all nations could participate. Except for Dragon Nation's astronauts, no way. Moreover, as the Eagle's most formidable space research agency, the Kaka Space Agency, has also issued an order. They are forbidden from establishing any contact with Dragon Nation's space research team. Not even cooperation is permitted. All these incidents. And you call this science knows no borders? Bull. And right now, Bai Ye's response to the Eagle Nation's official stance is telling them directly through concrete actions. Back when your Eagle Chowtech was cutting edge, you looked down on our country. But now, you're seeking cooperation with our country. Haji University wants me to lend my name as an honorary professor? Not a chance. After Bai Ye rejected Davis, still holding Li Jinda's portrait in her arms, she prepared to leave. After all, this time, her purpose was to bring his portrait to visit the old factory site of Lungsan International. Lin Chen had mentioned it was nearby. That's why Bai Ye had come to Manhwa University. To be blunt, if it weren't for Lin Chen and the others inviting him, he absolutely would never have come here on his own. 101 Regarding Li Jinda, there was also this past incident. When they saw Bai Ye was about to leave, the students of Manhwa University immediately began to stir with anticipation. Even though professors from both universities were still on stage, delivering their lectures, in their minds, even professors from top-tier universities could not hold a candle to Bai Ye's stature. Similarly, the viewers in the livestream chat shared this sentiment. As for those around Bai Ye, as the principal of Jianghua City, Lin Chen, seeing the situation, hurried over to support Bai Ye. He even took the portrait from Bai Ye's hands. At the same time, in Bai Ye's hand, held the address where the Dragon Core International Factory had been built years ago. Mayor Lin informed Bai Ye. The site of the old factory was located near this university. It was only a 10-minute walk away. Following the address, Bai Ye slowly made his way toward the destination. At that moment, several students from Jianghua University also stood up and silently followed behind. They too were eager to see with their own eyes the subject of the portrait in Bai Ye's hands. The person whom Davis, the president of Hajin University, had described as possessing computer science talent that matched Bai Ye's. Li Zhengde, what kind of past did he truly possess? Along the way, Bai Ye occasionally glanced back. When he saw the confusion and bewilderment on everyone's faces, Bai Ye casually began recounting Li Zhengde's story. Because of the Lungsan International incident, and then later he was arrested and imprisoned. Many of you must have doubted him, thinking he got what he deserved. But in reality, he was a man with truly grand ideals and ambitions. Moreover, during our time at Hajin University, though we weren't in the same major and rarely took classes together, but in my memory, beyond his exceptional talent in computer science, Li Zhengde was also incredibly diligent. Even when I didn't have class, I'd go to his classroom to audit his lectures. In that classroom, many white students would often look drowsy while listening to the professor teach. However, Li Zhengde was different. Not only did he listen intently, but when the lecture reached crucial points, he would even take careful notes with his pen. A semester later, when I returned to the classroom to audit the lecture and wait for him, I was astonished to discover. At the very start of the semester, he had clearly been holding a brand new notebook. But as the semester drew to a close, that notebook had been completely filled with his handwriting. I asked him why he was working so hard and diligently. Li Zhengde told me, "Our motherland is facing disaster now. And computer science is an emerging field. Though current computers are enormous, taking up nearly hundreds of square meters. But given time, computers will inevitably become smaller and smaller. The future will undoubtedly belong to computers." He wanted to prepare in advance for the Dragon Nation's entry into this glorious era. When I heard this, I was completely stunned. Because he, like me, is a Dragon Nation citizen. We are both yellow-skinned people. At Hajin University, though the admissions criteria are extremely stringent, every single student who gets in, all exceptionally talented students. Yet some inevitably lose interest in their studies after enrollment. Sleeping through lectures, not paying attention. This happens at every university. I used to think it was normal for Asian students like us to get bullied by white students. Personally, I didn't mind much since I had white professors backing me up. Instead, I worried whether Li Zhengde's mindset might be affected. But then, later on, before I could even try to counsel him, he actually came to me first. He asked if I ever got bullied by white people. Then he told me I absolutely had to endure it. That I had to bring what I learned back to my homeland. Never let white discrimination make you forget the responsibility you carry. Our nation is fighting back against invasion. As students from the Dragon Kingdom, we must always remember our mission. At that moment, beside Bai Ye, besides the leaders from Jianghua City and others, dozens of students from Jianghua University had gathered. At this moment, they all stood in profound silence. Standing beside Bai Ye, they listened intently to his words. In truth, far more than just these few dozen students had wanted to follow him out. Nearly every student wanted to come along with Bai Ye to hear Li Zhengde's story. However, the principal had considered the consequences. If so many were allowed to follow Bai Ye, it would inevitably cause chaos. It might even cause traffic congestion. Ultimately, they could only select several dozen students with the most outstanding academic performance to stand beside Bai Ye and listen to his lecture. Although Li Zhengde, as the former chairman of Lungsan International, currently has a poor reputation in Longhua, but through Bai Ye's account, it was clear that something significant had happened in Li Zhengde's life, and the experiences he had while studying abroad back then might also serve as inspiration for today's students. As for the students gathered around Bai Ye, after listening to Bai Ye's account, their faces couldn't help but reveal expressions of respect. Who would have thought that the chairman, now infamous in people's minds, had such an experience during his studies at Hajin University? But later on, why, after founding Lungsan International, did Li Zhengde gradually descend into corruption and ultimately embarked on a path of criminal activity? Bai Ye continued. You might not be aware. Back when Li Zhengde founded Lungsan International, he was already over 50. At that age, anyone would be considered an elder. But in his youth, Li Zhengde was incredibly handsome, what you'd call a total hottie. In fact, while studying abroad at Harvard University, he even found a foreign girlfriend. Her name was Rebecca. She was the one who pursued him. They were both studying computer science and fell in love at first sight. After he started dating that foreign girlfriend, Li Zhengde saw me much less often. Sometimes when I reached out to him, he'd say he had plans in the evening. Hearing that, I understood. When young people say they have plans at night, what does that really mean? But back then, we were all young. So I understood the situation between Li Zhengde and Rebecca. 102 Li Zhengde, could he be lost in the arms of a woman? After all, they were both young adults in their 20s. When a foreign girl with a great figure takes the initiative to flirt, it'd be hard for anyone to refuse. After that, almost every time I tried to reach out to Li Zhengde, he'd make excuses about being busy. But I trust Li Zhengde, he's definitely not that kind of person. And what happened later proved my point. When Bai Ye reached this point in his story, the students present all wore peculiar expressions. Though Bai Ye said this, when they heard that Li Zhengde had actually been approached by a foreign female student, and that every time Bai Ye tried to approach him, he was rebuffed with various excuses. Upon hearing this, the students present immediately sensed something was terribly wrong. After all, young men in the prime of their youth, facing a beautiful girl who suddenly approached him, it was hard to resist. And it was said that later on, the reason Li Zhengde was arrested and imprisoned was apparently connected to this very incident. This inevitably sparked widespread suspicion. Could it be that it was precisely from this moment onward that Li Zhengde's resolve began to waver? But these were merely the thoughts swirling within the students present. None of them voiced it directly, because they quickly noticed Bai Ye's expression. Though he spoke thus, Bai Ye's tone remained remarkably calm. Thus, their hearts couldn't help but ease slightly. Then, they continued listening intently. However, at this very moment, inside the live stream room, after hearing Bai Ye's description of Li Zhengde, immediately began sharing their opinions in the chat. Began sharing their opinions. Wow! Who knew Li Zhengde had this side to him during his studies abroad? Sigh, if only Li Zhengde had kept that passion from his study abroad days after returning home. Then maybe our chips wouldn't still be stuck at the point where we can't even build lithography machines. Speaking of which, how handsome must Li Zhengde have been in his youth? Foreign girls were actually throwing themselves at him. Honestly, doesn't this seem odd? Like old man Bai Ye, Li Zhengde was bullied by foreign students because he was a Chinese exchange student. So why did foreign girls specifically take a liking to him? With so many people in the world, it's undeniable that some foreign girls might just prefer our kind of looks, right? That's certainly possible, but it still feels a bit off to me. You know, back when Li Zhengde was arrested and imprisoned, do you know why? It seems, it was for committing the crime of hooliganism. What? No way. Are you serious? I'm preparing for the bar exam. I thought the crime of hooliganism doesn't even exist anymore these days? Are you sure your memory is correct? Don't forget, it's been decades since Li Zhengde was arrested. Back then, our country still had a charge for moral turpitude. So, he really got arrested for moral corruption? When Bai Ye reached this point in his story, the students in the room didn't seem particularly shocked. After all, they weren't members of society yet, just university students studying within the ivory tower. Naturally, they hadn't been exposed to the darker aspects of society. However, among the viewers in the livestream chat, these viewers were significantly older than the students. Therefore, regarding Li Zhengde's experiences after returning to China, at least the officially released version, they were well informed. Thus, within the livestream itself, they began sharing what they knew. And as more uninformed onlookers learned the inside story of Li Zhengde's arrest, more and more people suddenly felt, you know what? Maybe it was precisely because of that foreign female student throwing herself at him that caused Li Zhengde to lose his original integrity. And so, after that, he gradually embarked on a path of crime and lawlessness. After that, Bai Ye continued, I know what you're thinking. After hearing this, you must feel Li Zhengde has become lost in the lap of luxury? That his original aspirations have been corrupted? When Bai Ye spoke these words voluntarily, the viewers in the live stream room, at that very moment, they all gathered before their screens. A faint chuckle rippled through the chat. Truth be told, Bai Ye was spot on. That was precisely what they were thinking. But what none of them could have anticipated was, at this very moment, Bai Ye had actually read their minds. And then, he just laid it all out on the table? For a moment, those netizens who had been speculating and doubting were instantly overcome with embarrassment. However, having their thoughts exposed. Yet, from Bai Ye's expression, they couldn't discern anything. This left the netizens' faces once again filled with doubt. Could it be? Could their assumptions be wrong again? Actually, I can understand your thoughts. Because, upon learning of this matter, from a third-party perspective, it's only natural to draw such conclusions. So I don't blame you. Seeing the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces, Bai Ye couldn't help but chuckle. Then he waved his hand dismissively. Truth be told, I had the same thoughts as you back then. In fact, my thoughts were even more radical than yours. After Li Zhengde turned me down several times, I just couldn't hold back anymore. I thought, someone as outstanding as Li Zhengde, someone who aspires to return to China and contribute to the nation's computer industry, how could he let himself be corrupted by a foreign female student? So after that, I began writing letters to Li Zhengde. Though I didn't state it directly, I hinted at my thoughts through subtle allusions. I hoped he wouldn't let himself sink into despair because of this. Love may be beautiful, but one must still place their ideals at the forefront. I thought my letter hit too close to home, and Li Zhengde might not even read it. But I was wrong. The very next day after I wrote to him, Li Zhengde sent me a reply. In it, he wrote, "Bai Ye, rest assured. I'm still the same old me. Truth be told, when Rebecca approached me, I was baffled too. I know I'm handsome, but I never imagined a foreign girl would throw herself at me like that. So these past few days, I've been deliberately testing the waters. Sure enough, I discovered Rebecca has ulterior motives. She approached me with ulterior motives." When Bai Ye reached this point in his story, both the students present and the viewers in the livestream room were suddenly filled with a wave of gasps and murmurs. 103 We've seen Eagle Sauce's underhanded tactics before. In fact, when Bai Ye said this, many people, upon hearing, since Li Zhenda had been pursued by a white female student at school, was pursued by a white female student, their first impression was, oh no. It's highly likely that after this incident, Li Zhenda would have forgotten his original aspirations, and ultimately ended up behind bars. It was most likely because of this very incident. Instantly, everyone's expressions turned grave. However, what followed was something none of them could have anticipated. From Bai Ye's mouth, regarding Li Zhenda and his white girlfriend, an unexpected turn of events unfolded between the two. It turned out that Li Zhenda had remained vigilant all along. He had never truly trusted that white female student. After spending some time together, he discovered the truth. That female student had actually approached Li Zhenda with ulterior motives? Upon hearing this, the students present and the viewers in the live stream room once again showed expressions of relief on their faces. At the same time, they felt puzzled. Since Li Zhenda hadn't been corrupted, there was no need for concern. But what about that female student? What purpose did she have in approaching Li Zhenda? The moment this thought surfaced in his mind, all eyes once again turned to Bai Ye. They waited quietly for Bai Ye's account. Ever since I saw that letter from Li Zhenda, my worries about him vanished completely. From that moment on, I knew Li Zhenda was still the same person he always was. He hadn't succumbed to the temptations of luxury. He still harbors dreams of serving his country. But at the same time, I'm also deeply curious. Why did that female student approach him with ulterior motives? I even wondered at the time. If we're talking looks, I wasn't any less attractive than him back then. Why didn't any female students come looking for me? When Bai Ye reached this point in his story, many people immediately broke into knowing smiles. In truth, everyone could tell Bai Ye was joking here. Truth be told, they'd all understood long before. Back when he was studying abroad, Bai Ye had devoted himself entirely to his studies. So he simply had no thoughts about romantic relationships. Seeing the atmosphere lighten up, Bai Ye continued. Later, through our investigation with Li Zhenda, we discovered that female student had received official instructions from Eagle Sauce. She deliberately sought to get close to Li Zhenda. Because at that time, the computer science professor at Hajin University had been monitoring Li Zhenda for quite some time. When he received a warning from Li Zhenda's words and began shifting his research focus to integrated circuits, he immediately reported this information to the Eagle Agency's headquarters. After screening, it was ultimately decided that the female student from Hajin University would be sent to seduce Li Zhenda. The objective was to keep him permanently within Eagle's grasp, to ensure he would forever serve Eagle. At that moment, the expressions of everyone present grew solemn. Though when Bai Ye mentioned the female student's identity was suspicious and wasn't genuinely trying to befriend Li Zhenda, Chinese netizens had long suspected this was likely directed by high-ranking officials in the Eagle Nation. However, they also felt that if this were truly the case, it would be utterly implausible. Because back then, Li Zhenda was just like Bai Ye. Both were exchange students at Hajin University. He was just a student. He was merely gifted in scientific research. It's not as if, at just over 20 years old, to immediately attract official attention. Surely not everyone possesses the same talent as Jianping from that fashion academy? But when Bai Ye confirmed it personally, the Eagle Eye authorities had already set their sights on Li Zhenda, and they planned to use conciliatory measures to keep Li Zhenda permanently in the Eagle's grasp, to work for them. At this very moment, backstage, upon hearing this, many students spat viciously on the ground. Everyone knew the Eagle Nation would stop at nothing to defeat the Dragon Nation. Just a few years ago, rumors even spread that to force the Dragon Nation into submission for Hua Corporation, the Eagle State's government directly abducted the heiress of the Hua Corporation from Maple Leaf Country. They immediately placed her under house arrest. In recent months, whispers have begun circulating that some high-tech industry leaders in the Dragon Kingdom were suddenly arrested during meetings in the Eagle Nation and locked up. It was thought these incidents were recent occurrences. When the Eagle saw the Dragon Nation rising too swiftly, they felt compelled to resort to such underhanded tactics. Yet, even now, through Bai Ye's account, Dragon Nation netizens finally realized That the white folks' despicable tactics have been passed down from decades ago to the present day. Their inherent flaws have never changed. Oh, and by the way, it's worth noting that even a country like the Eagle Nation was built upon the expulsion of indigenous peoples. So when it comes to such banditry, should be right up their alley. There's no need to make a big fuss about it. However, precisely because of this incident, many netizens have started to worry. Back when Bai Ye was fulfilling his promise to his first comrade, they unexpectedly learned the harrowing ordeal Bai Ye endured upon returning to his homeland. It was nothing short of a brush with death. Had the sniper's bullet not missed its mark, and for the medical personnel from the Dragon Nation aboard the special aircraft, Bai Ye might have truly met his end, and the nuclear weapons might have been successfully developed. But that timeline would inevitably be pushed back by decades. Right now, on Li Zhengda's body, the same thing is happening. Thus, the audience present and viewers watching the livestream couldn't help but start worrying. What happened to Bai Ye? Would it be replayed on Li Zhengda? Damn, these white folks are truly despicable. Their own country lacks capability, yet they're always scheming to house arrest our nation's talents and make them work for them. Isn't that just the inherent flaw of those white-skinned eagle worshippers? You haven't forgotten how they made their fortune 200 years ago, have you? Now that you mention it, I remember. It really is. I never studied eagle chicken history. Anyone with a big eagle tattoo care to explain? They're used to acting like bandits. And after decades as the world's dominant power, they think the whole planet belongs to them. I'm starting to worry about Li Zhengda. What will his journey back home be like? Will what happened to old man Bai happen to him too? In an instant, the atmosphere in the room. 104. It won't happen to Li Zhengda, will it? It could be said that when Bai Ye mentioned Li Zhengda being approached by that white female student from Hajin University, and that she had approached him with ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the Longwei audience were instantly gripped with dread. So much so that they even forgot. At present, Li Zhengda's reputation in Longwa was actually quite poor. Because, although during his university days, Li Zhengda had expressed his desire to help Longwei rapidly develop its computer industry and assist the country in manufacturing its own chips, but those were merely empty words. When Li Zhengda actually returned to China and founded Longsan International, under his leadership, the nation never truly resolved its chip challenges, let alone the lithography machines. Therefore, at least in the eyes of the vast majority of Dragon Nation citizens, Li Zhengda should be considered a disgrace to the nation. However, upon learning this story from Bai Ye, many netizens momentarily forgot all about Li Zhengda's past actions, and instead began to worry about him. Instead, they began to worry for him. If he refuses that female student, would the eagle-eyed authorities resort to coercive measures against him? Bai Ye continued. After we verified the identity of that white female student, Li Zhengda quickly found an excuse to break up with her. Without a shred of hesitation. I joked with him at the time. That student's pretty cute, and she's got a great figure. Are you sure you won't regret cutting ties so abruptly? Of course, that wasn't my real intention. I was just trying to tease him. But unexpectedly, after I said that, Li Zhengda's face showed rare signs of agitation and anger. He told me in a very stern tone. What kind of person do you think I am? I admit I was a little moved when she approached me. But once I learned her true motives for getting close to me, my resolve never wavered again. Hearing this, I was completely stunned. Because I never imagined our relationship had actually been very good before. Even during that period when he spent all his time with that female student. After school, we'd often chat together on the way back to the dorm. I never imagined that one joking remark would make him so furious. But his words also put my mind completely at ease. Li Zhengda is still the person I know. He still has that heart dedicated to serving the nation. After a brief pause, Bai Ye couldn't help but glance at the surrounding students and the officials of Jianghuai City. Then he continued speaking. After that, I completed all my studies. I applied to return home. But the eagle-eyed folks over there refused and strongly insisted I stay. They wanted me to work for them. Hearing this, many netizens suddenly looked enlightened. What happened next is history. Bai Ye's determination to return home was unstoppable. He secretly contacted a professor at Haji University. With the professor's assistance, he made contact with the country. After enduring countless hardships, he finally returned to his homeland. After returning, I kept a close watch on Li Zhengda's whereabouts. Since he was younger than me, it took him another year to complete his studies after that. During the fighter jet development phase, I repeatedly recommended Li Zhengda to senior officials drawing from my own cautionary experience. Therefore, after I presented Li Zhengda's case, the authorities took it very seriously. To prevent what happened to me from happening to Li Zhengda, the state personally intervened that year. Under the state's oversight, the eagle-eyed watchdogs couldn't pull any tricks. They safely returned Li Zhengda. Bai Ye spoke as he walked, following the map's directions. Continuing forward. Before long, row upon row of dilapidated buildings suddenly came into view before everyone. The surrounding students, upon seeing these structures, began whispering among themselves. Isn't this the former factory site of Dragon Ship International? Why are we here? Old Master Bai just mentioned Li Jinda's story from his time studying abroad. And the first chairman of Dragon Corps International was none other than Li Jinda. So this is where Old Master Bai Ye intended to take us? But from what Old Man Bai has said so far, Li Jinda has been portrayed as a positive figure throughout. And after hearing the story, I actually find him quite admirable. I wonder why things turned out the way they did later. You mean the chip fraud scandal? No, the chip fraud happened after Li Jinda passed away. I'm referring to the criminal charges that landed him in prison. A man like that, willing to sacrifice personal attachments for the nation. I find Li Jinda truly admirable. How could he have done such a thing? Don't you think there might be some misunderstanding involved in this whole affair? As the students buzzed with discussion, led by Bai Ye, the group finally reached the entrance gate of these structures. Though these structures had long been abandoned, to prevent unauthorized entry, a lock had been installed at the doorway. Get the key and open the door. At Mayor Lin's instruction, the secretary beside him immediately retrieved the key. Then he opened the gate. With a creak, the group followed Bai Ye slowly inside. Upon arriving here, a hint of nostalgia flickered in Bai Ye's eyes. Actually, when it comes to this building, Bai Ye still felt a deep attachment. Ever since Li Jinda returned to the country, due to work commitments, Bai Ye had never found an opportunity to meet this former classmate. Whenever he completed a mission and prepared to set off, he was invariably tied up with another assignment. Originally, Bai Ye had decided to wait until the J5 fighter jet was completed. He would come to Jianghua City to meet with Li Jinda. But unexpectedly, after the fighter jet's successful development, Bai Ye immediately set off without delay for Qingchuan Base. Xinzang City lies on the frontier of the Dragon Nation. It's thousands of kilometers away from Jianghua City. Thus, the meeting with Li Jinda was inevitably postponed for several more years. Finally, after Bai Ye resolved the nuclear submarine incident, the authorities finally granted Bai Ye some time off. And only now did Bai Ye finally find the opportunity. He traveled to Jianghua City and finally reunited with his old friend. 105 Bai Ye's stubbornness. Even a dangerous building must be scaled. Though it had been over 40 years since Bai Ye last saw Li Jinda. Over 40 years have passed. But he was still very familiar with the surroundings here. Remained deeply familiar to Bai Ye. At this time, due to Lin Chen's position as mayor of Jianghua City. Back then, when the Longxin International building in Jianghua City was demolished and sealed off, Lin Chen was also serving as a civil servant in downtown Jianghua City. Though his rank wasn't particularly high. But so many years have passed since then. Longcorps International was once a sensation nationwide, even globally. So Lin Chen should have some familiarity with this place, right? With a smile, Bai Ye turned to ask Lin Chen. Mayor Lin, do you know what this building is used for? After passing through the main gate, Bai Ye casually pointed at the abandoned building before them. Then he inquired of Lin Chen. Hearing this, Lin Chen immediately began searching his mind frantically. Within seconds, he blurted out. Mr. Bai, this building was the main headquarters of Longxin International back in the day. Only the most knowledgeable and experienced computer professionals, recruited from all over the country, were allowed inside. And back then, Li Jinda's chairman's office was also located here. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye nodded slightly. It seemed Mayor Lin had indeed done his homework. He was absolutely right. Let's go inside and take a look. Bai Ye couldn't help but smile as he suggested to the people beside him. However, upon hearing Bai Ye's words, the officials, including Lin Chen, immediately wore expressions of tension. It wasn't about the building itself, but rather, since Longxin International relocated, by now 3 or 4 decades had already passed. Even if this building once housed the office where Li Jinda worked, but everything inside has long since been completely removed. Although later, after the relocation was completed, the Jianghua City authorities did not assign personnel to search inside the building to see if anything had been overlooked. After all, as the headquarters of Longxin International, the site's footprint was truly vast. The building before them was merely one among countless others. If we were to search every single one of them repeatedly, it would require an enormous amount of manpower. Therefore, Lin Chen concluded, there was absolutely no need to enter these abandoned structures. Since this was the former site of Dragon Ship International, it was already the place where Li Jinda had once worked. Then, slowly walking around the perimeter of the buildings. That would be enough to give Li Jinda closure. Moreover, you must understand. Up until now, despite Li Jinda always being portrayed as a positive figure in Bai Ye's words, before everyone's eyes. But back then, Li Jingde was, in legal terms, a full-fledged criminal. That's why Lin Chen was worried. If Bai Ye insisted on proceeding this way, wouldn't it be because of Li Jingde's case lead to Bai Ye's reputation being tarnished as well? Lin Chen was thinking about Bai Ye's honor. Of course, beyond all that, there was one crucial reason above all else. That is safety. Mr. Bai, these buildings have been nearly abandoned for 40 years. They're dilapidated and completely unrecognizable now. Anything left inside is surely covered in dust. Most importantly, there were no elevators back then. Everything had to be carried up step by step via the staircases. You're at such an advanced age. Stairs are inconvenient for you. And with no one maintaining the building, what if something happens? What if you get hurt? As Lin Chen spoke these words, anxious expression crossed his face. This was what truly worried Lin Chen and the others. Bai Ye was already over 100 years old. And all these buildings had now become dilapidated structures. The building before them was at least 15 stories tall. Given Bai Ye's current stamina, it's anyone's guess whether he can handle it. The most critical factor is these dilapidated buildings. They're prone to stairwell collapses, which can easily cause injuries. If they get hurt, it's no big deal. But if Bai Ye were to get hurt because of this, they'd regret it for the rest of their lives. No. I absolutely must go inside this building. I must go to the room where Li Jingde once worked. Bai Ye's eyes burned with an unyielding resolve. Upon seeing the unwavering resolve in Bai Ye's eyes, whether it was those present at the scene or the viewers watching the livestream, at this very moment, utterly perplexed. Why? Why did Bai Ye insist on entering this building? Why must he go to Li Jingde's room? After all, whether it was at Xinfei or at the Qingchuan base, Bai Ye had personally arrived at the locations. He never went straight to the research labs or rooms where they worked. He'd merely wandered around the base casually. Then, he chatted with some of the eyewitnesses from that time, recalling old times with his comrades. That was enough. But this time, why did Bai Ye insist on entering this particular building? And specifically to Li Jingde's former room? But seeing Bai Ye's unwavering resolve at this moment, in the end, after deliberation, Lin Chen and the others reluctantly agreed to Bai Ye's request. Very well, Mr. Bai. Since you insist, we'll help you up to take a look. Lin Chen waved his hand. Immediately, two soldiers clad in camouflage uniforms began supporting Bai Ye as they slowly made their way upstairs. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and the others followed quietly behind. With the support of the two soldiers, Bai Ye ascended the stairs at a painfully slow pace. But those following behind, including Lin Chen and the others, showed no signs of impatience. Instead, as the floors rose, their respect for Bai Ye grew ever deeper. After all, Bai Ye was carrying a leg injury at this very moment. And over 100 years old. Even with the assistance of two warriors, climbing the stairs was still a daunting task. According to the records, Li Jingde's office was located on the top floor of this building, which means that even with the support of two warriors, Bai Ye still had to climb the stairs. To climb a full 15 stories. Such determination. Lin Chen and the others couldn't help but wonder. If they were in Bai Ye's condition, walking might be a struggle. Let alone with someone's support. Climbing step by step up the stairs to the 15th floor. Though Bai Ye's ascent was slow, he moved with practiced ease. He was utterly familiar with the surroundings here. About an hour later, Bai Ye continued climbing the stairs. When tired, he simply rested at the stairwell entrance. Though it was only the 15th floor, it still took him a full hour. 106 The locked desktop. Li Jingde's secret before imprisonment? In truth, as Bai Ye led everyone upstairs, everyone felt deeply uneasy. It had been far too long since anyone had visited this place. As they ascended, some could even faintly hear some strange noises coming from the staircase below. Many were worried. Following Bai Ye in such a large group. What if, in a moment of carelessness, the stairs gave way? Wouldn't they be completely screwed then? But then, upon second thought, upon seeing the unwavering resolve etched across Bai Ye's face, their hesitation vanished almost entirely. Are you kidding me? Even old Master Bai faced it without fear. How could they, as young people, possibly be afraid? Moreover, they must remember. Long before they entered this building, Bai Ye had already told them. He alone would ascend. The others only needed to wait below. After all, Bai Ye's sole purpose was to retrieve Li Jingde's portrait. To fulfill a promise made long ago. Even if anyone were to follow, it would be no more than two warriors. To support Bai Ye on his way up. Therefore, their presence here. It was actually their own choice. If they were to back down over such a minor matter, they back out. Never mind what Bai Ye might think. You chose to follow us here. Yet halfway through, you backed out again out of fear of danger? Then they'd likely be looked down upon by old Master Bai. He'll brand them cowards. Whenever cowardly thoughts arise in their hearts, Upon seeing Bai Ye's expression, such thoughts immediately vanish. During the ascent, they passed through many other floors. Whenever they passed through these floors, Bai Ye would introduce each one to Lin Chen and the others. What each floor was used for. Look, this is the reference room. It houses all kinds of computer-related materials. This is the reading room, filled with books purchased from abroad. This is the activity room. As Bai Ye explained the purpose of each floor and room one by one, the expressions on everyone's faces instantly turned astonished. Nearly 40 years had passed. How could Bai Ye possibly know the purpose of every single floor in this building, inside and out? How could he be so clear about it? It was as if Bai Ye himself had been here just 2 days prior. That memory is simply too good. No. It's not just about his memory. It's because of another reason. That reason is, Bai Ye was simply too familiar with Dragon Corps International. Even back then, when he saw Li Zhengde again, Bai Ye absolutely didn't just catch up with him. It was highly likely he had received an invitation from him. He worked here for a period of time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for him to be so familiar with the environment here. To the point where it remained vividly etched in his memory after decades. Before they knew it, the group finally reached the 15th floor. The top floor contained only one room. Upon entering, Bai Ye's face instantly relaxed with a look of profound relief. This is Li Zhengde's former room. Hearing Bai Ye's words, the others couldn't help but look at him with curious eyes. Following the direction of Bai Ye's finger, they looked over. The entire room was quite spacious. Though dust covered everything, it was still faintly discernible. It was indeed the chairman's room. Though most of the furnishings had been cleared out. But right in the center of the room, a desk stood. Moreover, one of the drawers on this desk still had a lock on it. Let's go inside and take a look. Holding Li Zhengde's portrait, Bai Ye waved his hand, signaling for everyone to follow him inside. Most eyes were drawn to the only table in the room. Mr. Bai, this table. May I take a look? Lin Chen was also curious. Why, in this room, everything else had been cleared out. Yet this table alone had been left behind? Could it be because the table was too large? Given the door's width, it would be nearly impossible to carry it out? So they just gave up to save the trouble? Of course it can. Bai Ye didn't refuse Lin Chen's request. Instead, he nodded. So the others followed behind Lin Chen. They began examining the table. When Lin Chen reached out to touch the dust-covered drawer, he was astonished to discover. No matter how hard he pushed, the drawer wouldn't budge an inch. Is this locked? For a moment, the expressions of everyone present were instantly dumbfounded. Wait. Logically speaking, since Li Zhengde later became a national criminal, this caused Lungsan International's reputation to plummet. They relocated from Jianhui City to other locations. And this room, by all accounts, everything here should have been thoroughly investigated. Even if the desk drawer itself has a lock, it shouldn't still be locked now. They should definitely be open. Mr. Bai, what on earth is going on? Everyone wore expressions of utter bewilderment. However, when everyone's gaze turned toward Bai Ye, they were astonished to discover. At that moment, Bai Ye looked at the locked desk, showed no trace of confusion whatsoever. Instead, he actually wore an expression of relief. So it really was still here after all. I was worried that after all these years, that this desk had been moved away. Seeing this scene, Bai Ye couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Actually, before Li Zhengde was framed and imprisoned, he once told me he had placed the most important secret of his life in his office. Before he left, he gave me the key to this desk drawer and instructed me to keep it safe. As he spoke, Bai Ye slowly pulled a key from his small bag. Slowly pulled out a key. Upon witnessing and hearing this scene, viewers in the live stream, including those present at the scene and the leaders of Jianhui City, had their expressions freeze instantly. What on earth is going on? What did Bai Ye just say? Back then, Li Zhengde was framed and imprisoned. Wait a minute. Could it be that Li Zhengde was imprisoned back then? Wasn't because he committed a crime, but because he's been targeted. Then deliberately framed him. That's how he ended up in prison? This can't be possible. After all, the scene, and the viewers in the livestream chat, many people have pure hearts. And they believe that people are inherently honest and upright. But then, when they learned from Bai Ye that Li Zhengde's imprisonment, it might actually be due to a frame-up? For a moment, whether it was the live event or the livestream audience, was instantly set ablaze. 107 yellowed paper documents. In fact, when many netizens and viewers heard Bai Ye mention Li Zhengde's imprisonment due to false accusations, their first instinctive reaction was, Bai Ye must have misremembered. How could it possibly be a frame-up? Such a thing absolutely couldn't happen. But this reaction was quite understandable. After all, in recent years, with the refinement of evidentiary law, for virtually any charge, once it reaches the trial stage, it's practically a done deal. The chain of evidence is complete and thorough. So it's essentially the established facts of the case. In recent years, we've hardly heard of any cases of wrongful convictions or miscarriages of justice occurring in the country. So when they heard that Li Zhengde had actually been wrongfully accused, that's why they looked so utterly shocked. The refinement of evidentiary law is actually a development of recent years. Yet Li Zhengde's imprisonment occurred decades ago. At that time, scientific and technological capabilities were not yet highly developed. There were no means for precise verification. Therefore, back then, it was indeed possible for people to be wrongfully accused. Bai Ye continued. I see the look on your faces. Your expressions tell me you don't believe Li Zhengde was wrongfully accused. But this matter is absolutely true. And the evidence should be in the drawer of this desk. As Bai Ye spoke these words, the skepticism among the gathered crowd, though many still found it hard to believe that Li Zhengde had been wrongfully accused, felt somewhat strange and hard to believe. Judging by the state's stance in recent years, the state strictly prohibits the recurrence of wrongful convictions from years past. Moreover, once it is verified that a miscarriage of justice has indeed occurred, those who were wrongfully imprisoned will inevitably receive substantial compensation. Take, for example, a case from 10 years ago. Without proper investigation, an innocent person was inexplicably imprisoned for several decades. But later, when the truth was uncovered, and it was confirmed he had no connection to the case, the state sincerely apologized to him and awarded him millions in compensation. In this day and age, several $1 million for an individual might take a lifetime to earn. This demonstrates that the state's compensation for victims of wrongful convictions is truly substantial. Beyond compensating the victims themselves, judges who rendered erroneous judgments back then, certainly, some accountability will be enforced. In fact, several years ago, when this matter was exposed, many netizens joked online, saying that serving 10 years in prison and walk away with millions. When you break it down, not only do you get free room and board, it would be equivalent to earning hundreds of thousands annually. That's way more lucrative than some dead-end jobs out there. Way more profitable. Many netizens are joking around, asking if anyone wants to form a group and pull off a stunt like this, just to get compensation. Of course, these are just jokes among netizens and shouldn't be taken seriously. But this incident does reveal something. Once it's confirmed that a miscarriage of justice has indeed occurred, most netizens actually find the state's compensation acceptable. When everyone learned from Bai Ye, Li Zhengde was wrongfully imprisoned. Moreover, the evidence proving his innocence was likely hidden inside this locked desk. In an instant, the crowd present immediately began urging one another, hurry up and open this desk, to see what evidence Li Zhengde had left behind all those years ago to prove his innocence. However, this was merely the prevailing sentiment among most netizens. A small handful of netizens. They think like this. After all, no one wants to end up in prison. Those who loudly demand compensation online. So they hope to frame him and lock him up for 3 to 5 years. Then walk out with hundreds of thousands in compensation. But that's just talk. When it comes down to actually doing it, every single one of them would run for the hills. Good for nothing, but champions at talking big. As for Li Zhengde, a returning overseas student with lofty aspirations, his dreams remained unfulfilled. How could he possibly allow himself to be wrongfully imprisoned? Especially when he held the evidence of his innocence in his hands. Therefore, when these netizens spoke, they still harbored some doubts about Bai Ye's claims. What was inside the desk probably wasn't evidence that could directly prove Li Zhengde's innocence. But as for what exactly was inside that drawer, remained a complete mystery to them. Bai Ye continued. It's been many years since Li Zhengde passed away. With so many people here, I think it's time to clear his name. I'll use the key to open the drawer for everyone right now. Let everyone see what's inside. As he spoke, Bai Ye tremblingly took a key from the small bag. Slowly, he pulled it out. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but crane their necks. They crowded around Bai Ye to get a better look. As for the viewers in the livestream room, didn't have such a privileged vantage point. They could only peer through the screen. Though they too were eager to press closer to the screen, they simply couldn't compare to the live audience. Everyone's gaze remained fixed on Bai Ye's hands. What was strange was this. That this key had remained in Bai Ye's possession for decades. But strangely enough, after all this time, not a single trace of rust had appeared on the key. Instead, it still gleamed with a metallic sheen. Witnessing this scene, many spectators couldn't help but feel their breath catch in their throats. It seems Bai Ye truly cherished his bond with Li Zhengde. Over the decades, Bai Ye must have taken it out often to polish and maintain it. Otherwise, how could it still look so pristine after all this time? Yet its surface still looked indistinguishable from a brand new key? Under the tense gazes of everyone present, Bai Ye finally aligned the key with the drawer's lock. With a click, the drawer slowly slid open. Inside, aside from a yellowed paper document, nothing else. Seeing this, Bai Ye couldn't help but frown. At the same time, viewers who had been eagerly anticipating what decisive evidence might be hidden inside the drawer were all left utterly dumbfounded. Wait. Didn't Bai Ye just say that inside this desk lay the evidence proving Li Jinda's innocence? But why was it just? It's just a single yellowed paper document? On it, what appears to be some scribbles. What exactly is this document? 108 This is a lithography machine design blueprint? Inside the live stream room, when viewers saw what was inside the drawer, only a single yellowed paper document. Then, the camera revealed. This document was extremely thin. At a glance, it appeared to be no more than a millimeter or two thick. So, countless netizens immediately began in the livestream chat. Began voicing their opinions. Holy crap! This document proving Li Jinda's innocence? It's just this thin layer? This doesn't look convincing at all. I don't think this single document could possibly prove Li Jinda's innocence. Honestly, it feels like Li Jinda might be trying to deceive Old Master Bai. Simply because he's in trouble, he hopes to use Old Master Bai to get a reduced sentence. Agreed. That's exactly how I feel. After all, back then, Old Man Bai helped the country develop fighter jets, nuclear weapons, and even nuclear submarines. Although the state never publicly acknowledged Old Master Bai's contributions and he even used an alias during the development of nuclear weapons and submarines, anyone in the highest echelons of the state would surely give him face. You have to admit, Li Jinda played his cards really well. He exploited his relationship with Old Master Bai. Fortunately, due to some unexpected events, Old Master Bai didn't let Li Jinda's scheme succeed. It must be said, this indirectly protected Old Master Bai's reputation. However, this represents only a partial perspective held by some netizens. Some netizens also felt the netizens who spoke earlier seemed a bit too extreme. After all, what exactly is in this document? We haven't even seen it yet. How can they so rashly define Li Jinda? What if this document contains evidence that could actually prove Li Jinda's innocence? Then wouldn't you all be shooting yourselves in the foot? Who gave you the right to jump to conclusions so early? In the livestream chat, netizens held their own views. But on one point, everyone agreed. That is, there's currently no way to prove whether Li Jinda was exploiting Bai Ye to reduce his own sentence. After all, the crimes Li Jinda committed back then were not as severe as treason or similar offenses. Rather, they stemmed from charges of debauchery. Put plainly, he couldn't control his own lower body. And for such an offense, if Bai Ye could truly leverage his fame and put in a good word for him with the higher-ups, it might just get that charge dropped. Beyond the viewers in the livestream chat, many audience members at the scene also suggested Bai Ye first retrieved the document from the drawer. Alright. That was my intention too. So, after taking a deep breath, Bai Ye's right hand decisively reached out toward the document. Reached out. The moment Bai Ye clearly saw the contents on it, his expression instantly froze. Though much time had passed, and the paper had yellowed, much of the text had become difficult to discern. However, it was still possible to discern. This paper faintly depicted a design blueprint. Moreover, with Bai Ye's level of knowledge, he could tell at a glance. This blueprint is precisely the blueprint for a lithography machine. As Bai Ye's expression shifted, many viewers also noticed the change on Bai Ye's face. Immediately, questions began flooding the livestream chat. Old Master Bai. What did he see? Why did he suddenly freeze? I'm here live. I opened my phone to see what fun discussions were happening in the chat. Just now I leaned in for a closer look. The blueprint seems to have something drawn on it. But the text is definitely blurry. Something drawn? Could it be a design blueprint? Something that could leave Old Master Bai speechless. What on earth is it? This is baffling. Any experts here who can identify what this is? But the viewers in the livestream were a hidden treasure trove of talent. Though the viewer on site provided a brief description based on what they saw, some professional viewers, however, immediately recognized it. You must understand that Lunsen International was founded by Li Jinda to assist the nation in developing computers. To put it plainly, during that period, the primary focus of Li Jinda's research and development efforts was related to lithography machines. This yellowed blueprint was left behind by Li Jinda, and it left Bai Ye utterly speechless? Could it be possible? Could it be that it wasn't drawing anything else? Could it be the blueprint for the lithography machine that Li Jinda independently developed and designed? When this netizen boldly posted his theory directly in the livestream chat, the comments section of the entire livestream erupted with activity once more. Holy crap! Are you serious? You're telling me this yellowed piece of paper has photolithography machine blueprints on it? You're not joking, right? The earliest photolithography machines appeared on Blue Star in the 1960s. Li Zhengde was imprisoned around the 1980s. That's nearly 40 years ago. You have to understand, even though the first lithography machine was invented in the 60s, it wasn't until the 80s that they started being used on a large scale. And only a handful of countries truly mastered the technology. Even now, our country lags behind in the lithography machine industry. To date, our most advanced lithography machine only achieves 28 nanometer precision. Meanwhile, other nations have already developed 3 nanometer machines. The gap is enormous. And if the blueprints in this paper document Li Zhengde left behind are indeed for a lithography machine, that would mean our country's birth of lithography technology could be pushed forward by a full 40 years. That idea is utterly insane. I still think your speculation is a bit too hasty. Think about it, if these blueprints really are for a lithography machine, why didn't Li Zhengde bring this thing forward and hand it over to the state long ago? If it could be proven that a lithography machine could indeed be built according to these blueprints, wouldn't that absolutely clear him of his crimes? I can't guarantee everything, but at the very least, probation would be a certainty. In an instant, as the netizen voiced their perspective, the entire livestream's atmosphere surged to another fever pitch. 109 Why didn't Li Zhengde hand over these blueprints to the state? Exactly. That netizen just made a great point. You must understand that in that era, the entire world had recognized the potential revolution computers could bring to Blue Star. So, from that moment onward, scientists in nearly every country have been vigorously pursuing the development of next-generation lithography machines. As for the Dragon Nation, having started later, they fell slightly behind others. Compared to other nations, the Dragon Nation has not truly succeeded in building its first lithography machine. Although, following this, China did develop its first supercomputer, capable of performing tens of millions of calculations per second. It was considered world-class technology. However, it must be understood, supercomputers like those of the Eagle Nation utilize chips that represent the absolute cutting edge of their era. Thanks to cutting-edge manufacturing processes, these computers achieve extraordinary processing speeds. But what approach did China take? They employed a rather crude approach. They linked numerous processors together. They shared their computational power. Although each individual processor chip, their computational capabilities fall far short of the world's top-tier standards, is significantly inferior to the world's top-tier standards. When combined, they can achieve tens of millions of calculations per second. Nevertheless, the nation has always harbored a dream. That is to possess its own lithography machine. Only then can the Dragon Nation truly break free from its current predicament. It's not about overtaking competitors by using multiple chips for parallel processing, but to compete head-to-head in the chip industry. We must go head-to-head with the world's cutting-edge technology to see who comes out on top. So, if we consider that, back in those days, Li Zhengde had actually designed a lithography machine on his own. And if this lithography machine could be mass-produced with the technology available back then, for this contribution alone, as long as Li Zhengde hadn't committed any serious crimes like murder or arson, for a slightly unsavory offense like hooliganism, the state would turn a blind eye. The matter would simply be swept under the rug. How could they possibly let Li Zhengde suffer such unjust treatment? So, soon enough, once netizens realized this, the atmosphere in the livestream room gradually grew quiet. Impossible. The yellowed blueprint, the thing drawn on it, could absolutely not be a lithography machine. If back then, the Dragon Nation could have built a lithography machine, then by now, in the semiconductor field, Dragon Nation would have long since matched the Eagle Nation and others step for step. Moreover, the pride of being a Dragon Nation citizen. Who knows, maybe China could have produced a chip giant and completely outshined the yellow-skinned Nvidia. Outclassed completely. At this moment, Bai Ye still clutched the yellowed blueprint tightly in his hand. Though he remained silent for a long while, his expression was filled with profound gravity and profound relief. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen and the others hesitated, though they had no idea what exactly was depicted on this blueprint. What exactly was depicted on this blueprint? But through Bai Ye's expression at that moment, even a layperson could sense that whatever was depicted here must be extraordinary. Thus, it fell to Lin Chen once more. Approaching Bai Ye's side, he spoke slowly. Master Bai, may I ask a question? What exactly is depicted on this yellowed piece of paper? The moment Lin Chen finished speaking, the entire scene, and even the live stream, fell into an even deeper silence. Lin Chen's question touched upon something everyone was deeply curious about. They too were dying to know. What exactly was depicted here? What exactly was depicted here? Hearing this, Bai Ye finally snapped out of his reverie. Then, he silently glanced at Lin Chen. He spoke slowly. What's drawn on this piece of paper? It was the blueprint for the photolithography machine designed entirely by Lin Chen himself. He kept it hidden from me all this time. In truth, he had already designed the photolithography machine over 40 years ago. When Bai Ye admitted it himself. What was drawn on this blueprint? Nothing else. The blueprint for the photolithography machine. The livestream erupted once more. This can't be true. Li Jingde actually drew the design blueprint for a lithography machine over 40 years ago? I don't believe it, I just don't believe it. If that's true, Li Jingde could be called a national hero. But why didn't he hand this blueprint over to the state? I'm certain. If he had submitted these blueprints, his sentence would have been significantly reduced during sentencing. Or even, due to his monumental contribution, he might have been exempted from punishment altogether. None of that is impossible. I still can't believe it. Our country has only recently started to develop expertise in lithography machines. And yet, over 40 years ago, old Li had already developed the blueprints? It still feels strange to me. Logically speaking, Li Jingde didn't commit any serious crime. From our current perspective, it's at most a matter of questionable personal conduct. With such a monumental achievement, why wouldn't he use it to reduce his sentence? What is he hesitating about? Wait. Do you remember what old man Bai said earlier? He said, Li Jingde never actually committed a crime. He was framed? As Bai Ye's words came back to them, many people, almost unconsciously, began to change how they addressed Li Jingde. Before this, when they were unaware of Li Jingde's contributions, due to preconceived notions, the Li Jingde they encountered online was simply viewed as a criminal. And although he still held the titles of former chairman and founder of Longxin International, he failed to make any substantial contributions afterward, compounded by the subsequent scandals at Longxin International. So people simply referred to him by his name, Li Jingde. But when they learned, Bai Ye was holding the very design blueprints for lithography machines. The design blueprints for the lithography machine. Moreover, the Li Jingde Bai Ye spoke of had not actually committed those crimes. Instead, he had been framed. That's why he suffered this unjust accusation. At this moment, though concrete evidence remains elusive, everyone believed Bai Ye. Consequently, even the way people addressed Li Jingde underwent a change. From directly addressing him by name to old Li. But the change in address wasn't the end of it. Everyone's gaze remained fixed on Bai Ye. Since Bai Ye had stated that Li Jingde was wrongfully accused, it was actually due to someone else's false accusation. This implies that regarding that past incident, Bai Ye must have some knowledge of it? So, what exactly caused that ultimately led to Li Jingde being framed and sent to prison? 110 million dragon coins. To buy Li Jingde's blueprints? Of course, these were merely the thoughts swirling in the minds of the onlookers and netizens. But once doubts take root in one's mind, it was impossible to keep them bottled up. They had to voice them directly. So, some spectators could no longer hold back. They immediately voiced their question. Mr. Bai, did you just say that Mr. Li Jingde was actually wrongfully accused? Do you have any evidence to back that up? Yes. I remember that case was incredibly sensational back then. I even saw it in my legal studies textbooks. It was said that besides the woman's on-site identification, there was also physical evidence proof that was ironclad. But now old Master Bai is saying Li Jingde was framed? From our current perspective, old Li's conviction was based on both eyewitness testimony and physical evidence. Since all that evidence was complete, how could there be a case of false accusation? Could it be that the evidence was fabricated? Impossible. Who would be so bold as to forge this evidence? Even coming from Bai Ye's own mouth. The shockwaves this news sent through the crowd was simply too immense. After all, with today's technological capabilities, beyond eyewitness testimony, certain physical evidence can also be verified through technical analysis. To verify authenticity, this approach maximizes efforts, directly preventing the occurrence of wrongful convictions and miscarriages of justice. Even now, many people remain curious about the Li Jingde mentioned by Bai Ye. Could he truly have been wrongfully accused? At that moment, Bai Ye noticed the confusion in the eyes of many spectators present. He spoke softly. Actually, this is just my speculation. Because back then, before Li Jingde was arrested, he had vaguely mentioned it to me. He said his research on the lithography machine had reached its final stage. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, in just a few months, he would complete the design. Old Bai. If I can design this lithography machine, then our dragon nation will truly enter the ranks of the world's most advanced nations. You must understand, on the entire Blue Star, there aren't many countries capable of manufacturing lithography machines. I still remember it vividly to this day. Li Jingde sought me out privately, his face aglow with excitement as he shared this news. Naturally, upon hearing this, I was genuinely happy for him. But after a few seconds, Li Zhenda's expression immediately turned grave again. He told me this. For this period, he had been working tirelessly on the lithography machine. But in the past few days, Li Zhenda suddenly received several letters. After opening them and reading their contents, cold sweat broke out all over his body. The letters were anonymous. And the content inside demanded that once Li Zhenda completed the lithography machine design, he must immediately deliver the design blueprints to that person. Of course, this wasn't without compensation. The sender was willing to pay 1 million dragon coins to purchase the photolithography machine design blueprints in Li Zhenda's possession. At the time, hearing these details from Li Zhenda himself, I was utterly stunned. Because I knew that Li Zhenda's research had been conducted in strict secrecy during this period. Including myself. Aside from a handful of people he could trust unconditionally regarding the development of the lithography machine, Li Zhenda had told almost no one. And now, judging by that letter, it's clear a third party has learned that Li Zhenda is on the verge of completing the lithography machine. As Bai Ye spoke these words, the audience present were instantly stunned. It turned out that back when he was developing the lithography machine, Li Zhenda had actually encountered such a situation. Moreover, due to this incident, Li Zhenda only confided in his closest confidants. In the end, it was a third party who sent the letter, hoping to pay their way to directly purchase the lithography machine design blueprints by paying for them, which means Li Zhenda has actually been betrayed by his closest associates. At this moment, netizens were also sending comments in the livestream chat. Who would have thought that behind this blueprint, such a hidden story was unfolding? If I'm not mistaken, the person who leaked the lithography machine blueprints must be one of the few closest to Li Zhenda besides old Bai. This is outright betrayal. I hate traitors more than anything in this world. If it were me, after pouring my heart and soul into this research only to get a letter the next day demanding I sell it off, I'd be furious. To be fair, back then, 1 million dragon coins, that was an astronomical sum. But even an astronomical sum wouldn't be enough. And you must understand, in that era, nearly every nation had recognized computers as a pivotal future technology. Lithography machines were a key development focus for all countries. 1 million dragon coins wouldn't have covered it. And you must understand, the letter writer spent that million with an extremely hardline stance. This wasn't a normal transaction, it bordered on coercion. If our country had developed its own lithography machines 40 years ago, then today, we might never have to bow to other nations in the chip industry. In fact, we could very well have several chip giants of our own by now. It's safe to say that upon hearing Bai Ye's exposé, every single viewer and netizen were seething with rage at that very moment. That traitor was utterly despicable. With just this one small act, cost the Dragon Nation the opportunity to become a top-tier chip powerhouse. A full 40 years of chip development time lost. To put it bluntly, that traitor, even by the standards of medieval justice in other countries, and sent straight to the gallows. That would still be no exaggeration. However, at the same time, netizens are actually feeling with intense suspicion and curiosity. First off, the letter writer must have significant power and wealth backing them. Otherwise, given the economic conditions back then, how could they possibly just hand over 1 million dragon coins? Just like that? 1 million back then. In today's terms, that purchasing power would be equivalent to hundreds of millions. Thinking about that, the second question immediately arose. One thing is certain, the person who wrote that letter to Li Zhenda was extremely wealthy. So, was that letter writer a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom? Or could it be a wealthy merchant from another country? And then, through some connection, they wanted to get their hands on the lithography machine blueprints Li Zhenda possessed? 111 Li Zhenda is not a criminal, he is a true hero. Bai Ye continued. When I heard about this from Li Zhenda himself, I immediately expressed my concern for him. Because, back then, Longxin International hadn't been around for very long. To put it bluntly, although Li Zhenda was the company's founder and chairman, his entire personal fortune was poured into this company. Moreover, the reason Longxin International secured funding for operations and R&D was largely due to the generous support of certain individuals. In other words, at the time, Li Zhenda didn't have much money. You could say he was desperately short of funds. And the purchasing power of 1 million longcoins back then was absolutely staggering. 1 million back then, equivalent to hundreds of millions in cash today. So I'm deeply concerned, worried that if the letter writer is from abroad, and if Li Zhenda, desperate for that money, sold the lithography machine blueprints, that would mean he betrayed his dream for the motherland. And he'd let down all the investors who backed Longxin International. But I simply couldn't step forward to demand anything of him. After all, the lithography machine was developed by Li Zhenda. I only assisted him for a period. The true leader of this research was Li Zhenda himself. So whatever decision he makes, I have no right to interfere. At this moment, the only person I can trust is Li Zhengde. When faced with the threats in the letter and the enormous sum of 1 million yuan, he could stay true to his original intentions, remain steadfast, and ultimately hand over these blueprints to the nation. But at this moment, my resolve began to waver, because 1 million dragon coins is simply too much. Faced with such a colossal sum, could Li Zhengde truly resist the temptation? At this point, Bai Ye paused briefly. Then he continued. Given our relationship, Li Zhengde and I always speak plainly, no beating around the bush. So I immediately laid it out plainly and asked him what he was thinking. Seeing this, not a trace of hesitation flickered in Li Zhende's eyes. Instead, his gaze grew unwaveringly resolute. This is what he told me. Old Bai. Don't you know my character by now? Back when we were studying abroad together. Even when that stunning American babe was right in front of me, I didn't waver. And now, you think a measly million dragon coins will buy me off? You're delusional. At the end, Li Zhengde chuckled and added one last thing. Come to think of it, now that you mention it, I do kind of regret it. Wouldn't it have been great if I'd brought that foreign girl back with me before returning to China? I knew Li Zhengde was just trying to lighten the mood, joking around. After all, that American student's intentions toward Li Zhengde wasn't because of his talent. She intended to get close to him, hoping to use a gentle approach to keep Li Zhengde in the US. But precisely because of his words, I was completely reassured that Li Zhengde would never hand over the lithography machine blueprints to anyone else. Yet it was precisely Li Zhende's unwavering resolve that ultimately set the stage for his false accusations and imprisonment. It was around that time that I also happened to learn the true mastermind behind that letter. As Bai Ye recounted the events of that year in a measured tone, everyone present sat tense, holding their breath. After all, judging by the yellowed blueprint in Bai Ye's hands, the outcome was obvious. Even tempted by 1 million dragon coins, Li Zhengde ultimately held firm to his principles. He did not take the blueprint out to exchange for 1 million. Instead, he chose to lock the blueprint away in a drawer with a key, leaving it hidden away for decades, rather than sell the design blueprint outright for a mere 1 million dragon coins. Yet whenever netizens recalled that 1 million back then is equivalent to a full 100 million today, a temptation of this magnitude, how many people could resist? Whenever they think of this, netizens can't help but grew even more profoundly respectful. Although, up to now, the details surrounding Li Zhengde's arrest and imprisonment has only been relayed through Bai Ye's account. No concrete evidence has surfaced. Yet, based solely on Bai Ye's words, coupled with the newly uncovered photolithography machine blueprint, it can be reasonably concluded that Li Zhengde is not some law-breaking scoundrel. He is a hero who has been quietly sacrificing behind the scenes. If the truth is ultimately uncovered, and it is confirmed that Li Zhengde was indeed wrongfully accused, then, based on this lithography machine alone, restore Li Zhengde's good name immediately, even posthumously conferring the title of academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. None of this would be the slightest bit excessive. As Bai Ye's words reached their conclusion, the audience and netizens stared at Bai Ye with growing astonishment. Ha! Did Bai Ye just say? Although Li Zhengde was primarily responsible for the design and research of the lithography machine, but as Li Zhende's close friend, Bai Ye had also been involved in the project? Though his involvement might not have been significant. But back in those days, photolithography machines were rare treasures in every country. Since he was able to be involved, it also implies Bai Ye's knowledge of computers, chips, and integrated circuits was truly profound. No. From this perspective, Bai Ye's scientific research knowledge, isn't it a bit too extensive? Aircraft, fighter jets, nuclear power, ballistic missiles, nuclear submarines. And that's not even the end of it. Bai Ye he even possesses expertise in computer systems and lithography machine design. He was involved in all that? The word genius alone doesn't even begin to capture the praise heaped upon Bai Ye back then. A prefix should be added before genius. Omnipotent genius is more fitting. However, when netizens heard the final part, in Bai Ye's account, it was finally explicitly mentioned. The identity of the letter's mastermind. In an instant, the live stream's chat exploded. Exploded in an instant. Everyone was buzzing with discussion in the chat. This hardline individual, insisting on spending 1 million dragon coins to buy the lithography machine blueprints. Who exactly was this person? And, leveraging Li Zhengde's limited connections, the traitor who leaked the information. What exactly is their identity? Yet, at this very moment, Bai Ye's words abruptly halted, leaving the online audience in agonizing suspense. You say that after finishing what you were saying, and then paused, leaving it unfinished. They wouldn't have felt so agonized. But she had to pause at the most crucial moment? How could that not make people sweat bullets? 112 The mastermind behind Li Zhengde's frame-up, it was him? I know what you're thinking. You must be dying to ask. Back then, who wrote the letter to Li Zhengde? Who exactly was the person who spent 1,000,000 dragon coins to find Li Zhengde and buy the photolithography machine blueprints? I really don't want to mention that name, because when I accidentally discovered he was the one who wrote the letter to Li Zhengde, I was utterly stunned. At this point, Bai Ye's face still couldn't help but show anger and helplessness. His name is Zhou Yi. You've probably heard of him too. Actually, back when Lungsun International was founded, Zhou Yi provided significant assistance to Li Zhengde. He even leveraged his authority. Later, when Lungsun International faced a financial crisis, it was Zhou Yi who stepped in, enabling Lungsun International to weather that difficult period. It's safe to say that back then, both Li Zhengde and I were deeply grateful to Zhou Yi. But we never imagined Zhou Yi was only interested in Li Zhengde's research. Since Li Zhengde had no connections, he founded Lungsun International soon after returning from abroad and began his research. As for me, you've all heard about my past experiences. Because of that connection, Zhou Yi couldn't bring himself to harm me. But in the end, he turned his evil hands toward Li Zhengde. That threatening letter demanding 1,000,000 long coins to purchase the lithography machine blueprints from Li Zhengde, it was written by Zhou Yi himself. When Bai Ye reached this point, shock rippled through the crowd. Who exactly was Zhou Yi? He once held a crucial position in Zhenghua City. Until over a decade ago. He finally stepped down from his position. Yet despite stepping down, Zhou Yi still held immense stature in the hearts of Zhenghua citizens. His standing remains exceptionally high. For back then, Zhou Yi truly made contributions to Zhenghua City. Made some contributions to Zhenghua City. But what no one could have imagined was that someone would threaten and coerce him into selling Li Zhengde's life's work for 1,000,000 dragon coins. To purchase Li Zhengde's life's work was none other than Zhou Yi? For a moment, everyone present were instantly stunned. This can't be possible? Zhou Yi, I remember his reputation was impeccable back then. How could he possibly do something like this? Could it be that old master Bai misremembered the name? Maybe it wasn't Zhou Yi who did it at all. Perhaps it was one of his secretaries? That's possible. And I recall Zhou Yi being extremely frugal in his conduct back then. He always seemed so approachable. He doesn't seem like the type to do something like this. It's more likely his secretary was acting on his authority. That seems far more probable. Actually, it all started much earlier. Back in the 1950s and 1960s. Zhenghua City's development was far inferior to what it is today. But since Zhou Yi took office, Zhenghua City's economy has gradually begun to develop. Today, while Zhenghua City's economy hasn't yet reached the top tier nationally, it occupies a position in the upper middle tier, largely thanks to the foundation laid during Zhou Yi's tenure. It can be said that in the hearts of Zhenghua City's people, holds an extraordinary status. But the outcome? Bai Ye now informs them. The person who hoped to force Li Zhengde to hand over the lithography machine blueprints is Zhou Yi? Even though Bai Ye said it, many present found it utterly unbelievable. And at that very moment, soon, someone at the scene questioned Bai Ye's words. Old Master Bai, while Zhenghua City isn't exactly a particularly developed city right now, but without the foundation laid by old Zhou back in the day, we wouldn't be where we are today. We'd likely be even more backward. Now you claim Zhou Yi is the mastermind behind forcing old Li into this situation. What evidence do you have? As one audience member voiced his doubts, more and more people in the crowd began directing the same question at Bai Ye. After all, in the hearts of many Zhenghua City residents, held a very high standing. Even though he had long since stepped down from his position, many still cherished his memory. And now, with just one remark from you, Bai Ye, you've completely tarnished Zhou Yi's reputation? Considering Bai Ye's current standing, you'd better back up your claims with some evidence, right? Faced with the skepticism of many spectators present, Bai Ye found himself at a loss for words. Because he had only learned of this incident by chance through others' accounts. Back in those days, there were no video recorders. And certainly no recording devices. Therefore, no evidence could possibly have been preserved. To put it bluntly, if Bai Ye had truly obtained decisive evidence back then Li Zhengde would never have been arrested. Then, due to the perjury charges, he would have been arrested and imprisoned. If evidence had existed, Li Zhengde's innocence could have been proven back then. How could it have taken until now? In everyone's eyes, Li Zhengde has always been a hypocrite, a sinner's face? Taking a deep breath, Bai Ye understood the doubts raised by the audience just now. At the same time, Bai Ye had only mentioned it casually. Without concrete evidence, Bai Ye naturally couldn't directly shift the blame onto Zhou Yi. However, with just this yellowed photolithography blueprint in the drawer now, Bai Ye could at least use this. At the very least, it could salvage some of Li Zhengde's reputation. After all, it couldn't be possible that he had designed the photolithography machine blueprints decades ago. Yet here we are, decades later. Even after all these years since his death, he's still being vilified by the entire nation? This is one reason why Bai Ye brought Li Zhengde's portrait here. Of course, besides the audience, Even the official leaders from Jianghua City who accompanied Bai Ye here were paying close attention to this matter. At that moment, beside Bai Ye stood Lin Chen, now serving as the mayor of Jianghua City. Upon hearing the name Zhou Yi, froze in place instantly. My teacher. Zhou Yi? He was actually that kind of person. For a moment, Lin Chen's emotions became incredibly complex. Back when he had first entered the official circles of Jianghua City, Zhou Yi was still in power. It was under his guidance that he had grown continuously. And eventually, he had ascended to his current position. Now, however, he unexpectedly learned from Bai Ye, the very person who had once mentored me, had actually done such unscrupulous things. Though Lin Chen remained skeptical of Bai Ye's words, driven by a sense of justice, Lin Chen pulled out his phone. His right hand trembled as he dialed a number. He intended to confront the retired Zhou Yi and get to the bottom of it, to see if the truth was indeed as he suspected. 113. Atoning for past actions. Of course, before making the call, Mayor Lin's heart was pounding with anxiety. Even after Zhou Yi retired, they had maintained a deep connection. In fact, just days ago, Mayor Lin had dined with Zhou Yi. They reminisced about the old days. Yet now, Bai Ye had publicly accused his former teacher in front of everyone. Accused his former mentor, forcing Li Jingde to sell the blueprints for the lithography machine he had painstakingly designed for 1 million dragon coins. To him, Mayor Lin sensed that if he made this call, given his teacher's temperament, he would likely deny it outright. For since he took office until his retirement, all these years, Zhou Yi had always valued his reputation above all else. Beep beep beep. In front of Bai Ye and everyone else, Lin Chen finally pressed the dial button. Yet, all that came through on the other end was a series of ringing tones. Ha! It didn't connect? Seeing this, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Based on his understanding of Zhou Yi, he should be spending time with his grandson at this hour. There's no way he wouldn't have time to answer the phone? So, seeing this, Lin Chen. He dialed several more times in quick succession. Still no answer. Just as Lin Chen was about to give up and wait until the end of the day, and privately seek out Zhou Yi to thoroughly inquire about this matter. Tap tap tap. Downstairs, a series of slow footsteps suddenly echoed. 2 minutes later, an elderly man with hair nearly entirely white ascended the stairs with deliberate slowness. And when he clearly saw the old man's face, Bai Ye's expression instantly turned icy cold. At the same time, Lin Chen's expression turned utterly horrified. For the one who had arrived was none other than the very man Bai Ye had just accused. The very person who had framed Li Jingde to obtain the lithography machine blueprints, and personally orchestrated the scheme that sent Li Jingde to prison. Zhou Yi. When Zhou Yi's figure and face suddenly appeared in the live-stream camera, many netizens who had been defending Zhou Yi in the comments section fell silent in an instant. After all, in their minds, Zhou Yi had genuinely accomplished a great deal for Jianghua City during his tenure. So even though they knew Bai Ye couldn't possibly be lying, they simply refused to believe it. The man who had once given so much to Jianghua City had now become the villain falsely accusing Li Jingde. Yet no matter how much they refused to believe Bai Ye's words, when the protagonist, Zhou Yi, personally appeared at the scene, the identity of this mastermind behind the scenes seemed undeniable. After all, if this incident truly had nothing whatsoever to do with Zhou Yi, then why would he be here at this very moment? If Bai Ye was framing him, he could have easily leveraged his former connections and influence to counterattack Bai Ye. There's no need for him to show his face here personally. At this very moment, though Zhou Yi had arrived at the scene and hadn't uttered a single word, everyone already believed Bai Ye's words to some extent. Old Bai. After appearing before everyone, Zhou Yi also fell silent for a moment. Then he immediately spoke softly to Bai Ye. At this moment, Zhou Yi's tone was exceptionally soft. In fact, if one listened closely, one could faintly discern the profound regret permeating every word he spoke. Teacher, you didn't really. Lin Chen stared at Zhou Yi in utter shock. Judging by Zhou Yi's tone, it seemed he was outright admitting it. The incident involving Li Jingde back then, was he truly deeply involved? Don't be nervous. I'm here today to confess. Facing the stunned expressions of those present, Zhou Yi took a deep breath. Then, a look of immense relief washed over his face. Back then, the reason I funded Li Jingde's Dragon Corps International under the name of Jianghua City, I had my own ulterior motives. Through research, I learned that Li Jingde had outstanding academic performance during his time at Haji University. He was exceptionally skilled in computer science. I also learned through certain channels that the Eagle State highly valued Li Jingde's computer talent. They even resorted to using a beauty trap to keep him there. So I thought, if I could help Li Jingde establish a company, and then let him continue his research, then that would count as my achievement too. But when Li Zhengde told me the lithography machine design was nearly complete, greed suddenly took hold of me. I wanted to claim those lithography machine blueprints as my own. Even then, a sliver of reason still whispered that I shouldn't do it. Even without doing that, since Lungsan International's headquarters is right here in our Jianghua city. So these achievements could still be counted as mine. But I just lost my head in that moment. At this point, Zhou Ye's face was suddenly covered in hot tears. Ever since I framed Li Zhengde and sent him to prison, I had my people searching. But at that time, because Li Zhengde was in prison, Longcore International began relocating to a new site. That's why I never sent anyone to search this old building. For a while at the beginning, I was furious. Why wouldn't Li Zhengde agree to my demands? Why wouldn't he hand over those blueprints? If he'd handed them over directly to me, he wouldn't have gone to jail, and he could have received 1,000,000 dragon coins in compensation. But as time passed, my mind began to clear. I realized that in my position, how could I possibly do such a thing? I started to regret it. I even contemplated reopening Li Zhengde's case. But the moment that thought surfaced, I started worrying again, because Li Zhengde knows me. I feared that if he were released, he'd definitely pin everything on me. If that happened and it all came out, my career would be completely over. After that incident, I developed insomnia. I couldn't sleep a wink every night. It became a nightmare haunting my mind. To relieve the pressure, I had no choice but to focus on improving people's lives. Under my leadership, Jianghua City grew stronger and better. But the matter with Li Zhengde has remained buried deep within me, refusing to fade. Until today, when I saw Mr. Bai arrive here, I finally made up my mind. I will turn myself in. I must atone for my actions from back then. 114 To atone for Li Zhengde, Zhou Ye turned himself in. Zhou Ye's confession left everyone present. Even Bai Ye himself was stunned. For the audience present, most of those who had followed Bai Ye here were locals from Jianghua City. And while there were students present, the majority were middle-aged individuals in their 40s and 50s. Back when Zhou Ye was in office, they too had witnessed that era. Therefore, toward Zhou Ye, they still harbored deep trust in him. He transformed Jianghua City from a nationally lagging metropolis into a pillar of the nation. Although in the current rankings of all cities in the Dragon Nation, Jianghua City's ranking isn't particularly high. But this achievement was built upon the foundation laid by Zhou Ye. Without Zhou Ye's dedication back then, it's likely that other neighboring cities would be providing support to Jianghua City. Therefore, in the minds of these people, Zhou Ye has always been a positive figure. However, now, with Zhou Ye appearing in person, and then, in front of everyone, he implicitly admitted the incident where Li Zhengde was framed and imprisoned back then was indeed orchestrated by him. Driven by greed, he sought to claim all the credit for the successful development of the lithography machine, all to himself. So when Li Zhengde sternly refused his demands, he devised the scheme. Then he set that trap for Li Zhengde. Now that even Zhou Ye had spoken these words herself, they had no choice but to believe it. As for the rest, aside from the audience present, even Bai Ye, upon hearing Zhou Ye's account, and sensing the regret in his words, much of the anger on Bai Ye's face dissipated. Although Li Zhengde had once been Bai Ye's good friend, towards Zhou Ye, the very person who had framed him and sent him to prison, Bai Ye was actually furious. Deep down, he even yearned to avenge himself. But Bai Ye still possessed reason. Now, having heard Zhou Ye's confession, suddenly, Bai Ye felt a wave of release wash over him. A common saying came to mind. No one is perfect who can be without fault. Making mistakes isn't scary, what matters most is when one makes a mistake, they can correct it. Moreover, all these years since his retirement, although Zhou Ye had never stepped forward to clear Li Zhengde's name, but today, without any warning, Zhou Ye stepped forward to publicly reveal the truth. Bai Ye couldn't help but feel, perhaps that incident from years ago could finally be put to rest. With this thought in mind, Bai Ye dragged his aging body forward. Slowly, he made his way over to Zhou Ye. Never mind. It's been so many years now. Li Zhengde was a very magnanimous man. I brought his portrait today. If he knew you'd come to repent and apologize to him at this moment, I believe his spirit in heaven would be deeply comforted. Bai Ye sighed as well. His tone carried a sense of release. Old Bai, I didn't come here today just to repent. I also wish to atone for my sins. However, after Bai Ye forgave Zhou Ye on behalf of Li Zhengde, effectively forgave Zhou Ye. At that moment, Zhou Ye's aged face grew resolute as he declared, I'm over 80 now. I don't have many years left to live. Since I committed a crime back then, I should go to prison to atone for it. Shaolin, please take me to the police station. I want to turn myself in. My actions back then didn't just destroy a young computer genius, but also set back our nation's lithography machine development by decades compared to other countries. If I cannot spend my remaining days in prison, my conscience will never rest. Shaolin, please take me there. Zhou Ye's resolute voice echoed in everyone's ears. Upon hearing those words, couldn't help but sigh. Indeed. Although the photolithography machine blueprints Li Zhengde left behind certainly held little value for the Dragon Nation today. After all, several years ago, Manhwa had already developed its own lithography machines. And compared to the model designed by Li Zhengde, by nearly 40 years, the advantage of being a latecomer is evident, and they've also learned from other nations' experiences. Therefore, in terms of technological advancement, it must far surpass the one designed by Li Zhengde. It essentially holds no reference value whatsoever. But Zhou Ye's point holds true. If he hadn't coveted those blueprints back then, and hadn't tried to buy it from Li Zhengde for 1,000,000 yuan, never frame Li Zhengde, forcing him to spend his final days behind bars, then, under Li Zhengde's leadership, perhaps today's Dragon Nation would no longer have to bow to other nations' whims in the realm of semiconductors. After all, even though Dragon Nation has achieved independent development of lithography machines and now manufactures its own chips, there remains an insurmountable gap. And if Li Zhengde had lived to see this day, then with his scientific prowess, he could have helped Longwei refine the precision of lithography machines. He could lead the Dragon Nation into the ranks of the world's advanced, or even cutting-edge level. Wouldn't that be entirely possible? Finally, Lin Chen's eyes welled up with tears. Then he waved his hand. The guards cuffed Zhou Ye. They escorted him to the police station. Throughout the entire ordeal, Mayor Lin remained silent. Yet anyone could sense the inner turmoil raging within Mayor Lin. After all, his current position was entirely due to Zhou Ye's past cultivation of him. And now, to provide an explanation to Li Zhengde and to the nation, he had no choice but to send his mentor to the police station to face trial. As Zhou Ye was led away by guards with handcuffs on. At that moment, in the livestream chat, viewers began flooding the chat with comments. Who would have thought Zhou Ye was really this kind of person? You really can't judge a book by its cover. Actually, Zhou Ye is kind of pitiful. He achieved so much back then. Yet, because of a momentary greed, he not only ruined our country's promising future in computer development, but he'll also live with guilt for decades to come. True. But I still think the state should impose a heavy sentence on Zhou Ye. After all, if not for him, perhaps our country wouldn't be held hostage by other nations over chip technology. Didn't old man Bai say it himself? Even foreign computer science professors marveled at old Li's genius. In fact, the reason foreign countries later shifted their focus to chips was entirely inspired by Li Zhengde. So if Professor Li had lived to see today, our nation's chips would undoubtedly be world-class. 115 This blueprint actually employs EUV technology. Netizens debated. At this moment, Bai Ye's lingering doubts were finally resolved. After all, when he saw Zhou Ye, who had once been the mastermind behind the scenes, actually came here on his own initiative, Bai Ye nearly lost control of his emotions. However, when later he heard Zhou Ye voluntarily confess and plead guilty, and then, under the escort of the guards, willingly requested to be locked up in prison. At this point, Bai Ye's lingering resentment toward Zhou Ye had largely dissolved. Back then, after he accidentally discovered it was actually Zhou Ye's actions that had driven the situation forward, had led to Li Zhengde's false accusation and imprisonment. All these years, he had been unable to clear his name. Bai Ye's first thought was to report this news to the higher-ups. After all, at that time, Bai Ye, already a distinguished contributor to the Dragon Nation, he had accumulated numerous honors. Elder Run held him in the highest regard. Therefore, if Bai Ye were to bring this up himself, to put it bluntly, the authorities would absolutely take Bai Ye's matters seriously. Then, a thorough investigation into Zhou Ye would be launched. However, the moment this thought surfaced, Bai Ye's heart began to race. After all, he wasn't an eyewitness. He hadn't witnessed it firsthand that Zhou Ye had indeed orchestrated all of this. She had only heard the news from others. I happened to find out. Moreover, at that time, Zhou Ye had some power and money. So if he wanted to, destroying evidence or bribe witnesses, these would have been easy tasks. That's why, in the end, Bai Ye never took the initiative to speak up for Li Zhengde, much less expose Zhou Ye's crimes on the spot. Meanwhile, beside Bai Ye, at this moment, as the mayor of Jianghua City, Lin Chen's mood had also sunk to a new low. He still hadn't fully processed the revelation that his own mentor was the mastermind behind the plot to frame Li Zhengde. However, upon being reminded by others, Lin Chen finally remembered. He was currently live on broadcast. As the mayor of Jianghua City, standing before so many people, to remain silent and expressionless. What kind of spectacle was this? So Lin Chen immediately forced himself to suppress his emotions and addressed Bai Ye. Master Bai, so many years have passed. Regarding my teacher's matter, I feel deeply sorry on his behalf. I apologize. Since these photolithography machine blueprints were drawn by Master Li himself, I believe we should honor his wishes. Hand these blueprints over to the state. Place them in a museum. Let more people see the contributions Old Li made for our country. Of course, beyond that, Lin Chan also stated, Zhou Ye's own account had already provided ample proof that Li Zhenda's imprisonment back then was clearly a frame-up. Li Zhenda's character is beyond reproach. Therefore, Lin Chan also proposed. At this point, the news should be conveyed to Elder Sun and the others. Then have the authorities issue an official statement to restore Li Zhenda's reputation. Simultaneously, locate his current family members. Provide them with appropriate compensation. Of course, so much time has passed. Nearly 40 years have passed. Over such a long period, among Li Zhenda's descendants, they might have come to see their father as a criminal, a scoundrel. 40 years of misunderstanding. If it were resolved with mere compensation, it would certainly be far from enough. But since the authorities made a mistake and wrongfully accused an innocent man, even if compensation can never fully make up for the loss, something must be done. It's impossible to simply restore his reputation and call it a day. Mr. Bai, what are your thoughts on this? Could you share your perspective? At that moment, after Lin Chen finished speaking, whether it was the audience present or the viewers watching the live stream, at this very moment, without exception, turned their gaze toward Bai Ye. As Li Zhenda's close friend during his lifetime, only Bai Ye could help make this decision. Compensation, we should give his descendants some compensation. No amount of compensation would be too much. But, at this point, Bai Ye's voice abruptly halted. His eyes widened with utter astonishment as he stared at the blueprint in his hands. Seeing this, the audience fell into a state of bewilderment once more. Wait. Look at the old man's expression. Could it be he still has some ideas? But this sudden turn. What exactly does Old Master Bai mean? Moreover, when he uttered that pivotal line, it was clear he was looking at that yellowed blueprint as he spoke. But perhaps we shouldn't place this design blueprint in the museum just yet? I feel, even though this blueprint is from 40 years ago, Li Zhenda's vision holds tremendous significance for our nation's current research into lithography machines. Still holds profound significance. When the audience heard these words come from Bai Ye's mouth, both the live audience and online viewers were instantly dumbfounded once more. Ha! What the heck? A photolithography machine design blueprint from 40 years ago. The concepts and principles depicted here actually hold significant implications for modern lithography research? This is incredibly significant? Wait, how is this even possible? You must understand, although our dragon nation has now, it hasn't been that many years since our first lithography machine was built. It hasn't been that many years. Moreover, even compared to the world's top-tier machines, 1 nanometer and 3 nanometers lithography machines, they simply cannot compare. Take the world's most advanced EUV lithography machine, for example. It can achieve precision within 3 nanometers. But in the case of China, in contrast, they aren't even using EUV lithography machines. Moreover, its maximum precision can only be controlled around 28 nanometers. This gap is no small matter. However, this is only when compared to today's world-leading standards. If we compare it to 40 years ago, when lithography machines were first developed, a 28 nanometer lithography machine would be a groundbreaking achievement that utterly dominates its era. And if memory serves, when Li Zhenda produced this blueprint, it seems like it was over 40 years ago? What a gap in eras. So how could it possibly have a major positive impact on today's lithography machines? Have any significant positive impact? Could it be that the old man was too grief-stricken over Li Zhenda, desperate to vindicate him, and deliberately said this? Just as everyone present and the viewers in the livestream were feeling puzzled, Bai Ye finally spoke up. I know what you're thinking. You must think there's no proof to back up my words. I'm defending Li Zhenda. But it's true. The lithography machine designed by Li Zhenda. It's not like 40 years ago when the mainstream lithography machines internationally used mercury lamps with wavelengths mostly around 300 nanometers. But Li Zhenda's lithography machine, he actually adopted the EUV lithography approach. Though 116 lives were lost, it brought a breakthrough in lithography technology. The moment Bai Ye uttered these words, the entire room fell silent. What? What the hell? EUV? Lithography technology? Over 40 years ago, when Li Zhenda was designing the lithography machine, he had already considered this technological approach? And he actually drew it directly onto the design blueprints? What on earth is going on here? Because Bai Ye is currently trending all over the internet. Therefore, although Bai Ye's livestream this time didn't involve CCTV, it was only broadcast locally in Jianhui City. However, due to Bai Ye's immense fame, it has reached the point where, during the live stream, even viewers from other provinces and cities forced their way into the live stream. With such a large crowd, it was only natural that some big names in related fields were watching Bai Ye's livestream. Among them were scholars researching computer science and chip technology. Or rather, graduate students. When they heard Bai Ye propose on this yellowed blueprint, the lithography machine designed by Li Zhengde had already incorporated EUV technology. These graduate students, or scholars, immediately voiced their objections and doubts. This is impossible. Old Master Bai Ye must have made a mistake. How could EUV technology have been developed 40 years ago? Upon hearing these skeptical voices, originally still in a daze, why did Bai Ye feel such astonishment? He reacted with such astonishment. Now, these netizens are instead asking one after another, why couldn't EUV technology have existed 40 years ago? Hey, can you explain this? Why couldn't EUV have been developed 40 years ago? Exactly. Doesn't technology always advance? Besides, before the World Wars, who knew weapons of mass destruction like nuclear bombs could even be created? That was a game-changing weapon. Without it, do you think the little guy would have surrendered so easily? I feel like EUV tech is probably similar to nuclear weapons back then. Maybe someone could have actually pulled it off in the 80s? After seeing these ignorant comments from netizens, scholars immediately stepped in to explain from a professional perspective. Why, 40 years ago, it was impossible for EUV lithography machines to exist internationally. Plasma light sources, multi-layer optical films, and computational lithography, these three technologies are the cornerstones of EUV lithography. In the 1980s, the mainstream lithography machines internationally were almost exclusively using mercury lamp light sources. Plasma light sources, with the technological capabilities of that era, were simply impossible to achieve. This was a limitation of the era's development. That's precisely why I say that the technology of 40 years ago was simply insufficient to support the emergence of EUV lithography machines. After hearing this expert netizen's explanation, many netizens in the Dragon Kingdom finally showed expressions of sudden understanding. Oh, so that's how it is. Still, they didn't think Bai Ye had said it deliberately. After all, Bai Ye wasn't an expert in computer science. Though in many disciplines, Old Master Bai had broad knowledge. But perhaps this was merely his subjective speculation? So there was no need to be so nitpicky about it. Even if this design blueprint represented only the mainstream level of 40 years ago. In truth, this alone is sufficient proof of Li Zhengde's immense contributions to the nation. Truly made significant contributions to the nation. Restoring his reputation, or even posthumously conferring the title of honorary academician, would be entirely justified. Lin Chan also saw these comments from netizens. He promptly relayed the opinions of some professionals to Bai Ye. After all, he held Bai Ye in the highest regard. If such a mishap occurred right at the critical moment of the livestream, such a mishap occurred, wouldn't that damage Bai Ye's reputation? Mr. Bai, you must have misspoken. But Bai Ye firmly waved his hand. I did not misspeak. Though I never formally studied computer science, through years of working closely with Li Zhengde, I've gained some grasp of certain principles. The light source used in the lithography machine on this blueprint is indeed extreme ultraviolet light. Therefore, if we can build the lithography machine according to this blueprint, it would absolutely be an EUV lithography machine, no question. Moreover, its wavelength would be within 10 nanometers. But as Li Zhengde knew well, the technology of that era was simply insufficient to turn his vision into reality. So in the end, he could only seal this blueprint away inside this desk. 40 years later, it sees the light of day once more. All for the hope that our nation today, to turn his vision into reality. Upon hearing this, whether it was the live audience, or the viewers in the live stream chat, were utterly stunned, their scalps tingling. What? Old Master Bai just said. As long as we follow the steps on this blueprint, then build the lithography machine. Then, the lithography wavelength of this machine will be within 10 nanometers? This is just too surreal. Today, the most advanced lithography machine in China has a wavelength of 28 nanometers. Yet this blueprint from 40 years ago can achieve a wavelength under 10 nanometers? For today's Dragon Nation, in the fields of lithography machines and chips, is undoubtedly a monumental breakthrough. From 28 nanometers to under 10 nanometers. This is nothing short of a rocket-like leap. Moreover, in fact, due to Moore's law, when the wavelength reaches around 1 nanometer, using conventional technological methods, it becomes extremely difficult to further enhance the computing power and performance of manufactured chips. If the Dragon Nation can master lithography technology below 10 nanometers, it would be sufficient for the vast majority of normal applications. Moreover, the substantial boost in computing power, it could potentially drive advancements in other industries. Take AI, artificial intelligence, for example, a hot topic internationally today. As computing power advances, these fields will develop in tandem. If what Bai Ye said is true, If Li Zhenda's designed lithography machine. If scientists can decipher the design principles of this lithography machine through research, then the Dragon Nation would be on the verge of a technological revolution. Given this contribution, forget about clearing Li Zhenda's name. Even placing him on par with Qian Shuesan, a hero of the two bombs. It wouldn't be the slightest bit excessive. As the live audience and the online viewers were all stunned by this development. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, seeing Bai Ye's expression, wasted no time. He immediately pulled out his phone. With a surge of excitement, he prepared to report this matter to Elder Sun. 117 this way, wouldn't it be perfectly legitimate? On the other side, Longdu, Elder's court. Ever since his return, Elder Sun had been handling Bai Ye's affairs. After Bai Ye departed the shipyard, Elder Sun has once again submitted a request. He hoped the authorities would reconsider to exceptionally grant Bai Ye the title of Academician of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. However, this meeting ultimately ended without resolution. Although the other elders once again acknowledged Bai Ye's contributions, but the same argument prevailed. Bai Ye is simply too old. The age restriction for Academy of Dragon Sciences membership exists precisely to provide opportunities for younger scientists. Unless, of course, more compelling evidence could be found for Bai Ye. Then an exception could be made to grant Bai Ye the title of full academician. But at present, securing honorary academician status for Bai Ye, allowing him to enjoy the privileges of a full academician. This is already an extraordinary concession the nation can make. If one seeks to advance further, more evidence is required. After the meeting concluded, though Elder Sun felt somewhat disheartened, he plunged back into the archives, hoping to uncover more details about Bai Ye's past. Perhaps there were more experiences to uncover. However, just as he sat at his desk, poring over the files again and again, suddenly, the phone rang. After picking up the receiver, the news coming through the line instantly invigorated Old Sun's spirit. Lin Chen, what did you say? Old Master Bai discovered the photolithography machine blueprints left behind by Li Zhenda in Zhanghuai City? Is this real? Upon hearing the news, Old Man Sun froze in place. The incident that had befallen Li Zhenda back then had sent shockwaves across the entire nation. After all, when Li Zhenda returned to China back then, the nation provided him with no small amount of support. After his return, Li Zhenda managed to establish Lungsan International. The nation invested considerable effort in this endeavor. But in the end, no one could have imagined Li Zhenda, whose future once seemed so bright, was suddenly embroiled in scandalous relationships with several women. In that era, such indiscretions was considered a crime. Unlike today, even if one's behavior is slightly less than proper, it would only be condemned on moral grounds. But back then, once something like that happened, it was a crime. It was punishable by imprisonment. Thus, because of this incident, Li Zhenda was immediately thrown into prison. Of course, during this period, given Li Zhenda's unique status, moreover, the national projects Lungsan was responsible for at the time, was precisely the research on Dragon Nation computers, lithography machines, and chips. Therefore, the state back then proposed a specific course of action. If Li Zhenda could successfully develop a lithography machine, then the state could intervene to secure a special application for him. As long as he can build the lithography machine, then his punishment would be lifted. But unfortunately, there has been no news of Li Zhenda successfully building the lithography machine. And now, Old Master's son received a call from Lin Chen. Finally confirmed. It turns out Li Zhenda was framed and imprisoned all those years ago. Moreover, even before being imprisoned, Li Zhenda had already designed the lithography machine. Just as he was preparing to hand over the blueprints to the state unconditionally, he was threatened by Zhou Yi for 1 million dragon coins, forcing him to hand over the lithography machine blueprints. That bastard. Hearing this, Old Sun slammed his fist hard on the table, venting his rage. This Zhou Yi. Back when he was in office, the government had lavished praise upon him for his credentials. They even kept promoting him. But who could have imagined? Li Zhenda ended up behind bars. He was framed by the very person he trusted. You must understand, had that incident never occurred, Li Zhenda would never have ended up behind bars. And the development of the lithography machine would have continued. Manhwa might have entered the world's advanced ranks in the chip industry decades ago. Long ago, decades earlier. How could it be that only a few years ago, they barely managed to build a lithography machine? After listening to Lin Chen's report, Old Sun felt that Zhou Yi was nothing short of a national traitor. He had caused the nation to miss decades of development opportunities. Even if he turned himself in now, demanded punishment, he still couldn't be given a lenient sentence. He must receive the harshest punishment possible. Yet this was merely one perspective held by Old Man Sun. On the other hand, Sun Lao also learned from Lin Chen that the photolithography machine blueprint designed by Li Zhengde, even when compared to the most advanced lithography machines in the Dragon Nation today, they were in no way inferior. Moreover, though it was a product of over 40 years ago, the lithography machine depicted in these blueprints is the world's most advanced EUV technology. Moreover, according to Bai Ye's account, if research and design continue based on this blueprint, once the lithography machine is built, the light source wavelength of this lithography machine will very likely break through to below 10 nanometers. Currently, the most advanced lithography machine in the Dragon Nation. What is its light source wavelength? 28 nanometers. If we can build this lithography machine step by step according to the blueprints, then the Dragon Nation will truly usher in a new dawn. Truly enter the ranks of 10 nanometer lithography machines. At this very moment, Old Sun's heart was filled with overwhelming excitement. Unexpectedly, while investigating Bai Ye's past, he had stumbled upon such an unexpected surprise. With this blueprint left behind by Li Zhengde, once the EUV lithography machine is built, then Dragon Nation's chips would very likely join the ranks of the world's most advanced. Consider this, currently, the world's most advanced lithography machines only achieves 3 nanometers, beyond potentially ushering in a new breakthrough for the nation's lithography machine industry. Bai Ye's remarks also made Old Sun realize, perhaps, this could be a legitimate opportunity. Opportunity to secure Bai Ye the title of academician at the Dragon Academy of Sciences. After all, the investigation into Bai Ye's past records had been anything but smooth. Moreover, aside from his time at Shenfei, Bai Ye used his real name. While working at other research institutions, Bai Ye almost exclusively used aliases, and each pseudonym was entirely different. Moreover, given Bai Ye's current contributions, Old Sun even had a hunch that even if he were told Bai Ye had left behind a legend at every research institute he'd ever been to, it wouldn't be impossible. For Bai Ye is simply too mysterious. But if Bai Ye were to replace Li Zhengde and submit this blueprint to the state. Moreover, doesn't Bai Ye also possess some knowledge of lithography machines? Even though Bai Ye is already over 100 years old, as long as he can oversee the Lithography Machine Research Institute, he wouldn't need to handle complex tasks. He'd only need to serve as an advisor. Should any issues arise during the research process, Bai Ye can step in to provide solutions. Once this lithography machine is built, then the title of academician bestowed upon Bai Ye, wouldn't that be perfectly justified? 118 A national invitation. Asking Bai Ye to come out of retirement as an advisor? I need to call Lin Chen back. See if old Master Bai is willing to join the lithography machine or D team. Ever since he'd made up his mind internally, Old Sun's eyes grew increasingly bright. Truthfully, he wasn't worried Bai Ye would refuse, though the reason behind his actions was purely to represent the nation and offer Bai Ye some compensation. Back then, for all sorts of reasons. For someone like Bai Ye, a distinguished researcher, to avoid drawing attention and avoid being targeted by foreign intelligence agencies. Therefore, he had no choice but to go into hiding. It wasn't until later, when these projects succeeded one after another, no proper explanation was ever given to Bai Ye. Old Sun felt that doing this was utterly unfair to Bai Ye. Even at that honorary merit assembly years ago, it was Bai Ye himself who voluntarily relinquished his participation. Moreover, given Old Man Sun's shrewdness, he was certain that if Bai Ye were directly granted the title, given his temperament, he likely wouldn't have accepted it. After all, he had been away from that position for so long. Now to suddenly offer compensation and grant him a title, anyone would likely feel at a loss. Bai Ye is no exception. That was then, when the nation wasn't strong enough. Once Bai Ye's fame spreads, given the nation's strength, it will be difficult to protect him. But our nation is powerful now. To put it bluntly, on Blue Star today, the Dragon Nation is one of only 2 countries capable of standing up to the Eagle Nation. To put it even more boldly, it could be said that it is the only nation capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Eagle Nation. There's absolutely no issue with that. Some might counter at this point. The White Bear Nation is also quite powerful. After all, the Big Bear inherited the legacy of the former Soviet Union. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Regardless, the White Bear Nation now ranks among the top 3 militaries in the world. Taking on the Eagle Nation? No problem. But the performance of Big Mao and Little Mao on the battlefield has laid bare all of Russia's weaknesses. With such capabilities challenging the Eagle, it can only be said that they might hold out longer than other nations. But standing on equal footing? That's simply out of the question. At best, they can rely on nuclear weapons to mutually destroy each other. Today, our nation stands so mighty. Even if it means revealing the identity of the White Elder, we can still protect him and keep him safe. And most crucially, Once Bai Ye's contributions are made public, then the entire world will hold Bai Ye in profound respect. Moreover, this would greatly enhance national identity and confidence. Old Sun was determined. If Bai Ye agreed to participate in the lithography machine project and agrees to serve as an advisor, then Old Sun could legitimately to make Bai Ye's special exemption arrangement official and unquestionable. Of course, at this moment, Old Sun also considered. During this period, Bai Ye might decline the nation's goodwill. But in Old Man Sun's view, if Lin Chen were to convey this to Bai Ye would not refuse. Meanwhile, after Old Sun hung up the phone, Lin Chen, filled with excitement and anticipation, he approached Bai Ye and began following Old Master Sun's instructions. He addressed Bai Ye. Mr. Bai, I just spoke with Mr. Sunday. Master Sun said that regarding the matter of Masterly, the nation owes him an apology. We must unconditionally clear his name. And we must also provide compensation to his descendants. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Bai Ye's face finally broke into a relieved smile. He kept running his hand over the face in the portrait. He murmured softly, Jinda, did you hear that? Though the nation's apology came decades too late, you finally witnessed it. And these photolithography machine blueprints of yours? I'll make sure to deliver them to the nation for you. These blueprints will advance our nation's lithography technology by over a decade. At that very moment, Lin Chen stepped forward. He addressed Bai Ye again. Mr. Bai, these blueprints have yellowed over time, and much of the content is now difficult to discern. But since this blueprint was designed by Mr. Li himself, and you were so close to him back then, without your involvement, it would be difficult for the nation to improve existing lithography machine technology based on this blueprint. Therefore, on behalf of Mr. Sun, I extend this invitation to you. We hope you can spare some time. The Lithography Machine Research Institute would like to invite you to serve as an advisor. During the development of the lithography machine, we would consult you on any issues that arise. Would that be acceptable to you? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Bai Ye's face immediately clouded over with hesitation. I haven't fulfilled my promise to my comrades yet. How could I just stop now? Besides, it's been years since I last engaged in scientific research. But Old Sun had long anticipated Bai Ye would refuse like this. So Lin Chen recalled the old man's entrustment. He continued to Bai Ye. Professor Bai. Currently, the United States and other nations have imposed chip export restrictions on us. And we're currently at a critical juncture in our AI research. Once the lithography machine issue is resolved swiftly, then our AI research will advance rapidly. The nation urgently needs your assistance. Originally, Bai Ye had prepared to refuse. But Lin Chen's words made Bai Ye hesitate. On one hand, there was the promise he made to his comrades. Once Li Zhengda's affairs were settled, Bai Ye was about to embark on his next journey. But on the other side, facing the blueprints left behind by Li Zhengda, and the nation was indeed facing sanctions from other countries over chip technology. Both in principle and in practice, he should intervene to help the nation develop the EUV lithography machine as soon as possible. This was also old Li's dream, wasn't it? When Lin Chen finally uttered these words, Bai Ye's expression finally hardened with resolve once more. All right. Since you put it that way, then I accept. Once Zhengda's lithography machine is manufactured, I'll fulfill my promise to them. I believe they will understand me. Live stream room. The turn of events could be described as unexpected by everyone. After Lin Chen hung up the phone, no one had anticipated Mayor Lin's first words was to invite Bai Ye to make a comeback as an advisor, to temporarily join the lithography machine research team, using the blueprints left behind by Li Zhengda, and then build the lithography machine. In an instant, the comments section of the entire livestream instantly exploded. On one hand, everyone was thrilled. With these blueprints, the nation's lithography machine would inevitably experience a surge in development. But on the other hand, people were also speculating. Bai Ye is already over 100 years old. He still has unfulfilled promises. Does he even have the time now? 119 My comrades will understand me. When the netizens of the Dragon Nation heard, after Mayor Lin hung up the phone, sincerely proposed to Bai Ye, hoping Bai Ye could represent Li Zhengda, hand over these lithography machine blueprints to the state. Furthermore, he expressed the hope that Bai Ye himself could join the lithography machine project team as an advisor to the lithography machine project team. Upon hearing this news, the faces of Longwei netizens instantly revealed expressions of both tension and excitement. The tension stemmed from the fact that, although Bai Ye was once a distinguished scientist and led Longwei in developing numerous scientific projects, his achievements were truly numerous. But the problem was, Bai Ye is now over 100 years old. At such an advanced age, undertaking high-intensity scientific research tasks. Is this still suitable for him? Of course, this concern stems solely from physical considerations worrying about Bai Ye's health. But another aspect lies in. As everyone knows, the reason Bai Ye has entered the public eye is because cutting-edge technology in the Dragon Nation has been emerging in rapid succession. The rapid pace of change has made Bai feel the rise of the Dragon Nation. It was time to fulfill the promise he made to his comrades. Therefore, for Bai Ye at this moment, the most crucial task is carrying the portraits of his fallen comrades to every corner of the nation, to take them back to the places where they once worked to walk and see, allowing former colleagues to witness the splendor of today's Dragon Nation. And if the government truly requests Bai Ye to join the lithography machine development project, wouldn't that essentially mean reneging on Bai Ye's promise to his comrades? After all, Bai Ye is over 100 years old now, though he still appears robust at present. Who knows how many more years he has left at his age? If he misses this chance, it could become a lifelong regret. These two major factors combined are why netizens feel incredibly tense. But beyond that, what truly excites netizens is this. What if Bai Ye actually accepts the official invitation? Then, following this blueprint, and successfully manufactures the EUV lithography machine, then the Dragon Nation would leap forward to become a world-leading chip superpower, though it would still lag behind the absolute top tier. But 10-nanometer chips, for self-sufficiency, are absolutely sufficient. There's no need to worry about sanctions from other countries at all. At this very moment, fueled by these conflicting emotions, netizens in the livestream instantly and began chattering away in the livestream. Damn! Never thought I'd live to see the day when old man Bai gets invited by the state to participate in a scientific research project. Honestly, I support old man Bai accepting the invitation. After all, this blueprint is far too ancient. Only someone as close to legenda as old man Bai could make sense of it. I bet anyone else would be completely lost looking at this thing. Probably couldn't even decipher it. A 10-nanometer chip. Who would have thought our country could achieve this milestone so quickly? So you all support old man Bai joining the project team? Am I the only one who thinks his priority now should be fulfilling his promise to his comrades? Honestly, with these blueprints, it's only a matter of time before our country solves the EUV challenge and advances chip manufacturing processes below 10 nanometers. Within 3 years, we should witness that breakthrough. So whether old man Bai joins or not, it won't make much difference. What truly weighs on old Master Bai is the promise he made to his comrades. And given his advanced age, if he misses fulfilling that promise now, it could become a lifelong regret. I feel the same way. On one hand, there's the patriotic duty to develop the EUV lithography machine as soon as possible. On the other hand, there's the promise old man Bai made to his comrades. It's truly a difficult choice between these two. However, while netizens were still debating, not long after, Bai Ye's decision was announced. Armed with this design blueprint, he joined the lithography machine research team as a consultant. And when someone mentioned, "If we do this, won't it prevent Bai Ye from fulfilling his promise to his comrades?" At that moment, Bai Ye's response immediately brought tears to everyone's eyes. Perhaps, some of them might blame me for breaking my word. But I believe that if they knew I did this for the nation out of necessity, they would surely forgive me. Upon hearing this answer, the livestream's comments section was instantly engulfed by a surging tide of bullet comments. Completely engulfed. Wah! Old Master Bai, seriously, I'm crying my eyes out. What profound patriotism. He'd rather delay fulfilling his promise to his comrades than let the nation down putting the lithography machine issue first. I think old man Bai is absolutely right. Judging from those portraits, his comrades were all scientists who made outstanding contributions to the nation. So if their spirits in heaven knew that old man Bai didn't intentionally break his promise but had to postpone it for the sake of the country, they would surely understand, and even support him. After Bai Ye finally decided to join the lithography machine development team as an advisor, and bring his blueprints to participate in the lithography machine's development, every single person in the room, including Mayor Lin and other high-ranking officials from Zhonghua City, along with several foreign guests, couldn't help but bow deeply to Bai Ye. Thus, under Lin Chen's arrangements, Bai Ye boarded a special vehicle to rush him to the airport immediately. He was to head straight to the research center to participate in the development of the lithography machine. Of course, before that, Lin Chen also conveyed old son's instructions to the accompanying personnel. After all, old Bai is over 100 years old now. Though he holds an advisory role, you must remain vigilant throughout the escort. Under no circumstances should Elder Bai be allowed to overexert himself. If he insists on working, you must persuade him otherwise. Don't let him overexert himself. After a lengthy series of instructions, Lin Chen gazed reluctantly at the receding figure of Bai Ye. His eyes welled up with tears, just as Bai Ye made his decision, and set off on his journey with the blueprints in hand. Meanwhile, Longdu, the elder's court. Lin Chen promptly relayed Bai Ye's promise to elder son without delay. Upon hearing this good news, elder son immediately sensed the time had come to commend Bai Ye for his achievements. After all, previously, due to the inability to accurately investigate what specific contributions Bai Ye had made, it was impossible to grant him special recognition. But now, Bai Ye is already on his way with the blueprints. Moreover, he has assumed the role of advisor for lithography machine development. Given this, granting Bai Ye the title of academician at the Dragon Academy of Sciences as an exception. Any objections? 120 Good news from the Lithography Machine Research Center. However, even at this moment, Old Sun felt that, in principle, if Bai Ye agreed to participate in the lithography machine project and serve as an advisor, and discussed it with the other elders, it was highly likely that those old fellows would likely abandon their rigid, old-fashioned ways. They'd most likely grant Bai Ye a formal position outright. But after much deliberation, Elder Sun ultimately decided to withhold Bai Ye's matter from them for now. Regarding the current state of lithography machine development in the Dragon Nation, Sun Lao had actually gathered some information. Everything was ready except for a design concept. Now, with the blueprint left behind by Li Zhengde in hand, at the very fastest, it might take less than a month. Dragon Nation could achieve a true breakthrough in EUV lithography technology. It would join the ranks of the few nations on Blue Star possessing this technology. Chip production will achieve complete self-sufficiency, freeing us from dependence on certain nations. He could wait a few months. Moreover, Old Sun also sensed, when the 10-nanometer lithography machine is finally completed, Bai Ye's reputation would explode globally. By then, if he were to restore Bai's reputation, it would serve as compensation for Bai Ye's decades of living in obscurity. However, the work to clear Li Zhende's name must be initiated without delay. After the initial excitement subsided, Old Sun's expression immediately turned solemn. If Bai Ye were to be granted the true title of academician of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, and that had to wait until the EUV lithography machine was fully developed, then the matter of restoring Li Zhende's name, it must be prioritized without delay. After all, for decades, Longxin International, as the enterprise founded by Li Zhengde himself, has seen its reputation completely ruined today. To put it bluntly, even if one were to merely work there as an ordinary employee, would be utterly humiliating to admit. The impact of that chip fraud scandal on the company was simply too immense. And Longxin International was the very heart and soul of Li Zhengde's work. Old Sun wouldn't want to see such a national hero. Yet decades later, he still hadn't received the recognition he deserved. Therefore, Old Sun immediately requested a high-level meeting. The meeting approved it immediately. An official announcement was issued to exonerate Li Zhengde for the incident from years past. Not only that, but they would also seek out Li Zhende's descendants. All these years, they had lived in the shadow of their father. They could never hold their heads high. Now that even Li Zhengde's identity had been exonerated, how could the state not offer some compensation to his descendants? Ultimately, after convening a meeting, the authorities unanimously agreed to exonerate Li Zhengde. They also exceptionally conferred upon Li Zhengde the title of academician of the Dragon Academy. Moreover, they bestowed upon him an additional title, Father of China's Lithography Machines. Although the nation's first truly mass-produced and operational lithography machine was born 9 years ago, therefore, in reality, someone had already earned the title of Father of Lithography Machines earlier. However, the elders of Dragon Nation, including Elder Sun, unanimously decided, considering that the blueprint for this lithography machine was designed by Li Zhengde, and that it had already appeared over 40 years ago. Therefore, the title of Father of Lithography Machines in Dragon Nation is rightfully bestowed upon Li Zhengde. As for whether to retroactively recognize Li Zhengde's status as an academician of the Long Academy of Sciences, opinions were divided at the meeting. Some elders argued that, like Bai Ye, had he lived to the present day, Li Zhengde would be over 100 years old. The Lanka Academy imposes strict age restrictions on its academicians. Therefore, he should not be granted this title. Instead, like Bai Ye, the title of honorary academician should suffice. However, another faction of elders argued, the blueprints for this lithography machine designed by Li Zhengde are of immense significance to the Dragon Nation. Simply within the field of lithography alone, Li Zhengde's contribution is comparable to that of the father of hybrid rice, are essentially on the same level. Moreover, most crucially, when Li Zhengde passed away, he was only in his 60s. Never mind how old he might be if he were still alive today. At the very least, when he passed away back then, he was only 60. That's sufficient. And a 60-year-old academician. Surely that wouldn't exceed the age limit for academicians set by the Dragon Academy? Thus, when some elders voiced this perspective, even those elders who had previously opposed it raised their hands in agreement. Unanimous approval. Not only was Li Zhenda's reputation restored, but he was also granted the title of academician of the Dragon Academy. His family would receive substantial compensation. Furthermore, his descendants would enjoy a series of preferential benefits. May this compensation bring peace to elderly in the afterlife. The nation owes him an apology. After the final decision was made, Old Sun took a deep breath. He walked to the window and gazed at the azure sky. He couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Bai Ye accepted the invitation to serve as an advisor at the lithography machine or D-Center, progress on the lithography machine's development accelerated at an astonishing pace. After all, everyone now possessed experience in developing lithography machines. Moreover, the principles of EUV lithography and the various materials required were now second nature in the modern era. What they lacked was a breakthrough idea. Thus, during Bai Ye's tenure as consultant, in just 1 week, Dragon Nation solved the EUV light source problem. Another month passed. The first EUV lithography machine prototype was successfully developed. After testing, this lithography machine lived up to expectations, finally ushering Dragon Nation into the era of 10-nanometer chips. In an instant, the entire research center was completely abuzz. This 10-nanometer chip. Back then, we couldn't even imagine such a thing. While it may not yet be at the world's top tier, it has already entered the advanced level. It's sufficient. For us, a 10-nanometer chip is more than enough. Who would have thought old Master Bai Ye knew so much about lithography machines and chip technology? Honestly, there were parts of Li Zhenda's design blueprint I couldn't make heads or tails of. But the moment old Master Bai explained it, everything clicked. Thank goodness old Master Bai came on as an advisor. Otherwise, even with Li Lao's blueprint, I doubt we could have rushed this out within a month. Old Li is so noble. If I'd been framed and thrown in jail, I'd probably have ripped this thing to shreds. This is the gap between us ordinary folks and the older generation of scientists. It's not just a gap in academic ability. It's also a gap in character and morality. 121 You must keep Bai Ye here. Based on the blueprints left by Li Zhenda. After Manhwa finally succeeded in building its first EUV lithography machine, hearing the excited laughter of so many researchers on site, a faint smile also appeared on Bai Ye's face. He once again took Li Zhenda's portrait out of his shoulder bag. Standing nearby, he murmured to himself, "Zhenda, did you see that? Your years of hard work were not in vain. With the help of your blueprints, our nation has finally succeeded in developing the EUV lithography machine. Our Dragon Nation is no longer lagging behind in the chip industry." But just as everyone was caught up in the euphoria, Bai Ye did not join in. Instead, he quietly returned to his room. He packed his belongings. Reflecting on the events of the past month, he too had relived the fervor of his youth. He remembered, decades ago. In my research position, I too worked tirelessly, ultimately yielding continuous scientific breakthroughs. Yet throughout it all, Bai Ye never forgot the promise made to his comrades. "I've already delayed things for a whole month." Bai Ye sighed deeply. After carefully packing away the remaining portraits, Bai Ye prepared to depart alone. Deep down, Bai Ye knew, if I don't leave now, later on, I might not be able to leave at all. He still had to fulfill his promise to his comrades. "Old Bai, are you leaving?" But just as Bai Ye finished packing his belongings and was about to slip away quietly, a researcher noticed his movements. The researcher immediately approached him, clearly intending to persuade him to stay. After all, he had utilized the blueprints left behind by Li Zhenda. Then, with Bai Ye's assistance, they achieved this breakthrough. Now that the EUV lithography machine had been developed, the entire project team was preparing to hold a celebratory banquet. Just now, the project leader specifically mentioned that Bai Ye must be invited. Everyone should raise a toast to him. Without Bai Ye serving as consultant, many aspects of these blueprints might have taken them half a year to figure out. Therefore, as soon as the project lead mentioned this matter, this researcher immediately went searching for Bai Ye. After searching every corner of the research center without finding Bai Ye, the researcher suddenly grew anxious. Oh no, could Bai Ye have packed his bags again and set off on another journey? The moment this thought crossed his mind, he hurried as fast as he could to Bai Ye's room. Fortunately, Bai Ye had only finished packing his belongings and hadn't yet departed. That's why he was persuaded to stay. Meanwhile, after the Dragon Nation finally broke through EUV lithography technology, the project leader immediately reported the good news to Elder Sun. "Old Sun, good news. Our nation has finally conquered EUV lithography technology. The chips manufactured using this lithography machine achieve precision within 10 nanometers. Upon hearing this news, Old Sun's expression immediately lit up with excitement. The moment to claim credit for Bai Ye had arrived. If, a month ago, Old Sun failed to secure the title of academician for Bai Ye, it was because lithography technology had yet to achieve a breakthrough. But now, since this achievement has been realized, what excuse could old Sun possibly have to keep this matter from the other elders? Thus, in the Dragon capital, the Elders' Council. At Elder Sun's suggestion, a high-level meeting was convened once more, and Elder Sun made his proposal bluntly. The EUV lithography machine was approved. As for Bai Ye and Legenda, their contributions should not be overlooked. I believe there's no need to continue the investigation. Simply for leading the nation in breaking through EUV lithography technology is more than sufficient grounds to grant an exception, allowing Elder Bai to formally enter the Dragon Academy of Sciences to become an academician. Sun Lao's words instantly sent shockwaves of excitement through the assembled elders. After the initial excitement subsided, the elders reflected on Elder Sun's words. One by one, they found themselves agreeing. Old Sun's words made perfect sense. Simply by leading a research team to achieve a precision below 10 nanometers in lithography machines was more than enough to earn Bai Ye the title of academician. What age restrictions? It's all bull. If even such a monumental contribution couldn't persuade the Long Academy to make an exception for Bai Ye. To put it bluntly, once this becomes public knowledge, scientists from other countries might all cry foul on Bai Ye's behalf. I move that Bai Ye be immediately conferred the title of academician of the Dragon Academy. Old Sun's voice rang out with unwavering conviction. Additionally, Elder Sun proposed that, given Bai Ye's prior contributions, whether it be the J-5 fighter jet, nuclear weapons, ballistic missiles, or nuclear submarines, every single one of these technologies bore Bai Ye's fingerprints. Therefore, if we were to simply grant Bai Ye the title of academician, it would be insufficient. I believe that beyond granting Bai Ye the title of academician by way of special recognition, Old Master Bai Ye should be granted another honor. Honorary President of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, with the salary and benefits of a president. As expected, was unanimously approved by the other elders. Even the elder who had previously obstructed Sun Lao from bestowing the title upon Bai Ye cast an approving vote at this moment. Indeed, there was no reason to obstruct it any longer. Given Bai Ye's current contributions, even if he were to become the Dean of the Dragon Academy, what difference would it make? Just as the official body unanimously agreed to grant Bai Ye the true title of academician. At the same time, Old Sun suddenly received a call from the head of the Lithography Machine Research Center. Upon hearing that Bai Ye had already packed his belongings and was preparing to leave, Old Sun immediately instructed him. You must keep Old Master Bai Ye there for now. Keep a close watch on him. I'll be right over. Upon hearing Old Master Sun's words, Zhang Ming, the head of the Lithography Research Center, immediately replied. Rest assured, Mr. Sun. I'll convey your message to Mr. Bai exactly as you said. Until you arrive, I'll do my utmost to take care of Mr. Bai Ye. At this very moment, Zhang Ming's thoughts were actually identical to those of Old Sun. After all, they had finally broken through EUV lithography technology. As one of the greatest contributors to the research project, Old Man Bai, the celebratory banquet hasn't even begun yet. Yet you slipped away without a word. Setting that aside, to fulfill his promise to his comrades, he'll undoubtedly be traveling all over the country. Can a body over 100 years old endure that? Not to mention, the lithography machine was only developed yesterday. He'd barely rested a day. And now Old Man Bai was about to embark on this journey? Even if Bai Ye wanted to, Zhang Ming must find a way to keep him here. At the very least, he should rest for a while, be properly hosted, and then be escorted on his way? 122 Global Call. Dragon Nation breaks through EUV lithography technology. Old Master Bai, please don't be in such a hurry to leave. Stay a few more days so we can host you properly. Rest a few days before leaving. Otherwise, Old Sun might give me trouble. After hanging up with Old Sun, Zhang Ming looked at Bai Ye, his expression suddenly filled with helplessness. After all, the reason they managed to resolve the EUV lithography machine issue this time was largely thanks to Bai Ye's assistance. Besides, from the tone of that earlier call, from the tone of Old Sun's voice, it was clear to hear. Old Sun's attitude toward Bai Ye had clearly grown even more respectful. This shift in demeanor made Zhang Ming vaguely sense the state was likely to bestow some merit awards upon Bai Ye once more. Such a distinguished figure. Yet Elder Sun had forcibly assigned him a mission. He must keep Bai Ye here. After all, he was just a researcher. And Bai Ye hasn't done anything wrong. If he insisted on leaving, there was no way he could be forced to stay. Then, once Old Man Sun personally arrives here and doesn't see Bai Ye here, wouldn't I be in for a severe scolding? So, though Zhang Ming now feigned casualness as he spoke to Bai Ye, deep down, he was practically frantic with worry. He desperately hoped Bai Ye wouldn't leave just yet. Meanwhile, Bai Ye could sense Zhang Ming's state of mind at that moment. All right then. I'll stay here a little longer. Meanwhile, while Zhang Ming was still pondering how to persuade Bai Ye to stay. Don't rush to leave just yet. Old Sun wasn't idle either. Though he hadn't yet arrived in Zhanghai City, he had already sent advance word to various nations, and had already sent messages to other countries in advance. This time, the message contained only one thing. That is, their Dragon Nation has mastered EUV lithography technology. They were now capable of mass-producing chips below 10 nanometers. Moreover, in recognition of Bai Ye's outstanding contributions, the Dragon Nation will additionally confer upon Bai Ye the title of Academician of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Furthermore, Bai Ye will be granted authority equivalent to that of the President of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Of course, at this point, some might ask, why, despite Bai Ye's immense contributions in the past, and when that history was exposed, did the nation not make such a grand spectacle? Why wasn't it celebrated with particular grandeur? At most, it was announced within the Dragon Nation's borders. It never reached a global scale. Moreover, decades ago, Bai Ye worked for the nation under an assumed name. Even when developing numerous military systems, he even changed his name. So why are you now putting Bai Ye back in the spotlight? Isn't this contradictory? The reason the state was reluctant to disclose Bai Ye's research background. Even if disclosed, it would be strictly confined within the Dragon Nation's borders. No information about Bai Ye would ever reach foreign countries. That's because, back in those days, Dragon Nation held a low standing in the international community. Moreover, in terms of overall national strength, lagged behind the Eagle Nation and even the White Bear. There was a noticeable gap. But now, on the global stage, the Dragon Nation's influence has long been able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Eagle Nation, on equal footing. In fact, many nations have voluntarily aligned with the Dragon Nation precisely because they resist the Eagle. And there are quite a few of them. The current global landscape has clearly divided into two major camps. One led by the Dragon Nation. The other is the Eagle Nation. When a nation grows strong, there's naturally no need for concern. Some spies from the nation, due to Bai Ye's identity, may attempt life-threatening actions against him. The second-ranked military power on the entire Blue Star. Surely it can protect Bai Ye? Of course, national strength is formidable. This is merely one of the reasons for the grand display. The second reason is, for the Dragon Nation today, is absolutely crucial. You must understand, even though the facts are right before our eyes. In terms of military strength, the Dragon Nation has long possessed the capability to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Eagle Nation. Yet, there are still some nations believe that the Dragon Nation is not yet qualified to occupy the world's second-place position. They claim there remains a significant gap between the Dragon Nation and the world's dominant Eagle Nation. The reason they make such claims is simply because China's lithography machines are simply too subpar. 28 nanometers. It's only capable of producing chips. But when it comes to performance and computational power, compared to chips made by Huang Vida and Su Ma during the same period, the performance gap is more than just a few times worse. In today's society, the trend in technological development lies in artificial intelligence. Without powerful chips to support it, how can your AI possibly advance? But once the nation involves Bai Ye in lithography machine RD, and furthermore, assists the nation, and successfully builds EUV lithography machines, the people's trust in the nation will only deepen. Internationally, other nations will show even greater respect for the Dragon Nation. When walking abroad, foreigners won't sneer and say, "Look at that yellow-skinned person from the Dragon Nation. With such a massive population, they can't even make a proper chip." But after this achievement is made public, when Dragon Nation citizens walk the streets abroad, will be met with looks of envy from people of other nations. This will be a tremendous boost to the confidence of Dragon country's residents. With so many benefits, how could Elder Sun possibly not announce Bai Ye's achievement to the entire world? Meanwhile, high-level officials from other nations had also received news from the Dragon Nation. Upon learning that under Bai Ye's guidance, the Dragon Nation had successfully overcome the technical hurdles of EUV lithography machines. Moreover, the lithography machine's nanometer wavelength, from 28 nanometers to under 10 nanometers. Leaders worldwide all wore expressions of utter astonishment. Yet, in unison, they sent congratulatory messages one after another. In an instant, the entire world erupted in excitement. In certain small nations bordering the Dragon Nation, without a moment's hesitation, their top leaders immediately relayed their congratulatory messages directly to the Dragon Nation. After all, their countries were small in size, and having been close to the Dragon Nation, they had received assistance from it in recent years. Their own technological capabilities were underdeveloped. Without the Dragon Nation as their pillar of support, they'd likely end up like Syria or Qatar. Countries led by the Eagle would find all sorts of excuses to launch successive attacks. If they don't seize the chance to curry favor with the Dragon Nation now, then when similar crises arise in the future, the Dragon Nation will simply wash its hands of the matter. They'll say, "Go ahead and fight if you want, we'll turn a blind eye." That would be the absolute end of us. Meanwhile, some middle-sized nations didn't immediately take a stance. They're waiting for the stance of the Eagle Nation, the British Empire, the White Bear Nation, and others, to see their reactions to conferring the title of academician upon Bai Ye alone and under his leadership, and the successful breakthrough in EUV lithography technology achieved by the Dragon Nation. What exactly is their stance on this matter? 123. What gave you such audacity? But this is unavoidable. Who can blame them for being stuck in that awkward middle ground? They're forced to navigate between two blocks. The moment they get too close to the other side, one side would likely move to deal with them. Thus, aside from those nations that have fully aligned with the Dragon Nation, the remaining mid-sized nations have decisively chosen to wait and see. Then they wait for the stance of the Eagle and other nations. At that very moment, the Eagle Nation, when the higher-ups learned that under Bai Ye's leadership, had thoroughly studied the lithography machine blueprints left by Li Zhengde, and had successfully broken through EUV lithography technology. Although, regarding Bai Ye's involvement, they found it unsurprising. After all, in recent times, due to the relentless crackdown on TikTok by higher authorities, this social media platform has been teetering on the brink of shutdown at any moment. Consequently, Eagle-branded netizens flooded into Rednote. Then, news about Bai Ye has once again come to the attention of the eagle-eyed netizens. Decades ago, during his time studying abroad, Bai Ye had already left a profound impression on the eagle-eyed netizens. If Bai Ye had no real talent, how could he still be on the radar of the eagle-eyed netizens' official channels to this day? Still be on the radar of the official Eagle camp. Therefore, under Bai Ye's guidance, China's breakthrough in EUV technology. This much is understandable. But what truly enraged the Eagle Nation was, Dragon Nation, they actually cracked EUV technology? Wait. It hasn't even been that long since they imposed the chip ban on Huang Vita. At most, it's been a few months. Yet, only a few months have passed. How could Manhwa have already become immune to the effects of the chip ban? Of course, if Manhwa had merely resolved the issues with lithography machines and chips, it wouldn't have caused the Eagle to lose its composure like this. But the crucial point is, on Blue Star today, the nation leading the charge in artificial intelligence is undoubtedly Dragon Nation. Without a doubt, it's the Dragon Nation. Even the eagle-eyed must admit it. When it comes to the level of artificial intelligence alone, the Eagle Nation simply cannot match the Dragon Kingdom. It is precisely for this reason the Eagle Nation imposed restrictions on Huang Vita, preventing them from selling high computing power chips to the Dragon Nation. Without this computational power boost, the pace of artificial intelligence development in the Dragon Kingdom will be drastically slowed. This would create enormous development space for the Eagle Nation. With the Eagle Nation's scientists catching up, they should soon be able to level the playing field with the Dragon Nation's advantages. But, once the Dragon Nation masters chip precision within 10 nanometers, then their chip blockade against the Dragon Nation will be utterly defeated. Don't be fooled by Blue Star's current state. Its most advanced chip manufacturing process is around 3 nanometers, and is pushing toward 1 nanometer breakthroughs. Even at 10 nanometers, the gap between 1 nanometer and 3 nanometers is nearly threefold. But you can't judge this stuff just by looking at the numbers. Due to Moore's law, the smaller the chip precision becomes, the harder it is to achieve breakthroughs. It can be said that without finding a new light source, then 1 nanometer lithography machines represent the absolute limit for chips. China's self-developed EUV lithography machine represents a breakthrough from 0 to 1, the most challenging step. However, if this problem is solved, then, soon after, we'll soon hear that Dragon Nation has advanced chip precision to 8 nanometers, 5 nanometers, or even 3 nanometers. At that point, the Eagle Nation will have no advantage whatsoever in the chip sector. Will have absolutely no edge left. Not only will they have no advantage, they might even get crushed by the Dragon Nation. Crushed underfoot. After all, in recent years, in their relentless pursuit of maintaining their position as the dominant power on Blue Star, they've been suppressing the Dragon Nation far too harshly. Therefore, if the Dragon Nation overtakes them, it will certainly seek every means possible to cause trouble for the Eagle Nation. So, the Eagle's final answer is not to offer congratulations, right? But if that happens, the whole world will see the Eagle's utterly hypocritical face. You must understand, the reason Eagle Lady has bases set up all over the world is precisely because they brandish themselves as the police of Blue Star. Is precisely because they proclaim themselves the police of the Blue Planet, standing on the moral high ground. Now, with the Dragon Nation breaking through lithography technology, if at this moment they turn a blind eye and remain completely silent, other nations will wonder Aren't you the world's police? Aren't you supposed to stand on the side of protecting Blue Star's interests? Why, when the Dragon Nation achieves a technological breakthrough, why aren't you offering congratulations? Instead, you're all whining and complaining? This will deal a massive blow to Eagle's credibility on Blue Star. Will be a major blow. To protect their own reputation, ultimately, the Eagle's top leader, who's always unpredictable, had no choice but to swallow his anger. Then issued a public announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation on successfully mastering EUV lithography technology. Furthermore, congratulations to Bai Ye on his imminent appointment as an academician of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Congratulations! Seeing even the Eagle Nation take such action. Some nations that had previously maintained a wait-and-see stance have finally relaxed their guard. They too began to follow suit. Joined in the congratulations. White Flag Nation congratulates Dragon Nation on mastering EUV lithography technology. Congratulations to Bai Ye on his imminent election as an academician of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. The United Kingdom congratulates the Dragon Nation on its breakthrough in EUV lithography technology. Congratulations to Bai Ye on his imminent election as an academician of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Why was there no statement from the White Bear Kingdom? This was because the Dragon Nation already maintained excellent relations with the White Bear Nation. Therefore, when Elder Sun publicly announced this achievement to the world, it was only natural that the White Bear Nation was among the first to extend their congratulations. They had already privately congratulated him beforehand. Of course, they didn't need to follow the example of those lackey nations of the eagle-worshipping powers. After their own master offered congratulations, they only then scurried along behind, quietly adding their own +1. So, are there any small countries that haven't offered congratulations? Of course there were. In the southern seas of the Dragon Kingdom lies a small island. It too is a nation, the Kingdom of Feiho. Though small in size, its ambitions are anything but modest. Ever since Prime Minister Masco took office, it has coveted certain territories and islands belonging to the Dragon Nation. From time to time, it dispatches warships to patrol the waters around these islands, to conduct patrols. Consequently, this has led to, recently, relations between the Dragon Nation and the Philippines have become extremely tense. However, despite being closely watched and warned by the Dragon Nation, the Philippine leader remains completely unfazed, because he knows the Dragon Nation's character all too well. They would never take action. Absolutely impossible. This is precisely what gave him the audacity, as the leader of a small nation, to repeatedly provoke the Dragon Kingdom. And now, Masco thought to himself, anyway, we're not on good terms with the Dragon Nation. So this time, even if the Dragon Nation announces this matter to the world, there's absolutely no need to pay attention. What business is it of mine, a monkey from the Philippines? Why should I congratulate you? 124 dispatch warships. The Philippine leader is scared out of his wits. However, despite the Philippine leadership led by Marcos, didn't want to congratulate the Dragon Nation on this matter. But they couldn't resist the Dragon Nation seizing this opportunity to demonstrate its national strength. Previously, the dispute between the Dragon Nation and the Philippines had been confined to verbal exchanges. At most, they had escalated to the level of international public opinion. As for Dragon Nation directly dispatching a fleet to the vicinity of the disputed waters to assert sovereignty, had not yet occurred. But, as other nations are now raising their flags to congratulate Dragon Nation on its successful independent breakthrough in EUV lithography technology, Dragon Nation acted with perfect timing. Immediately dispatched a warship. Then, with lightning speed, it arrived in the disputed waters. At this moment, Dragon Nation also deployed its most advanced Type 055 destroyer, the Philippine warship, which had been lurking near the disputed waters. Upon witnessing a colossal warship materialize out of thin air, every single Filipino monkey soldier aboard the warship were all scared out of their wits. Then, without delay, they relayed this news to Masco. Don't be fooled by Masco's usual confrontational stance toward Dragon Nation and his endless stream of hot air. But when he heard it with his own ears, that the Dragon Nation had actually dispatched warships this time, and they looked absolutely fierce, in that moment Musk instantly backed down. The standing of Dragon Nation in today's international community is second only to the Eagle. In fact, if it came to a war on its own doorstep, even with the Eagle's military might, they couldn't breach the Dragon Nation's borders. And if the Dragon Nation were to actually take action against them over this matter, it probably wouldn't take half an hour. Their tiny little territory would be utterly annihilated by the Dragon Nation. For a moment, panic spread across Musk's face. So what if I didn't congratulate you? Why be so petty? I'll congratulate you. Is that not good enough? And so, in the end, the usually unyielding Musk was so terrified on the spot that he immediately recalled all the Philippine Navy ships from the disputed waters. Moreover, he issued an international statement. The Philippines congratulates the Dragon Nation on its breakthrough in EUV lithography technology. Congratulations to Bai Ye on being awarded the title of Academician of the Dragon Academy. Regardless of whether Musk's words were insincere due to fear. But Musk was also acutely aware. Why had Dragon Nation remained completely silent despite his previous provocations? Now, however, the Dragon Nation has specifically deployed warships. And pressuring the Philippines? Isn't this just an opportunity to showcase the Dragon Nation's strength? And to announce to the world White Knight's contributions to the Dragon Nation and just how highly the Dragon Nation values him. We'll deal with the backlash later. For now, just get us safely through this crisis. If the Dragon Nation warships actually open fire, we're screwed. Including the Philippines. The moment congratulatory messages from various nations appeared, they instantly blew up the entire Dragon Nation's internet. Upon seeing these messages, Dragon Nation netizens suddenly recalled. What the heck? EUV lithography technology. They've already made a breakthrough? Seriously, this is way too sudden. After all, since the Eagle first imposed the chip ban, it's only been a few short years since the Dragon Nation began developing lithography machines. It's fair to say they're still at a beginner's level. They can build them, but compared to the world's advanced standards, they're still far behind. But, in such a short time, scientists in the Dragon Kingdom have continuously broken through bottlenecks. Moreover, they've completely unlocked the technology for EUV lithography machines. They've completely unlocked it? But when netizens saw what came next, and other countries' congratulatory messages to Bai Ye, they suddenly snapped back to reality. Right. A month ago, Bai Ye was invited to the Lithography Research Center. Then, carrying the blueprints left by Oldley, to serve as a consultant? This happened just a month ago. How could everyone have forgotten so quickly? But then again, ever since Bai Ye was invited out of retirement to serve as an advisor, who would have thought that in just over a month, China's lithography machines have achieved such a monumental breakthrough? Even having heard of Bai Ye's legendary scientific achievements before. At this very moment, many people couldn't help but feel, this is a bit too fantastical. Holy crap, holy crap. Am I dreaming? In less than a month, we've actually broken through the EUV lithography technology? No, seriously, this isn't a dream. Honestly, I always thought that even with the blueprints left by Oldley, breaking through the EUV technology bottleneck would take at least a year or two. But to think, a month? That's just ridiculous. I recall mentioning earlier that the blueprints left by Oldley were too old, so much of the content was illegible. That's why Old Bai stepped out of retirement to serve as a consultant. So, this achievement isn't solely due to Oldley. Grandpa Bai's contribution is also immense. Hilarious. I heard other countries, including the Eagle Nation, send congratulatory messages the moment they learned we'd broken through lithography technology. But the Monkey Nation was hours late. Given the territorial disputes between us and the Philippines, they're surprisingly bold despite their small size. But I recall Musk being pretty tough what suddenly changed his stance. Word is our country directly dispatched a squadron of Type 055 destroyers to the disputed waters. After they spotted our warships, within an hour the Philippines put out that announcement. Haha, besides telling the world our chips are finally independent, this also gave Old Man Bai a grand moment on the global stage. Because of this incident, Old Man Bai was finally legitimately elected as an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. And not just an ordinary academician. Rumor has it he even received the additional treatment reserved for the president. If it were anyone else, I'd be quick to say they don't deserve it. But for Old Man Bai Ye? All I can say is the compensation the nation's giving him is long overdue. Just as netizens across the Dragon Nation were buzzing with excitement over the congratulations pouring in from nations around the world for Longguat and Bai Ye, and were filled with excitement and enthusiasm. At the same time, under Jiang Ming's strong insistence, Bai Ye, feeling utterly helpless, had no choice but to temporarily rest at the Lithography Machine Research Center. To rest. This research center imposed strict restrictions on the living arrangements of its researchers. Even someone of Jiang Ming's stature, the head of the research center, was not afforded a private room. Instead, he lived in the dormitory. In fact, throughout the entire research center, there wasn't a single room with individual beds. However, during this month, to accommodate Bai Ye, Jiang Ming made special arrangements for him. He assigned a double room exclusively for Bai Ye. 125 Another agreement with Li Zhenda? Regarding Jiang Ming's kindness. After a moment's thought, he did not refuse, but nodded in agreement. In truth, over this period, Bai Ye could sense that the researchers here held him in great esteem. Moreover, this respect. After the lithography machine technology achieved a breakthrough, it had reached an entirely new level. Faced with this scene, Bai Ye was suddenly struck by a realization. That is, if, this time, he were to refuse Jiang Ming's kind offer, it might disappoint the children here. They must have wanted to do something for me too. But I'm rejecting their kindness. How disappointed they must feel, thinking they couldn't help me. So, in the end, after pondering for a moment, Bai Ye agreed to Zhang Ming's request. He temporarily stayed in one of the rooms. The next day, at 9 in the morning, at the Lithography Research Center, a private aircraft slowly taxied onto the tarmac. The person stepping off the aircraft was none other than Elder Sun. Ever since he decided to come here personally to see Bai Ye once more, Sun Lao had instructed Zhang Ming to ensure Bai Ye remained behind. Now, the moment Old Master Sun touched down, he urgently sought out Zhang Ming. He insisted on seeing Bai Ye once more. Master Sun, I'll make the arrangements immediately. Please wait a moment. Fortunately, Bai Ye had already regained consciousness by then. Seeing this, Zhang Ming instantly breathed a slight sigh of relief. He had been genuinely worried. What if Bai Ye, being of advanced age, was still resting at this hour and hadn't woken up? Should he wake him up? But now, he didn't have to worry about that anymore. Zhang Ming knocked on the door first. After receiving Bai Ye's consent, he slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. But the moment he stepped inside, Zhang Ming froze in place. Through the window, Bai Ye could only be vaguely seen sitting by the window. That's how Zhang Ming confirmed. Bai Ye had already woken up, which is why he felt confident enough to push the door open. But once he actually stepped inside the room, he noticed something else. Bai Ye now held another portrait in his hands. Originally, Zhang Ming had assumed this portrait must still belong to Li Zhenda. To be honest, without the blueprint Li Zhenda had left behind, relying solely on Bai Ye's word, they truly wouldn't have been able to break through EUV technology within a month. Break through EUV technology. But when Zhang Ming took another careful look, he was suddenly shocked to discover the face in this portrait was significantly younger than Li Zhenda's. More importantly, this face looked exactly like a younger version of Bai Ye. The resemblance between their brows was uncannily close. Is something wrong? When Zhang Ming entered the room, Bai Ye paused slightly, then snapped out of his recollections. He silently put away the portrait. Mr. Bai, Mr. Sun's private jet has arrived. Mr. Sun wishes to see you. See me? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye nodded in agreement. Truthfully, Bai Ye held a very favorable impression of Old Sun. Moreover, even though he had explicitly stated his refusal, Sun Lao still insisted on compensating him for these decades. Though Bai Ye himself didn't care about these things, Bai Ye could sense that the authorities, represented by Old Sun and others, had never wavered in their regard for him. Alright, give me a few minutes. I'll gather my things and head out immediately. About 2 minutes later, Bai Ye followed Zhang Ming to meet with Elder Sun. During the journey, Zhang Ming asked curiously about the portrait Bai Ye had just taken out. What exactly was the situation? However, whenever Zhang Ming posed this question, Bai Ye remained silent. Seeing Bai Ye's expression, Zhang Ming dared not press further. Yet the confusion within him only deepened. They arrived at the temporary airport. Before Bai Ye and the others had even arrived, Old Sun immediately came over with a cheerful smile. Long time no see, Old Bai. Mr. Bai, it's been so long. You're still as energetic as ever. The reason I came today, partly to see how you're doing to check on your health. The other reason is to invite you to Longdu, to attend the honorary conference specially organized for you. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Old Sun immediately voiced his thoughts on the spot. When Bai Ye heard the second sentence, his expression instantly grew solemn. Elder Sun, I've already made my position clear. I've never cared about fame or fortune. Besides, I still have many things to accomplish. Hearing this, Old Master Sun couldn't help but pause in surprise. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated that his well-intentioned offer had been rejected by Bai Ye. Still, Old Sun was a high-ranking official in the Longdu government. After a moment's thought, Old Sun decided to rephrase his invitation to Bai Ye. Mr. Bai, please don't misunderstand. This honorary conference isn't solely for your recognition. Rather, it's to announce to Blue Star the latest scientific achievements our Dragon Nation has attained. Without your invaluable assistance, our nation could never have mastered EUV lithography technology in such a remarkably short time frame. As the primary contributor to the project, if you cannot attend this conference, how could we possibly announce this achievement to the outside world? After all, Old Sun understood Bai Ye's temperament. If you simply stated it was to honor Bai Ye, that's precisely why he was invited to attend. Bai Ye would definitely refuse. Besides, Bai Ye is already at that age. What if something unfortunate were to happen because he insisted? Wouldn't this joyous occasion turn into a tragedy? Therefore, upon hearing Bai Ye's refusal, did not directly extend the invitation again. Instead, he adopted a roundabout approach. This way, Bai Ye wouldn't feel too resistant. Upon hearing Elder Sun's explanation, Bai Ye reluctantly agreed. Alright, I'll attend the conference in Longdu in due time. But not right now. Not now? Old Sun froze once more. Wait. Wasn't the matter with Li Zhengde already settled? Why does Bai Ye still have other matters? Could it be to fulfill a promise to another comrade? Surely that can wait. It's just a trip to Longdu to attend a grand gathering. It won't take long. At most, just a week or two. Old Master Bai surely wouldn't be so pressed for time to spare, right? No, actually, my agreement with Li Zhengde isn't over yet. Originally, I planned to stay in Jianghua City a little longer. But because of the lithography machine matter, I left early. Bai Ye took Li Zhende's portrait out of his shoulder bag once more. He stroked it repeatedly, his face once again softening with a look of deep remembrance. 126 Bai Ye's safety must not be taken lightly. This wasn't Bai Ye making excuses. Ever since Old Sun mentioned that this honor ceremony was not specifically organized by the state for him, but rather to showcase to the international community, showcase the advanced scientific achievements of the Dragon Nation in recent times, Bai Ye had already made up his mind. He would bring the portraits of his fallen comrades to attend this conference together. After all, these comrades, like himself, scientists who had fought on the front lines of research, with few exceptions, almost all shared a bond with Bai Ye as both colleagues and comrades in arms. And their shared goal is to secure a more glorious future for the Dragon Nation, to let technology lead the nation's progress. And this upcoming conference in Longdu, isn't this the perfect opportunity to fulfill the promise made to his comrades? But why did Bai Ye hesitate so quickly? Because between Bai Ye and Li Zhengde, there was still an unfulfilled agreement. Once, back in Jianghua City, just before Li Zhengde was framed and imprisoned, he had once told Bai Ye with a smile, if one day his case were overturned, and if he could live to see the day of his release, the two of them would retire from the world. Jianghua City was a fine place to settle down for a while. Take a good look at the scenery here. After all, even though Li Zhengde had been enjoying the nightlife in Jianghua City for years, but as the chairman of Lungsan International, Li Zhengde devoted nearly all his time, devoted entirely to researching lithography machines. Naturally, he had no time to properly appreciate the scenery here. Li Zhengde also mentioned, when the time came, he and Bai Ye would be able to stroll together along the banks of the Huai River. While strolling, they could admire the scenery along the shore and reminisce about the past. Their shared experiences studying abroad at Hajin University. That was so many years ago. Yet now, time has passed so long. Even at the very end of his life, Li Zhengde never managed to clear his name. And now, because of those photolithography machine blueprints from over 40 years ago, and the confession of the mastermind, Zhou Yi, Li Zhengde's reputation has finally been restored. The state also provided compensation to Li Zhengde's descendants and offered a sincere apology. But the dead cannot be brought back to life. Even though the state has exonerated Li Zhengde, the promise made to him long ago, Bai Ye could never fulfill it. But then, upon reflection, Bai Ye also realized, though they could no longer stroll together along the banks of the Huai River reminiscing about the past, but if he carried Li Zhengde's portrait and wander around the Huai River area, wouldn't that be a way to fulfill the promise made to Li Zhengde? With this thought in mind, Bai Ye addressed old Master Sun. Master Sun, might I trouble you with a favor? Seeing Bai Ye's earnest expression, Master Sun immediately nodded. Please speak. Could you take me back to Jianghua City? I'd like to walk near the Huai River with Li Zhengde's portrait. Hearing Bai Ye's request, Old Sun felt somewhat puzzled. But this was Bai Ye's request after all. And it wasn't unreasonable. Perhaps it was some kind of promise between him and Li Zhengde. He naturally had no reason to refuse. Thus, upon hearing this, Old Sun nodded in agreement. Of course it's acceptable. Thus, Bai Ye was invited aboard the private jet. The destination was changed on the fly, heading toward Jianghua City. They flew there. When Bai Ye reappeared in Jianghua City, the city's top officials, led by Mayor Lin Chen, all extended a warm welcome to Bai Ye. His departure last time had been too hasty, that they hadn't properly hosted him before his departure. Now that Bai Ye had finally returned, how could they not seize the opportunity to make up for it in a big way? Oh, and Elder Bai. Not long after you left, your great-granddaughter arrived too. Bai Qingqing? What on earth is she doing here? Hearing Mayor Lin Chen's words, Bai Ye's expression instantly turned hesitant. After the Jiangnan shipyard left, Bai Ye had sent Bai Qingqing home first. She had insisted she didn't need any care. But what Bai Ye never expected was, his great-granddaughter had actually followed him here? Great-grandpa, I've been so worried about you this past month. Please let me stay by your side and take care of you. Is that okay? Hearing Bai Qingqing's voice tremble with tears, Bai Ye finally sighed helplessly. There was simply no other way. Mayor Lin, could you tell me which direction Hui Jiang is heading? Bai Ye asked Lin Chen. I'll take you there. Under the guidance of Lin Chen and the others, Bai Ye slowly made his way toward Hui River. After about an hour, the group arrived beside the Hui River. The Hui River was the largest waterway in Zhenghui City. Because he had come in such a hurry, Bai Ye hadn't seen the Hui River as it was now. Only over 40 years ago, he had visited this place once. Back then, the Hui River was nowhere near as majestic and vast as it is today. Moreover, along both banks, there was a dedicated path for pedestrians. But over 40 years later, when Bai Ye returned to this place, he was astonished to discover the changes here were truly immense. Grandpa Zhang, are you taking the boat? Bai Qingqing asked curiously. Boat? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye pondered for a moment. He nodded in agreement. Very well. They arrived at a ferry crossing. When the boatmen saw that the person who appeared was Bai Ye, they eagerly offered their boats, offering them free of charge. Of course, during this time, including Lin Chen, all the leaders of Zhenghui City placed great importance on Bai Ye's safety. They immediately dispatched personnel to conduct thorough inspections, to determine whether these vessels posed any safety hazards. As for the inspection period, Bai Ye stood beside the ferry landing. He gazed at the scenery. It was a winding river. Though not wide, it was very long, stretching for hundreds of kilometers. The original embankments on both sides had been removed. Where the old sidewalks once stood, trees now lined the banks. Though it is early spring, the scene before us already faintly radiated vitality. Bai Ye couldn't help but marvel. No wonder, back then, before Li Zhenda went in, insisted he must live in Zhenghui City for a while. The scenery here truly is splendid. Soon, the safety inspection of the vessel concluded. With Lin Chen and the others supporting him, Bai Ye boarded one of the boats. The boatman skillfully maneuvered the oars as the small vessel cut through the wind. Following the boat carrying Bai Ye, several smaller boats trailed along. After all, Bai Ye's status was unique. Even if Bai Ye agreed, they would never allow Bai Ye to sail alone. Should any danger arise, these officers would be able to respond immediately. Bai Ye's safety is absolutely non-negotiable. 127 Zhenghui City goes viral. 300,000 tourists flood in over 3 days. After all, Bai Ye was now over 100 years old. Therefore, when he first boarded the ship, Bai Ye felt slightly unsettled. But after a while, he quickly adjusted. Slowly, he stood up, feeling the lake breeze wash over him. He also took out Li Zhengda's portrait. He kept stroking it. As the boat steadily moved forward, Li Zhengda's figure seemed to gradually coalesce in Bai Ye's mind, as if he had truly traversed time and space to appear beside Bai Ye. Then, he spoke to Bai Ye. Brother Bai, though I cannot fulfill our promise from back then, but if one day you return to Zhenghui City, when you see the willows by the river swing in the wind, that will be my way of visiting you. These words were actually spoken by Li Zhengda to Bai Ye. To Bai Ye. Because so much time had passed, Bai Ye had nearly forgotten these words in his memory. Yet now, as Bai Ye stood on the ship holding Li Zhengda's portrait, on the deck of the ship, watching the willows along both banks of the Hui River swing in the breeze, Li Zhengda's figure inevitably flashed before Bai Ye's eyes. And those words echoed once more in Bai Ye's ears. At this very moment, as Bai Ye recalled those words, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Unable to resist, he reached out his hand toward Li Zhengda's direction. But the moment his hand touched Li Zhengda's body, her hand suddenly passed right through him. Then, Li Zhengda's figure vanished like a mirage, dissipating into thin air. It was an illusion. Bai Ye finally realized. The figure that had appeared before him just now was merely an illusion. Well, after all, Li Zhengda had been dead for 40 years. How could he possibly truly appear before her eyes? At that moment, behind Bai Ye, on the small boats following behind, the cameraman took advantage of the moment to zoom in with his lens. They also paid close attention to Bai Ye's facial expressions and body language. Though it had been over a month since Bai Ye left Zhenghui City, over a month had passed. The fervor surrounding Bai Ye among netizens online had not diminished in the slightest. In fact, since the news broke, Bai Ye was about to be exceptionally granted the title of Academician of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, and will enjoy treatment equivalent to that of a dean. Netizens across the Dragon Nation have been eagerly anticipating to see Bai Ye once more. Thus, upon learning that Bai Ye had returned to Zhenghui City, the city's leadership unanimously decided to fulfill the netizens' wishes. Thus, on this very ship, a photographer was assigned to document Bai Ye's every move at all times. Meanwhile, the footage captured by the photographer were simultaneously appearing online. After viewing these images, everyone present at the scene and in the livestream room alike, at this very moment, deeply moved, Back then, Bai Ye and Li Zhenda had made a promise. Once their mission was complete, once they stepped down from their frontline positions, they would come to live in Jianghua City together and experience its scenery. However, due to Li Zhenda being falsely accused and imprisoned, he never got to see the beauty of Jianghua City. Naturally, he could not witness the progress of the Dragon Nation today. Even now, the mastermind behind Li Zhenda's frame-up has been apprehended. Bai Ye still felt profound regret for Li Zhenda. It wasn't just about the lithography machine blueprints. It took over 40 years after its design before they could see the light of day again. What was even more regrettable was, he can no longer be with himself. Sailing together. Witness together the rise of China. At this very moment, viewers could almost feel Bai Ye's emotions. Thus, throughout the entire livestream room, was instantly flooded with an intense wave of comments. Flooded the entire chat room. Wah! Old man Bai Ye's expression is just too heartbreaking. This is a promise kept after 40 years. 40 years I'd probably even forgotten which school I attended back then. Li Zhenda was truly remarkable. Even though he's passed away, the legacy he left behind continues to benefit us today. Without a doubt, old Li deserves to be called a hero. Since he's a hero, isn't using the word dead a bit disrespectful? True. For heroes, we should use more fitting terms. Like sacrifice. It's just that old Master Li sacrificed himself far too young. If my calculations are correct, he was probably only in his 50s or 60s back then. He might even be alive today. Don't say that. Hearing it makes me think of that scumbag Zhou Yi again. If not for him, our nation's chips might have reached world-class standards long ago. Exactly. Rest in peace, Mr. Li Zhenda. By the way, does anyone here live near Jianghua City? If so, let's go together to the old Longxin International site to pay our respects to old Li. Great idea. I live in Jianghua City. And my place is actually pretty close to that old site. Actually, I'd been planning this. I'm not from Jianghua City, it's a neighboring city, but I've already bought my high-speed rail ticket. I'm on my way. I need to buy tickets quickly too. If we're lucky, we might even catch a glimpse of old Master Bai. Ever since the Li Zhenda incident came to light, Jianghua City has once again become the talk of the town. Even over a month ago, when the president of Haji University came to hold a joint anniversary celebration with Jianghua University, that scene pales in comparison to the current one. Later, when Mayor Lin Chen of Jianghua City compiled statistics, the number of tourists visiting Jianghua City during this period, the figures on that report instantly sent a chill down Lin Chen's spine. Because the figures on that report, in just 3 days, the number of people arriving in Jianghua City from other provinces had already surpassed 300,000. Keep in mind, Jianghua City isn't exactly a major tourist hub. While it boasts scenic beauty, its reputation at best ranks as mid-tier. Typically, an influx of tens of thousands over 3 days. That's the absolute maximum. But ever since the Li Zhenda incident broke, the population has skyrocketed over tenfold. During this period, it has also been the busiest days for all service industries in Jianghua City. In fact, to accommodate all these morning visitors, nearly every hotel was fully booked. Supply couldn't keep up with demand. Yet even under these circumstances, many hotel owners, faced with this situation, have not chosen to raise prices. Instead, they maintained their original rates. After all, in Jianghua City, a figure like Li Zhenda emerged. For the sake of the nation, he kept the blueprints hidden for decades. And even now, he continues to render immense service to the nation. As an ordinary citizen of Jianghua City, if someone were to seize this opportunity to amass a fortune, would that even make one human? 128 Longxin International his second legacy. Yet this is merely the mindset of most hotel owners. No matter where you go, you can't ignore the rotten apples. Though the vast majority of hotel owners choose to stay true to their original intentions when faced with such situations, they did not take advantage of the situation to raise prices. Yet some hotel owners, blinded by greed, see this as a golden opportunity to make a killing. Thus, hotel room rates that were originally 100 yuan per day jumped straight to 300 or 400 yuan per night due to the shortage of rooms. Regarding this situation, the higher-ups in Jianghua City took it very seriously. They even issued a special announcement, stating that any instances of hotels secretly raising prices, anonymous reports can be filed. If it is verified that a hotel owner has indeed engaged in such behavior, a fine of 1,000 yuan per person will be imposed. The maximum penalty will be imposed if the price hikes are excessive and the operator fails to correct the behavior despite repeated warnings. Business licenses may even be revoked. Thus, under the strict crackdown by the Jianghua City authorities, ultimately, these hotel owners who secretly raised prices, after meekly paying their fines, they dared not raise prices again. After all, 1,000 yuan per person is a painful penalty for anyone. And what's more, if caught a second time, their business license would be revoked on the spot. You won't even make any money. So it's best to play it safe and earn what you can. In truth, ever since Bai Ye shared the story of Li Zhengde, it wasn't just Jianghua City that underwent changes. At the same time, one company, its reputation underwent a dramatic reversal. That's right, the company founded by Li Zhengde, Lungsan International. Decades ago, Lungsan International was embroiled in a scandal involving OEM chips. They purchased chips from other manufacturers, scraped off the printed names. Then they painted on the words Lungsan International. They pretended these were their own manufactured products. Through this scheme, Lungsan International fraudulently obtained a large quantity of state-funded research chips. The mastermind behind this scheme, he was also successfully apprehended and brought to justice. But since then, Lungsan International's reputation has been utterly ruined. It reached a point where people practically turned pale at the mere mention of its name. People didn't even want to discuss it. In fact, a peculiar phenomenon emerged. Some people applied for jobs at Lungsan International. But when their families heard about it, they immediately looked down on them. After all, that incident back then dealt a severe blow to Longhua's international reputation. A severe blow to Longhua's international standing. This would make other nations think that Dragon Nation only knows how to take others' things. Simply slap a new label on it and claim it as their own. But, ever since Bai Ye recounted Li Zhengde's story, the reputation of Lungsan International began to gradually improve. People also began to realize Longcore International, no matter what, was the brainchild of the esteemed Mr. Li. And although later, the chairman who took over made some mistakes, this incident itself has nothing to do with Li Zhengde. How could a single mistake deny the contributions of the elder Mr. Li? Thus, following this incident, Lungsan International's stock price began to skyrocket wildly. From just $1 or $2 per share, it shot up to over 10 yuan per share on the spot. Moreover, this price continued to climb at a remarkably high rate, continuing to climb at a significant rate. As for Lungsan International, the current chairman, upon witnessing signs of the company's miraculous revival, he resolved to make a decisive change. We absolutely cannot continue to let things slide like this. We must carry forward the legacy of the late Mr. Li. Most importantly, we must find dedicated personnel to oversee operations and prevent such incidents from recurring. Thus, the chairman immediately thought of Bai Ye. Since Bai Ye had visited Lungsan International years ago, why not simply hand over the chairman's position to Bai Ye? This way, wouldn't the public have even greater confidence in them? Of course, the chairman's decision wasn't driven by personal gain. Ever since hearing Li Zhengde's story, he too felt he could no longer continue to let them down. With his limited abilities, it would be better to decisively let old Master Bai to serve as the chairman of this enterprise. Meanwhile, in Jianghua City and at Lungsan International, due to the matters involving Bai Ye and Li Zhengde, began to undergo dramatic changes. At the same time, upon hearing that Bai Ye had finally fulfilled his promise to Li Zhengde, he made his way back to Jianghua City once more. This time, besides bringing Bai Ye his appointment letter, granting Bai Ye the treatment equivalent to a president of the Longka Academy, he also brought the responsibilities of the new chairman of Lungsan International, the responsibilities of its new chairman, and, of course, the most crucial matter. At that time, at the lithography machine RD Center, Old Sun had invited Bai Ye to Longdu to attend a grand honorary medal ceremony. But Bai Ye declined. The reason given was because the promise made to Li Zhengde had not yet been fulfilled. Therefore, he could not go yet. Yet at this very moment, he personally extended the invitation to Bai Ye once more. You finally have no reason to refuse, right? Several dozen minutes later, accompanied by Mayor Lin, arrived at the pier. By this time, Bai Ye had already disembarked. The moment he stepped off the car, Old Man Sun saw Bai Ye still clutching Li Zhengde's portrait in his arms. Seeing this, Old Man Sun immediately strode purposefully toward Bai Ye. The moment they met, Old Sun spoke up at once. Mr. Bai, remember what you promised me a few days ago? Let's go to Longdu together. We're all waiting for you. Hearing this, Bai Ye nodded slightly. Seeing this, Old Sun smiled. Simultaneously, he produced the official document issued by higher authorities. He announced on the spot, I hereby appoint Comrade Bai Ye as chairman of Lungsan International. After Elder Sun uttered these words, everyone present froze in shock. Froze in shock. Ha? Wait. The chairman of Lungsan International? But doesn't it already have a chairman? Could it be that the chairman was also removed from office? So he was removed? If that's the case, so this position as chairman of Lungsan International, it really is a high-risk position. Several chairmen in succession have been ousted from their positions. Though Li Zhenda's case doesn't count. He was framed. But this time, upon hearing old Li solemnly announce the appointment document, Bai Ye's face also betrayed a look of astonishment. However, in the end, Bai Ye did not refuse outright. After all, Dragon Ship International, no matter how you looked at it, was the second legacy left behind by Li Zhenda. As his close friend, he felt a responsibility to take over what he had left behind. Moreover, most importantly, Bai Ye could see in old son's eyes that his position as chairman was merely nominal. He wouldn't truly restrict Bai Ye to personally oversee operations there. Therefore, regarding old son's appointment, Bai Ye accepted without hesitation. 129 The fifth portrait. Memories from 30 years ago. Old Bai, let's rest for a moment first. We'll depart promptly tomorrow. After witnessing Bai Ye accept the appointment, old son felt immensely relieved. Truthfully, when he arrived in Jianghuai City this time, he had harbored some apprehension. After all, he feared Bai Ye might change his mind. But now, Bai Ye had agreed so readily to accompany him to Longdu. Moreover, beyond that, he had also accepted Longcorps International's appointment of him. Ever since the scandal erupted at Dragon Corps International, the state immediately sent personnel to take control of the company. Subsequently, nearly every subsequent chairman has been officially appointed. This time, however, it was because that chairman felt that Bai Ye should assume this position. So he immediately submitted an application to the authorities. After thorough deliberation by the authorities, ultimately, his request was granted. Chairman Sun personally presented the appointment to Bai Ye. Since departure was scheduled for the following day, Master Sun decided to stay in Jianghuai City for the night. He didn't want to return alone. He certainly didn't want to return alone. It was still necessary for Bai Ye to operate under the watchful eyes of the official higher-ups. Otherwise, if it were like last time, he vanished for dozens of days. That would cause the authorities so much worry. Therefore, even though Bai Ye had already agreed, old son insisted on staying by Bai Ye's side at all times. Old son immediately took Bai Ye's hand. Then he began searching for a topic to discuss. Mr. Bai, the matter with Li Zhenda has been settled. Are you planning to head to the next location? Could you show us the next portrait? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye paused for a moment. But soon, Bai Ye pulled another portrait out of his shoulder bag and retrieved another portrait. He held the portrait and spoke. Holding the portrait, Bai Ye spoke. This man's name is Chenaway. Remember, this happened over 30 years ago. Back then, a widespread disease broke out across the country. You must understand, our country hadn't opened up yet. And most other nations held hostile attitudes toward us. Coupled with the harsh living conditions, although the disease itself wasn't highly lethal, its contagiousness was extremely strong. Because people had little money at the time, ultimately, this disease claimed the lives of hundreds of thousands. It was during that period that the government appointed me to participate in vaccine development. Chenaway was an ordinary researcher on the vaccine project and the first person to participate in the vaccine trials. When he reached this point, a flicker of sorrow crossed Bai Ye's face. As everyone knows, the principle of vaccines is to inactivate the virus and then inject it into the human body. Because the virus is weakened, under normal circumstances, the body's own immune system can eliminate it. Then immunity to that disease is acquired. However, vaccine development inherently carries risks. At that time, the vaccine technology was not yet mature. Ultimately, Chenaway contracted the disease despite being in perfect health. He ultimately sacrificed his life. At that time, I was deeply grieved. Because when the vaccine development reached the human trial phase, I was the one who agreed to let Chenaway participate in the vaccine trials as a test subject. After Chenaway's death, I learned he had no family. He had lived in the south since childhood. His lifelong dream was to visit Longdu to see what the capital of the Dragon Nation truly looked like. When Bai Ye reached this point in his story, the audience, or rather the viewers in the livestream chat, were suddenly struck dumb. Of course, this stunned reaction wasn't entirely due to Chenaway's news. A significant portion of the reason everyone froze was entirely due to Bai Ye's earlier words. Right? What did Bai Ye just say? 30 years ago. Because of a disease that swept across the entire nation. At that time, to save lives, Bai Ye stepped forward immediately. He began specialized vaccine research targeting this disease? If memory serves, the disease that fits the timeline. And it's so contagious. It must be osteomyelitis. And that sugar pill-like oral vaccine. Even now, it remains vividly etched in everyone's memory. Because most people took that oral vaccine during their childhood. So that milk candy-like, that sweet, sugary taste, is deeply etched in their memories. However, after Bai Ye mentioned it, everyone finally realized that sweet, syrupy oral vaccine was actually developed by Bai Ye? Holy crap! Who would have thought that besides cutting-edge technologies like aircraft and missiles, Old Man Bai actually possessed such deep expertise in biology and medicine? Such profound expertise? And he even participated in vaccine development? If the story about Bai Ye helping develop the osteomyelitis vaccine back then were true, then this would be another nationwide sensation. Nowadays, almost every child after birth takes these little sugar pills to prevent osteomyelitis. Not only does it taste good, but it also helps prevent disease. So even the children who took the medicine back then have grown up now, still vividly recall the experience of taking it back then. They think to themselves, if only every vaccine could be like the bone marrow inflammation vaccine and work just by being taken orally, instead of being like other vaccines, requiring a long, thin needle to pierce the body. To be effective, just imagine how much suffering they could have avoided. Especially 4 years ago. That nationwide outbreak. Who knows how much suffering everyone endured. The number of needle marks on our bodies alone was beyond counting. During that disease 4 years ago, people also became familiar with the names of some big names in the medical field, including, even, Dr. Zhong Nanshan. He was even awarded the Medal of the Republic because of his extraordinary contributions to the nation. For his outstanding contributions to the nation. So, if what Bai Ye just mentioned is true, over 30 years ago, during the nationwide osteomyelitis epidemic, that sugar-coated vaccine, if Bai Ye truly participated in and researched it, then in that case, given Bai Ye's contributions, being made an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences wouldn't even be considered exceptional. Grant Old Master Bai Ye the exact same honors as Elder Zhong. At the very least, they should prepare a Republic Medal for Bai Ye. That would finally make sense. 130 This child, his dream is to visit the dragon capital just once. Of course, at this very moment, it wasn't just netizens who were stunned. Even everyone present at the scene were utterly stunned. Utterly stunned. What the hell? Bai Ye. He had actually participated in the development of the osteomyelitis vaccine? That vaccine that looks like a white sugar pill? No. Is this real or fake? If it's true, then, judging by the circumstances 4 years ago, the state awarded the Republic Medal to Professor Zhong. Then Bai Ye's contributions. He should at least be awarded a Republic Medal. That would be the fair thing to do. Throughout history, the Republic Medal is reserved solely for those who have made contributions beyond words. To put it bluntly, even Bai Ye's past experiences, when compared to this Medal of the Republic, it still falls slightly short. Of course, this is by no means to suggest, if we were to judge solely based on Bai Ye's prior accomplishments, would truly disqualify him from even touching this Republic Medal. He barely met the minimum requirements. But because it was so long ago. Moreover, in recent times, Dragon Nation's advanced technologies have been emerging in rapid succession. Therefore, compared to other more competitive Medal of the Republic candidates, Bai Ye's competitive edge pales in comparison. Yet, suppose, today, nearly every citizen of the Dragon Nation is that little sugar pill? Were all created by Bai's own hand. Then, for this contribution alone, to award Bai Ye another Republic Medal of Honor, that would be utterly beyond reproach. And remember, Bai Ye is already over 100 years old. 4 years ago, when Mr. Zhong received the Republic Medal, he was only in his 80s or 90s. If even old Master Zhong could be awarded the Medal of the Republic, Bai Ye, what possible reason could there be to deny him? And it was precisely at this moment. Upon hearing Bai Ye's account, the entire man was instantly shaken to his core. The developer of the osteomyelitis vaccine was actually Bai Ye? This couldn't be possible. Because it happened over 30 years ago. Back then, Old Sun already held an official position. He held a certain position. He had access to the inside story on many matters. And the vaccines from over 30 years ago, if he remembers correctly, it seemed to be a project that Dr. Zhong had also been involved in? I've never heard the name Bai Ye mentioned at all. Oh, that's right. But just as Dr. Sun was wrestling with the accuracy of this detail, soon, Old Sun made the connection. Not long ago, the nation had finally officially announced Bai Ye's contributions and reapplied for honors on his behalf. In other words, over the past several decades, except for those who had personally witnessed it, Bai Ye left no trace in official records. Even if there had been, it would only have been under a pseudonym. Another name had been used to replace his original identity. Therefore, it was only natural that Old Sun had no recollection of Bai Ye's involvement in the vaccine project. This was only natural. Upon reaching this conclusion, Old Sun felt increasingly certain. Bai Ye's account must be accurate. But all this needed documentation to corroborate. even if Old Man Sun were inclined to seize this opportunity to nominate Bai Ye for another Republic Medal, the nation's highest honor. Yet without concrete evidence, relying solely on verbal accounts, even Old Sun himself felt it would be a bit too far-fetched. Nevertheless, since the idea had taken root, Old Sun naturally couldn't remain idle. Taking advantage of Bai Ye's moment of distraction, Old Sun promptly found an opening. He dispatched his secretary to send investigators, specifically to look into the circumstances surrounding the osteomyelitis vaccine back then. Moreover, if possible, they were to interview eyewitnesses from that time, even if the authorities had erased Bai Ye's records as thoroughly as possible. As someone who lived through it, it's impossible for not a single trace to remain. From previous experiences, Old Sun had discerned a pattern. The project's eyewitnesses, only they held the key to uncovering Bai Ye's past. Once the order was issued, Old Sun couldn't help but breathe a silent sigh of relief. Though Bai Ye was now far too old, and had missed that year's honorary merit assembly, although the state is now striving to provide compensation, it was all happening decades later. Yet, in the midst of misfortune, there was a silver lining. If Bai Ye hadn't lived to be 100 years old, and had not embarked on the journey to fulfill his comrade's promise, then these memories might truly have been buried in the river of history, never to be found again for the rest of one's life. By then, everyone might truly forget that someone named Bai Ye ever existed. In comparison, though the effort to clear Bai Ye's name has come far too late, but at least, at this moment, the nation still possesses the capacity to compensate Bai Ye. Let netizens across the nation. At this moment, Bai Ye naturally had no idea what exactly Old Sun had discussed with his secretary earlier. Holding Chenoe's portrait, Bai Ye continued. This child, he said, he was born in the south, but his family was very poor. His greatest wish was to visit the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Truthfully, if it weren't for Chenoe, I might have delayed my trip to the Dragon capital even longer. After all, I had to fulfill my promise to my comrades first. After finishing his words, Bai Ye couldn't help but look at Bai Qingqing. Then he affectionately ruffled her hair. For his great-granddaughter's journey all the way from Kaiyun City, to travel all the way to Jianghuai City to find him, Bai Ye was deeply touched. But Bai Ye still hoped that it wouldn't interfere with his great-granddaughter's work. Besides, for a young woman, it wouldn't be proper for a young lady to be trailing around with an old man like me. She's this age and still hasn't found a boyfriend. After hearing Bai Ye's words, Bai Qingqing shook her head. Anyway, ever since learning about Bai Ye's whereabouts, Bai Qingqing had made up her mind. No matter what Grandpa Zhang said, she absolutely would not let him go out alone. Yes, back at the Jiangnan shipyard, she had heeded Grandpa Zhang's words and returned home. But over these past few months, Bai Qingqing also discovered staying at home, upon learning that her great-grandfather had gone missing and couldn't be found. At that moment, she was utterly panicked. Only by staying by her great-grandfather's side could she feel even slightly better. As for boyfriends, how old was she now? She'd only graduated from college a few years ago. Talking about marriage and such? That's way too early. Even if people were pressuring her to marry, surely they wouldn't be pushing so hard so soon? After hearing Bai Qingqing's words, Bai Ye found himself hesitating slightly. 131 It wasn't about gritting her teeth through hardship, but about reminding herself. Back when he was at the Jiangnan shipyard, Bai Ye had sent Bai Qingqing back to Kaiyun City first, and not let her continue accompanying him. Partly because Bai Ye felt that, don't be fooled by his age, he's over 100 years old. His constitution was still remarkably robust. Even alone, he could easily make the journey by himself. She didn't need anyone to look after her. On the other hand, it's because of Bai Qingqing, his great-granddaughter. She's grown up now. It's been several years since she graduated from university. It was time for her to start thinking about marriage. Moreover, the most crucial point is this. Although Bai Ye had once made outstanding contributions to the nation, generally speaking, someone with such distinguished service, it's all about matching social status. An ordinary family would undoubtedly reject such a match outright, because they simply wouldn't be worthy. But in Bai Ye's case, as for a potential son-in-law, Bai Ye felt it was sufficient if Bai Qingqing herself approved. Bai Ye wouldn't interfere much, even if he were a penniless young man. If Bai Qingqing was willing, he certainly wouldn't refuse. He would accept it wholeheartedly. But even though Bai Ye considered himself remarkably open-minded, Bai Qingqing still showed no signs of wanting to date. What could he do? After giving it some thought, Bai Ye realized leaving alone might genuinely worry his great-granddaughter. And it wasn't just her. Last time he slipped away quietly, it even caused a national stir. Grandfather's son had sent people searching for him until they were nearly driven mad. Fundamentally, Bai Ye didn't want the nation to expend such immense resources searching for him. Alright, let Bai Qingqing stay by my side. That way, she wouldn't have to worry too much about her great-granddaughter. Moreover, it would put Old Sun at ease. Because the moment any news surfaced, Old Sun would call Bai Qingqing directly. Then she could relay his location. Mr. Bai, let's take a day off today. Tomorrow, you and your great-granddaughter will set out with us to Longdu. Earlier, Bai Ye had agreed to let Bai Qingqing continue accompanying him. But upon hearing Old Sun's proposal, Bai Ye pondered for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. Last time he went missing, the authorities had mobilized significant resources to search for him. This was not Bai Ye's true intention. Bai Ye understood deeply that his safety wasn't just his own concern. It was the responsibility of the entire dragon nation. Rather than vanishing with his great-granddaughter and cause a group of people to worry, he might as well just agree to Old Sun's request outright. Alright. But forget about chartering a private jet or anything like that. I'll take the train instead. Upon hearing Bai Ye's concession, Old Sun's face lit up with a faint smile. He had genuinely feared that if Bai Ye refused, and then set off alone for Longdu, though he was following through on his promise, without dedicated supervision, if something went wrong along the way, wouldn't that be a complete disaster? But when Old Sun heard that Bai Ye refused the private jet and insisted on taking the train, Old Sun's expression instantly clouded with hesitation. Beside him, Mayor Lin seized the moment to urgently interject. Mr. Bai, how can that be acceptable? With your status now, how could you possibly take a regular train? Besides, trains are slow and noisy, and full of all sorts of people. Hearing this, Bai Ye's expression instantly turned serious. My status? What status do I have now? I'm just an ordinary citizen. Why can't I ride the train? Does that mean I've been appointed an academician? Chairman of Lungsan International? Does that mean I can't ride the train? That's called being out of touch with the masses. Do you understand? After Bai Ye finished speaking these words, Lin Shen suddenly felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead and dared not speak further. In truth, Bai Ye understood that Lin Shen's words was out of concern for him. After all, at this time of day, most passengers on the train were migrant workers traveling back and forth. The train environment was often dirty, messy, and poor. Most importantly, the train was simply too noisy. Bai Ye is already over 100 years old. Such a noisy environment easily disrupts sleep quality. Therefore, Bai Ye didn't harshly reprimand Lin Shen. He merely voiced his thoughts. Seeing this, Old Sun quickly stepped forward and interjected. Shaolin, I think whatever Old Bai says goes. Besides, I think Old Bai is absolutely right. No matter what our status is now, at the end of the day, we still need to stay close to the people. Alright, go book 2 train tickets for Old Bai and Miss Qingqing. After smoothing things over, Old Sun immediately turned to his secretary. He instructed his secretary. Upon hearing this, the secretary nodded in agreement. As Mr. Sun's secretary, being smooth and resourceful in handling matters was the bare minimum requirement. Moreover, although Old Sun had agreed to buy Bai Ye a ticket, he hadn't specified what kind of ticket. Zhenghua City had high-speed rail, and the environment was far superior to regular trains. Therefore, the secretary decided to purchase 2 first-class tickets for Bai Ye and Bai Qingqing. This way, not only would they have a quiet environment, but also ensures a comfortable ride at high speed. However, just as he was about to leave, Bai Ye added one more thing. Don't book any high-speed rail tickets. Just the regular train. And no sleeping berths either, hard seats will do just fine. Upon hearing Bai Ye's sudden addition, the secretary froze momentarily. In fact, some things he dared not voice aloud. He merely ran it through his mind. He wondered to himself, is old man Bai Ye some kind of masochist? Even though conditions are so much better now, he insists on choosing hard seats. Of course, this was merely his own speculation. He didn't voice them directly. However, as his secretary, he couldn't make such decisions on his own. So when he heard Bai Ye's additional remarks, the secretary immediately turned his head and glanced back at Elder Sun, preparing to see what instructions Old Master Sun would give. Seeing this, Old Sun felt utterly helpless. Mr. Bai, the distance from Zhenghua City to Longdu is at least 1,500 kilometers. On a green-skin train, the speed is around 100 kilometers per hour. If you take hard seats, you and your great-granddaughter would be sitting for 15 straight hours. This is simply too much to ask of you. If you really insist on taking the train, the high-speed rail is a good option. You'd only need 5 or 6 hours to reach Longdu. Hearing this, Bai Ye shook his head decisively. Hard seats it is. There's a saying nowadays, no pain, no gain. But Bai Ye didn't see himself that way. His reasoning stemmed partly from a desire to connect with the common people. After all, he must never forget his humble origins. On the other hand, by enduring hardship, he forces himself to remember the suffering endured by the Dragon Nation decades ago. Only by deepening the memory of that suffering can one find the motivation to dedicate more energy to the nation's prosperity and strength. 132 Little one, thank you for the flowers. From Bai Ye's tone, old master's son also noticed the unwavering resolve in Bai Ye's words. He realized he simply couldn't persuade him no matter what. Fine, then it'll be hard seats. Though this could be seen as an admission of defeat on old son's part. Before the secretary went to purchase Bai Ye's ticket, old son quietly added a reminder in the secretary's ear. Buy extra tickets. Because if Bai Ye and the others were really to take the train, he simply couldn't rest easy. Thus, old man's son also decided to assign some people to protect Bai Ye. On one hand, it was for Bai Ye's safety. On the other hand, old son also considered that, although Bai Qingqing was Bai Ye's great-granddaughter, she was still a young woman after all. Taking care of Bai Ye alone would certainly be inconvenient. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye nodded in agreement. He agreed. He wasn't seeking their care out of greed. Ever since the Jiangnan shipyard incident, Bai Ye had refused any bodyguards. They had protected him at his side. But old son's words left Bai Ye with no room to argue. For on the surface, this was how old son phrased it to Bai Ye. Old Bai, these young comrades need training too. Please give them this opportunity to prove themselves. Bai Ye reconsidered. Fine. After all, these young people are the pillars of the future. They were destined to contribute to the nation. And they all reside in Longdu, working alongside elder son. No need to overthink it, their quality of life was undoubtedly high. But this time, taking the train to Longdu, it actually allows them to experience grassroots life firsthand. It bridges the gap between them and the common people. This would benefit their future prospects. After the decision was made, it was still early in the day. So old man's son and Bai Ye stayed in Jianhui City for another day. The next day, old master's son departed first by private jet. Bai Ye, accompanied by Bai Qingqing and a dozen others, to the station. Mr. Bai, let us carry that shoulder bag for you. Noticing the small bag slung across Bai Ye's chest, one of the attendants immediately stepped forward and urged him. Hearing this, Bai Ye waved his hand. No need. If their spirits in heaven saw me letting someone else carry their portraits, they'd be furious. Though Bai Ye was an atheist, and naturally did not believe in the existence of ghosts or gods, but Bai Ye believed, since they're your comrades in arms, we should be by their side throughout the entire journey. How dare anyone else hold their portrait? Thus, accompanied by the others, Bai Ye boarded the train bound for Longdu. At that very moment, old son boarded a private jet and soon arrived in Longdu. However, upon returning to Longdu, old master's son was deeply impressed by Bai Ye's earlier words regarding that illness over 30 years ago. After all, it was for Bai Ye's honor. It must be noted that although the state had now conferred upon Bai Ye the title of academician of the Longdu Academy of Sciences, and granted Bai Ye authority equivalent to that of the academy president. In other words, Bai Ye's current standing is practically on par with the president of the Dragon Academy. However, this is not the highest honor bestowed upon scientists in the Dragon Nation. Only the Republic Medal. That is the nation's highest recognition for a researcher. And if only that disease outbreak over 30 years ago, if Bai Ye had participated in and led the development of the osteomyelitis vaccine back then old son could use that as grounds. After all, Bai Ye's commendation ceremony hasn't even begun yet. Why not conduct another investigation? Once verified, the osteomyelitis vaccine is indeed the result of Bai Ye's research and development. Then we'll apply for another Republic Medal for Bai Ye. Only then would elder son feel that compensation for Bai Ye would be complete. The scene shifts to another location. On the train bound for Longdu. After Bai Ye boarded the train, he was accompanied by over a dozen young soldiers and bodyguards. Witnessing this scene, all the passengers on the train were instantly stunned. Wait, did they see that correctly? Who was that person who just boarded this train? It couldn't be old Master Bai Ye, could it? You've got to be kidding me. If we're talking about before, whether it was local broadcasts or CCTV's live coverage, Bai Ye's influence was merely regional. Then, with the announcement of the lithography machine, Bai Ye's fame has truly reached every corner of the Dragon Nation. And most importantly, Bai Ye's current status. Although no official documents have been issued yet, it's merely that the authorities intend to do so. In the minds of netizens, Bai Ye's standing is already on par with the president of the Dragon Science Academy. Such a prominent figure is someone you'd never get to see under normal circumstances. Moreover, for someone of his stature to travel, shouldn't they be transported by special vehicles and aircraft? Who would ever take a regular train? And in hard seats, no less. After all, even though we've all been indoctrinated with the idea that privilege is unacceptable, but in reality, those with greater power or fame tend to be even more aloof and dislike getting close to the common people, let alone traveling by ordinary bus or train like common folk. So when Bai Ye appeared in the hard seat carriage of the train, It sparked such astonished expressions among the surrounding passengers. They genuinely thought their eyes were deceiving them. Who would have thought that just by casually taking a train ride, they'd actually catch a glimpse of Bai Ye, an academician from the Dragon Science Academy? After Bai Ye boarded the train, whispers immediately rippled through the crowd. Without exception, the eyes of these people was filled with profound respect. Yet there was also a faint sense of awe. 4 young soldiers stood guard around Bai Ye. Moreover, in their collective memory, someone of Bai Ye's stature wouldn't be so easily approachable. What if the warriors nearby misunderstood the situation? Then even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't wash away the shame. But just as the tension was thickening, a 10-year-old boy plucked up his courage and approached Bai Ye. With an innocent smile, he handed Bai Ye a bouquet of flowers. "Grandpa Bai, I picked these flowers outside just now. For you." Upon witnessing the boy's bold gesture, passengers throughout the entire train car instantly grew tense. Especially the child's parents. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. They thought to themselves, "We must find a chance to apologize to Bai Ye. Children don't understand these things." But what the boy's parents never expected was, the boy's actions was not stopped by the security guard. Upon seeing his gesture, Bai Ye not only didn't treat him coldly. Instead, he stepped forward. He took the flower from the child. A smile instantly spread across his wrinkled face. "Thank you, little one. This flower is truly beautiful." 133 Only by blending into the crowd can one understand their struggles. When Bai Ye accepted the flowers the child offered with a gentle smile. At this very moment, the little one's parents is absolutely beside themselves with anxiety. They even privately complained, wondering why their child was so unreasonable. Could it really be that her parenting was at fault? But when she finally saw, Bai Ye not only refrained from criticizing her child's actions, but instead warmly accepted the flowers. Her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. And it was precisely Bai Ye's reaction caused the passengers present instantly ease their tense and reverent hearts. Previously, most people had only known Bai Ye and television news reports. After all, it wasn't until later that Bai Ye was officially conferred the title of Academician of the Dragon Science Academy. Such a prominent figure in the public's perception. He was someone they could only admire from afar, completely beyond the reach of ordinary people. Therefore, it was only natural to approach him with reverence. However, upon actually interacting with Bai Ye this time, and witnessing how approachable he truly was, everyone's courage suddenly grew. They began striking up conversations with Bai Ye one after another. "Mr. Bai, I'm a huge fan of yours. Where are you seated? There's an empty seat right next to me, is it yours? Mr. Bai, please come sit with me. My child looks up to you so much they say they want to become a scientist just like you someday. I'm a junior at Shanghai Normal University this year, majoring in physics. I was planning to coast through college. But Mr. Bai, your story has inspired me. I've decided to study hard and strive for excellence every day. I'll follow your example. Please sit next to me." Passengers in the carriage began enthusiastically inviting Bai Ye to join them. Witnessing this scene, the security guards and soldiers who had boarded the train with Bai Ye were utterly dumbfounded at that very moment, because they had all been dispatched under Old Man Sun's orders. Moreover, prior to this, their assignments had almost exclusively been security duties for high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation. When accompanying high-ranking officials on visits and inspections, they could clearly sense, during visits to various locations, the citizens, beyond their admiration for the dignitaries, but more often, a sense of awe and timidity. Though times have changed, the circumstances of feudal times could never arise again. Yet when confronted by those of higher standing, people genuinely feel a sense of dread. In their daily duties accompanying him, they witnessed this very scene time and again. But now, the scene after Bai Ye got into the car was something they had never witnessed before. Not only when Bai Ye faced the crowd, but also the passengers on the bus. Even the passengers present felt genuine respect and affection for Bai Ye. Seeing this, these young soldiers immediately understood why, before boarding the train, Bai Ye insisted on traveling by train rather than taking the special aircraft with Old Sun. Because only by truly being among the people, experiencing what they were experiencing, can one truly blend in with the masses, truly feel the hardships of the people. Only through such actions will the people come to genuinely love you from the bottom of their hearts. And just as Bai Ye sat on the train, carrying Chen Wei's portrait as he headed toward Longdu, at the same time at Longdu's Haixi Hospital, for years after the nationwide epidemic subsided, after being awarded the Medal of the Republic, he gradually returned to his former life. Despite his esteemed reputation and being over 80 years old, Dr. Zhang chose not to retire. Instead, he remained at the helm of the hospital. He continued to treat patients, Due to his reputation and contributions to combating that disease, patients seeking his care have been coming in a steady stream every day. From last week until now, Dr. Zhong has worked non-stop for 7 consecutive days. Not a single day of rest in between. Yet he has no regrets whatsoever. Sitting at the desk in the specialist waiting room, Dr. Zhong glanced at the calendar. Tomorrow's appointments remain completely booked. Just then, an intern suddenly walked in. After whispering something to Dr. Zhong, Dr. Zhong's expression changed instantly. "Ha? What did you say? Bai Ye, he's coming to Longdu?" Upon receiving confirmation, Old Master Zhong's expression immediately became agitated. When is he expected to arrive? Old Bai set out yesterday. Based on the timing, he should arrive by tomorrow at the latest. After hearing the report, Elder Zhong glanced at the schedule. Finally, he made his decision. "Shaoli, see if you can move tomorrow's appointments to today. If that's not possible, then apologize to them and inform them that their appointments may need to be rescheduled." "Ha? Old man Zhong, what are you?" Upon hearing Dr. Zhong's words, Intern Li's face instantly contorted with utter disbelief. Is Dr. Zhong planning to see all of tomorrow's patients today? Shaoli was also one of Dr. Zhong's students. He had been studying under Master Zhong for many years. He knew old Master Zhong's habits like the back of his hand. Given Dr. Zhong's immense reputation, therefore, the number of people seeking appointments with him was overwhelmingly large. Therefore, if you wish to see old Master Zhong for treatment, you must make an appointment 1 day in advance. Moreover, the consultation fee is also quite high. Of course, if it is verified that there is indeed an emergency patient requiring treatment, Dr. Zhong will make an exception and see them ahead of schedule. Even so, dozens of patients still seek his care each day. Almost every day, Dr. Zhong works until 10 p.m. before he can leave. However, if Dr. Zhong were to see all the patients scheduled for tomorrow today, then today alone, he'd likely have to work past 2 a.m. "Shaoli, I'm counting on you." But Shaoli could also see the resolute glint in Dr. Zhong's eyes. And what troubled him even more was the reason old Master Zhong made this decision was entirely because he'd heard news about Bai Ye. This couldn't help but make Shaoli wonder. Could it be that between old Master Zhong and Bai Ye, some sort of connection? Otherwise, how could he possibly, upon hearing that Bai Ye was coming, old Master Zhong would rush to see all his scheduled patients a day early? But Shaoli knew old Master Zhong's temperament well. Although finishing tomorrow's appointments today might run late, but since old Master Zhong had made up his mind, no amount of persuasion would change his mind. 134 Dr. Zhong weeps, "Shenwei, we're sorry." The next day arrived. Bai Ye boarded the train and finally arrived in Longdu. Yet, as Bai Ye prepared to exit the station, he suddenly discovered, at the exit, a large crowd had gathered. Moreover, among them were several reporters holding cameras. They were frantically filming something, because Old Man Sun had already mentioned that you would be coming to Longdu. So these reporters, they must have been arranged by Elder Sunday. A young soldier beside Bai Ye immediately explained to him. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye nodded slightly. It dawned on him. But as the station exit drew nearer, the scene before him grew increasingly clear. Something felt off. And when Bai Ye finally stepped out of the station, Bai Ye saw an aged yet familiar face. Old Master Zhong. As Bai Ye's gaze fell upon him, old Master Zhong seemed to sense it too. He hurriedly looked over. The moment he saw Bai Ye, a broad smile instantly spread across his face. However, when he saw the portrait in Bai Ye's hand, old Master Zhong's eyes began to redden. Pushing through the crowd, old Master Zhong approached Bai Ye. After greeting Bai Ye and catching up on old times, his gaze shifted to the portrait. Running his fingers over Chen Wei's photograph, he spoke with a trembling voice, tears welling up. "Little Chen, I'm truly sorry about what happened back then. It was all because our technology wasn't mature enough back then. We shouldn't have rushed to test it on a human subject. If only we'd been more cautious back then, you wouldn't have had to sacrifice yourself." When old Zhong reached this point in his speech, the entire room erupted in a wave of gasps and murmurs. At that very moment, at the station exit, facing this 80-year-old man with tears welling in his eyes, no one could have guessed. This very man, just 4 years prior, who had been awarded the Medal of the Republic. For that disease, he made significant contributions. This is none other than Dr. Zhong. After all, in everyone's memory, Dr. Zhong has always been a resilient figure. Even upon learning of the disease outbreak, he only showed a moment of emotion on his face. In the end, he managed to regain control. He never let his composure slip. But now, facing Bai Ye and the portrait in his hands, who would have thought that old Zhong, who always appeared so strong in others' eyes, was now weeping like a child? And most of the people present, upon hearing old Master Zhong's sobs, were moved to tears themselves, yet their hearts were filled with confusion. Who exactly was the face in that portrait? and it was somehow connected to that illness over 30 years ago. However, many present were young people. They were the ones who surfed the internet, so it was actually the younger generation. They knew more about Bai Ye's past. But if you were to ask them about that illness 30 years ago, how many innocent lives did it take? That's something they weren't quite sure about. After all, they weren't eyewitnesses. They could only recount what they'd heard from their parents' generation, the events of that era, and from what was left behind 30 years ago. To prevent that disease from recurring, from a very young age, they had to take an oral sugar pill. It's a vaccine. However, unlike today's injectable vaccines, that vaccine sugar pill actually tasted quite good. So much so that even decades after taking it, that unique experience still lingers in the minds of many young people. Of course, what puzzled the audience even more was, from Old Master Zhong's words, one could vaguely guess. Back then, Bai Ye and the owner of this portrait had both been involved in the development of that vaccine. Moreover, most crucially, Chen Wei seemed to have been selected as a participant in the vaccine trials. But due to the technology being immature at the time, it may have caused something to happen to Chen Wei, ultimately leading to his sacrifice in a twisted way. All these speculations caused the number of viewers in the livestream room began to surge dramatically. Back in Zhonghua City, before Bai Ye boarded the train, CCTV reporters had already received advance notice. They had arrived early at the Longdu station, cameras in hand, waiting. After all, Bai Ye was bringing the hero's portrait to Longdu, the heart of the motherland. It demanded the utmost attention. However, on the very day Bai Ye boarded the train, an astonishing incident unfolded at the station. Before the train had even arrived at the station, another figure unexpectedly appeared at the exit. Old Master Zhong. Upon seeing Old Master Zhong, many people immediately went online to check. They discovered that Old Master Zhong had an appointment scheduled for today. However, today's appointments had all been moved up to yesterday by Master Zhong himself. This means Dr. Zhong likely reserved an entire day specifically to wait for Bai Ye. That's why he specifically reserved an entire day. Because of Old Master Zhong's appearance, coupled with the news of Bai Ye's arrival in Longdu, this caused the CCTV livestream to begin broadcasting. An overwhelming number of viewers immediately began flooding in. Within mere seconds, the livestream went from being completely empty to over 1 million viewers. Keep in mind, even with CCTV's influence, reaching 1 million viewers in mere seconds, this figure is truly staggering. After all, even today, even the hottest internet celebrity taking the stage, it would be incredibly difficult to achieve this level of reach. The current situation also indirectly confirms how deeply the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom, how fervently they adore Bai Ye. Of course, when millions of netizens all flooded into the CCTV livestream at once, Chinese netizens quickly noticed. In the camera frame, the figure of Elder Zhong appeared. Beyond his appearance itself, what truly astonished and moved everyone was what he said to Bai Ye. The viewers in the livestream room heard every word crystal clear. Without explicitly stating it, Old Master Zhong had subtly revealed. This time, Bai Ye and the face in the portrait were connected to a vaccine development project from 30 years ago. What's even more astonishing is, in the realm of science, knowledge possessed by different disciplines is distinct. Crossovers are extremely rare. For instance, designing fighter jets and tinkering with nuclear weapons. These two fields are entirely different. Not to mention that Bai Ye has also studied computers and lithography machines. And now, she's even ventured into bioengineering? Once, over 30 years ago, he had dabbled in research. Research on developing a vaccine for osteomyelitis? No. Though, from what old Zhong said, everyone felt that after the vaccine design was completed, it might prove successful in animal trials. But when it comes to actual human trials, some unexpected issues arose. But Bai Ye's involvement in this project, this alone proves that Bai Ye possesses profound expertise in the field of bioengineering. Possesses considerable expertise in the field of bioengineering. 135 You may return and report first. Ever since that epidemic subsided 4 years ago, Old Master Zhong's reputation in the Dragon Nation has skyrocketed. Although prior to that, Old Master Zhong was already an academician at the Long Academy of Sciences, and had made significant contributions to the nation's medical field. However, throughout history, the Dragon Nation has produced an overwhelming number of outstanding talents. It was impossible for every academician to be household names to the people of Longwa. Even now, people still remember. 4 years ago, when sporadic cases first emerged in Azhou City, the symptoms exhibited by these patients did not reveal anything particularly unusual. Many doctors treated this illness as a common cold. However, upon learning of this situation, Dr. Zhong arrived at a completely different conclusion. He believes that compared to the common cold, this sudden outbreak was far too contagious. However, Azhou City can be considered one of the nation's transportation hubs. If it cannot be controlled quickly, then, with Azhou as the epicenter, it may not be long before these symptoms spread nationwide. Therefore, Elder Zhong made an immediate decision. He immediately proposed to the authorities: prohibit all personnel and tourists from leaving Azhou. As for those returning home from other regions, they could not simply return home either. And as it turned out, Dr. Zhong's decision was correct. When other experts, faced with this sudden disease, began debating treatment protocols, only Dr. Zhong sharply sensed something was amiss. Otherwise, that disease might still haunt people's minds. Of course, if we're only talking about controlling the cases in Azhou City, it certainly wouldn't be enough to prove Dr. Zhong's contributions. What truly made Dr. Zhong's name renowned was, a year after the disease emerged, the research team established by Professor Zhong, in just 1 year, developed a vaccine for the disease. In just 1 year. It was precisely with the help of this vaccine, the chaos caused by this disease was finally brought to an end. It was precisely because of Dr. Zhong's series of decisive actions that the nation specially awarded Professor Zhong the Medal of the Republic, symbolizing the highest honor, in recognition of his outstanding contributions during that epidemic. From that point onward, Dr. Zhong's reputation skyrocketed. But even Dr. Zhong, an expert in the field of medicine, he personally admitted, 30 years ago, he actually collaborated with Bai Ye in developing the osteomyelitis vaccine. Could it be that Bai Ye's past still holds some unknown secrets? Upon hearing old Zhong's words, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Bai Ye's eyes. From the outcome, old Master Zhong was actually correct. Because the vaccine development process lacked sufficient caution, this led to complications when testing progressed to the human phase. A problem had arisen. But Bai Ye's agreement with old Zhong ended there. After all, once a vaccine is developed, it must inevitably undergo human trials. Relying solely on animal testing could never fully demonstrate its effects. Only through human trials can you obtain accurate vaccine data. In fact, it's not just Chenowei. If others had participated in the human vaccine trials back then, he and Dr. Zhong would surely have remembered that person's contribution. After pondering this, Bai Ye approached old Zhong. He gently patted old Master Zhong on the shoulder. He said, "This time, I came to Longdu. On one hand, it was because Elder Sun invited me to attend a grand gathering. But that's not my primary purpose. My true intention is to bring this little one's portrait and come to Longdu myself. He grew up in the south. He always said he wanted to see what the capital of our motherland looked like. Today, I suppose we're fulfilling his wish." As he spoke these words, Bai Ye's voice grew noticeably quieter. Hearing this, old Zhong wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. "Bai Ye, I actually feel the same way as you. The reason I took leave today was partly to welcome you personally. But there's another reason. I know what this child was thinking, seeing you bring his portrait here. So I thought I'd tag along with you both." Speaking of this, old Master Zhong felt a pang of emotion. After all, since his illness ended 4 years ago, he had received numerous invitations from major hospitals, hoping he would take up a position there. But in the end, Dr. Zhong chose this hospital instead. Although the consultation fees are relatively high, he also hoped to be able to treat more ordinary people. Patients are seen strictly in the order they register. It's impossible for some privileged individuals to pay more money and jump the queue. As for scalpers taking advantage to profit as middlemen, absolutely not. Because Dr. Zhong specifically instructed beforehand. To book his appointment, you must use your own ID card. And the patient must present their own ID during the consultation. Therefore, fundamentally, it is absolutely impossible for scalpers to book appointments and then resell them at inflated prices for profit. It is precisely because of Dr. Zhong's decision. It has led to the situation over the past 4 years. Dr. Zhong's daily life has been incredibly busy. He has had at most half a day off per week. Even if you add up all the holidays in a month, you might not even get 2 full days off. So, despite having been in Longdu for so long, even he hasn't truly explored the sights of the capital. This visit to Longdu, where Bai brought Chenowei's portrait, old Master Zhong also intends to take a proper rest. And incidentally, take in the sights of the capital city of Longhua. Thank you all for your care along the way. After reaching an agreement with old Master Zhong, Bai Ye addressed the warriors accompanying him. It was a polite way of asking them to leave. After all, with so many people in tow, every time they arrived at a new place, wouldn't that greatly disturb the mood of other tourists? Moreover, Bai Ye was deeply concerned. If the warriors were to accompany them, seeing the weapons they carry, wouldn't that make the tourists feel uneasy? What worries Bai Ye most of all is this. To accommodate him, some attractions might even cancel visitors' itineraries. The vast scenic areas left with only a handful of people. How devastating that would be for public morale. With this thought in mind, Bai Ye immediately decided to send the warriors back first. He reported back to Old Sun. As for him, he would take his great-granddaughter. Along with Elder Zhong and Chen Wei's portrait, they would wander freely through Longdu City. That would suffice. 136 Arrival in Longdu. First stop, Wanyuan? However, when Bai Ye suggested this idea, for a moment, the warriors around him, one by one, all wore troubled expressions. After all, they had been personally handpicked by Old Sun to protect Bai Ye. And now, although they had safely reached the dragon capital, Bai Ye had yet to reach the Elder's court. He hadn't yet been received by the higher-ups. Therefore, strictly speaking, his mission remains unfinished. Since it's not complete, then for them to simply leave now, wouldn't that mean failing to complete the mission assigned by Elder Sun? From the expressions on these people's faces, Bai Ye could read their thoughts. How about this instead? I'll write you a note. Hand it to Old Sun later. Tell him I'm the one who sent you away. After speaking, Bai Ye casually grabbed a piece of paper. After borrowing a pen, he scribbled a note. It read. It was Bai Ye himself who didn't want the soldiers to continue following him. Instead, he wished to be with old Master Zhong and his great-granddaughter, carrying Chen Wei's portrait, to wander through various parts of Longdu. After receiving these notes, though hesitation lingered on the warriors' faces, they ultimately bid farewell to Bai Ye with reluctance. Currently, the overall security measures in the Dragon Kingdom remain exceptionally thorough. Especially in Longdu, the capital city of the Dragon Nation. Security is managed with the utmost rigor. Moreover, not long ago, the nation publicly announced Bai Ye's identity, and granted Bai Ye unprecedented authority equivalent to that of the Dragon Academy's president. This effectively means, it's as if the nation is endorsing Bai Ye. Consider this, the deterrent power of the Dragon Nation today is exceptionally formidable. Even the Eagle Nation, even if they harbored the deepest apprehension and rage toward Bai Ye, they couldn't possibly take action within Dragon Nation's borders. Thus, after wrestling with this dilemma for quite some time, these warriors finally decided to bid Bai Ye farewell. Throughout their journey by Bai Ye's side, they had truly learned a great deal. They came to understand that even in their current positions, they must always bind themselves to the people, bound together. Because of Bai Ye's words, the audience present immediately dwindled by more than half. But this was the exit area after all. Nevertheless, the vast majority of passengers remained remarkably self-aware. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, they did not deliberately crowd around again. Watching the crowd gradually thin out around them, Bai Ye smiled and said to Old Zhong, "Old Zhong, you've been in Longdu for quite some time now. You must know this place better than us. I'd like to take Chen away to Wan Garden first." "All right." Seeing this, Old Zhong nodded in agreement. Though over these past 4 years, Old Zhong had scarcely visited any of Longdu's tourist attractions, he had devoted himself entirely to his patients. However, when it came to the locations of certain attractions, he was still quite familiar with. Wanyuan Park isn't far from here. Shall we walk there together? Sure. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye smiled faintly. This suited him perfectly. After all, Bai Ye had mentioned earlier, it was because he carried the portraits of his fallen comrades to witness the progress of the Dragon Nation today. Not merely modern technology, even the towering skyscrapers were meant to be shown to his comrades. But if he were traveling by car, what would there be to show? Who knows, if I were to die someday, my comrades might even blame me. Hey, Old Zhong, can your body still handle it? You're over 80. Why don't you take the car over first? You're over 100 now. And your legs aren't exactly steady. If you can walk there, why can't I? Ha ha ha, alright. As Bai Ye walked with Old Zhong and the others, chatting and laughing as they slowly made their way toward Wanyuan Park. At the same time, the soldiers who had just departed made contact with Elder Sun once more. Upon learning that Bai Ye had instructed the guards not to disturb ordinary visitors, had instructed the protective soldiers, return ahead, Old Sun couldn't help but wear a helpless expression. What a predicament. But he couldn't ignore Bai Ye's feelings either. Hadn't Bai Ye always acted this way before? Alright, then you may return. However, before giving the order, Old Sun had a special precaution in mind. After all, while Longdu's security was high, it couldn't guarantee the absence of unexpected incidents. Take Eagle, for instance. While he dares not openly target Dragon Nation's top brass, in recent years, however, there have been occasional reports. Scientists within the Dragon Nation dying in car accidents or other forms of mishaps, resulting in fatalities. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Old Sun ultimately gave secret instructions to leave behind 1 or 2 warriors. They were no longer to openly accompany Bai Ye. Instead, they were to follow covertly, to safeguard Bai Ye and his companions. Thus, upon receiving Old Sun's instructions, these warriors immediately split into 2 groups. 2 individuals were selected to secretly trail them, to protect Bai Ye and the others. Under the guidance of Elder Zhong, Bai Ye and his companions slowly made their way through the streets of Longdu. Surrounded by towering skyscrapers, Bai Ye's emotions surged within him. Indeed, Longdu truly lived up to its reputation as the capital of Manhwa. Back in places like Xing Island and Zhenghuai City, he had already seen plenty of skyscrapers and such. This was the first time Bai Ye truly marveled at. After decades of development, the nation truly was unrecognizable from its former self. But when he saw the skyscrapers of Longdu, these iron towers soaring hundreds of stories high, Bai Ye's heart couldn't help but flutter slightly. Walking through the streets of Longdu, with each step Bai Ye took, besides Chen Wei's portrait, even the remaining few portraits were inadvertently revealed. As if because Bai Ye had arrived in the dragon capital, had reached the capital of the dragon nation. So Bai Ye's comrades in arms seemed to seize this opportunity to fully appreciate the skies of the dragon capital. However, as they walked along the streets, Bai Qingqing, walking beside Bai Ye, asked him with a hint of confusion, "Grandpa Zhang, why did you decide to go to the 10,000 gardens this time?" Nearly every citizen of Longwen knew Wanyuan Garden was once the most renowned garden in the Dragon Kingdom. Yet it was reduced to ruins by foreign invaders in a single blaze. Reduced to ruins in an instant. Although some later proposed to rebuild the 10,000 gardens, to restore its former glory. Ultimately, only minor repairs were undertaken. Yet the vast majority of Wan Garden's attractions had already faded into the mists of time. Therefore, Bai Qingqing couldn't quite understand why Grandpa Zhang's first stop upon arriving in Longdu was not to visit Longdu Square or the Great Wall. Instead, he insisted on bringing the portrait to Wan Yuan Park. 137. We must never forget that shameful history. When Bai Qingqing posed this question to him, Bai Ye couldn't help but turn and glance at Elder Zhong. He noticed that at this moment, seemed to be looking at her with a look of partial understanding. He hadn't fully grasped the intent behind her actions. "Actually, I visited Longdu a long time ago. That photo of me with old Run back then was taken right here in Longdu. Indeed, Longdu has so many scenic spots I could take Chen Wei to see. But I chose Wan Yuan as the first destination for a reason." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing and Old Zhong both instinctively slowed their pace. Then, holding their breath and focusing intently, they began to listen carefully. Of course, at the same time, having received orders from Elder Sun, though no soldiers were openly assigned to protect Bai Ye anymore. Not openly, the CCTV production crew continued filming covertly. Meanwhile, 2 armed soldiers maintained a fixed distance. They ensured Bai Ye's figure never vanished from their sight. Nor did they want Bai Ye to detect their presence. He realized that behind him, someone was silently protecting his safety. For ordinary people, achieving either of these 2 things was an extremely difficult feat. But don't forget, they are warriors from Longdu. Previously, they were tasked with protecting high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation. They've undergone incredibly rigorous training. Therefore, accomplishing this feat is nothing but a piece of cake for them. And not far away, Bai Qingqing and Bai Ye's conversation, netizens in the Dragon Kingdom also overheard these exchanges through the camera feed. Upon learning that Bai Ye and his group's first stop was the Wan Garden, already reduced to ruins, in an instant, the comments section of the livestream instantly erupted with excitement. "Holy crap! I was just wondering if Old Man Bai would take the portrait to Longdu Square first. After all, the daily flag raising and annual military parades happen there. There's no place more fitting than Longdu Square for the first stop. But I never expected Old Man Bai would ultimately choose Wan Garden? Hey, friend above, I've never been to Longdu. Could you explain why Wan Garden couldn't be the first stop? Wan Yuan, the name itself sounds so majestic. If it were me, I might have chosen that as my first stop too. After all, we've seen Longdu Square on TV way too many times. So visiting Wan Yuan first is a great idea." During the chat, many netizens were puzzled. Why Bai Ye chose Wan Yuan as his first stop? This left Bai Qingqing utterly baffled. However, more netizens felt, although the Dragon Nation has become immensely powerful today, compulsory education still has a long way to go. They don't even know the story of Wan Yuan. It seems many people slipped through the cracks of the 9-year compulsory education system. But even among the vast majority of netizens, have long been familiar with the story of Wan Yuan. But the current Wan Garden, the vast majority of its scenic areas have not undergone restoration. And this time, Bai Ye brought Chen Wei's portrait. Wasn't it to let him witness the beauty of Longdu? To let him feel how magnificent is so magnificent? But, from every perspective, Wan Yuan, this has absolutely nothing to do with the mighty dragon nation. And just then, Bai Ye saw Bai Qingqing and Elder Zhong questioning his decision. So Bai Ye couldn't help but wave his hand. Then he began to explain. Back then, Wan Garden was plundered by invaders from other nations. That's why it's in this state today. You must understand, before the invasion, Wan Garden was renowned as the most beautiful imperial garden in the Dragon Kingdom. It represented the pinnacle of our imperial gardens. But the arrival of foreign invaders destroyed all of that. As he spoke, Bai Ye's mood grew somber. Do you know that our nation already possesses the means to restore Wan Garden to its former glory? Yet we've never taken action. Why is that? Hearing this, Bai Qingqing also fell into deep thought. Old Zhong replied without hesitation. It's because, if we use modern technology to restore the beauty of the 10,000 gardens, over time, the people of our nation in the future would gradually forget this history. They would only remember the splendor of the 10,000 gardens, but completely forget the crimes committed by foreign invaders there over a century ago. The reason the nation has chosen this path is precisely to ensure we never forget the national humiliation. So we can build our motherland into an even stronger nation. Old Zhong's words made Bai Ye nod repeatedly. That's exactly it. It is precisely for this reason that I first brought Chen Wei's portrait to Wan Garden. To contrast the ruins of Wan Garden with the China of today. I believe that after seeing this contrast, Chen Wei's spirit in heaven would be deeply gratified by our nation's progress. When Bai Ye reached this point in his speech, Bai Qingqing nodded in understanding. She finally understood. So this was Grandpa Zheng's true purpose. That's why he chose Wan Yuan as the first stop in Longdu. Of course, at the same time, viewers in the livestream finally grasped Bai Ye's thoughtful intentions. Then, within the livestream, viewers, filled with excitement or indignation, voicing their opinions. So that's why Old Master Bai came to visit the Garden of 10,000 Flowers. I must be the one who slipped through the cracks of 9 years of compulsory education. I almost forgot this piece of history. It's not entirely your fault. After all, our lives today are so much more prosperous. And everyone is focused on moving forward. The history of Wan Garden is like a scar on the body of our dragon nation. No matter who you are, reopening that wound would surely hurt. That's Old Master Bai for you. He thinks on a much grander scale than we do. And if, after seeing the sights of Wan Garden, one were to visit Longdu Square or other parts of Longdu, I believe even Chen Wei's spirit in heaven would be moved. Our nation has truly become so powerful. Longdu Station was less than 10 kilometers from Wan Garden. But Bai Ye and his group took a full 5 hours to reach it. Only then did they finally arrive. It was still only 9 in the morning when they exited the station. By the time they reached the main gate of Wan Yuan, a blazing sun was already high in the sky. 138 I'm no national hero, just an ordinary citizen. When Bai Ye and his companions arrived at the main gate of Wan Yuan Park. Because today is also a holiday. Moreover, as a scenic area bearing the traces of former invaders. Although the vast majority of the area has not been restored, it remains a landscape of crumbling walls and ruins. Yet even today, many tourists choose this place as a tourist attraction in Longdu. At the ticket booth, you can see tourists waiting to buy tickets have already formed a long queue. Perhaps having received word in advance? Just as Bai Ye was about to join the queue behind the crowd, a person emerged from within the scenic area, dressed like an official. Upon seeing Bai Ye and Elder Zhong, a look of deep respect immediately appeared on his face. Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai? And Mr. Zhong. Are you both here to visit Wan Garden? As he spoke, the manager felt as though he might burst out shouting with excitement. In truth, the Wan Garden served as a site in Longdu that bore witness to the invaders. Compared to other attractions in Longdu, Wan Yuan still saw relatively fewer visitors. What the manager hadn't anticipated, however, that today, he unexpectedly saw 2 scientists who had made outstanding contributions to the nation visiting Wan Yuan in person. This, Professor Bai, Professor Zhong. How could we possibly let you pay for tickets? This is settled. You'll be granted complimentary admission today. The manager was quite perceptive. After recognizing Bai Ye and Elder Zhong, he immediately decided not to charge the 3 of them admission. After all, considering the contributions Bai Ye and Old Master Zhong had made in the past, what was a mere 100 yuan admission fee to Wan Yuan? Was practically nothing. It was but a drop in the bucket. There's absolutely no need for them to pay this fee. Moreover, most importantly, among Longdu's many attractions, is actually relatively less popular. While it attracts a fair number of visitors, this is only in comparison to other provinces and cities. Moreover, most visitors come solely to remind themselves not to forget the national humiliation. Who truly comes here to appreciate the beauty of the 10,000 gardens? But, at present, the person in charge also noticed. Behind Bai Ye, there seemed to be others following. One of them even held what appeared to be a lens-like device in their hand. This meant that Bai Ye and Elder Zhong were likely being broadcast live at this very moment, meaning at least several million viewers witnessing this very scene. Therefore, if he were to propose to grant Bai Ye and his group free admission, it would be playing an absolutely brilliant card. On one hand, it would allow national treasures like Bai Ye and Elder Zhong to tour the 10,000 gardens free of charge. On the other hand, their actions would also leave a favorable impression. A favorable impression. This is a form of advertising. It might even boost visitor numbers to the 10,000 gardens in the future. This approach is a win-win all around. Upon hearing that the manager was preparing to offer them complimentary tickets, Bai Qingqing's face lit up with joy. But at that very moment, his expression grew solemn. "Comrade, let us purchase tickets to enter. I'm no national hero. I'm just an ordinary citizen of the Dragon Nation. I just want to take this child for a stroll in the 10,000 gardens to fulfill his wish." After Bai Ye uttered these words, for a moment through the live stream's lens, the Longwa netizens who heard these words couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion wash over them once more. He wasn't some national hero. At this very moment, standing at the entrance of Wanyuan, Bai Ye and Elder Zhong, they did not represent any noble status, but as two ordinary citizens of the Dragon Nation, visiting Wanyuan. In the livestream chat, countless viewers began to savor the meaning of those words. The more they pondered it, the more they felt. Old Master Bai truly was a man worthy of respect. After all, even in today's Dragon Nation, there are still those who, because of their high positions, and thus become aloof and distant, creating a barrier between themselves and the common people. After all, who can blame them for wielding such power? But to achieve what Bai Ye has, travel without bodyguards accompanying him. Moreover, along the way, Bai Ye and Elder Zhong greeted everyone who passed by and recognized them. Their speech carried not a trace of arrogance. Now, when confronted by the scenic area manager who proposed offering them complimentary tickets, Bai Ye ultimately declined the offer. In the eyes of everyone present, Bai Ye's stature soared once more. This is the true image of a scientist who serves his country and its people. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Wanyuan Park, after Bai Ye and Elder Zhong flatly refused the complimentary tickets he had offered, for a moment, the expression on the manager's face was momentarily taken aback. But since this was Bai Ye's decision, there was little he could say. In that case, it's acceptable. But Mr. Bai, there's a dedicated passageway over here. I'll escort you through this one. The supervisor nodded. He then led Bai Ye and the others to another entrance. For characters were prominently displayed at this entrance. Staff access. The supervisor had assumed this would finally convince Bai Ye. But what he never anticipated was this. Thanks, but no thanks. After Bai Ye heard his words, she merely smiled and nodded. Then, the three of them headed straight toward the tourist queue. Silently, they walked over. Old Bai. After all, this manager had worked at one garden for quite some time. And with such a long line forming, if you were to join the queue now, you'd have to wait at least an hour before it might be your turn. And even though it's early spring, the weather is quite muggy, especially with the sun still hanging high in the sky. Yet even under these conditions, Old Master Bai still refused the special passage open just for him. Instead, he insisted on joining the ordinary tourists. In the regular queue, the minor incident that just occurred was simultaneously captured by the live stream cameras. Upon seeing this scene, began praising the manager one after another. At the same time, they were once again deeply moved. Damn, this manager sure knows how to make quick decisions. He just gave free tickets to Old Master Bai and his group. That's smart. I'd say that's basic etiquette, right? After all, who doesn't know about Old Master Bai's status? Waiving the fee not only earns you a good reputation but also gets you some free publicity. Why wouldn't you do it? Holy crap. Wait, Old Master Bai actually refused outright? Why? For a moment, the comments section erupted. Poured in one after another. 139 How could you possibly stand in line with us? However, having learned from past mistakes, a few days earlier, when Bai Ye was still in Jianghua City, faced with Old Sun's invitation, Bai Ye had flatly refused the suggestion to take a private jet directly to Longdu. Instead, he purchased the most basic hard sea train ticket, departing from Jianghua City, enduring over 10 hours of travel, directly to Longdu. At that time, Bai Ye's reasoning was, he was born of the people. Although Bai Ye had now been awarded the title of academician by the state, he still did not consider his identity to be anything special. It was precisely because of this situation Bai Ye resolutely declined the invitation. Instead, he chose the most common mode of transportation for the general populace: the train. Moreover, to immerse himself among the common people, Bai Ye deliberately chose hard seat tickets, precisely because of that earlier incident. Therefore, when the station manager suggested that Bai Ye and his group use the staff entrance without purchasing tickets, many audience members began to speculate, suspecting Bai Ye would most likely refuse, because everything Bai Ye had done before had already proven Bai Ye did not wish to be a beneficiary of privilege. But what truly baffled netizens was that people didn't find it particularly strange. In truth, it didn't strike them as particularly strange. But why? Bai Ye specifically insisted to follow the crowd and queue up to enter? Though the audience witnessed this scene through the live broadcast feed, but at this very moment, the scene at the entrance of Wanyuan Scenic Area was laid out crystal clear before everyone's eyes. This serpentine queue. The queue already numbered at least several hundred tourists. Even if each person took just 1 minute, it would likely take 3 or 4 hours. With Bai Ye's physique, could he endure that? Not to mention, old Zhong is right beside Bai Ye too. This is ridiculous. Even if he didn't want to use his privileges. But in this situation, cutting in line to get in early, it shouldn't be such a big deal, right? I feel like old man Bai is being a bit too rigid. It's already 2 o'clock now. If we wait in line, won't we end up there until 5 or 6 in the afternoon? And it's only early spring. Last week, we were still getting snow here. The sun sets early in the evening. To put it bluntly, by 5 o'clock, it might already be nearly dark. Didn't the old man come to Wan Garden to fulfill Chenhui's wish? In the dead of night, pitch black. What's there to see? Besides, I thought places like Wan Garden weren't even open at night? In the live stream chat, viewers debated Bai Ye's situation. Opinions were divided. However, the overwhelming majority expressed, while deeply respecting Bai Ye's approach, they also couldn't understand. Even if she did cut in line, the other tourists nearby probably wouldn't have said anything either. In fact, there's even a possibility that, not only would they not complain, they might even voluntarily let Bai Ye and his group go first. So if that's the case, why not just cut in line and walk right in? Just as netizens were puzzling over this, Bai Ye ignored the attendant's request. Instead, he silently took the very last spot in the line. Besides Bai Ye, even Elder Zhong was wearing a solemn expression at that moment, without a hint of complaint. Upon witnessing this scene, the viewers in the livestream finally understood why Bai Ye and Elder Zhong, the two of them, why they had gained such immense fame in the Dragon Nation. This level of intellectual depth truly isn't something ordinary people can hope to match. However, just as everyone thought, the entire matter had settled like dust settling. Entering the 10,000 gardens would likely take several hours. By then, night would have fallen. But at that very moment, the tourist in front of Bai Ye suddenly turned around. He stared blankly at Bai Ye and old Zhong. You're Elder Bai? Mr. Zhong. Mr. Zhong? You're here too? After confirming that the figures behind them were indeed Bai Ye and Elder Zhong themselves, the tourist's tone instantly became incredibly excited. Xiao Chen, look. This is Grandpa Bai Ye, whom you admire most, and Grandpa Zhong. Go say hello to them. This tourist appeared to be around 40 years old. After confirming Bai Ye's identity, she promptly turned a child in front around. Since the female tourist's voice was rather loud, her words caused most of the people waiting in line ahead immediately turned around and saw Bai Ye. Actually, the reason this female tourist brought her child to Longdu was not for a special vacation. Rather, it was to seek medical treatment for her child. The child's name was Li Zekin. He had contracted a very rare disease. He was only 10 years old this year. Every time I see him lying in the hospital bed in pain, his mother feels unbearable anguish. Ever since then, she has been raising money. Upon hearing that Dr. Zhong practiced at a hospital in Longdu, she made an appointment for treatment. She came seeking his reputation. Fortunately, she managed to secure an emergency appointment for tomorrow. But what she never expected was today, as she planned to fulfill her son's wish and take him to visit some of Longdu's sites. Little did she know, old Master Zhong was standing right behind her, quietly waiting in line. And, besides old Master Zhong, Bai Ye was there too. This mother couldn't help but feel incredibly fortunate today. And did this also mean that this trip to Longdu to seek medical treatment for her child would go remarkably smoothly? After the female tourist briefly recounted her experience. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye and Elder Zhong couldn't help but grow solemn. Bai Ye remained silent for a moment. Old Master Zhong, however, spoke in a serious and responsible tone. Rest assured, I will thoroughly examine your child's condition. After speaking, old Master Zhong paused briefly. Then he promptly pulled out a piece of paper and a pen from his pocket. He scribbled something on the paper. He handed it to the female tourist. Take this paper to register tomorrow. I'll prioritize seeing your child then. Upon hearing Dr. Zhong's response, the female tourist felt a wave of relief wash over her. She then repeatedly thanked Bai Ye and old Dr. Zhong. In truth, this incident was merely a minor interlude. However, because of the female tourist, caused the tourists queuing ahead, suddenly became aware of the situation. It turned out that Bai Ye and old Master Zhong had actually come to Wanyuan too. Moreover, they were standing in line just like everyone else. Standing in a long line, waiting to enter the park? This won't do. After all, ever since Bai Ye and Elder Zhong became wildly popular, they've practically become beloved by the entire nation. At my age, do I really have to wait in line like the young people to be admitted? What a disgrace. 140 We must not disappoint the goodwill of the masses. This sentiment wasn't limited to just one or two tourists. Ever since learning that Bai Ye and old Master Zhong were actually standing in line behind ordinary tourists, standing in line at the back. Moreover, when they turned around, and their gaze fell upon Bai Ye, many other tourists also noticed. Bai Ye was holding a portrait. The face in it looked incredibly young. In other words, Bai Ye's comrade in arms had passed away at such a young age. This couldn't help but make many tourists present couldn't help but think of themselves. After all, most visitors to Wan Garden are mostly young people in their 20s and 30s. There were some over 40, but their numbers were far fewer. Perhaps because they share a similar age range with the man in the portrait. Of similar age to the man in the portrait. These young visitors actually felt a sense of empathy from this portrait. And so, what followed? An utterly baffling scene unfolded. The line that had been neatly formed split right down the middle into two separate lines, and Bai Ye and his two companions found themselves positioned right in the middle. And ahead of them lay a road leading straight to the main gate of the 10,000 gardens. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Ye was utterly stunned by the situation before him. Utterly stunned, even moved. This scene clearly showed that the visitors ahead didn't want them to wait in line, so they simply cleared a path to let him pass. For a moment, upon witnessing this scene, Bai Ye felt not only deeply moved, but also felt incredibly conflicted. For this was the goodwill of the tourists. He shouldn't refuse. But Bai Ye reconsidered. His eyesight was perfectly fine. Earlier, Bai Ye had briefly scanned the crowd. He noticed in the eyes of these tourists was filled with unwavering resolve. And from this, Bai Ye understood. If he didn't take this path, then they would absolutely refuse to budge. Wouldn't that be a waste of their time? Not only would it betray their goodwill, but it would also waste precious time. Alright then. Thank you both. Seeing this, Bai Ye could only let out a long sigh. Then the three of them followed the path that had been cleared for them, slowly moving forward. This distance of less than 200 meters took Bai Ye nearly 5 full minutes to traverse. When he finally reached the entrance of the 10,000 gardens, tears glistened in his eyes. Beloved by the masses. That must be what it feels like. CCTV live broadcast studio. The audience witnessed this scene. Were instantly utterly stunned. Holy crap. No way. These tourists are actually making way for old Master Bai Ye and his group? This. It just goes to show how incredibly popular old Master Bai Ye is online right now. You could say he has fans all across the country. I feel for that tourist's child who was in front of old Master Bai earlier. They must have had a tough life. Traveling all this way, raising money just to see old Master Zhong for treatment. You can't call it misfortune. It's more like luck. Because even she probably never imagined that bringing her child to visit the Wan Garden would lead to meeting Master Zhong himself. Did you guys see that? Just now, old Master Zhong took out paper and pen, seemed to write something down, and handed it to that tourist. What could it possibly be? So hard to guess. Probably something like a priority recommendation? I'm not entirely sure either. Actually, there have been some rumors about old Master Zhong in recent years. But seeing this, it's clear he truly cares about the common people. I wonder if old man Bai and the others will accept the tourists' goodwill. I think they should accept it. Because if it were me, having given Bai Ye and the others such a clear path, I absolutely wouldn't leave if they just stood there. As viewers in the livestream chat heatedly debated, speculating whether Bai Ye would disappoint the tourists' goodwill and continue lingering at the back, waiting in line. Suddenly, on screen, Bai Ye's feet began to move, though the pace was painfully slow. But this scene still deeply moved netizens. It seems that when faced with the heartfelt intentions of the visitors, Bai Ye ultimately relented from his stubborn stance. Instead, he ultimately accepted everyone's kindness. After this little incident concluded, Bai Ye purchased tickets at the entrance. Then, guided personally by the manager, he led Bai Ye and the others on a tour of the Wan Garden. Upon entering the grounds, Bai Ye paused for a moment to rest and drink some water. Then, Bai Ye took out Chen Wei's portrait once more. He planned to take Chen Wei to see the Grand Fountain first. Bai Qingqing and Old Master Zhong accompanied them throughout the entire journey. As for the CCTV production crew, along with the 2 security guards tasked with discreetly protecting Bai Ye, they too followed quietly behind. This is the Grand Fountain attraction at Wan Yuan. Guided by the park manager, the group arrived at a site of crumbling walls and ruins. The once famous Grand Fountain, renowned both domestically and internationally, now lay in ruins, reduced to scattered rubble. However, standing before these ruins stood a stone monument. Hanging on the stele was a reconstruction drawing of the Grand Fountain. From this reconstruction drawing, one could see how magnificent the attraction known as the Grand Fountain had been before its destruction. The attraction known as the Grand Fountain was truly magnificent. It also bore witness to the diligence and ingenuity of the people of Dragon Nation. However, when these two scenes, side by side, a pang of sorrow welled up in Bai Ye's heart. I wonder what Chen Wei would think. What thoughts would cross his mind? Meanwhile, beside Bai Ye, Old Master Zhong's eyes also welled up with tears. Then, Old Master Zhong turned to look at Bai Ye. He said, Bai Ye, all these years, ever since Chen Wei passed away during the trials, I've been consumed by deep self-reproach. But in truth, the vaccine trial is only one reason for my guilt. There's another reason I've never spoken of all these years. Especially to you. As he reached this point, Old Zhong's tears flowed once more. At this moment, only Old Zhong himself understood the true circumstances behind certain events. In truth, back then, Chen Wei had participated in the vaccine's development as a returnee from overseas. Joined the vaccine development project. Old Zhong held this exceptionally gifted young man. Old Master Zhong held him in the highest regard. He even considered grooming Chen Wei as his successor. Of course, at that time, Dr. Zhong was only in his 40s or 50s. It was still too early to speak of a successor. However, recognizing Chen Wei's innate talent in the scientific field, this inexplicably sparked an urge within him to take Chen Wei as his disciple. Though taking him as a disciple might not be entirely accurate. In truth, Professor Zhong merely wanted to use this title as a pretext to privately provide Chen Wei with additional lessons. Chen Wei's emergence made Old Master Zhong's innate love for talent grew ever more urgent. 141 Chen Wei's last words, "Thank you, I'm sorry." In truth, Chen Wei had always carried a secret within him. Had always held a secret. Though Chen Wei grew up in the south. But later, Old Master Zhong prepared to groom Chen Wei as his successor. He accidentally discovered something. That is, Chen Wei was actually Bai's biological son. Of course, upon reading this, some might wonder. That is, Bai Ye does have a great-granddaughter now. And back then, in Jianghuai City, when he first brought out Chen Wei's portrait, Bai Qingqing had also seen it. But at that time, Bai Qingqing had no recollection of it. The face in that portrait was actually the first time she had ever seen it. Therefore, if Chen Wei truly was Bai Ye's biological son, then how could this situation possibly exist? If Chen Wei truly was Bai's biological son, then Bai Qingqing should have recognized him at a glance. Of course, the strangest part lies here. From the way Bai Ye addressed Chen Wei, there was no trace of particularly affectionate, fatherly tones. The reason Bai Ye holds Chen Wei's portrait in his hands was actually tied to a tragedy that occurred during the vaccine trials back then. On one hand, it was due to the bond formed through their past collaboration. On the other hand, it was likely because of the matter concerning Chen Wei. Bai Ye also felt a pang of guilt. That's why he brought out Chen Wei's portrait. But if Chen Wei truly was Bai's biological son, then none of this would make sense. In truth, all of this. When Old Master Zhong unexpectedly learned of this matter back then, he found it utterly unbelievable. Because of this, without telling Bai Ye, began secretly investigating Chen Wei's background. Unexpectedly, he finally discovered what had transpired between Chen Wei and Bai, and what had truly transpired between Chen Wei and Bai. This was the reason why the two had never been able to recognize each other. Even later on, the failure of the vaccine trial, and Chen Wei passed away from illness. Bai Ye never learned that Chen Wei was his own flesh and blood. At this very moment, standing before the dilapidated Grand Fountain attraction in the Wan Garden, Old Zhong couldn't help but snap out of his reverie. As his thoughts returned to the present, tears welled up in his eyes. Old Master Zhong thought to himself, perhaps even now, Bai Ye still didn't know that Chen Wei was actually his biological son. Then, today, seizing this opportunity, he would reveal everything. If he didn't speak up now, He feared there might never be another chance. Thus, having made up his mind, old Master Zhong turned his head and addressed Bai Ye. Mr. Bai, there's actually another reason. All these years, I've never told anyone. And when we bid farewell to Chenwei, I recall you couldn't attend due to an unexpected matter. But right before his passing, Chenwei kept calling out your name. In his final moments, he asked me to pass on a few words to you. The two things he most wanted to tell you were, thank you, and I'm sorry. When old Zhong reached this point, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes once more. Though he had just decided to tell Bai Ye everything about Chenwei. To Bai Ye. But, when the moment came to speak, old Zhong found himself at a loss for words. Seeing old Master Zhong hesitating, Bai Ye remained silent too. But her eyes grew slightly reddened. Of course. All of this was broadcast live through CCTV's channel, directly transmitted to the eyes of all viewers. And when they heard, before parting, Bai Ye was unable to bid Chenwei a final farewell due to circumstances. Moreover, on his deathbed, Chenwei still wished to convey some words to Bai. But since Bai Ye wasn't present, he could only relay the message through Elder Zhong. Upon hearing this, netizens in the Dragon Kingdom felt both heartbroken and utterly perplexed. On one hand, it was because earlier, Bai Ye had carried the portraits of each fallen comrade across the vast expanse of the Dragon Nation. Through these stories, without exception, the faces in these portraits had an incredibly close emotional bond with Bai Ye. Of course, Chenwei was no exception. Such was the depth of their bond. Yet in the end, when the final farewell arrived, Bai was unable to see Chenwei one last time? Isn't this a profound regret? Not to mention, before parting, Chenwei had specifically left Bai two words. Thank you, and I'm sorry? These two phrases, carrying completely opposite meanings. Why would Chenwei utter them? What on earth was going on? When this thought crossed their minds, netizens in the Dragon Kingdom were genuinely baffled. Just as netizens were filled with confusion. At that moment, Elder Zhong continued speaking. Let me continue recounting what happened to Chenwei back then. He was an overseas returnee, a student who had come back from studying abroad. Not even 20 years old. His mastery of medical science was, among all the young people I've encountered, the most proficient and solid. In fact, when the osteomyelitis outbreak occurred, it was Chenwei who first proposed developing a vaccine for this disease. After thorough research, we ultimately confirmed his approach and only then began the research. And when he proposed ending this epidemic through vaccine research, he was barely in his early 20s at the time. To possess such foresight. In fact, at that time, Chenwei, as an overseas returnee student, joined the pharmaceutical R&D project team. At that time, almost everyone had doubts about Chenwei's capabilities. Expressed doubts. Only Bai Ye and old Zhong did not look down on Chenwei. And did not look down on him. Instead, they paid close attention to his suggestions. Perhaps because Bai Ye saw in Chenwei a reflection of his younger self. Remember, back in those days, over 30 years prior, Bai Ye had also returned to China as an overseas student. Then, upon joining Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, due to his age and lack of experience, he faced underestimation. It was precisely because of this personal experience. Bai Ye did not dismiss Chenwei's ideas. Instead, he offered him the utmost support. As for what old Zhong said, it was actually a similar situation. Because of the special regard both Elder Zhong and Bai Ye held for Chenwei. Plus, at that time, whether it was old Master Zhong or Bai Ye, already held immense prestige within the Dragon Nation. After all, although Bai Ye made many contributions, he changed his name when he joined. So many people are unaware. But the attitude of the high-ranking officials toward Bai Ye, how could they not see it? 142 Bai Ye quipped, Chenghui isn't your illegitimate son, is he? Old Zhong continued. After reaching a consensus with Elder Bai, Chenwei gradually gained more influence within the research team. However, once this situation arose, old Bai grew somewhat concerned about it. After all, we'd already given Chenwei ample recognition. But ultimately, what Chenwei learned at university was merely theoretical knowledge. And theory, and practical application. There are still many differences between the two. In fact, old Bai once told me that the authority we've granted Chenwei now, greater than his own authority at Shenyang Aircraft Corporation. Are you certain this won't cause any problems? But back then, I felt Chenwei truly possessed extraordinary talent. Moreover, before old Bai came to us, I had already heard rumors about old Master Bai. The tales were nothing short of miraculous. And in Chenwei, I feel like I've truly seen the shadow of the White Elder in his youth. Perhaps back in the days at Xinfei, old Bai himself must have shone so radiant. When old Zhong reached this point in his story, many netizens were also reminded. Over a month ago, Bai Ye braved the heavy snow, arrived in Xinchang, especially when they later learned to be able to return home. Bai Ye went through tremendous trouble, even with the help of a professor at Hazin University, to finally make contact with his homeland. Moreover, during his journey home, he was nearly shot dead by an airport assassin's bullet on the way back to the motherland. And the reason Eagle Chung placed such importance on Bai Ye back then was precisely because, during his university years in Eagle Land, did all those earth-shattering things? A college student, without much guidance from his advisor, he actually built a nuclear reactor right in the lab. Now, put that in any university today. Which student could possibly achieve that? That's why foreign countries go to such great lengths, even at the cost of killing Bai Ye, to prevent him from returning home. In fact, netizens in the Dragon Kingdom understand this stance. After all, if you put yourself in their shoes, if it were them in that situation, they would absolutely never want a foreign genius who came to study in Longwa simply returning to their homeland. They'd certainly try their utmost to keep him here, to contribute to the Dragon Nation. Of course, if such a situation were to arise, given Dragon Nation's influence, it would be unthinkable to resort to direct action, shooting someone down if they refuse to comply. They wouldn't resort to shooting him on the spot. They'd likely deploy every possible sugar-coated tactic to persuade the other party to stay. Unlike the fiery spirit of the Dragon Nation's people, for foreigners, these sugar-coated bullets are incredibly potent. After recalling how highly Mr. Zhong praised Chenowei, the viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but wear expressions of deep shock and confusion. Whoa! Who would have thought? He's just a greenhorn in his early 20s who's only just joined the project. Yet, old Master Zhong actually said Chenowei's talent is in no way inferior to Bai Ye's back in the day. After all, they had heard it directly from the mouth of the president of Hajin University, how exceptionally gifted Bai Ye had been back then. Yet, the Chenowei described by Elder Zhong, the prodigy of that era, was in no way inferior to Bai Ye? Could this be too exaggerated? But right at that moment, many netizens began joking around, speculating wildly. The Chenowei of back then and Bai Ye are just too similar. Too similar. Could there be some connection between them? Considering that Bai Ye was already in his 60s back then. So, Chenowei, could he possibly be Bai's son? Of course, this speculation is just idle chatter among netizens. There's no actual evidence to back it up. After all, how could such a thing possibly be true? If Chenowei really is Bai's son, how could Bai Ye possibly not recognize him? When the comments section of the livestream began exploding with reactions, old Zhong continued speaking. Later, Chenowei did not disappoint the trust one placed in him. In just a few short days, he got the entire project running smoothly. Although, back then, Mr. Bai and I were the real project leaders. But in reality, once Chenowei was given decision-making authority, Mr. Bai and I basically stopped getting involved. In my spare time, I'd often step in to speak with Chenowei privately. Then, I imparted some basic medical knowledge to him. But back then, he didn't take notes. That made me a bit displeased. I felt that this young man, though highly gifted, needed to take notes on most of what I shared. It was mostly memorization-based knowledge. So I gave him extra lessons, but during class, he didn't jot down a single word. Yet, not long after, I was astonished to discover, even though he didn't take notes through osmosis, he had actually memorized every bit of knowledge I imparted to him. And he executed it flawlessly, down to the last detail. He was the first true genius I'd ever encountered. After witnessing Chenowei's genius, old Master Zhong was actually overjoyed inside. After all, he was getting old, nearing 60. In those days, who could say how much longer one had to live? 60 was already considered a long life. But if we were to consider a younger age, for instance, when old Zhong was also 20, if at school, and Chenowei had been his classmate, old Master Zhong would have been jealous of Chenowei's talent. That's just insane. Book knowledge, rote memorization. The teacher explains it once, he glances at it. Then he'd grasp it instantly. And he could immediately apply it to the textbook and exercises. Now, in the online world of young people today, there's this phrase going around: a life on cheat mode. Whenever old Zhong recalled his time with Chenowei back then, this phrase inevitably pops into his mind. Ever since then, because the distance between old Zhong and Chenowei had grown far too close. Though everyone knew, Chenowei had actually grown up in the south, while old Zhong was a thoroughbred northerner. Therefore, between the two of them, there could be no blood relation whatsoever. But because they were so incredibly close, so whenever people saw old Master Zhong with Chenowei again, people often teased whether Chenowei was actually old Zhong's illegitimate son. What made old man Zhong feel even more helpless was, after such incidents, even Bai Ye began saying the same thing. 143 adopting Chenowei as an adopted son? only to be flatly refused? At this very moment, viewers in the livestream chat immediately began flooding the screen with comments. Holy crap! I never imagined Chenowei was such a genius back then. I envy such an amazing memory. Just by attending class, without even taking notes, he could remember everything he learned. Man, if I'd had that kind of memory back in school, I'd probably be at Tsinghua or Peking University by now. Even world-class universities like Harvard or Stanford wouldn't be a problem. That memory is insane. No wonder old Master Zhong said Chenowei's talent is terrifying. A life on cheat mode needs no explanation. It's clear old Master Zhong had good reason for that assessment. Actually, when old Master Zhong mentioned earlier that Chenowei possesses the youthful brilliance of old Master Bai, I was incredibly skeptical. But after hearing old Master Zhong recount Chenowei's story back then, I feel that statement holds a very high degree of possibility. What a tragedy, such a young genius. He passed away due to illness after participating in vaccine trials. Had he lived to see today, who knows what medical breakthroughs he could have brought to our nation. He might have been another Li Zhengde. Or even a second Bai Lao. Ahem. Actually, I was quite moved and deeply impressed by what old Master Zhong said earlier. But when he got to the latter part, I couldn't help but crack up. That's hilarious. Because of the relationship between old Zhong and Chenowei, everyone started saying they were father and son? And the craziest part is, even old Bai said it. That's getting a bit too far-fetched. Inside the livestream, netizens were stunned by Chenowei's astonishing memory and learning ability. At the same time, they had them in stitches. After all, regarding his background, currently, he only knew through Bai Ye. Chenowei grew up in the South from a young age. After graduating, he went abroad to study. Not to mention, the two don't even share the same surname. So to claim Chenowei is old Master Zhong's son, that's utter nonsense. As netizens flooded the livestream chat with comments, at this very moment, Bai Ye's gaze remained fixed on the crumbling ruins ahead, as if he too was deep in thought. However, at that very moment, old Master Zhong spoke again. This time, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. When I hear such speculations from others, I felt a deep sense of helplessness within me. Yet at the same time, I was overjoyed. Because back then, though I was already married, I had no son. Therefore, I felt utterly helpless. If only I had possessed such a gifted son back then, I wouldn't have worried that upon my passing, no one would inherit my dream to advance and strengthen our nation's medical science. At the same time, I was also incredibly happy. And I privately decided why not embrace the mistake? Even though I knew Chenowei couldn't possibly be my biological son, I could still adopt him as my godson. That way, my wish could still be fulfilled. When he reached this point, old Zhong paused briefly. But immediately afterward, old Master Zhong's expression turned helpless once more. Soon after, I shared my desire to adopt him as my godson with Chenowei. Because he told me that since childhood, he had never seen what his father looked like. So I thought, if I said this, he would be overjoyed. Because then, he would finally have a father. But in the end, when I directly shared my thoughts with him, Chenowei paused slightly. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he decisively rejected my proposal. It wasn't that old Zhong was conceited. More than 30 years ago, Professor Zhong had already secured a unique position in the field of medicine in China. He held a unique position. His fame throughout the nation was immense. Indeed, due to Bai Ye's decision to live under an assumed name, including nuclear weapons, ballistic missiles, nuclear submarines, and other such projects. In truth, the general public in the Dragon Nation remains completely unaware of Bai Ye's past involvement. Therefore, in the public's perception, Bai Ye's few publicly acknowledged contributions was merely his involvement in the development of the J-5 fighter jet. Meanwhile, the contributions Zhong Lao openly made to the nation's medical science were far more numerous. Therefore, in terms of fame, Professor Zhong's reputation might even surpass Bai Ye's. Thus, when old Master Zhong mentioned he wished to adopt Chenowei as his godson, and simply made this request, then Chenowei, who had never seen his father since childhood, would certainly agree without hesitation. He would agree immediately. But Chenowei's response was something old Master Zhong never could have imagined. Faced with his request, not only did he pause for a moment, once he regained his composure, he immediately and decisively rejected his proposal outright. Rejected outright? Wait. Your refusal is a bit too abrupt, don't you think? Moreover, old Master Zhong had privately proposed this idea to Chenowei directly. There was no one else around. Even so, everyone knew about it. Chinese people often express themselves habitually, tend to be quite indirect, even when they need to refuse. They would never outright refuse right off the bat. Instead, they use various indirect, tactful methods to decline the other party. But Chenowei's answer, not only did it catch old Zhong off guard, and he felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. Old Master Zhong still remembered it clearly. when he made that proposal to Chenaway. Chenaway shook his head with unwavering resolve. My apologies, Elder Joan. I truly appreciate your confidence in me. But for certain reasons, I cannot accept your offer. Why? After being flatly refused by Chenaway, old Master Zhong, feeling defeated, he desperately wanted to confront Chenaway directly for an explanation. But when he saw the unmistakable expression in Chenaway's eyes, in the end, old Master Zhong still couldn't muster the courage to ask why. It wasn't until several months later, when the vaccine was successfully developed, Chenaway, as one of the first participants in the drug validation trials, contracted osteomyelitis due to a vaccine issue. Lying critically ill in his hospital bed at the very moment of his impending death, old Zhong finally learned from Chenaway's lips, understood why, back then, Chenhui had so decisively refused him. When old Master Zhong reached this point in his story, the viewers in the livestream couldn't help but feel a stir in their hearts. 144 As a subordinate, Chenaway showed Bai not a shred of respect. Through Elder Zhong's account, they learned that when old Master Zhong proposed to Chenaway to become his adopted son, Chenaway paused for a moment, did not agree to old Master Zhong's request. Instead, he refused with unwavering resolve. Upon learning of this incident, the viewers in the livestream immediately began pondering. In fact, even before old Master Zhong spoke, many viewers had already considered two possible outcomes: agree or disagree. Only these two possibilities. However, given old Master Zhong's attitude toward Chenaway, and the experience of gradually growing under his guidance during this period, and his gradual growth under old Master Zhong's guidance, in fact, many netizens are leaning toward the first possibility. That is, he agreed. After all, their relationship is so close. And privately, there are quite a few people who know them, even Bai Ye included. They all jokingly referred to them as. They'd say that Chenaway and old Master Zhong, they were practically like father and son, with such a foundation of affection. Then Chenaway agreeing to Zhong Lao's request was only to be expected. Not to mention, back then, old Master Zhong, he was incredibly renowned in Dragon Country. As for Chenaway, though he had returned from studying abroad, he was still a prodigy. But after all, his family circumstances, they probably weren't that great. From the time he was a child, he never even met his biological father. And now, a heavyweight in the medical field of Manhwa wants to adopt him as his godson. This is undoubtedly a blessing. It's all gain and no loss for me. Why can't he just agree? So, when old Master Zhong told everyone, in truth, ever since he made that proposal, Chenaway hadn't agreed. Instead, he had been utterly decisive, without the slightest regard for appearances. He refused on the spot. Upon hearing this news, the viewers in the livestream were left utterly bewildered and stunned. Wait, what on earth is going on? As Dr. Zhong concluded his remarks, when Dr. Zhong mentioned, until the vaccine was developed. However, due to the vaccine's side effects after testing, Chenaway ended up contracting the disease instead. At the moment of death, Chenaway finally spoke up and revealed the reason to old Zhong. At that moment, in the livestream chat, the buzz of netizens' discussions abruptly fell silent. Not a single person continued to voice their opinions in the livestream. They all waited in silence. In his final moments, what exactly did Chenaway say? But just as netizens were eagerly awaiting, old Zhong was about to reveal the answer. He suddenly changed the subject. Old Master Zhong chose to keep us in suspense. Chenaway, that boy, he's truly brilliant. While we were conducting pathological research during our free time, I often imparted medical knowledge to Chenaway. He learned so quickly. But soon, I noticed something peculiar. At the time, I was working with old Bai, who was in charge, right? Yet, at that very moment, Chenaway clearly felt closer to me. Yet he had virtually no connection with Bai Ye. And what's most peculiar is, Chenaway is actually a polite child. Every day in the lab hallway, whenever he encountered passing doctors, he would nod and greet them. Yet he never once did this for Bai. When old Zhong reached this point, he paused once more. When I first noticed this, I thought it might just be a coincidence. Besides, old Bai spent most of his time in his office. Occasionally, he would step forward to share insights on osteomyelitis and vaccine-related matters. At least 70% of his working hours, Dr. Bai was always in his office. So when doctors told me what they'd seen, I kept thinking it might just be a coincidence. Probably because Chenaway was preoccupied with his own thoughts and didn't notice Bai Ye. After all, no matter how you look at it, within our team at the time, Dr. Bai was also a leader. And Chenaway? He was just a talented young man. Though we valued him, he was still a subordinate. What subordinate would encounter a superior without even acknowledging them? At this point, an expression of helplessness flashed across Elder Zhong's face. Then he continued. Later, I discovered that Chenwei had actually encountered Bai numerous times. But the two of them never really had much to say to each other after meeting. And though Elder Bai held Chenwei in high regard, he never took the initiative to propose anything. Instead, he would hint at things indirectly through me. At the time, I even wondered, could it be that old Bai had done something wrong? Something that led Chenwei to misunderstand him. Otherwise, why would Chenwei always confide in me about everything, while old Bai consistently communicated with him only through indirect channels? Both of them seemed to be deliberately avoiding each other. That struck me as very strange. Hearing this, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but feel puzzled. This was indeed a highly peculiar situation. Because, according to the normal habits of people in the Dragon Country, when a subordinate encounters a superior, whether reporting matters or encountering each other on the street, they would inevitably stop and proactively offer greetings. After all, it's a matter of etiquette. Moreover, the most crucial point is, they are your direct superior. If you've strained your relationship with your superior, what if, during work, and they take a dislike to you, then start sabotaging you behind the scenes? Wouldn't that scare you? Then, in your daily work, you'll be walking on eggshells every time you work, terrified that one day, you'll step in the door with your left foot and get fired. So even if you're dissatisfied with your superior, even if you absolutely despise this superior, at the very least, you must maintain appearances. You still have to give them face in public, exchange greetings and exchange pleasantries. But when it comes to Chenwei and Bai, communication between the two of them becomes so difficult? Of course, what puzzles netizens even more is, although Chenwei always seems to be deliberately avoiding Bai, always deliberately avoids Bai Ye, and refuses to speak when they meet. But even so, from Old Master Joan's description, Bai Ye toward Chenwei, on the surface there was nothing amiss. But privately, he had actually provided Chenwei with significant assistance. He didn't retaliate against Chenwei for his discourtesy, and never deliberately made things difficult for him. In fact, showed him more care than others. It's just that he didn't show it openly. This time, Bai Ye carried Chenwei's portrait. The treatment he received, almost identical. This directly confirmed it. In truth, the relationship between Chenwei and Bai was nowhere near as bad as old Zhong had described. 145 Chenwei's name on the application form? Old Zhong continued. I've asked Chenwei about this matter many times. Of course, I also asked old Bai. But neither of them has given me an answer. Especially Bai Ye, that guy actually tried to dodge the question. At this point, old Master Zhong couldn't help but shoot Bai Ye a reproachful glance. After all these years together, in the end, you really won't say anything at all. Seeing old Master Zhong suddenly fix his gaze on him, Bai Ye was a bit taken aback. Old Zhong, what's wrong? Nothing. Perhaps when old Zhong was speaking earlier, his voice hadn't been very loud. So Bai Ye only caught fragments of sound coming from old Zhong's mouth. But he couldn't make out the exact words. That's why he asked that question. But truthfully, old Master Zhong wasn't entirely certain either. After all, Bai Ye was that kind of guy. From the moment they met until now, he's always kept himself too deeply hidden. Even back then, over 30 years ago, when he joined the vaccine research team, old Zhong only knew Bai Ye had once participated in fighter jet development and had made some contributions. Otherwise, how could he have been officially parachuted, then transferred to the medical research team, to become its head? It wasn't until recently, during the CCTV live broadcast, when Bai Ye presented his comrade's portrait at the memorial service. Only then did old Zhong suddenly realize. It turned out that, besides fighter jets, Bai Ye had accomplished so much more. And a man who had hidden so deeply. Could it be that Bai Ye had already heard his words just now? But for some reason, he simply chose not to speak? Old Zhong felt this possibility still existed. That Chenwei fellow learns things far too quickly. While keeping an eye on vaccine development alongside Bai Ye, I was also teaching Chenwei. This kid managed to absorb all the knowledge I possess in less than 3 months. What's more, some of the insights he proposed even astonished me. But not long after that, Bai Ye informed me. The vaccine has been successfully developed. It had already undergone preliminary trials on animals. After receiving the vaccine, the animals showed no significant adverse reactions. Moreover, ultimately relying on their immune systems, they successfully developed antibodies against the disease. Upon hearing this news, I felt immense joy. You must understand that since our country began experiencing large-scale outbreaks of osteomyelitis infections, our nation's progress has been stalled for quite some time. Because this disease has such high contagiousness and incidence rates, is simply too high. It was precisely for this reason we were able to establish the vaccine research and development team so quickly, so swiftly. In my view at the time, The emergence of a new disease. Developing a vaccine in such a short time frame was an incredibly long time. Remember that disease outbreak 4 years ago? It took nearly a year before vaccines gradually became available to the public. In fact, this is the normal timeline for vaccine development. But the osteomyelitis vaccine, from its initial proposal to development to successful animal trials, this pace of progress is simply too rapid. It's nothing short of a miracle. As old Zhong spoke these words, his eyes couldn't help but begin to sparkle. But soon, his eyes immediately began to dim. Because, in truth, at this stage, the vaccine development had not yet been successful. Because it's only in animals. This confirms that vaccines can confer antibodies against such diseases. After receiving this vaccine, they do not exhibit significant adverse reactions. That's all. But these are animal trials, after all. Animals and humans have fundamentally different physiology and genetics. And most importantly, the immune systems of humans and animals are fundamentally different. Sometimes, when vaccines are administered to animals, they pose absolutely no problems. But when the same vaccine is administered to humans, the problems become apparent. So, it wasn't until that moment. The heavy burden in Dr. Zhong's heart still hasn't been completely lifted. He still harbors some concerns. It could be said that the vaccine development has reached the stage. It's about to enter the final stage. That is, it must be tested on human subjects. On human subjects. Although Dr. Zhong hopes to achieve success in one go, absolutely no mishaps could occur in between. But no matter what, if we don't actually inject the vaccine into human subjects and observe the post-injection reactions, then, no matter what, it is impossible to draw an accurate conclusion. Because the human body and animal bodies are fundamentally too different. So, after the vaccine was declared successful in animal trials, upon receiving this news, to find human test subjects for the vaccine as soon as possible. Of course, they also set clear guidelines. We must absolutely guarantee the physical safety of the trial participants. Under no circumstances should any accidents occur. As one of the responsible officials, upon receiving the directive from higher-ups, he immediately began screening participants. Since participation was not mandatory, participation required voluntary enrollment. Therefore, both Zhong Lao and Bai Ye jointly issued a recruitment notice to see who would volunteer to be a test subject. Though the nation was relatively impoverished in those days, the indomitable resilience ingrained in the very bones of the Dragon Nation's people never wavered. After the recruitment notice was issued, in less than an hour, at least 30 medical workers applied. They all hoped to participate in this trial, to conquer osteomyelitis, to make their own contribution. Of course, as a doctor, these individuals, in fact, they were fully aware. In truth, their actions carry risks, because success in animal testing does not guarantee success in human trials. There is also the possibility of specific rejection occurring. But these people, in their determination to eradicate this disease once and for all, they resolutely submitted their applications. As Dr. Zhong's eyes scanned these application forms, old Zhong couldn't help but feel deeply moved. He never imagined that for such a dangerous endeavor had attracted so many volunteers in such a short time. But, as he leafed through the applications, a familiar name suddenly appeared before old Master Zhong's eyes. It was Chenowei's name. Chenowei? How could Chenowei have signed up to participate in the trial? Old Zhong felt a pang of surprise. But considering Chenowei's talent, after all, vaccine trials inevitably carry risks. And old Master Zhong had high hopes for Chenowei. How could he possibly let him take part in something so dangerous? 146 Investigation Findings, Elder Sun's Shock. At this very moment, inside the livestream, upon hearing Elder Zhong's words, a flurry of comments flooded the chat. Oh my god. I never imagined the development of the osteomyelitis vaccine back then was like this. Indeed, Professors Zhong and Bai's approach was fundamentally sound. The mechanism of vaccines involves injecting inactivated viruses into the human body. Then, through the body's immune system, these viruses are neutralized. This process allows us to develop antibodies against the disease. To the experts above, I'm genuinely puzzled. Isn't osteomyelitis highly contagious? And it has a fatality rate. Why would you make a vaccine for it and then inject it into people? Aren't you afraid that healthy people could get infected from the injection? That'd be disastrous. That's precisely what a vaccine does. And we're not injecting the normal virus, it's been weakened and rendered inactive to a certain degree. In this state, the virus poses virtually no risk to the human body. Even so, Dr. Bai and the others were absolutely right to test the vaccine on animals first before moving to human trials. It's just that, no one could have predicted it would end in tragedy. As a genius trusted by both Dr. Zhong and Dr. Bai, I never imagined Chen Wei would volunteer for this trial. I'm at a loss for words. All I can say is, such actions command respect. If it were me, I'd never dare sign up for this trial, not in a million years. It's baffling. Both Dr. Zhong and Dr. Bai looked deeply troubled. Signing up for the trial was Chen Wei's own decision. Why do they both seem so distressed? If I recall correctly, medical trials have strict participant limits. And as the vaccine project leaders, the final decision rests squarely with them. If they'd wanted to, they could have simply rejected Chen Wei. Removed him from the list. Then they could have just said he didn't pass the screening. Problem solved, right? But if I recall correctly, in the end, Chen Wei still participated in the experiment. And he became the only one to sacrifice himself in the trial. After a brief pause at this point in his story, while the viewers in the live stream were pondering, they suddenly realized. After all, the final decision on the test subjects list was Bai Ye and Old Master Zhong. Then, given how much they value Chen Wei, if Chen Wei's name appears on the list, they should have crossed him off immediately. Not let him get selected in the first place. Wouldn't that be the end of it? Besides, it's not like it's against any rules. After all, when you screen the list, you're bound to eliminate some people. When questions arise later, you can simply attribute it to chance. And with Chen Wei's talent, I'm sure if others knew about this, they would certainly approve of this approach. But the reality is, in the end, Bai Ye and Elder Zhong didn't do it? What on earth was the reason for that? However, when Old Master Zhong's words abruptly ended here, and the viewers in the livestream chat room were in the midst of a heated discussion. At this very moment, hearing this, Bai Ye's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Crystal clear tears welled up in her eyes. In the blink of an eye, tears began to fall from the corners of her eyes. In truth, at that moment, upon seeing the name, Bai Ye didn't hesitate for a second. Bai Ye didn't hesitate for a moment. He made the decision immediately to have Chen Wei participate in this experiment. Later, upon learning that Chen Wei had contracted the disease due to the vaccine and lay dying in the hospital bed, Bai Ye wept bitterly over it. But if you were to ask me now about that decision back then, whether Bai Ye has ever regretted it, then Bai Ye's answer would remain unchanged. Even if such a decision plunged him into profound sorrow. But if Bai Ye were given another chance to start over, then Bai Ye would never hesitate. He would still make the exact same choice. Meanwhile, Longdu, the Elder's court. Ever since learning of Bai Ye's arrival in Longdu, Elder Sun had kept a close watch on Bai Ye. On one hand, it was because the CCTV live broadcast was still conducting tracking footage on a continuous basis. This allowed Old Man Sun to stay informed throughout his journey, their experiences and whether they were safe. On the other hand, although most of the guards responsible for Bai Ye's safety had been forcibly recalled at Bai Ye's request and forcibly withdrawn, however, Elder Sun had retained 2 individuals to secretly guard Bai Ye's safety. In a sense, they were standing in for Old Sun, watching over him along the way, ensuring nothing happened to Bai Ye. And now, Master Sun was making preparations, preparing for Bai Ye and for some long-forgotten heroes, preparing a grand ceremony to honor their achievements. Meanwhile, upon seeing the youthful face in Bai Ye's hand, Old Sun's face immediately lit up with curiosity. Because Old Sun had noticed the person in this portrait bore a striking resemblance to Bai Ye. Of course, if this were merely a coincidence, then, through the live stream camera, Old Sun also saw Bai Ye's great-granddaughter, Bai Qingqing. Some facial features, though not overly pronounced, there was actually a faint resemblance. This immediately aroused suspicion in Old Master Sun. Could it be that this young man named Chen Wei, could he have had some connection to Bai Ye? But unfortunately, there was simply too little information available about Bai Ye's past. Much of the information about Bai Ye, all the information about Bai Ye, not a single one used his real name. This made the investigation exceedingly difficult. But mere difficulties won't make Old Sun give up. Thus, while watching the livestream, Sun Lao also instructed his secretary launch a detailed investigation into this portrait. Particular attention was given to the archives from 30 years ago. The archives concerning the development of the osteomyelitis vaccine. Mr. Sun, these are all the remaining files from that time. Upon receiving Old Man Sun's orders, the secretary wasted no time in getting to work. Then a detailed investigation was launched. Fortunately, this time, it didn't take much effort. Perhaps because vaccine development did not involve international issues. Therefore, the authorities weren't concerned at all that Bai Ye's actions might arouse suspicion from other nations and trigger assassination attempts against Bai. Thus, this time, the documents It displayed Bai Ye's real name. And it was precisely this investigation that old Sun uncovered a shocking truth. That is, what? Chenowei is actually Bai's biological son? Moreover, the reason Chenowei participated in that vaccine trial. On one hand, he volunteered himself. But on the other hand, it was actually Bai Ye's request? 147 No matter one's status, all human lives are equal. As old Sun held the documents before him and scanned its contents. At that very moment, old Sun's emotions surged like a raging sea. Before he had even begun to review the documents, he never could have imagined the face in this portrait was actually Bai Ye's biological son. No. But just then, old Sun suddenly realized something seemed terribly off about this. Snapping back to his senses, old Sun realized abruptly. This time, Bai Ye wasn't setting out alone. By his side was his great-granddaughter, Bai Qingqing. She was Bai Ye's own great-granddaughter. Therefore, if the person in the portrait is Bai Ye's biological son, then logically, Bai Qingqing should have seen him before, right? Of course, considering the aftereffects of the vaccine trial. Due to the aftereffects of the vaccine trial, he passed away relatively young. He sacrificed his life in his early 20s. So, looking at it this way, it's understandable that Bai Qingqing never met Chenowei. It's actually understandable. But, if that's the case, as Bai Ye's biological son, why couldn't even a shred of information be found in Bai Ye's household? You must understand. Just over a month ago, during the period when Bai Ye first exploded onto the internet, in order to uncover Bai Ye's origins, old Sun had mobilized massive resources. He conducted a thorough investigation into Bai Ye's background. Naturally, he uncovered Bai Ye's general background. The records from that time. It was confirmed that Bai Ye did not have a son named Chenowei. According to the records, Bai Ye had only one son. Therefore, the situation unfolding before them. Doesn't this contradict the previous investigation results? Is there a contradiction? However, old Sun did not rush to conclusions. Perhaps there were other reasons. Thus, Chenowei, as Bai's son, was unable to be formally recognized by Bai Ye? Or, it was back in the early years. Due to some accident, Chenowei and Bai became separated? Such a scenario isn't entirely impossible. Just as old Sun was stunned by the documents before him, in a state of shock. Meanwhile, on the other side, at this very moment, old Zhong was also growing weary from speaking. After taking a sip from his water cup, he continued speaking. My opinion differs from Bai Ye's. Once Chenowei's name appeared on the list, I strongly opposed it. I didn't want Chenowei to participate in this experiment. This is because Chenowei is simply too gifted. If he's allowed to continue growing, sooner or later, he would become a giant in our nation's medical field. Therefore, my actions are also for the sake of the nation. But Bai Ye remains utterly resolute. He insisted on having Chenowei participate in this vaccine trial as a test subject. I even had a huge argument with him over it. In the end, I couldn't sway him. In the end, with tears streaming down my face, I agreed to Chenowei's trial application. I still remember it clearly. Though I was resolute at first. But later on, Bai's words somehow. Slightly. This is what he told me. Old Zhong, I understand how you feel. But look at this list. Only 10 people signed up. And to obtain accurate vaccine trial data, we absolutely need 10 participants. If Chenowei doesn't join, what are we supposed to do? Are we just going to drag someone from the medical staff and force them into the trial? That's exactly what Bai Ye told me at the time. After hearing Bai Ye's words, I found myself hesitating for a moment. Indeed. For anyone, life is incredibly precious. No one wants their life to be cut short. Come to an abrupt end. Although the osteomyelitis vaccine has been tested on animals, have been successfully validated. But humans and animals are different. Before testing on humans, no one knows what kind of reaction this vaccine might cause in the human body. And right now, the trial requires 10 participants. And Chenowei, he just happened to be the 10th person. Especially Bai Ye's final words. Has finally made up my mind. If Chenowei isn't allowed to participate in the experiment, to obtain sufficient experimental data, we'd have to randomly select someone from the remaining candidates to participate. That would be unfair to that person. Because, no matter who it is, whether a national hero or an ordinary citizen, their lives should be treated equally. There must be no distinction between high and low. It was precisely because of Bai Ye's words that I finally stopped arguing with him. In the end, I decided to approve Chenowei's request. Allow him to participate in this experiment as a test subject. After Elder Zhong finished speaking, the crowd present couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. Truthfully, from the tone in Elder Zhong's voice. At that moment, when making this decision, whether it was Bai Ye or Old Master Zhong, must have been filled with immense complexity and inner turmoil. Don't be fooled by Bai Ye's decisive command, agreeing to let Chen Wei participate in the experiment. But in reality, Bai Ye must have been feeling incredibly conflicted inside. His state of mind couldn't have been much better than old Zhong's. But there was no other way. Because Bai Ye's words were too right. For everyone, regardless of their status, the right to enjoy life is the same for everyone. We absolutely cannot deliberately exclude someone just because of their status. If Chen Wei were excluded, then simply select someone from the remaining medical staff to replace Chen Wei in the trial. In the end, it's highly likely that person could become the sole casualty. In that case, their actions. Wouldn't that be no different from intentional murder? Old Zhong continued. After the final list of test subjects was confirmed, we wasted no time in commencing trial preparations. Of course, in addition to ensuring the corresponding vaccine models were ready, the medical personnel were also fully prepared and standing by. After all, due to the differences between animals and humans, the viral dose in the vaccine and the degree of inactivation remained uncertain. To prevent any unforeseen complications from vaccination, we specially assembled a medical team in advance to ensure the safety of the trial participants to the greatest extent possible. On the very first day after the vaccine was administered, I came to Chen Wei's bedside to ask how he was feeling. At that moment, his expression showed no signs of abnormality. His vital signs remained unchanged. The other 9 participants in the same trial group were in the same condition. Seeing this, the weight on my heart finally began to lift. 148 shock. Chen Wei is actually Bai's biological son. When old Zhong reached this point in his explanation, a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. But immediately afterward, his expression turned grave once more. Because at that time, after injecting the vaccine into the 10 test subjects, within a short period, none of the 10 individuals showed any signs of physical abnormality. And it was precisely for this reason old Zhong finally felt slightly reassured. It seems that this round of human trials for the vaccine proved remarkably successful. According to calculations, after receiving the vaccine, as long as the subjects safely endure the next 3 days, then it could be announced the osteomyelitis vaccine has been successfully developed. Once this vaccine becomes available, it will immediately curb the rampant spread of osteomyelitis across the nation. But, just as Dr. Zhong felt relieved and delighted by this development, the third day arrived. Suddenly, a nurse delivered devastating news. In the ward, Chen Wei's vital signs began to plummet rapidly. He even slipped into unconsciousness from time to time. When the nurse delivered this news to me, I rushed straight to the office. I was going to tell Bai Ye the news so we could go see him together. During this time, I also inquired about the other 9 patients' conditions. The nurse informed me, among the 10 trial participants, only Chen Wei had developed this condition. But when I arrived at the office, I didn't see Bai Ye. At that time, Bai Ye had been assigned a task from above and had left the premises. At that time, Chen Wei had been transferred to the intensive care unit due to his critical illness. He was barely in his early 20s at the time. But seeing him lying in that hospital bed, his face so pale, my heart ached unbearably. Though human life holds no distinction of high or low, noble or base. But at that moment, how desperately I wished I could take Chen Wei's place. To be the one and only case. After all, he was still so young. And me, at that time, was already approaching 60. Just as I was filled with unbearable regret. Why didn't I swap my name with Chen Wei back then? That way, he could have lived. Perhaps my constitution is sturdier. I might have been able to withstand the vaccine's side effects? At that moment. From the hospital bed, Chen Wei spoke to me in a voice so weak it was barely audible. To me. Dr. Zhong, please don't be sad. Death is inevitable for all people. I feel profoundly comforted to have died on the path of vaccine development. My only regret is that I couldn't see my father before I passed. I never got to reunite with him. When I heard these words, amidst my grief, I was first struck by profound confusion. Because I had reviewed Chen Wei's records. He grew up in the South. He had no father, and his family's circumstances were not good. He was raised by his mother. Regarding Chen Wei's father, the records were completely blank. Before this, I'd asked Chen Wei more than once. Asked if he had any memories of his father. Yet each time, Chen Wei would only reveal a pained expression. In the end, he never answered the question. So for a time, I assumed Chen Wei actually had no memory of his father. Or perhaps he simply didn't know who his father was. But when he revealed from his hospital bed that he hadn't been able to see his father one last time before his death, I was utterly shocked. Because from Chen Wei's tone, I could tell Chen Wei had not only seen his father, but also, his father is working on our vaccine development team? Old Zhong paused again, his breath catching in his throat. The expression on his face suddenly changed. Because he knew. in the live broadcast of CCTV. The words he spoke were likely to leave viewers across the nation feel utterly shocked, and at the same time, perhaps even nearby, White Knight clutching Chenoweth's portrait would also reveal an utterly stunned expression. Old Jeong continued. When Chenoweth told me this in his weak voice, I immediately voiced my doubts to him. This is what I asked him. Chenoweth, do you know your father? Have you ever met him? Could he possibly be working right here with us? But why have I never seen him? And why have you never mentioned him either? Upon hearing my questions, Chenoweth couldn't help but flash a deathly pale smile. Mr. Jeong. Actually, I knew who my father was from the very beginning. And luckily, since coming here, I've seen him almost every day. You know my father too, sir. Hearing this, my curiosity only deepened. Chenoweth, he had known who his father was all along? And he actually got to see his father every single day? That's impossible. Because of my care for Chenoweth, I invited Chenoweth to join us for almost every meal. Plus Bai Ye joined us too. Beyond that, perhaps because of the age difference, I rarely see Chenoweth actively engaging with other senior colleagues either. Then how could he say he gets to see his father every day? And that he even knows me? That doesn't add up either. If Chenoweth could recognize his father, then his father has no reason not to recognize him, especially when he was gravely ill. As his son, how could he not have come to see him at the end? So I immediately pressed Chenoweth for answers. Seeing this, Chenoweth finally revealed to me who his father was. Old Master Jeong, I'm truly sorry for keeping this from you for so long. Truthfully, my father is Bai Ye. When Old Master Jeong said this, his voice still trembled with utter shock. Truth be told, 30 years ago, during the vaccine development period, Old Jeong practically lived with Bai Ye every single day. He was in charge of leading the work. But, despite spending every waking moment together like this, I never once noticed Bai Ye and Chen Hui. They were actually father and son? And Old Jeong still remembers it to this day. Back then, because of my close relationship with Chenoweth, many people were speculating whether Chenoweth was Old Master Jeong's son. If anyone else had joked about it like that, it wouldn't have mattered. But what remains vivid in Old Jeong's memory is White Knight as the biological father of Morningglow. He actually came to join the commotion, claiming Chenoweth as his son? This is ridiculous. Therefore, after Old Master Jeong heard the truth directly from Chenoweth's mouth, he was utterly dumbfounded. However, while finding it utterly unbelievable, the legendary aura surrounding Chenoweth also provided answers to the questions lingering in Old Master Jeong's mind. 149 It turned out there had been clues all along. After all, if Chenoweth truly shared Bai's bloodline, then Chenoweth's prodigious learning ability could be explained. No wonder Chenoweth possesses such remarkable memory. Even though I only imparted knowledge to him without even jotting it down in a notebook, yet he managed to memorize everything directly, and even put it into practice. Old Jeong had been puzzled. Logically speaking, at 60 years old, he'd seen his share of geniuses, but he'd never heard of anyone as monstrously gifted as Chenoweth. He could remember things this quickly. But if we connect the fact that Chenoweth is Bai's son, and connect the dots, then this matter would finally make complete sense. As the saying goes, like father, like son. Given Bai Ye's legendary past, as Bai Ye's biological son, how could Chenoweth possibly be ordinary? Old Jeong continued. When I heard this news, I was utterly shocked and utterly perplexed. Because neither he nor Bai Ye had ever mentioned this to me. So I asked him directly. Are you certain you're Bai Ye's son? You haven't mistaken him for someone else, have you? But when Chenoweth heard my words, he shook his head firmly and replied, I absolutely cannot be mistaken. 20 years ago, after my parents gave birth to me, they sent me to be raised by a farming family in the south. But at that time, because I was so young, my foster father passed away. So I never truly saw what my foster father looked like. When I was 10 years old, classmates often mocked me at school. They called me a poor kid. And that I didn't even have a father. I didn't understand things back then. So after school, when I got home, I would cry to my adoptive mother about it. And it was at that very moment my foster mother told me. Actually, I wasn't her biological child. My father was actually a scientist. A truly great man. And she also told me many stories about my father. Among them was the story of how, under my father's leadership, the nation developed its first-generation fighter jet, the J-5 fighter. This completely dispelled the gloom in my heart. And it was precisely because of this that, from a young age, a certain conviction was instilled in my mind. That is, I too must follow in my father's footsteps. Become a scientist who contributes to the nation. However, back then, the nation as a whole was relatively poor. And people's lives were not easy. After I turned 10, my adoptive mother fell seriously ill. So I changed my mind. I wanted to study medicine. I wanted to use my knowledge to save more people. Of course, as I grew older, I never stopped searching for my biological father. Truthfully, in those days, though my adoptive mother was a farmer, strangely enough, every year, at a fixed time, a well-dressed person would come to our home to give my adoptive mother a sum of money. And the amount of this money was always substantial. A full 100 yuan or more. So I waited for the right moment. One year, when that person came to our house again, I immediately asked him, "Did my father send you?" And so, from that man's mouth, I finally learned the truth about my biological father. That year, I had just turned 18. After finally fulfilling my wish, I went abroad to study modern medicine. After returning to my homeland, I learned from that person, my father was working alongside you as the lead vaccine developer. So I immediately signed up and joined. Back then, lying in that hospital bed, Chenowei spoke to me at length for the very first time. And it was through his words I finally understood why Chenowei was so certain that Bai Ye was his biological father. When Elder Zhong reached this point in his story, inside the CCTV live studio, Old Master Zhong's words, like a bombshell, it instantly exploded in the livestream. At that very moment, the comments section was like a pot of boiling water. Comments poured in relentlessly. What the hell? Wait, dude. What did old Zhong just say? He seemed to say, Chenowei is Bai Ye's biological son? No, that can't be right. Is this real? If I remember correctly, the portrait in old Master Bai's hands should be Chenowei's, right? That means Bai Qingqing must have seen this portrait too. Sis Qingqing is, after all, Mr. Bai's great-granddaughter. And if Chenowei is Bai Ye's biological son, could that make him Sis Qingqing's father or something? You seem to have misunderstood family titles. But judging by Sister Qingqing's expression, it's obvious she has absolutely no recollection of the person in that portrait. Well, you do have a point there. Actually, there were subtle clues. The first time I saw the old master pull the portrait from his bag, I noticed the face bore a resemblance to him. I just hadn't considered it in that light yet. Me too. But I thought it was because Chenowei's talent was so extraordinary it was practically identical to what old Master Bai had back in the day. That's what made me suspect there might be some connection between them. I don't know if you remember. Actually, back when the old man was at the Qingchuan satellite base, he once mentioned something. His alias there was Qinshu. And Chenowei is his son. Holy. That's so detailed. Now that you mention it, this totally nails the connection between Chenowei and old Master Bai. Brilliant. Master of detail. But then again, old man Bai probably didn't know Chenowei was his biological son. After all, if it were his own flesh and blood, knowing the risks involved, how could old man Bai possibly push him into the fire? He absolutely wouldn't let him participate in the experiment. Exactly. If it were my son, not only would I never let him sign up for the trial, I'd probably find an excuse to kick him off the project team altogether. After all, once he's gone, he can be removed from the list completely legitimately, right? Inside the livestream, netizens were frantically sending bullet comments. The atmosphere on site had become incredibly tense. Ever since the relationship between Chenowei and Bai was revealed, old Master Zhong remained silent. Even Bai Ye kept her head slightly bowed. His expression was impossible to discern. 150 This parting became an eternal regret. Of course, at this very moment, there was actually a third person present. That was Bai Ye's great-granddaughter, Bai Qingqing. At this very moment, her emotions was also in a state of profound shock. After all, from the very beginning, the moment Bai Qingqing saw this portrait, she had sensed the face in this portrait. So young. And for some reason, it gave her a strangely familiar feeling. But one thing was certain. That is, she absolutely did not recognize the person in the portrait. It was merely a slight sense of recognition. Even so, she never once considered the possibility that Chenowei could be related to her. But now, when old Zhong fully exposed the relationship between Chenowei and Bai, fully exposed, at this very moment, Bai Qingqing couldn't help but feel a tinge of strangeness. And a sudden realization. What was strange was that in all her years, she had never heard of, apart from her great-grandparents, besides her parents, I never knew I had other relatives. But at this moment, if the relationship between Chenowei and Grandpa Zhang is true, then wouldn't I have yet another elder to deal with? The scene shifts back to old Zhong. At this moment, when old Master Zhong reached an emotionally charged part of his speech, tears completely drenched his face. After a brief pause, his voice choked with emotion as he continued. After Chenowei finished speaking, I could see his complexion had visibly brightened. It was as if he had finally released all the words he had kept bottled up inside for years. For a moment, I even felt that his health might improve as a result, that he might ultimately overcome his illness. But when I immediately called for someone to treat him, his vital signs plummeted once more. And in his final moments, the last 2 words I heard from his lips were, "Dr. Zhong, please convey a message to my father." At this moment, I only wish to say 2 things to him. They are, "Thank you, and I'm sorry." When old Zhong spoke these words, his eyes brimmed with unbearable sorrow. At the same time, his eyes held deep nostalgia. After all, since those words first left Chen Wei's lips, over 30 years had passed. And throughout those 30+ years, old Master Zhong had kept these words locked away in his heart all this time. This means, throughout this entire period, he never forgot Chen Wei, nor his dying words, even at the very last moment. Bai Ye, Chen Wei's biological father, could not stand by the hospital bed to see him one last time. Yet even as he lay dying, told old Zhong there were 2 things to relay to Bai Ye. "Thank you. I'm sorry." At this very moment, in the CCTV live studio, before the camera, the live studio audience couldn't help but feel their eyes well up slightly. In that final moment before passing away, Chen Wei never got to see his father. What an immense regret that must have been. Even though back then, Morning Light could see the White Knight every single day. Yet, not until the very moment before death, when the 2 finally met and recognized each other. That is what truly matters. Yet in the end, between these 2, there was no chance for recognition. Whenever this thought crosses their minds, the viewers watching the live stream couldn't help but feel immense regret for Bai Ye and Chen Wei. Felt an overwhelming sense of regret. That parting was forever. Old Master Zhong continued. After Chen Wei closed his eyes forever, those final words he spoke before passing have remained etched in my mind. At the same time, I kept wondering, when exactly should I tell Bai Ye the news? After all, the fact that Chen Wei was Bai's son, he probably doesn't even know it himself. But as Bai Ye's colleague, I just don't know how to approach him. Tell him about this. Hearing this, many netizens present nodded in agreement. They agreed with old Zhong's perspective. Exactly. After all, one is a young genius he regards as his own child. The other is a colleague he works with day in and day out. Between these 2, had such a relationship with each other. To relay both sentences truthfully to Bai Ye, it truly takes immense courage. It was absolutely impossible to just blurt it out like that. So for a long time, I couldn't bring myself to say those words. I suppose I failed to live up to Chen Wei's trust. After all, his final words, I've only spoken them now. But I didn't deliberately withhold the truth about Chen Wei's last words from old Bai. In fact, ever since Chen Wei passed away, I've been sending people to investigate the leads he provided. To investigate. After all, though Elder Bai is my colleague, under these circumstances, I couldn't possibly ask Bai Ye directly. Why, back then, did he abandon Chen Wei, his own flesh and blood, and placed him in an ordinary peasant family for upbringing? Asking him face to face? I simply couldn't bring myself to do it. Therefore, I could only investigate this matter covertly. But unfortunately, even after all this time, still no conclusion. To this day, I still don't know why Chen Wei and old Bai, they were clearly father and son, yet they never managed to recognize each other. When old Zhong reached this point, viewers in the livestream felt profound sorrow. Were also filled with immense curiosity. Indeed, what on earth could be the reason? Given Bai Ye's earlier account, everyone was already fairly certain. Bai Ye, he has an immense sense of responsibility. He possesses an unparalleled sense of responsibility. Therefore, abandoning his wife and children, and working alone at the research institute, is absolutely not something Bai Ye's character would ever do. Moreover, the most obvious example is this. Doesn't Bai Ye have a great-granddaughter? Which means he did indeed build a family. And if Bai Ye truly did abandon Chen Wei back then it makes no sense. He would show such deep affection for his other child. Therefore, even up to this point, Bai Ye has never addressed this matter. But based on trust in Bai, it's essentially certain that there's absolutely more to this story than meets the eye. However, now, Elder Zhong has revealed everything he knows. Even Chen Wei's dying words. Before his death. This is the entire sequence of events. And if one were to delve deeper into the relationship between Chen Wei and Bai, then doesn't this mean? Wouldn't that require hearing Bai Ye's perspective as well? But, according to what Elder Zhong said, Bai Ye might not even know. He probably doesn't even know about it at all. At this very moment, Bai Ye's mind might be a complete blank. After all, none of us could have imagined it. If Bai Ye had known all along, Chen Wei was his biological son all along, how could he possibly have allowed him to sign his name on that list of test subjects? 151, could it be that Bai Ye had known all along? Yes. It must be that. After all, if Bai Ye had known all along about Chen Wei's true identity, had known all along that Chen Wei was actually his biological son, then tell me, could Bai Ye possibly do such a thing? As a biological father, and one he hadn't seen in years. The very son he sent to be raised in the countryside from childhood. Now, after so many years apart. Upon witnessing this scene, he might not even have time to feel joy. How could he possibly agree to let his own flesh and blood risk his life for the sake of a vaccine trial? To participate in the vaccine trial? This is utterly impossible. Once this thought took root in their minds, for a moment, the viewers in the livestream, unconsciously, all eyes on Bai Ye. Although these words were all spoken by Old Master Zhong himself, but Bai Ye and Old Master Zhong were standing quite close to each other. Moreover, Old Master Zhong's voice wasn't exactly quiet. Old Master Zhong remains in robust health. He must have been able to hear it too, right? Given this situation, shouldn't Bai Ye step forward to explain? Viewers in the livestream chat were all caught up in this incident. Some even hoped Bai Ye would step forward to provide everyone with an answer. In truth, at this very moment, Old Zhong's state of mind was equally troubled. Back when he worked alongside Bai Ye, Old Zhong had heard about some of Bai Ye's past experiences. Though their research fields differed, Bai Ye focused more on cutting-edge technology, while Old Zhong concentrated on advancements in the medical field. Despite their differing fields, Old Master Zhong held Bai Ye in genuine respect from the bottom of his heart. But, ever since Chen Wei revealed before his death, he had revealed everything about his own origins, and even included his final 2 words of advice, along with his final 2 words of advice, to pass on to the night. Ever since then, Old Master Zhong's attitude toward Bai Ye began to shift subtly. He began to harbor complex feelings toward Bai Ye, though most of it remained respect. Yet this very change created a certain distance between them. The respect stemmed from the fact that Bai Ye's abilities were truly exceptional. Even the projects Bai Ye had been responsible for previously were almost entirely in other technological fields. Yet when it came to the field of medicine, Bai Ye's extensive knowledge base still left Old Zhong secretly amazed. He marveled that Bai Ye was truly a versatile genius. There was nothing he didn't understand. As for the rift, that, naturally, stemmed from the matter involving Chen Wei. If Chen Wei weren't Bai's son, Old Master Zhong wouldn't have uttered a single word of reproach toward Bai Ye. Even if he hadn't gotten to see Chen Wei one last time, it wouldn't have mattered. But it just so happens that Chen Wei is Bai's son. Throughout their time together, Old Zhong had long since regarded Chen Wei as his own flesh and blood. And now, he, a counterfeit father, only to witness Chen Wei's true father, showing him utter disregard, and personally pushed him onto the experimental platform. How could Old Master Zhong possibly feel at ease? And yet, Old Master Zhong was still fighting for Chen Wei's rights. Such an outstanding child. Back then, with Bai Ye's capabilities, with high-level state officials stepping in to provide him with backing. Such immense backing. Not just one child, even 2 children. It wouldn't have been a big deal, right? But why? Why did Bai Ye choose send Chen Wei to be raised by a rural family? So, after Chen Wei passed away, for quite a long time afterward, Old Master Zhong occasionally saw Bai Ye. He never once revealed Chen Wei's final words to Bai Ye. They say time heals all wounds. But recently, Old Master Zhong unexpectedly learned news about Bai Ye. And this time, Bai Ye was holding. He was actually carrying Chen Wei's portrait. After all these years of pondering, had gradually dissolved Old Master Zhong's resentment toward Bai Ye. Perhaps, back then, Bai Ye had done this, sending Chen Wei to be raised by a rural family. Perhaps he had his reasons after all? If Bai Ye truly had no feelings for Chen Wei, he wouldn't have sent money to that family every single year. You could just walk away without a second thought. And so, when Old Zhong learned of it, Bai Ye had already boarded the train bound for Longdu, and that he would arrive in Longdu the very next day. Only then did Old Master Zhong make his decision. He rescheduled all his patients' appointments to today. He wanted to properly meet with Bai Ye. Then, he would reveal Chen Wei's true identity to Bai Ye, to see exactly how Bai Ye would react. After the words ended, Old Zhong fell silent. Instead, he turned his head. He glanced at Bai Ye. He wanted to see the expression on Bai Ye's face at that moment. However, at that moment, after hearing his words, though his expression grew slightly somber, but not a trace of surprise or regret could be seen on Bai Ye's face. A trace of surprise or regret? What was going on? Could it be that, even now, after learning that Chen Wei is his own biological son, Bai Ye still felt no remorse whatsoever for his actions? Is he truly such a cold-blooded person? Could it be? All these years, Has he been completely wrong about Bai Ye all along? Just as old Zhong was lost in thought, suddenly he noticed Bai Ye's body move, dragging his aged body, carrying Chen Wei's portrait. Step by step, he approached him. Old Zhong, about what you mentioned earlier. Actually, I've known all along. Chen Wei, he truly is my son. When Bai Ye addressed old Zhong, in a deliberately calm tone, after uttering these words to old Zhong, for a moment, including old Master Zhong, and the viewers in the livestream room, were left utterly dumbfounded. Wait. What the hell? Regarding Chen Wei's true identity, Chen Wei is actually Bai's biological son. Could it be that Bai Ye had known all along? And even after learning his true identity, Bai Ye still made the decision to send Chen Wei to participate in the vaccine trial? This, no matter how you look at it, it's simply impossible. As a father, could it be that Bai Ye truly felt nothing for Chen Wei? To just stand by and watch Chen Wei, after receiving the vaccine, lying weakly in the hospital bed? Even in his final moments before death, she wasn't by his side? Upon hearing Bai Ye's response, old Zhong's expression changed instantly. But comparatively, he was even more eager to know the reason behind Bai Ye's actions. Because, back when Chen Wei was still around, Bai Ye had actually shown Chen Wei some consideration. But why? When it came to a matter of life and death, why did Bai Ye forcefully push Chen Wei away? 152. Could it be that Bai Ye had his reasons for doing this? As everyone remained utterly perplexed. In truth, at that very moment, Bai Ye had also heard what Elder Zhong had just said. But at this moment, Bai Ye's heart was truly torn. After all, Chen Wei was indeed his biological son. Moreover, it had been over 30 years ago. Within the bone marrow inflammation vaccine project team, the moment he first laid eyes on Chen Wei, Bai Ye recognized him immediately. The moment he recognized him, Bai Ye instinctively wanted to reveal his identity to Chen Hui. After all, 20 years ago, due to certain circumstances, she had no choice but to send Chen Wei to be raised by a farming family. And during those years, though Bai Ye himself never appeared before Chen Wei in person, he sent some of his men to the peasant family every year to deliver money in child support. Upon their return, through their reports, Bai Ye gradually came to understand how Chen Wei had been getting by during this period, what his life was like, beyond the details of Chen Wei's childhood and his formative years. Bai Ye also obtained from the informant photos of Chen Wei after he came of age. At 18, before he was about to study abroad, a photograph he had left behind. Back then, Chen Wei had joined the project team as an overseas student. Joined the project team. Just barely over 20. Compared to when she was 18, it's only been 2 years. How could someone's appearance possibly change in just 2 years? And so, the moment Bai Ye laid eyes on Chen Wei, recognized him immediately. These thoughts kept swirling in Bai Ye's mind. Unshakable. All these years, Bai Ye had kept Chen Wei's portrait, alongside those of his other comrades, in the waist pouch he carried at his side. One day, bearing their portraits to the very place where they once fought together. On one hand, this was because Chen Wei was essentially and the comrades in arms of Bai. In any way. As for the other reason, it's naturally because of Chen Wei's identity. For 30 years, even Chen Wei himself probably didn't know. Back then, when it was discovered that Chen Wei had contracted a disease due to the vaccine and was nearing death, Bai Ye himself was overcome with immense sorrow. How he wished he could stand before Chen Wei's hospital room. Standing before Chen Wei's hospital room to properly see him off on his final journey. But there was no way. On one hand, it was because the state had assigned him an urgent mission. He had to make a long journey. On the other hand, it was connected to the reason why, back then, and sending him to be raised by a farming family. Too much time had passed since that incident. Since old Zhong brought it up today. And this time, he'd even brought Chen Wei to the very city he'd always longed for long due. Therefore, he might as well reveal everything. Thus, once Bai Ye's resolve solidified in his mind, though his eyes still held a hint of redness, he strode forward with unwavering resolve and approached Elder Zhong. In truth, all along the way, Bai Ye had already noticed the CCTV crew following and filming him. Even the 2 bodyguards left behind by Old Sun for his protection. Bai Ye had spotted them. But Bai Ye paid them no mind. Facing the camera directly, amidst the shock and anticipation of the crowd, Bai Ye slowly began to speak, recounting the events of that year. All these years, old Zhong seems to have held a deep misunderstanding toward me. But he was right about one thing. I remember it was over 50 years ago. When Chen Wei was born, his mother and I discussed. We sent him to be raised by a farming family. I never gave Chen Wei a complete childhood. I truly regret it deeply. Meanwhile, At the scene, Elder Zhong, along with the viewers watching the live broadcast on CCTV, when they saw, at this very moment, Bai Ye was actually slowly walking toward the camera, with tears welling in his eyes. With tears welling in his eyes. Then, standing before the camera, he began his narration. The live chat exploded with comments in an instant. As mentioned earlier, although old Zhong said that Chenwei and Bai, they share a father-son relationship. But, judging by Bai Ye's previous actions, he absolutely doesn't seem like someone who would willingly abandon his own son. Otherwise, how could one explain the relationship between Bai Qingqing and Bai Ye? They're all Bai Ye's descendants. How could there be such a huge difference between them? Such a huge difference? Therefore, when Bai Ye stepped forward at this moment and began recounting that experience, everyone instantly fell silent. Then, they all stared intently at the livestream, eagerly awaiting Bai Ye to recount the events of that year. It happened over 50 years ago. Actually, 50 years ago, my wife and I already had a child. But, because 50 years ago, a major event occurred in our country. As a scientist, even though I had once made great contributions to the nation, I too was once caught up in the turmoil. And Chenwei was born during that very era. Hearing Bai Ye say this, the crowd was instantly plunged into confusion. Wait. Over 50 years ago? The nation had experienced a major event? And even Bai Ye, a national hero, was affected by this event? In fact, even now, many people still remember when Bai Ye was at the Jiangnan shipyard and recounted the story of the nuclear submarine. He produced an old photograph. In that photo, Bai Ye and Master Run in a photo together. It once made many netizens feel envious and jealous. That's Master Run, after all. Bai Ye, to have a photo with Master Run. That signifies, at the national level, it signifies immense recognition for Bai Ye. Across the entire nation, to be personally summoned by Old Man Run, and those who get to take a photo with him, is truly a rare occurrence. Yet, even though Bai Ye once possessed such an experience, he was still affected by that incident from 50 years ago. He was still affected? What on earth was that incident? It actually drove Bai Ye to abandon his newborn child, and had no choice but to do so? After hearing Bai Ye's words, his face showed equal bewilderment. But when he heard Bai Ye mention over 50 years ago, the expression on his face immediately turned grave. 50 years ago? Could it be? Yes. After all, old Master Zhong is now over 80 years old. And 50 years ago, when the incident erupted, old Master Zhong actually has some recollection of it. But back then, he was still young. Though he was already in this line of work, his experience differed significantly from that of Bai Ye and others. He was scarcely affected at all. And it was precisely because of that incident. It caused the Dragon Kingdom to remain in a state of disarray. The Dragon Nation struggled to recover. Development slowed considerably. 153 When they met again, it had been 20 years. Though it must be said, people today know little about the events that unfolded 50 years ago. But the older generation still remembers. The older generation still remembers. The events of those years caused immense harm to the Dragon Nation. Especially, before that, every renowned scientist in the Dragon Kingdom were almost without exception all met with tragic ends. In fact, before Bai Ye brought this up, the Longwa viewers in the livestream chat hadn't considered this possibility. After all, those events from years past, even when covered in textbooks, they were merely glossed over. So it simply never crossed their minds. But Bai Ye's situation was different. He was a direct participant in that incident. Moreover, he even had a photo taken with Old Man Run. As someone who lived through it firsthand, no one possesses greater authority than Bai Ye. At this very moment, when old Zhong heard Bai Ye mention that incident, a contemplative expression immediately appeared on his face. Similarly, although he was only around 30 years old at the time, he too had been a participant in that incident. Moreover, that incident back then, the more one contributed to the nation's development, the more perilous their situation became. Just as old Zhong was deep in thought, at this very moment, Bai Ye spoke up again. When that incident erupted, Chenwei had only just been born, and I myself had been summoned for questioning by the higher-ups not long before. Although they couldn't find any fault with me afterward, and I even took a photo with Elder Run. So in the end, they let me go. But deep down, I knew exactly what was happening. From that day on, I had to tread carefully. Constantly watch my every word and action, making sure they can't find any grounds to pin anything on me. That's when an idea began to take root in my mind. If anything were to happen to me later on, I couldn't let my wife, my beloved wife, suffer alongside me. So from that moment on, I cut off contact with my wife temporarily. But leaving her alone to care for 2 children at once was simply too much to ask of her. So, with a heavy heart, I had to send the other newborn child, Chen, away. To be raised by a farming family. I knew this wasn't right. After all, Chenwei was my own flesh and blood. As a father, how could I possibly stand by and watch my own flesh and blood being raised by another family? My wife, Huifan, though she suffered deeply too. In the end, she agreed with my decision. So, together, sent Chenwei to live with a farming family. Every year, I send someone to make a fixed payment to that family as child support. On one hand, this money helps them live a little better. On the other hand, it's also a small token of compensation for Chenwei. When Bai Ye reached this point in his speech, old Zhong and the viewers in the live stream room, the expression on her face, once again, it changed. So that's why. Back then, Bai Ye abandoned Chenwei and sent him to be raised by another family. Was not because Bai Ye deliberately abandoned his own child. Who would have thought? There was such a story behind it all. Moreover, netizens could hear it too. Though on the surface, when he said these words, her expression was remarkably calm. Seemed to show little emotional fluctuation. Yet if one scrutinized his eyes, one could discern Bai Ye's eyes had long since swollen red, encircling his entire eye sockets. He was merely putting on a brave face. Upon realizing this, the viewers in the live stream room couldn't help but feel an even deeper sense of sorrow welling up inside them. What a tragedy of our times. That incident back then had such a profound impact on the Bai family. Was simply too immense. Not only did it halt the development of the Dragon Nation for over a decade, it also caused the Bai family from their own biological son for such an extended period. Moreover, from old Zhong's account, it's clear Chenwei's talent in scientific research was in no way inferior to Bai Ye's. In fact, judging by his memory alone, Chenwei's talent might even surpass Bai's. Had it not been for what happened 20 years later, and Chenwei hadn't been sent to a peasant family by Bai, and instead cultivated him personally, the audience would never have imagined. If Bai Ye had personally raised him, Chenwei's contributions, wouldn't it have been even greater? Would the incident, because of the vaccine injection, and led to Chenwei's death from illness? Because I've been thinking too much. Netizens couldn't help but repeat Chenwei's name over and over. Soon, they couldn't help but recall. Several months prior, when Bai Ye was still at the Qingchuan base, in the archives room, a pseudonym named Qinshu had appeared. Morning Radiance, Morning Radiance? Many viewers, upon thinking of this, they suddenly slapped their foreheads in realization. It turns out all these signs were there all along. Such obvious hints. Why hadn't they thought of it sooner? Bai Ye continued. Ever since we sent Chenwei to the farmer's family, my wife and I took the opportunity to have a good cry. But to spare her from any trouble, I gave her some money. Then I had her take the child back to our hometown first. As for me, it wasn't until years later did I finally track her down again. I did consider searching for Chenwei, but, in the end, I never found him. Bai Ye paused here. The viewers in the livestream nodded in unison. Indeed. Looking at it this way, Bai Ye was genuinely trying to protect his wife and child from being implicated. That's why he had spent all those years alone. Through all those years. And when that incident finally passed, Bai Ye immediately to reunite with his wife and children. But at that time, because he couldn't find Chenwei, he couldn't acknowledge him. Regarding this point, the audience also expressed understanding. Bai Ye continued. After returning home, I enjoyed a period of leisurely days. And during those years, I stopped all scientific research. That period was simply too dangerous. I stayed at home, living off my savings, and tried to lead a normal life with my wife and child. But even then, I never gave up searching for Chenwei. Every day, I sent people out to track down Chenwei's whereabouts, hoping to find him. Unfortunately, my wish remained unfulfilled. Until, over 30 years ago, an outbreak of osteomyelitis occurred. I received an official notice. They hoped I could take charge of the medical research project. So I bid farewell to my wife and children once more, and joined the project team. And it was during that very period Chenwei joined us as an international student. The moment I saw him, I knew. He was my biological son, lost to me for 20 years. 154. Isn't that enough to inspire admiration? In truth, when Bai Ye mentioned, since Chenwei first joined the project team as an international student, joined the project team, at first glance, Bai Ye recognized Chenwei. Regarding this point, the audience didn't find it too surprising. After all, though it had a touch of mysticism, but between a father and his own child, there might be some kind of telepathic connection. Besides, since he's his own flesh and blood, there must be some resemblance in his appearance. Though netizens have never seen Chenwei, Bai Ye is still holding Chen Wei's portrait in her hands, isn't she? Look closely. While the overall resemblance isn't immediately obvious, but in certain details, one could still faintly discern Bai Ye's shadow. Therefore, Bai Ye recognized Chen Wei's identity at a glance. Is there a problem with that? After recounting the scene of their first meeting, a nostalgic expression spread across his face. From parting ways to reuniting once more. During that time, Bai Ye had expended untold effort to track down Chen Wei's whereabouts. Yet, after all these years, since that peasant family vanished, it could be said that all leads concerning Chen Wei had been completely severed. And the Dragon Kingdom is so vast, even Bai Ye couldn't guarantee finding the child. Therefore, after searching for several years, Bai Ye ultimately abandoned the search. Of course, during this time, Bai Ye never told a soul, not even his wife. Because, if Bai Ye were to report this matter to the state, given the authorities' high regard for Bai Ye, they would spare no expense, dispatch massive manpower and resources to help Bai Ye find Chen Wei. Bai Ye felt, though doing so serves his personal objectives, but sacrificing such immense national resources for it, this was something Bai Ye absolutely could not accept. Moreover, most crucially, at that time, it had only been a few years since the incident. Not much time had passed at all. The Dragon Nation had only just begun its recovery. It was a crucial juncture. How could I possibly ask the nation to help search for me? Bai Ye continued. The moment I saw Chen Wei, at first glance, I knew he was my son. In that moment, I wanted to rush forward immediately to look at him properly. It had been 20 years. As his biological father, how could I not want to see my son the moment I saw him? But then I quickly thought, no, I absolutely cannot do this. When Bai Ye reached this point in his story, the viewers in the live stream room, including Old Master Zhong, also looked puzzled. Wait, what's going on? You already know. Chen Wei is your own son. And he even came back from studying abroad specifically to join this project. This is fate. Even the heavens themselves have granted you this reunion. How come at this very moment? Are you actually hesitating? What are you hesitating about? The viewers in the live stream. Even I started getting anxious for Bai Ye when I heard this. It was utterly incomprehensible. Her son was standing right before her eyes. At a time like this, why hesitate? Why not dare to acknowledge Chen Wei? Bai Ye seemed to sense the confusion among the netizens. So she continued. You must understand, the project we're responsible for concerns the entire nation. Moreover, we must resolve this disease as quickly as possible. To that end, we must spare no expense. We must accelerate our research into the disease and develop a vaccine. After seeing Chen Wei, I tracked down the person responsible for recruiting Chen Wei. I requested the documents related to Chen Wei's overseas studies. The moment I saw those documents, my heart is filled with overwhelming excitement. Even my hands, my entire body. Everything is trembling violently. Because the data shows. Chen Wei, he's just like me. He's also studying abroad at Haji University. Only, our fields of study were different. He studied medicine. Moreover, judging from his transcripts, almost every single one of his major courses were perfect scores. My son achieving such results at Haji University. How could I not be thrilled? And what's more, the records also show, after returning from studying abroad, Chen Wei, he voluntarily requested to join this project. Without any persuasion from anyone. He came here of his own accord. Hearing this, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but feel even greater reverence. With even greater reverence. Not only because, now that Chen Wei's identity had been revealed, he is, in fact, Bai Ye's biological son. But there was another reason. That is, as an overseas returnee, he could have chosen to work at a top-tier hospital, enjoying generous benefits, and he wouldn't have faced any danger. After all, with his academic achievements and talent, he could have risen from a general practitioner all the way to a specialist and professor. Wouldn't that have been a sure thing? And he'd only handle routine cases. That would be more than enough. But Chen Wei rejected this path. After learning about the nation's plight ravaged by disease, he didn't choose to stay in a comfortable hospital coasting through his days. Instead, he chose to join the fight against the disease. To develop a vaccine together. Doesn't such an act deserve our utmost respect? Of course, some might say at this point. Not necessarily. Because the disease had spread far and wide. The entire nation, every major hospital. There must be patients like this everywhere. Therefore, regardless of whether Chen Wei joins the project team, it will inevitably involve the treatment of this disease. Indeed, theoretically speaking, that is correct. But After all, the hospital primarily serves patients with other conditions. The bone marrow infection vaccine development team is dedicated to tackling this disease throughout the entire process. In ordinary hospitals, undeniably, such patients do appear. But when you compare them to specialized research teams, the cases they encounter, wouldn't they be a mere drop in the bucket? Of course, the most crucial point is, the reason why so many netizens hold Bai Ye's son in such high esteem is because he too is an overseas returnee. Over 30 years ago, the nation's development entered a period of stagnation. At that time, Eagle's development was booming. With Chen Wei's credentials, staying in the Eagle Nation for development, his future would be nothing short of bright. Not to mention, his adoptive parents were no longer with him. He might not even know that his biological parents still exist. Even if he stays abroad, he wouldn't feel any psychological burden. But in the end, Chen Wei's choice left everyone profoundly moved. He gave up the chance to enjoy a life of privilege abroad. He returned to his homeland to dedicate himself to vaccine development. Is this not worthy of admiration? 155 all these years, we've misunderstood Bai Ye. At this very moment, after hearing Bai Ye's account, almost all netizens, regarding the face in the portrait, without exception, all wore expressions of admiration. But upon closer reflection, the netizens noticed something else. Earlier, Bai Ye seemed to mention, after discovering that Chen Wei was his son, he didn't immediately step forward to acknowledge him. And what Bai Ye mentioned just now only serves to illustrate just how extraordinary Chen Wei's talent truly was. But you haven't explicitly stated the specific reason for not acknowledging him? So, what exactly is the reason? When they realized Bai Ye hadn't finished speaking, the viewers in the livestream chat, the discussion ceased immediately. Instead, they continued to stare intently, the face on the live stream screen, anticipating Bai Ye's next words. Bai Ye continued, after reviewing the materials, I am truly proud to have such a son. Though, during his childhood, he wasn't with us. But over all these years, he has never failed to meet my expectations. He has grown into a capable individual who contributes to our nation. But I know full well, if I were to step forward now and acknowledge Chen Wei, then he might not be able to participate in our work anymore. Because after that incident, many distinguished scientists, including myself, those who survived have largely been exonerated. Moreover, the authorities also intend to compensate us. So, if Chen Wei is my biological son, combined with the fact that Chen Wei and I have been separated for years, once this news breaks, the national leadership will certainly intervene to remove him from this project. Although osteomyelitis is a life-threatening condition, he's so young, yet he's dedicated himself to this cause. He could sacrifice his life at any moment. But I am a scientist too. I have responsibilities too. Though Chen Wei is my son, I had no right to stop him from conducting his research here. And so, in the end, I never got to reunite with Chen Wei. But after all these years apart, so, in my spare time outside of work, I deliberately paid him extra attention. But I couldn't be too obvious about it. Fortunately, old Zhong recognized Chen Wei's talent. He intends to cultivate him as a student. Thus, I tacitly agreed. Absolutely everything was placed under Zhong's responsibility. Moreover, when the surrounding doctors and nurses mentioned Chen Wei, he had actually grown up in a single-parent household. He never received his father's care. And now, his relationship with old Zhong is like that of a biological father and son. Everyone says so. Though deep down, I feel quite desolate. After all, Zhong was my good friend back then. But Chen Wei is my long-lost biological son. My biological son never once called me father. Instead, everyone around me keeps linking Chen Wei to old Zhong. Tell me, what kind of feelings do you think I have? After Bai Ye finished speaking these words, the viewers in the live stream room, even Bai Qingqing and old Zhong included, were all struck speechless once more. At that very moment, old Master Zhong even lifted his head, staring blankly at Bai Ye. So that's how it was. No wonder Bai Ye claimed he had known Chen Wei's true identity all along. His own biological son. But it wasn't until today. Had he learned it from Bai Ye's own mouth? He had known about this all along. And back then, when everyone around him teased him, that Chen Wei was actually his son. Bai Ye not only refrained from denying it. Instead, he joined the others around him. In unison. It turns out Bai Ye had orchestrated all of this deliberately. All to ensure Chen Wei could continue working at the job he loved. Once it was confirmed that Chen Wei and Bai were father and son, given the nation's high regard for Bai Ye, an immediate order would be issued to remove Chen Wei from this project. Therefore, Bai Ye's actions is actually a way of indirectly protecting Chenowei's right to choose his own work freely. And during those years of research, it was clear that Bai Ye himself was Chenowei's biological father. Yet he constantly heard others gossip, claiming Chenowei had a connection to him. Back then, Bai Ye's heart must have been excruciatingly painful. Yet he couldn't step forward to refute them. At that moment, old Zhong suddenly recalled. He recalled that after Chenowei arrived in the manager's office, sometimes Bai Ye's figure was nowhere to be seen. After all, as the project leader, his primary responsibilities centered on the core R&D priorities and strategic direction. Though the workload wasn't overly demanding, he still had to be present in the office every day. Yet Bai Ye rarely remained seated in the office for long. Instead, he would step out from time to time. It turned out that old Zhong hadn't understood the reason. But now, he had probably guessed. Perhaps it was because he couldn't bring himself to acknowledge his own son. The pressure on Bai Ye is immense. That's why he leaves the office, seeking ways to relieve the pressure. Upon realizing this, for a moment, old Zhong felt a surge of panic. Originally, he had thought that the final words Chenowei left behind were actually his accusations. When he was just born, they had abandoned him and sent him to be raised by a peasant family. That's why ever since then, old Master Zhong harbored complex feelings toward Bai Ye, both reverence and a certain incomprehension. However, as the truth came to light, old Master Zhong suddenly understood Bai Ye's actions. In truth, during that turbulent era, Bai Ye's actions could be seen as the best possible solution under dire circumstances. He was the one who bore the weight of it all. At that moment, everyone in the live stream room immediately cast eyes filled with profound reverence toward Bai Ye. It turned out that while everyone's thoughts were still stuck on the first level, Bai Ye had already ascended to the atmosphere. Thus, within the live stream room, viewers flooded the chat with comments. Holy crap! I never imagined the reason old Master Bai Ye didn't reunite with Chenowei back then was because of something like this. I can understand old man Bai's reasoning. After all, he made tremendous contributions to the nation. Add in the persecution of that era. It's possible the state wanted to compensate and protect Chenowei by shielding him from dangerous projects. Although much of old man Bai's work was done under aliases, the nation's top leadership surely knew the truth. The aliases were just to keep us ordinary folks unaware of his contributions. But the top officials were eyewitnesses. How could they not know how formidable old Master Bai was? Out of respect for his son's choice, Bai Ye chose to bury this matter deep within his heart? I feel that old Bai wasn't just an awe-inspiring scientific giant, he was also a truly great father. 156 What exactly did Chenowei's last words mean? At this very moment, viewers in the live stream were buzzing with excitement, exchanging comments one after another. Yet at the same time, at the ruins of the Great Fountain, Bai Ye, holding Chenowei's portrait, stood silently, not uttering a single word. At that moment, even old Zhong couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion and regret welling up inside him. It turned out, all these years, had misunderstood Bai Ye all along. All these years, old Master Zhong's feelings toward Bai Ye has always harbored a complex mix of emotions. Both respect. Yet because of Chenowei's deeds, he harbors some resentment toward Bai Ye. But now, since learning the truth, old Zhong dared not even lift his head. He took the initiative to visit Bai Ye. For so long, he had spent all that time doubting Bai Ye, regardless of anything else. Back when they were researching osteomyelitis, Bai Ye and I had always been like comrades in arms. And yet, as the closest of partners, in the matter concerning Chenowei, I actually misunderstood him? How could I possibly face Bai Ye again after this? At the same time, old Zhong immediately understood. Back then, when Chenowei lay on his sickbed, when he left those final words as his last testament, Bai Ye's heart was suffering far more than his own. On one hand, he had finally found his biological son, only to lose him a few years later. He passed away due to illness. He passed away from illness. On the other hand, when Chenowei was on his deathbed, due to orders from higher-ups, he was suddenly reassigned elsewhere. In the end, when Chenowei's funeral was held, Bai Ye was unable to attend in person. In truth, Bai Ye was the one suffering the most. And in the entire world, Bai Ye was the one who most unwillingly let Chenowei make the ultimate sacrifice. But what about himself? All these years, I've actually doubted and resented Bai Ye. At best, I'm just Chenowei's elder. A guide. How could I possibly have the right to criticize and dictate to his own father? How dare I criticize and meddle in his affairs? Couldn't he be suffering far more deeply than I ever could? Bai Ye continued. That's the whole story about Chenowei. He is my biological son. The moment I first laid eyes on him, I was absolutely certain. But, as old Zhong mentioned earlier, the two final words Chenowei left me before his death, I only learned of them now. Last words? What last words? When Bai Ye reached this point in his story, the crowd in the live stream room, once again, their faces were filled with confusion. However, some viewers listened with rapt attention. Some even pulled out paper and pen to take notes. When these individuals later reviewed their notes, they were startled to discover that before his death, pleaded with Elder Zhang to pass on these final two sentences to Bai Ye. Thank you. And, I'm sorry. But, the moment these words appeared, the viewers in the live stream were all feeling quite puzzled. Right? What on earth did those two sentences mean? Thank you? It sounds like, this seems like a thank you directed at Bai Ye? That can't be possible. After all, if we were to directly adopt Chenwei's perspective, Chenwei never had a father since childhood. Moreover, the one who raised him was a rural woman. So, if he had returned to China knowing all along that Bai Ye was his biological father, and had known all along that Bai Ye was his biological father, then Chenwei would never have thanked Bai Ye. In fact, it's highly likely that he would harbor resentment toward both Bai Ye and his own mother, filled with resentment in his heart, for their abandonment back then had inflicted such immense trauma upon his young heart. And old Master Zhong also mentioned, during Chenwei's school days, because of his background and the absence of a father, he endured countless taunts from classmates. So, when old Master Zhong mentioned Chenwei's final words to Bai was thank you, they found it utterly incomprehensible. Of course, apart from the first words, the last words left everyone utterly baffled too. After all, if we switch to Chenwei's perspective, the one who truly should apologize should be Bai, right? After all, no matter the reason, even if it was passive or involuntary, Bai abandoned Chenwei and sent him to be raised by another family. That's an objective fact. So, shouldn't this line actually be spoken by Bai Ye to Chenwei? At this point, some netizens were even speculating. Could it be that old Zhong actually misremembered? Chenwei never left a second line of his last words, but only the first one? Yet, at this very moment, amidst the netizens' confusion, Bai Ye spoke up, sharing his perspective. Old Zhong, I get it now. I know what those two sentences Chenwei left me mean now. Bai Ye's voice echoed slowly. However, when everyone turned their gaze back to Bai Ye's face, they suddenly noticed Bai Ye's complexion. Compared to before, it seemed to have grown even more rosy. And faintly, there were even some highlights. As Bai Ye spoke these words, tears welled up in his eyes once more. I think that's what Chenwei meant to say. Thank you, because Chenwei knows that he could continue staying in the project team and successfully sign his name on the list and participate in the vaccine trial as one of the 10 test subjects. All of this was possible because of my behind-the-scenes support. He must have understood my actions long ago, so the reason he left me those 3 words was likely to express his gratitude for my understanding and support. Hearing Bai Ye's speculation, the viewers in the live stream room couldn't help but reveal expressions of sudden realization. So that's how it was explained. Indeed, if Chenwei said thank you, it was because Bai Ye, as a father, had honored his child's decision. Then that would indeed explain it. The reason Chenwei left those words behind. However, not much time passed. The viewers in the live stream chat were instantly dumbfounded again, because what Chenwei left behind wasn't just a final message. There was another line. Bai Ye explained the 3 words, thank you. But, after that, I'm sorry. These 3 words. How could Chenwei's thoughts possibly explain them? As netizens continued to puzzle over it. At this very moment, Bai Ye couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It seemed as though this remark had also puzzled Bai Ye. However, just a few minutes later, Bai Ye's eyes first lit up. Then, they immediately dimmed again. In a calm tone, he began to speak. I think that must be what Chenwei meant in his final words. 157. Perhaps this is the meaning behind Chenwei's final words. That must be what Chenwei meant in his final words. As Bai Ye slowly spoke, the viewers in the live stream room immediately perked up their ears once more. Their expressions turned utterly serious, listening intently. However, just as Bai Ye was about to voice his thoughts, suddenly, Elder Zhong slowly approached and interrupted Bai Ye mid-sentence. Old Bai, I've misunderstood you all this time. I truly apologize. However, regarding the meaning of that final testament, may I share my thoughts? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye paused in thought for a moment. But soon, he nodded in agreement. For Bai Ye understood. In truth, when it came to dealing with Chenwei, his stance was identical to that of Elder Zhong. Held exactly the same stance. Both harbored profound affection for Chenwei. However, as father and son, Bai Ye cannot express this affection directly. Instead, he buried it deep within his heart. But old Zhong's situation was entirely different. because he and Chenowei were not related by blood. Therefore, purely from the perspective of appreciating Chenowei's talent, and considering things from Chenowei's perspective. Thank you. After receiving Bai Ye's consent, Old Master Zhong slowly nodded. Then he began to speak. I'll just share my perspective. Truthfully, I wholeheartedly agree with Elder Bai's earlier interpretation of the first line. I even feel Chenowei he might very well have meant exactly that. Because Bai Ye fulfilled Chenowei's wish, allowing him to serve as a test subject, to contribute to the nation's medical science. That's why he's so grateful to Bai Ye. But I think this statement might carry another layer of meaning. Perhaps what Chenowei truly meant was, he was thanking Bai Ye for being his biological father. Gratitude for the gift of life bestowed by his parents. Seems like we're getting off topic? Let me share my take on the second sentence instead. I'm sorry, I think Chenowei was most likely saying. He didn't ask Bai for permission. He just went ahead and put the name down. That was incredibly selfish. He didn't consider his biological father's feelings at all. And beyond that, I think since Chenowei knew Bai's identity from the very beginning, it's highly likely that Chenowei joined this project team, was driven by the desire to reunite with Bai Ye. In fact, I suspect Chenowei also planned to, after the recognition is made, he intends to properly support Bai Ye. But, because of his own stubbornness, I never got the chance to reunite with Bai Ye. Moreover, he caused Bai Ye to endure the agony of losing a child once more. It was precisely for these reasons. That's why Chenowei said to Bai, I'm sorry. After Elder Zhong finished analyzing his thoughts, the viewers in the livestream, Bai Ye, Bai Qingqing, and the others all fell silent. At this very moment, although Bai Ye and Elder Zhong's conversation were both based on hindsight and speculating on the meaning behind Chenowei's words, however, upon careful analysis, netizens also felt, whether it was Bai Ye or Old Master Zhong, the meanings they've analyzed actually makes a lot of sense. They even feel, perhaps even as Chenowei lay dying, truly held such thoughts, as he confessed to Elder Zhong. However, during the White Night, Old Master Zhong and the other two, after interpreting the two final words left by Chenowei in their own words, at this very moment, everyone couldn't help but feel once again. Though Chenowei passed away, he was only in his early 20s. His intellectual depth had unknowingly surpassed everyone in the livestream room. Though young in years, his relentless dedication to research and his spirit of sacrifice are truly worthy of everyone's admiration. Of course, beyond the respect for Chenowei, many others are deeply moved by this very moment. Bai Ye's approach. She empathized deeply. She showed immense understanding. Undeniably, though Bai chose to send Chenowei to another family for raising such an irresponsible act. But when confronted with his son's own choice, for the sake of the nation, Bai Ye chose to grant Chenowei's request. He would rather bear the risk of losing his son alone, rather than relinquish this potentially dangerous position to anyone else. After all, given Bai Ye's authority at the time, although compiling the experimental roster was entirely voluntary, however, since it involved nationwide disease vaccine development, and to ensure the accuracy of the trial results, the number of participants must reach at least 10 individuals. Therefore, if Bai Ye were to use his authority to forcibly exclude Chenowei from the trial, it would mean Chenowei would be replaced. But then, another innocent person could very well become the test subject. Then, perhaps the same situation arises during the experiment, leading to the experimenters to succumb to the disease. At that point, although Chenowei survived, he could still use his talents to contribute to the nation. But there would be another family suffering the agony of losing a child. Bai Ye he belongs to the kind who shifts such suffering directly transferred onto himself, thus sparing ordinary families from enduring such suffering. Such an act, is it not truly magnificent? Bai Ye, can he not be called a truly great father? At this very moment, the crowd in the live stream room immediately began flooding the chat with comments. Wah! I'm actually tearing up. At first, I couldn't understand either. What exactly did Chenowei mean with those last two lines of his will? But now, after the elders explained it, it all suddenly clicked for me. Sigh, all I can say is both Chenowei and Old Man Bai were truly extraordinary. We should all learn from them. Yeah, especially Chenowei. He was only in his 20s and already possessed such awareness. Compare that to me, I'm also in my early 20s, a junior in college, and the only thing I've mastered is sleeping through lectures. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. But it's just the norm in college, nothing you can do about it. After all, we worked our asses off through high school. Once we hit college, we naturally want to relax. But after hearing about Chenowei and Old Man Bai, I feel like, if I keep wallowing like this, I'd be betraying everything I heard today. Damn, did you plant a bug on me or something? I'm thinking exactly the same thing. I just started my freshman year and wasted an entire semester. No way next semester, I'm really going to buckle down. Let's motivate each other. How about we start a study group? We can push each other to learn? Hell yeah. Let's add each other as friends first. 158 The people in the portraits, they too are protagonists of this gathering. After speaking, Bai Ye gazed at the ruins before him, holding Chen Wei's portrait. His eyes brimmed with guilt. Truthfully, over the years, few people had ever made Bai Ye feel this kind of guilt. Counting Zhao Chun, who had died unexpectedly at the Jiangnan shipyard earlier. In truth, Chen Wei was one of only 2 people he felt he had wronged. Due to Bai Ye's negligence, he failed to discern Zhao Chen's true motives for seeking to learn submarine technology from him. This led Zhao Chen to act against official orders. He defied official orders and took the submarine out on its maiden voyage without authorization. He ultimately perished inside the submarine. Although Zhao Chen's subsequent actions made tremendous contributions to the nation's nuclear submarine program, it was precisely because of Zhao Chen's actions. Bai Ye thereafter, unless specifically requested by the authorities. Otherwise, Bai Ye absolutely would not allow his bodyguard to remain by his side in any capacity. Stay by his side. For whenever he saw the guard's uniform, White Knight's mind inevitably flashes back to Zhao Chen's youthful features. As for the second matter that weighed heavily on Bai Ye's mind, was Chen Wei, naturally. Because he was Bai Ye's biological son. So when faced with a choice, Bai Ye could never abandon him. His name must be on that experimental list. Otherwise, on one hand, this goes against Chen Wei's own wishes. On the other hand, if word of this gets out, how would others view me? How would they view the scientists of the Dragon Nation? They'll say this: don't let your self-righteous facade fool you. In reality, you're no different from those privileged classes. You're no different at all. What fairness? What choices? They can wield their power to shield your sons from danger. After all, it's the common people who bear the risks. And in that era, the impact of that incident still lingered. Once Bai Ye took that action, it's quite possible that someone will follow. They'll seize on this incident, make a big deal out of it. Therefore, Bai Ye had no choice but to agree to Chen Wei's request, allowing him to participate in the trial. After all, he is Bai Ye's son. Meanwhile, Long Du, the Elder's Council. At this very moment, Elder Sun was also aware. Bai Ye and Elder Zhong had already embarked on the journey promised in their pact. However, due to numerous matters requiring his attention, Elder Sun did not go live. Instead, he was making intensive preparations for what lay ahead. After all, this time, Bai Ye had come to Long Du was partly to fulfill Chen Wei's wish. He yearned to see what Long Du looked like today. As for the most fundamental reason, that was naturally because now Bai Ye's fame has reached every household in the Dragon Nation. It had reached a level where almost everyone knew of him. Moreover, on the global stage, Bai Ye wields immense influence. Yet, for such a hero, Bai Ye has spent decades. The nation failed to grant Bai Ye official recognition. Not until over a week ago. Until the Dragon Nation finally succeeded in manufacturing the world's first EUV lithography machine using blueprints to manufacture its first EUV lithography machine. And so, the elders finally relented. They agreed to grant Bai Ye the title of Academician of the Long Academy of Sciences by way of exception. And he was even given the title of Honorary President. But is that enough? The elders present, including Elder Sun, all felt such praise for Bai Ye, a distinguished scientist who has devoted decades of silent service to the nation, is far too hasty. It simply fails to reflect the immense contributions Bai Ye has made to the nation. Thus, a special commendation ceremony honoring Bai Ye alone is being prepared with great urgency. However, due to the lengthy proceedings of this ceremony, after all, given Bai Ye's status and standing, it simply couldn't be wrapped up hastily. Wrapping it up in just 1 hour. Wouldn't that be a bit disrespectful? It should last at least 3 to 5 hours, right? But then another problem arises. If it's only an award for Bai Ye alone, the host would need incredible eloquence to keep going live and keep talking for 3 to 5 hours straight without repeating a single word. Even Xia Sa wouldn't be able to pull it off. So, after careful consideration, Old Sun also felt that for this honorary merit conference, could we possibly broaden the scope a bit? It shouldn't be confined to Bai Ye alone. After all, hadn't Bai Ye previously carried many portraits? As if he were walking alongside his comrades through the places where they once fought together? And besides a few individuals, there are still some. Their contributions, even the then elder, had never even heard of. Take Chenwei, for instance. Or take Xiao Chen. Though both were exceptionally young, their records show no outstanding scientific contributions. And what's more, Zhao Chen isn't even a scientist. He merely serves as Bai Ye's, a silent bodyguard who followed her. In the final moments of his life, he chose to sacrifice his own life to advance the nation's nuclear submarine program. All these things are objective facts, yet none of them were recorded in any official document. Thus, at the elders' meeting, when discussing how to organize this honorary merit conference and how it should be conducted, Elder Sun instinctively voiced his thoughts. In its entirety, I believe this honorary merit assembly should not be solely for Bai Ye, his comrades in arms. I believe they too deserve to be remembered by the nation, including Chenwei, including Zhao Chen. As these words left his lips, Old Sun's face still bore an expression of disbelief. Just moments before the meeting began, Sun Lao had actually remained in his office, organizing his remarks. But at that very moment, his secretary rushed in from outside. Then, she relayed the situation, along with the security details tracking and protection status, to the elderly Mr. Sun. Upon hearing this, Old Man Sun was suddenly struck by news that made his heart race with dread. What? You mean? This time, the portrait in Old Bai's possession. It actually belonged to his son? His biological son. Chenwei was actually a victim of that experiment. And he voluntarily requested to participate in it? With Old Bai's personal consent. Right up until the day he passed away. Old Bai never got to see Chenwei one last time? After hearing these revelations from the secretary, after hearing these details from the secretary, Old Sun vaguely recalled sitting in his office at that moment, and felt his mind go completely blank in an instant. At this very moment, Old Sun sat in the chair of the elders' meeting room. He repeated word for word, exactly as it was reported. Everyone. I propose this. Every person in the portrait of Elder by their contributions deserve to be remembered forever. Therefore, I believe the faces in these portraits should also be the protagonists of this assembly. 159 They're all descendants of grandfather Zhang. How can the gap be so vast? After voicing his thoughts directly, Old Sun quickly sat down. Then he waited quietly for the other elders' opinions. However, what Elder Sun hadn't anticipated was, after he had spoken his piece, a portion of the elders voiced their opposition. Old Sun, I understand your perspective. And I wholeheartedly agree. We absolutely cannot deny the contributions made by those who serve the nation. We must never forget these things. This elder first gave a firm endorsement of Elder Sun's perspective. But the very next moment, he shifted his tone. But, Old Sun, you must understand. This honorary merit assembly we're holding has taken tremendous effort. Moreover, we've invited numerous top-tier experts and scholars from across the nation, including figures like Old Xian from the Qingchuan base, plus chairmen from some of the most prestigious tech companies, like Lamy, Penguin, Nihon, Weihua. Many of them accepted the invitation solely out of respect for Old Bai. Therefore, I believe the central figure of this conference must remain Professor Bai. No one else should be involved. Moreover, this honorary conference will be broadcast worldwide. But if we follow your suggestion, won't those portraits be brought to the conference venue? This elder's remarks were exceptionally sharp. He did not directly oppose Elder Sun's proposal. Instead, he approached it from another angle. Moreover, upon careful reflection, it actually felt. This elder's words actually held some merit. After all, no matter which country you're in, when it comes to the deceased, there are invariably numerous taboos. And at this very conference, held to showcase Bai Ye's achievements to the entire world, it could be said that the eyes of the entire world is focused entirely on this stage. And yet, on stage, besides Bai Ye, the sole living person, the rest were all replaced with memorial portraits? This is utter chaos. Wouldn't this make people from other countries think that your dragon nation has dwindled so severely in talent? Only one living person can attend the honor conference? Of course, the primary reason this elder refused was because so many portraits placed under the camera's gaze. It was simply too inauspicious. Upon hearing the elder's objection, Elder Sun immediately countered. After all, whether they had already sacrificed their lives or not, his contributions will forever remain in people's memories. They would never be erased. If it were merely because these portraits were deemed as being too inauspicious that we refuse to introduce them to the nation and the world, then these heroes, what thoughts would their spirits in heaven? What on earth must they be thinking? And most importantly, don't forget the main protagonist of this honorary merit assembly. It's Old Bai. The moment Elder Sun uttered the words Elder Bai, the entire elders' court The noisy discussions instantly fell silent. As more and more of Bai Ye's history was unearthed, nearly all the Dragon Clan's high-ranking members felt only one emotion toward Bai Ye. That is reverence. Therefore, if it were to be said, if Bai ultimately agrees to Elder Sun's proposal at this honorary merit assembly, besides Bai Ye, it will also specially all the names on these portraits will be recorded in full. Through this assembly, we declare to the entire world. Then, even the elders who oppose this. In this situation, there will absolutely be no objections. Very well. Upon hearing what Elder Sun had said, the other elders present nodded in agreement one after another. In short, this honorary assembly was held solely for Bai Ye. Therefore, it was only fitting to hear Bai Ye's opinion. If Bai Ye were to agree decisively, then, at this honor ceremony, all his fallen comrades included as well. After the meeting concluded, Old Sun immediately returned to his office. Then he instructed his secretary to record the key points of this meeting. By the way, where are Mr. Bai and the others now? Mr. Sun inquired. According to the security guard's report, Mr. Bai and the others have already arrived at Longdu Square. They're holding the portrait of martyr Chenaway. Seeing this, Elder Sun immediately nodded in agreement. Good. Here is the plan for the upcoming honorary merit conference. Go to Longdu Square immediately and present the plan to Elder Bai for his review. Of course, in addition to this, Old Sun also addressed the points of contention among the elders during this meeting. The points of contention among the elders, through their secretaries to inform Bai Ye. After all, the lengthy discussions were merely the senior leadership playing games among themselves. What exactly were Bai Ye's thoughts on the matter? That needed to be made clear to Bai Ye. Then, we'll see what his opinion is? Yes. Thus, after receiving the documents from Elder Sun, the secretary wasted no time, got into the car and headed to Longdu Plaza. After touring the Wan Garden, Bai Ye, Elder Zhong, and the others also took the opportunity to visit other attractions in Longdu. At this very moment, the sky had been dyed a deep crimson by the setting sun. Yet the bustling scene at Longdu Square still left Bai Ye in awe. Truly, this was Longdu, the very heart of the Dragon Nation. If Chenaway had lived to see this day, and truly witnessed the spectacle of Longdu, he would surely feel deeply gratified. As for Bai Ye, at this very moment, Bai Qingqing hung her head in a somewhat subdued manner. Back in the 10,000 Gardens, even she hadn't imagined that the face in this portrait was actually related to her by blood. Moreover, since learning, Chenaway possessed such remarkable talent in scientific research. Such outstanding talent in scientific research. Whenever she thought of this, Bai Qingqing couldn't help but feel utterly depressed. Truth be told, after following Bai Ye across the country, Bai Qingqing suddenly felt a pang of regret. Why hadn't she tried harder earlier? But then again, back in school, her aptitude for learning wasn't particularly strong. She had always been slow to grasp many things. But when Bai Qingqing heard Chenaway's talent was truly terrifying. In fact, with many subjects, he grasped them instantly, and he'd grasp it instantly. A strange feeling of jealousy welled up inside Bai Qingqing's heart. Humph, we're both descendants of grandfather Zhang, but why hasn't this sharpness not passed down to me? Ever since she'd started following Bai Ye, Bai Qingqing had hoped, if only her studies could improve, or, even if her natural talent wasn't that high, but if she worked harder after class, perhaps she too could become a scientist, dedicating herself to research for the nation. How wonderful that would be. 160 if I'm the only one. I'd rather not participate. At Longdu Plaza, after Bai Ye and Elder Zhong stood there for some time, as dusk approached, Old Master Zhong nodded to Bai Ye in acknowledgement, preparing to say he was heading back to rest. After all, Old Master Zhong shouldn't have been out today, as a top medical professor at a military hospital in Longdu. In truth, every day, numerous patients sought appointments with Professor Zhong, and received treatment from him, including today. Many patients actively seek out Dr. Zhong, requesting consultations. But, because Old Master Zhong heard that Bai Ye would be arriving by train today, and arrive here today, therefore, Dr. Zhong decisively turned away these patients. Moreover, he moved their appointment times to yesterday. Of course, if he had merely adjusted the appointments to yesterday, it would be impossible to accommodate everyone's requests. Therefore, in addition to this, Dr. Zhong also rescheduled appointments for some patients to appointments scheduled for tomorrow, and right now, since he already had an appointment scheduled for tomorrow. Therefore, for this visit with Dr. Zhong, his clinic hours tomorrow will start earlier than usual. He must return home early. But before leaving, Dr. Zhong turned back, unable to resist glancing at Bai Ye once more. Then, the deepest apology buried in his heart, directly into Bai Ye's ear. Old Bai, I'm sorry, truthfully, ever since he heard Bai Ye's account of Chenaway, and the reason why Bai Ye had willingly abandoned Chenaway, sending him to be raised by a peasant family in the village. Originally, old Zhong had assumed this was because Bai Ye was irresponsible. He did it deliberately, but after hearing Bai Ye's account, old Master Zhong's entire being began to tremble violently. It turned out that Bai Ye had sent Chenaway away, was for Chenaway's own good, as Bai Ye's son. In that era, if he were to stay by Bai Ye's side, the dangers he would have faced were simply too great. By doing this, they ensured Chenaway's life would remain undisturbed. And later, after clearly understanding, after comprehending the emotional toll on Bai Ye when Chenaway sacrificed himself, old Master Zhong made his decision immediately. After this matter was concluded, he must sincerely and solemnly apologize to Bai Ye. Now, as departure approached, old Master Zhong immediately, with utmost sincerity, upon hearing Elder Zhong utter the words "I'm sorry" with such solemnity, Bai Ye actually smiled. Then he patted old Zhong on the shoulder. Old Zhong, don't dwell on this matter. It was my fault for not telling you the truth back then. Aren't you supposed to see patients tomorrow? You should go home first. I should get ready too. Upon hearing Bai Ye's response, old Zhong immediately nodded. Then he prepared to leave. However, just at that moment, several guards suddenly approached from behind, rushed over. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Ye didn't seem particularly surprised, for earlier on, with his keen senses, Bai Ye had already sensed it. In truth, when old son said he'd withdrawn all the guards, but in reality, guards were still being deployed, protecting his own life. But this was merely Bai Ye's personal speculation. Aside from Bai Ye, at this very moment, viewers watching the CCTV live broadcast witnessed a large contingent of security personnel suddenly emerge from the rear, and swiftly advancing toward Bai Ye. So, inside the live stream, a cacophony of reactions erupted from the viewers. Ahem, are those bodyguards? What's going on? Could it be the authorities have secretly deployed bodyguards all along to protect old Master Bai and the others? Whoa, we've been watching this livestream for so long, never would have guessed we missed this. That's some seriously deep concealment. But there's also a possibility the CCTV cameras never even pointed that way. Otherwise, we might not have missed it. But wait, earlier the bodyguards seemed to be discreetly protecting Mr. Bai and the others. Why did he suddenly appear out of nowhere now? Could it be they have something to discuss with old Master Bai and the others? At that very moment, as a large contingent of guards appeared, viewers from the Dragon Nation in the livestream chat immediately began a frenzied discussion. One comment followed another. The chat exploded with comments and bullet messages, instantly filling the livestream. At that very moment, as the guards entered the room, Bai Ye instantly wore a puzzled expression. Furrowing his brow, he addressed the group of guards. May I ask what brings you here? Upon hearing this, the guards immediately saluted Bai Ye with respect. Then they promptly relayed the task assigned by Elder Sun to Bai Ye. Mr. Bai, poor Mr. Sun's instructions, tomorrow, an honorary commendation ceremony will be held for you at the Dragon Capital Grand Hall. We have come to escort you to the Elder's Court for a brief rest. After saluting Bai Ye, one of the guards immediately began explaining to Bai Ye the reason for their arrival. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye nodded in understanding. So, it was because of the honorary merit assembly? However, regarding this matter, Bai Ye still had some questions to ask. How many people attended this merit and honor assembly? Earlier, Bai Ye had indeed promised Elder Sun coming to the Dragon Capital, besides fulfilling Chenaway's wish to see what the capital of his homeland truly looked like. But another reason was that accepting the official invitation to attend the ceremony honoring distinguished service. Therefore, regarding this matter, Bai Ye naturally wouldn't refuse. Elder Bai, according to the deliberations of the Council of Elders, the sole honoree of this meritorious service assembly is you alone. However, what these guards never anticipated, after uttering these words, Bai Ye, who had previously worn a calm expression, suddenly grew grave. Am I the only one participating? Yes. Seeing this, Bai Ye immediately waved his hand. If this gathering is held solely for me, then I shall not participate in this assembly. At this very moment, the CCTV production crew hadn't left. They were still holding up their cameras, secretly filming everything. But, when they saw, it turned out these guards were carrying out an assignment from Old Man Sun to invite Bai Ye to tomorrow's honorary assembly. But, unexpectedly, upon hearing the honor ceremony would feature Bai Ye as its sole protagonist, Bai Ye actually voiced strong opposition to this. He even declared that if it were only him, then this honor assembly, he would rather not participate at all. 161 Bring the portraits of his fallen comrades to the ceremony? After Bai Ye voiced his thoughts honestly, the viewers in the live stream room were instantly dumbfounded. What? Wait, what the hell is going on? This time at the honorary merit conference. Wasn't it already decided? Wasn't it supposed to be held for Bai Ye? Then, this ceremony, the sole protagonist is Bai Ye alone. Is there a problem with that? But, what no one could have anticipated, when confronted with this situation, Bai Ye actually volunteered to decline. If this honor ceremony had only him participating, then he would rather refuse to attend? For a moment, the live stream room, which had grown quiet, with Bai Ye's declaration, erupted once more. Holy crap, no way. Man, did I hear that right? What did old man Bai Ye just say? He'd rather skip this merit conference. This is the highest honor the nation could bestow upon old man Bai Ye. Indeed, the nation's esteem for old master Bai is undeniable, unbelievably powerful. In other words, if all of old man Bai's past contributions are genuine, then, at least up to now, nationwide, it's probably really hard to find another figure who, like old man Bai, has earned the right to stand on the podium, to attend the honor conference because of their contributions. So I don't think it's that our country deliberately didn't want to arrange other scientists for old master Bai. Rather, it's because, in terms of stature, there's probably no scientist who could withstand the pressure of standing side by side with old master Bai. To put it bluntly, among the living scientists in our nation today, any single contribution made by them might actually be comparable to just one of the contributions made by old master Bai in the past. But the most terrifying thing is, old master Bai didn't just make one outstanding contribution. With his help, our country established its air force system, acquired nuclear weapons, ballistic missiles, even nuclear submarines. For the other scientists, this is nothing short of a devastating blow. Imagine if some scientists were actually placed alongside old master Bai. Even if he agreed, I doubt the others would accept it. The old man's presence is overwhelming. I can only say, while his intentions are good, hasn't he considered how this might affect the others? Exactly. If it were me, even as a fellow scientist standing beside him, I'd feel completely overshadowed. In an instant, the live chat erupted with a flurry of comments from viewers. But these were only the views of some viewers. Another group of netizens felt, perhaps it's too early to jump to conclusions now. Might be too premature? Shouldn't we first hear what old master Bai has to say? Perhaps his perspective might not align with the official line, or what everyone assumes. So, with this thought in mind, netizens in the Dragon Kingdom immediately held their breath in anticipation. Then they focused on the livestream, eager to hear Bai Ye's thoughts. Meanwhile, in front of Longdu Plaza, Bai Ye glanced at the guards. Because of his refusal, their faces all wore expressions of frustration. After all, he had come bearing a mission from Elder Sun, inviting Bai Ye to the Elder's Court, to prepare for tomorrow's honorary merit assembly. But, no one could have anticipated, the old man actually refused outright? But, this is so sudden. To put it bluntly, this grand assembly was originally held solely for Bai Ye. Adding someone at the last minute isn't exactly realistic. But then again, even though it was an assignment from Old Sun, but at this very moment, if Bai Ye refuses to go, what could they possibly do? Considering Bai Ye's exalted status, if he stubbornly refuses, you couldn't very well say, forcibly bind him and drag him along? Wouldn't that be going too far? Just as these guards, hesitation spread across their faces, and pondered what words might persuade Bai Ye. At that very moment, no one could have imagined that Bai Ye, who had been utterly still, suddenly spoke up. There's no need for you to be nervous. If you don't have any other candidates, that's fine too, but I have one demand. That is, at this honorary commendation ceremony, I must take the stage carrying the portraits of my fallen comrades. I absolutely cannot stand by and let only me receive the honors while they are denied the recognition they deserve. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, for a moment, whether it was the guards present, or those watching, the viewers watching the live broadcast on CCTV, watching the live broadcast, at this very moment, their faces were frozen in utter bewilderment. Wait, what the hell? What did old master Bai Ye just say? He wants us carry the portraits of his fallen comrades on his person. He wants them on stage. Then, join him in this ceremony of honor and merit. Whenever these people replayed Bai Ye's proposal in their minds, viewers in the live stream immediately felt goosebumps rising all over their bodies. They just popped right out. Sigh. That thought. No way. That's way too bold. You must understand how much importance the authorities place on Bai Ye. This honorary merit assembly, it's bound to be broadcast worldwide. After all, previously, with the assistance of Bai Ye and the lithography machine blueprints left behind by Li Zhengde, had successfully manufactured the world's first 10-nanometer EUV lithography machine. And precisely because of this achievement, the nation immediately revealed Bai Ye to the public. In fact, the vast majority of countries around the world extended congratulations to Bai. So, if this time, the Honorary Merit Assembly were not broadcast live to other nations, that would clearly be highly unusual. However, once this assembly is made public by the nation, and then Bai Ye actually takes several portraits of the deceased onto the stage, that scene, wouldn't it look incredibly bizarre? Those in the know would say it's our nation holding an honorary conference for Bai Ye. But for those unaware, wouldn't they interpret it as a memorial service for someone? Wouldn't that interpretation be terribly inauspicious? So, when netizens started thinking this way, began to fill with such thoughts, the entire live stream room was once again filled with the chaotic buzz of netizens' heated discussions.